Upon traversing into the world of One-Punch Man, one discovers the astonishing ability to seize the powers of monsters. Zhuang Bufan gazed at the television, captivated by the bald man and the dashing masked hero, his legs trembling. This was indeed a realm teeming with monsters. Suddenly, a resounding ding echoed in his mind. Ability, plunder, defeat a species and directly acquire its physical capabilities. An extraordinary boon, he exclaimed, overwhelmed with elation. Turning his attention to the news, he saw the report. The dragon-level monster, Vaccine Man, had been annihilated by King in an instant. With King's fierce visage on the screen, complemented by the booming sound of the King engine, Zhuang Bufan hastily noted down. Survival Rule 1. Never provoke King. 2. Avoid drawing the attention of the bald, caped hero. 3. Do not insult the green-haired little demon. With merely 300,000 left in his pockets, he was so financially constrained that he could only aspire to become a hero. He dashed into the deep mountains, hoping to confront monsters, but ended up slaying a horde of rabbits and frogs. With no increase in abilities, it wasn't until he stumbled upon a seemingly dead honey badger, which was clutching a venomous snake in its mouth, that he saw a glimmer of hope. An opportunity arises. Zhuang Bufan leaped forward, crushing its spine with a decisive stomp. Plunder successful. Physique 1, Bite Force 1, acquired trait, super immunity. Immune to all toxins. He gaped at the description, exhilarated. Immune to common toxins, capable of feigning death when afflicted by potent poisons, with triple resistance. This was indeed a tremendous gain. As night fell, he set up camp, heating a can of beans to accompany his toast, swallowing hard as he mused. When will I ever feast on canned roasted chicken? Suddenly, he heard rustling outside his tent, reminiscent of a large creature breathing heavily. Shining his flashlight, he was met with a pair of glistening green eyes. Was it a bear monster? Clutching his climbing stick tightly, his heart raced. What abilities could he acquire if he emerged victorious? Could his super immunity withstand the bear monster's strikes? If only I could indulge in canned roasted chicken, or perhaps beef, a more protein-rich sustenance, he gulped, bracing himself for action. Camping gear was exorbitantly priced, and considering the time he would need to rely on his savings after descending the mountain, Zhuang Bufan found little room for culinary preferences. Just as he finished the can of bean paste, a swarm of green light erupted around him. Wild wolves. Goodness, this canned food seems to attract wolves. Zhuang Bufan hastily added more firewood, feeling a surge of unease. For hours later, with the fire dwindling, 7 or 8 wild wolves had encircled him, merely 6 meters away. In a moment of desperation, he transformed his climbing stick into a blow dart, filling it with snake venom and launching it forth. A whoop. One wolf was struck in the front elbow, collapsing instantly. Plunder successful. Acquired werewolf form. Strength 10, agility 20, sharp teeth, and claws capable of tearing through fabric armor. Zhuang Bufan's muscles surged, his nails sharpened, resembling a low-tier wolverine. The Wolf King, agitated, dispatched its subordinates to charge. He seized the moment, grasping a wolf's tail, and began to spin. Secret technique. Wild wolf whirlwind. Bang! The wolf was flung away, its head colliding with a tree, leaving only a half-tail in his hand. Zhuang Bufan tossed the wolf's tail into the fire, and the aroma of roasted meat mingled with the scent of burnt fur wafted through the air. The wolf pack instantly bristled, yet none dared to advance. However, the fire was dwindling, and the remaining wolves' eyes glowed even greener. Whether human or beast, witnessing one's kind being consumed by flames is hardly a pleasant experience. Zhuang Bufan fixed his gaze upon the Wolf King, a sudden grin spreading across his face. Would he transform into a werewolf and charge forward in the next instant? Could these wild wolves withstand his ferocious bite? If he were to eliminate the Wolf King, would he unlock even greater powers? Zhuang Bufan could sense the growing fear emanating from the wolf pack before him. He picked up the charred wolf tail from the fire and took a decisive bite. The Wolf King was momentarily stunned, clutching its tail as it led the retreat, with the other wild wolves following suit. Successful looting. Stamina increased once more. This system has a knack for being repulsive. Zhuang Bufan chewed on the wolf's tail, a look of exasperation on his face. Just as he contemplated enjoying a sweet drink and drifting into slumber, the forest rustled again. An old man sprang forth. "I am Hunter Frank. Care to join me for a drink?" Zhuang Bufan's eyes widened. Wasn't this a familiar face from Sonic's past? "Is it just you there?" he asked, his palms sweating with anxiety at the thought of encountering that speedster ninja. "Fear not, it's only me. Occasionally, a fellow named Sonic comes by for training, but it has been quite some time since his last visit." After spending 10 days in Frank's small cabin, Zhuang Bufan had bested the mountain beasts and acquire the lightness trait from Swallow. One day, the radio blared. A ghost-level monster has appeared in City D. Standing at 240 meters tall, it is heading towards City B. Zhuang Bufan slapped his forehead, his expression sourer than stepping in excrement. My home may be lost. With merely triple the stamina of an ordinary human, he would struggle against a wolf-level monster, let alone this colossal ghost-level creature. Frank handed him a hunting rifle. How about we go take a look? Zhuang Bufan stared at the barrel, a smile suddenly creeping onto his face. To go or not to go? If he could seize the abilities of a ghost-level monster, would he not soar to new heights? Yet, if he were to falter, would he not be offering his head on a platter? My home may be lost. He clenched his fists, the balance in his heart beginning to tip. Frank observed Zhuang Bufan's pallid countenance, wishing to offer words of comfort, yet unsure how to begin. After a moment's contemplation, he placed a hand on Zhuang Bufan's shoulder and said, "Would you consider joining me as a noble professional hunter?" Zhuang Bufan outright declined, a fire igniting within him just 5 days prior. He had been soundly defeated and forced to flee by that 5-maternal mountain lord, his only. Sportswear torn to shreds. This bear creature has forced me to spend money on new clothing. He gritted his teeth and lifted a stone, hurling it towards the bear's den. Roar! The lord of the mountain thundered as he charged out, the ground shaking beneath his massive paws, nearly toppling him. Your speed is woefully inadequate. Zhuang Bufan nimbly dodged the attack, gathering energy midair before striking the bear's back. Take this. Hell's funeral handblade of the wolf claw spear. He had brazenly appropriated the name of a destructive skill, but the blade only penetrated half an inch into the bear's palm. That my strength could pierce steel. Yet this bear's hide is astonishingly tough. Relying on his agility, he maneuvered behind the beast, persistently hacking away until he finally exhausted the lord of the mountain. Loot successful. Acquired barbaric bear form. Strength 20, defense 30. In an instant of transformation, Zhuang Bufan's muscles bulged, his body covered in dark fur, resembling a living version of Kumaman. Upon glancing at his reflection in the lake, he grimaced. This appearance might earn him the moniker Kumaman mascot from the Hero Association. Quickly reverting, he dragged the bear's paw toward Frank's house, exclaiming, "Hunter, behold what splendid treasure I have brought." Frank's eyes widened at the sight of the half-done bear paw. Zhuang Bufan pondered. With such formidable barbaric bear form, could he possibly confront that 240-meter behemoth? But if this form were captured on film, it would surely become a laughingstock in the world of One Punch. "Hey, Hunter, look at what I brought you." Suddenly recalling the news from the radio, his expression hardened. Should he seek revenge and seize equipment first, or return home to check on matters? In this Kumaman guise, would he be mistaken for an ally in battle against monsters? As Frank emerged from the house, his eyes widened at the sight of Zhuang Bufan dragging a creature resembling a small mountain, his hand trembling uncontrollably on his weapon. "Lord of the mountain, did you slay it?" After bidding farewell to Frank, Zhuang Bufan found his dilapidated car, the fuel cap pried open, and the engine missing. "I give up. This junker is only worth half a tank of gas. And now, even the engine has been stolen." He pulled out his phone to check the route. The nearest destination was City Zone to Saitama, struck by meteorites and rife with monsters. The second closest, City A, was even more absurd, having vanished outright in the animated series. Fine then, City Z, it is at least the rent is entirely free. Upon entering the ghost zone of City Z, a bull-like creature leapt out. "Moo moo. I am A5, the bull monster." Zhuang Bufan executed a German-style bridge maneuver, smashing its head into the asphalt and saving himself the trouble of transformation. Loot successful. Physical abilities greatly enhanced. System notification. This creature has premium quality meat. To eat or not to eat? He stared at the monster's lower limbs, swallowing hard. "I really want to eat meat." Just then, a bald man carrying scallions and eggs strolled by. It was none other than Saitama. Saitama's gaze was fixed on the bull monster, clearly tempted by its presence. "I am Zhuang Bufan, and I am preparing to move in." Zhuang Bufan quickly engaged in conversation. "Would you care for some beef hot pot? This A5 Wagyu looks superb. What a coincidence. I have onions and cabbage at home." Caillou's eyes sparkled with excitement. The beef in the pot bubbled and simmered, while Chiyu savored it with delight, his mouth glistening with grease. Zhuang Bufan took a bite and frowned. "Is this truly A5 Wagyu? It's quite rich and greasy." In his 2 lifetimes, this was his first encounter with such premium monster meat. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from outside, causing the ground to tremble. Was a more formidable monster approaching? Chiyu wiped his mouth and stood up. "He'll go take a look." Zhuang Bufan's heart skipped a beat. Was it a dragon-class monster? Should he follow to seize the opportunity for abilities? But Chiyu could probably defeat it with a single punch. What could he possibly gain? Is this the taste of A5 Wagyu? It truly is overwhelmingly rich. Is premium beef inherently like this? Or has the mutation altered its flavor? He gazed at the remaining meat in the pot, when suddenly, he heard Caillou's roar from afar. Had he encountered a tough opponent? Little did he expect that his first experience tasting the finest beef would occur in such a manner. As Chiyu cooked the A5 Wagyu monster meat slices, he educated Zhuang Bufan. The specialized parts of food-type monsters have essentially become gourmet ingredients it's rare for them to transform into something delicious. In just half an hour, he thoroughly explained how to select and process these ingredients, leaving Zhuang Bufan to ponder how many monsters his pot had simmered. I still long for ordinary beef, Zhuang Bufan sighed. The job market is grim. Any extra protein is a blessing, Chiyu said as he brought over some chilled oolong tea. Finish up quickly, it's a hassle. I'm homeless. The rental in City D was destroyed by monsters. Caillou's gaze drifted to the ceiling. Surely, he wouldn't expect compensation. I only have 2,000 yen left. The neighboring room is available. The key is in the management office, and there's no rent. He hastily changed the subject. They'll be crashing at your place for the next few days. Absolutely not. Bring your own ingredients. The following day, Zhuang Bufan went to the A City Hero Association for an examination. A man in a suit approached him. I am Zitadali. Do you wish to be a hero? Purchase the internal exam papers for 250,000 yen, and I guarantee you'll place within the top 100 for Clevel. For an additional 300,000, I can recommend you to the Vestige Master's Dojo, where you'll also meet single girls from the Vestige. Zhuang Bufan opened his savings book for him to see. The suited man recoiled instantly, spitting, "Oh, well, good luck to you then." Ha! Zhuang Bufan watched his retreating figure, both amused and exasperated. Without the internal exam papers, could he possibly pass the hero assessment? If he were to achieve Clevel, would he be able to scavenge monsters for ingredients like Chiyu? Suddenly, the announcement in the examination hall blared. Emergency notification. A tiger-class monster has appeared nearby. Zhuang Bufan's eyes lit up. Was this an unexpected chance for bonus points? But he hadn't even warmed up for transformation. Could he truly hold his ground? What a lavish waste. With such magnificent architecture at the Z-City branch, why must one travel all the way to a city for certification? Moreover, a colossal indoor stadium has been constructed. It is no wonder that in just 3 years, the Hero Association's social standing has become precarious. He reached into his pocket to touch his savings book and suddenly smiled. Perhaps this eccentric individual has come to assist him in earning additional points for the examination. A young Hero Association staff member looked at Zhuang Bufan's assessment record and couldn't help but exclaim, "Cheating. This score can only be obtained through cheating. How could a newcomer with no reputation in society achieve such results?" A short-statured employee responded, "If Zhuang Bufan were here right now, he would realize that the one reviewing his exam results is the same Hero Association staff member who previously sold him the test papers, Zitadali. But the assessment data is real. I personally saw him easily do 50 squats with a heavy barbell added on." The newly hired young staff member clearly did not understand Zitadali's meaning. He attempted to stamp a B-grade bottom recommendation on Zhuang Bufan's assessment rating, which was the highest authority their department could offer. Someone who excessively uses drugs cannot possibly have the strength to deal with monsters. It's obvious that the side effects of drugs cannot be used long-term. Otherwise, how come there's no reputation for this guy in society? Are you questioning my strength as an elite in the department, Zitadali? That would be a great disrespect to your seniors. Come on, lighten up. If he really possesses B-grade hero strength, he will eventually be promoted to B-grade. Otherwise, wouldn't that truly harm him? Tiger-level disasters are not something ordinary people can face. Plus, we need to give those C-grade heroes hoping for promotion an explanation. Complaints have been increasing lately, especially from that group in the Vest Association. You know, their president, Vest Venerable, is an S-grade hero. A plain-looking middle-aged man nearby advised, "How about going for sushi in Roppongi after work? There's a newly opened restaurant that does a decent thick egg yolk." "No thanks, team leader. I have some other work to do, so I won't disturb you any longer." The young man who declined the team leader's invitation turned and walked out of the room, and from the sound of the closing door, it was clear he was still suppressing his anger. It's obvious he's a newcomer, yet he puts on such an impressive front. A B-grade hero evaluation can sell for a considerable price, enough to cover over 10 years of salary for someone like you. How could it be easily given to that kind of guy? Stay calm, Zitadali. I believe Yamada will join us. The middle-aged man, who looked like the team leader, extinguished his cigarette and continued. After all, here, anyone who refuses to accept change eventually leaves. By the way, inform Hero Vest Blackhole that we've discovered an extraordinary newcomer here. and I believe he will soon be ahead of him. I hope he will guide him well in his capacity as a senior and teach him the rules of the hero workplace. Zhuang Bufan opened the brown paper bag containing his hero rating. C-Class, 319th place. It seems the Hero Association's rating system has significant issues. Although he didn't set any full records in the physical test like Saitama did, he still achieved a perfect score in the physical test. Yet, he couldn't even secure a high position in C-Class. At this rate, it's likely that someone will soon come to conduct newcomer education on him. Spring Mustache? Or Poison Sting? Thinking carefully about it, most heroes who have risen to A-Class still adhere to their original intentions. Even someone like Snake Fistneck would risk his life to protect the public in times of crisis. Hopefully, it won't be an A-Class hero conducting the so-called newcomer education. Based on the performances of Poison Sting and Spring Mustache, A-Class heroes undoubtedly possess the strength to take down Tiger-level monsters. Some can even inflict damage on Demon-level monsters. Coupled with their combat experience, if he were to face off against them, he would basically have no chance to escape the harsh tradition of newcomer education. Now that he thinks about it, in a world where monsters appear frequently, there are only a few hundred professional heroes. Many must have become disheartened after being educated and automatically withdrew from the association. Hey, Black Hole Vest, did you see that guy? Zadada pointed to Zhuang Bufan, who was downstairs in the lobby registering his official documents. In my opinion, this guy has the potential to break into the top 10 of B-Class. What? Black Hole Vest exclaimed. During the era when B-Class was dominated by Hellish Blizzard, the ranking of B-Class heroes undoubtedly began a brutal internal struggle. The emergence of each high-ranking hero meant a decline in income and recognition for other heroes, leading to the widespread legend of slaughtering gods to rise in rank. Black Hole Vest first glanced at Zhuang Bufan's assessment data, and then cautiously inquired, does his physical prowess far exceed that of ordinary people have anything to do with Super Alloy Blacklight or Sexy Prisoner? Or is he a disciple of a famous dojo? The experience accumulated on the road to becoming a hero made him instinctively inquire about Zhuang Bufan's background. He didn't want to repeat the tragic incident where a certain predecessor educated Hellish Blizzard. He still remembers the despairing expression on that guy's face when he was first beaten into the hospital by Blizzard and then blocked at the door by the trembling tornado. No, I've checked. He is completely a newcomer with no influence in society. He doesn't know any notable experts. He just happened to score well during the assessment. I even suspect he used some kind of performance-enhancing drug that puts a huge strain on the body before the exam. Yer. It seems the Hero Association should strengthen the rigor of the examinations. Having a fraud like this receive a hero rating could pose a huge threat to the future development of the association. Black Hole Vest put on a mysterious demeanor and arrogantly reprimanded Zadada. Fortunately, Black Hole Vest, am here. Let me properly educate this fraud, make him realize his mistakes, and voluntarily withdraw from the association. So reliable, no wonder you are the most proud disciple of S-Class hero Black Hole Vest. Our association can only continue to develop thanks to heroes like you, Zadada flattered. What a useful dumb gorilla, with just a little provocation. He actively do the work for me, Zadada thought to himself. Why aren't they here yet? After completing his professional certification, Zhuang Bufan waited in the lobby for his onboarding training, but unfortunately, after an hour, he had not received any notification. Sorry, Zhuang Bufan. A guy in a business suit approached him. Zhuang Bufan glanced at the business card he handed over. It read, Gangchuan Hatana, staff member of the Hero Association. The onboarding training has been canceled. I sincerely apologize for only coming to inform you now. I just received the news myself. Gangchuan Hatana said with a deep bow of apology. Then he stepped closer and whispered in Zhuang Bufan's ear, please be careful. New heroes often face a form of oppression called newcomer training. There are many voices within the association questioning your strength, Mr. Zhuang Bufan. In short, I hope you can be cautious in the near future. After handing him a manual titled Hero Guidelines, Gangchuan Hatana bid him farewell. It seemed the Hero Association still had some people who worked diligently. But what should he do? If an A-ranked hero came to conduct the so-called newcomer training, he would be in danger. Zhuang Bufan thought for a moment, then opened his phone and scrolled to the recently registered phone number. Family restaurant, I'm treating Saitama. Are you coming? Email confirmation sent. 30 seconds later, ding, 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 where are you? Zhuang Bufan picked up his phone and saw Saitama's reply, which gave him the address of a restaurant near the Hero Association. This time, even if an S-Class hero Sexy Prisoner was giving me rookie training, I wouldn't have to be afraid. Zhuang Bufan put down his phone, feeling much more at ease. Is there a bodyguard more reliable than the Saitama Demon King in this world? I hope the guy who comes to teach him a lesson won't leave any psychological scars. Let me see. It's still 1.5 kilometers to that restaurant from here. It should be fine, right? Zhuang Bufan didn't dare to choose a restaurant that was closer to him. After all, the area near the Hero Association is considered a prime location in City A, and most of the restaurants around here are on the expensive side. With his current income, he couldn't afford such luxurious expenses. As he walked through the crowded street, suddenly a calloused hand rested on his shoulder. Hey, newbie, are you leaving the Hero Association all by yourself? I've been waiting for you in the big classroom for half a day. Is this how you treat your seniors? The man in the black vest spoke to Zhuang Bufan in an arrogant tone, while his giant hand, with a grip strength of 200 kilograms, tightly squeezed Zhuang Bufan's shoulder. Yes, that's the spot. If possible, I hope you can go a bit higher. Zhuang Bufan shouted out refreshingly, his tone carrying a hint of tremor. He glanced back at the black hole of the vest behind him and let out a slightly disappointed sigh. If I had known it was this guy, I wouldn't have had to call Saitama to treat him to dinner. Hey, there's a small alley over there. Come with me. The guy in the vest leaned over, wearing an expression that seemed very gentle to outsiders, and intimidatingly spoke in Zhuang Bufan's ear in an unrefusable tone. Even when doing bad things, one should pay attention to their image. Zhuang Bufan scoffed inwardly, then followed him into the alley. Is it about to start? If there is some kind of newcomer training, I hope you can be quick about it. I have an appointment. If that guy gets impatient waiting, I estimate you might end up in the intensive care unit. And if luck runs out, you might have to restart your life. Even if that guy doesn't T-com, I suggest you give up your current thoughts. Because you really are not my match, Zhuang Bufan said expressionlessly to the vest black hole. But in his eyes, all of this turned into hollow threats. The vest black hole tightened his fists, and the muscles in his forearm increased by a third, while mockingly shouting at Zhuang Bufan. You little brat, you're quite brave, huh? I've done my homework on this, and I suggest you stop holding on to any illusions about yourself. Don't worry, I'll be very gentle. By the time you come out of the hospital in 3 months, I guarantee you won't have the ability to log back in as a professional hero. After saying this, the vest black hole suddenly swung his fist, which was the size of a cooking pot. The immense power whooshed through the air, rushing towards Zhuang Bufan's face. Zhuang Bufan did not make any evasive movements. He simply caught the punch of the man in the vest, known as Black Hole, effortlessly with his right hand. Then he pushed up his non-existent glasses with his left hand and calmly said to Black Hole, I think you've misunderstood 2 things. First, what I said before was all true. As his voice reached Black Hole's ears, Zhuang Bufan's grip strength of over 400 kilograms was clearly transmitted through the back of Black Hole's hand. Black Hole still couldn't figure out how this seemingly frail figure had caught his lethal punch. Just then, he felt a pressure similar to a vice coming from the back of his hand. A scream pierced the air. Zhuang Bufan ignored Black Hole's cry, stepped forward, and grabbed the back of his vest. He awkwardly tried to mimic a famous painting from the world of black art, and then slowly said his second statement. The second point is, don't underestimate me, okay? Uncle, TSK, this black hole is so tall, probably nearly 3 meters. I can hardly lift him. Zhuang Bufan was contemplating whether to continue emulating world-famous paintings or to directly give him a shoulder throw and completely knock him out. At that moment, the black hole of the vest intimidated him. He flinched. If it weren't for Zhuang Bufan still holding onto his vest, he would have already knelt down and begged for mercy. His bent knees were the last shred of dignity that Zhuang Bufan was protecting for him. I was wrong. It was all my fault. Please spare me. Zhuang Bufan looked at the suddenly pleading, vest-wearing black hole, feeling a bit troubled as he scratched his head. Then he loosened his left hand that was holding onto the vest. After all, this guy was still a professional hero, and no matter how despicable his character was, he was still a member of the Vest Association. If things escalated too much, it would be difficult for him to handle the Vest Master. After all, that was a tough guy who could lift a 2-story reinforced concrete building with one hand. Moreover, Saitama was an almost completely neutral and lazy hero, and he wouldn't bother with overly complicated grudges. Well, since that's the case, forget it. I hope you won't go looking for trouble with those newcomers in the future. Zhuang Bufan kindly reminded him that if he didn't learn his lesson, according to the original plot, he might really end up in the hospital with both hands in plaster for a while. Zhuang Bufan turned around and continued on his way, but he felt like something was missing. He had clearly defeated the vest black hole, yet he didn't hear the skill activation prompt. What was going on? Just as Zhuang Bufan was pondering the issue of his skill activation, the vest black hole had quietly approached him from behind. Suddenly exerting force, and launching a sneak attack on Zhuang Bufan. D. Vestkab? Bang. Boom. The vest black hole was sent flying, crashing through the 30-centimeter thick bluestone wall by the roadside, which was easily shattered and ended up embedded in the steel-reinforced concrete exterior of a building. Who on earth is this guy? Shouting and launching an attack at you. A bald man appeared behind Zhuang Bufan, and it was obvious that he had shown mercy. Otherwise, based on that last strike, the vest black hole would probably have to change its name to Rags and Mud. Zhuang Bufan turned around and saw that familiar figure. How did you get here? Didn't we agree to meet in front of that store? I waited for you at the door for a long time, and when you didn't come, I started looking for you. By the way, who was that guy just now? Why did he attack you? That person. He's a senior from our company. Upon hearing this, Saitama's expression became a bit grim. After all, he had also gone through the job hunting period, and he understood some things. He hoped that his actions didn't cause this guy to lose his job. Are you okay? Are you going to lose your job? I'm fine. I just joined a security company today. That guy rushed up to conduct new employee training. After losing, he probably wasn't satisfied and wanted to regain his face here. Don't worry. Rising against the superior is a traditional virtue of our company. If it were you, you might do even worse. Oh wait, you already did. With the conclusion that Zhuang Bufan would be fine, Saitama quickly shifted his attention to other matters. Oh, I see. By the way, you promised to treat me to a meal. No problem. But I need to say in advance, no ordering packages over 1,000 yuan. Zhuang Bufan readily agreed. The grass mat curry set? No. Maybe the dream 3-piece set instead. It's so hard to choose. Saitama was torn between the two sets on the menu. The former featured a pork cutlet the size of a straw mat, topped with chicken curry sauce over rice. The latter included fried rice, pan-fried dumplings, and half a portion of ramen, paired with pork sauce soup and fresh vegetables. Zhuang Bufan snatched the menu and said to the order taker who had been standing by for a long time, 1 grass mat curry set and a dreamy 3-combo set, and 2 cups of oolong tea. After resolving the food dilemma that had troubled the Saitama Demon King, Zhuang Bufan began to ponder the activation conditions of his skill, plundering. Clearly, the plundering skill activates whenever the target is killed by him, regardless of the circumstances. However, the physical enhancement gained from his activation is minimal if the target was not defeated by him. According to the skill description, this situation can essentially be understood as a factual defeat. After all, once the target has been killed by him, any objections become meaningless. There is also the normal defeat of living beings, which is quite peculiar in terms of judgment. Based on his experience fighting beasts in the jungle, the skill typically activates when they show signs of surrender or extreme panic. The skill's description often includes terms like terrified XXX, submissive XXX, and despairing XXX. If a living creature has been plundered and Zhuang Bufan has not previously defeated its kind, this creature will collapse and die, its body turning into a withered corpse. If he has defeated similar creatures before, it seems that the enhancement he receives is based on the difference between them and the previous kind. As for whether there are any skill supplements, it remains unclear. Depending on the situation, it may also weaken the target's physical functions, and in cases of significant disparity, it could lead to death, although the appearance is not as gruesome. So, the activation conditions for plundering can be divided into factual kills and a psychological defeat mode based on the target's mental state. Because of the backing of the Vest Association and the Vest Venerable behind him, the Saitama Demon King still didn't believe he had been defeated by Zhuang Bufan in that environment. It seems that the conditions for activating the skill are quite stringent, making it difficult to use plundering against human heroes. After all, with the Saitama Demon King around, he cannot kill those heroes. And aside from a monster guru, who is forcibly defined as above dragons, no one else has been able to instill psychological trauma in a steadfast S-class hero. Well, excluding Saitama, it looks like he should find a bounty criminal or someone similar to kill soon. If another incident occurs where a professional hero tries to cause trouble, and he ends up turning them into dried radishes with plundering, it would be a big deal for him. With the presence of a muscular, sexy inmate in prison, being incarcerated for 3 months is even more painful than infiltrating the Monster Association for a year. By the way, how many pieces of fried pork chops do you want to take from me? Zhuang Bufan shouted to stop him, but even so, he couldn't prevent Saitama from taking the special thick pork chop from his meal. You look like you have no appetite, and if you don't eat, it would be a waste of food. I absolutely cannot tolerate that, so I took care of it for you. I don't need your help in this regard. After saying that, Zhuang Bufan picked up the pork and garlic dumpling from Saitama's meal and put it in his mouth. Hey, you just touched my dumpling, right? Saitama said in a very calm tone, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. Since that's the case, Zhuang Bufan and Saitama suddenly accelerated, their chopsticks continuously grabbing food from each other's meal. In the end, Zhuang Bufan ended up with a dream trio combo, while Saitama had a grass mat curry combo. Seriously, what are we even doing? Zhuang Bufan touched his slightly bloated belly and glanced at Saitama across from him, noticing that he was also regretfully touching his own belly. I'm sorry, sir. We don't accept credit cards here. The cashier's voice came from the bar. Zhuang Bufan looked at the customers checking out at the door and realized he was caught in another crisis. Saitama looked at Zhuang Bufan's serious expression and was about to urge him to pay, when he suddenly seemed to realize something significant. Hey, you can't be. Zhuang Bufan took out his wallet. Inside, beside the credit card, there were only some scattered coins totaling 600 yen. How much do you have? Saitama flipped through his wallet and found a total of 300 yen in coins. Altogether, it was just enough for a dreamy 3-in-1 combo meal. Zhuang Bufan took Saitama's wallet and said calmly, "Wait for me to come back to redeem you." Saitama then reached out and pressed down on Zhuang Bufan's arm, which was trying to grab the money on the table. I don't want to wait alone under the disdainful gaze of the staff, while someone else comes to pay, Saitama said firmly. Besides, I'm the one who ordered the dreamy 3 combo meal. Zhuang Bufan thought for a moment and felt that letting Saitama out was a very unreliable thing, recalling the treatment of Hell Blizzard. He decided to debate with Saitama about the issue of whether the dream 3-piece set came first, the chicken or the egg. Someone has dined and dashed. The cashier shouted loudly. I haven't run yet. I haven't run yet. Zhuang Bufan and Saitama shouted at the same time. From the terrified and distorted expressions on their faces, they looked like naughty children desperately trying to deny wrongdoing after being caught. Then the two of them realized something. The guy who just swiped the card had run away. Don't worry. I'll catch the guy who dined and dashed. Zhuang Bufan and Saitama shouted at the same time, exchanged a smile, and then ran out of the family restaurant. Hey, accompany me to the ATM. It was my oversight just now. I'll treat you to croquettes when we go back. Joking aside, by the time they returned to Z City, it would be nearly nightfall. The Ghost Zone in Z City is a place filled with tiger-level threats and ghosts everywhere. With his mere wolf-level strength, even after transforming, he could barely be considered tiger-level. And in the comics, he wouldn't even be considered a minor character. How could he possibly make it home safely without the mighty Saitama? By the way, let's buy a shad. We can have shad and daikon for dinner. Does that count as an agreement? The next morning at Zhuang Bufan's home. Ding, ding, ding. Bang. Zhuang Bufan got up and rubbed his eyes, reflecting on the sound of Saitama smashing the alarm clock. The Saitama brand alarm clock is really effective. Aside from putting a heavy burden on the heart, it's pretty good otherwise. Zhuang Bufan opened the curtains and was about to brush his teeth on the balcony when he suddenly heard a loud bang, and a hole was blasted open in the street below. Chi stood on top of the head of the underground king, shouting passionately, "Come on, I will protect the earth." Zhuang Bufan knows that the storyline of the One-Punch world is about to begin. The evil in this world has never diminished because of the emergence of heroes, and I have never felt sad because of it. I just hope to become a character like the heroes in special effect dramas, and I have never had the great ambition to change the world's perspective. If I can't become a hero in people's hearts, it's not a big deal. After all, I'm only participating in hero activities out of interest. So, what is it that you are really craving right now? Zhuang Bufan was lying sideways in Saitama's home, eating the sunbae he brought while flipping through the comic cockroach attack in Saitama's house. As expected of the ACG master Mr. King's recommended manga, it truly is a great work that rivals Deathfire C. Saitama was watering the flowers on the balcony, casually chatting with Zhuang Bufan about some strange things. In the Ghost Zone of City Z, there is a peculiar phenomenon. For half an hour after Saitama goes out, almost no strange beings dare to stroll around the Ghost Zone. This is also the reason why Zhuang Bufan has been staying at Saitama's house lately. After all, if Saitama isn't out doing hero activities, walking around the Ghost Zone can be quite dangerous for him. If it weren't for Zhuang Bufan occasionally bringing snacks and comics over, Saitama would have probably kicked this annoying neighbor out long ago. Returning to the previous topic, Saitama stared blankly at the light blue sky and then said calmly, I wonder if, in gaining this immense power, I've lost something in return? Those important emotions that define us as humans, anger, fear, anxiety, seem to be drifting away from me. So, what now? Zhuang Bufan scratched his calf with one foot and simply responded to him. I just feel that heroes shouldn't live a life like office workers, clocking in and out. I long for that kind of soul collision battle from before. But telling you this, you probably won't understand. since you haven't experienced the monotonous life of smashing monsters like swatting mosquitoes. Saitama was speaking when he heard the sound of a mosquito buzzing nearby. Slap. Just like that. When you swat a mosquito, do you feel any emotional fluctuations? Buzz. The sound of another mosquito buzzed beside Saitama again. Just like this, slap. Saitama felt a bit awkward, pretending that what just happened never occurred, and swatted at the mosquito again. Buzz buzz. The sound came again, and Saitama gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his bald head. Zhuang Bufan picked up a mirror from behind and directed it toward Saitama. Great, it's like having a soul collision with a mosquito. Welcome back to the human world. Zhuang Bufan had a deep impression of this scene when he read the manga before. Now that it was happening right in front of him, Zhuang Bufan took out the small mirror he had bought long ago, allowing Saitama to appreciate a masterpiece of his world. Saitama's expression instantly darkened, and then Zhuang Bufan felt a gust of wind sweep through the room. The force was so strong that he could only crawl on the floor, barely opening his eyes a crack to see Saitama striking at the mosquito shadow. Oh, is this the legendary udon noodle mosquito slap? In the end, Saitama couldn't kill that mosquito, but it had already been blown against the wall by the powerful gust, becoming a mosquito pancake. Zhuang Bufan turned on the TV with the remote, just in time to catch a news report about the abnormal gathering of mosquitoes. We interrupt this program to bring you a news flash. A remarkably large number of mosquitoes have gathered in the wild and are heading towards City Z. The disaster level is currently assessed as ghost. We urge all citizens to close their doors and windows to avoid any unexpected incidents. Hey, Saitama, what are you going out for? Saitama, dressed in pajamas, dug out an insect spray that hadn't been used in a long time and said to Zhuang Bufan in a deep tone, I want to seek justice for my dignity. Zhuang Bufan watched Saitama leave and returned to his room. He took out the modified bee-proof suit he had prepared earlier, then pulled out a cooler filled with ice cubes. With these ice cubes, it should be enough, right? Zhuang Bufan weighed the box and felt that the ice cubes should be enough. The ambitions of countless bar friends are about to be fulfilled by me. To be honest, it's really a pity that Mosquito Girl just died like that. I still want to eat the takoyaki she made. Zhuang Bufan stepped out of the door with a thermos box in his arms. Under the blazing sun, his figure looked like a hero setting out for battle. What on earth is going on, my babies? How can this little blood be enough? I want more juice. The tentacles on the mosquito woman's head brushed past her crimson lips, and her enchanting figure made anyone who looked at her lose their thoughts. Although she was just an annoying mosquito. I see. Is this a high-efficiency predation by mobilizing the mosquito swarm? Because you emitted some kind of signal to manipulate the mosquito's movement. This extraordinary gathering of mosquitoes occurred. If we eliminate the source of that signal, these annoying creatures will also disappear. A humanoid robot covered in mosquitoes said coldly in a voice similar to a human's. Burn. Immediately, at the center of the swarm, a ball of scorching flames shot out, incinerating mosquitoes within a radius of about 200 meters. Don't move. I'm starting to exterminate you now. Hee, you're going to exterminate me? The mosquito woman changed her posture, looking at the strange metal cyborg with a queen's disdainful gaze. Bang! With a loud noise, the legendary tale of the funding warrior Genos began. On the streets of Z City, Zhuang Bufan was rushing madly towards the center of Z City through the dark clouds. His current running speed was close to 100 meters in 5 seconds, but it still couldn't match that monster, Saitama. Fortunately, his attention was not on rushing, otherwise, he might not make it to this battle. It would be bad if he arrived at the scene only to find that everything was already over. Zhuang Bufan muttered to himself that the Mosquito Girl not only relates to the aspirations of millions of forum users, but more importantly, she is involved in his very important power-up plan. In the early storyline, the most likely candidates for a grand heist, aside from the Evolution House, are the 3 kings. The Underground King has already been defeated by Saitama and is currently missing. The plot for the Sea King should soon be triggered, and with the buff from the rain, it is evident that his recovery ability has greatly improved, making it uncertain whether he can defeat him. The only potential target left is the Tengu King, who was killed instantly upon appearing. The Tengu is a great monster from Japanese folklore that manipulates wind power and given its self-proclaimed title as the Sky King. It has a rare attribute of aerial capability. Zhuang Bufan has long marked it as the #1 target on his must-hunt monster list. Because of this, he needs a living Mosquito Girl to help him complete this hunting plan. On the other side, at the battlefield, what on earth is going on? The Mosquito Girl, dragging her damaged body, hurriedly tried to escape the battlefield. If this continues, she might get killed. Feeling the intense heat reaction coming from behind her, The mosquito girl realized that if she continued to flee, she could indeed be killed. She must gather all the children to strengthen her body. My babies, come back quickly and inject your juice in my body. In an instant, a larger swarm of mosquitoes began to gather towards City Z. The swarm is gathering again. Could it be that blood is not just food for her? Genos, watching the sky filled with the ever-gathering mosquitoes, sensed that the situation was about to change, and an uneasy feeling lingered in his mind. They must be exterminated quickly. Genos confirmed his thoughts, and the energy was gathering in his right hand's incineration cannon. If the incineration cannon could fire normally in the next second, then Genos' tale of defeat would not unfold this way. Unfortunately, stop right there. You bastard. Our battle isn't over yet. A human youth's angry shout interrupted Genos' finishing blow, ensuring that his story of defeat would continue to be written. Ordinary person. What's going on? Why are there still unprotected civilians here? Realizing that his incineration cannon could potentially harm this weak human behind him, Genos' strong sense of justice prevented him from firing. It's just a mosquito anyway. Even if she sucks enough blood, it would only be to recover from her injuries. Genos still looked down on this monster. Hurry and take cover. Genos shouted at the bald youth. Those mosquitoes have their own consciousness. If you don't want to be drained of blood, hurry and find shelter. Is that for real? The bald youth looked surprised, as if he had seen a lion riding a giraffe at the zoo. This world is really amazing. That's a truly dangerous situation. Hurry and take cover. Saitama pointed at Genos and said. Unfortunately, Genos misunderstood Saitama's intentions, thinking that this youth had recognized the risk and was heading to the shelter. Looking at the already gathered mosquito swarm, Genos decided not to waste any more time. His power core was running at high speed. A powerful energy gathered in his hand, and even his arm flickered with a terrifying white light representing destruction. After all, it's just the intelligence of an insect, gathering a mosquito swarm to facilitate incineration. Burn! A fireball larger than before engulfed a 500-meter radius around Genos. I've already checked. There are no human life forms nearby. This is bad. Genos quickly turned to confirm the situation of that youth. He then saw a naked, bald man casually talking to him with mild interest. What was that just now? Mosquito extermination flash? What a convenient technique. Genos stared in astonishment at the bald man behind him, searching his database to find out who this guy was. Above, the flames still burning were torn apart by a powerful wind pressure. What a foolish guy. I no longer need that group of little babies. The mosquito girl struck various alluring poses in the sky, satisfied with her newly evolved body. Like a girl, trying on high heels, she waved her hand casually. A steel-reinforced concrete skyscraper was sliced into 3 pieces. Look, I'm so powerful now. The enchanting mosquito girl revealed a more S-like gaze, teasingly looking at the strange metal cyborg in front of her. You can't even kill a mosquito. How weak you are. The ultra-high speed didn't even give Genos time to react. After just a few exchanges, Genos was sliced in half. It turns out that blood is not just a recovery item for her. This was careless. There was no chance of victory left. Sorry. Doctor, I can only self-destruct. His life flashed before Genos' eyes like a revolving lantern. Just when Genos thought everything was over, a change occurred. Mosquito, so annoying. A normal voice entered his ear, followed by an unbelievable scene. The bald youth had just repelled the mosquito that had put him in a tough battle with a single blow. Genos stared dumbfounded at the youth in front of him. Please wait. I am a solitary righteous cyborg, Genos. Please tell me your name. Saitama. The Demon King scratched his bald head, feeling it was a bit strange to be talking to someone while naked on the street. I need to hurry and leave here. Please take me as your disciple, Saitama-sensei. Sure. Saitama replied perfunctorily. The citizens of City Z had a summer without mosquitoes. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, and Genos seemed to see a strange figure walk by Saitama. Was that Zhuang Bufan just now? His taste in clothing is really strange. Saitama remarked as he saw the figure of Zhuang Bufan run past. More importantly, I need to hurry home and change clothes. It would be troublesome if a hero protecting the public got arrested for public indecency. How far did that slap actually go? Zhuang Bufan stood on the hill at the outskirts of Z City, looking back at the battle zone in the city center. It must be more than 20 kilometers away. And although he already knew that Saitama couldn't be understood through common sense due to his strength, seeing him officially take action to repel the monsters for the first time was indeed impressive. Zhuang Bufan took off his bee-proof suit and looked at the deep pit in front of him. He discovered a female mosquito that was left with only her head, and he couldn't figure out how she had ended up like that. However, It was convenient for Zhuang Bufan to stuff her into the insulation. From her lifeless face, one could still feel an astonishing charm, but at this moment, she resembled Tomi from Junji Ito's manga, which made her seem a bit terrifying. Zhuang Bufan opened the insulation box and placed the head of the mosquito woman inside. Just thinking about sleeping with a head tonight made him feel uncomfortable all over. With the biological research capabilities of the Evolution House, reviving Mosquito Woman should be a small matter. After all, even that strange guy, the Zombie Man, can be created. After securing the Mosquito Woman's head, Zhuang Bufan looked up at the dim sky. The Ghost District at night was the time for Saitama residents to do laundry and sleep, naturally becoming the realm of strange beings. How should he go back tonight? Zhuang Bufan scratched his head and said with some worry, in the Evolution home. A group of identical-faced guys wearing number clothes are staring at the big screen in the center of the lab, repeatedly watching the last footage of the Mosquito Girl. Why is she naked? Is her mental state unstable? The only guy in a suit in the center of the lab asked. Maybe she was burned by that robot just now. After all, when the Mosquito Girl was fighting the robot, the high-energy reaction interfered with the probe signal. We don't know much about what happened before. Is that so? The young man in the suit felt a bit more at ease. After all, a naturally evolved and powerful experimental subject is incredibly precious. If she has mental issues like the Azura rhinoceros beetle, that would be terrible. Compared to those matters, this guy actually defeated the Mosquito Girl with just one strike. As a naturally evolved human, that's really incredible. The clone number 28 said from the side, no matter the cost, I must obtain this rare experimental subject. What about the Beast King? Send it over to capture this guy for me. It's already asleep. 28 replied beside him. After all, it's already 11 o'clock at night. He added suggestively. Oh, I see. Then let's go tomorrow. The employee policy of the Evolution home is still quite humane, even though the recruitment method is not very legal. Saitama opened the door and saw Zhuang Bufan shamelessly holding snacks and a game console, standing at his doorstep. Why are you coming to my house to play on a Friday morning? Don't you have any awareness as an office worker? By the way, what company did you apply for? Is it that leisurely? It's a social welfare organization. Do you want to give it a try? I thought you weren't interested in ordinary jobs. Zhuang Bufan stood at the door and replied, shaking the snacks in his hand. Let me in for the sake of the bamboo shoot chocolate. Saitama, somewhat helpless, let him in and poured him a cup of tea. What is in that thermos behind you? Could it be high-grade tuna? Saitama asked with some anticipation. It's the mosquito you squashed yesterday. I thought it might still be useful, so I picked it up, Zhuang Bufan said. Insects are not edible. Don't even think about putting in my stew, Saitama said, face-palming with a look of helplessness. Knock, knock, knock. Zhuang Bufan hadn't even had the chance to open his snacks when he heard a knocking sound behind him. The newspaper salesman has been handed over to you. Saitama popped a bamboo shoot chocolate into his mouth and urged Zhuang Bufan to drive away the uninvited guest. He had no awareness of the incredible promise he made yesterday. Saitama-sensei, I'm Genos, here to report in. By the way, who are you? Where's Saitama-sensei? Genos looked at Zhuang Bufan, who opened the door for him, with an unfriendly expression. A well-regarded, enthusiastic neighbor, the close friend of the Saitama you mentioned. Zhuang Bufan has unilaterally assigned himself the identity of a close friend. If that's the case, does that mean Genos can consider himself as his disciple? Although I can't beat him yet. What is that well-reviewed, enthusiastic neighbor? It's just an annoying neighbor. Who are you? Is there no rebuttal to the identity of a diehard fan? It seems that this guy should be an important friend of teacher Saitama. Genos thought randomly in his heart. I am Genos, your disciple whom you accepted yesterday. After finishing the tea, you can go back. I haven't thought about taking on disciples. Then please tell me what accessories you are using. What accessories? What you have on your head is just the way it is. But going bald at a young age, why should you care? Can't you be bald when you're young? Right after that, Genos began his long monologue. Saitama felt a bit impatient and gave Zhuang Bufan a look, hoping he could drive this annoying robot away. However, Zhuang Bufan was just grinning at them with a mischievous smile, constantly munching on snacks. This guy was completely in a spectator mode. What a jerk. Summarize in 20 words or less. How to be as strong as you. Oh snap. Zhuang Bufan clapped his hands in admiration. What a motivated young man, Saitama-kun. Why don't you consider taking him on as a disciple? What do you think? Zhuang Bufan was chewing on snacks, mumbling and trying to persuade from the side. Genos, 10 affinity. Seeing Genos' expression, a thought popped into Zhuang Bufan's mind. Saitama, looking at the sincerely concerned Genos, agreed to share his powerful secret with him. But before he could speak, a high-energy reaction approached. Genos' energy sensor detected something, and he immediately assumed a combat stance in Saitama's house, activating his battle mode. What on earth is this guy doing? Saitama wondered if this strange cyborg was a bit neurotic. Crash! A large hole opened up in the ceiling, and Mantis Man flew down from above. I am from the Evolution House, bang! Mantis Man didn't even have time to finish introducing himself before Saitama smashed his brain to bits with a single punch. Genos awkwardly turned around, originally wanting to show off his skills in front of his teacher, but he didn't expect it to be resolved so quickly. Fortunately, there were still two guys outside. You owe me for the ceiling repairs. Genos ran out to the street, only to find that Saitama had already buried the two monsters in the ground. Crash! A claw emerged from deep within the earth, pulling Saitama entirely into the street. Teacher! Genos thought Saitama was in trouble and wanted to help. Don't mind me, Saitama yawned, saying, I was woken up early by that guy Zhuang Bufan, and it's cool and strange feeling in the ground. I might as well take a nap here. I feel like a pencil tip. Zhuang Bufan leisurely walked down the stairs, watching as Genos was engaged in battle with the armored gorilla. Meanwhile, the Beast King was patiently waiting for Saitama to shake off the dirt from his body. A fight of this caliber was something I could never participate in. Just getting involved would mean certain death. Zhuang Bufan slightly mocked his own strength, then took a steel rod and expressionlessly inserted it into the lower half of the frogman, who was struggling to emerge from the dirt. After a while, a familiar voice entered his mind. Target, despairing frogman physical enhancement, jumping ability enhancement, agility enhancement. What you have done exceeds the limits of what human morality can bear. Please don't mind. Continue with your business. The Beast King felt a chill in his heart and was still contemplating whether to deal with that morally corrupt guy first when he heard the guy's response. Anyway, the weak have no meaning in existence. His own mission was more important. The Beast King looked down at Saitama, who was still shaking off the dirt. Are you done? Almost there. The Earth Dragon wanted to help, but their primary mission was to hunt Saitama. In a situation where the battle could start at any time, he really had no time to assist those who were expendable. It was indeed a bit cruel. Recalling the system's evaluation of him, Zhuang Bufan pulled out the red-yellow tube and disdainfully tossed it aside. He also felt that what he did just now was not humane enough. To reflect on his mistakes, he helped dig the Slugman out. After all, those who used telekinesis had weak physical abilities, especially this guy, who was just a novice at telekinesis. While the Slugman was in the dirt, he suddenly sensed the disappearance of the Frogman's telepathic connection and felt puzzled. Suddenly, he was pulled out of the ground by a force. Thank you. The Slugman had just said a thank you when he saw the already pixelated corpse of the Frogman. As if realizing something, he looked at the man who had dug him out with horror, his eyes filled with despair. Hallelujah. Target. Equally despairing Slugman physical enhancement, skin smoothness enhancement, strength enhancement. Acquired skill, telepathy. Don't think that just because you understand the Slugman with one punch, you can cover up your filthy thoughts. I know you were still considering whether to go out and buy a bag of salt last night. Oh, telepathy. At least it's considered a type of superpower. But I wonder what the effect will be. Zhuang Bufan ignored the evaluation given to him by the system. After all, he had already feminized it in his mind over 1,000 times without any reaction. It was a worthless system with no entertainment facilities other than practicing skills. Permanent skill, télépathie. Skill description. Besides being able to bend aluminum spoons, it can only vaguely sense living beings within a radius of 50 meters, which is the lowest level of telekinesis and utterly useless. No matter how useless it is, as long as it is practical, that's all that matters. Zhuang Bufan was quite satisfied after reading the skill description, then took out a bag of salt chips and enjoyed the only victory of the legendary Genos. You, come with me to the Evolution House. The Beast King commanded Saitama in an unquestionable tone as he saw Saitama tidying up his clothes. Why? Saitama retorted. If you want to apologize, now's the time, considering that the Beast King had patiently waited for him to shake off the dirt from his clothes earlier. Saitama decided to give this group of rude guys another chance. Why? The Beast King felt his dignity was insulted and repeatedly echoed Saitama's earlier question. Lion slash. The Beast King arched his body and struck with his claws, slashing through a row of townhouses at the edge of the block. It felt like the tentative move a cat makes before a fight. Zhuang Bufan was eating potato chips, and strange associations began to form in his mind. Upon closer inspection, the Beast King could indeed be considered a feline, especially given its behavior of waiting for its opponent to tidy up before battling. It must be a very cultured fellow, though it's unclear whether this guy uses cat litter or a toilet. The survival of the fittest is the truth of this world, and as the king of beasts, I stand at the pinnacle of this world. A roast meat set meal? What are you talking about? Saitama looked at this strangely exuberant feline creature, struggling to comprehend what it was trying to say. Is it an electric wave type? You little rascal. Lion/meteor strike. It was clear that the Beast King was furious. It hadn't expected such a weak creature to interrupt its speech. The Beast King decided to use its proud special move to send this guy to hell to repent for his actions. It felt like a move used by cats when they fight. Saitama watched the Beast King continuously attacking him and recalled the three-colored wild cat he had raised when he was a child. Every time it ate the fish from his lunch, it would refuse to let him pet it, scratching around wildly, just like this guy in front of him, though its strength was a bit greater. How nostalgic, Saitama quietly said while dodging the Beast King's attacks. But for Zhuang Bufan, this was far from a pleasant experience. The powerful air blade was accompanied by a terrifying wind pressure. He could barely see the direction from which this guy's claws were attacking. He only felt a gust of wind pass by, followed by the sound of buildings collapsing behind him. Looking down at the asphalt road in front of him, he saw deep cracks, several meters long, appearing on the surface. It looked like the marks left by a cleaver cutting through braised tofu. Zhuang Bufan looked at the potato chip bag that had been torn open, and besides feeling lucky to be alive, he had no other thoughts. We're honadi, gonadi. Hey, can you please not accidentally hurt the neighbors while you're fighting? At this rate, Saitama-kun, both of us will have to move. Continuous, ordinary punches. Zhuang Bufan's anxious shouting interrupted Saitama's memories of the past. In the next second, the wind stopped and the rain ceased, leaving blood and flesh scattered throughout the entire neighborhood. Saitama turned around and saw the earth dragon. We're gonna die. I've never heard of such a creature before. The earth dragon kept digging into the ground while expressing its fear. Found you. Bang. No one knew that the earth dragon was actually scared to death. Even if you can defeat me, you can't escape the fate of destruction. I am just the third-ranked combat power in the evolution house, and a more powerful Beast King will soon arrive. Is this the guy you're talking about? Zhuang Bufan picked up the Beast King's eyeball and waved it in front of the armored gorilla. The armored gorilla looked at the bloodstained Zhuang Bufan and was silent for 2 seconds. I'm sorry, I was just showing off. Target. Armored gorilla. Are you kidding me? Clearly. The armored gorilla thought Zhuang Bufan had killed the Beast King from the evolution house. However, Zhuang Bufan's focus was not on that. Why did the plunder skill have no effect after it was activated? Does this skill have no effect on cyborgs and robots? Zhuang Bufan felt a bit depressed for a moment. He thought he had struck lucky today and could be promoted to ghost level. But now it seemed he had overthought it. There was once a genius human named Genos, who also hurried over. The three of them stood in front of the armored gorilla, listening to its lengthy speech. This is annoying. What does that have to do with me? Get to the point. Saitama impatiently said. Teacher's time is very precious. Summarize it in under 20 words. As Saitama's loyal sidekick, Genos activated the burning cannon in his palm and expressionlessly threatened. Zhuang Bufan. Teacher Saitama, if we don't resolve the evolution house issue quickly, it's likely they will send other assassins over. That would be a terrible situation, especially since tomorrow is the supermarket sale day. I want to go too. Zhuang Bufan chimed in. I just bought this at a sportswear, and I need to get reimbursed. Zhuang Bufan. Do you have the ability to move quickly? Saitama recalled data about his physical fitness and asked in surprise. I don't want to get covered in blood. It's hard to clean. Who do you think's fault it is? Zhuang Bufan was too exhausted to complain. He glanced at Genos and felt he wasn't particularly reliable, then took a look at the armored gorilla lying on the ground. Can you still move? Well, it's not really a problem, the armored gorilla replied. After a brief conversation with Genos, the four of them, carrying the mosquito girl in the cooler, set off. Can't you run a little faster? Those two guys have already reached the destination. Zhuang Bufan was riding on the shoulder of the armored gorilla, looking at the flames that had just ignited on the mountain, and complained somewhat unhappily. He was also planning to appreciate Genos's world-famous painting. The two monsters had already left. Should he deal with this annoying guy here? The armored gorilla felt like a nanny wearing a pink apron, taking care of a troublesome brat. Since they had already come this far, it was better to wait and see Azura Kabuto take care of the two of them before taking action. Although he didn't know how that bald guy had dealt with the Beast King, the naturally cautious nature of the armored gorilla made him decide to hold off for now. It wouldn't be good if something unusual happened. On the other side, at the House of Evolution, all the clones in the laboratory were in a panic, like ants on a hot pan. What? The defense systems from floors 1 to 8 have been destroyed. We can only resort to the last means. Azura Kabuto? The clone numbered 36 said in despair. No, I don't want to go there to die. The laboratory echoed with the desperate wails of the clones. Calm down. Dr. Genos, dressed in a suit, shouted, "Don't forget the reason we created the House of Evolution. As long as we can uncover the secrets of that powerful body, all our dreams will come true." After stabilizing the morale, Dr. Genos directed his clones to open the door named Death. "Teacher Saitama, should we wait for Mr. Zhuang Bufan? After all, the armored gorilla is still next to him," Genos said to his respected teacher Saitama after destroying the building of the House of Evolution. "Don't worry about that guy. Although he looks very weak, for some reason, every time I see him, he seems to be a little stronger than before. Sometimes I wonder, if he were to become a monster, it would be quite something to look forward to." Reminiscing about his own growth experience, Saitama expressed an incredible opinion to Genos. Fortunately, Zhuang Bufan wasn't on the scene. Otherwise, he would have been scared half to death by Saitama. In Saitama's eyes, Mr. Zhuang Bufan is quite strong. After hearing Saitama's evaluation of Zhuang Bufan, Genos felt a bit confused. It's understandable that a weak individual could progress rapidly. But why does Saitama have such high expectations from Mr. Zhuang Bufan? Shouldn't the weak show respect to the strong? Why can Mr. Zhuang Bufan become close friends with Saitama, while he himself was rejected as a disciple? Walking through the underground passage of the House of Evolution, Genos was still pondering the meaning of Saitama's earlier words. It's that bald guy in front, right? In that case, the one on the left is useless. The Ashura Kabuto, holding Dr. Kindness, smashed Genos into the steel wall with one strike. "I know you're strong, and there's a specially designed laboratory for combat ahead. Follow me," the Ashura Kabuto provocatively said to Saitama. "You actually turned Genos into something like a modern art piece. Pretty impressive," Saitama responded to the Ashura Kabuto's challenge. Walking through the underground passage of the House of Evolution, Zhuang Bufan, touching the hole in the wall, sighed in disappointment. Just one step away. Still couldn't see Genos turned into a modern art piece. The armored gorilla, holding a thermos, looked at Zhuang Bufan, who was inexplicably sighing as if he had lost his mind, and frankly, it was a bit scared. "Where's the battle laboratory?" Zhuang Bufan anxiously asked the armored gorilla this question. "Go straight, then turn right." "How do you know there's a combat laboratory designed specifically for fighting inside the Evolution House?" Before the armored gorilla could finish asking the question, Zhuang Bufan had already run far away. "What impolite guy. By the way, what exactly is in this box?" The armored gorilla looked around to confirm that no one was present. Then it quietly opened the insulated box it had been carrying. Snap! The armored gorilla was so startled that the antenna on its head popped out, looking at the head of the mosquito woman inside the box. Perfectly fitting the uncanny valley theory, it recalled Zhuang Bufan's joyful expression full of anticipation along the way. Zhuang Bufan's image in his heart slowly merged with that of the Azura unicorn beetle. Maybe it's better to just forget about it. Revenge is too troublesome. What's too troublesome? WSEDRFDGY, Fujiko, IP. The armored gorilla was so scared that it sat down on the ground. "Oh, you've already opened it. If you don't hurry over, you miss a good show." Zhuang Bufan picked up the thermos box on the ground, closed the lid again, and said expressionlessly to the armored gorilla. Little did he know that his earlier actions left an indelible mark of terror on the fragile CPU of the armored gorilla. "I have something else to do, so I won't accompany you any further." After dropping this line, the armored gorilla fled from Zhuang Bufan's side without looking back. "If possible, I hope to become a clerk in a grocery store and never be a combat member of any mysterious organization again." The armored gorilla sincerely hoped that such a future would come to it. By the way, the phrase shouted by that iron monkey just now seemed familiar. Or had it been heard before? Zhuang Bufan scratched his head and tried to recall, but he just couldn't remember where he had heard that kind of statement before. Well, compared to that, Genos' battle was more important. I really don't want to miss another world-famous painting. When Zhuang Bufan arrived at the scene, Dr. Sinos was already standing at the entrance, watching the battle between Genos and the Ashura Kabuto. Burning, Genos lay in Saitama's arms, one hand still aimed at the Ashura Kabuto. Immediately afterward, energy gathered, and Genos' ultimate move, the burning cannon, was launched. "This childish firework, I can blow it out in one breath," the Ashura Kabuto disdainfully replied. Then took a deep breath. "Who? Just by blowing? How is that possible?" Genos still found it hard to believe what was happening before him, completely unaware that he had changed to a very punk hairstyle. Crackle, crackle, crackle. A sudden flash of white light interrupted the battlefield, and Zhuang Bufan looked up to find everyone present staring at him. "Please don't mind me. Just continue with what you were doing," he said, realizing he had disturbed the battle. This guy, who showed no signs of tension, looked nothing like someone with the potential to become a strong fighter. feeling his overloaded power core slightly recover. The energy could continue to operate. Genos stepped back to Zhuang Bufan's side, recalling his earlier actions, and felt he still couldn't understand Saitama's words. Compared to that, can Saitama really defeat the Ashura Kabuto? After experiencing the Ashura Kabuto's strength firsthand, Genos began to worry for Saitama. Don't worry. Zhuang Bufan took out 3 bottles of ice cola from a cooler and handed one to Genos beside him. Saitama is a hero driven by interest and would never lose to such a guy. Rejecting the cola offered by Zhuang Bufan, Genos looked at him in confusion, really wanting to know the source of his confidence. If Saitama-sensei were to lose, someone as weak as him could very likely die here. What about you? Zhuang Bufan asked the wall-supported Dr. Kinos. I only drink pepper, doctor. Thank you. Kinos looked at this strange guy in front of him, and even with his super high IQ of over 200, he still couldn't understand what this guy was here for. Crash! The Ashura rhinoceros beetle spread its wings and fearfully retreated to the wall. How did you gain such powerful strength? The Ashura rhinoceros beetle asked incredulously. It ran away. That Ashura rhinoceros beetle actually ran away, Dr. Kinos said in amazement. He had never thought that such a powerful Ashura rhinoceros beetle would flee, and it didn't even throw a punch, escaping to the wall as if it were fleeing for its life. Although Genos didn't make any surprise sounds, he was also in a state of shock. Among the 3 people present, only Zhuang Bufan remained the calmest, even letting out a burp full of carbonation. The other 2 didn't have time to comment on Zhuang Bufan, who was watching the scene. They were all waiting for Saitama's answer. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run every day? Zhuang Bufan's voice echoed throughout the battle laboratory. Shut up, irrelevant personnel. Dr. Genos shouted angrily at Zhuang Bufan. The teacher's strength is simply not a level that can be reached through physical training. Genos echoed from the side, and at that moment, the heroes and villains stood together. Zhuang Bufan shrugged his shoulders, responding helplessly to the 2 agitated individuals. If you don't believe me, you can ask Saitama. Well, it really is like this. Having received feedback in advance, Saitama also felt embarrassed to play it cool anymore. He scratched his bald head and said, the key is to persist. The ability to change oneself is what makes humanity strong. Dr. Genos felt like his faith was collapsing. Enough. The Ashura rhinoceros beetle looked at Saitama in front of him. As the top combat power of the evolution house since birth, it had never been subjected to such mockery. Anyway, I'm not strong either. Since that's the case, I'll just kill you 2 first, and then go out and have a good time killing. If you're really a powerful hero, then come and try to stop me. Why am I also on the target list? Indeed, one shouldn't speak too arrogantly. Zhuang Bufan watched as the Ashura rhinoceros beetle activated its Ashura mode and couldn't help but sigh. Speaking of which, did it forget to mention something? Could this be the legendary butterfly effect? In order to correct the Ashura rhinoceros beetle's verbal mistake, Zhuang Bufan shouted at Saitama, by the way, Saitama, today is actually Saturday. It seems to be some supermarket sale day. What are you talking about? Dr. Kinos knelt on the ground, angrily rebutting, and then, as if losing strength, sat down on the floor. Watching the already frenzied Ashura rhinoceros beetle relentlessly beat down the defenseless Saitama, no one knew better than him how powerful the Ashura rhinoceros beetle was. Of course, no one understood better than Zhuang Bufan what kind of opponent this unfortunate ultimate weapon was up against. Alarm! Alarm! High-energy combat response detected. High-energy combat response detected. The laboratory's speakers continuously blared alarm notifications. Inside the room, the sounds of Saitama being smashed into the floor and the piercing sounds of the Ashura rhinoceros beetle breaking the sound barrier echoed continuously. Is this how a dragon-level powerhouse fights? Feeling the surge of blood in his abdomen, Zhuang Bufan clearly realized that this was not a surge of blood, but rather a protective mechanism of the body to withstand the aftermath of the high-energy impact. In his previous life, there had been rumors circulating online that if one stood next to the main gun of a Dreadnought-class battleship, once it fired, their internal organs could very likely be shattered and bleed. Zhuang Bufan had originally dismissed such rumors, but now he felt there was some truth to them. If Saitama failed, it would fall to him to stop this frenzied killing machine. Seeing Saitama being beaten mercilessly, a feeling called despair surged in Genos' heart. Although he clearly knew he couldn't stop this killing machine, a strong sense of justice still drove him to make that judgment. At the very least, he needed to ensure that Mr. Zhuang Bufan could escape. Today was the supermarket's special sale day. Just as Genos was about to urge Zhuang Bufan to leave, He heard a roar echoing throughout the battle laboratory. Accompanied by the sound of the alarm being lifted, they felt the afterglow of the sunset cast upon them. Due to the angle, Zhuang Bufan couldn't see the terrified figure of Saitama when he unleashed his supermarket special sale punch and was shaking his head in disappointment. It was time to abandon this boring research. The one who needed to change was me. Dr. Genos was completely stunned. Watching the powerful Saitama pound his chest in frustration at almost missing the supermarket sale, he felt that his previous ideals were nothing but a joke. After a brief moment of daze, Genos quickly walked to Saitama's side and began to comfort his respected teacher. If we split up the shop, we should still make it in time. Really? After receiving Zhuang Bufan's answer that he would leave later, the two hurried to the supermarket, ready to snatch up the sale items. If you want me to help you develop some biochemical weapon, I advise you to give up that idea. Sitting on the ground, Dr. Genos stared at the sunset glow, not turning back as he spoke to Zhuang Bufan. Actually, I am a professional hero from the Hero Association. Realizing that as a professional hero, he had entered the headquarters of a criminal organization and had done nothing but watch the show and eat snacks. Zhuang Bufan scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. Then, he pushed the insulated box containing the mosquito woman's head in front of Dr. Kinos. Don't you think that if we want to open an octopus ball shop, it would be best to have a poster girl? Looking at Zhuang Bufan, who was scratching his head in embarrassment, Dr. Kinos seemed to have found a new goal in life. Next door, in the biological laboratory, Dr. Kinos had already had the armored gorilla help move the equipment he needed. Besides an experimental sample that could infinitely split octopus legs, Kinos did not take any other experimental samples. As for the data documents he had painstakingly collected over the years, after much consideration, he still decided to load them onto the vehicle. Is this the legendary biological laboratory? Zhuang Bufan looked at the room filled with nutrient solutions and various biological nutrient tanks, as well as the continuous production line of Dr. Kinos' clones, and exclaimed in amazement. Unfortunately, there are no ghost-level monsters here, and most of them are probably just half-finished products, not even a single guy at the Tiger Peak level. After confirming the information about the cultivation tanks one by one, Zhuang Bufan came to a somewhat disappointing conclusion. The process of advancing from Tiger level to Ghost level is a transformation that requires a significant change. Relying solely on the monstrous individuals who seize Tiger level will undoubtedly require an unimaginably large number. After a brief moment of disappointment, Zhuang Bufan arrived at the central control panel of the laboratory. He pressed his hands together and repeatedly murmured 3 times, then pressed the button labeled Awaken in the middle. Don't blame me. I didn't want to see this happen either. Who told you that this troublesome skill requires you to know who killed you? Watching the monstrous individuals and clones struggling in the cultivation tanks, Zhuang Bufan felt a twinge of guilt and considered whether he should fast for a period of time. A week seemed a bit too long, and 3 days still felt a bit lengthy. Perhaps he would just have plain udon noodles for dinner tonight. Zhuang Bufan muttered to himself about what to have for dinner while writing a sentence on the notice board with a marker. Please cherish the last 30 minutes of your life. Looking at his crooked handwriting, Zhuang Bufan thought he should find some time to practice his calligraphy. After setting the alarm clock onto the notice board, Zhuang Bufan kept running back and forth between the laboratory and the warehouse. The experimental subjects in the room gradually woke up and only realized what the guy was holding in his hands after seeing the notice board. Target: Panicking XXX, Desperate XX, Resigned XXXX, Physical Enhancement, Strength Enhancement, Agility Enhancement. Zhuang Bufan was too lazy to confirm the targets that had been seized. Anyway, after the detonation, he ensured that not a single one would escape. In the end, as the test subjects sang songs of passing together, the evolution house completely disappeared in the flames. Given the host's ability to rapidly acquire a large amount of despair-related physical information, a special skill was automatically synthesized: Despair Killing Intent. Despair Killing Intent is a permanent skill that releases based on the host's attitude towards the attack target, inflicting an additional 20 reduction in life recovery during attacks and increasing the target's physical regeneration time by 15. I advise you not to pursue any career as a hero. The Monster Association is your true home, and Wang Dash is your real friend. Also, please do not shift the blame for the host's filthy, beastly actions onto the system. Zhuang Bufan looked at this unexpectedly acquired skill and recalled his gains from the storyline of the Evolution Home. Almost a peak in Tiger-level physical enhancement. And there are 2 additional skills? He really has gained a lot. Zhuang Bufan happily stretched, thinking about the reward he could receive from the Hero Association. He decided to celebrate properly tonight. Ding-ling-a-ling. He bought discounted pork and cabbage. Should he have okonomiyaki for dinner? Almost home. I'll go buy a bottle of rice wine. After editing the text message, Zhuang Bufan immediately replied to Saitama, completely unaware of the fasting issue. In City A, at the Hero Association headquarters. Who could have done such a thing? The Evolution House has been destroyed. Shichi sat in the center of the operations command room, looking at the live footage from the scene, and asked the staff below. It should be the strange robot that previously eliminated the ghost-level mosquito girl. We have confirmed this with the Metal Knight, who specializes in heavy firepower and the driving knight. They haven't encountered any monsters from the Evolution House recently, nor have they eliminated any evil organizations. Not only did they deal with the ghost-level monster, but they also personally eliminated the organization behind it, the Evolution House. It seems necessary to get in touch with that strange cyborg. That cyborg is undoubtedly the Hero Association's most scarce high-end combat force. Shichi looked at the images on the screen and silently made up his mind. Is there any other information regarding the Evolution House, or about that cyborg? There's a report submitted by C-Rank Hero, but due to credibility issues, it has not been recorded in the information database. Hurry up and bring it here. Shichi said helplessly. The existence of the Evolution House is already classified as highly confidential information within the Hero Association, not to mention C-Rank heroes. Even A-Rank heroes cannot access information of this level. The fact that a C-Rank hero mentioned the name Evolution House already proves the reliability of this information. Together with the blonde cyborg, they eliminated the Evolution House. Shichi counted the words, including punctuation, totaling 15, and it was recorded in the routine report of weekly activities. Not even a special report. The style of this report reminded him of the police dog hero. It seems to be another troublesome newcomer. This guy has serious cheating suspicions in the exam, and the B-Rank hero, Black Hole, who was supposed to guide him, also protested against him. Therefore, we seriously doubt the authenticity of this report. Looking at the young man in front of him, Shichi rubbed his temples, feeling a headache. Reliable subordinates are really becoming fewer. As a high-ranking member of the association, responsible for the activities of S-Rank heroes, Shichi felt somewhat overwhelmed. Anyway, let's invite him to the Hero Association first. Zhuang Bufan looked at the middle-aged man in front of him who resembled Jackie Chan and could roughly guess why the senior member of the association, Shichi, had come to find him. However, Zhuang Bufan was very displeased, extremely displeased. He wasn't in the mood to answer Shichi's questions today. He had come to confront him. After submitting his report, Zhuang Bufan was so excited that he couldn't sleep all night, constantly refreshing the official website of the Hero Association. Zhuang Bufan is ranked C-Class 374th. Not only has his ranking not improved, but it has even dropped by dozens of places. Is there something wrong? This is the House of Evolution, not some gathering of random nobodies. Even if the association thinks they've benefited from Genos' influence, they should at least rank him within the top 100 of C-Class, right? He doesn't want to be stuck behind a balding uncle ranked C-Class 111. If that happens, wouldn't it mean he is even less popular than a balding uncle? In short, Zhuang Bufan is very unhappy. Zhuang Bufan, since becoming a professional hero, you haven't shown much enthusiasm for hero activities, and your submitted reports have been quite perfunctory. Please explain in detail. Are you looking to pick a fight right from the start? C-Class heroes really are the bottom-tier workers without rights. Coincidentally, I'm here to complain too, so there's no need to show these guys any courtesy. Are you all idiots? Do you want to go to the tropical rainforest and wrestle with a silverback gorilla? Perhaps under its powerful paws. Your water-filled heads would clear up a bit. Why should I waste my time dealing with such insignificant characters? Zhuang Bufan imitated Long Wan's style, retorting in a dismissive manner. Shichi looked at this low-level hero who was verbally attacking them with some helplessness, his commanding demeanor resembling that of a certain green-haired, older young woman. Well, whatever happens, happens. Shichi tried to mediate from the side and then took out a photo which showed a windowless building in the jungle. Zhuang Bufan, do you recognize the building in this photo? What do you think? Zhuang Bufan retorted irritably, looking at Shichi, who was awkwardly frozen while holding up the photo, and added, the Evolution home, but now it has turned into a wasteland, and it seems like an underground hot spring has been blown up. If we want to develop a tourist area, we need to hurry. It will be troublesome if someone else gets there first. Ignoring Zhuang Bufan's nonsense, the young man continued to ask, the report says you destroyed the Evolution home together with the blonde cyborg. What did you do during this operation? I opened 2 cans of ice cola and finished a bag of chips, came to reply. Zhuang Bufan carefully recalled what he had been doing at that time, and upon reflection, he realized that aside from watching the performance, he really hadn't been of any help. He felt that if this continued, his image would truly turn into that of a layabout. He added, I blew up the Evolution house that Genos destroyed once again. ensuring that all the experimental subjects underground turned into charred black carbon. Upon hearing Zhuang Bufan's statement, the young man who had asked the question widened his eyes in shock. He clutched his chest in pain, then whispered something in Shichi's ear before storming out. Did I ruin this guy's business? Remembering the mysteriously disappearing monsters from the original work, Zhuang Bufan realized that unintentionally, he seemed to have created a large group of enemies. In that case, it's hard work for you. Your level review will be conducted again in the next few days, so please strive to engage in heroic activities. After learning the answer he wanted, Zhuang Bufan attempted to mend his view of the association. Shichi gave him a chance for a reevaluation. Did you see that guy's attitude? It's been less than a month since he became a professional hero, and he already acts so impressive. Treating our hard-working staff with that kind of attitude is definitely a mistake in making him a hero. Seeing the inspector angrily leave the assessment room, Vest Blackhole said to the nearby Vest Vegetarian. Ever since he was sent to the hospital by Saitama last time, he believed that this guy had deliberately set a trap to ambush him. Although he didn't know who the reinforcements he sought were, it was clear that he was not his opponent. However, this world is known for a terrifying power called social relations. Today, I must let you know the cruelty of the hero society. Vest Blackhole thought darkly, continuously encouraging the Vest Vegetarian beside him, hoping he could help him stand up. If this goes on, your Vest will cry. As if seeing through Vest Blackhole's dark thoughts, Vest Vegetarian advised him from the side. But then recalling the staff's angry attitude when they left, he added to Vest Blackhole, I will personally advise him. I will definitely make him a vegetarian worthy of the Vest. Vest Vegetarian confidently said to Vest Blackhole while stroking his vest. Zhuang Bufan looked at the man in front of him, wearing a tank top and sporting a strange natural curl. A tank top vegetarian. Did he just poke a hornet's nest? Dealing with the young ones, and now the old ones are coming. Zhuang Bufan looked at the man blocking his way and could roughly guess his intentions. To be honest, he hadn't seen the guy in the tank top for several days, and he had long since put the matter out of his mind. The 9th-ranked A-class hero, without a doubt a powerhouse even among the elite A-class heroes. Based on the description of the top 10 A-class heroes in the storyline, Zhuang Bufan generally believed that players at this rank were in a rather unstable state, because at any moment, they could evolve from their peak to a level of power comparable to weak ghosts. Some people would describe this state as plot armor, but Zhuang Bufan meticulously assigned a seemingly scientific name to this phenomenon. SC Dinger's top 10 A-class heroes, the quantum weak ghost phenomenon. Young man, have you been eating too much meat? Come with me and experience the paradise of tank top vegetarians. The tank top vegetarian interrupted Zhuang Bufan's train of thought and attempted to persuade him. What the hell is this? A missionary? Zhuang Bufan looked at the vest-wearing vegetarian in front of him and recalled a magical profession from his previous life that combined sales and missionary work. Swimming and fitness? No thanks. I think eating meat is pretty good, and I have no intention of wandering around the streets in just a vest all year round. Zhuang Bufan rejected the Vest Vegetarian's proposal, and there was a rumor circulating in the forum. Among the entire Vest Association, aside from the Vest girls, there wasn't a single person with a normal brain. The higher the rank, the less normal the brain seemed to be. Although he wasn't clear about the situation of the Vest girls, at that moment, Zhuang Bufan believed the rumors were true. Have you ever seen someone preaching while organizing vests? And he even pulled out a cucumber from nowhere and started eating it while talking to himself. Right? After receiving Zhuang Bufan's refusal, the Vest Vegetarian took a step forward, his massive body exuding a strong sense of pressure. Indeed, your character as a hero is quite problematic, the Vest Vegetarian said to Zhuang Bufan with regret while stroking the vest on his chest. For some reason, Zhuang Bufan felt that the vest on him was shimmering, as if it was sprinkled with glitter. I just don't want to wear a vest. It's not that serious. What are you doing? Zhuang Bufan narrowly dodged the punch thrown by the vest-wearing vegetarian, resembling a disheveled wild cat, arching his back and loudly questioning the vegetarian. Have you ever seen someone selling Amway suddenly pull out a gun in the middle of conversation? Zhuang Bufan now feels this way facing the vest-wearing vegetarian. It corrects the distorted character you have as a hero. The vest-wearing vegetarian looks at his own fists and glances at Zhuang Bufan with some surprise. He managed to dodge my previous attack. It seems he is quite a formidable opponent. Hey, are you wearing a vest under your clothes? Absolutely not. Then did you eat some rare vegetables? Not that either. What? The vest-wearing vegetarian looks at Zhuang Bufan in astonishment. A truly rare talent. Upon closer inspection, this guy seems quite suited for a plain black or gray cotton vest. The vest-wearing vegetarian forgets his original purpose and pulls out a vest and a bright red tomato from who knows where. Zhuang Bufan looked at the very strange behavior of the vest-wearing vegetarian, feeling a chill rise in his heart. Feel the comfort of this vest. The vest-wearing vegetarian suddenly appeared in front of Zhuang Bufan, and his stance suggested he was about to tear off Zhuang Bufan's shirt. What kind of pervert are you? Understanding the vest-wearing vegetarian's intentions, Zhuang Bufan looked at him in terror and shouted loudly. He was genuinely scared now and turned to run away. Don't go. The vest-wearing vegetarian lifted a large chunk of concrete from the ground and threw it behind Zhuang Bufan, blocking his escape. Come, taste the sweetness of tomatoes. Is there no choice but to fight back? Zhuang Bufan watched as the vest-wearing vegetarian approached him step by step. Zhuang Bufan realized that if he lost this battle, he would likely fall into a hell that was even more brutal than newcomer education. From a human perspective, it was very possible that he would lose something. Transforming into his werewolf form, Zhuang Bufan prepared to fight. 20 minutes later, Zhuang Bufan was bare-chested, his bruises recording the brutal struggle. Only the flying raven witnessed this duel that was a gamble on a man's dignity. Looking at the fainted vegetarian in a tank top, he still held up that black and gray tank top. Zhuang Bufan felt that he had not experienced even a bit of the joy of being a victor. Is it raining? Zhuang Bufan wiped the tomato juice from the corner of his mouth and felt something slide across his cheek, falling to the ground. Objective: the lost vest vegetarian. Stamina increased, agility increased, strength increased. Acquired skill: power of the vegetarian. In fact, the vegetables on him were not taken from the kind of places you might imagine, although you definitely wouldn't want to know where he pulled out the tomatoes from. Zhuang Bufan looked at his bare torso, then glanced at the vest on the ground, and finally decided to walk home shirtless. The power of vegetarianism. Permanent skill. After consuming vegetables, at least 75 grams, strength increases by 10 and resistance to superpowers increases by 10 within 15 minutes. At least he made you switch to a vegetarian diet. Now step forward with his power toward the pinnacle of your career as a hero. Zhuang Bufan opened the skill description and, resting his hands on his forehead, fell into deep thought. Just like that, he sat quietly by the tea table for an entire night. The vegetarian in a vest. He actually ate meat. On the other side, inside the Hero Association, in the vest dojo, a group of little brothers in vests watched in amazement as the vegetarian in a vest crazily consumed beef shank, surprised as they said, "What happened? Did he get rejected by the vest girl again? This emotional blow is too big, right?" Not to mention that the vegetarian in a vest actually started eating meat. But looking at the scars on him, what did the vest girl say? The little brothers whispered among themselves, while the only one who could guess the truth, the vest black hole, remained silent, as if giving up on the idea of seeking revenge on Zhuang Bufan. What's wrong? The vest master noticed the unusual atmosphere here and walked up to the vegetarian in a vest, asking, "I was just thinking if I cared too much about the power of vitamins in the past, neglecting my true self, forgetting that the vest is the source of all power." Hearing the vegetarian's answer, the vest master carefully looked at the scarred man in front of him. "Now, the vest on you fits even better." "Really?" With the vest master's affirmation, the vegetarian in a vest smiled happily. "Ah, the alien has been dealt with, and that woman sent you a message. The troublesome guy has been taken care of. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow's date." Saitama opened the DV machine, and the disc was labeled Alien vs. Stalker. Speaking of which, the stalker is really scary. After putting away the disc, Saitama went to the balcony to tidy up his dried clothes and glanced at Zhuang Bufan's room next door. It was still dark, with no signs of lights being turned on. Where did that guy go? I haven't seen him come over for a meal in 2 or 3 days. Saitama sighed in slight surprise. Then his thoughts returned to the movie he had just played. He had been engaged in hero activities for about 3 years now and had mentally prepared himself for being resented by others. Yet, he still didn't know how to deal with twisted affections like those of a stalker. Recently, he always felt a strange gaze around him. Different from Zhuang Bufan's bold eyes that radiated the desire to mooch food, this one felt more hidden and fervent. On the opposite rooftop, beside the railing on the terrace, Zhuang Bufan put down his backpack and picked up the instant noodles next to Genos, preparing to boil water for them. Do robots need to consume food too? Watching Genos intently peering at Saitama, Zhuang Bufan began to wonder about his body structure. "Here, a gift." Genos was startled by the sudden voice from behind and quickly turned to see Zhuang Bufan sitting behind him. Judging by the empty cup noodles beside him, it seemed Zhuang Bufan had been here for a while. "Thank you." Genos took the gift from Zhuang Bufan and instinctively performed a body scan on him. How is this possible? Genos incredulously examined the scan data, and after confirming several times, he finally realized what had happened. It had only been about 3 days since they last parted at the Evolution House, so why had he undergone such a significant change? Could it be that he knew Saitama's powerful secret? Mr. Zhuang Bufan, do you know Saitama's powerful secret? I do. Zhuang Bufan casually replied that he was actually coming to ask him questions. But how did it end up with him asking questions instead? 100 push-ups. That's not what I meant. Genos anxiously interrupted Zhuang Bufan's speech. Oh, besides that, Zhuang Bufan scratched his head and then seemed to think of something. Looking serious as he said to Genos, he has become bald, but also stronger. It seems that Mr. Zhuang Bufan doesn't know the secret of teacher Saitama's power either. Genos turned around with a disappointed expression to continue monitoring his teacher Saitama, while saying to Zhuang Bufan beside him, Tisich. Zhuang Bufan bit his thumb with one hand, revealing a look of having been caught in a prank. He had hoped to see a bald version of the devilish transformer. Zhuang Bufan's expression was slightly disappointed. By the way, do you know anything about the abdominal cut? Abdominal cut? Just judging by the name, this guy should be enough to make people dislike him. I don't have any information about this person in my database. Are there any other hints? What about the Sword Saint Society? Is he a member of the Sword Saint Society? I also don't have much information about this organization, but the spring mustache from the Hero Association should know a bit. He seems to be a member of the Sword Saint Society. He is a member of the Sword Saint Society? I thought he was just some juggler from a circus association like Magic Quick Hand. I recall how every time before a battle, he would pull out his rapier from a handkerchief like a magic trick. Zhuang Bufan has always suspected that this guy was a street magician before becoming a hero. In a bar in City A, Zhuang Bufan found the spring mustached man, who was accompanied by another A-rank hero, Golden Ball. Sure enough, Uncle Mustache's fans are all uncles. Unlike me, the last time I went to Shibuya, I was surrounded by a group of energetic high school girls asking for my autograph. Zhuang Bufan looked at the Golden Ball with the spring mustache mocking him, and for a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Don't call me an uncle. A goatee is a symbol of a gentleman. And I was there the day we went to Shibuya. The one surrounding you are all visual K-girls, right? Is it really okay to be a professional hero admired by delinquent students? Spring Mustache retorted, I'm not an uncle. I'm only 24 this year, so I can still be considered a vibrant teenager. And I'm not a fan of this mustached uncle. Like you guys, I'm also a professional hero. Seeing the Golden Ball and Spring Mustache chatting without a care, Zhuang Bufan had to interrupt their conversation. So it turns out you're a newcomer. If it's about borrowing money, let's not talk about it. Although I'm called the Golden Ball, those bullets are actually memory metal. I'm here to ask Spring Mustache about something related to Harakiri. Hearing Zhuang Bufan mention Harakiri, Spring Mustache's expression instantly became serious. Newcomer. I don't care where you heard that name or what you want to find that guy for, but I hope you forget those 2 words. Spring Mustache stared at Zhuang Bufan and said solemnly, the Sword Saint Society is actually just a small private gathering. Most of those who call themselves members of the Sword Saint Society are merely students of powerful swordsmen. Nichiren, Tianqing, Zanbei, Harakiri, and Atomic Samurai. Are you saying that those Sword Saint Society members have strength comparable to Atomic Samurai? This was the first time Zhuang Bufan heard you mention the Sword Saint Society. And the Golden Ball said in surprise, clearly hearing the name for the first time. I'm not too sure about that, but they do possess the strength to deal with demon-level monsters. Spring Mustache answered the Golden Ball's question. If you're looking for other members of the Sword Saint Society, I won't stop you. But Harakiri is too dangerous. He debuted at the same time as Atomic Samurai, but lost to him in a duel. Since then, he has been seeking ways to become stronger. Although he is a member of the Sword Saint Society, we privately believe that his sword has probably fallen into the evil path. Do you know where the Sword Saint Society gathers? Not getting the answer he wanted, Zhuang Bufan began trying to ask Spring Mustache in a different way. Spring Mustache handed Zhuang Bufan a sticky note with encouraging words and a hero signature written on it. How much does this guy want to give autographs? Based on the information from Spring Mustache, it was highly likely that Harakiri had joined the Villain Association before the hero hunting storyline. Considering the secrecy of the Sword Saint Society, Zhuang Bufan decided to gather more intelligence about Harakiri before considering how to proceed. Warm 2 pots of wine and get a plate of fennel beans. We're an octopus ball shop. We don't have that stuff. If you want a drink, please go to an izakaya. The armored gorilla, wearing a pink apron with a heart design, was seriously grilling octopus balls. Without looking up at the neatly arranged 9 coins on the counter, he said, I always feel like this voice sounds a bit familiar. Are you the only one running the shop? We're Mosquito Girl and Dr. Kinos. Zhuang Bufan asked, somewhat disappointed. Not seeing the scene of his dream, where Mosquito Girl was wearing an apron and being cute. Oh, it's you. Mosquito Girl has already gone out. As a signature character of the shop, I don't know why that guy is a bit more popular than me. She's currently wearing a bunny girl outfit promoting the shop on the street. Zhuang Bufan suppressed the intense desire in his heart, constantly reminding himself that there were important matters to attend to, while feeling frustrated about leaving his camera at home. "Oh, it's you. Come in and have a seat for a while." Dr. Kinos saw Zhuang Bufan standing at the door and invited him inside. Zhuang Bufan sat on the tatami in the shop, feeling that the decoration style of the room was filled with the nostalgic flavor of a Showa era. Dr. Kinos looked so young. He really couldn't understand why he liked things that old men preferred. He also wanted to thank you for that suggestion. Without Mosquito Girl helping here, the shop's business would be much worse. He didn't expect that Mosquito Girl would be so popular among everyone. The armored gorilla served a freshly made takoyaki as a treat for Zhuang Bufan. Didn't the neighbors around find that guy strange? Zhuang Bufan subtly pointed to the armored gorilla working nearby and said to Genos, "Perhaps it's because the experimental subject from the evolution house don't exhibit the extreme distorted personalities like those of freaks." The neighbors around treat him as a middle-aged man who loves to wear costume outfits and is trying to reform after a life of crime. This guy is very popular among the local children, and he even received an invitation to a kindergarten event yesterday, hoping he would attend. He really is the store's mascot. Silly kids, when you grow up, you'll realize what wonderful things you missed out on those years. By the way, Dr. Genos, do you have any information about abdominal cuts or the giant tengu? Zhuang Bufan took a sip of tea before stating his purpose. Are you talking about a belly cut? I'm not really interested in those who rely on sword skills. I used to be quite curious about the physical structure of sexy prisoners, but his social influence is too great, making it difficult to approach. Zhuang Bufan believes that as long as you are willing to show a bit of the dedication of a scientist, sending a photo to the stinky prison will surely prompt the sexy inmate to go to great lengths to escape the prison and meet you. As for the toOne Go, I did find some information while collecting ancient biological cell data. I remember it was in the files that Dr. Kinos found under the table leg. I tapped the dust and handed it to Zhuang Bufan. All the data on ancient organisms is here. The Deep Sea King, said to be the king of the Deep Sea tribe, lives in a trench at a depth of 10,000 meters and has sent the chili catfish to scout, but it has yet to return. Ancient king, underground king. Zhuang Bufan looked at the information about the ancient biological king in his hand. It was either unsearchable or found in places unreachable by humans. Zhuang Bufan felt a bit frustrated. It seemed that becoming stronger couldn't be rushed. The uncle from the neighborhood committee who returned was really annoying. A somewhat hoarse female voice came from outside the door. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Zhuang Bufan looked towards the door with hopeful anticipation. The familiar spiky head, the limbs of a human replaced by Dr. Kinos, and the sky blue tracksuit that Zhuang Bufan had been looking forward to for a long time. Wow, how tacky. Zhuang Bufan expressed his feelings and then, with a face full of indignation, asked the Mosquito Girl, "Weren't you out there handing out flyers in a sexy bunny girl outfit?" That outfit was confiscated by an old man from a neighborhood committee. Seriously, there are very few manufacturers producing that kind of clothing now. And I got this one through special channels. It cost 6,000 yen. By the way, who are you? When did this strange customer arrive at the gorilla shop? The Mosquito Girl seemed a bit confused, her slender fingers pointing at Zhuang Bufan across from her, her dazed expression giving off an inexplicable sense of cuteness. "This is Mr. Zhuang Bufan, who helped keep your head safe. Remember, you were killed once by that guy named Saitama. Are you saying my head spent an entire night in the same room as this guy? Wow, it's not that you're disgusting in appearance, although you're not very handsome. You're barely acceptable, it's just." The Mosquito Girl found it hard to accept this reality and took half a step back. "I thought you were like that sweetheart mask guy. You didn't do anything weird to my head, did you?" Seeing the Mosquito Girl's exaggerated reaction, Zhuang Bufan felt that his personality had been insulted. "Sweetheart mask, huh? I'll remember this grudge." Zhuang Bufan somewhat understands why the ugly big president hates the sweetheart mask so much, even though he himself is not unattractive. "Hey, you are being very rude," Zhuang Bufan said to Mosquito Girl with some anger. "No matter what, I won't do anything strange to someone who's just ahead." Then he carefully examined Mosquito Girl's body, which perfectly matched Murata's art style, and calmly said while pinching his chin, "If anything were to happen, it would be to you in your current state." Facing Mosquito Girl's disdainful expression, Zhuang Bufan calmly made a very disheartened statement. Mosquito Girl secretly decided that she absolutely couldn't be alone with this guy for more than 3 minutes. Even if he was her savior, there had to be a third person present. A monster has appeared. My skin. Aga. Ahaha. Your skin has become very rough. A monster wearing a face mask and dressed like a cowherd arrogantly said on the street. Anyone hit by the liquid he shot out turned into an old person with wrinkled skin. Bald egg, I finally found you. The face mask monster, seeing Saitama passing by, happily said as if a great revenge was about to be fulfilled. The B-class bounty hunter, the male beautician, has come for revenge after being defeated by you 6 months ago. So it's you, Saitama said, connecting all the recent events around him with a hint of anger as he spoke to the masked man. That's right, it's me. The male beautician still hadn't realized what his previous statement would bring him in terms of a terrifying future. Bang! Don't steal other people's fries for no reason. If you want to take revenge, then come at me properly. Looking at the masked man who was stuck in the cement, Saitama shouted as if venting his anger. He completely failed to notice that the guy could no longer hear what he was saying and turned to go home. Zhuang Bufan walked out of the supermarket and looked at the masked man on the ground, realizing that the plot between Saitama and the stalker had ended. What a pitiful guy. If we just talk about looks, he's quite handsome. It's such a shame that he got beaten by Saitama. If it were me. Zhuang Bufan stepped on the corpse of the masked man, lost in thought. A hero. That guy had struck the strange beautician. He must be a professional hero from the Hero Association. Zhuang Bufan looked at the crowd of onlookers gathering around him and realized that this week's hero activity had not yet taken place. Well, Saitama hasn't joined the Hero Association yet, so he probably wouldn't care about this, right? I'll treat him to some grilled chicken skewers later. C-class hero Zhuang Bufan will always protect the peaceful life of the citizens. Zhuang Bufan shamelessly shouted loudly. Zhuang Bufan, don't use those hands covered in boogers to play with me, you idiot. Saitama's terrified voice echoed in the street. He suddenly got up and realized that everything that just happened was just a nightmare. Really, how rude of you. No matter what, I would never do something like that. Zhuang Bufan was chewing on a rice ball he had taken out from the fridge, completely unaware that what he was doing wasn't much better than what Saitama had said. Ah, that's my breakfast. There's also a portion of takoyaki I brought back for you in the fridge. Consider it your breakfast. I'm leaving now. By the way, you have bad luck today, so it's not a good day to go out. Be careful not to be seen as a criminal. After saying this, Zhuang Bufan quickly finished the rice ball in his hand and hurried out the door. This guy is really strange. Saitama heated the takoyaki in the microwave and turned on the TV while washing up, checking if there were any new events happening. The rich are feasting while the poor freeze to death. What freedom is there in such a world? Let those who want to work do so, and let those who don't serve them. In this unfair era, I, the nail hammer, will bring about change. We will never work. The nail hammer, wearing his specially designed combat armor, stood in the city center square, announcing his criminal declaration to society. We will wage war against the rich. First, we will target the wealthiest man in town, Zenier. Boom. Boss, we got the building coordinates wrong. Zenier's golden poop building is a bit further ahead. One of his underlings awkwardly responded. It's okay. Everyone makes mistakes like hitting the wrong building once in a while. The key is to reflect on it and improve. The boss said. The underling who had hit the wrong building looked at the nail hammer with admiration. Let's go. To the golden poop building. I hate you guys in combat suits the most. In the forest, a young man in sportswear appeared, blocking the way of the Taoyuan group. Not to mention the basic rewards are non-existent, and I don't have any special skills. The most crucial part is that you guys are really hard to fight. Looking at the large group in front of him, Zhuang Bufan said helplessly. But Saitama is about to enter the Hero Association. I can't stay in C rank forever. Zenier's lackey, do you think you can stop the Taoyuan group, which has lofty ideals, all by yourself? The nail hammer shouted at Zhuang Bufan to intimidate him. You really have a talent for making group fights sound so righteous. Stop doing such foolish things and go find a proper job. How about that? Before Zhuang Bufan could finish his words, the nail hammer's underling launched a sneak attack. His combat suit inflated and then released in an instant, making him look like a jet fighter taking off, charging straight toward Zhuang Bufan's face. Are group fights also going to include sneak attacks? Can't you let someone finish their sentence, you bastard? C rank, here I come. Before Zhuang Bufan could even say his name, the underling in the standard combat suit rushed over, interrupting Zhuang Bufan's declaration. Deserved it. This is what happens to those who oppose the Taoyuan group. The nail hammer laughed, watching the dust rise from the ground, fully aware of the performance of that combat suit. He thought that guy must have been smashed in a watermelon juice by now. How is this possible? As the dust settled, the nail hammer saw his underling half buried in the ground like a fallen onion, while Zhuang Bufan was completely unharmed. Is this the performance of the combat suit? I took a direct hit from their killing move, and my palm is a bit sore. Clearly, that strike had the strength of a standard tiger-level monster. Originally thinking the Taoyuan group was just a comedic organization from the original manga. He didn't expect them to be this powerful, and now it seemed a bit troublesome. The Taoyuan group had more than 20 members, attacking simultaneously with over 20 tiger-level monsters. Even with Zhuang Bufan's current physical condition, he would still find it strenuous. Not to mention that behind them stood the nail hammer in his advanced combat suit. Considering the situation on the battlefield, Zhuang Bufan realized that conventional methods were no longer enough to deal with this group. It seemed he couldn't hold back anymore. The agility provided by the wolf-human form was practically useless in a multi-person melee, especially since he had never learned any martial arts moves. Thus, the only form left that could turn the tide was the bear-man form. Remembering how much the bear-man form resembled a mascot, Zhuang Bufan couldn't feel happy at all. Hey boss, that guy looks a bit strange. Underling whispered to the nail hammer, noticing Zhuang Bufan's unusual appearance. Before he could finish speaking, Zhuang Bufan's clothes were all ripped apart by the inflated fur, and an oversized furry bear mascot appeared on the battlefield. Bear-man form. Strength increased by 20. Defense increased by 30. Agility decreased by 10. Reduces damage from physical attacks. Zhuang Bufan looked at the clothes on the ground that had been torn to shreds with some pity, picked up the cucumber on the ground, and took a bite. Vegetarian's power increased by 10. Mental resistance increased by 10. Feeling the surge of power within him, Zhuang Bufan thought that he should be able to easily handle the group of guys in front of him now. That guy seemed to have turned into something like a regional mascot upon closer inspection. It even felt a bit cute. However, it was somewhat disgusting for an adult to end up like that. Zhuang Bufan stared at the guy who called him disgusting, deciding that he would definitely push him into the ground later. Bring it on. It was just a giant doll. There was nothing to be afraid of. We have more than 20 people here, equipped with the latest combat suits. We can definitely take care of that guy. Oh, the little brothers of the Taoyuan gang shouted, and then the combat suits of the two guys at the front quickly inflated and released. Using the jet power, they charged directly at Zhuang Bufan's ribs on both sides. Even with the help of the combat suits, they were still using street thug tactics. Watching the two steel-encased fists charging at him like cannonballs, Zhuang Bufan prepared for impact. Bang! Bang! Two bear paws caught the fists coming at him, and then threw them upwards. The two little brothers of the Taoyuan gang flew back several dozen meters, finally landing on the ground and creating two deep pits. The little brothers of the Taoyuan gang witnessed this scene. The seemingly comedic guy had caught his companion's fist with his bare hands and didn't even take half a step back. Moreover, he had easily dealt with their three brothers, causing the members of the Taoyuan gang to start feeling a bit fearful. Zhuang Bufan looked at his two bare paws in slight surprise. Not only did he not feel any pain, but he didn't even feel a tingling sensation. Although he didn't particularly like this form, the increase in strength was indeed tangible. Who else? Looking at the imposing figure of the Taoyuan gang in front of him, Zhuang Bufan felt quite inflated. I want to take on 10. Boss, how about we don't go looking for trouble with Zener and instead make a demonstration somewhere else? Seeing this oversized figure in front of them, the members of the Taoyuan gang began to have second thoughts. After all, the Taoyuan gang was originally composed of unemployed drifters, at best just street thugs. If they hadn't unexpectedly obtained this battlesuit that significantly boosted their strength, they wouldn't even have considered smashing the Golden Poop building. Idiots! The nail hammer slapped the younger member who suggested retreating and angrily said, "Is the great belief of the Taoyuan gang in your hearts as trivial as a child's play? Besides, that guy is clearly a mutated freak. Even if we retreat, he will charge forward and take us out one by one. As the messengers of justice, we Taoyuan gang should." Zhuang Bufan awkwardly mimicked IP Man's stance on the side, watching as the guys from the Taoyuan group formed a circle, too busy to comment on how these guys had turned him into a weirdo. But was it really okay for this group of bald men to discuss tactics in front of the enemy during the confrontation? Zhuang Bufan really wanted to rush over at this moment and subdue them one by one, but after all, he was a professional hero. Moreover, he wasn't unable to take on this group of guys. It was better to avoid actions that could harm his international reputation. Hey, you over there, regional mascot. If you run away now, there's still time. Otherwise, it won't be something that can be resolved by kneeling down and apologizing. Zhuang Bufan looked at the nail hammer in his heart, filled with inexplicable confidence. Could this guy still have some hidden tricks up his sleeve? It couldn't be, right? In the original work, after the Taoyuan group disbanded, this unfortunate kid should have gone for job interviews honestly and didn't have anything remarkable hidden away. Just as Zhuang Bufan was recalling his memories of the original plot to see if there were any discrepancies, two more lackeys charged at him. using the same moves as the previous two, targeting his ribs. Were they like the double-headed Calabash brothers? Coming at him in pairs, Zhuang Bufan swung his palms down, wanting to slam these two guys in the ground, but unexpectedly missed. The two little brothers rushed in front of Zhuang Bufan and quickly came to a stop, then slid down to his feet, grabbing hold of his two sturdy legs. Before Zhuang Bufan could react, 4 more guys rushed over, each grabbing one of his massive hands. So that's what it meant. Zhuang Bufan tried to wave off the group of burdens hanging onto him, but they restrained him, making it difficult for him to exert much strength. Good job, my little brothers. Once the toOne gang succeeds, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Hurry up and attack. This guy is too strong. Even with our battle suits at full power, we can't hold him down for long. The 6 little brothers holding on to Zhuang Bufan's limbs shouted with effort to the crowd behind them, urging them to attack quickly. Is that what you meant? How naive. Thinking that this level of restraint could seal my movements. Zhuang Bufan looked at the 6 pendants on him and decided to show them what it meant to escape like a golden cicada shedding its shell. Upon seeing Zhuang Bufan restricted in movement, the members of the toOne group immediately began digging up the giant rocks from the ground. Hey, boss, this is completely different from what we agreed on. The 6 bald men holding on to Zhuang Bufan shouted in desperation. In an instant, a barrage of mud and stones rained down towards the 6 members of the toOne group. Wolfman foam. As soon as Zhuang Bufan saw those guys lift the giant rocks, he switched to his wolfman form, causing his size to shrink significantly and freeing himself from their grasp. Then, he leaped forcefully, escaping the attack range of the stone barrage. The 6 subordinates who had sealed Zhuang Bufan's movement hadn't reacted yet when they suddenly felt the thing they were holding on to disappear. With their balance thrown off, they all fell together, and just as they tried to struggle to their feet, they realized that the giant rocks were already falling on their heads. Boom! As the dust settled, Zhuang Bufan stood before the members of the toOne group once again in his bear form. Since you have exhausted your means, it's my turn now. Zhuang Bufan stood atop a stone mountain, where 6 bald heads were exposed below. It seemed they had merely fainted. I'm very sorry. Please forgive us. We will withdraw from the toOne group and seek legitimate work. The members of the toOne group, except for Ding Tu-Chue, were all seated, their hands pressed to the ground, performing the supreme apology ritual towards Zhuang Bufan, the Dejiza. Hey, you guys, didn't you agree to create a paradise where we wouldn't have to work for a lifetime? Why are you suddenly withdrawing? Weaklings, that's just because of your incitement, said Brother A. If it weren't for this specially designed battle suit, we wouldn't even want to join the toOne group, Brother B added from the side. What cutting-edge battle armor. It couldn't even take down a suddenly appearing bodyguard, Brother C said, glancing nervously at Zhuang Bufan. Just take the battle suit back. Go find someone else to join the toOne group. The toOne group inexplicably fell in infighting, and one by one, they began to remove their battle suits and quickly fled the scene. Ding Tu-Chue watched the bald brothers leave and, looking at the battle suits on the ground, angrily said to Zhuang Bufan, I never expected that the toOne group I poured my heart into building would be forced to disband under your shameless coercion. You better brace yourself. What happens next won't be something you can apologize for with just a broken rib or 2. Continuing to hang out with you in the toOne group would lead them to nowhere. Watching the bald brothers leave, completely exposed towards the sunset, Zhuang Bufan realized that he seemed to have unintentionally saved their lives. He then said to Ding Tu-Chue, who was walking towards him, wait a moment. When the time comes, let me refresh my buff. Ding Tu-Chue didn't understand the meaning of this sentence, but saw the oversized teddy bear in front of him pull out a cucumber and start eating it voraciously in front of him. Are you saying that resolving the toOne group is less important to you than eating snacks? Ding Tu-Chue was enraged and, disregarding the burden the battle suit placed on his body, directly activated the overload mode. I just want to refresh my buff. Is it necessary to get this mad? Zhuang Bufan remarked helplessly, looking at the furious Ding Tu-Chue. However, this was also good, as he wanted to test his strength in the bear form. Ding Tu-Chue picked up a cedar tree over 10 meters tall and as thick as a barrel, taking a full swing like a baseball bat, aimed at Zhuang Bufan's right cheek. With a loud crash, the immense impact snapped the cedar, and a gust of wind blew through, causing the leaves on the surrounding trees to fall. Zhuang Bufan felt a slight pain in his right arm, which he used to block the attack. He reached out to pick up the branch on the ground to counterattack, but he couldn't grab it no matter how hard he tried, even though he had 5 fingers. The flexibility of a bear's paw could not compare to that of a human hand. Zhuang Bufan looked at his bare paws and sighed with some regret. The spiked hammer slammed into the ground, and with the immense power from his battle suit, he created a deep pit about 10 meters in diameter beneath his feet. He then kicked off the ground, launching a punch towards Zhuang Bufan's chest. Bang! The sound was like a cannonball hitting a steel plate. And this time Zhuang Bufan couldn't catch it as easily as he had with the members of the Peach Blossom Garden before. His two bare legs sank into the ground, and he was pushed back 2 meters by the hammer's powerful punch, his arms going a bit numb from the tremendous impact. But that was all. It didn't cause Zhuang Bufan any more damage. Is this the effect of damage reduction from impact? Could it be that the meatballs and fur pads absorbed the shock damage? Zhuang Bufan caught the full force strike of a spike hammer. If that guy had been holding a sufficiently sturdy steel knife just now, who knows what the outcome would have been? To his surprise, the effect of the skill tough skin on defense was so obvious. Was it still ineffective? The spiked hammer looked at the oversized doll in front of him with some fear. He had originally thought this guy looked a bit cute, but now he had no thoughts of cuteness whatsoever. Take this, mighty bear's strength. Zhuang Bufan swung his chubby bear paw, striking with all his might against the strongest part of the nail-headed hammer's chest armor. Boom! The meat paw hitting the alloy armor plate produced a thunderous sound. The nail-headed hammer was sent flying, crashing into a dozen trees the size of a person, and finally embedding itself into a large rock, thus halting its backward momentum. What material is this armor made of? That move of mine should have penetrated a 40 centimeters thick steel plate, yet it only left a dent on his chest armor. Isn't the hardness of a G4 level robot even more outrageous? Watching the nail-headed hammer rise from the dust, Zhuang Bufan felt that the armor of the armored gorilla was only at this level. It seemed the organization's research capabilities should not be underestimated. Spin assault. The nail-headed hammer finally unleashed its ultimate move. Since a single punch was insufficient to harm this guy, it would resort to a flurry of punches to take him down. Zhuang Bufan looked at the stubborn spiked hammer charging at him and honestly felt a bit of psychological burden about having to personally take out a human. After all, it was different from dealing with those strangely looking monsters. However, it seemed quite a task to smash his battle suit. Doesn't this guy know when to give up? Remembering how the spiked hammer had given up twice in the original work, Zhuang Bufan couldn't help but express his impatience. Whoosh! The sound of something cutting through the air came, and a shuriken embedded itself in the spiked hammer's protruding skull, causing it to fall over and pretend to be dead. Sonic at the speed of sound, Zhuang Bufan looked at the kunai stuck in the head of the nail hammer and realized what had just happened. A doll bear? It really looks cute, Sonic remarked as he watched Zhuang Bufan's current state. I am Zhuang Bufan, a professional hero from the Hero Association, not some doll bear. To avoid being treated as some kind of strange monster by Sonic, Zhuang Bufan obediently introduced himself. Zhuang Bufan scratched his belly, looking at Sonic, afraid that he would pull out a knife at this moment. Why does this guy's face look a bit red and his expression a bit strange? Observing Sonic closely, Zhuang Bufan thought to himself, Hey bear, do you want to be my pet? Looking at Zhuang Bufan, who resembled Kumaman, Sonic candidly expressed his thoughts. What the hell is this? Zhuang Bufan looked at Sonic in despair. He really wanted to tell this guy in front of him that he would have a pet pig named Yi in the future, so there was no need to rush. By the way, what did he just call himself? Bear? Has he already come up with a name so quickly? No. Zhuang Bufan firmly denied it. At this moment, he really wanted to return to his original form, but he felt a bit strange chatting with others while being naked. I'm the strongest ninja in the ninja village, Sonic the Speedster. Whether it's assassination or bodyguard work, I can complete it perfectly. So far, no one has survived under my blade. In any case, if you become my pet, I will buy you lots and lots of delicious food, and I will also get you a jar of honey. Seeing Sonic getting more and more excited as he spoke, Zhuang Bufan knew that this guy was serious. The guy who just ran away. To avoid getting caught in a quagmire called pet role-playing, Zhuang Bufan timely interjected, wishing the hammer-wielding guy good luck. If he gets killed by Sonic, he would personally offer him a flower. What? Sonic turned back in surprise to confirm. How is that possible? My last attack clearly hit him. Maybe that guy has a thicker skull, but if that's the case, your record will be broken. Zhuang Bufan hinted for Sonic to go chase after the already escaped Nailhammer. After I take care of that guy named Nailhammer, I'll come back and let you be my pet. Listening to what Sonic said as he left, Zhuang Bufan felt that he urgently needed to level up his strength. Thanks to my mom for giving me a skull that's several times thicker than average. Nailhammer was running wildly in the jungle, tearfully thanking his mother. Sonic's earlier strike had completely brought the dizzy Nailhammer back to his senses. Upon careful thought, how could he possibly be a match for that perverted doll bear? And just now, a terrifyingly fast ninja had appeared beside him. If he hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation and played dead, he might have died on the spot. While Nailhammer was lost in thought, he suddenly spotted a bald man in a yellow outfit ahead. No wonder that guy Zhuang Bufan said, "I was having bad luck today." It turns out to be this. That group of bastards. Saitama recalled walking down the street and being regarded as a criminal. It was all the fault of that criminal organization called the Peach Blossom Group. If he ever found them, he would definitely teach them a lesson. "Hey, you that you want to join the Peach Blossom Group? Go take care of that pervert in the doll costume over there, and I'll let you join. No, I'm interested in becoming a hero. I'm here to exterminate the Peach Blossom Group for personal reasons. By the way, you're a Nailhammer, right? We're your little subordinates." Obviously, Saitama didn't see Nailhammer walking down the street in the nude. Spinning assault. Realizing that the opponent was here to eliminate him, Nailhammer directly activated his ultimate move. He felt that this guy was somewhat similar to his childhood self. Saitama stopped Nailhammer's frantically swinging punches with ease. And with a gentle hit, he broke his armor. "You should find a proper job from now on," Saitama said to Nailhammer. "By the way, the so-called latest armor quality control is too poor, right? There has such a big dent on the chest plate. Where did Nailhammer go?" Sonic asked the bald young man in a yellow tight suit before him. "So the remnants are here? Why is there only this one person left?" Sonic looked at Saitama, waiting for his reply. "Who is this guy?" Saitama looked at Sonic, who was dressed as a ninja, considering whether to tell him where Nailhammer had gone. That guy ran off that way. The naked Saitama pointed in the opposite direction, misleading Sonic. "Oh, in that case, you're useless." Whoosh. "What is this?" Saitama looked at the shuriken in his hand. How did this guy suddenly pull out a knife while chatting? Sonic felt a greater sense of humiliation than when Nailhammer escaped upon seeing Saitama catch the kunai he threw with bare hands. He immediately drew his knife and lunged at Saitama. "Hey, did you get something wrong?" Saitama lifted his head, caught the blade, aimed at him, and slightly crushed Sonic's short knife with a bit of force. Thinking that he mistook him for a member of the Peach Blossom Group, he began to explain. "I'm not a member of the Peach Blossom Group. Stop lying. Who would believe what you say just because you're bald? It's me. I'm a hero out of interest. And I've been quite active lately. Who knows you?" "Ah, is that so?" Saitama's heart took 1,000 damage points from that remark. The hurt it caused him might be greater than the damage inflicted by Zhuang Bufan's booger hands. In any case, these things were all trivial matters. Sonic ignored the self-pitying Saitama and pulled out another short knife from behind, saying to Saitama, "You've seen through my moves twice. That's the real issue. Stop lying. You just want to test your newly developed moves, right?" Saitama turned around to look at Sonic, who had run behind him. Just a glance at your innocent smile makes it clear. Even though Sonic's inner thoughts were exposed, he felt no shame at all, as if showing off his skills. Sonic darted around Saitama at incredible speed, unlike Ashura's rhinoceros beetle, which broke the sound barrier multiple times with quick ascents and descents. Sonic maintained his speed perfectly after breaking the sound barrier, even using momentum midway without losing any speed. Can your eyes keep up? How about it? My perfect speed. The power of this shockwave. Sonic proudly introduced his special move, stating that the speed of Sonic was no mere metaphor. He never thought anyone could defeat him in terms of speed, but unfortunately, he encountered Saitama. Can I go back now?" Saitama turned around and looked at Sonic, who was about to attack him. Sonic was startled. How did this guy keep up with the speed? He hurriedly changed his moves in the air, launching a wind blade kick. But unfortunately, Sonic made a very wrong judgment. "General," Saitama said lightly. He just hadn't forgotten that once speed is mentioned, it's hard to hit the brakes. "Ah, sorry." Saitama looked at the trembling Sonic and said with a hint of guilt, "I just wanted to stop there, but I didn't expect you to charge straight at me." 10 minutes later, "I am the strongest bodyguard who can perfectly complete any commission, whether assassination or protection." The sound speed Sonic. "Since I've encountered such a good opponent, let's put aside the matters of work and pets for now. What's your name?" "Saitama." The bald-caped hero awkwardly stated his name. "Remember this, Saitama. Sooner or later, Sonic the Sound Speed, will take your head. Oh, good luck." Looking at Sonic, whose legs couldn't stop trembling, Saitama could only continue. "You must wait for me, bear. After I kill this guy, I will definitely make you my pet." "Well, I'll head back. By the way, what is for dinner today?" Saitama prepared to go home and saw a strangely shaped bear appear in front of him. "Bear meat hot pot? Not bad." Zhuang Bufan heard a familiar voice coming from behind him. Upon realizing who had said that, he felt a big death character appear in front of his eyes. He hurriedly transformed back, standing completely naked in front of Saitama, and said, "It's me, your neighbor, Zhuang Bufan." Saitama, somewhat disappointed, retracted his fist. "Oh, it's you? What was that situation just now? Transformation? By the way, why are you naked? I didn't know you had this kind of preference. Looking at Saitama's disappointed expression, Zhuang Bufan had no other thoughts except to marvel at his own luck. Just think of it as a hero's transformation in a tokusatsu show. And remember that day when Mosquito Girl attacked? You were also running around the street naked. At least I have a layer of fur on me. Also, if I turn back into a bear, could you please not make a move? I really don't want to spend the night in your hot pot. What disgrace. No matter what, I wouldn't put someone I know into the hot pot. Zhuang Bufan glanced at his clenched fist and was too lazy to argue with this guy. Sonic the Hedgehog? Who is that? Just the name sounds quite troublesome. As night fell, the three of them sat around in Saitama's house. And suddenly, Genos, who had disappeared for many days in Saitama's eyes, showed up. He thought this guy had given up on the idea of becoming a disciple. Mr. Zhuang Bufan, have you seen that guy named Sonic? Genos curiously asked Zhuang Bufan. Oh, I haven't seen him, Zhuang Bufan replied. Zhuang Bufan originally wanted to say that he had seen it, but he felt that being targeted like a pet was a bit embarrassing to admit, so he told a lie that was neither big nor small. Compared to that, I discovered something that has been bothering me. What kind of thing could possibly trouble Saitama-sensei? Genos was clearly quite surprised, as he couldn't imagine what kind of enemy could make Saitama feel challenged. My popularity is too low, Saitama said, looking down and feeling very dejected. I've been heroing out of interest for 3 years now, and I've repelled many monster armies and evil organizations. I've never seen a hero as active as I am, so it's normal for someone to recognize me, right? By the way, why does no one know me? Today, I was treated like a terrorist. I want a fan club too. Hearing Saitama's self-deprecating response, Zhuang Bufan calmly took a sip of his tea. Is it finally starting? Saitama's hero registration. Most of the monsters you've defeated, Saitama-sensei, have probably been credited to other people, right? The report on defeating the Paradise Group didn't mention your name or that of Sonic, but rather Mr. Zhuang Bufan and the unlicensed knight. Genos glanced at Zhuang Bufan, feeling quite ashamed of such behavior, and he still couldn't understand why Saitama considered him a close friend. Hey, I only picked up a face mask guy, and besides, I was the one who dealt with the Paradise Group. It was just that the nailhead hammer got away, and all the rewards turned into frost beef for everyone to eat. Zhuang Bufan said with a strained voice. Although this guy had only picked up on a masked man's slip once, Genos' questioning still lacked some confidence. Just now, you mentioned other guys, and there were rewards involved. What's that all about? The only person who didn't understand the situation, Saitama, really hoped that either Zhuang Bufan or Genos could explain it to him. Teacher Saitama, don't you know? The Hero Association? What is that? Isn't Mr. Zhuang Bufan a professional hero of the Hero Association? Why does Teacher Saitama not know at all? I mentioned it before, just not explicitly. Zhuang Bufan answered somewhat nervously, in order to ensure that the plot could proceed in the way he understood. Thus, giving himself more opportunities to take advantage of the situation, he worked hard to conceal the fact that he was a professional hero of the Hero Association. He had rarely engaged in hero activities during this time, and even when he dealt with monsters, he would retreat before the reporters from the TV station arrived. Moreover, to compensate for his inexplicable guilt towards Saitama, he would occasionally send him some high-quality ingredients and even bought an extremely expensive cantaloupe worth 150,000 yen. Although he had invested all the money earned from hero activities into this, the relationship between the two of them was getting closer. Genos glanced at Teacher Saitama and felt that he didn't seem to care about such matters. I remember this guy only mentioned that he participated in a public welfare organization with a social nature, similar to a security companies association, which turned out to be the Hero Association. So that's it. By definition, the Hero Association is indeed such an organization. Genos took out a laptop and placed it on the coffee table, and the three of them crowded together to check the official website of the Hero Association. Zhuang Bufan was ranked 371st among C-class heroes, which was quite a low ranking. As a robot, not good with words, Genos straightforwardly expressed his thoughts. The data hasn't been updated yet. At least I've been a bit active recently, so I should be close to ranking up to B-class, right? Being called the tail end of the Hero Association. Even with Zhuang Bufan's thick skin, he couldn't quite take it at this moment and try to prove himself. What about Genos? What's your rank here? Upon learning that Zhuang Bufan was just a hero with a very low rank in the association, Saitama rarely showed interest in this hero ranking. I didn't join the Hero Association, so my name is definitely not on there. Genos answered honestly. Let's go to the association together to register. Then I'll take you as my disciple. Okay, Teacher Saitama. Genos, who originally had no interest in hero assessments, now showed a high level of interest. Oh, are you going to join the Hero Association? Should I, your senior, share some experience with you? Taking advantage of the fact that he joined a few days earlier than Saitama, Zhuang Bufan put on a senior demeanor. I remember you mentioned that the underdog rising is a tradition of the Hero Association, right? Once I get a high ranking, maybe you'll have to ask me for advice, then Saitama said confidently, then turned to Genos. Genos, we'll go register tomorrow. Oh, it seems Genos was even more excited than Saitama. As a cyborg, he even forgot some very important things. Tomorrow is impossible. Zhuang Bufan looked at the enthusiastic Genos and inappropriately poured a bucket of cold water on them. Why? Genos asked. The association doesn't handle exam matters on weekends. Zhuang Bufan pointed to the calendar on the wall and said to Genos, City A, Hero Association headquarters. Zhuang Bufan sat in the familiar folding chair, looking at the three unfamiliar faces across from him. In short, we have assessed your recent performance, participated in the destruction of the Evolution House, single-handedly defeated the male beautician, and repelled the Peach Blossom Group alongside the unlicensed knight. Initially, we planned to give you a ranking in the top 10 of C grade, but considering the possible loopholes in the previous review regarding you, we have decided to grant you a promotion to the lowest rank of B grade as an expression of the association's apology. If you do not accept this promotion, we will raise your ranking from the original 371 to the second position in C grade. What do you think? Of course, I choose to be promoted. C grade heroes earn less than 60,000 yen a month as a base salary, and even with the bounty from Zhuang Bufan defeating monsters, it barely adds up to over 700,000. It sounds like a lot, but this is the funding obtained after sacrificing the association's assessment scores. Normal C-grade heroes would choose to convert their achievements in monster repelling into internal rating scores of the association to gain more resources from it. Even if they participate in repelling 2 tiger-level monsters each month, the final reward, including the base salary, would only be a little over 200,000. But how could an ordinary C-grade hero have the capability to participate in repelling tiger-level monsters? Therefore, to gain more exposure and salary, they can only continuously accept tasks assigned by the association. This leads to a life for C-grade heroes that is even more miserable than that of the lowest-level office workers. Of course, if one does not care about the various metrics of the Hero Association, it is also possible to just complete the weekly hero activities and submit reports. The cost, however, is that, like Saitama, even after becoming a professional hero, one still has to live frugally. It can be said that lower-tier heroes live in a terrifying hell of poverty. Finally, I can avoid the weekly hero activities and that annoying weekly report. Zhuang Bufan stretched lazily after leaving the association, although he knew that he would have to face the hungry wolves of hero hunting. The rampage of dragon-level monsters from the Monster Association and the evil organizations lurking in the shadows, such as the Ninja Party. His mood was still quite good at the moment. He felt that his current growth and strength had hit a bottleneck, and ordinary tiger-level monsters could no longer provide him with a boost in physical abilities. Hunting ghost-level monsters was unrealistic with his current strength, leaving him stuck at this awkward tiger peak, unsure of how to improve. Please take a look at the Bitter Worm Dojo's Bitter Worm style fist technique. Zhuang Bufan was walking down the street when he suddenly heard a shout similar to that of a restaurant trying to attract customers. Kuchong. I remember he was originally a disciple of the Bongu Dojo, and he seemed to hold a relatively high position among his followers. Watching Kuchong shouting on the street, Zhuang Bufan realized a problem. Since the skill of plundering can seize powers similar to that of a vegetarian, perhaps it could also take away others' martial arts skills. If successful, considering the compatibility issues with martial arts, it might allow him to break this awkward situation and successfully hunt ghost-level monsters. After more than a month of establishing the dojo and facing so many difficulties, was he finally about to welcome the first disciple of the Kuchong Dojo? Looking at Zhuang Bufan, who had been standing in front of him for a long time, Kuchong looked up at the sky. His voice tinged with a hint of crying as he mumbled, "Can I visit the Kuchong Dojo?" He couldn't bring himself to say it. Challenging the dojo was not something he could easily express. Seeing Kuchong, whose eyes were filled with tears of excitement, Zhuang Bufan held back his initial suggestion to spar. In a certain area of City A, inside a dilapidated old warehouse, he thought to himself, "This piece of Yokan is about to expire, isn't it?" He watched as Kuchong quietly took out a dusty box of Yokan, then carefully cut a piece and plated it to offer to him as a snack. Zhuang Bufan only has this thought about this piece of Yokan. What do you think? My bitter insect flow fist technique. Zhuang Bufan was drinking tea while watching Kuchong finish a full set of military boxing. To be honest, he didn't have any particularly special thoughts about it. He felt that practicing 2 sets every day could strengthen the body. Facing Kuchong's intense gaze, Zhuang Bufan's eyes consciously drifted elsewhere. That's it. It's understandable that an outsider wouldn't grasp the subtleties of this boxing style. Hearing Zhuang Bufan's somewhat gymnastic-like evaluation, Kuchong frowned and obviously felt a bit angry, rebutting what Zhuang Bufan had just said. Hey, he roared twice, smashing the tiles stacked on the ground. Look, this vigorous boxing style is something that ordinary martial artists cannot achieve. It's the Kuchong-style boxing that focuses on upper body techniques, while sacrificing kicking techniques that can do this. You're just saying that because your legs are short and you're not good at leg techniques, right? Listening to Kuchong's lengthy tirade, Zhuang Bufan couldn't help but constantly complain in his heart. Splash! Zhuang Bufan impatiently smashed a thicker stack of tiles beside Kuchong. Seeing Zhuang Bufan easily crush a thick stack of tiles, Kuchong finally realized that this guy in front of him might have come to amuse himself. Come over. You guy, which dojo are you from? Zhuang Bufan stood up and casually struck a pose. Zhuang Bufan, feeling troublesome, said to the master of the dojo, "Carbonated water ball fist, please give me your guidance." Crackle crackle. Zhuang Bufan stood still, enduring a complete set of punches from a bug. Aside from the fact that the sounds of the blows were somewhat terrifying to those nearby, they did not inflict any harm on Zhuang Bufan's body. It wasn't until the bug was panting and exhausted that he realized his entire set of punches couldn't make this guy budge an inch. The stark contrast to reality ruthlessly shattered the bug's confidence as a martial artist. Bang! Zhuang Bufan swung down a knife hand strike, and the bitter insect fell to the ground with a thud. Objective: lost bitter insect. Gain skill: half set flowing shattered rock fist. The bitter insect boxing technique may become lost, which seems to be a significant loss in the martial arts world, but also not much of a loss at all. How could this happen? Is the boxing technique I painstakingly researched completely useless? I feel like I've done something very excessive, but at least the objective has been achieved. Zhuang Bufan looked at the downcast Kuchong and prepared to say a few insincere words to comfort him. To be honest, I did feel the intricacy of this set of boxing techniques. If an average martial artist were to endure so many punches, their organs would probably rupture and they would die, right? If I carefully refine the moves, it might become a set of boxing techniques that is no weaker than the water ball carbon punch. Average martial artist? No weaker than the water ball carbon punch? Could it be that this guy is actually an extraordinary master of boxing? Does that mean my self-created boxing technique is really impressive? It was indeed an exciting contest. I will continue to hone my boxing skills, and the next time we meet, it will be my Kuchong flow boxing defeating your water ball carbon punch. Zhuang Bufan looked at Kuchong helplessly, truly regretting his own loose tongue. Half-set flowing rock-shattering fist, deflection. Use the flowing rock-shattering fist technique to block. The power of the blocked attack is reduced by 40. Shatter rock. Use the flowing rock-shattering fist technique to attack. The attack damage is converted into destructive damage with penetrating effect, increasing destructive power by 30. It was obvious that Kuchong had slacked off at the Bongu Dojo, and due to Kuchong's short legs, this set of fists did not include any recorded footwork for evasion. Of course, that's not the key issue. The key issue is your bare paws, so don't consider using the flowing rock-shattering fist. There's no enhancement even if you do. The system confirms this is not Kuchong's style of fist technique. No matter how you hit, it feels far from the smooth, flowing shape of bongus like a bowl of udon noodles. Zhuang Bufan found an empty park and tried a few moves before falling into deep thought. At the headquarters of the Ace City Hero Association, a high-level meeting room was now discussing disaster reports from various regions. Saginals started the projector in the operations meeting room to report to the association's executives. First up was the report from the police dog hero responsible for Q City, stating there were still no abnormalities. No abnormalities? I remember Q City being a city filled with strange people, a middle-aged man in gold-rimmed glasses, looking like a tycoon. Question the reason. According to him, everything is under my control, so there's no need to worry. Just look at the real estate news from Q City, and you'll understand that the property prices next to Police Dog Square have risen by 30 in the past 3 months. Therefore, I made a fortune. If all heroes could operate like the Police Dog Hero, the discussion about real estate investments interrupted Saginal's report, followed by a topic on wine tasting. A 30-minute investigative report meeting was likely to be postponed indefinitely. As the largest group of sponsors and shareholders of the association, these guys clearly cared more about commercial benefits than the status of the heroes' activities. Watching the attitudes of the high-level shareholders, Saginals couldn't help but worry about the future of the association. Next came news about Z City. Compared to other regions, The number of strange people in Z City had seen a significant exponential increase, rumored to be caused by the ghost zone in the suburbs of Z City. We have now dispatched 2 A-class heroes to investigate and confirm, and we believe results will come back soon. In the ghost zone, Golden Ball and Spring Mustache walked along the main street. Initially thinking it was just an urban legend, it now seemed that this ghost city indeed had some terrifying elements. Spring Mustache and Golden Ball stood under Zhuang Bufan's building, gazing at the structure that had been cut by the Beast King, with traces of the battle between the armored gorilla and Genos, making them frown and sigh. This ghost city must have some powerful beings, otherwise they would have sent us to investigate. Golden Ball, clearly confident in his abilities, was a strong contender among A-class heroes, and he and Spring Mustache made for a well-balanced team. He believed that even if they encountered a ghost-level monster, they could still manage to deal with it. If they found the root of the problem and eliminated it, with this achievement, they might be able to rank among the top A-class heroes, leaving Sweetheart Mask behind. Yeah, we can't let that guy, Sweetheart Mask, monopolize the top A-class position forever. Spring Mustache clearly agreed with Golden Ball's sentiment. Who is it? From a distance came the sound of something dragging on the ground. As a talented swordsman of the new generation, Spring Mustache sensed the unusual sound. He glanced at Golden Ball and noticed he had also detected something. They nodded at each other and hurriedly ran toward the sound. A monster? Whoosh! Looking at the figure in front covered in a mass of kelp, Golden Ball tensed his slingshot, shooting a golden bullet at supersonic speed. First strike. Let us see how this bullet that can penetrate 20 centimeters of steel feels. Bang! A piece of kelp casually knocked away the bullet shot by Golden Ball. The memory metal bullet, even after being deflected, still retained its powerful penetrating energy. After piercing through a reinforced concrete utility pole, it embedded itself into the wall of an abandoned residential building. Hey, Mr. Golden Ball, your aim needs improvement. Although he knew it was the powerful monster in front that deflected the bullet, Spring Mustache, as a longtime friend, couldn't help but tease him. Golden Ball didn't have time to respond. To be precise, he was taken down by the kelp that extended from the drainage pipe before he could. Bang! Spring Mustache was startled and snapped his fingers, causing a western sword made of special metal to appear in his hand as the white cloth fell to the ground. La. Spring Mustache continuously swung the sword in his hand, constantly fending off the kelp tendrils attacking him. What a formidable monster. It clearly possesses great strength, yet still resorts to such sneak attacks. Stepless explosive strike. The sword shrank into a spring shape, and the next moment, the blade shot out, slicing through the endless kelp tendrils. Wow, I'm really surprised. I didn't expect humans to have such strength. The infinite kelp said. He saw through my stepless explosive strike. Spring Mustache realized that even his ultimate skill had been seen through. With Golden Ball already taken down, he had no chance of winning. It seemed he must call for backup. After fending off all the kelp tendrils attacking him, Spring Mustache elegantly performed a fencing salute. Then, with his left hand behind his back, he quietly sent a distress message to the Hero Association. Is this guy still a tiger-level monster? He might already have ghost-level abilities. Facing the endless kelp attacking him, Spring Mustache felt a mix of anger and despair as he speculated about the infinite kelp strength. Crash! La. Ding, 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 ding. After another round of battle, Spring Mustache's high-end suit had turned into tattered rags, and it was clear he could no longer withstand another round of attacks. No wonder there are no residents here, surrounded by monsters of this level. Even if they didn't charge rent and cover utilities, I wouldn't live here. Watching the kelp tendrils coming at him, Spring Mustache could only think this. How boring. I might as well create a ruckus in the city center. The infinite kelp felt a bit bored, thinking it would be easy to deal with this uncle in front of him. A human? Infinite kelp? I didn't expect this guy to show up so soon, just in time to test my new skill. Looking at the plain-looking figure in front of him, the infinite kelp had no idea what terrifying future awaited him. Facing the incoming kelp, Zhuang Bufan transformed into his wolfman form. Control energy. Zhuang Bufan continuously utilized the flowing rock-shattering fist technique, deflecting the kelp spears that were thrusting towards him. Just like the infinite kelp shooting golden balls as transformed bullets, Zhuang Bufan effortlessly brushed aside all the kelp attacking him, appearing quite composed. Human, you are different from those two ordinary beings. I haven't tasted the blood of a strong opponent in a long time. It seems there are indeed powerful individuals in the Phantom Zone. He had already decided that after defeating Zhuang Bufan, he would become the king of monsters in the Phantom Zone. Oh really? I've also decided that today's dinner will include a kelp soup. Although I don't particularly like it, I suppose there's someone who will drink it all without leaving a drop. Thinking of a certain shiny, bald character, Zhuang Bufan seriously considered whether he should strip this guy of all the kelp on him. Are you mocking me? Upon hearing Zhuang Bufan's words, infinite kelp became furious, and a curtain of kelp, like steel, descended from the sky, blocking out the sun as it charged towards Zhuang Bufan. Shattering rock, the sharp wolf claws, carrying the momentum of breaking through the wind, easily severed the kelp's tentacles, which were as hard as steel. Is this the penetrating damage of the flowing rock-shattering fist? The iron curtain of attack originally set for Zhuang Bufan was all reduced to segments of kelp, scattered across the ground. Under normal circumstances, even with a skill that had armor-piercing damage like sharp teeth and claws, it wouldn't be so easy to tear apart kelp that was several times tougher than steel. How is this possible? This kelp vine could defend against armor-piercing rounds that can penetrate a 30-centimeter steel plate. How could it be so easily torn to pieces by you? What did you just do? All the kelp vines that Infinite Kelp had used to attack Zhuang Bufan turned into fragments. He was trying to use all his energy to stimulate the kelp on his head to grow quickly, but no matter how much energy he poured in, the growth speed of the kelp was still painfully slow. At this moment, Infinite Kelp's gaze towards Zhuang Bufan changed from the excitement of a child discovering a new toy to confusion and fear. It's fine, you can take your time. I'm not in a hurry. I can wait for you a bit longer. It turned out to be a regenerative type of monster. It was a rare opportunity to test this skill of despair killing intent, so it was better to wait for it to recover for a while. What do you mean by that? Do you look down on me? You bastard. Although Infinite Kelp scolded like this, he was actually concentrating all his power to accelerate the recovery of a kelp vine on his body. Then, using the drainage ditch as cover, he quietly circled behind Zhuang Bufan. When he was less than a meter away from him, he suddenly launched an attack. The sharp kelp spear aimed at Zhuang Bufan's position, but missed completely. Zhuang Bufan seemed to possess a kind of precognitive ability, having already guessed the direction of the infinite seaweed's attack. After dodging the strike, Zhuang Bufan immediately transformed into his bear barbarian form, with one bare leg pinning down the seaweed that had just ambushed him. He grinned maliciously at the infinite seaweed and said, "I might as well be considered someone with telepathy. Your idea of using seaweed to slowly approach the target and then capture it in one fell swoop is good, but unfortunately, you targeted the wrong one." At this moment, the infinite seaweed struggled to escape, but it was already too late. Zhuang Bufan grabbed the kelp vines on the ground, continuously pulling the infinite kelp towards him. "Wow, you're quite strong. Don't worry. I'm just taking some kelp back to make soup. I won't hurt you." Unable to struggle free, the infinite kelp immediately commanded the other tentacles on its head to attack the kelp in Zhuang Bufan's hand. It hoped to sever this shackle to distance itself from this guy in front of it. The infinite kelp sincerely wished for this, but unfortunately, its wish did not come true. Long before it launched its attack, Zhuang Bufan forcefully pulled the infinite kelp closer to him with his bare paw. The infinite kelp recorded with a mix of fear and despair how this toy bear was about to commit beastly acts on its hair. TSK. It's really hard to pull this kelp off. What a pity I didn't bring a cucumber. Otherwise, Zhuang Bufan was speaking when he shifted his attention to the pieces of kelp he had previously torn apart. This thing was tough, and he wasn't sure if he could bite through it. Under the terrified gaze of the infinite kelp, Zhuang Bufan picked up a piece of kelp and put it in his mouth. The power of vegetarianism. Activate. Zhuang Bufan rode on the infinite kelp, while a bare paw grasped its kelp roots and pulled hard. Ah! The infinite kelp's screams echoed throughout the entire neighborhood like a pig being slaughtered. Saw thee. My technique is still not smooth enough, but it's okay. Practice makes perfect. Just try a few more times and it will be fine. Zhuang Bufan sincerely apologized to Infinite Kelp, but this gentle tone sounded like the whispers of death in Infinite Kelp's ears. The ghost zone is terrifying. The teddy bear is terrifying. Mommy, I want to go home. This was the last sentence spoken by Bald Little Black before losing consciousness. Target: Heartless Infinite Kelp. Enhanced physical abilities, enhanced strength, enhanced agility. Acquired skill: Deep Sea Warrior. I once thought nothing could be more insane than what you did to Frogman, but clearly, your actions have shown me I was wrong. Zhuang Bufan scratched his head, looking at the system's evaluation of him, then glanced at the endless seaweed on the ground, its shriveled body seeming to still have a trace of life. After sending the Bald Little Black back to the sea, Zhuang Bufan returned to Satama's kitchen with a large basket of seaweed. Where did so much seaweed come from? Is there a supermarket sale? Just when I forgot to buy kombu, I plan to use this seaweed to make broth for Odin. Do you want to eat together? Faced with Satama's invitation, Zhuang Bufan darkened his face, recalling the despairing expression of the bald little black, and ultimately chose to decline. Just 10 minutes after Zhuang Bufan walked out of Saitama's door, Genos arrived by Saitama's side. Why are there so many pieces of seaweed at the door? Who knows? Maybe it's a supermarket sale. That guy Zhuang Bufan brought it over. I remember there seemed to be rumors that seaweed helps with hair growth, but it was never confirmed. Could it be that Saitama-sensei? Genos rubbed his temples in frustration and then took out his phone to dial a number. Doctor, please develop a super high-strength bionic fiber. I'm not here to make kombu broth because of my hair. Saitama complained angrily to Genos, as if someone had poked a little secret deep in his heart. In the end, Saitama disposed of all the seaweed and used the bonito flakes in the fridge to make the broth. Next item, side-to-side hops. Next item, 1,500-meter race. Next item, standing long jump. At the Hero Association exam site, a large crowd surrounded Saitama, and it was hard for anyone to imagine that this was an achievement possible for humans. What kind of drugs has this guy taken? It seems like a deity resides within his body, murmured a nearby staff member in a low voice. Zhuang Bufan also arrived at the exam site. Unlike the other guys, he didn't pay attention to Saitama's performance on the scene, but instead looked at Genos beside him, using the burning cannon in his palm as a thruster to make lateral jumps. Jumping high while using a rocket thruster? Have you ever seen someone use a flamethrower to throw a shot put? Zhuang Bufan was slurping on vinegar seaweed, admiring Genos's heroic figure. After the written test, the results should be released directly. I'll go to the lounge and wait for you all. Zhuang Bufan looked at the chaotic fitness test site behind Saitama and Genos and said to them, "Oh, after we're done, let's all go eat udon." "It's on me," Saitama generously replied, clearly unaware of what was going to happen next. What should we do next? Glancing at the clock on the wall, and based on his experience, considering Snake's boring newcomer training, it would take at least 4 more hours for Saitama to finish the entire process. Why not just go to the arcade? As the city where the Hero Association headquarters is located, City not only has good security, but more importantly, it has a well-developed entertainment scene. For example, a well-known electronic street is situated in City A, which is said to hide many game machines that have been missing for years, as well as limited edition game cartridges. However, when Zhuang Bufan arrived at this famous district, he realized that it was not just an electronic street. He saw the waitstaff of maid cafes on the street, dressed in cat ear-made outfits, sailor uniforms, and other costumes, holding up signs and occasionally posing cutely for passing customers. It is well known that due to a certain sports event, those creatures known as maid CAF waitresses, who used to frequently appear on Akihabara Street, dressed in white lace stockings with skirts barely covering their absolute territory, are now being driven away, homeless and displaced. All those young girls who used to showcase their youthful beauty have disappeared. Of course, this information comes from Zhuang Bufan's imagination. Even before the enforcement of the rectification order, Zhuang Bufan never had the chance to visit that sacred place in the hearts of countless otaku. Although he had never participated in a pilgrimage to the sacred site, walking through the electronic street in City A made Zhuang Bufan feel as if he were in Akihabara from his previous life. And it was still Akihabara without the name of municipal rectification or the political orders of a certain sports event. It's so decayed, really too decayed, but as long as I can endure it, let me save these girls trapped in the mire. A gentle breeze blew by, and the skirt of a maid dressed in cat ears was slightly lifted by the wind, as if revealing the hidden treasures beneath the absolute territory. His nose felt a bit itchy. Zhuang Bufan felt a rush of blood, and after checking his nose, he was relieved that he hadn't embarrassed himself. "Welcome back, Master Meow." 2 young ladies wearing cat ear headbands and dressed in black and white maid outfits said to Zhuang Bufan in a soft and cute voice, with a slightly playful demeanor. "Please come over here and take a seat, Master Meow. This is Ano-chan's specially made heart-shaped omelet rice and cute soda for you. Huli huli shaka shaka, meow meow chew." Zhuang Bufan felt as if he were floating in the air, surrounded by pink heart-shaped bubbles. Thump, 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 thump. Did I hear that wrong? It seemed like the roar of the King engine just now. Hearing the sound of the King engine rumbling like war drums, Zhuang Bufan turned around. He saw 2 super cute, pure cat girl maids casting a love spell on a young man with blonde hair, wearing a duckbill cap and a mask, making it impossible to see his face. King? No matter how you think about it, that guy must be king, right? Suspected to possess strong luck at the level of causality, he is the most powerful summoner in the One-Punch world. How strong is King? That depends on how big your imagination is. In the battle against the Monster Association, he even intimidated 4 dragon-level monsters with his momentum, achieving legendary status in a single battle. Phew, that was close. I almost let my rapidly beating heart be heard by others. After reluctantly sending the maids away, King carefully took off his mask, savoring the heart-shaped omelet rice in front of him while observing the cat-eared maids walking around the CAF. As expected of the top 3 maids CAFs in City A. Just now, facing the smile of Mushin-chan, I almost activated the King engine. If others knew that I, an S-class hero, secretly came to a place like this. King continuously scanned the CAF, suddenly realizing that someone seemed to have been staring at him. Have I been discovered? King put down the spoon in his hand, put on his mask, lowered his duckbill cap to avoid being seen, and quickly went to the counter to pay. What a pity I haven't had a handshake photo with Mushin-chan yet. Back home, King recalled the scene in the CAF. Kneeling at the entrance with a dejected expression, his hands knocking on the floor as he sadly said, "Here, a photo with Mushin-chan and Ein-chan. And this is the blessing card they wrote by hand." Thump, 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 thump. How did you get in? The King engine started. Don't get me wrong. I'm a professional hero from the Hero Association, not a bad guy. Turn off your King engine. Zhuang Bufan was well aware of King's strength, but upon hearing the sound of the Emperor engine, he still felt a sense of panic. Who knows if a dragon-level monster would suddenly appear and take him out, only to be scared to death by King's Emperor engine. Zhuang Bufan does not want to become a part of the invincible legend of King, nor a hero of the association. If you want to ask for advice, go find someone else. If the association assigns a task, I still have the right to refuse. Rankings mean nothing to me. King turned off the King engine, but that cold and serious face still gives a strong sense of oppression. I came to find you to play games. Zhuang Bufan candidly stated his purpose, asking which game hall could compare to the home of ACG Master King. I'm not empty-handed. This is a postcard specially written for you by Mushin-chan and Inokan. Hurry up and give it to me. How could I possibly like something like this? Although King said this, his eyes kept glancing at the greeting card in Zhuang Bufan's hand. What is this? I just took it from the bookshelf. Zhuang Bufan was holding a box labeled as a dating sim game featuring a BrotherCon little sister and a cat-eared girl. This is the game I bought by mistake. I originally wanted to buy Dark Magic Slayer 4, Dark Expedition, but the box has a label that says, Limited Co. number 108, Member Exclusive Edition. It looks like something extremely hard to get. That's the one. A gift from fan, a gift from fan. Rest assured, I know about your situation. Looking at King, who was hurriedly trying to maintain his superior image, Zhuang Bufan suddenly blurted out this line. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of the Emperor engine echoed again. King panicked, and Zhuang Bufan panicked even more. Rest assured, I won't tell anyone. Just make your heart stop racing. Bang, 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 bang. The frequency of the Emperor engine's sound intensified. You mean, you know that guy who defeated the Vaccine Man and the Giant Brother? After a long time, Zhuang Bufan finally clarified the misunderstanding. Just now, he clearly felt the ground starting to tremble, but fortunately, it was confirmed to just be an ordinary earthquake. The strongest summoner truly lives up to the name. Surviving the catastrophe, Zhuang Bufan looked at King, who had let down all defenses with only this thought in his mind. That is to say, strong luck cannot be registered as a skill at the association. Otherwise, any god-tier freak above the dragon, god level 108, would be nothing before Lord King's strong luck. I'm very sorry. Please don't. Zhuang Bufan held King, who was about to kneel, stopping him from performing the act of apologizing by bowing deeply. He felt very sorry for them. Not only had he become an S-class hero, but he was also living in such a high-end apartment thanks to the association's rewards. He wondered if the apology from the chosen one of the dimension was something he, an ordinary transmigrator from the Celestial Empire, could bear. Forget it. Is there any fun game here? Faced with a completely different game system from another world and various kinds of works, Zhuang Bufan managed to resist the urge to visit the arcade for 2 months, which was quite impressive in a sense. That photo and card of Mushin-chan looking at Zhuang Bufan rummaging through his game collection. King somewhat shyly uttered this sentence. Take it. It was originally a gift for you. King excitedly took out the photo, looked at it, then coldly tightened his grip. Rip, why are you also in it? And Zhuang Bufan is your name, right? This is not a card for me at all. In the photo, Zhuang Bufan was making a heart shape with one hand alongside Ina-chan and Mushin-chan, their ambiguous poses seemingly close together. King, furious yet somewhat desperate, tore the photo in half. Then he tore Zhuang Bufan's half a few more times, picked up Mushin-chan's half, and thought for a moment before deciding not to throw in the trash. How rude. At least wait until I go out before you throw the souvenir in the trash. He really couldn't tell if this guy cared more about losing his gift or about him doing such things in front of him. This game looks pretty good. And that one seems fun too. Which one should I choose? Hey, King, recommend one. King, looking at Zhuang Bufan, who was still selecting his game, darkened his face and decided to teach this guy a good lesson later. He took out a disc titled Little Tyrant of the Woods from the game shelf and put it in the console. Half an hour later, Zhuang Bufan watched the continuously refreshing red text of a 999 combo on the TV. His pupils constricted, blood boiled, his face flushed with anger, his body trembled uncontrollably, and he kept repeating one phrase in his mouth. Trash game, trash game, trash game. On the other side in the city, the dressing room of the Hero Association's exam site, Genos opened his score notification. S-class evaluation. Full marks on both the written test and physical test. What a boring test, Genos said nonchalantly. Yeah, I originally thought the Hero Association's tests would involve capturing bounty criminals or defeating monsters, something more heroic. Saitama agreed from his side. After all, his physical data was several times higher than Genos, so it was unreasonable for his score to be lower. To be honest, Saitama wasn't the kind of guy who cared about scores or rankings. Even after participating in the Hero Association's exam, he didn't pay attention to the association's leaderboard. But thinking of Zhuang Bufan's expression when he saw his hero ranking far exceeded his own, Saitama couldn't wait to open the brown paper bag. S-class evaluation. That's only natural, and the font is much bolder than mine. The ranking should be quite high. S-class hero Saitama? Sounds pretty good. Saitama fantasized about that scene for a moment, then pulled out the score sheet and looked. C-class, 312th place. Perhaps due to the butterfly effect caused by Zhuang Bufan, Saitama's ranking rose a few dozen places, but it still didn't change the fact that he was a C-class hero. Saitama hurriedly hid in a corner, repeatedly confirming the score sheet a dozen times. What to do? I can't say it out loud. Losing to my disciple in the exam. Saitama-sensei, what questions did the association's guys ask you during the interview? Looking at Saitama hiding in the corner, Genos bluntly asked the question in his heart. There was no interview, Saitama said darkly. What? How is that possible? Because I'm ranked 312th as a C-class hero. Saitama said angrily. I see. I misinterpreted the half-exposed cases. Wait. Sensei, I'm going to complain to the association. I would feel very embarrassed. Don't do that. Seeing Genos, who was serious, Saitama hurriedly stopped him. Anyway, this ranking is still much higher than that guy Zhuang Bufan. At the Hero Association headquarters in the lounge, Saitama and Genos walked out of the lecture room. It feels a bit different from the kind of hero I want to be. Reflecting on what that guy named Snake said in class, Saitama felt somewhat disappointed with the identity of a professional hero. How did you end up like this? You look like you woke up in a park and found your pant leg used by a passing teddy bear. Looking at Zhuang Bufan sitting in the Hero Hall lounge, his eyes hollow, as if trapped in despair, Saitama made this extremely appropriate metaphor. In any case, I can now be considered a professional hero of the Hero Association, and ranked 312th in C-class, which is much higher than your 374th, Saitama proudly said to Zhuang Bufan. Saitama-sensei, your information is outdated, mister. Zhuang Bufan's current ranking should be 102nd in B-class. Genos unfittingly disrupted Saitama's pride. No way. When did this happen? Saitama felt a bit embarrassed. After all, no one wants to be overshadowed while showing off their skills. Oh, this change was just made the day before yesterday. You see, it's not an important matter, so I didn't notify you. But it seems like now your ranking is the lowest. Zhuang Bufan pretended to comfort Saitama, but inside, he was already overjoyed. This guy definitely wants to see me make a fool of myself by not telling me. Saitama looked at Zhuang Bufan's face, which was struggling to hold back laughter, and the only thought left in his mind was this one. To celebrate your successful exam, how about we have pork cutlet rice for dinner tonight? It's on me. After being brutally beaten by King, Zhuang Bufan felt much better seeing Saitama's dejected expression and generously said, No. Genos politely declined. Saitama-sensei, I want to be remade. How's the new recruit situation going? In the rented conference room, a group of men in black suits was holding a meeting to discuss matters concerning Zhuang Bufan. At the forefront was a stunning woman in a black dress with an outstanding figure. If viewed from a normal person's perspective, this alluring leader combined with her group of black-clad subordinates would easily remind one of some Don Quixote family, Rinxia Group, or a similar Yakuza organization like the East City Association. Who would have thought that this group of people was actually professional heroes? The competition among professional heroes is extremely fierce. Even moving from a C rank to a B rank hero does not change the situation much. Over the past 3 years, the B rank heroes of the Hero Association have dwindled to only 101, most of whom have formed their own hero teams. Those lone wolves who do not join organizations either left the Hero Association for some reason or were promoted to A-rank heroes due to their extraordinary abilities. For newcomers, becoming a B-rank hero comes with great pressure. As for those hero groups, they're also unwilling to miss out on a new fighting force and certainly do not want the newcomers to be absorbed by other organizations. This is why this strange group of people is meeting to discuss Zhuang Bufan. Mountain Ape? Eyelash, why hasn't that newcomer come a visit? Fubuki frowned slightly, her delicate hand clad in black lace gloves gently massaging her temples, clearly a bit impatient waiting. That newcomer is really too rude, making Lord Fubuki wait for so long. Please, Lord Fubuki, just bear with us a little longer. We will go and bring him here to apologize to you. As one of Fubuki's most loyal subordinates, Eyelash immediately took the initiative, stating he would definitely bring that disrespectful guy in front of Lord Fubuki to apologize in person. Could it be that he doesn't know where our office is? Mountain Ape interjected an inappropriate time. After all, this conference room used for meetings was also rented temporarily. A group of people lowered their heads, looking at their feet with black lines on their faces. The atmosphere in the conference room felt quite awkward. We are very sorry. We will definitely work hard to earn money and rent a bigger conference room to serve as the base for the Fubuki group. Eyelash sincerely apologized to Hell Fubuki, leading the others. Let's make this matter a long-term goal for the Fubuki group, but right now we have something more important to do. Fubuki stood up, clapped her hands on the table, then used her psychic power to lift a marker, pointing at Zhuang Bufan's photo on the blackboard, loudly saying to her team members, "That is to add new fighting power. We must get this guy to join our Fubuki group." "Oh," the team members beside her excitedly echoed. "Let's go, Mountain Ape." Eyelash, "We'll go ourselves." The others continue with their daily activities. Yes. At this moment, Zhuang Bufan, the center of the Fubuki group's topic, was at home leisurely playing the game he borrowed from King. Damn it. Next time I see King, I must show him my strength, at the very least. I shouldn't have to face the situation of being beaten endlessly with 999 consecutive hits. I should at least win against Saitama. True strength is making you lose the confidence to resist. I never expected to experience this feeling from King. Ding dong, the door isn't locked. Just come in. Ding dong. So annoying. Isn't that Saitama? Who would come to the ghost zone for no reason? Zhuang Bufan complained about saving the game progress, and under the constant ringing of the doorbell, he impatiently opened the door. Then he saw a stunning beauty in a high-end black dress, accompanied by two imposing figures resembling gorillas. It's Fubuki, alive, as one of the most popular female characters in the One-Punch Man universe. She is the beloved protagonist of Teacher Ching Tan. At that moment, standing right in front of him, Zhuang Bufan's feelings were truly beyond words. "Oh, thank you for your long-standing support." "What?" Zhuang Bufan reached out with a pig's hoof to grasp Shueishue's delicate hand and gently squeezed it. No, he had to hold back. After all, he considered himself a hero and shouldn't make any disrespectful gestures, at least not in front of her. Zhuang Bufan suppressed his desire to continue squeezing and pinching the beautiful fingers of Fubuki, withdrew his right hand, and then directly closed the door. What's wrong with this guy? On their first meeting, he actually held Fubuki's hand without even introducing himself, and after shaking hands, he just closed the door. How rude. Beside him, Lash thought angrily. Just as he was about to smash the door, Zhuang Bufan opened the door and came out, holding 3 signboards. "Oh, thank you." Fubuki took the signboards that Zhuang Bufan handed over, feeling a bit confused about the situation. What on earth is this guy doing? Is this rookie out of his mind? Before Fubuki could confirm what was written on the signboards, Zhuang Bufan had already walked over to her side and naturally wrapped his wicked hand around her fragrant shoulder. "Okay, 3, 2, 1, cheese." Click. A photo popped out of the instant camera in his hand. After signing his name with a permanent marker, he handed it to Fubuki and said to the nearby Yamasaru and Lash, "I'm very sorry. My principle is not to take photos with male fans. But I still want to thank you 3 for your support of my hero activities. Who would specifically come to cheer for a rookie ranked at the bottom of B class?" Lash shouted angrily at Zhuang Bufan. Smack! Immediately, along with Yamasaru, he broke the signboards in his hand and continued. "No one would want to receive your signboard. What kind of narcissistic person would distribute their signboards to visiting guests? You are really rude. Regardless, there is no need to treat my signature like this." Seeing Yamasaru and Lash break his signboard, Zhuang Bufan turned the tables and began to blame them instead. "If that's the case, then I 1T need this photo." Then, with lightning speed, Zhuang Bufan snatched the photo from Fubuki's hand and placed it in the pocket closest to his heart. "Got it. A photo with Fubuki-chan. Off Fubuki's photo. Yamasaru wanted to snatch it back, but couldn't find a suitable reason to do so. Enough. Fubuki's hoarse voice carried a hint of anger, stopping this boring argument. She rubbed her forehead and said impatiently, "Not introducing myself in advance is my mistake. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a number 1 ranked B-class professional hero, the leader of the Fubuki group, known as Hell's Fubuki, here in person." Fubuki proudly announced her title, hoping to intimidate the opposite party. "Oh, hello, nice to meet you. I am Zhuang Bufan, ranked 102 in the B class of the Hero Association. Best at cutting air bangs," Zhuang Bufan said, shamelessly extending his right hand again. Lash and Yamasaru were furious. Lash stepped forward, stood in front of Zhuang Bufan, tightened his tie, and threatened him in a slightly intimidating tone. "You've been quite arrogant lately. Haven to you." A mere rookie not only failed to visit Fubuki-sama on his own, but also did something enviable to the visiting Fubuki-sama. Yamasaru quickly covered Lash's mouth to stop him from rambling further. Then he awkwardly explained to Zhuang Bufan about the so-called unspoken rules in the hero industry. Ahem. In short, it's a rule in the industry that new heroes who reach B-class must come to visit Fubuki-sama. "May I ask where the Fubuki group's office is? I will find a time to visit." Zhuang Bufan seems to have asked some taboo topics that cannot be mentioned. Forget it. Chue Shui decided not to waste her precious time on trivial matters. "Do you know that there are also factions within the Hero Association?" "Factions? What does that mean?" Zhuang Bufan pretended to be unaware. After all, if he confessed to Chue Shui that he knew about the so-called internal affairs of the association, it would be like directly telling her that he was just making fun of them. Indeed, it was understandable that he, having just become a professional hero for a little over a month, was unclear about the reasons behind it. Chue Shui found what seemed to be a suitable excuse for Zhuang Bufan's series of disrespectful actions, but how much of it was to comfort herself was unknown. "It's really difficult for someone like you to survive in the industry," Chue Shui kindly advised Zhuang Bufan. "Why?" Zhuang Bufan asked. "Of course, it's because you'll be obstructed by all kinds of guys." "By whom?" "By your competitors, who are also professional heroes." "What do you mean? Do I really have to start explaining it to you from here?" Chue Shui sighed helplessly, considering that this newcomer in front of her might very well become an important asset for Team Chue Shui in the future. She decided to take her time and slowly explain the internal situation of the association to him. "As a newcomer who has climbed up from being a C-rank hero, you should be very clear about how painful life is for lower-tier heroes." "That's true." Zhuang Bufan recalled a situation when he was at C-rank. Unless it was an event reported by a TV station or a battle witnessed by a large crowd, he had to submit numerous reports and evidence, and the rewards he received were pitifully low. The key issue was that the lower-tier heroes were trapped in an internal struggle, and most could not rely on the support of the Hero Association because it was impossible to determine whether the association sent hypocrites like Vest Blackhole or true heroes like the Unlicensed Knight. Of course, none of this had much to do with Zhuang Bufan. To compensate for the unreasonable system of the association, hero factions united together. For weak individuals, climbing to B rank was already the limit. If they wanted to continue to rise, they needed the help of their companions. After a pause, Chue Shui finally got to the point of his purpose for this visit. "Join my Chue Shui team, and I can guarantee you will become a B-rank top tier." This line reminded him of something Whitebeard had once said to Ace. After thinking for 2 seconds, Zhuang Bufan decided to refuse Chue Shui's proposal, even though Chue Shui had a fatal attraction for him. "Sorry, I already have an organization." "What? Damn it, did I miss my chance?" The three of them put their hands on their foreheads, having spent so much effort, only to find that they were still beaten to the punch by another organization. "What boldness! I'll just remember this grudge." "Which organization did you join? The Vest Association or the C-Rank Union?" Facing Chue Shui's question, Zhuang Bufan shook his head, indicating that he had not joined either of those organizations. "Difficult. Could be the Sweetheart Mask Support Club?" Chue Shui stepped back in surprise, her expression mixed with a bit of disgust. Zhuang Bufan looked at Chue Shui, whose disdainful gaze reminded him of a strange book. After all, Sweetheart Mask was a young idol, and his fanbase mostly consisted of women and some guys who considered themselves women. Since this guy in front of him had joined the Sweetheart Mask Support Club, it meant. With this thought, Chue Shui took a step back again, wanting to distance himself from him. Who would join that guy's support club? Zhuang Bufan angrily shouted at Chue Shui. "So what organization did you join?" Upon realizing that Zhuang Bufan was not the kind of pervert they had imagined, the 3 members of the Chue Shui group felt a bit relieved. However, the problem was still unresolved. They hadn't heard of any newly formed groups within the association recently. "Hot Pot Group." Zhuang Bufan proudly said. Hot Pot Group? I've never heard of such an organization. Who initiated it? Shueishuet carefully searched her memories, but still found no information about this strange group. You have to admit, although the Shueishuet group looks glamorous and has a complex power structure, it doesn't change the fact that it is essentially a silly organization. Just think about it. How could normal people name their group the Hot Pot Group? You could also call it the Zhuang Bufan Group. The current members are just me and my two neighbors, and we hold a meeting once a week. The topics are basically chosen from either shabu-shabu or seafood hot pot, and occasionally we consider mushroom hot pot. If Shueishuet-chan wants to join, I will be very welcoming. But as for those two uncles at the back, forget it. The house is too small to accommodate so many people. Shueishuet-chan? The mountain monkey and the eyelashes clearly care more about Zhuang Bufan's reference to their goddess, Shueishuet-sama. So the Hot Pot Group is just a simple foodie gathering. Upon learning the answer, Shueishuet felt as though she had been toyed with by this newcomer, trembling with anger and repeatedly muttering explanations about the Hot Pot Group. No. The Hot Pot Group is not just some simple organization. Things like the Sword Saint Association, the Vest Association, and the Sweetheart Mass Support Association are not worth mentioning in front of the Hot Pot Group. Zhuang Bufan was still trying to explain to Shueishuet what a great organization the Hot Pot Group was. Little did he know that his earlier remarks had completely enraged Shueishuet, along with the nearby Shan Yuan and Jimao. You say the Vest Association and the Sweetheart Mass Support Club are nothing compared to the Hot Pot Group. Then doesn't that mean my Shueishuet group isn't even worth mentioning? Shan Yuan, Jimao, teach this arrogant newcomer a harsh lesson. I want him to never be able to carry out hero activities again. Shueishuet pointed at Zhuang Bufan in front of her, angrily giving orders to her two lackeys behind her. Shan Yuan raised his fist and fiercely struck Zhuang Bufan's right cheek. At the same time, Jimao took out his eyelash curler, transforming it into a pair of tiger claws that he wore on his hands, and began to unleash a furious attack on Zhuang Bufan's abdomen with both fists. Zhuang Bufan grabbed the mountain ape's fist with his right hand, using just one hand's strength to prevent him from breaking free, allowing the eyelashes to launch a fierce attack on his abdomen. The mountain ape exerted all his strength to try to pull out his fist, but there was nothing he could do. After a series of punches, the eyelashes stepped aside, looking at this guy in shock. You guys don't want to join the Blowing Snow group, but there's no need to resort to violence, right? Zhuang Bufan exerted a bit of force with his right hand, twisting the mountain ape's wrist, forcing him to half-kneel in front of him. Shueishuet saw that the mountain ape had fallen into Zhuang Bufan's hands and, fearing the consequences, did not use his mental power to attack Zhuang Bufan directly. How is that possible? How did you just defend against my attack? He found it hard to believe what was happening in front of him, even though he had climbed to the second position in B rank thanks to the resources of the Shueishuet group. But anyone who could become a B rank hero was, without exception, an extraordinary genius in the world of ordinary people. Even if the legendary sword Saint Miyamoto Musashi from Neon were alive, he would only be at the B rank level. Think about it. How could steel possibly be harder than muscle? With just B rank strength, no matter how they attacked, they couldn't break through the defense of a ghost-level physique. Even if Zhuang Bufan's physical quality could barely be considered weak ghost, it was still beyond the capability of a mere B-rank fighter to breach. However, Zhuang Bufan was too lazy to explain all this to these two, so he borrowed a classic line from the Super Alloy Blacklight as a response to their questions. Seriously, one should leave a way out for future encounters. Who starts by hitting someone in the face like this? Zhuang Bufan released his grip on the mountain ape's right hand, hoping that the two of them could calm down. However, the gorilla with a chin like a butt not only showed no appreciation, but also viciously swung a punch at its own lower body. Meanwhile, the character named Eyelash, having fully recognized Zhuang Bufan's strength after the previous round of confrontation, no longer held back. The eyelash blade transformed again into the shape of a dagger and lunged towards Zhuang Bufan's eyes. You two are really going too far. Zhuang Bufan was a bit angry. Initially, he wanted to let them off the hook out of consideration for Shueishuet showing great generosity. He didn't hold their rude behavior of attacking him against them, but now it seemed necessary to teach them a lesson. Zhuang Bufan grabbed the left hand of the mountain ape and kicked him down the stairs. He dodged the attack from the eyelash and grabbed his little braid, tossing him down as well to keep the mountain ape company. I hope he won't go bald. Zhuang Bufan thought apologetically as he looked at the small handful of hair in his hand. You bastard. How dare you treat a member of my snow-blowing team like this? Snow-blowing was furious. If Zhuang Bufan's previous series of rude actions had only made her a bit angry, Then the brutal beating of the mountain ape and the eyelash had genuinely stirred feelings of anger towards the guy in front of her. Hellstorm! Snow blowing raised her fair arms above her head and struck a pose reminiscent of a tornado, a common stance when unleashing her superpower. Her curvaceous figure, accentuated by the elegant evening gown, was even more alluring. As the only one able to appreciate this masterpiece, Zhuang Bufan should have been enjoying the view, but he had no time to think about such things now. Watching the storm gradually take shape, swirling debris from the entire neighborhood and charged with overwhelming energy, Zhuang Bufan began to contemplate his strategy. Although snow-blowing strength was far from that of a small tornado, she undoubtedly possessed the ability to be in the top 10 of A-class, considering the rarity of psychokinesis and its advantageous match against most enemies. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that snow-blowing had the strength of a weak ghost. So, the question was, what should he do now? Zhuang Bufan, although not so obsessed with mental purity as to absolutely avoid physical contact with women, extremely dislikes such behavior. However, if he doesn't intervene to stop Fubuki, who knows what extent her psychic storm could reach. Although Fubuki's strength is far from as terrifying as tornadoes, he is not someone like Saitama, who can easily defeat beings stronger than dragons. Although it would be very rude to do so, he decided to tie up Fubuki instead, hoping she wouldn't dislike him for it. Zhuang Bufan didn't hold out too much hope as he looked on. Suddenly, his body became pitch black, resembling a black, gel-like armor. From the outside, it gave off a feeling of a combination between Kamen Rider Kuga and the second King Mal'Ganis. The Deep Sea Warrior transformation skill allows you to become a warrior who can move freely in the deep sea, increasing strength by 20, agility by 25, and defense by 15. Flowing Water Will increases the damage of your water-based skills by 10. Blessing of Water. When fighting in a human environment, life recovery and agility increase, with a maximum increase of 20 life recovery and 5 agility. You can now breathe freely underwater. Deep Sea Vine summons a kelp with a toughness far exceeding steel for your use. Up to 6 can be summoned. The kelp boosts speed, depending on the host's life recovery rate. Abyssal Entanglement cancels and seals the Deep Sea Warrior transformation form for 6 hours, summoning 48 kelps at once to launch a binding attack on the target. This is the transformation form Zhuang Bufan acquired after defeating the Infinite Kelp, and it can be said to be the most powerful transformation skill he currently possesses. Clap! Zhuang Bufan snapped his fingers, and 3 strands of kelp slowly approached Shueisha from behind. They suddenly launched an attack when they were less than 20 centimeters away from her. The slightly slimy kelp tightly bound Shueisha's body, fixing her against the railing in the corridor. Wow! Shueisha was startled by the sudden attack from the kelp, and in her panic, she interrupted the continuation of the hellstorm. The storm that was gathering in the sky lost its power to coalesce and suddenly dispersed, and the pebbles that were floating in the air also fell to the ground. Moreover, the clothes on her body were drenched in the slimy liquid that the kelp possessed. To be honest, Shueisha looked absolutely terrible right now. Zhuang Bufan was not idle either. Seizing the rare opportunity, he picked up the camera that had fallen on the ground and took a flurry of shots at Shueisha. Faced with the constantly flashing exposure light, Shueisha gradually understood her predicament. Her body was bound by kelp, rendering her unable to move, and the moment she tried to use her mental power, the kelp would squirm wildly. That itchy sensation made it impossible for her to concentrate. After several attempts, she found that her situation only worsened, providing no help at all. So she had to give up struggling and kept cursing Zhuang Bufan. Bastard, pervert, a lewd creature walking among humans, a conglomerate of evil desires. Unable to tolerate Shueisha's constant cursing, Zhuang Bufan ordered a piece of kelp to cover her small mouth, making everything even worse. 30 minutes passed, and perhaps Shueisha had run out of energy to continue cursing, or maybe she had calmed down. In any case, she no longer made whimpering sounds. What are you doing? Kidnapping? Saitama had just returned from the supermarket, still holding a discounted cabbage he had bought. Looking at the scene unfolding before him, he asked Zhuang Bufan with a puzzled expression. As his neighbor, Saitama was someone he rarely considered a friend. He was quite willing to believe that Zhuang Bufan was not the kind of person who would do such a thing, or at least he shouldn't. But the terrible scene in front of him forced Saitama to entertain such thoughts. So he could only ask Zhuang Bufan, hoping for a reasonable explanation. Oh, are we having fried chicken nuggets for dinner? Zhuang Bufan glanced at the chicken and cabbage in Saitama's hands and said, showing no sign of the guilt typical of a criminal. Ahem, let me introduce you. Zhuang Bufan deeply bowed. performing the gesture of introducing his master like an old-time noble attendant. Shueisha whimpered and shook her head repeatedly, clearly wanting Zhuang Bufan to be quiet, as no one wants to be introduced by others in such a situation. Her originally snow-white face suddenly flushed with a pink hue, and it could be aptly described as rosy cheeks. Unfortunately, the devilish Zhuang Bufan did not care about Shueisha's feelings. Ranked first in the B-level hero leaderboard, the big boss of the hero organization Shueisha group, known as the Hell Shueisha, the super-strong psychokinetic. This is Lord Shueisha, and, as a C-level underling, you should quickly greet Lord Shueisha. Zhuang Bufan imperiously said to Saitama, "Please take care of me, C-class hero Saitama." Following Zhuang Bufan's introduction, Saitama briefly introduced himself. "You really are a character like a demon. No matter what, you should let her go after doing something like this to a lady. She looks quite pitiful. Speaking of which, this is what the new employee training is about, right? To be precise, it's new employee training 3.0. Zhuang Bufan corrected that Saitama seems to understand the current situation and has given up on intervening in this matter. Training newcomers is something that a hero shouldn't really be doing. It's okay for her to face a bit of hardship, and besides, Zhuang Bufan looks like he's more in a playful mood. Moreover, I've already greeted him, so he probably won't do anything out of line, right? Probably. After greeting, Saitama opened the door to go home, no longer paying attention to the two lively characters at the door. Bang! Zhuang Bufan snapped his fingers, reverting to his original form, while the kelp that had been entwined around Fubuki quickly withered and disappeared. Fubuki realized that the restraints on her had been lifted, and she wrapped her hands tightly around her mink fur shawl. The sticky liquid still lingered on her gown, and the blush on her face had yet to fade, giving her a youthful and adorable appearance. You remember this. This matter will definitely not end like this. I will make you kneel on the ground and beg me to let you join the Fubuki group. Fubuki, who had originally run to the end of the corridor, suddenly turned around, pointed at Zhuang Bufan with one hand, and shouted loudly. Before Zhuang Bufan could respond, she seemed to be frightened by something strange that had suddenly appeared behind her and hurriedly fled. As she left, she did not forget to use telekinesis to carry away the unconscious Yamazuru and eyelash from the ground. Zhuang Bufan stood on the balcony, watching Fubuki disappear into the distance. He recalled the words Fubuki had just said to him in the corridor and couldn't help but sigh. Is this what it means to be entangled with Fubuki-chan? I really am a man with deep sins. After showing off a little on the balcony, Zhuang Bufan saw the long-lost Genos walking towards him. So this is what you meant by being reforged, Saitama thought, looking at the newly armored Genos, gaining a new understanding of the term reforged. That really is a cool set of armor. I wonder how much the performance has improved. Zhuang Bufan chimed in. This is exactly the purpose of my visit today. I hope the teacher can help test my current data at an abandoned quarry in the suburbs of City Z. Zhuang Bufan was doing stretching exercises and casually took off his clothes, changing into a pair of shorts. Without a specially made hero suit, he had to worry about his clothes tearing during each battle, which was quite troublesome. Why did my battle with Saitama end up like this? Genos helplessly commented as he looked at this guy in shorts. Since we're going to test data anyway, let's have a match as a warm-up. If Saitama ends up knocking you out, then you won't be able to fight me, right? Genos reluctantly nodded and agreed to Zhuang Bufan's request. Get ready and come at me. Deep-sea warrior transform. Zhuang Bufan instantly transformed into a deep-sea warrior clad in stylish all-black leather armor. He stomped his right foot hard on the ground and charged directly at Genos' chest plate. Shattered rocks. Zhuang Bufan charged in front of Genos, using the technique of flowing rock shattering fist to concentrate all his strength at one point and struck fiercely at Genos' thickest chest armor. Boom! The immense force sent Genos crashing into a nearby cliff, and dust and smoke rose, obscuring Genos' figure. Zhuang Bufan did not dare to be careless and continued to maintain a fighting stance. Although the previous strike had landed solidly on Genos, it was not enough to take him down after his enhancements. At most, it was just a greeting. That last hit was probably on par with the armored gorilla, right? The speed at which his strength is increasing is truly frightening. Is this the ability that makes teacher Saitama so? Genos struggled to emerge from the rocks. Analyzing the data from Zhuang Bufan's recent attack, the dust had not fully settled, and a faint golden light flickered within the smoke. It seems I was still too careless, Genos said, awakening the combat components on his body, and the originally black iron-color body began to glow with a golden hue. I didn't expect Mr. Zhuang Bufan to make such significant progress in just a few days, Please be careful. I'm going to get serious now. Genos activated his combat thrusters and rapidly approached Zhuang Bufan's position at nearly supersonic speed. Power strike. 80 power. Although Genos had fully understood that Zhuang Bufan was no longer an opponent he could underestimate, based on that previous strike, he roughly deduced Zhuang Bufan's data. Now Zhuang Bufan, in a fully powered state against his recently upgraded combat components, was still too dangerous. Release force. Zhuang Bufan was using the technique of the flowing rock-shattering fist to withstand Genos's heavy blows. Most of the force was transmitted into the ground through his technique, and the soil beneath his feet suddenly erupted with immense power. Zhuang Bufan seized the opportunity and, however, also used his analysis software to predict his attack intentions. The palm cannon in his hand suddenly increased its power and fired at Zhuang Bufan, using the recoil to quickly escape his attack range. Magic vines appeared around, with 6 sea vines attacking different parts of his body. Ding, ding, ding. A series of sounds of metal clashing rang out. These 6 seaweeds, which were much tougher than steel, did not leave many marks on his armor. Moreover, during the entangling process, they were also scorched by the tail flames from the thrusters on his body. From a compatibility standpoint, this state should avoid combat with high temperature and flame-using opponents, right? Seeing the performance of the magic vines, Zhuang Bufan felt somewhat disappointed, but at least he confirmed that his vine attacks could cause damage to the demon-level monsters. Most of the other data had been tested, and now it was time to see how the abyssal entanglement would perform. This was still a skill that required sealing the transformation form. He hoped it wouldn't let him down. Zhuang Bufan watched as Genos tore away the seaweed, binding him, and murmured, "Genos, wait a moment. Is this going to end so soon? I think you can hold on for a little while longer." Perhaps sensing that this battle could rewrite his legendary record of defeats, Genos sighed with some regret. "Next, please try to avoid all my attacks as much as possible. I want to test out my newly developed finishing move." Seeing the thrusters on Genos reignite, Zhuang Bufan took a deep breath and then pointed at Genos with one finger, silently chanting, "Abyss Entanglement," detecting a large number of high-energy objects approaching rapidly. "Is it that pesky seaweed attack again?" Genos recalled the troublesome seaweed from before as he looked at the prompts given by the auxiliary system. Bang, 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 boom. The sound of magical vines breaking through the ground came from beneath Genos, and a large amount of seaweed swept towards him from all directions. He had no choice but to activate all his propulsion devices and perform erratic movements to evade the magical vine's assault. Regrettably, even with all propulsion devices in use, Genos couldn't escape the attacks of the magical vines. They acted like a pack of hyenas living on the grasslands, capable of perfect teamwork purely by instinct. Continuous attacks sealed off all possible escape routes for Genos, leaving him with no choice but to counterattack, hoping to carve out a path. Machine gun strike. Genos was reluctant to use his incineration cannon for burning. The moment he struck already indicated that he couldn't evade the magical vine's assault. If he relied on the powerful firepower of the incineration cannon to break through violently, it would always give him a sense of impending defeat. The multitude of punching shadows shattered the steel net formed by the magical vines, scattering seaweed fragments everywhere. Unfortunately, what he faced was not just a single vine net, but an entire group of perfect hunters who understood cooperation. Seizing the moment Genos paused after throwing a punch, a large number of magical vines took the opportunity to entangle his feet. The shattered vines rapidly recovered at an astonishing speed, no matter how much Genos struggled. The magical vines acted like tentacles devoid of pain, with all actions aimed at ensnaring their locked target. In an instant, they bound Genos into a mummy-like shape. Burn! Genos activated the incineration cannon, and under the effect of the high-temperature flames, the magical vines quickly dehydrated and withered. At this moment, Genos exerted a bit of force and easily broke free from the vine's confinement. What a troublesome technique. If I hadn't used the incineration cannon, it would have taken almost 3 minutes to completely escape from these pesky seaweeds. Moreover, with no way to evade, it seems I've been defeated. If it can entangle a demon-level monster for 3 minutes, then even with Genos' evasion ability, he couldn't escape. Other than speedsters like Sonic and Aunt Lou with extreme speed preferences, most demon-level monsters likely wouldn't be able to escape the entangling attacks of the magical vines. Zhuang Bufan was very satisfied with the performance of the skill Abyss Entanglement. After putting on his clothes, he retreated to the edge of the arena, ready to enjoy the peak battle of the legendary match. Saitama-sensei, there are 2 rules. First, avoid attacks as much as possible. Second, keep fighting until I can no longer continue. Oh, then let's begin, Saitama responded nonchalantly. The overlimit mode is activated. Unlike the previous match against Zhuang Bufan, where he had to limit his own strength, this time Genos directly activated all his combat components, and judging by the increasingly intense glow from the thrusters, he was likely in some kind of overload mode. Machine gun blow. The steel fist attacked Saitama's position at an extremely fast speed without stopping. The air friction generated by the rapid-fire punches caused Genos' iron fist to start turning red and heating up. Zhuang Bufan was very skeptical. If he were facing Genos instead of Saitama at that moment, could he withstand Genos' relentless and fierce attacks like a torrential storm? However, Genos was not only fighting against Zhuang Bufan, who had the strength of a weak ghost, but was up against Saitama, the Demon King whose power could not be measured by levels. Even this frenzied onslaught, like a storm, couldn't touch the hem of Saitama's clothes. The speed of such evasion was simply beyond the capability of the naked eye to capture. Zhuang Bufan watched the battle, and even with his current dynamic vision and reflexes, he still couldn't catch how Saitama had avoided Genos' barrage of gunfire. Genos finished his frantic assault, and aside from the sound of air being sliced and the dust flying up from the ground, he hadn't hit anything. That should be enough. Next. It's time to go eat a dawn. Saitama appeared behind Genos at some point, and with a red finger, he poked Genos' bionic skin. To him, it seemed he was suggesting that this match should come to an end. But, hiya! Genos roared, burning. His arms came together, and the cannon barrels quickly unfolded, golden flames gushing out, rapidly engulfing all targets around him. It seemed that Genos' energy field was beginning to go out of control. Arcs of electricity darting chaotically across his metallic skin. Anyone with keen eyes could tell that Genos' 2 rounds of attacks had already pushed him to his limit. The outcome should have been decided by now. Saitama-sensei, please respect this match. I said I must fight until I can no longer battle. Genos gasped for breath, expelling the high-temperature exhaust from his body, the metal parts on him glowing red, and the surrounding air distorted from the heat. Oh, is that so? Saitama replied calmly. And in the next moment, he teleported in front of him. Without any warning, all of Genos' combat assistance software malfunctioned, and he felt the long-lost intense fear of death as a human. Boom! With a single punch, the forest behind Genos was flattened, overwhelmed by the fear of death. Genos completely abandoned the thought of continuing the match. I feel like I forgot something. Saitama scratched his bald head on the side. Where are you even aiming? Zhuang Bufan angrily questioned Saitama. Whether in the anime or the manga, Saitama had completely conquered Genos from the perspective of strength with a single punch. For this reason, Zhuang Bufan specifically chose to watch the battle from the forest, giving up the better vantage point on the cliff. But plans don't always go as expected. Where's your clothes? Saitama asked Zhuang Bufan, who had turned into a bear-like state. How can you even ask that? If I hadn't dodged fast enough just now, you would have been visiting my grave next year. Zhuang Bufan recalled the situation with lingering fear. He felt something was off when Genos was using the incineration cannon with his back turned to him. When Saitama appeared in front of Genos, Zhuang Bufan began to flee crazily. Even so, he was still caught in the blast of the mountain-cutting fist, rendering his sportswear useless, but fortunately, he was not harmed. Watching the two bicker back and forth, Genos knelt on the ground, giving up on discovering Saitama's powerful secret through combat. Saitama lay on the floor, flipping through the comic cockroach assault. Meanwhile, Zhuang Bufan was playing on his phone. Both looked like unemployed youths staying at home. Speaking of which, the streets are really peaceful. There haven't been any reports of crises on TV these past 2 days. Saitama said, somewhat bored. Although the feeling of peace was nice, he still felt that after finally becoming a professional hero, he should be more active. Creak. The door opened, and Genos walked in with a huge backpack. Can I stay here? Saitama-sensei, do you have rent? Before Saitama could respond, Zhuang Bufan jumped in with a question. Are you serious? This is my home. Why would you charge rent? Besides, it wasn't even a matter of rent. How could 2 people fit in such a small space? Slap. In response to Saitama was a stack of 10-centimeter high Fukuzawa Yukichi bills. Did you bring your toothbrush? Saitama asked with a smirk. Genos put down his luggage, and after the brief commotion, the small living room returned to a peaceful state. Saitama wanted to scratch an itch while looking at the comic, but Genos was constantly recording all his activities, making him feel a bit embarrassed. The guy at the lecture said that if you don't engage in hero activities within a week, you'll be expelled from the Hero Association. Saitama-sensei, is it really okay for you to be like this now? Genos asked while jotting down Saitama's daily activities. Is that a thing? But isn't this guy leisurely hanging out at my place, playing Tavern Legend? Saitama pointed at Zhuang Bufan. The weekly hero activity is a routine task only for C-class heroes. I'm B-class, so I don't have to deal with such troublesome things. Zhuang Bufan replied, without looking up from his phone, and then he explained to him what kind of difficulties C-class heroes would face. So, doesn't that mean I'm in a pretty bad situation right now? By the way, why haven't you said anything to me after all these days? Saitama was a bit flustered and hurriedly put on his yellow tight-fitting suit. Teacher Saitama, let me help you too. Don't come over. People will only think that the one who defeated the monsters is you, the S-class hero. Doesn't that mean my efforts would be in vain? Saitama yelled at Genos in frustration, and then shifted the topic to philosophy. In any case, he managed to distract Genos and gave him a goal to aim for among the top 10 S-class heroes. It really is peaceful. Zhuang Bufan looked at the empty room and said listlessly, the chess game dropped another 500 points. Should I go visit the Blowing Snow team to improve my relationship with Chue Xuechan? Remembering Chue Xuechan's shy appearance when she left, Zhuang Bufan felt it was necessary to find a time to visit the Blowing Snow team. Ding dong. King stood awkwardly at the door, holding a piece of yokan in his hand. How did you get here? This is the ghost zone. Seeing King appear in front of him, Zhuang Bufan doubted how this guy managed to come here unscathed. He then slapped his forehead. You're King. So those monsters that attacked you must have been dealt with by that bald guy in a yellow bodysuit, right? What bald guy in a yellow bodysuit? When I arrived, I actually saw quite a few monsters being killed by meteorites. There might be a big meteor shower coming up. So the dragon-class meteorite that fell in Z City was brought here by you? Zhuang Bufan looked at King and gained a new understanding of his good luck. By the way, is there something going on? Even though he knew King was protected by strong luck, Zhuang Bufan thought that a timid guy like him wouldn't visit the Phantom Zone without a reason. Actually, I have something I want to ask you for help with, King said somewhat shyly. Then he took out a promotional poster that read Whirlwind/Iron Dojo Rookie Tournament, sincerely inviting you, a newcomer to martial arts, to participate. The winner will receive the comeback of the defeated dogs by XXX Company, Nia, the initial limited edition of Heyoda. You should go participate. Maybe your opponents will mysteriously have a hot pot gathering the night before and then collectively suffer from food poisoning, thus missing the competition. Please don't make such jokes, King said seriously, not fully aware of his own strong luck. Besides, as an S-rank hero, how could I possibly participate in that level of rookie tournament? Zhuang Bufan took the poster, which meant he accepted King's proposal. The Whirlwind/Iron Fist Dojo, right? In the original work, it was established by Bongpu, Bongu's brother, who possessed strength comparable to Bongu. Moreover, the Whirlwind/Iron Fist he taught could be combined with Bongu's flowing rock-shattering fist to form the third martial art in the world of boxing, the Dragon Slayer Fist. Bongpu's dojo had never experienced events like the Hungry Wolf attack, and according to his description, he had at least hundreds of disciples. How could he hold such a welcoming event? Recalling the records about Bongpu, Zhuang Bufan felt he was not the type to seek empty fame, making it hard to imagine why he would do this. Under King's strong insistence, Zhuang Bufan sent him out of Ghost Zone and took a trip to Bongpu's dojo to register early. A hero? It's quite rare for a hero to have such a keen interest in martial arts, isn't it? What about the flowing rock-shattering fist? Want to learn more? At the registration desk, a hunchbacked old man with silver hair was chattering incessantly about his martial arts and the benefits of the flowing rock dojo. The nagging old man in front of him could only be Bongu. After bidding farewell to hundreds of disciples for his beloved younger brother, Zhuang Bufan finally understood what Bongpu was up to. Water balloon carbonic fist, hero Zhuang Bufan, please log in. Zhuang Bufan had no intention of joining the Bongu dojo. After all, his martial arts were not learned through normal means. Water ball carbonate fist? The name sounds very similar to my flowing rock-shattering fist, doesn't it? Are you really not considering visiting my dojo? I'm afraid the origin of this fist technique would make you so angry you'd spit blood. Thinking of the origin of this fist technique in the comic, Zhuang Bufan couldn't help but complain in his heart. It's really pitiful to be bothered by Mr. Bongu to visit his dojo. I've heard that all disciples of the Flowing Rock Dojo end up in the hospital's intensive care unit, without exception, after being beaten by a strange guy. So, as a master of martial arts, he still has to rely on his brother's dojo for recruitment, and pretend not to hear the criticisms from the disciples of Bongpu. Even as an S-rank hero, are there things that cannot be changed? Looking at this poor old man, Zhuang Bufan changed his mind. No matter what, this half set of flowing rock-shattering fist has already repaid your kindness. So let me be your disciple for a day. As a way to repay you. I'm very sorry, I need to modify the login information I just provided. Zhuang Bufan said to the two whispering guys. Hero Association B-Class Rank 102. Zhuang Bufan, style, flowing rock-shattering fist. Bongu looked at the modified registration information and excitedly gazed at the young man in front of him. Flowing rock-shattering fist. But isn't Mr. Bongu's dojo responsible for registration? The two people in charge of registration were about to say something, but glanced at Bongu beside them, falling silent and bowing their heads to register Zhuang Bufan. Young man, you don't seem to be a disciple of my dojo. The flowing rock-shattering fist doesn't have any sub-dojos. Where'd you learn this set of martial arts? Bongu somewhat sensed that this young man had the intention to stand up for him. However, as a martial artist, his dignity did not allow others to use his name to deceive people. Even if it was to help him vent his frustrations, it was not acceptable. I learned it by myself. When I fought someone named Ku Chong, I saw him use a couple of moves, and I naturally picked it up. Is that so? Bongu looked at Zhuang Bufan with a gaze full of skepticism. It was no wonder Bongu doubted him. Even his most outstanding disciple, Hungry Wolf, took a long time to learn the flowing rock-shattering fist. After all, Hungry Wolf was a once-in-a-century martial arts talent. So how could there be someone in this world who learned his proud martial art just from one match? If you're interested, I can teach you the essence of this martial art, but it's better not to do such things. Regardless, there are not many warm-hearted young people like him anymore. Bongu did not blame Zhuang Bufan, but instead kindly advised him, release your strength. Shatter the rock. Zhuang Bufan took a step back and assumed the stance of the flowing rock fist, practicing a few moves against the air according to the boxing routine. Oh, this style, lacking footwork coordination and awkward in punching posture, was indeed a boxing style he had comprehended himself, the flowing rock fracture fist. Moreover, the way he struck did carry the flair of that rebellious disciple, Ku Chong. When does the competition start? My fists are already itching with anticipation. The day after tomorrow at 10 a.m. Here's your number. Hero Association, Super Ability Personnel Training Room. Kawai was dressed in a black bodysuit, standing in the center of the laboratory, with 12 specially crafted metal willow blades floating beside her. Unite. Kawai leaned back with both hands, and the 12 blades transformed into 12 streams of silver, quickly gliding over her skin and forming 12 silver light streams. It was as if 12 ribbons danced in the wind, sweeping across Kawai-chan's body. Silver Flow Guardian. This was a skill she developed specifically to deal with Zhuang Bufan's magical vine after that day. To facilitate movement, she gave up the high-end dress she used to wear and switched to a black tight-fitting short dress. The 12 lightweight willow blades were strapped to the inside of Kawai-chan's thighs, hidden beneath the hem of her skirt. Slash! Kawai spread her arms, and the silver flows that clung to her body immediately dispersed, then suddenly altered their trajectories. Like 12 silver steel whips, they struck at the photo in front of Kawai. Poor Zhuang Bufan in the photo was neatly sliced into countless tiny fragments. Hell, Silver Serpent. This was a technique specially developed for that man who had brought her such humiliation. No, this is still not enough. Kawai looked at the shallow knife marks on the target and said, that man wouldn't be defeated by such an attack. Recalling that man's strength, Kawai returned to her original position, continuing to think about how to improve her technique. What on earth happened to Kawai-sama? Ever since she returned home drenched that day, she has been stuck in the training room every day, and even her personality has changed. A cute girl with a lily on her head spoke to the Kawai group members hiding in the shadows. Brother Shanyuan and Brother Eyelash. Could it be that Kawai-sama is really different from the 3-section staff Lily? Everyone present is a battle-hardened adult, so naturally, their dirty thoughts are quite rich. If it weren't for the respect for Kawai, the stories about that day would surely have been transformed into all sorts of versions by this imaginative bunch. I don't know. Bang. Shanyuan slammed his hand against the wall in frustration. As a capable assistant of Hell Kawai, he had always been by her side. That day, he completely lost consciousness, and in the end, it was Kawai-sama who brought him and Eyelash back to the Kawai group. Just thinking about how Kawai-sama endured humiliation for several hours at the hands of that devilish man made Shanyuan's heart ache like a knife. I'm worried that the impact of that incident on Kawai-sama is far from over. Eyelash said grimly to the people present. What do you mean by that, Eyelash? Have you heard of Stockholm Syndrome? You mean the hostage falls in love with the kidnapper? How could Kawai-sama possibly submit to such a man? The group members began to chatter in confusion. I don't want to think that way either, but look. Eyelash pointed to the training room. At that moment, Kawai's delicate fingers were caressing the target she had ravaged, her mind fantasizing about Zhuang Bufan kneeling at her feet, begging to join the Kawai group. The corners of her mouth involuntarily curled up. What should we do? Are we really going to just watch as Kawaii-sama submits to that pervert? Behind Kawaii's back, the members of the Kawaii group began discussing a hunting plan against the scum Zhuang Bufan. At Saitama's home, Zhuang Bufan was unaware that he had been targeted by a bunch of people with wild imaginations. By the way, I ran into that joint lock guy panic today. He really is annoying. Isnt, it's Sonic the Speedster, right? By the way, didn't you get treated as a pervert and got lectured by a hero? Poor Sonic. Even after becoming Sonic the Hedgehog, he still couldn't be remembered by Saitama. How do you know everything? Were you there when it happened? Saitama felt a bit scared, thinking that Zhuang Bufan was developing tendencies of a stalker. But isn't this unreasonable? I've at least been a bit active. I want a fan club too. Don't mention you. I've been a hero for a long time and still don't have a fan club. I also want a little life surrounded by deep V ladies. Saitama expressed deep agreement with this. A fan club? It's better to not have one. Dealing with fan mail every day is a hassle. KY weird guy Genos interjected, taking out a brown paper bag and pouring out a large pile of envelopes. Gano-sama, I will always support your heroic activities. Zhuang Bufan opened an envelope, which had a paragraph written in pink ink, along with a photo. Yes, it was definitely the deep V girl that Zhuang Bufan liked, wearing a sexy swimsuit, and on her collarbone, she had written Lord Genos Gogo with a marker. Zhuang Bufan glanced at Saitama and noticed that he also had a dark expression, holding a photo in his hand as well. Genos was still chattering away, complaining about how annoying these fans were. Shut up, you popular and handsome robot. Zhuang Bufan shouted towards Genos together with Saitama. The sportswear was really too outdated, and there were no Aikido uniforms at home. Should he borrow Saitama's yellow hero suit? However, just imagining himself in a tight yellow outfit, Zhuang Bufan decisively rejected this idea. It seemed he needed to get a suitable hero suit as soon as possible. It would be best if it resembled Black Blade's, although it looked a bit over the top. He couldn't deny it was cool. How about it? Deep Sea Warrior, activate. Zhuang Bufan looked at the stylish armor fitted against his skin, in terms of appearance. It was not much worse than the set worn by Eren. This form looked quite cool, but it felt a bit strange not to wear any clothes. In the martial arts hall, dozens of disciples from different dojos were seated in the audience. You call this a newcomer competition? Lingling from the Bell Punch Dojo, Water Dragon from the Underworld Bodyboxing, and Gatling from the Flow Art of Multiple Strikes. All three were participants in the martial arts tournament. And Water Dragon had even won the championship multiple times. Old man, are you sure there are no issues with the judges' review process? According to the rules, those under the age of 27 who have not established their own martial art style are qualified to participate, which indeed applies to Lingling and Water Dragon. However, allowing a champion of the martial arts tournament to continue participating in such a level of newcomer competition does feel a bit excessive. I'll go talk to those two guys and see if they are willing to withdraw voluntarily. On the other side of the venue, after being advised by the staff, Water Dragon was holding the additional prize gifted by the organizers, preparing to say goodbye to Lingling. I didn't expect you to participate in such a level of competition. Are you preparing for the upcoming martial arts tournament? As a well-known female fighter, Lingling naturally recognized Water Dragon, the martial arts genius who enjoyed a life of indulgence. No, I don't need to prove my strength through competitions at this level. I simply like the champions' prizes. But since the organizers think it's unfair for me to compete against those other guys, I might as well forfeit. How about it? Want to grab a drink with me? Water Dragon casually flirted. I would go with you. You, with your head full of women and fame. Can't you have a bit of dignity as a martial artist? Lingling crossed her arms defensively, looking at Water Dragon. Although he was handsome and exuded masculine charm, that playboy personality was indeed a woman's nemesis. Rest assured, a girl with your figure is not in my hunting range. Just make sure you don't fall for me. After saying this in a self-absorbed manner, Water Dragon waved goodbye to Lingling and prepared to head to the Kabuki Hall to chat with some cute girls. In the first match, Zhuang Bufan from the Flowing Rock Shattering Fist Dojo faced Offspring A from the Whirlwind/Iron Dojo. Flowing Rock Shattering Fist? I heard that Bongu's dojo was attacked by a monster, and all the disciples were wiped out, right? No. The version I heard was that it was destroyed by a meteorite, and none of the disciples survived. They're still rebuilding. No. After the wolf incident, Zhuang Bufan, as the only disciple to have appeared from the Flowing Rock Shattering Fist Dojo, truly attracted the attention of the audience. Duong. The gong sounded, and Offspring A bowed, observing the basic etiquette before the match. Are you ready? Zhuang Bufan kindly asked. This guy might actually be a very easygoing person. Disciple A looked at Zhuang Bufan's warm and cheerful face and secretly decided in his heart that he would go easy on him during their fight later. Ready? Bang! Zhuang Bufan, a push-hand practitioner, pushed the poor Disciple A against the protective wall nearby. Is this the disciple of the flowing rock-shattering fist? Could it be that some martial arts expert was invited to disguise themselves as a newcomer to cause trouble? In the audience, people were discussing fervently, and outside the stands, the underground betting was in chaos. Return the money for the water dragon to us, said Gambler A. What money should I return if he didn't compete? The dealer shouted at the person from earlier. Compared to the new dark horse that just emerged in the betting market, a single push defeated the popular contestant A. A group of gamblers clenched their cash tightly and made a firm decision. Bet everything on Zhuang Bufan. All in. Don't ask me about the strategy. If we win XXXX. If we lose, we go work in the sea. Let's shift our focus back to the competition venue. Disciple A of the Whirlwind/Iron Fist Dojo has the following skills. Stiff Whirlwind/Iron Fist, Gale, in the face of incoming attacks. Your reaction speed increases by 40 and evasion speed increases by 30. /Iron converts your attacks into slashing damage with an additional 30 armor penetration. As a background character providing skills, the name Disciple A has successfully allowed him to escape the fate of being a mere passerby. Not bad at all. Zhuang Bufan looked at the skill description. The purpose of this competition was considered half accomplished. Next, he needed to win the championship reward. In the next match, Zhuang Bufan from the Flowing Rock Arena was up against Lingling from the Bell Punch. Why is it so fast? Is it a will battle? Zhuang Bufan had just stepped down from the ring, and before he could stay for a minute, he was invited back up. Signing up for the competition turned out to be the right decision. He never expected to encounter a like you before the martial arts tournament. Lingling's voice, as clear as a yellow aureole, rang in Zhuang Bufan's ears, indicating her high interest in him. Emotionally, I don't want to fight with a girl. So can we change the way we determine the winner? Do you look down on me? Lingling's pretty face turned slightly red with anger. Her fists clenched and slightly raised, while her small feet kept stomping on the floor. Ignoring her identity as a renowned female fighter, she was actually quite a cute girl. I have 6 vines here. If you can break them, you win. If you get entangled and can't move, then it's my victory. What do you think? A superpower user? Looking at the kelp that suddenly emerged from below the stage, Lingling furrowed her brows, her right hand clenched into a fist with veins slightly visible on her fair skin, clearly indicating her extreme anger. All right, let me tear apart your broken kelp, and then force you to fight me. With a clang, the gong sounded, and Zhuang Bufan's 6 magical vines attacked all around Lingling. Ding! Lingling struck out with her palm, hitting one of the magical vines coming at her, producing a sound like metal clashing. The magical vine was actually knocked away by Lingling's soft hand, which surprised Zhuang Bufan slightly. Is her physical quality equivalent to a tiger-level monster? I didn't expect Lingling to be so powerful. It seems her strength is not inferior to that of Springy Mustache. Compared to the astonishment she brought to Zhuang Bufan, the unexpectedness he brought to her was clearly a bit more. This stinky kelp, how can it be harder than steel? Am I really unable to defeat this kelp? Lingling utilized her agility to continuously dodge the attacks of the magical vines. And after trying to attack a few times, she helplessly discovered that all her moves had no effect on the slippery, slimy kelp, and her maneuvering space was getting smaller. Unwilling to admit defeat, she decided to take a risk and launch a strong attack on Zhuang Bufan's body. Ha! Lingling struck out with her palm, hitting Zhuang Bufan's abdominal armor. Zhuang Bufan took a hit from Lingling without flinching, looking compassionately at her swollen little hand, and asked in a very gentle tone, "Does it hurt?" "Not at all," Lingling replied, holding her slightly swollen right hand, her eyes glistening with tears, her voice trembling with a sob as she answered Zhuang Bufan. In the next moment, the magical vines wrapped around Lingling's entire body. Oh! Compared to the astonishment Zhuang Bufan and Lingling brought to each other, their battle brought even more surprise to the audience present. The magical vines ensnared Lingling's petite figure, lifting her into the air and displaying her in a large character. "Give up. You have no possibility of resistance now." Zhuang Bufan offered a slightly kind-hearted suggestion. "I won't lose to a guy like you," Lingling replied, her face flushed and still unwilling to accept Zhuang Bufan's proposal. With that, the creeping vines removed Lingling's embroidered shoes, constantly tickling her smooth little feet. "Zhuang Bufan, all in. I've withdrawn all my savings from the second half of my life, just to bet everything on you." All in. Watching the broadcast in the venue, everyone present was loudly placing large bets. Are you sure you want to take such a disciple as your apprentice? On the chairman's stage, Bongpu helplessly asked his brother, as the situation on stage was truly unbearable to watch. Bonggu did not respond. He now felt that after Zhuang Bufan's commotion, the reputation built over decades by Lai Xian's broken fist had been ruined. Below the ring, wrapped in a blanket, Lingling approached Zhuang Bufan with tears in her eyes. Her body trembled occasionally from sobbing, and she appeared to be holding back her tears. I will definitely get my revenge. Just wait for it, you guy. After making this declaration, Lingling could no longer hold back her tears, crying as she ran out. As for the prize for the competition, Bonggu handed the first prize to Zhuang Bufan. Aren't there still 4 more matches? Zhuang Bufan asked in confusion. For a contestant with your strength, continuing to compete somewhat goes against the purpose of the competition. I've already submitted your withdrawal application. Besides, it wouldn't be appropriate for you to show your face in front of those female spectators again, would it? Zhuang Bufan took a glance at the audience in the background. Compared to the admiration of the male audience, the female audience seemed to want to tear him apart. Scum, pervert, enemy of women. Putting me alongside Lingling is probably just to get me to eliminate that girl. After all, aside from discouraging her, the only way to make her withdraw from the competition is through the elimination mechanism. It's just a pity that I can't win the championship and help promote your dojo. Zhuang Bufan took the prize and said regretfully, No. Trust me, you've done enough. Bonggu looked at Zhuang Bufan in astonishment and hurriedly tried to stop him, hoping he could abandon such thoughts. As for getting Zhuang Bufan to help promote the dojo, he didn't even dare to think about it anymore. Now the conference announced that Zhuang Bufan from the Lai Xian Broken Fist Dojo voluntarily withdrew from the competition, and the disciple he was supposed to face, B, advanced by default. This is a dark scheme. Refund my savings. A group of gamblers sat together, looking distressed as they watched the broadcast on television, their tickets turning into worthless scraps of paper. What does Zhuang Bufan's withdrawal have to do with me sitting at the table? The casino owner looked at his bulging pockets and smiled contentedly. Here is a piece of advice. Small bets hurt feelings, big bets ruin families. Cherish life and stay away from gambling. In a city, at King's house. Why give up? That game is a rare treasure from the dream world. It's completely out of print in the market. Is it that precious? Zhuang Bufan scratched his head, feeling that the organizers were quite generous in sending gifts. It seemed they still had a pile in their warehouse. Facing King's incessant complaints, Zhuang Bufan took out the game that King had been dreaming of. Do you want to have hot pot together tonight? Looking at King, who kept stroking the cover of the game featuring a yellow-clothed cat-eared girl, Zhuang Bufan suddenly said, Do we really have to go now? King looked reluctantly at the game in his hands and asked Zhuang Bufan this question. Why do you want me to pay for the Hong Kong fish, peony shrimp, and king crab when you're the one treating? And could you please put down that ridiculously expensive melon in your hand? King looked helplessly at Zhuang Bufan, who was continuously selecting high-end ingredients at the Tsukiji market. Very suspicious that this guy invited him for hot pot just to make him pay. King-san. Zhuang Bufan turned his head and looked at the somewhat dissatisfied King with a serious expression. Bringing a gift when visiting a friend's house is an important part of maintaining interpersonal relationships in the secular world. Who needs you to teach these manners that even elementary school students know? Besides, apart from the first time when you took that photo with Mushin Chan, you haven't given me anything, okay? The key point is, have you ever seen that guy invite guests to a dinner party and then take them to choose gifts? King transformed into a criticism machine, continuously mocking Zhuang Bufan for various behaviors. A calculating guy like you won't be popular, you know. Listening to King's complaints, Zhuang Bufan began to fight back. Learn from me a little. I'm the man who left a deep impression on 2 stunning beauties. Lingling and Kasiki would love to skin him alive. Just this morning, my suave demeanor garnered cheers and applause from all the girls in the dojo. Their gazes toward me became quite fervent. Is that what you call fervent? If you were willing to step onto the copper pillar and subject yourself to the punishment of being roasted, those girls would probably look at you with even hotter eyes. King looked at this self-satisfied guy and pulled out his phone, showing him the fan forum page that had been created for him. I have a fan support club. Zhuang Bufan's Psychological Trauma 100 Miss World Pageant invited me to be a judge. Zhuang Bufan's Psychological Trauma 1008 Abdullah, Alabama, Helic. Princess Ayushin invited me to dinner. Zhuang Bufan felt as if he had received 1,000,000 points of critical damage. After a brief silence, he quickly selected the remaining ingredients and left the seafood market with King. Who is this? Saitama asked, looking at King in Zhuang Bufan's home with a confused expression, hoping for a reasonable answer. He is King, ranked 7th in the S class of the Hero Association, known as the strongest man in the world. Bestowed with the title of Emperor Hero, Genos explained beside him. "Oh, I see," Saitama responded nonchalantly, seemingly not caring about King at all. "These are all just titles. You just need to remember that all the ingredients for this evening's banquet were provided by this esteemed king right in front of you." "Oh, is that so?" It was clear that Zhuang Bufan understood Saitama's inner world better than Genos, who seemed a bit naive. "The strongest man on the ground? I really want to spar with him and test his combat data." Genos stared at King's terrifying scarred face, his mind filled with thoughts of sparring. He was completely unaware that he had inadvertently said something quite outrageous. "Genos, that's very rude. It's rare to have a guest, so don't talk about sparring and such," Saitama said, popping a shrimp into his mouth. This was the essence of the saying a man eats short. King, on the other hand, was startled by Genos' statement. Although he gave off an air of a high-minded hero who didn't care about his low rank, in reality, he was just a timid, reclusive fan of ACG culture. Due to his strength, he was very concerned about the trends in the hero rankings. When he heard Genos, a fellow S-class hero, express a desire to spar with him, King's heart nearly jumped out of his throat. "Genos, take my advice. If you don't want to be blown up by your own core, then don't go looking for King to spar," Zhuang Bufan said to Genos very seriously, originally intending to tease him a bit. However, after thinking it over, if Genos were to spar with King, he might really encounter such an infinite non-probability event. What? No wonder he is called the king. Can he really achieve something like this? Genos rarely chose not to verify the truth of this statement, as it was possible that King not only had a strong luck buff, but also carried an intelligence-diminishing aura. Zhuang Bufan glanced at King's current appearance. Although he had just heard what seemed like the sound of the King engine starting up, King still wore that calm and carefree expression. No wonder he could deceive so many people. How does Mr. King train? Since he has obtained the title of king, he must have defeated quite a few powerful monsters. Although Genos temporarily gave up on the idea of sparring with King, as a battle data collection enthusiast, he still inappropriately pressed King with some questions he was curious about. Training? Mr. King doesn't need that kind of thing. Genos was surprised by the answer Zhuang Bufan provided and looked at his teacher, Saitama, beside him. Could it be that King is a powerful being similar to teacher Saitama? After all, he is just an ordinary person. Boom, 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 boom. Hearing the sound of the King engine starting up, Zhuang Bufan secretly laughed. Your most powerful summoned beast is right next to me, enjoying hot pot. Even if you were to summon the King Serpent from underground right now, it would only serve as hot pot ingredients. Just an ordinary person? But Mr. Zhuang Bufan, didn't you say that I would likely self-destruct and die in a battle with King? Genos was somewhat confused about the reasoning, no matter how he analyzed it. He couldn't conclude how an ordinary person could cause themselves to self-destruct. Think carefully. Is the self-detonation of the power core his problem or yours? Zhuang Bufan's phone rang, and when he picked it up, he saw a text message from King. Didn't you promise to keep my secret? Why did you suddenly reveal my secret? Zhuang Bufan looked at the messages on his phone and glanced at the still very composed King. He held a bowl in his left hand and picked up chopsticks with his right. From his demeanor, it seemed he was completely unconcerned about the conversation happening around them. But the sound of the Emperor engine was getting louder. Even without taking off his socks, he could send a text message in such a short time, using just his toes, truly worthy of being called king. Ignoring King's feelings, Zhuang Bufan simply explained King's situation. At this moment, King had shifted from his inscrutable master state to that of an ordinary young man admitting his mistakes. You little thief of reputation. Quickly return Saitama-sensei's status to him. As a diehard fan of Saitama, Genos' reaction was quite predictable. Don't say that, Genos. King doesn't want to be like this. Since you are now regarded as a public hero, just continue like this. I'll come find you to hang out when I'm bored. King and Genos both looked at Saitama with astonished expressions. After all, a normal person would be furious in a situation of reputation theft. Sensei. Genos wanted to say something more, but upon seeing Saitama's calm expression, he abandoned his intention to voice any objections. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and King took the initiative to open the door to ease the awkward atmosphere. Zhuang Bufan, let's have a duel. If you lose, you have to apologize by kneeling and join my Fubuki group. Fubuki, dressed in a tailored dress, had her long legs wrapped in leather bandages, which were faintly visible beneath her skirt. It seemed she was also hanging something on it, paired with her 6-centimeter high heels, giving off the impression of a glamorous female assassin. King. Fubuki never expected that the one who opened the door for her would be this man, known as the strongest hero. For a moment, she couldn't comprehend the situation before her. Zhuang Bufan, someone is looking for you. Oh, it's Fubuki-chan, come on in. Fubuki was truly at a loss about what was happening in this room. She obediently accepted the slippers that Zhuang Bufan handed down and changed into them at the entrance. Still in a daze, she followed Zhuang Bufan to sit down by the small round table. Zhuang Bufan took a set of bowls and chopsticks from a kitchen. Thank you, Shueishiwa said, taking the utensils from Zhuang Bufan with great politeness. Looking at the other two S-class heroes in the apartment, she was unsure whether she should continue with her plan for revenge today. Is this the Hot Pot group? Shueishiwa looked at Genos and King in the room, and a vision of the new Shueishiwa group formed in her mind. Who is this? With Saitama's carefree attitude, he naturally couldn't remember the strange scene that had unfolded at his doorstep with Shueishiwa. Let me introduce you, the first B-class hero, a powerful esper with telekinesis, my girlfriend, Shueishiwa. Zhuang Bufan's revelation surprised everyone. I didn't expect Mr. Zhuang Bufan to have such a beautiful girlfriend. I thought you'd been single since birth, Genos said bluntly, unable to read the atmosphere. If this guy can have a girlfriend, why don't I have a fan club? Saitama had a black line on his face, pondering why he wasn't popular with the public. Although King said nothing, his perpetually stoic face also showed signs of surprise. Clearly, the shock he received was not much less than that of Saitama. Who? Zhuang Bufan seemed to have heard some strange noise. Shueishiwa supported herself with both hands on the floor, looking at the crowd present, all of whom were in shock and had acknowledged her relationship with Zhuang Bufan. Not knowing whether it was anger or shyness, her blood rushed to her head, her pretty face flushed, and she shouted at the ceiling. Who wants to be this guy's girlfriend? Sigh, I understand. After all, I am just a humble B-rank hero at the bottom, while you are the top B-rank hero, held Shueishiwa. The gaze of the world does not allow people of such different statuses to be together. I can understand your choice to break up due to the pressure of public opinion. You cannot bear it. Don't mind my broken heart. Go embrace your new life. What did we break up? Shueishiwa angrily and confusedly questioned Zhuang Bufan. So, does that mean you don't plan to break up? Zhuang Bufan excitedly said. You have never confessed to me, and I have never agreed to be your girlfriend. We have never been together. So how can we possibly break up? Confessions can be made at any time. After saying this, Zhuang Bufan looked at Shueishiwa with a serious expression and said affectionately, Shueishiwa-chan, will you be my girlfriend? Poor Shueishiwa-chan was so frustrated by Zhuang Bufan that she didn't know how to respond, and the items in the room trembled slightly. No. After shouting this at Zhuang Bufan, Shueishiwa suddenly stood up and ran out of Zhuang Bufan's apartment without even changing her shoes. You're teasing her too much. She's so pitiful, Saitama said blankly, perhaps recognizing that the girl who just sat down was the one Zhuang Bufan had tied up at his door. Acting so obedient makes people want to bully her a bit. Zhuang Bufan answered honestly. Has anyone told you that this method of is wrong? After witnessing Zhuang Bufan's smooth and impressive moves, King said this to him. Come on, your single history is even longer than mine. What confidence do you have to teach me how to chase girls? King pushed up his non-existent glasses on his nose, pretending to be profound as he spoke to Zhuang Bufan. Just based on the fact that I can achieve perfect endings in over 10,000 gal games without looking at. That's quite an impressive record. As expected of Mr. King, well-reasoned and convincing, Genos commented from aside. At the end of the banquet, Saitama suggested teaming up to play fighting games, and then Zhuang Bufan took out his long-preserved little overlord in the woods and strongly requested to team up with King. After Zhuang Bufan and King achieved their 182nd victory, the banquet ended successfully with Saitama's angry wail. One morning at Saitama's home, Genos was reporting social news to Saitama. Ever since Genos, the morning news robot, joined the household, Saitama saved a lot on buying the Hero Daily. Saitama-sensei, the Sonic you defeated a while ago has been classified as an A-rank wanted criminal by the association. He is now imprisoned in Stinky Cover Prison. Given this achievement, your ranking has been raised to C rank, 81st place. No way, the ranking went up this fast? How does the Hero Association determine this? It feels so arbitrary. Saitama merely sighed a little. It had been a while since he became a professional hero. His interest in hero rankings had faded over time. His current hobby was studying how to defeat King, even just once in a fighting game. The next topic of discussion between the two was about Genos' fan club and his feelings about being popular, a topic that made Saitama envious. Buzz. The sound of Genos' phone vibrating interrupted their conversation. Saitama-sensei, the association sent a message for me to report to the Z-City branch. Go ahead. Maybe they're going to dismiss you, Saitama joked while lying on the ground with a bit of an AQ spirit. At the Hero Association Z City branch, Zhuang Bufan was chatting casually with Bang. After the rookie competition, Zhuang Bufan also tried to train in Bang's flowing rock-crushing fist. However, he really couldn't understand the nonsensical phrases about feeling the rain and the sensations of water. Today was supposed to be the last day of dojo experience. But who would have known they would encounter the event of a dragon-level meteorite landing in Z City? Zhuang Bufan naturally followed Bangu to the branch in City Z to deal with the arrival of the dragon-level meteorite. Oh, you must be the S-Class hero, Genos. My name is Bangu. Nice to meet you. Just as Zhuang Bufan was about to marvel at how Bangu wasn't the type to promote his dojo to everyone he met, Bangu suddenly took a martial arts stance and said to Genos, "Have you heard of the flowing stone shattering fist?" The three people present suddenly fell into a very awkward silence. What exactly happened that required the association to summon S-Class heroes to handle it? Zhuang Bufan was shocked. He never expected that Kai, the Monster King Genos, had actually learned the skill of changing the subject. You probably know that the S-Class heroes were established to deal with disasters that ordinary people cannot handle. They're the strong ones who possess the ability to confront demon-level disasters alone. Unfortunately, most of those with extraordinary power are problem children who are unwilling to cooperate with other heroes. If it were in normal circumstances, it would be fine. But once they encounter a disaster that even S-Class heroes need to work together to eliminate, it turns into this situation. Bang pointed at the empty hall and continued speaking to Genos. It's a meteor defined as a dragon-level disaster. The shockwave from its descent alone is enough to destroy nearby cities. It will land in this city in about 30 minutes. We are powerless this time. Genos and Zhuang Bufan, you are still young, and there's a long road ahead in life, so go and take shelter. Genos finally understood the true intention of the association in summoning them, turned around, and prepared to retrieve the new equipment developed by Dr. Casino. Mr. Bang, is it true that even your flowing rock smash fist cannot handle such a large meteor? Zhuang Bufan asked curiously. I can easily shatter the rocks around me, but I can't break a fallen leaf 10 miles away. Bangu glanced at Zhuang Bufan, and unlike his own calm attitude towards life and death, this young man seemed to always have some hidden card up his sleeve. Even in the face of such a level of natural disaster, he could still maintain a playful attitude. Bangu really wanted to see the source of his confidence. Before Zhuang Bufan could respond, Bangu had already disappeared. No wonder he was a clever person who had lived for nearly 100 years. It seems that the heroes in this world should not be underestimated. Zhuang Bufan self-deprecatingly remarked, with a hint of introspection, and went out to watch a show on the street. Emergency evacuation alert. Emergency evacuation alert. The disaster level is Dragon. Experts predict that City Z will be destroyed. Citizens are advised to evacuate the city center as quickly as possible. Genos flew in the sky, watching the panicked crowd fleeing below, feeling an inexplicable pressure disturbing his mind. He didn't expect to have to use this equipment so soon. Genos glanced at the suitcase in his hand and rushed to the predicted impact zone of the meteorite, where the suitcase quickly transformed into 2 sets of mechanical arms, fitting onto Genos's arms. With a thud, Genos landed powerfully on the rooftop of a building, gazing at the massive meteorite above that blocked out the sun. The immense friction caused the air around it to ignite, and the flames generated from the friction turned the entire sky into a fiery red curtain. At that moment, Genos stood right in the center of this enormous curtain. With 6 minutes until the meteorite's impact, he wondered if he truly had the capability to handle a disaster of this magnitude. As the first hero to face a giant meteorite head-on, Genos was acutely aware of the suffocating sense of oppression it brought him. Whoosh! The sound of a turbo engine approached, and a massive metal robot landed in front of Genos. An S-Class newcomer. Huh? An electronic synthesized voice emerged from within the machine. Even through the synthesized voice, one could sense the arrogance and hubris of the Metal Knight. Bovi, are you here to assist in breaking the meteorite as well? If so, please lend me your help. No. Please don't misunderstand. I'm just here to test my new weapon. Stopping the meteorite is just a side task. But if you fail, you'll die as well. Genos looked at the Metal Knight, puzzled. I'm not foolish enough to put myself in danger. The one you're talking to is just my substitute robot. I'm in a completely safe environment. And since we're both S-Class heroes, you must address each other by our hero names. It's common knowledge. The arrogant Metal Knight seemed quite satisfied with his identity as a hero. His words filled with a sense of superiority as an S-Class high-ranking hero. If you can't destroy the meteorite, can you stay and assist in breaking it? Zhuang Bufan. who had arrived late, hurriedly threw out his question. How naive. If I can't destroy this meteorite, then no one can. The Metal Knight confidently replied to Zhuang Bufan. I'm not interested in risking my battle machine for such slim chances. Is that a refusal? Watching the Metal Knight engage in a self-directed attack, Zhuang Bufan realized that his desire to save City Z was impossible to achieve. Boom! Dozens of specially designed tactical missiles struck the surface of the massive meteorite. Aside from adding a few deep craters to its surface, they failed to change the situation of the crisis. Have we failed? It seems that only I can stop this meteorite now. But if even the Metal Knight's firepower can't break it, can I really do it? Even if I can, what damage will a secondary disaster cause to the entire city? The fear of failure loomed over Genos, and the immense pressure made him hesitate to fire. Calm down, young man. Bang's voice came from behind Genos. The more critical the moment, the more you should relax, because the outcome cannot be changed. Bang comforted Genos a few times, then looked at the carefree guy beside him. Just a moment ago, while swinging in the city with 2 pieces of kelp, he had dropped a pack of rice crackers from his pocket, making Bang doubt if he was really here to watch a show. Bang, who prided himself on his ability to read people, had never seen anyone so carefree in all his years. Using his life as a ticket to watch a show was something that truly impressed Bang. The more critical the moment, the more you should relax. Genos thought of Saitama, and a fleeting image of Zhuang Bufan flashed through his mind. Click! He placed the power core from his chest into the cannon of his left arm, forming a stable triangular support with 1 hand and 2 feet. No longer considering secondary damage, he would unleash all his strength in 1 strike. Ignition. An energy cannon composed of flames shot toward the massive meteorite that blocked out the sun, like a toothpick propping up a giant watermelon. I feel like the impact of the meteorite has decreased, Bang remarked, observing the colossal meteorite in the sky. Is that true? Genos felt somewhat reassured. No. It must be your illusion. I think the difference is still negligible. Zhuang Bufan was nearby dismantling the tower. What's going on? Genos was so angry he felt like spitting oil. He couldn't shake the feeling that this young man's ideas resonated with him. Bangu glanced at Zhuang Bufan, then carefully recalled their time together. The things he had done made him hurriedly shake his head, trying to dispel the pleasant fantasies about Zhuang Bufan from his mind. 10, 9, 8, 7. Genos counted down the energy reserves of his incineration cannon, and when he shouted 1, the energy column, which had lost its fuel supply, suddenly disappeared. Will this be my burial place? Exhausted, Genos glanced at Zhuang Bufan, who was taking photos. Even at the end of his life, he still couldn't face the crisis as calmly as Saitama and Mr. Zhuang Bufan. Why do you carry a camera everywhere you go? Genos just handed it over to you to take care of. Saitama appeared in front of everyone and instructed Zhuang Bufan. Who are you? Bangu looked at this young man who was bald at such a young age with surprise. The young bald man and the idiot who specifically ran to the disaster center presented him with so many points of sarcasm that he didn't know which one to comment on first. The casually interested hero, Saitama said calmly. He did a deep squat, the force of his feet collapsing the entire building. Then he jumped and threw a punch at the massive meteorite. You can't destroy my town. As Saitama spoke, the meteorite shattered, and countless fragments fell onto the houses of City Z. How is that possible? This power. Bangu's eyes widened. He simply couldn't imagine that a human could achieve such a thing. In any case, this seems to have resolved the crisis. Saitama landed on the ground and looked back at the city he had protected. The city was suffering from the secondary impact of the shattered meteorites. With most of the houses destroyed and people fleeing in panic, the whole city was in chaos. It's better to go to the market in Lin City to buy groceries. Saitama had a feeling that the vegetable market in City Z would probably not be open today. A true hero, saving City Z from the brink of destruction. Zhuang Bufan slightly edited a photo he took of Saitama smashing a meteorite and uploaded it to an online forum with that title. At that moment, Zhuang Bufan was hiding in an internet CAF in City A, picking his toes while editing the post. After posting it, he casually clicked on an anime to watch. 4 hours later, Zhuang Bufan reopened the post. Even though he was riding on the hype of the destruction in City Z, the post's view count was still under 300, with only a few guys leaving comments below. Look at how this photo was edited, without reflecting on his own mistakes. Just thinking about finding an opportunity to take credit. That's what heroes are like these days. Zhuang Bufan was at a loss for words, after all. In such a high-exposure situation like the burning of a meteorite, the photos taken were basically unviewable, coupled with his terrible Photoshop skills. The final result could only look like this. Although he was trying to restore the truth of the images, he took a sip of his happy drink to remind himself not to care about the rumors, and continued browsing the comments below. It turns out that this is not even called destruction. He learned something today. A guy with a black hole profile picture commented under the post, casually posting a photo of a meteorite hitting a shop. Don't get angry. Getting upset won't help the handsome guy. Is this really worthy of being called a true hero? Can't even handle a broken rock, and still has the nerve to call himself a hero? Zhuang Bufan couldn't hold back any longer after seeing this message and clicked on the guy's avatar. It was a picture of a green-haired woman whose figure was even more seductive than Fubuki's, but her face was obscured by a question mark, making it impossible to see her features. The ID was Lord Tornado. Still developing? A brain-dead fan of Tornado? It seemed like it might be a creepy old man with a lowly fetish. Zhuang Bufan found the private message button, activated the zoom-in mode, and directly fired back. What are you talking about? If you have the ability, come and smash a meteorite. In a certain apartment building in City A, all the items in the room were emitting a faint green glow and trembling slightly. A little ghost with long green curls was constantly typing on the keyboard with her slender hands. From her expression, it seemed she was engaged in an online verbal battle with someone, but judging by her gritted teeth, the situation was likely not optimistic. What the hell is going on? How dare he question the strength of my tornado? And why is he typing so fast? Does he have 8 hands to type with? The mouse moved gently, clicking on the user profile of the person who posted. The space was filled with activity pictures of some unknown black leather-clad hero. The avatar showed that hero striking a very arrogant pose. I wonder where this guy found that picture. User ID, Zhuang Bufan's #1 fan. I remember that black leather hero is B-Class 102, Zhuang Bufan. A new hero? This annoying guy is actually his fan? I must make him pay for this at some point. Tornado, floating angrily in the air, with her children's pajamas also faintly glowing green, clenched her right hand lightly, and those annoying pictures along with her laptop transformed into a smooth sphere. It's still not enough to vent my anger. I should go find some weirdos to play with. Tornado changed in her black dress and set out to look for some poor, unfortunate souls. In City A, at a certain internet CAF, Zhuang Bufan let out a sigh, pulling his hands away from the keyboard. Ever since that guy gave up on battling him, he had been racking up over 100 replies. After all, he was a warrior who had experienced the era of dogs barking and dogs not being cowardly. How could he lose in such a low-level battle? Stepping out of the internet CAF, Zhuang Bufan stretched lazily and thought carefully about how such a huge disaster had occurred without a single scapegoat in sight. And Saitama happened to be in the most suitable position, so it was no wonder his photos were completely useless. It seemed that Saitama's reputation-clearing plan was unlikely to succeed. Although he felt somewhat indignant, Saitama himself didn't seem to care much about such matters, so it was probably for the best. After stretching again, Zhuang Bufan decided to head to King S place for dinner and plenty of gaming that night. In a large control room made up of computers, Metal Knight was studying the information about the meteorite's destruction. It was impossible to destroy such a massive meteorite with just Genos's incineration cannon. Who could have destroyed this gigantic meteorite? Besides finding an ambiguous image in a vast network, Metal Knight had not obtained any answers. How could it be done with just one strike? Staring at the image in the photo, Metal Knight thought of the man ranked #1 S-Class. Could it have been an explosion? No, explosions aren't done by a bald person, but aside from that guy, who else had the ability to destroy such a large meteorite in one blow? Metal Knight fell into deep thought and decided to secretly investigate who this mysterious bald man was. On an ordinary morning, Zhuang Bufan, Saitama, and Genos were still bored, sitting around a small wooden table, chatting aimlessly. Although City Z had avoided disappearing under the meteorite's massive shockwave, the shattered rocks still caused significant damage to the entire city. The television news anchor was reporting on the losses brought by the meteorite disaster, and Genos shared his opinion. If Metal Knight had been willing to listen to Mr. Zhuang Bufan at that time and cooperate with teacher Saitama, perhaps the damage could have been minimized. That Metal Knight was so willful. He definitely wouldn't want to cooperate. And thinking about these things now was pointless. Saitama picked up a piece of sunbae from the table, put it into his mouth, and chewed lightly. Besides, I already think the losses have been kept to a minimum. No one died, right? Who knows? Maybe after this, I'll even have my own fan support group. Saitama himself was very satisfied with the outcome of the incident, even harboring some unrealistic fantasies. Genos glanced at the slightly excited Saitama and lowered his head, unable to meet Saitama's gaze. Teacher S1 strike saved several cities from destruction, and City Z was spared from disappearing. This had to be called a miracle. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that teacher was being hailed as a legendary hero. But, teacher, you probably don't realize that you are now being treated as the culprit responsible for the semi-destruction of City Z. If you find out that you went from being a hero who saved people to being wrongfully accused of destroying the city, would you react in an extreme way? Even if teacher Saitama fell from grace then, I wouldn't blame him, but I still hope such a thing doesn't happen. In any case, it's better to wait until City Z is rebuilt and the public has forgotten about this incident before explaining it to teacher. Genos made up his mind to do everything possible to conceal the truth from the public. As for the fan support group, I advise you not to fantasize about it. Why? After all, you are now being called the culprit behind the semi-destruction of City Z. Zhuang Bufan's neuroknife caught Genos off guard. Come on, I'm also a hero who can destroy meteors. It shouldn't be like this. It's unscientific. There are many unscientific things in this world. Why hasn't a motivated young person like me had a fan support club until now? Meanwhile, this metal robot next to me has a lot of girls throwing themselves at him. Zhuang Bufan took a sip of hot tea and said sourly, excluding that part about aspiring youth. I completely agree with your viewpoint. Saitama seemed to realize that Zhuang Bufan was not joking with him. After looking at the ceiling for a while, he collapsed onto the floor. I should go out and take a look at the situation on the street, Saitama said as he got up and deliberately changed into his hero outfit, then headed out towards the city center of Z City. Why do this, Mr. Zhuang Bufan? Please explain. Genos questioned Zhuang Bufan, who remained at Saitama's home, still addressing him as Sir. However, there was no trace of respect in Genos's words at that moment. How do you view Saitama, Genos? Zhuang Bufan retorted. Of course, Saitama-sensei is a powerful hero who can quickly resolve any enemy. Because of this, if the teacher becomes disappointed with this world, the consequences would be unimaginable. Genos expressed his concerns, as he truly couldn't understand why Zhuang Bufan was acting this way. Don't worry, Saitama is a hero out of interest, not someone who only relies on brute force. In my eyes, he is one of the few who truly deserves the title of hero, so you should have a bit more faith in him. Genos didn't say anything more and walked out the door to chase after his Saitama-sensei. The city was indeed severely damaged. Saitama walked down the street, gazing at the city devastated by the meteorite, feeling emotional. Genos followed closely behind him, and the residents they encountered pointed at Saitama from behind. It was as if they saw a neighbor's child who often steals, avoiding him while secretly mocking him. What are you doing here? You bastard who only rose to prominence through cheating. Vest Tiger appeared in front of Saitama, standing atop a massive wreckage of a building, looking down at Saitama from a height. The scene resembled being in a courtroom, where he was the presiding judge, and the bald man in the defendant's seat was this deeply sinful figure. Who are you? Saitama scratched his head, unable to recall the name of the flamboyantly dressed man in front of him. This was not an insult to him, as Saitama had also forgotten the names of Vaccine Man and Ashura Kabuto. From this perspective, Vest Tiger should feel honored. My name is Vest Tiger. How dare a mere newcomer forget the name of a senior? Vest Tiger clearly did not realize how honorable it was to be forgotten by Saitama. Stepping forward to interrogate him, I heard that you, an unknown newcomer, actually managed to destroy a meteorite with the help of an S-class hero. Is it true? I'm not lying. I've dealt with dragon-level threats many times before. This time was nothing special, just breaking a slightly larger rock. Vest Tiger stared at Saitama, clearly not believing his words, pointing at him and shouting, "Stop lying. Since you're still bragging, let me show you the punishment that a cheater deserves." With that, Vest Tiger called out his brother, Vest Blackhole. Are you the bastard who rides on the coattails of S-class heroes to gain achievements? Vest Blackhole looked at Saitama, who had come to vent his frustrations today. Ever since being humiliated by Zhuang Bufan, he had been restless, living in fear of being surpassed and replaced by his juniors every day. He seized this rare opportunity to openly bully a newcomer. Naturally, Vest Blackhole would not let Saitama off the hook to help restore his confidence. What are you saying? Those are all lies made up by the leopard-printed vest. I'm super strong and didn't cheat at all. Saitama was still trying to defend himself, but at this moment, the truth no longer mattered. Don't you understand? Vest Tiger, having a moment of conscience, rare as it was, explained to Saitama the reason for the persecution. A newcomer hero actually had the audacity to climb to the third place in C rank based on the achievement of destroying a meteorite. And there are rumors that the Hero Review Committee is considering promoting you to B rank. Is that so? Saitama finally understood the cause of the incident after hearing Vest Tiger's explanation, looking at him with a troubled expression while hugging his shoulders. So what do you want? Of course, we want to beat you up so that you can never engage in hero activities again. Wait. Vest Tiger was about to rush forward and give Saitama a beating, but was stopped by his brother, Vest Black Hole. This kind of guy won't wake up, even after being beaten. I have a better idea. Vest Tiger looked at his brother in confusion, only to see him take a deep breath and shout at Saitama. The culprit behind the destruction of the town is you. The surrounding crowd was drawn to this loud shout, gathering together to listen to Vest Black Hole's one-sided judgment of Saitama. Look at everything in this city. These are the consequences you caused. It's all your fault. Trash. How can someone like you still have the face to call yourself a hero? If it weren't for your reckless actions, we wouldn't be homeless. Take responsibility. They were originally just some pitiful victims, having lost their homes due to the meteorite attack. Countless people were filled with despair. Some lost their jobs and even faced starvation. But at this moment, they picked up the bullets distributed by those with heart, and countless weak forces gathered together, forming a powerful tide. A blade made of words was tightly gripped in Vest Black Hole's hand, aimed at the hero who had saved them countless times before. Retire. Apologize. Retire. Apologize. Retire. Apologize. The gathered crowd shouted the same slogan in unison, as if delivering the judgment that the sinner deserved. This is bad, Genos thought, watching this grand witch hunt unfold. If a hero discovers that everything he fought to protect has turned into a blade aimed at him, Genos couldn't dare to imagine further. The best outcome he could envision was that Saitama-sensei would retire. This is what I was worried about, Mr. Zhuang Bufan. No one knew the amount of pressure Saitama-sensei was under at the center of judgment. It had nothing to do with strength. Everyone, even the strongest, could feel it. I'm so annoyed. I'm not doing this to gain your praise. Say whatever you want. After today, I will still be the Saitama who became a hero out of interest. If you want to complain, go ahead. You bunch of baldies. Genos looked shocked at Saitama's response. So that's what it meant? Mr. Zhuang Bufan. Watching Saitama's response to the public, Genos finally understood the source of Zhuang Bufan's inexplicable confidence in Saitama. He also understood the meaning of the phrase real hero. Vest Black Hole looked on with satisfaction at the crowd's reaction, as if conducting his symphony orchestra. The stage was set, and it was time for him, the hero, to take the spotlight. This guy just acted suspiciously. Is he trying to harm the innocent people here? Vest Black Hole accused Saitama with an incredulous expression. In this environment, whatever he said was right, and Saitama had no ability to refute. His voice was gradually drowned out. With a grip strength of over 200 kilograms, Vest Black Hole can crush anything. The vest-wearing tiger fights with a fierce momentum. You, the troublemaker, will be dealt with by the two of us brothers. As the Vest brothers spoke, they ruthlessly attacked Saitama. To belittle others while elevating oneself shows an excessive desire, and that is why you remain at B rank. Bang stood coldly on the rooftop, watching everything unfold beneath him. At this stage, this farce should come to an end. Sorry, we know we were wrong. Before Saitama even exerted himself, he heard the Vest brothers' wails. Is this for real? Amid the pleas of Vest Tiger and Vest Black Hole, Saitama decided to stop punishing these two guys. Bathed in the disdainful gazes of the crowd, Saitama swaggered down the road home. Sensei, I'm willing to be your disciple for life, Genos said abruptly, looking at Saitama's back. Saitama glanced back. His expression was so resolute that it made the bald man a bit embarrassed. Okay, I got it, but please don't say such cheesy things again. It's disgusting. That night, Genos returned to Dr. Casino's base, lying on the lab table as he recounted the day's events to the doctor. I've been reflecting if the association had approached Sensei right from the start, or if I had listened to Mr. Zhuang Bufan's advice and had more faith in teacher Saitama, actively seeking his help, would the outcome have been entirely different? Sensei wouldn't have to be seen as the culprit of the city's destruction. Dr. Kusino listened to Genos' confession, put down the parts in his hand, and turned his chair to face Genos on the lab table. Recognizing your own shortcomings is indeed the first step to growth. But you shouldn't belittle yourself and fall into another extreme. Although I've never met the Mr. Zhuang Bufan you mentioned, I don't believe what he said is necessarily correct. Doctor, what do you mean? Confused, Genos looked at Dr. Casino, who was both his lifesaver and mentor. A hero is someone who has the courage to face disasters that ordinary people cannot challenge. They are not like arrogant ants trying to push over a big tree. They are those who still step forward after fully understanding the terror of their enemies. Doctor, are you saying I should continue to pursue justice in my own way? Genos looked at Dr. Casino, hoping for an affirmative answer. I'm not sure, Dr. Casino replied. But I believe that compared to those who fight because they are sure justice will prevail, those who don't know if they will succeed but still choose to fight are more deserving of the title of hero. After Dr. Casino replaced Genos' parts, he left the lab, leaving Genos alone to ponder. In City A, at the Evolution Takoyaki, why should I write a cheer letter to that guy who killed me once and pretend to be his die-hard fan? Don't joke around. Mosquito Girl looked at Zhuang Bufan, thinking that this guy must have a problem with his mind. I think that guy is at least a hero who saved City Z. If he could receive a cheer letter from a beautiful fan, wouldn't he be a bit happier? Zhuang Bufan felt a bit embarrassed as he looked at Mosquito Girl, not only because she was wearing those sexy hot pants, but honestly, he also thought his question was a bit excessive. But who could blame him when the only girl he had a decent relationship with was her? As for Fubuki, regardless of their relationship, just the thought of her writing a support letter for Saitama made Zhuang Bufan feel an instinctive rejection of the idea in every fiber of his being. Please, no matter what request you make, I will agree to it. Zhuang Bufan clasped his hands together, constantly bowing his head to apologize and stating that he would compensate Mosquito Girl. Since you're so sincere, I'll agree, she said. Really? Don't get too excited just yet. I have a condition. Mosquito Girl extended a finger, brushing over her bright red lips, inadvertently making a seductive gesture that left Zhuang Bufan feeling a bit dizzy. There was no doubt that Mosquito Girl was the kind of woman with a natural allure, and her charm was indeed quite powerful for someone like Zhuang Bufan. Zhuang Bufan began to think about some unhealthy things. Now, accompany me to the police dog square. I've wanted to visit a store for a long time. How about a date? Otherwise, let's not have Mosquito Girl write a support letter for that bald guy. Anyway, that guy's tough, so this little setback shouldn't matter to him. At night, in Saitama's home, what on earth happened? You look like you just finished a long marathon. Saitama looked at Zhuang Bufan, who was lying motionless on his living room floor, poked him a couple of times, and then said, I just accompanied a woman to buy over 600,000 yuan worth of clothes, running through 4 shopping malls. My credit card is about to be maxed out. Zhuang Bufan looked at the ceiling with a sense of despair. Through this incident, he gained a deep understanding of the hardships of labor, and it could be said that this was the most expensive piece of paper he had ever bought in his life. Just hearing about it sent chills down his spine. However, let's clarify in advance, if you need to borrow money, I don't have any here. Saitama sighed at the terrifying spending habits of women while patching up Zhuang Bufan. How ruthless. I thought we weren't the kind of relationship that only relied on money. Creak. The sound of the door opening interrupted their conversation. Genos walked in, carrying a box of high-quality beef. Dr. Saikuno asked me to bring this, and I also bought some cabbage. How about having a sukiyaki? The two hungry ghosts stared at the high-quality beef in Genos' hands, their stomachs rumbling. Why is there no gas? As the deputy leader of the Hot Pot Group, this is a serious dereliction of duty. Zhuang Bufan looked at a pot of half-cooked beef slices and complained to Saitama. It's all because we've been gathering to eat hot pot all this time, and everyone forgot to replenish the gas. Saitama sighed and suggested, what should we do? Should we turn it into beef stew? Wait a minute. I remember, Genos, your incineration cannon. Zhuang Bufan thoughtfully stroked his chin. My flames can reach temperatures over 3,000 degrees. This kind of pot is likely to burn through easily. Should I just change it to beef stew instead? Zhuang Bufan and Saitama looked at each other and then sighed. However, there's a bit of high-concentration solid fuel stored in my body. It just needs to be diluted a little to be usable. Genos took out a piece of yellow solid fuel from his body and held it in his hand. So what are we waiting for? Zhuang Bufan snatched the solid fuel from Genos' hand and put it into the cup, while Saitama and Genos propped up the pot with a stand. The melting is taking too long, isn't it? Zhuang Bufan looked at the solid fuel slowly melting in the cup and couldn't help but shake it vigorously. Don't. No. Boom. The beef hot pot along with all the household appliances in the room turned into scrap. Only 3 naked men remained sitting foolishly in the house. I still have instant ramen at home. Zhuang Bufan looked at the mess he had caused, scratched his head, and awkwardly said this line. Anyone who wants to create a big wind tunnel on their body, come here. A-class hero Poison Sting is here. Zhuang Bufan watched the broadcast on his home television, where the Poison Spike was engaged in a tough battle with the minor fish minions of the Deep Sea clan. The disaster alert quickly rose from wolf level to tiger level. Don't sleep anymore. Get up and get to work. A formidable monster has appeared on the beaches of J City. Zhuang Bufan stood on the balcony and shouted. He was only wearing a pair of underwear, which he had concluded was the most cost-effective outfit for a hero during his recent activities. After all, damaging a set of sportswear every time he fought was too extravagant. Anyway, once he transformed, he looked like he was wearing a stylish suit of armor, and no one knew he was actually running around naked. This pair of underwear was just a mental cover for his rogue behavior. Oh, you go ahead. Upon hearing Saitama's response, Zhuang Bufan jumped off the balcony and sprinted toward City J. What time does that guy think it is? Saitama opened his eyes and glanced at the clock he had taken from Zhuang Bufan's house. The hands indicated it was 7:30 a.m. Yesterday, they had spent over 4 hours cleaning up the explosion site at his home. After that, they went out to find a midnight Odin stall to solve their hunger issues. By the time they got home to sleep, it was almost 3 a.m. A formidable monster? It was probably just another weak character. Anyway, with Genos and Zhuang Bufan handling it, there shouldn't be any major problems. Even if there really was an issue, they could just call me. With that thought, Saitama yawned again, lay back down in bed, pulled the blanket over his head, and curled up. I'll just continue my nap. Before long, he was snoring, only to forget that his phone had been completely destroyed in last night's explosion. You guys are quite something. The bruised and battered Poison Sting faced a group of deep-sea warriors, still not backing down and throwing out tough words. Your cheering audience has left, so you don't need to keep putting on a brave face. A guy with an octopus head smirked and advised him to surrender. However, I personally hope you can hold on a little longer. We plan to crush every bone in your body one by one to avenge the 6 companions you killed. A guy with a lanternfish head threatened. Without people, I can finally unleash my fists and show my skills. Roar, bamboo shoots. Poison Sting shouted, unleashing his famous technique. The bamboo shoot 4 pierce. The strange spearhead instantly created 4 massive wind holes in the bodies of the 4 monsters. Each of them was enough to cause a disaster classified as tiger level by the association, and Poison Sting alone had taken down 10 such monsters in a short time. I have to admit, he was indeed a rare powerhouse. But I did it. I successfully hit these monsters. I single-handedly stopped this dragon level. No, god level disaster. Ahaha, we still do not know the source of his inexplicable confidence. You're so noisy that I think you could just die. The Deep Sea King suddenly appeared in front of Poison Sting, knocking him out with a single punch and then tossing him aside like garbage. Emergency evacuation alert. Emergency evacuation alert. Disaster level upgraded to ghost level. Disaster level upgraded to ghost level. Zhuang Bufan had just arrived at the town surrounding City J when he heard the city's broadcasting system repeatedly announcing the news of the disaster level being raised. Had the Deep Sea King already appeared? Listening to the news that was continuously looping in his ears, Zhuang Bufan estimated that the Deep Sea King must have already repelled the Poison Sting. Perhaps even that so-called yellow-haired Lightning Max had already been dealt with. Zhuang Bufan came this time intending to see if he could achieve a participation kill. He doesn't expect to gain much in terms of physical enhancement. He just thinks that the Deep Sea King, as a boss with strong oppressive power in the early part of the comic, might drop a transformation form or some skills. Even a creature like Infinite Kelp, a powerful monster, can provide a strong form like the Deep Sea Warrior. If a boss of the Deep Sea King's level offers a skill, its strength is unimaginable. On the other side, the Deep Sea King is wandering in the city, looking for traces of humans. Why is there not a single person? Do they all hide in fear upon hearing my name? The Deep Sea King? What a ridiculous weak race. The Deep Sea King raises his head as if sensing something and glances at the rooftop of a building across the street. And in the next second, he appears on that rooftop. Lightning Max is startled by the sudden appearance of the Deep Sea King behind him, mumbling strange words. Like a startled cat, he suddenly unleashes a lightning flying kick at the Deep Sea King. Hey, that hurts. What are you doing all of a sudden? Although the Deep Sea King says it hurts, Lightning Max's earlier kick only left a slight red mark on his forearm and did not cause any actual damage. Moreover, due to the rain, the bruise on the Deep Sea King's arm disappeared in less than a minute. What is this guy's situation? He completely absorbed a kick with explosive force and still seems to be unharmed. A sense of great panic rises in Lightning Max's heart as he observes the scene before him. I definitely can't win against this guy. I should retreat. Only S-class heroes can deal with monsters of this level. Lightning Max thinks this way, but he doesn't believe that the guy in front of him will let him go. Deep Sea King, how about we settle this here? Settle it? Sure. The Deep Sea King grins and agrees to Lightning Max's challenge. And in the next moment, with a speed too quick for Lightning Max to react, he completely knocks the poor blonde away with a punch. Bang! Lightning Max is slammed into a reinforced concrete wall of an office building. The concrete blocks on the wall remain intact due to the steel reinforcement. The entire wall radiates out from the point of contact where Max hit, forming a huge semicircle. Ugh! Max lies on the ground, groaning in pain, struggling for a while before getting back up. As for the Deep Sea King, he is already standing beside him, wanting to see how this weak creature makes its last struggle before dying. You bastard. Lightning spin kick. Max stands up. The flamethrower on his right foot set to maximum power. The moment it activates, it explodes like a flashbang, covering the entire floor in bright light. Bang. Max's strong heel kicks the Deep Sea King's face. Is this all you've got? You could die now. The Deep Sea King looks at Max with disappointment and then punches him away outside the building. As Max flies through the air, he is caught by a strand of kelp before landing. The kelp spins him around a few times in the air to dissipate the impact, allowing him to land smoothly on the ground. Although I don't want to make my appearance so early, since that sexy prisoner hasn't arrived yet. I guess I have no choice but to step in. Zhuang Bufan looked at the Deep Sea King in the building and said, Hero Zhuang Bufan, reporting for duty. Huh. You exude the aura of the sea. It seems you should also be a child of the ocean. Human, I give you a chance to submit to me. What do you say? Would you like to be my top warrior and serve me? The Deep Sea King looked down at Zhuang Bufan from a high position, extending an invitation to him. Run away. This guy is very strong, Max said to Zhuang Bufan while spitting blood. From his appearance, he no longer had the ability to fight against the Deep Sea King, and even escaping was a struggle. Zhuang Bufan helped him to the rain shelter next to the shop and looked up at the towering Deep Sea King, pretending to be relaxed as he mocked, Sorry, but I'm not interested in serving a pervert with a flashy pink heart-shaped mark on his chest. Oh, is that so? In that case, you have no need to live any longer. In an instant, the Deep Sea King appeared right in front of Zhuang Bufan, perhaps confident in his own strength. He looked down on launching a surprise attack from behind the enemy. Regardless, his fist, as large as a cooking pot, came crashing toward Zhuang Bufan's face. Swift wind. Dispel force. Zhuang Bufan utilized the speed boost provided by the whirlwind iron fist to perform the flowing rock-shattering fist, blocking the enormous fist of the Deep Sea King. The ground beneath him began to crack, and the Deep Sea King looked at this man in front of him with some astonishment. This was the first time he had encountered a man who could perfectly block his attacks. How? How is this possible? A rookie at the bottom of B rank can actually defend against that monster's attack. Lightning Max watched the battle unfold before him. As a hero who had fought the Deep Sea King before, he understood just how terrifying this monster was. He couldn't even be sure if an S-rank hero could defeat this amphibious fish monster in front of him. Therefore, when Zhuang Bufan came to his aid, his first reaction was to tell Zhuang Bufan to retreat. This was a reasonable judgment for him as a high-ranking hero. However, watching Zhuang Bufan in a stalemate with the Deep Sea King, Max muttered to himself, Are the new recruits all monsters now? This is interesting, then please try this. The Deep Sea King's two pairs of fish eyes fixated on Zhuang Bufan, grinning as he summoned all the muscles in his body, channeling immense power into his fist. The sudden increase in force caught Zhuang Bufan off guard, and he was instantly sent flying into the air by the Deep Sea King's punch. It felt like a thick pillar had propelled him into the sky. Demon vines. He summoned 6 demon vines at once, wrapping around the concrete pillars of the buildings on either side, making him look like a stone being slingshot into the air. Zhuang Bufan heard the creaking sound of the demon vine in the air, clearly being pulled to its limits by this immense force. Whoosh! As the demon vine reached its breaking point, the force from the Deep Sea King, striking Zhuang Bufan, was entirely converted into an attack on himself. The flying kick, infused with incredible power, completed a terrifying acceleration from breaking the sound barrier to 10 Mach within a distance of less than 200 meters. At this moment, the force carried by Zhuang Bufan's right foot had already exceeded tens of thousands of tons, and the rapid friction filled his entire body with high temperatures. His right foot, acting as the spearhead, was already like a glowing brand. Fortunately, Zhuang Bufan had an astonishing physique. Had it been an ordinary A-level hero, they would have turned to ash before even making contact with the Deep Sea King's body. The Deep Sea King did not dodge. As a king, his dignity did not allow him to evade any challenge. With his arms clasped together, he took a marathon starting stance, seemingly prepared to withstand the impact. Boom! The Deep Sea King was struck by the flying kick, sliding over 10 meters, with half of his body embedded in the asphalt. His right arm, which made direct contact with Zhuang Bufan's right foot, suffered immense damage. The muscles in his forearm looked as if they had been sliced by a red-hot knife, with fibers snapping and charred marks appearing on the cross-section from the high temperatures. It worked, albeit only a little. The Deep Sea King still stubbornly claimed, but under the pouring rain, the charred remains on his right arm began to fall off, rapidly repairing his injured body. Although he knew you were lying, this healing ability was undeniably terrifying. Zhuang Bufan's body was gradually cooling down under the torrential rain. and the red glow of his leather armor slowly turned back to deep black. The previous strike had taken a heavy toll on Zhuang Bufan's body. Every bone in him was creaking, and his right foot bore scorch marks. That move could only be executed by leveraging the power of the Deep Sea King, and it was a stroke of genius. However, that was already the peak of Zhuang Bufan's attacking capabilities. Yet even so, it still didn't achieve the desired effect. That strike was nearly capable of destroying the frontal armor of a heavily armored tank. It was hard to imagine any monster being able to withstand such an attack head-on. Lightning Max glanced at the Deep Sea King, who was stretching nearby. It seemed that the previous attack was the limit of that rookie, but even so, it was still not enough to eliminate the Deep Sea King. What would it take to defeat that guy? Should they retreat? Watching the Deep Sea King rise from the ground and approach him step by step, he had clearly experienced the vast gap in strength between weak and mid-level demons. Hey, Bear, how are you doing up like this? Are you imitating my ninja style? Sonic's voice reached his ears. The last person he wanted to see in this moment gave him a sense of reassurance. B-Class 102, Zhuang Bufan-chan, A-Class 20, Lightning Max-chan, and Sonic-chan, don't worry, with me here, I won't let you suffer any harm. Zhuang Bufan was drenched in cold sweat upon hearing that affectionate voice, his heart racing as he turned around abruptly. He saw a perverted uncle dressed in prisoner garb, with a pink knitted sweater on top, smiling at him. An S-Class hero, a sexy prisoner, successfully escaped from prison just to see you. The sexy prisoner winked at Zhuang Bufan. Zhuang Bufan suddenly jumped back into the rain shelter where Max was, covering his butt with both hands and looking at the notorious S-Class hero in terror. There was no way around it. A person's name carries weight. Remembering the articles about him published in the newspapers, Zhuang Bufan felt a deep sense of fear. He glanced down at Lightning Max, who had fainted the moment he saw the sexy prisoner. The new recruit really was a prime piece of meat. Deep Sea King licked his lips, clearly intrigued by this new hero. Hey, sexy prisoner, you need to be careful. That guy is ridiculously strong. Let me collaborate with you. Zhuang Bufan sat cautiously on a chair, reminding this super strong guy that although he was very reluctant, he should still cooperate with this perverted uncle. Thank you, Zhuang Bufan, for your proposal. Just sit back and watch. Although I have been surpassed by Genos and am currently the last in the S rank, I'm still an S rank hero and won't be defeated like Poison Sting Baby and Max. Having not witnessed how Deep Sea King caught Zhuang Bufan's terrifying blow, the sexy prisoner is clearly very confident in himself. Sonic, although fully aware of Deep Sea King's strength, would never cooperate with anyone present due to his strong confidence in his speed and his pride as a strong fighter. The sexy prisoner of S-rank heroes? Alright, let me see what kind of high-end combat power the Hero Association can achieve. Looking at Sonic, he completely appears to want to watch the show. What should I do? These two guys don't seem like they can cooperate at all. Should I quickly retreat during this time, or find the right opportunity to sneak attack Deep Sea King? Zhuang Bufan thought for a while, and still felt that it was better to look for any opportunities here. Even a delay would be good. After all, if they fought in the shelter, the Deep Sea King had too many hostages to use. As long as he spat out a few more sticky phlegm, Genos would be incapacitated again. Hee, the soldier seems quite confident in himself. The three of you can go together too. The Deep Sea King was still full of confidence and contemptuously invited the three enemies in front of him. Let me test you with half my strength first. The sexy prisoner slightly moved his muscles, causing the sweater on his upper body to turn into rags. The sweater my boyfriend knitted for me. Is the solo act over? You're so annoying. The Deep Sea King walked up to the sexy prisoner and directly punched him. The sexy prisoner did not fall down, but quickly retaliated with a punch to the Deep Sea King's face. It was like two powerful beasts fighting each other. A pure contest of brute strength. It seems you're a gutsy guy too. If that's the case, let me transform. Angel form. The sexy prisoner's well-defined muscles shredded his prison uniform into pieces as he proudly displayed his physique to the Deep Sea King. Anyone who has seen my angel form has never lived to tell the tale. After saying this, he turned to Zhuang Bufan and Sonic, saying, Zhuang Bufan darling and Sonic-chan, don't worry, after I deal with this guy, I'll take you on a love trip. Sonic retreated to Zhuang Bufan's side, clearly feeling uncomfortable with this perverted prisoner. Is it my illusion? I always feel that Bear, you, and that pervert are quite similar in some aspects. Hearing Sonic's words, Zhuang Bufan looked at the various poses the sexy prisoner was striking and then down at his remaining underwear. No matter what, I have to find someone to help design a hero costume. I can't go on like this. One ugly guy. Although the Deep Sea King was only wearing one more pair of underwear and a crown, he didn't hesitate to voice his opinion. Is that all the last words you have? Angel impact. The sexy prisoner jumped high, and the fleeting sunlight illuminated the space between the prisoner's legs, casting a strange halo around him. If possible, I hope this memory can be erased from my mind. Zhuang Bufan covered his face with one hand and said that his fantasy about the blonde-haired, blue-eyed angel girl was completely shattered at that moment. Sonic did not respond, but he also turned his head away, clearly feeling uncomfortable with the scene. Although the angelic form of the sexy prisoner didn't have a great appearance, it did provide a significant boost to her physical abilities. Each strike was infused with the sexy prisoner's affection, enough to shatter tons of marble blocks. Her massive fist fell on the Deep Sea King like a pile driver. As her fist continued to rain down on the Deep Sea King, the shockwave sent stones on the ground flying, and half of the Deep Sea King's body sank into the ground, covered in bruises. It worked, albeit only a little. The sexy prisoner panted heavily, staring in astonishment at the Deep Sea King before her. He actually managed to defend against my attack. The so-called continuous strikes must carry the intent to kill. Each blow must be filled with murderous intent towards the opponent, without giving the sexy prisoner time to think. The Deep Sea King's fist slammed into her abdomen, allowing her to clearly sense his bloodthirsty intent through the impact of his punch. Deep Sea Magic Vine. Zhuang Bufan seized the opportunity and commanded his 6 magical vines to wrap around the Deep Sea King's arms. The unexpected attack halted his relentless offensive and gave the sexy prisoner a brief moment to catch his breath. The sexy prisoner clenched his fists. He was also affected by the Deep Sea King's blow, but the rage's heart made him forget the pain and launch another attack on the Deep Sea King. The loser will have to accept punishment obediently. The Deep Sea King's face twisted, and his terrifying fish face roared at the sexy prisoner. Although his arms were entangled by the magical vines, they could still move to some extent, grasping the sexy prisoner's iron fists, and both sides began to struggle, leading to a stalemate in the situation in an instant. Zhuang Bufan circled behind the Deep Sea King. He had just been contemplating whether to directly use abyssal entanglement on the Deep Sea King. However, considering the possibility of unexpected situations, he decided to reserve a means of self-preservation and only used a small amount of magical vines to launch an attack. Fortunately, the Deep Sea King was restrained by the seductive prisoner, and the situation fell into a stalemate. With murderous intent, he thought to himself, how about this move? Deep Sea King? Zhuang Bufan was using the flowing rock-shattering fist, enjoying the water-based attack bonus brought by the Deep Sea Warrior, combined with the strength of a vegetarian and the recovery interruption of despair and killing intent. It surprisingly created a combo effect that was not inferior to that of the sexy prisoner. Ahem, do you small humans really think such despicable means can defeat me? The King of the Sea? After a series of combos, although the Deep Sea King was hit and spat out blood, he had not lost his fighting ability. On the contrary, after Zhuang Bufan's combo, the Deep Sea King's killing intent became even more intense. Zhuang Bufan, boy run. I will not allow this guy to hurt any boy I like in front of me. Upon hearing the sexy prisoner's warning, Zhuang Bufan realized that things were going awry. You still have the mood to care about others? I really underestimated you. The Deep Sea King glared angrily at the sexy prisoner, and the agile fish within him flew out of his mouth, biting through the magical vines that were entangling him. After breaking free, the Deep Sea King first delivered a flying knee strike to the sexy prisoner's abdomen, and at the moment he was gasping for air, he released the sexy prisoner's arms. With both hands clasped together and raised above his head, he swung a heavy hammer formed by his palm down onto the sexy prisoner's back. Since that little thief called me teacher, let me teach you what a combo really is. You don't need to pay tuition, just feel it with your life. The Deep Sea King continued the execution of the sexy prisoner that had been interrupted by Zhuang Bufan's sneak attack. At this point, no one was coming to interrupt his actions, and the sexy prisoner was beaten into unconsciousness. Next up is that little thief who runs pretty fast, but he still can't escape my grasp. The Deep Sea King looked at the hastily fleeing Zhuang Bufan, his leg muscles bulging, ready to take off and kill that little thief who had just attacked him. Wind blade kick. A massive wind blade struck the Deep Sea King's body. A wind blade that could cut down giant trees, but it left no mark on the Deep Sea King. Don't worry, once I deal with that little thief, I'll come back to play with you. The Deep Sea King glanced mockingly at Sonic, ignoring him, as he exerted force in his legs, creating a loud bang, and his whole body shot towards Zhuang Bufan like a cannonball. Skipping class is not what a good student should do. The voice of the Deep Sea King came from behind Zhuang Bufan. A sense of helpless despair surged in Zhuang Bufan's heart. Can I be caught even after a minute of running? This must be a lie. in the air before Zhuang Bufan could land. He turned to look at the Deep Sea King behind him. In this situation, he could still catch up. This was something Zhuang Bufan hadn't anticipated. Let us continue our lesson. The Deep Sea King performed an extremely unscientific turn in midair and kicked Zhuang Bufan back to the ground with a whip kick. Like shooting a soccer ball, Zhuang Bufan was pinned into the foundation of an apartment building. The Deep Sea King's blow had directly penetrated through 17 floors of the apartment building, and Zhuang Bufan felt a warmth in his throat, followed by a mouthful of blood. To be honest, discovering that your fist carries such intense killing intent indeed surprised me. The Deep Sea King walked up to Zhuang Bufan, grabbed his skull with one hand, and lifted him up. Unfortunately, you weren't able to use your full strength. A true combo must not only contain killing intent, but also unleash all one's strength. Each strike must use all the muscles in your body, squeezing out all your power, ensuring that from the first punch to the last, you unleash all your strength without reservation. Such an attack, pouring down on the enemy like a torrential rain, can be called a combo. As the Deep Sea King spoke, he began a merciless assault on Zhuang Bufan's body. The Deep Sea King's fist shattered the foundation of the building through Zhuang Bufan's body, and with each resounding crash, the apartment building above them began to collapse. Boom! The final strike hit Zhuang Bufan's chest, sending him flying out from the collapsing building. I haven't encountered such a convenient punching bag in a long time. For the sake of being a fellow child of the sea, I'll spare your life this time, but if you dare to attack me again, I will personally twist off your head. This was the last sentence Zhuang Bufan heard before his consciousness faded. Wake up, wake up! Zhuang Bufan was awakened by shouting, and gradually his limbs regained sensation. Slowly, he felt raindrops falling on his face. Where is this? I remember I should have been fighting the Deep Sea King, but I failed. Recalling the entire process of battling the Deep Sea King, his body began to tremble slightly, as if remembering that relentless assault, and pain started to spread throughout his body. Mr. Zhuang Bufan, have you already fought the Deep Sea King? Zhuang Bufan slowly raised his head and saw the familiar face of Genos. Next to him was a guy riding a women's bicycle, who should be the unlicensed rider. He was terrifying with physical abilities, combat skills, and recovery capabilities far beyond ordinary people. It seemed he was indeed a powerful weirdo. Don't worry, I'll take care of that guy. Seeing Zhuang Bufan's miserable state, Genos offered some comfort and then instructed the unlicensed rider to keep an eye on Zhuang Bufan. Genos, where's Saitama? What is he doing right now? Why hasn't he come yet? Zhuang Bufan stared at Genos, continuously questioning him. Originally, he planned to attempt to defeat the Deep Sea King with Genos. But after the recent confrontation, he was no longer sure if he had the courage to stand before the Deep Sea King. He couldn't even be certain if Genos would heed his advice or if he would meet the same fate of being dissolved by strong acid. The teacher's words were still fresh in his mind. When he went this morning, the teacher had entrusted them to resolve this disaster, which was a sign of the teacher's trust in them. Don't worry, I will fend off that monster. You just rest here and wait for the ambulance to arrive. After saying this, Genos left without looking back. According to his detection, the Deep Sea King was heading towards the residents' shelter, and they had to stop him before he arrived. It seems you really trust that guy named Saitama. The unlicensed rider smiled at Zhuang Bufan. He initially intended to help Zhuang Bufan to the side of the road, but was refused, so he could only give him a simple bandage for his wounds. Zhuang Bufan's brain was still processing the information from Genos's earlier words. He never expected that Saitama would actually be absent from the battle against the Sea King. Looking at you, it seems your ribs should be broken in 7 or 8 places, and your leg bones and forearms have also suffered varying degrees of fractures. The unlicensed knight was bandaging Zhuang Bufan and informing him about his injuries. It seems you are quite familiar with treating external wounds. Yes, someone like me, an ordinary C-class hero, really can't handle those monsters. Every battle leaves me battered and bruised. So over time, I've learned some skills for dealing with external injuries. Zhuang Bufan lowered his head to look at the unlicensed knight. From his eyes, there was not a trace of complaint or impatience. Besides the encouraging and comforting gaze, there was not a hint of negative emotion to be felt. Are you going to stop that monster? Zhuang Bufan slowly got up and watched the unlicensed knight help lift his lady's bicycle, then asked him a dull question. Someone always has to face him, right? The unlicensed knight glanced at Zhuang Bufan and retorted with a question, then smiled and said, I'll leave the phone with you. If the rescue team from the association can't find a place, just contact them. Take good care of your injuries, and after you get discharged, let's go have some toOne together. Zhuang Bufan watched the unlicensed rider's figure fade away, repeatedly dialing Saitama's phone number. This guy, Don't turn off your phone at such a critical moment. It's terrifying. After failing to reach Saitama for the fourth time, Zhuang Bufan finally recalled yesterday's gas explosion incident. Could it be that Saitama's phone was broken last night? Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Zhuang Bufan's hands trembled uncontrollably, causing his phone to drop to the ground. Maybe it was just a joke from that guy Saitama. He really has a terrible personality. Don't act like an idiot. You know Saitama isn't coming. It's possible the association has already dispatched other S-class heroes for support. If I go now, I would just be a burden to them. You know very well that there are no other heroes nearby who can arrive in time. If Genos is defeated, only you can save those civilians. Why should I sacrifice my life for a bunch of people who have nothing to do with me? Zhuang Bufan's emotions seemed to be out of control as he shouted into the empty street. No matter how much he tried to convince himself, another voice in his mind would refute him. He originally intended to head towards the hospital, but he couldn't take a single step. He stood there for about 3 or 4 minutes, suddenly murmuring to himself again. What do you mean by unrelated people? It was clearly my own doing. If I hadn't interfered, those people in the shelter wouldn't have been in danger. This time, the strange voice didn't sound, and instead, Zhuang Bufan's mind was filled with the face of the unlicensed writer and his vanishing back. Zhuang Bufan picked up his phone and dialed an unfamiliar number. I'm in J City now. If I can make it back alive this time, let's go on a date, he wrote, signing his name. He didn't want to be intercepted by that unlicensed guy in the end. I must really be out of my mind to do this. Without waiting for a reply from Shui, he tossed aside the bandages on him and his phone and ran towards the shelter. Boom! Accompanied by a cloud of dust. The outer wall of the shelter was completely destroyed, and a fish-shaped monster walked in from outside. Nice to meet you, and farewell to you all. Facing the terrifying fish face of the Deep Sea King, many people were already scared to the point of crying out loud. We surrender, we surrender. Just let us go. We can meet any demands. The back-headed hero raised his hands, trying to delay for a little longer. Surrender? Huh. The Deep Sea King let out a hearty laugh. If possible, I hope you can let out a pleasant wail before you die. This statement completely shattered everyone's hopes. B-class hero Jet Boy. C-class hero Buzz Punch. A-class hero Snake Bite Punch Snake. And me, C-class hero Back-headed hero. 1 A-class, 1 B-class, 2 C-class. Maybe we can do it. Heroes. It's heroes. We're saved. The Deep Sea King turned his head to look at this group of guys. Compared to the anger from Zhuang Bufan's sneak attack, the resistance from these ants only made him feel amused. With a single slap, he knocked them into the wall, extinguishing the flicker of hope that just ignited, leaving despair etched on everyone's faces. Powerful strike. Genos' iron fist hit the Deep Sea King's face, and the powerful impact sent the Deep Sea King flying backward, with his jetting tail flame, crashing him into a building 3 blocks away from the Hero Association shelter. Was that the final enemy? Genos stood where the Deep Sea King had just been, asking the crowd present. Ah, we're saved. So cool. The crowd, who were on the verge of death, began to cheer wildly, not caring about the fallen low-tier heroes, all running towards Genos, shouting his name. ZZZ. Boom! A huge shadow appeared behind Genos, and before he could react, the Deep Sea King had already ripped off one of his mechanical arms and casually tossed him against the wall. The Deep Sea King's face was burned through by Genos' flames, and it seemed he wasn't very resistant to high temperatures. Tossing aside the mechanical arm in his hand, he said to Genos, I'm angry. I'm going to turn you into a pile of scrap metal. How careless of me. I really have no memory. Genos struggled to stand up, his combat power greatly reduced with one mechanical arm missing. He now lacked confidence in being able to repel the Deep Sea King. I really let down Teacher Saitama, Genos thought, staring at the Deep Sea King. No matter what, he couldn't let him harm the crowd around them. Everyone run. I'll hold him here. Realizing that this S-class hero might not be able to defeat this terrifying monster, the crowd hurriedly fled. Come on, big brother. Seeing Genos fighting alone behind him, a cute little girl couldn't help but cheer for him, unaware that her encouragement was causing this hero to falter. Let me melt you away. Bot. The Deep Sea King spat a strong acid at the little girl, and Genos rushed over to shield her. But the acid easily dissolved his combat armor. The Deep Sea King seized the opportunity, landing a heavy punch and knocking him outside. Cold rain washed over Genos' broken body, and the Deep Sea King stood beside him, looking at him coldly. To perish for a little brat. How ridiculous. Next, let me personally get to know you. The Deep Sea King was about to lift his foot when he suddenly felt something bump into him. Gassed his charge. The righteous cyclist. Unlicensed knight, reporting for duty. Huh. The Deep Sea King turned to look at this tiny human behind him, extending a finger to flick him away. I'm very sorry. I delayed your final blow. Let me give it to you now. Gassed his block. The unlicensed knight charged at the Deep Sea King alone. The Deep Sea King looked at this weak human with confusion, not understanding why he was doing this. I know everyone has no expectations of me. Smack. I'm well aware that a C-class hero is useless. Poof. With my skills, I can't even stand in B-class. I know I'm weak better than anyone. Crash. This isn't about winning or losing. It's about me standing here and having to step up. So annoying. I've thrown you aside several times. Yet you keep coming at me. Since that's the case, I'll deal with you first. The Deep Sea King grabbed the unlicensed knight by one arm, repeatedly lifting him high before smashing him to the ground, deliberately torturing him. The Deep Sea King felt his right hand lighten, only a black sleeve remaining, while the unlicensed knight was thrown away. Well done, you can rest now. Zhuang Bufan caught the unlicensed knight and placed him aside with Genos. Who's that guy? It seems to be a rookie at B rank. The S ranks have fallen, and relying on a B rank hero is useless. Has the desperate situation still not changed? The crowd murmured among themselves, while the Deep Sea King looked at Zhuang Bufan with some surprise. You know what the consequences of obstructing my actions will be, right? Defeated opponent? Do you really think you found a way to defeat me in less than an hour? Failure? Don't make me laugh. Zhuang Bufan wiped his slightly swollen cheek that had been hit by the Deep Sea King and said to him in a slightly mocking tone, "This is the follow-up to our previous duel. A hero will not be defeated by someone like you." Continuing the unfinished duel? That's really making me laugh. It seems you don't intend to keep living, do you? Abyss entanglement. Zhuang Bufan did not speak. He responded to the arrogant Deep Sea King with his actions. Looking at the multiple magical vines coiling around him, even the Deep Sea King would have to exert considerable effort to break free from these iron-like vines. It's frustrating that if the resilient fish in his body were still there. The Deep Sea King recalled his previous battle with Sonic. That guy, although not particularly strong, was incredibly fast, and the most annoying part was that he had broken his own resilient fish. As a resident of the ocean floor, he was very familiar with these deep-sea magical vines. Apart from weak fire, they could only be torn apart with brute strength, and even strong acid couldn't dissolve the fibers of the vines. The first step was to seal the Deep Sea King's movements. While running towards the refuge, Zhuang Bufan began to think about how to deal with the Deep Sea King. The first step was to immobilize the Deep Sea King. Although he was a hero with fully developed attributes, his reaction speed and movement speed were outstanding. The Deep Sea King, with his balanced attributes, was at least a level above him in strength. The previous escape incident had already proven that if the Deep Sea King's movements were not sealed, he wouldn't have the slightest chance of winning. What an annoying guy. Once I get rid of these magical vines, I will definitely turn you into muck. The Deep Sea King furiously declared Zhuang Bufan's death, and the kelp binding him began to creak. The Deep Sea King's strength was superior to Genos, and it seemed he could break free from the vines faster than Genos could. Relying on these vines to trap the Deep Sea King while waiting for reinforcements was clearly unrealistic. The moment he activated Abyssal Binding, Zhuang Bufan was forced to revert from the Deep Sea Warrior transformation. He slightly touched his rib that had been broken by the Deep Sea King, and it still ached painfully. Bear form activated. In terms of destructive power, the werewolf form combined with the flowing rock-shattering fist was clearly higher, and he only had this one chance to attack the Deep Sea King. If he didn't take down the Deep Sea King this round, there would be no second chance for Zhuang Bufan to launch another attack. Everyone present would be killed by him. But for some reason, Zhuang Bufan had a strong premonition that he wanted to defeat this guy. Techniques and agility were all useless. Only pure strength could completely smash him to death. Is that a B-rank rookie? I thought he was a fan of Blackblade, always cosplaying that guy. By the way, what is this? A doll bear? Riding the coattails of police dog hero? A common Haida? If he can transform freely, what is the situation with transforming into a doll? So lame, but somehow, this looks really cute. The crowd watching began to discuss Zhuang Bufan's transformation in a flurry of voices. Normally, Zhuang Bufan would definitely argue back. But now, his mind had only one goal, to kill the Deep Sea King. Deep Sea King, I really have to thank you for one thing. That is, you taught me how to kill you. Zhuang Bufan took out a cucumber, casually chewed a few bites, and swallowed it before leaping in front of the Deep Sea King. With his claws tightly held behind his back, he summoned all his strength and threw a punch at the Deep Sea King's abdomen. How is this possible? The Deep Sea King could clearly feel the change in the force behind Zhuang Bufan's punch, compared to the previous flurry of blows. His punch now was more than twice as heavy, and it wasn't over. Feeling the significant impact of his punch on the Deep Sea King, Zhuang Bufan didn't dare to slack off and immediately followed up with a second punch to his face. Has this guy really learned how to use a flurry of punches? The Deep Sea King looked at this strange furry bear in front of him, and he didn't even realize that there was already a hint of panic in his gaze toward Zhuang Bufan. One punch, two punches, three punches for punches. Each punch was straining his injured body, and every strike directed at the Deep Sea King contained all of Zhuang Bufan's strength. 5 punches, 6 punches, 7 punches, 8 punches. Zhuang Bufan began to accelerate. He could even clearly hear his bones crying out in agony, the sound of his body being pushed to its limits. 9 punches, 10 punches, 11 punches. Zhuang Bufan had already lost track of how many punches he had thrown. Gradually, he could no longer hear the sounds his body was making. However, the speed of his attacks had not slowed down, and the force behind his punches was steadily increasing. When Zhuang Bufan threw his first punch at the Deep Sea King, no one cared about the outcome. Although they were grateful for Zhuang Bufan's sacrifice, they considered him just another guy like the unlicensed rider. But after 10 seconds of continuous strikes, the enormous sound waves generated by his punches hitting the Deep Sea King, along with the King's gradually twisting body, indicated that this inconspicuous B-class hero was having a significant impact on the Deep Sea King. Go for it. Big brother in the plush costume. Go for it. Hit that stinky fish. Show him some colors. The little girl that Genos had protected began to cheer for Zhuang Bufan, and soon everyone was applauding him. But all of this had nothing to do with Zhuang Bufan. He had lost consciousness 40 seconds ago, and now only the thought of defeating the Deep Sea King drove his body. This time he clearly knew that there was no plan B in this round of attacks. He was betting everything he had. 1 minute and 12 seconds in, the giant bear exhausted all of its strength and collapsed to the ground. No one knew how many punches he had thrown at the Deep Sea King in that minute. They could only see a creature turned into an irregular mass of flesh wrapped in seaweed. Are we saved? Just as people were about to crowd around the hero, reveling in the moment of surviving death, the ominous mass let out a sound. Cough, cough. This was really dangerous. If that combo had lasted another 5 seconds, no? 3 seconds, I would have definitely perished here. Even so, I still can't kill this monster. Wait until I recover a bit more. I'm going to tear apart these broken magic vines and have a good slaughter. Ha ha. Burn. A cold voice interrupted the Deep Sea King's speech, and golden red flames engulfed his entire body. How is this possible? Didn't I beat you to the point of immobility? The magical vines binding the Deep Sea King were also reduced to ashes by the burning cannon. But at this moment, the Deep Sea King no longer had the strength to resist. He turned with all his might to look. He found the unlicensed rider holding Genos' left arm, using his body as a support to aim and fire at him. One more time, Genos did not follow the unlicensed rider's command. The armor on his body had long been melted by the high temperature, causing severe burns, and if he fired again, the scalding cannon would directly affect him. Don't worry about me. As if seeing through Genos' concerns, the unlicensed rider shouted loudly, we absolutely cannot let that guy recover, or else all our efforts, Zhuang Bufan, snake. The sexy prisoner will be in vain. Burn. I can't believe I'm defeated by a weak shrimp in the end. I'm not willing to accept this. Target. Deep Sea King stamina increased, strength increased. Agility increased, gained transformation form. Water City Knight comprehended martial arts skill. Limit break combo, although he was reluctant to admit it. You already have a bit of a hero's look about you. Wow, you really look quite miserable like this, King said, holding a bag of Yokon, looking at Zhuang Bufan, who was completely covered in plaster. What you did this time scared the higher-ups of the association and all the S-class heroes. King sat next to Zhuang Bufan's hospital bed, casually peeled a banana from the bedside, and began to chew on it nonchalantly. Zhuang Bufan muttered as if he wanted to say something, but because his head was wrapped in thick bandages, he couldn't open his mouth freely, and no one could understand what he was saying. Zhuang Bufan could only despair as he watched King eat the consolation gift that Fubuki had sent him. This feeling of despair had already been experienced once during Saitama's visit. After all, no one would have thought that he would look at Zhuang Bufan with admiration for Tornado. This was a lament for the warrior. 2 days ago, in the hospital ward, although Zhuang Bufan's body had been severely exhausted and sustained varying degrees of injury from the battle with Deep Sea King, his powerful recovery ability allowed him to recover almost completely in just 3 days. To be honest, he could have applied for discharge from the hospital without any issues. But the reason he was still lingering in the hospital was very simple. Fubuki had not come to see him yet. Having been in the One-Punch Man world for only a few months, he had already made friends with many people. Among those who came to visit him were Bang, Shirenko, Saitama, Genos, and others who were already in the hospital recovering, not to mention Dr. Casino and Armored Gorilla, who also brought consolation gifts to see him. Even in this world, Zhuang Bufan was still able to make many friends. Unfortunately, there wasn't a single woman on the list of visitors. Even Mosquito Girl declined the invitation to visit Zhuang Bufan with Dr. Casino, citing her work at the shop as the reason. As for why Zhuang Bufan knew that Mosquito Girl was just looking for an excuse to refuse. Have you ever seen a small restaurant continue operating after the chef has left? Watching as Poison Sting and Max received visits from cute girls, Zhuang Bufan genuinely felt envious. Just when Zhuang Bufan was lost in his own sadness, contemplating whether to go through with the discharge procedures, the sound of high heels clicking on the tiled floor echoed through the corridor. Before long, a beautiful figure appeared at the door of the ward. Who else could it be but the Fubuki that Zhuang Bufan had been thinking about? Zhuang Bufan hurriedly pretended to be in a state of despair, lying on the bed as he watched Shueisha walk towards him step by step. This is an expensive banana worth 1,000 yuan. Speaking of which, you really did a good job of being active this time. I saw your video challenging the Sea King. Shueisha sat in the chair beside Zhuang Bufan, crossing her legs. Her right arm crossed over her chest, her left hand supporting her chin, adding a touch of playfulness and cuteness to her originally charming and sexy demeanor. Oh! With Shueisha's encouragement, Zhuang Bufan's mood noticeably improved, and his big eyes fixed on Shueisha as he asked another outrageous question. Hey, Shueisha-chan, could you feed me the banana you brought with your own hands? As you can see, I can't move normally in my current state. Shameless. That guy. In the same hospital room, Max and Poison Spike secretly cursed Zhuang Bufan's shamelessness upon hearing his words. Although both of them had female fans visiting and had done similar things for them, it paled in comparison to Shueisha. Upon hearing Zhuang Bufan's request, Shueisha's originally formulaic visiting expression turned into disdain and contempt, as if a queen was looking down at a lowly servant. With her psychic power, she peeled the banana and then roughly shoved it into Zhuang Bufan's mouth, making it feel as if an extraordinary beauty was feeding a pig. Wow, Shueisha-chan, I didn't expect you to be so shy. But never mind, when are we going on a date? Zhuang Bufan eagerly asked. A date? Don't joke around. How could I possibly go out with you? Shueisha stood up with a look of disgust, completely unable to understand what was going on in this man's mind. Huh. But didn't you come to visit me after seeing the text I sent you? Isn't that a response to my request for a date? Huh. Shueisha looked at Zhuang Bufan in confusion, and Zhuang Bufan looked back at her with the same bewilderment. What did you send me a message? It was before the duel with the Sea King. At that time, I really thought I was going to die, so with no regrets, I sent you that message. Zhuang Bufan then realized that the owner of that number might not be Shueisha. Where did you get my number from? Shueisha continued to question Zhuang Bufan. From the eyelashes? Shueisha said, holding her forehead with one hand, looking up at the ceiling as if she had figured out the situation. She looked at Zhuang Bufan with a pitiful gaze and then said a series of numbers. Is this the number? After receiving Zhuang Bufan's affirmative response, Shueisha no longer looked at him with disdain. Instead, she gently sat down again. She peeled a banana by hand and held it to Zhuang Bufan's mouth, feeding him bite by bite. After he finished eating, she took out a handkerchief from her pocket and gently wiped the corners of his mouth. That gentle and affectionate expression made Zhuang Bufan feel a bit uneasy. Although being gently taken care of by Shueisha was undeniably pleasant, he still felt something was off. It always seemed to him that Shueisha's gaze towards him was like that of someone looking at a corpse. As for the date, regardless, Zhuang Bufan still expressed his biggest wish. Shueisha extended her index finger, sealed Zhuang Bufan's lips, gently stroked his head, stood up, and said nothing. When she reached the door, she turned back and said to Zhuang Bufan in a compassionate tone, I promise you, be strong and live on. As long as you are discharged from the hospital, I will accompany you wherever you want to go on a date. After saying this, she left the ward without looking back. Hey, Max, what did Shueisha's words just mean? Zhuang Bufan really couldn't understand why Shueisha's attitude had made a complete turnaround. He turned his head to ask his dog-headed military advisors, only to find that he and Ducey had somehow escaped from the ward. Just as Zhuang Bufan was about to be curious about what these two guys were up to, he caught sight of a small figure outside the window. So this is what it meant. Watching the small tornado approach him step by step, Zhuang Bufan finally understood the origin of the tidal tremble and figured out the reason for Shueisha's change in attitude. Are you the bold newcomer who teased me? I hadn't even settled the old scores with you, and yet you dare to turn around and tease my sister after sending me that kind of message. What great courage! The continuously distorted objects in the room perfectly reflected Tornado's current mood. Could you not slap my face? Zhuang Bufan sincerely asked. Hallelujah. At the same time, he took action against the Tornado sisters. With this courage alone, many S-class heroes have already remembered you. Moreover, you were able to survive, which many people did not expect. King admired Zhuang Bufan and said that he had witnessed the end of a hero. After suffering such severe injuries, he managed to heal himself in less than 2 weeks. If possible, I would really like to slice and study your body. Today is the day Zhuang Bufan is going to handle his discharge procedures. Apart from this old man who has been wanting to slice and study him, no one else came to pick him up. This is my business card. If you ever want to donate your body tissues, please be sure to contact me. Although Zhuang Bufan had no such intentions, he still accepted the balding old man's business card, seeing the 4 big characters Ming Tu Tao Ming written on it. He skeptically asked this guy a question. What is your relationship with Ming Tu Tao Ming? That's my brother. Do you know him? Zhuang Bufan shook his head. He finally understood why the casualty rate of heroes in the Hero Association was so low. After checking his luggage, he realized he had only been hospitalized for more than half a month. Zhuang Bufan's luggage has accumulated to the point where 1 suitcase is not enough. Aside from 2 sets of clothes, most of it consists of care packages sent by the group of people visiting. The yokan and dried bamboo shoots can be kept. The sneakers from Max can be worn directly, but should the signed picture book from King be thrown away? Zhuang Bufan couldn't understand why King would give him this thing. It looked like a limited edition picture book. In any case, it was better to put it away. It could be used to exchange for money when necessary. His backpack and suitcase were already stuffed, so Zhuang Bufan found a few more plastic bags. He put his toiletries along with King's picture book into the bags and walked out of the hospital gate. Hey, you rookie, stop right there. A childish voice called out, sounding like a child's vocal cords. Zhuang Bufan's mind instantly associated the female demon Tornado with painful memories resurfacing. He didn't even look back to confirm who was calling him, shouldering the suitcase and wanting to escape. A creaking sound was heard as a mechanical prosthetic grabbed onto Zhuang Bufan's clothes. After the battle with the Deep Sea King, Zhuang Bufan had gained nearly a doubling of his physical abilities. Although he wasn't sure how much of the Deep Sea King's physical power he had acquired, he could already crush steel beams unintentionally. The tug-of-war between the advanced mechanical prosthetic and a monster that could crush rebar, with an ordinary tracksuit as the rope in between, didn't require imagination to predict the outcome. Zing, after running over 500 meters, Zhuang Bufan felt a chill on his back and turned to look. He saw a little boy with spider-like antennae waving a piece of blue rag as he ran toward him. Should I say he's really bold for daring to tease Tornado? His thought process is so unique. In the bathroom, Zhuang Bufan opened his suitcase to change into a new outfit, while the Child Emperor stood by, constantly mocking Zhuang Bufan's bizarre behavior. There was no way to refute it, being traumatized by Tornado to the point of developing PTSD, such a thing. After discarding a set of clothes, the suitcase had just enough space to fit everything from the tote bag inside. Zhuang Bufan casually asked Tong Di what he needed while packing his luggage. As an S-rank elementary school student, you must be very busy, right? What exactly did you want from me, Tong Di? Zhuang Bufan called out to him. This high IQ little guy seemed to be lost in thought, as if he had crashed. It took several calls from Zhuang Bufan before he finally reacted. Oh, it's that. The promotion notice from the Hero Association. Anyway, congratulations on reaching the 5th position in A class. The second point is that a group of unidentified flying creatures seems to have appeared near City A, and the association hopes you can investigate. This kind of minor issue could be resolved with a phone call to the association, so it shouldn't require the appearance of an S-class hero like you, right? Zhuang Bufan packed his luggage and wanted to pick up his suitcase, but he found a mechanical arm pulling his suitcase from one direction, causing the aluminum case to slightly deform. I'm here to see Tornado. I'm here to check on the hero who dealt with the ghost-level disaster. Look, you're still an injured person. Let me handle the luggage. As he spoke, Tong Di shook his mechanical arm, putting on a show of strength. If you really cared, why didn't you come to check on me when I was hospitalized? You only showed up when I was about to be discharged. Who would believe you? You actually just want to see if Tornado will come to block my door, right? Zhuang Bufan did not expose the little emperor's lie. Remembering his previous malfunctioning behavior, he opened his suitcase and took out the signed illustrated book by King, holding it in his hands. Sure enough, the little emperor's gaze began to drift. It's better to keep paper items like books well preserved in the suitcase. It would be bad if they got dirty. When he said this, the little emperor's eyes seemed to be looking at the ceiling, but occasionally his gaze would drift toward the illustrated book in Zhuang Bufan's hands. So you are a fan of King. If you want it, I can give it to you. Really? No. No. Although Mr. King is very powerful, how could I, as an S-class hero, possibly be his fan? This little brat, Zhuang Bufan, sighed helplessly. If you don't want it, I'll just throw it in the trash. Don't. Don't throw it away. I admit it, okay? I'm a fan of King. After taking the illustrated book from Zhuang Bufan's hands, the little emperor hurriedly ran away after leaving the remark that he would face retribution. What should I do next? Although Fubuki promised to go on a date with me, considering the terrifying power of Tatsumaki, Zhuang Bufan felt that he could put off dating for now and should focus on his career. Speaking of which, he recalled the task assigned to him by the Hero Association. Based on the original work, the Tengu should have conducted a detailed investigation of human society before attacking the Hero Association. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to directly assault the headquarters of the Hero Association. The Sky King? After the defeat of the Underground King and the Deep Sea King, it probably dared to move around, suggesting it might be weaker than the Deep Sea King. Reflecting on their performance in the series, Zhuang Bufan made this judgment and then reviewed the two skills he had obtained. Water City Knight, transformation skill that merges the abilities of the Deep Sea Warrior, enhancing strength by 55, agility by 50, and defense by 30. Water Flow Mastery. You can now freely manipulate water currents to attack enemies or defend against enemy attacks. Water City Guardian. In a humid environment, your life recovers and agility and strength increase, with a maximum recovery of 40 life, an increase of 10 agility, and 15 strength. Water Flow Blessing. You can understand the intentions of aquatic creatures and command them to do certain things. You can also manipulate some aquatic plants. Additionally, Blessed by the Sea. You can move freely without burden in any water area. Once a knight of the sea fell to become a demon king. Now that you have gained this power, I hope you won't follow the path of the Deep Sea King. Although the transformation form of the Deep Sea Warrior has disappeared, Zhuang Bufan was still quite satisfied with the description of the Water City Knight. Limit Break Combo. Exhaust all your power to unleash a series of lethal strikes on the target, each dealing current strength x 300 damage to the target, after which you will enter a weakened state with all attributes decreased by 20, lasting for 30 minutes. This strike will gamble all my strength. A super powerful attack skill. In the world of One-Punch Man, it has a strong level counter, with significant differences between each tier. When facing the benchmark of the demon-level Deep Sea King, even with the powers of both the Deep Sea Warrior and the Water Flow Rock Smash Fist, I couldn't deal much damage to him. On the contrary, the Limit Break combo nearly cost the Deep Sea King his life. The terror of this skill is evident. It's still so spectacular. The line of people waiting is almost as long as the elderly queuing for eggs during a supermarket promotion. Watching the familiar long line forming at the takoyaki shop, Zhuang Bufan couldn't help but marvel at the popularity of Mosquito Girl. Just look at all these male compatriots, and then see the sign at the door offering a handshake coupon for purchasing 5 portions of takoyaki. Zhuang Bufan thinks it's better for Mosquito Girl to debut as an idol. Oh, is it you? You're out of the hospital so soon? Armored Gorilla. I'll leave this to you. A group of people angrily stared at Zhuang Bufan, then looked at the Armored Gorilla, who took over, and then at the 5 servings of takoyaki in their hands. The feelings in their hearts were obvious. Want to shake hands? The Armored Gorilla handed over the kitchen to the robots and awkwardly extended his heavy palm. A group of male colleagues looked at the Armored Gorilla's strong body beneath the pink apron. Scatter, scatter, scatter. The gorilla looked at the empty store, scratched his head awkwardly, and picked up a newspaper to read leisurely. I don't know if it's my illusion, but ever since I accompanied Mosquito Girl shopping last time, she seems to be much nicer to me. Zhuang Bufan followed Mosquito Girl into her room, and it was his first time in a girl's bedroom. The room was filled with a mix of pink and red, giving Zhuang Bufan a strange feeling. What do you need me for this time? I haven't had a break for over a month, so I can just accompany you to have some fun, he said honestly, ignoring Mosquito Girl's teasing. What a boring man. It's my first time hearing about a guy inviting a girl to fight, Mosquito Girl said lazily as she leaned back in her swivel chair, kicking Zhuang Bufan gently with her leg that seemed to be clad in zebra-striped fuzzy socks. Her movement was light, showing she wasn't using any force, and it looked like she was just complaining to Zhuang Bufan. Clearly, Dr. Kinos has always treated you as a combatant. So what's the deal? Will you agree to my conditions or not? Zhuang Bufan looked at the mosquito woman lying on the swivel chair and felt that after not seeing her for a while, this Super S-Queen was starting to develop in the direction of a demure young lady. I promise you, I really promise you, Dr. Kinos is different. After all, we were all trained by him. To us, he plays a father-like role. Would you refuse a father's request? Although I personally enjoyed as well. The mosquito woman wrapped her arms around her legs and rested her face on her knees, softly complaining. Zhuang Bufan slightly lowered his body, feeling that this angle might work. Just as he was engaged in a battle of conscience, the mosquito woman stood up, and Zhuang Bufan let out a somewhat regretful sigh. Right? You should stay here for a while. The doctor has been tinkering with something lately, seemingly preparing it for you. Did Dr. Kino's call me for something? Remembering the help Kino's provided after entering the One-Punch world, Zhuang Bufan still held great respect for this former antagonist. Have you been discharged? Just in time. Come with me. There's something I want you to see. Before long, Dr. Kino's returned to the small shop, instructing the armored gorilla to close the store early and took Zhuang Bufan down to the basement beneath the octopus shop. One must say, as expected of a top-notch researcher, even after abandoning the goal of creating new humans, he still unconsciously studies strange things. Looking at the well-equipped underground laboratory, Zhuang Bufan couldn't help but admire Dr. Kino's capability. Dr. Kino's took out a golden yellow belt from an aluminum box, which looked like an ordinary leather belt with a small golden yellow slime on it. What is this? Zhuang Bufan asked uncomprehendingly about the belt. When I saw you fighting against the Deep Sea King on TV before giving you the hero suit, I thought you would need something like this. Under Dr. Kino's explanation, Zhuang Bufan roughly understood how to use this slime belt. The slime on the belt is actually a special type of biological material that, when activated, can change its shape and color in accordance with the user's body. Zhuang Bufan roughly tried out. Without wearing any clothes, the belt would transform into a tight-fitting golden suit on his body. In the Water Knight form, various light golden patterns would appear on his blue leather armor. As for the Barbarian Bear form, it's better left unsaid. Sigh. I haven't heard of such a thing. The mosquito girl circled around Zhuang Bufan, constantly examining his belt. How about we discuss giving the belt to me? Stop joking if you want it. I can make you one later. The doctor restrained the mosquito girl, who was acting cute towards Zhuang Bufan. After giving him the belt, he learned the purpose of his visit and saw him and the mosquito girl out of the shop. What are you planning to do? Stretching lazily, sharp blades grew back around the mosquito girl. After Dr. Kino's modifications, she could now freely change her limbs. You don't need to worry about the fighting. I just lack the means to move in the air. It's easy for them to kite me when attacking the Tengu, so you want me to harass them and keep them suppressed in the low-altitude area? The mosquito girl tilted her head, one hand on her chest, confidently responding. No. Zhuang Bufan shook his head while sizing up the sexy figure of the mosquito woman. To be honest, I lack a mount that can fly in the air. If you don't mind, then. The sound of slicing wind came from the deserted alley, and a sharp sickle claw was resting on Zhuang Bufan's neck, with some of his hair also cut away. Oh, I'm sorry, I slipped a bit. What were you saying just now? I didn't catch that. Could you repeat it? Looking at the cold smile of the mosquito woman, Zhuang Bufan felt a chill creeping up his back and had to swallow back the words he wanted to say. In nothing. I think your idea is great. Let's fight the way you suggested once we find the Tengu. The mosquito woman slowly retracted her sharp sickle claw from her neck, and Zhuang Bufan quietly changed his battle plan. Oh, is that so? I seem to have heard some excited monkey making some rude requests just now. And no, you must have misheard. Zhuang Bufan shook his head hurriedly, realizing that he should be a bit more polite to the mosquito woman in the future. Let's go, my children. It seems we've captured some interesting information, the mosquito woman said to Zhuang Bufan. I must say, this woman, aside from being a bit ill-tempered, is quite capable in other aspects. Boss, it looks like the Deep Sea King and the Underground King are really dead. The Tengu beside the Sky King said excitedly. In Tengu Village, the Miko predicted the fall of the two kings, and that's precisely why the Tengu King led his two capable subordinates out to gather intelligence. Since the Deep Sea King is dead and the Underground King is missing, this world will belong to me from now on. The Sky King took a deep swig from a nearby wine gourd and laughed up to the sky, looking as if the world was already in his pocket. Without considering the reasons behind the Deep Sea King's death, I must say, the villains in the One-Punch world do not have an accurate understanding of their own strength. Their killing intent. The Sky King, who was basking in the fire, suddenly sensed something. His wings trembled, shattering a water sword that had attacked him. His two Tengu subordinates were not as lucky. They were in a state of extreme relaxation and had consumed a large amount of strong alcohol. Although the Tengu's alcohol tolerance would prevent them from getting drunk, it did dull their reflexes to some extent. The sharp water sword pierced through their wings and shot into the bodies of the two Tengu. While this surprise attack did not injure the Sky King, it did wound his two subordinates, which could be considered a small victory. Who is it? The Sky King looked at his injured subordinates and angrily gazed into the depths of the forest. Since you sincerely asked, I will graciously tell you. Zhuang Bufan transformed into the form of a Water City knight, emerging from the forest and striking a strange pose, while Mosquito Girl stood awkwardly beside him. To prevent the destruction of the world and to protect world peace, he embodied love and true justice as the cute and charming hero, A-class hero Zhuang Bufan. White hole, a bright tomorrow is waiting for us. Mosquito Girl ignored this guy who seemed to be having a nervous breakdown, overwhelmed by the excessive elements that made her unsure how to retort. It was the first time in her life she witnessed someone who didn't shy away from sneak attacks at all, and an extremely ruthless hero at that. On the other side, Sky King was clearly taken aback by this sudden outburst, momentarily at a loss for words. Are you the little thief who attacked us? If so, then you owe me an apology as a side dish. With a flap of his wings, Sky King unleashed a fierce wind that extinguished the campfire, plunging the now darkened jungle into pitch blackness. Sky King used the wind to glide at low altitude, like a hawk stalking its prey, extending his claws to target Zhuang Bufan's vulnerable ribs. Just as Sky King thought he would soon succeed, his robust body slammed into a transparent water wall. It was as if he were a bullet shot into muddy ground. Although he broke through the water barrier, the rapidly flowing liquid absorbed most of his kinetic energy, slowing down his attack on Zhuang Bufan. Seizing the opportunity, Zhuang Bufan employed the cyclone/iron fist technique, hoping to dismantle the wings of the approaching Sky King. This guy is trouble. The Sky King, having broken through the water wall, seemed to realize something, spreading his wings wide and rapidly ascending. When he was about 15 meters away from Zhuang Bufan, he executed a perfect cobra maneuver, avoiding complete entry into Zhuang Bufan's attack range. As Zhuang Bufan saw him rise, he initiated his attack. The wind from the cyclone/iron fist was like a sharp blade, slashing towards Sky King's wings, which he braced against with his sturdy arms. Urgu, Sangu, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and help me take that guy down. Sky King hovered in the air, questioning his subordinates, noticing the marks on his right arm where he had been struck, blood dripping down. Boss, seeing his two trembling subordinates flying towards him. Sky King finally realized the situation. The water swords aimed at them contained a large amount of anesthetic. You bastard! Sky King furiously flapped his wings, the raging wind sweeping towards Zhuang Bufan's position. Zhuang Bufan extracted moisture from the air and manipulated it to flow at high speed, forming a water wall resembling an egg shape, encasing himself and Mosquito Woman within. The water shield was occasionally breached, but it quickly restored itself. However, with the high-frequency wind blades attacking, it was only a matter of time before this fragile water shield would be destroyed. If only there were a river nearby. Zhuang Bufan thought helplessly while looking at the Sky King far above. You guy, can't you think of a way? Mosquito Woman urged Zhuang Bufan to find solution as she watched the precarious barrier. Sigh, it's precisely because I was worried about this situation that I brought you here. What an unreliable man. Forget it, I'll think of a way. You just need to seize the opportunity to cut off their wings. As she spoke, Mosquito Woman summoned a large number of mosquitoes, sending them into the whirlwind surrounding the water shield like a suicide squad. The massive swarm quickly obscured the Sky King's line of sight. Whoosh! Mosquito Woman shot out like an arrow, breaking through the storm of insect corpses, and with a strike of her sickle claws, interrupted the Sky King's continuous spellcasting. Oh, what a fierce woman! If you surrender now, I can let bygones be bygones, and even grant you the opportunity to serve me. Ding! In response, a sickle claw struck as the Sky King pulled out a shuriken to block Mosquito Woman's attack, and the two fell into a brief standoff. I have no good feelings for drunken men. If you're willing to take off your own wings, perhaps I will grant you the right to kiss the tops of my feet. Naturally, Mosquito Woman, with her ultra-S queen personality, would not allow the Sky King to look down on her like this, even if her strength was slightly inferior to his. In that case, you have no need to live. The Sky King's eagle claw stepped on Mosquito Woman, forcefully kicking her into the dense forest beneath her, while a howling wind cannon in his mouth gathered energy, aiming at Mosquito Woman. Do you think I don't exist? Zhuang Bufan jumped up from below, like a cannonball crashing into the body of the Sky King, his right hand transforming into a palm that pressed against the Sky King's jaw. The energy that had been gathering suddenly received a violent impact. Losing control, and the immense energy exploded in his mouth, blowing off half of the Sky King's face. To avoid the aftermath of the explosion affecting him, Zhuang Bufan quickly pushed away from the Sky King after hitting him and landed back on the ground. The Sky King, with half of his face blown off, continuously fell from the air, and just before hitting the ground, He barely regained consciousness and hurriedly used his wings to keep himself afloat. Damn it, that bastard. I will tear you to pieces. At that moment, the Sky King couldn't speak, but the raging winds around him fully expressed his feelings. Just as the Sky King was in a fit of rage, Mosquito Girl quietly approached from behind and delivered a powerful scythe claw strike that severed 2 of his wings. Don't think I would retreat like a turtle after receiving your blow. The consequences of provoking me will be something you'll feel in your body. Without the ability to float, the Sky King continued to fall, his last memory of the sky being Mosquito Girl's cold face and her voice filled with murderous intent. My king. The 2 Yatengu witnessed their king being attacked by Mosquito Girl and falling into the forest, and they were about to rush over to help when they were stopped by Mosquito Girl. I promised Zhuang Bufan that I would let that scoundrel deal with him. But as for you two, a bloodthirsty smile reappeared on Mosquito Girl's face as she stroked her lower abdomen with the back of her scythe claw. The marks left by the Sky King's talons had not yet healed and were still clearly visible on her skin. I think it's necessary for you to learn how to treat a lady from your old master. Boom! The Sky King crashed heavily to the ground. The 2 pairs of wings on his back were not only used for soaring in the sky, but also symbolized his royal authority. At the moment Mosquito Girl broke his wings, he lost not only his ability to fly, but also his right to lead the Tengu. The fallen Sky King summoned a hurricane, and the powerful wind blades swept through the surrounding forest, as it seemed he wanted to perish with them. His ability to control the wind did not diminish due to his injuries. Instead, it became more ferocious due to his crazed state. Mosquito Girl fought alongside the 2 Yatengu, and at that distance, the hurricane's effect on her was quite limited. The helpless Sky King could only lock his target onto the guy in front of him. This guy, even after being blown to this extent, still looks so spirited. Having achieved significant results, Zhuang Bufan now considered how to avoid getting hurt himself. As for the Sky King, he was nothing more than a dying mad dog. Zhuang Bufan naturally did not want to risk his life against a mad dog. He needed to find a way to lure it to the hillside, where there was an underground river. The moisture there should be able to deal with this guy. Water armor. With a plan in mind, Zhuang Bufan wrapped the moisture of the water shield around his body, forming a fluid armor, and ran down the mountain while not forgetting to taunt the Sky King. Hee, can't hit me, can you? That south gonna drive you crazy, I'm off. The Sky King was furious. Because his mouth had been blown off, he couldn't retort to Zhuang Bufan. He could only widen his eyes and glare at Zhuang Bufan, beginning his impotent rage. When a person is in a fit of rage, they lose their rationality, and the Sky King was no exception. Faced with Zhuang Bufan's escape, all he could think about was catching this little thief, tearing apart his filthy mouth, and letting him experience the feeling of being unable to speak. Driven by this emotion and thought, the Sky King chased after Zhuang Bufan while manipulating wind blades to attack him. The wind blade struck Zhuang Bufan's fluid armor. Although they could not break through the armor made of flowing water, each hit would create some water droplets and take away a portion of the moisture. As the Sky King recklessly overextended his life, the frequency of the wind blade attacks increased rapidly. At this rate, Zhuang Bufan's fluid armor would not last much longer. In another 10 seconds, he would have to withstand the Sky King's attacks with his flesh. Just as the armor was about to break, Zhuang Bufan, sensed the location he had predetermined, stopped avoiding, and let the wind blades attack him while continuing to taunt the Sky King. Haven Teen, please hit harder. A master's technique is far better than yours. Even if Zhuang Bufan hadn't said this, the Sky King's anger had already reached its peak, and he was no longer thinking about whether there was a trap waiting for him. The enemy was right in front of him, and his armor had already been torn apart by his own wind blades, leaving him with several white scars. But the Sky King could no longer tolerate such a painless and itchy attack method. He wanted to plunge his hands into this guy's body. He wanted to wash away the humiliation he had suffered with Zhuang Bufan's blood. Boom! Several water spears broke through the rock layers, piercing through the ground, aiming at the Sky King's ribs, lower body, and his shattered half-face. There was killing intent. Just as the water spears were about to burst out of the ground, the Sky King sensed the disturbance beneath him. Although 2 water spears pierced his ribcage and got stuck in his muscles, he managed to dodge the attacks aimed at the other parts of his body. Water armor binding. The launched water spears transformed into ropes, attempting to bind the Sky King's body, but they could not fully subdue the frenzied Sky King, who continued to pull at the water chains binding him. However, this was already enough for Zhuang Bufan. He just needed to ensure that he wouldn't be harmed by the Sky King's claws. Limit break combo. The sound of the massive cannon roaring against the mountain echoed, The raging winds dissipated, dust flew up, and in the deep pit, besides the Sky King's broken body, only his intact, wine gourd lay beside him. Target: Enraged Sky King, physical fitness enhanced, agility enhanced, strength enhanced, acquired transformation skill Gale Tengu. Detected that this skill matches with the werewolf form. Automatically fusing into transformation skill Gale Wolf transformation skill. A transformation skill formed by merging the werewolf form. Possessing the power to manipulate fierce winds. With a strength increase of 45, agility increase of 60. And defense enhanced by 20 steel teeth claws. Your nails can easily pierce through thick steel plates. Even high-strength metal can be marked by them. Gale Power. You can freely manipulate the power of the wind, a capability belonging to the Tengu clan. Wind Howl Cannon. An ultimate technique researched for many years by the Tengu clan, capable of compressing air and striking enemies, with attacks enhanced by wind-type abilities and telekinesis. Steely Resolve. Your understanding of ninjutsu surpasses that of ordinary people. This pair of wings is originally a symbol of freedom for the Tengu, yet some view it as a representation of royal authority, which is truly pathetic. Zhuang Bufan curiously picked up the wine gourd on the ground, not intentionally avoiding his attack. To his surprise, this seemingly ordinary gourd remained intact under his fist. The Sky King's wine gourd, an exclusive item in the Stormy Wolf transformation, automatically equips upon transformation. Tengu Village's Fine Wine. It contains hundreds of jars of fine wine from Tengu Village. Each time you drink 250 milliliters, fire damage increases by 10 and strength increases by 5, stacking up to 3 times. You must be curious about how much this gourd can hold. It is a secret method from Takamagara. As for the wine brewed by the Tengu, I suggest you drink it sparingly. As soon as Zhuang Bufan picked up the wine gourd, it vanished. He was more concerned about this inexplicable equipment system that had opened up than obtaining the Stormy Tengu transformation. Damn system, couldn't you give a little more hint? After complaining a bit, Zhuang Bufan activated the Stormy Wolf transformation. He transformed into a ninja dressed in a ninja outfit, wearing a half mask, with 2 pairs of huge wings growing from his back, and the Sky King's wine gourd hanging at his waist. The belt around his waist was adorned with golden dragon patterns, and golden edges were added to his wings, making it look like he was carrying VIP wings from a shameless mobile game. The earth was indeed earthy, and he was indeed handsome, with the ability to fly. Zhuang Bufan flapped his wings to support the mosquito woman in aerial combat. The 2 Crow Tengu originally had the strength of weak ghosts, only slightly weaker than the mosquito woman, and they should not have been in this situation given their long years of combat experience. If it weren't for the influence of the anesthetic, they wouldn't be in such a tangled fight now. Those wings are the wings of royalty? What on earth is going on? The 2 Crow Tengu, having lost interest in fighting the mosquito woman, dodged her slash and created distance between them. What? Are you going to surrender? If you're willing to kiss my toes and bow down to confess, I might let you go. The 2 Crow Tengu ignored the mosquito woman, and when Zhuang Bufan arrived, he was equally confused by the scene. Hey, human, what is going on with those wings of royalty on your back? You mean this? Zhuang Bufan pointed to the wings behind him and said, maybe they think I'm more suitable to be their master than that Tengu. Mosquito Girl glanced at Zhuang Bufan. As a girl who had not been poisoned by trash mobile games, she also wanted a pair of wings that emitted a soft golden light. How is this possible? But look at the radiance on his royal wings. It resembles the divine light of Takamagara. We should go back and discuss this with the Shrine Maiden. You killed our king, what now? Do you want to take revenge? Zhuang Bufan, watching the 2 Tengu whispering to each other, felt a bit impatient and urged them. I sincerely apologize for bumping into you earlier. We will come with gifts to apologize in a while. The 2 Crow Tengu, inexplicably beaten up, still had to apologize, which felt quite unjust to them. In this situation, Zhuang Bufan didn't want to explode in anger and let the 2 of them leave. Is that it? I've been holding in a belly full of anger with nowhere to vent, and you just let those 2 go? Mosquito Girl complained to Zhuang Bufan, a hint of jealousy in her tone, probably envious of the 2 pairs of wings behind him. Why don't you charge in and take them out? This time I absolutely won't stop you. Zhuang Bufan couldn't figure out what the mosquito woman was thinking, so he could only tentatively ask. Forget it. I'll let them go this time, but you owe me a favor. Remember that. After venting his frustrations, the mosquito woman flew away directly. Zhuang Bufan had originally planned to take the Sky King's corpse back to claim his reward, but seeing that pile of unrecognizable meat, he ultimately gave up on that idea. In any case, it's best to return to headquarters and submit the mission first. Zhuang Bufan flapped his wings. his movements so skilled as if the ability to fly was deeply ingrained in his DNA. He felt the roaring wind by his ears, the mist of the clouds brushing against his face, and the trees on the ground transformed into speed lines in his eyes. It was truly exhilarating. Zhuang Bufan was like a child who had just learned to ride a bicycle, excitedly circling around City A before preparing to report back to headquarters. The Hero Association headquarters. The Atomic Samurai was surrounded by several low-level heroes. Apart from Blacklight and Vestige, it was hard for them to see any other S-Class heroes at the headquarters. It was rare to see the legendary Atomic Samurai, so naturally, they wanted to chat with him. Atomic Samurai, may I shake your hand? Red Scarf Hero, blushing, extended a hand, only to have it ruthlessly slapped down by Atomic Samurai. Sorry, I only shake hands with the strong. Maybe when you become an S-Class hero one day, I'll shake your hand. From Atomic Samurai's words, one could sense a strong arrogance, and combined with his characteristic show-style motivational phrases, the image of a lone swordsman emerged in everyone's minds. Boom! A powerful gust shattered the glass doors of the first-floor hall, followed by another shockwave that swept through everyone present. Finally, accompanied by a massive wave of energy, a figure wearing a demon mask, clad in a golden-threaded ninja outfit, and sporting wings on his back appeared in the hall. What is going on? Has a monster attacked the Hero Association? Don't be afraid. The Atomic Samurai is still here. Oh, how interesting. You dare to intrude on the Hero Association knowing I, the Atomic Samurai, am here. It seems you are quite confident in your strength. Just right for me to test my blade. As the most notorious person in the One-Punch world, Zhuang Bufan quickly removed the transformation of the Gale Wolf upon recognizing Atomic Samurai and hurriedly explained, Stop. I'm on your side. I'm Zhuang Bufan, the A-Class 5 hero who's been quite active lately. You are Zhuang Bufan, the one who started and abandoned Tornado, and even teased her sister in front of her? I thought you had died after failing to be rescued in the hospital. I didn't expect to see you here. Upon hearing this, Atomic Samurai sheathed his beloved sword and looked at the young man in the yellow tight-fitting outfit with surprise. Zhuang Bufan carefully examined his body, and after confirming that he had been cut down again, he let out a sigh before answering the question from the Atomic Samurai. Are all you S-Class heroes this leisurely? And by the way, Fubuki is my sister, while Tornado is the older sister. By the way, how many versions of this rumor have spread? When did I ever abandon Tornado? Zhuang Bufan really doesn't know how to criticize anymore, and must clarify the rumors here. In case one day a rumor like some Tornado sister is pregnant with her own child reaches her ears. Zhuang Bufan shivered. Oh, it's nothing. Uncle, I've been through it too, so I can understand your feelings, said the Atomic Warrior, stroking his rough beard while patting Zhuang Bufan's shoulder to comfort him. I really don't want to know about a middle-aged man's romantic history. I'm completely innocent with Tornado. The Atomic Warrior smiled and shook his head, signaling him to stop talking, then extended a hand as if he wanted to shake hands. Nice to meet you, S-Class Rank 4, Atomic Warrior. Oh, Zhuang Bufan extended a hand and shook hands with the Atomic Warrior in a friendly manner. It wasn't a big deal, but to the few low-level heroes, it was somewhat unacceptable. Mr. Atomic Warrior, don't you usually refuse to shake hands with anyone below S rank? The Red Scarf Hero said somewhat indignantly. Young man, if you also have the courage to reject the confession of the S rank second place, Little Tornado, and pursue her sister in front of her, I would shake hand with you too. You can even ask me for an autograph if you want. Zhuang Bufan seemed to witness the birth of a new version of rumors. The Red Scarf Hero hesitated to say something, but ultimately gave up, leaving with slumped shoulders. After bidding farewell to the Atomic Samurai, Zhuang Bufan found a staff member at the Hero Association to hand over his mission. You mean you killed that guy who calls himself the Sky King? Shichi found it hard to believe what Zhuang Bufan was saying. From his description, that so-called Sky King was likely a monster not inferior to the Deep Sea King. Although the association judged Zhuang Bufan to be a strong contender for the S-Class hero rank, Shichi still remained skeptical about his claim that he could easily handle demon-level monsters in just over half a month. In any case, thank you for making this trip. We will send staff to verify this, and a reward will be issued after verification. Zhuang Bufan scratched his head a bit awkwardly. Can I get my payment in advance? I've been a bit tight on cash lately, he said, feeling a bit embarrassed considering his recent expenses. Shichi looked at him without saying a word, and he increasingly felt that this guy's previous words were just to fool him. However, he was currently one of the top 10 heroes in A rank, so he had some privileges in the association. After transferring 400,000 as payment for this mission, Zhuang Bufan hummed a little tune and prepared to leave the Hero Association. Dingling Shichi answered his phone. Miss Tornado, you left something here and need to come over? I can send someone to deliver it to you. What? You say you're already at the Hero Association entrance? Hearing Shichi's voice on the phone, Zhuang Bufan was startled and quietly escaped through the back door. It seemed he needed to think of a way to boost Tornado's favorability. Otherwise, avoiding her every day wasn't a solution. Although being promoted to dragon level was a direction worth striving for, considering Tornado's overwhelming combat power at that level, Zhuang Bufan felt he still had a long way to go. So cold. Aren't you coming over to hug me? Were those previous words about liking me all fake? Shueisha was wearing a pure white dress, with a wavy beige sun hat adorned with a vividly blooming lily flower. The silk straps of her high-heeled sandals wrapped around her delicate, fair ankles and were tied around her smooth calves. The gold and silk threads accentuated Shueisha's long legs, and her simple outfit highlighted her sexy figure even more. What's wrong? Afraid of my sister? Standing by the windowsill, Shueisha's pretty face was flushed, her breath fragrant, and her charming eyes were like silk, adding a dreamy and hazy beauty under the moonlight. A sea breeze blew by, tousling her hair, lifting her skirt, and stirring the curtains by the window. Witnessing this scene, Zhuang Bufan was convinced that there was no girl in the world purer than her, nor any woman more enchanting. Am I finally going to graduate from my virginity? Glancing at the gourd of wine in his hand, Zhuang Bufan felt a wave of emotion and tears. All the hardships he had experienced along the way were worth it. Thank you, Sky King, for your selfless contribution. Today, I finally step onto the ladder of adulthood. To explain the situation, let me rewind a bit. Shueisha-chan, you should be careful of bad people if you're out so late. Zhuang Bufan, who had escaped from the back door of the Hero Association, unexpectedly ran into Shueisha as soon as he stepped outside. She seemed to be in a hurry to leave as well. It was rare to see her at the Hero Association during the day, so she was probably avoiding her sister too. Actually, the Hero Association could provide meeting rooms for heroes like Shueisha's group, just like the Vest Association, although it wouldn't be the same treatment. However, they wouldn't have to resort to renting everywhere. Now that he thought about it, she was probably hiding from Tornado. After all, in her powerful sister's eyes, no matter what she did, it seemed as ridiculous as a child playing house. Yeah, you got out of the hospital so quickly, seeing Shueisha's somewhat flustered demeanor. With one hand holding a leather handbag and the other touching her fair neck, she turned her head to the side, feeling a bit shy to look directly at Zhuang Bufan. From her slightly flushed face, it seemed she recalled something embarrassing. I remember you need to take the Shinkansen to get home, right? I also need to take a train for part of my journey. How about we go together? Consider it a date? It was strange how quickly Shueisha's attitude changed. Although Zhuang Bufan wasn't very emotionally intelligent and had many unrealistic fantasies in his mind, he still felt strange about Shueisha's sudden shift. This doesn't count as our promised date, right? How would waste such a precious opportunity? Had he been seen through? If he had known this girl would be so difficult, he wouldn't have agreed to such a strange thing. Initially, he thought she would be scared of her sister and wouldn't dare to talk to him again. What on earth was going on with her? Shueisha murmured softly, biting her crimson lips with her white teeth, as if making a decision, then blushed and looked up. What a difficult person. This weekend, the Shueisha group has a regular break. If you want to ask me out, let's set it for Saturday at 8 a.m. at Police Dog Square. Don't be late. Regardless of whether you come or not, our agreement stands. With her left hand on her hip and her right index finger pointing at Zhuang Bufan's nose, Shueisha spoke loudly. After saying this, she hurriedly used her psychic powers to fly away. Was she using loud words to cover her inner shyness? Oh no. It seemed like he was starting to like Shueisha more and more. Remembering how she had blushed and spoken loudly just now, Zhuang Bufan felt his heart race as if it had been struck by something. Was this what it felt like to be in love? Zhuang Bufan felt his face getting a bit hot, and he really wanted to shout something toward the sky. The feeling of being filled with happiness was truly wonderful. Oh, so openly entangling my sister. It seems the lesson I gave you last time wasn't enough. A familiar voice came from behind, and Zhuang Bufan felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his heart pounding violently. He was very clear that this time, the feeling of his heart racing was not about love, but fear. Zhuang Bufan slowly turned his head and saw the little tornado emitting a green light. Floating in the air, the faintly visible veins on her forehead seemed to be telling Zhuang Bufan one thing. She was very angry. Run! Zhuang Bufan hurriedly activated the wind wolf transformation, and with a flap of his wings, he flew over 800 meters into the air. Am I saved? In Zhuang Bufan's line of sight, the black square tower of the Hero Association gradually shrank to a small, which made him breathe a slight sigh of relief. Oh, you're quite fast, huh? The weak voice of Tornado echoed again. Zhuang Bufan looked at the green light emanating from his body, filled with despair. Immediately afterward, he flew rapidly back to the black square tower, which he regarded as a den of demons. And all he could do was transform into the Water City Night form to ensure he could take more hits. Boom! With a loud crash, Zhuang Bufan was slammed into the hall of the Hero Association, and a hole the size of a person was knocked out of the ultra-high-strength protective wall made of an unknown material. Ouch, ouch, ouch. It seems that the ribs that had just healed not long ago were broken again, 3 or 4 of them. Zhuang Bufan lay on the ground, playing dead while lamenting his misfortune. Listen up. If I see you bothering my sister again, I will smash all the bones in your body. Seeing such an irritable Tornado, even the staff, who usually didn't shy away from trouble, began to scatter like birds and beasts. Although I don't really understand you young people, it doesn't seem right to interfere in my sister's love life. The only one brave enough to advise little Tornado in this situation, apart from the skilled and courageous atomic warrior, was no one else. I'm a sister. I'm already 28 years old this year. 28 years old. Snow is the younger sister. I'm just protecting my innocent sister from being disturbed by scumbags. Why am I being seen as a hindrance to her freedom to love? What? You're actually Snow's sister? Atomic warrior looked shocked, while Zhuang Bufan lay on the ground, constantly mocking him in his heart. How slow-witted can this uncle be? I've repeated it to him several times. Why is he only realizing it now? Wait a minute. So, little Tornado, you're actually worried that your sister will get married before you. So that's it. If that's the case, I can understand your thoughts. Atomic warrior kept stroking his stubble, seriously contemplating. Who said I'm worried about being called a bad woman for no one wanting my sister after she gets married? Boyfriends are something you can easily grab a bunch of on the street whenever you want. Thanks to the uncle. Tornado's focus was completely diverted to the topic he brought up. Her delicate little face turned red with anger, her small hands clenched into fists, trembling uncontrollably, and finally, she flew away, looking like she wanted to find some strange person to release her stress. It seems your love life is full of obstacles, Atomic Warrior said as he helped Zhuang Bufan up, smiling and patting his shoulder. If you need any help, just let me know, I'm on your side. Can you help me call an ambulance? Zhuang Bufan sincerely said, Mosquito girl, what preparations do I need to make if I want to host a perfect date? Zhuang Bufan lay in the nutrient pod, having been inside for a day and a night. Logically, he should have gone to Dr. Kino's for treatment much earlier. Although he didn't know what the Dr. S nutrient solution was made of, it was indeed comfortable inside, and his injuries were healing much faster than if he were soaking in a bath. The fact that a girl agreed to go on a date with him was unexpected. But is this your way of asking for help? Do you need me, your sister, to teach you the proper way to ask for favors? The mosquito girl, having drained a bag of plasma, leaned on her swivel chair, boredly watching Zhuang Bufan in the nutrient pod. Please, dear sister, guide this lost lamb. Since you're being so sincere, I'll help you come up with some ideas. The mosquito girl stopped spinning in her chair, poking her lips with one finger, carefully recalling what might interest her. Take her shopping for luxury goods. No woman can resist PL jewelry. And the handbags from Xiang Ernai. Please. Do you think I look like I'm in a position to spend extravagantly? I still haven't paid off the credit card limit you drained last time. Remembering the painful experience of shopping with the mosquito girl, Zhuang Bufan thought that shouldn't be what a date is like. What a stingy man. In that case, why not take her to some abandoned castle by the beach and dress up as a pig for her to play with? Trust me just once, and she'll fall in love with the feeling of a whip against her skin. This woman is hopeless. Watching the mosquito girl get lost in some indescribable memories, Zhuang Bufan began to think that perhaps asking her about such things was a mistake. However, her answer gave him a hint. Take Xue to a deserted island. Enjoy the sun, sea, and sand. In the evening, hold a romantic candlelight dinner in a European-style castle. If he is lucky, who knows what might happen. Zhuang Bufan was doing a handstand in the nutrient chamber, with drool drifting past his eyes. By the way, doctor, do you know of any cheap island-style hotels? He casually asked as he saw Dr. Kino's walk into the room to take a break. The small shop above the Evolution House's takoyaki was quite crowded, with most of the space in the basement, which they also used as a staff lounge. Island hotels? I remember they were quite popular when I was younger, but I'm not sure now. After all, over 100 years have passed, and the world has become so bizarre that who would go to such unsafe places to spend money? Dr. Kino's replied to Zhuang Bufan, but he still opened his computer to search for him. Found it, the Jaw Mansion, currently up for rent or sale, with rent waived. The only condition is to help deal with the strange fish in the nearby waters and the wild beasts on the island. Jaw Mansion? That seems to be the property of the wealthy tycoon who funded the Hero Association. He is a super rich person. Since it's his asset, it must be a luxurious mansion beyond my imagination, right? I don't need to worry about safety, so I just need to consider the detailed plan. Zhuang Bufan felt somewhat excited, touching his ribcage. The broken bones were almost healed. What exactly is this nutrient solution? Although it has a somewhat salty and fishy taste in the mouth, the recovery effect is quite good. A certain amount of nutrients, a large amount of water, a small amount of trace elements, and a bit of algae. Dr. Genos, with the rigorous attitude of a researcher, detailed the ingredients to Zhuang Bufan, while Mosquito Girl chimed in with a mischievous smile. Fish food for clownfish and various sea shrimps excrement. In that chamber you were an ISNT, a nutrient chamber for storing experimental subjects. It's a tank the doctor uses to raise fish, Doctor. Genos nodded and adjusted his glasses to explain. I tested your recovery reaction in the water night form and found that seawater is the most suitable restorative agent for you. So I simply fished the fish out and put you into raise. Can we say that he is indeed a top-level researcher? He implements pragmatism so thoroughly, without regard for the user's feelings. Struggling to get out of the chamber, he finally understood what those unidentified particles in the water tank were. The salty and fishy taste still lingered in his mouth, and the associative mechanism in his brain kept acting up, leading to a painful bout of dry heaving. This guy definitely did it on purpose. No wonder she spent the whole day in the basement, staring at me. I almost thought my romantic prospects were finally here. Thinking of this, Zhuang Bufan looked angrily at the Mosquito Girl who was laughing uncontrollably. Since that's the case, Zhuang Bufan waved his hand, and a jet of water shot toward Mosquito Girl's laughing mouth, the excess water drenching her clothes, making her taste the fish food as well. Spit, spit, what a good relationship. The armored gorilla finished his work, hung up a sign, saying he was on a break, and entered the basement, only to see Mosquito Girl and Zhuang Bufan playing around, while Dr. Genos did not intervene, completely in a spectator mode. It felt like siblings in a big family. The armored gorilla said nonsensically, but Dr. Genos became inexplicably excited upon hearing it. Family, reflecting on his age, while peers were enjoying the joy of family with grandchildren. He, quickly recalling his dull life, Dr. Genos finally realized what he was pursuing now. Mosquito Girl, enough, stop it. Doctor. Genos spoke up to stop the two from continuing their nonsense, then coughed a few times and said seriously to Zhuang Bufan. Zhuang Bufan, can you promise me one thing? Whatever the doctor needs, just say it. I've received a lot of your care in the past, and I will certainly agree to anything I can do. After receiving a positive response, Dr. Genos' hands trembled slightly, and in a hoarse voice, he said to Zhuang Bufan, can you call me Grandpa? 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 Zhuang Bufan had a puzzled expression, unable to figure out what this exceptionally intelligent sage was up to. Dr. Genos pushed up his glasses and looked at Zhuang Bufan, who appeared bewildered, and tears unconsciously fell from his eyes. Ah, you really are a mischievous little boy. From now on, you should call me Annie. Mosquito Girl interjected with a mocking smile. Slap. Dr. Genos' palm heavily slapped Mosquito Girl's shoulder as he sternly said to her, from now on, you and Zhuang Bufan are siblings, and the armored gorilla is your adoptive father, while I am your grandfather. A wonderful family life is about to begin. Huh, why do I have to call a steel black gorilla who's the same age as me, Dad? Mosquito Girl exclaimed frantically at Dr. Genos. I really feel like I should have stayed away from here. Zhuang Bufan turned back to look at the small shop, recalling the strange atmosphere when he left, and he had only one thought in his mind. At the feet of the police dog hero, Chueshue was wearing a white dress, high-heeled shoes with leg bindings, and a wave-patterned beige sun hat on her head, giving off an impression of an innocent young lady, completely devoid of her usual fashionable socialite aura. There was only 1 minute left until 8 o'clock. As soon as the minute hand moved slightly, he would immediately leave. Chueshue stared at the watch on her wrist, muttering to herself, but anyone who saw her expression at the scene would think otherwise. Chueshue naturally knew that it was her sister who had sent that poor suitor back to the hospital, which was why she had dressed up specially for the date today. Although she didn't particularly like Zhuang Bufan, this inexplicable suitor, she hated even more her sister interfering in her social relationships. I waited an extra 10 minutes for you, and since you haven't shown up, I'll take it as you giving up your right to date me. Chueshue took out her phone to snap a selfie with the police dog hero, casually noting the time. Just as she was about to hit the send button, her heart trembled as she recalled the image of that foolish bear roaring about protecting the public from the video. But he was just another idiot afraid of his sister. Holding the phone tightly in one hand against her chest, She bowed her head in contemplation for a moment, then slowly deleted the prepared message word by word and re-edited a new one. Which hospital room are you in? I'll come to see you. Do you like grapes? I'll bring some for you. What if he was scared of being tormented by his sister again? Wouldn't it be? As she edited the message, Chue remembered the fate of the people who bullied her when she was young, all of whom had been sent to the hospital by her sister. However, she still couldn't forget how they looked when they knelt before her, begging for her forgiveness when she wanted to say sorry to them. The despairing pleading in their eyes made Chue feel like she was the perpetrator, not the one who had been bullied. And it was for this reason that she wanted to become an outstanding hero. Forget it. Maybe that guy doesn't want to see me again. Chue bit her lip and deleted the message she hadn't had the chance to send, preparing to leave the police dog square. A rare day off shouldn't be wasted like this. Boom! A strong gust of wind swept across the entire police dog square, even blowing away the awnings outside a few shops. Sniff, sniff, This smell, human? The police dog hero, who had been lying on the statue, stood up on all fours after sensing the wind pressure, scratched its neck with its hind legs, and then lay down again. Look, the police dog hero is moving. Because the number of weirdos in Q City had always been among the highest, everyone was already used to such situations. Instead, they felt excited to witness the police dog hero moving its body. Click, click, click. The sound of shutters being pressed filled the air, along with the blinding flashes of cameras, and among all these shots, only one was not aimed at the police dog hero. Oh! When Zhuang Bufan dove in front of Chue, the immense wind pressure lifted her skirt, stirring up some dust and making it impossible for her to open her eyes. In a flurry, Chue managed to use one hand to hold on her hat while pressing down her skirt with the other. Snap, snap! Before Chue could react, Zhuang Bufan pressed the shutter button a dozen times, then put away her camera. This might be the most important memory of their date. Oh, I'm really sorry. I'm a bit late. Zhuang Bufan awkwardly put away his camera and greeted Chue. He couldn't shake the feeling that she seemed a bit excited as he looked into her eyes. To his surprise, the boy he was going on his first date with was a guy in a tight yellow outfit, which felt really lacking in romance. The carriage was quite empty, with only 2 or 3 pairs of travelers besides them. Chue glanced at Zhuang Bufan in his yellow spandex and felt a sense of despair about this date. She had been slightly moved when he first appeared in front of her, but it turned out he was just a pervert with a problem in his head. Zhuang Bufan awkwardly scratched his head. He had been arranging the venue at the Chanabian mansion and its surrounding areas for the past few days. The mansion hadn't been used for quite some time, and he had been cleaning the rooms until 3:30 this morning, leaving him no time to pick out clothes for himself. The key issue was that the hero costume wasn't stylish. Without answering Chue's question, Zhuang Bufan kept his hands on his knees throughout the journey, not saying a word, just staring fixedly at the profile of Chue's face. If Mosquito Girl were here to see Zhuang Bufan's behavior, as his emotional mentor, she would surely be in despair. This guy really had no understanding of girls' feelings. Who stares at someone's face like that on a first date? Chue felt uncomfortable being stared at, as if she were being filmed by a camera, so she could only cross her legs, prop her chin with one hand, and tilt her head to pretend to look at the scenery outside the car window. In reality, her whole body was tense. Although she criticized Zhuang Bufan for lacking dating knowledge, she realized this was her first date too. Last night she tossed and turned, unable to sleep, and got up at 4 this morning to choose her clothes. Why was it like this now? Please, no matter what he says, I'll respond to him. Think of a topic already. Have you played Wood's Overlord? Zhuang Bufan stammered as he brought up a topic, feeling like his heart was about to leap out of his throat. It was really strange. He hadn't felt nervous at all when he had bullied Chue a few times before. So why was he feeling so anxious after she agreed to go on a date with him? Sorry, I don't really understand games and things like that. Zhuang Bufan had only been in this world for a few months and didn't have many empathetic memories of the people here. Upon careful reflection, aside from the incident with the Hero Association, the only thing he had delved into was games. After all, he couldn't talk about work during a date, could he? With this thought in mind, Zhuang Bufan naturally threw out an option that would surely be dismissed by others. Another round of deadly silence followed, and Zhuang Bufan sighed, mimicking Koyuki by propping his chin on one hand, gazing out the car window at the scenery. He couldn't tell if it was his imagination, but through the reflection in the window, it seemed like he saw Koyuki's lips murmuring something. At least make an effort. Zhuang Bufan tried to decipher the lip movements of Chue-Chan, then took a deep breath and decided to speak again. So, have you played the underdog's counterattack, Nia, and everyone else? Chue was utterly despairing. The blue sky, white clouds, sea water, and sandy beach. There's no doubt this is a beach that can make all girls feel happy. However, Chueshua didn't feel even a bit of happiness. Instead, she was filled with despair about today's itinerary. There was no way around it. If you felt the desperate atmosphere on the train, you wouldn't be looking forward to today's date arrangements either. But since they were already here, even though she hadn't prepared a swimsuit, just feeling the beautiful sea breeze was nice. Chueshua walked off the road, sat on a wooden bench, untied the rope around her legs, took off her shoes, and felt the soft sand under her bare feet. Zhuang Bufan stood aside, waiting for Chueshua to change her shoes. Initially, he wanted to act like a gentleman and turn his head away from her, but then he thought that it was just changing shoes, nothing too serious. So he pretended to count the coconuts on the coconut tree nearby, but his eyes couldn't help but drift towards Chueshua's calves. As she untied the ribbons from her legs with her delicate hands, he couldn't help but think that even when a beautiful girl takes off her shoes in public, it can still feel enjoyable to others. The sound of her feet stepping on the white sand made a soft, rustling noise. Some sand stuck to the top of her feet, one hand holding two high-heeled shoes and the other pressing down her hat that was blown by the sea breeze. Looking at the calm sea and the seagulls occasionally circling in the sky, Chueshua felt her mood improve significantly. Zhuang Bufan stood beside Chueshua, the sea breeze blowing past him, allowing him to catch a whiff of her perfume. It was a very subtle floral scent, reminiscent of lilacs. The language of lilacs, if he remembered correctly, seemed to signify pure love. Although he wasn't sure if this knowledge was universal, Zhuang Bufan felt his face flush after recalling the meaning of lilacs. He could sense that his cheeks must feel very hot to the touch now. You look so strange, like a red Fuji apple. Haha. Chueshua turned her head to glance at Zhuang Bufan, who was trying to cover his face, and instinctively teased him a bit. This woman, I must find a way to tease her properly later. Sunshine, the sea, and a gentle breeze? I have to say, the sea truly is the most healing place for the heart. Although there were many points of contention during this date, I still want to thank you for bringing me here. Zhuang Bufan stood still, staring blankly at Chueshua, who was smiling slightly with the sea breeze blowing. In his memory, Chueshua had always appeared as a haughty and frosty figure, and it seemed she had never smiled like this before. Is this enough to satisfy you? The next part of the journey will surely surprise you. Zhuang Bufan grabbed Chueshua's hand and pulled her towards the sea. Just as he was about to feel the delicate texture of her palm and the warmth of her body, Chueshua suddenly withdrew her left hand. Looking at Zhuang Bufan with suspicion, "You know I don't have a swimsuit, and yet you dragged me into the sea. You can't be doing this on purpose, can you?" Suddenly, Chueshua recalled a magazine cover she had seen while passing by a bookstore, where it seemed that men had a particular obsession with the phrase wet body. Seeing Chueshua's wary expression, Zhuang Bufan almost spat out a mouthful of blood in frustration. "Do you trust me less than the monkeys on a May Mountain? Although I don't know where May Mountain is, my level of trust in you is only slightly higher than that of a monkey. Don't worry, I won't do anything strange to you." With a skeptical look, Chueshua extended her hand to Zhuang Bufan, allowing him to lead her toward the sea, completely unaware that within 2 hours of their first date, they had already reached a level where they could hold hands. This was much faster than the progress of most couples. However, neither of them felt that their relationship had developed to that extent. Zhuang Bufan transformed into the appearance of a water city knight and took Chueshua into the sea. He used his ability to manipulate water flow to create a huge bubble to take Chueshua to explore the coral reefs underwater. A bubble? I haven't played with this thing in a long time. It feels a bit nostalgic. Wait, when did you learn telekinesis? And what's up with that strange transformation form? This isn't telekinesis. It's just the ability to manipulate water flow. It's far inferior to telekinesis. As for that transformation form, Zhuang Bufan pretended to touch his chin and then said seriously to Chueshua, "Unless you agree to be my girlfriend, I can't possibly tell you. Didn't anyone ever tell you that overly calculating boys won't be popular with girls? It seems like Mosquito Girl has said something similar. Could it be that I'm really too calculating? Well, although observing the coral reefs and the bubbles is indeed novel, it can't be considered shocking for me. If you have any tricks up your sleeve, I suggest you reveal them now." Chueshua's mindset has clearly changed. At the beginning, she was prepared to endure a nightmare of a day off on the train. Now it seems that, while it can't be called perfect, it's still a decent vacation. This is Alice's tree hole, but you, get ready not to be left speechless. Bubbles continuously moved downward, and different species of fish formed formations, swirling around the two and then dancing a certain dance. As the depth of the dive increased, the variety of fish participating also grew. Zhuang Bufan even created several streams of water surrounding Chueshua, allowing some cute little fish to dance around her. Wow, This ability is too much a cheat. Feeling the tropical fish swim past her fingertips, Chueshua had to admit she was amazed. Oh, 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 oh. A dolphin unexpectedly broke through the bubbles and nudged Chueshua's calf with its head, continually rubbing against her smooth calf. She had long heard that dolphins were a bunch of flirts, and now it seemed the ancients were not wrong. Watching the dolphin constantly trying to get close to her, Zhuang Bufan ordered the other dolphins to retreat while continuously using powerful currents to sweep away those infatuated by beauty. These days, even fish are trying to steal my girls. As they descended deeper, the beautiful tropical fish dispersed, and it was now the whales' turn to shine. With Chueshua pulling their tails, lying on their backs while listening to them sing, and looking up at passing fishing boats, she had completely forgotten the modesty expected of a lady. She was like a little girl visiting an aquarium for the first time, curious and amazed by everything. Hey, what's on the next level? What's next? Wrapped in a mass of jellyfish, Chueshua eagerly inquired about the itinerary Zhuang Bufan had arranged for her. The next level is filled with some scary big guys. I'm not sure if you'd be scared or not. Zhuang Bufan stammered his advice, saying that he hadn't really delved deeper into the ocean's depths. Well, I'm a professional hero after all. Do you think those strange fish are scarier than strange people? Unfortunately, Koyuki did not heed Zhuang Bufan's suggestion and unexpectedly displayed a bit of her temper. All around them was darkness. At this depth, far from the glowing jellyfish, there was not a glimmer of light. Koyuki formed a light shield at her fingertips with her telekinesis. Even in this pitch-black place, this faint light source could only illuminate a space of less than 10 meters around them. They had now descended to the limit of human technology, and even Zhuang Bufan found it a bit strenuous to maintain his bubbles at this depth. After diving down more than 10 meters, they discovered a huge fissure. Zhuang Bufan sensed an unusual current flowing beneath the fissure, as if it were trying to seal something below. Deep within the fissure, it felt like something was calling him to come closer. Koyuki's body trembled slightly. Having witnessed the ocean's vibrant beauty and the lifeless abyss of the deep sea, she finally understood one thing. The ocean could be as enchanting as it was terrifying. Fearful, Koyuki unconsciously moved closer to Zhuang Bufan, instinctively grasping his hand tightly. Their arms pressed together, and it seemed they could feel a certain comforting warmth. However, Zhuang Bufan was currently too preoccupied to care about such things. He sensed a group of massive creatures swimming towards them. They moved faster underwater than a rocket car racing towards the finish line, and even from thousands of meters away, he could smell their bloodthirsty aura. Zhuang Bufan wouldn't think that his ability to communicate with aquatic creatures would have any effect on such a level of thugs. If a fight broke out, even if the bubble-wrapped water flow were punctured by a hole the size of a needle tip, the shooting water would turn into the most terrifying water blade in the world. Although his physical fitness, combined with the armor structure of the water knight form, would not fear these things. However, the person beside him, Fubuki, is just an ordinary human woman in terms of physical fitness, and her telekinetic level wouldn't be able to withstand the high pressure of water flow from 10,000 meters below. If there were any conflict, Fubuki wouldn't be able to endure the aftermath of their battle at all. There is nothing interesting down here. It's quite boring, so let's go up. Oh, okay. Zhuang Bufan casually found a reason to make the bubbles rise quickly, while also keeping an eye on the large creatures moving towards them. Is this presence the king? Get lost. The sound was distorted by the flowing water, and Shueishu could only hear the terrifying cries of the deep-sea creatures, while Zhuang Bufan caught his faint telepathic signal to convey his awareness to them. The deep-sea merman paused for a moment, then quickly swam away. With a faint glow, Shueishu could only see a group of strange creatures quickly passing by her. Startled, Shueishu threw herself onto Zhuang Bufan. The air she exhaled hit Zhuang Bufan's face, and he could even feel two soft things pressing against the skin on his left arm. Zhuang Bufan's body stiffened like a piece of wood, as if he had fallen victim to the most effective control skill in the world. He slightly hunched over, his mind blank. After about a minute, under the glow of the fluorescent jellyfish, Su Shui noticed Zhuang Bufan's flushed face and realized what she had just done. She hurriedly stepped back a bit, releasing her grip on Zhuang Bufan. With her right hand touching her neck, she covered half of her face that was facing Zhuang Bufan, appearing to regain her usual noble and aloof demeanor. However, the pink tint still visible on her ears indicated that she was not as calm as she pretended to be. As for Zhuang Bufan, he let out a sigh of relief, feeling a mix of gratitude for the lack of danger earlier and disappointment that Su Shui had not noticed his embarrassing state. A strange emotion, blending relief with a sense of loss, brewed in Zhuang Bufan's heart. The two of them stood back to back, unaware of each other's awkwardness. This continued until they surfaced, and by then, the sky had turned a hazy yellow, with beautiful rosy clouds emerging. Gulu, sitting on the back of the orca, their stomachs made gurgling noises. Su Shui and Zhuang Bufan exchanged glances for a moment, then smiled at each other. What a beautiful villa! Upon arriving at the little island of Jiaba, Zhuang Bufan took out the ingredients from the fridge, pulling out a specially crafted copper pot and a charcoal box. What is this? Su Shui looked at the ingredients Zhuang Bufan had prepared, including premium beef and the lobster just caught from the sea. Then he took out a copper pot. Next to the copper pot were aromatic candles, along with a dozen kinds of spices. Su Shui facepalmed with one hand, feeling speechless about the situation. Zhuang Bufan is quite confident in his culinary skills. He originally wanted to hire a chef to serve him, but when the chef heard it was on this deserted island, he flatly refused. So he had to prepare dinner himself. Given the money he could spend on ingredients and his cooking skills, hot pot seemed like the most reliable option. Come on, where are you sitting? As a thank you for the underwater journey, I'll handle dinner, he said. While speaking, he tied on an apron and checked the condition of the kitchen tools. Although they were somewhat outdated, they were still in good shape and easy to use. He seasoned the lobster with butter and cheese, paired the steak with a red wine sauce, and for the appetizer, he prepared oysters sprinkled with lemon salt. Zhuang Bufan was shocked to see Shui using various kitchen utensils. Her skill was not inferior to that of any chef in a French restaurant. After finishing their meal, the two walked on the beach of the small island, watching the calm sea reflecting the starry sky above, while jellyfish illuminated the sandy bottom. It's impressive that you found such an unpolluted private beach. It must have cost you a lot of money, he said. Not really. Actually, the cost of the villa and the beach rights wasn't too much. It was paid for through special means, she replied. Special means, I get it. No wonder the kitchen utensils are sold. But I had a great time today. I really want to thank you. The two chatted casually like friends, but Zhuang Bufan tried several times to hold Shui's hand, only to have her carefully avoid him. Patience is key. Having this kind of progress on a first date is already quite good. Zhuang Bufan silently encouraged himself. It's really a pity that all the red wine was used for the sauce. Otherwise, facing such a beautiful scenery, he really wanted to have a little drink. Shui stretched lazily and said with some regret, I still have some wine, but the alcohol content is a bit high. Zhuang Bufan felt a bit dizzy and took out the wine gourd of the Sky King. Although the Tengu's fine wine is a rare treasure that comes once in 1,000 years, its alcohol content is also hard to find in the world. Just having it is good enough. Shui bent down by the seaside to pick up 2 oysters, scooped out the oyster meat to feed the fish and shrimp, using the shells as wine cups. I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk with high-proof vodka. I can easily finish half a bottle without even needing pickles. Shui cupped the shell in her hands, tilting her head to watch the fine wine flowing from Zhuang Bufan's gourd. She brought it to her lips and drank it all in one go. The Tengu's fine wine was fragrant and pure, smooth on the palate. Shui slightly raised her neck and finished the wine in her cup. What is this? So delicious. While saying this, Shui handed the cup back to Zhuang Bufan, signaling him to fill it up for her. She could be considered a connoisseur of fine wines, but she had never tasted anything with such a unique flavor. Although one cup made her feel slightly tipsy, she couldn't help but want to have another. Are you drinking too much? This wine has a strong after effect. Zhuang Bufan hesitated and tried to persuade her. Although he could see that Shui's drinking capacity far surpassed that of her sister, Tengu wine was known to easily intoxicate people. Considering her sister's drinking habits, Zhuang Bufan wasn't very keen on ruining such a wonderful atmosphere. Is he really that reluctant? What a stingy man. Upon hearing Zhuang Bufan's persuasion, Shui sulkily squatted on the ground, her cheeks puffed out with 2 bulges, showing signs of intoxication. Stingy? Come on, let me pour you enough to drink. If you have the ability, drink all the wine from this gourd of mine. Zhuang Bufan was getting a bit impatient and filled Shui's glass again. 1 cup, 2 cups. I feel like I've had a bit too much. Shui felt a bit lightheaded, as if a pair of wings had sprouted from her back and she could fly away. Do you think I will let you go just because of this? This is a war you initiated yourself. Not allowing Shui to refuse, Zhuang Bufan grinned and poured her 2 more cups of wine, and finally, Shui couldn't hold on any longer and swayed as she went down. Zhuang Bufan quickly supported him, although this situation was not intentionally created by him. It must be said that everything was developing in a favorable direction. Zhuang Bufan's hands trembled slightly as he held Shui and a princess carry. No matter what, they had to return to the room first. It was evident that Zhuang Bufan was extremely excited. He was driven by desire and lust while also facing the condemnation of morality and conscience. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Zhuang Bufan looked at the beauty lying on the bed, striking a pose like Commander Ikari. The question arose, should I be a beast, or should I be worse than a beast? Just as Zhuang Bufan was contemplating, Shui turned over in bed, assuming a position that made all men's blood run hot. Zhuang Bufan's weak moral line was instantly breached. Dingling, I haven't done anything yet. The sudden ringing of the phone startled Zhuang Bufan, and he quickly withdrew his hand, reaching for Shui, hiding it behind his back. I am the B-class number 1, the hellish Shui. Why has it been over 20 years, and only one guy with a problem is pursuing me? I also want to be pursued by handsome guys. I also want to have a perfect romance. Shui got up and grabbed the phone, yelling at the person on the other end. Then she threw the phone onto the carpet, hugged a pillow to cover her face, and rolled around on the bed, mumbling something to herself. Emergency! Emergency! Shui, can you hear me? Shui, can you hear me? Location? Location? Zhuang Bufan picked up the phone from the ground with a dark face, put it to his ear, and silently listened as the eyelashes in my phone hurriedly reported the address. Then he glanced at Shui, who was lying on the bed and continuing to act drunk, silently turned off the phone and threw it into the sea. Is this the traditional skill of the Shui group? You guys have really timed this too perfectly. Zhuang Bufan transformed into the form of the Gale Wolf and angrily rushed out of the villa. Where's Lord Kaze? We can't hold on much longer. The mountain ape lay on the ground, unconscious, while Lily and Eyelash were still engaged in a tough hand-to-hand battle with the monster, with a group of underlings surrounding to provide support. Although the Kaze group had the advantage in numbers, it was clear that they couldn't last much longer. Boom! The sound of breaking wind came, followed by a loud crash, and Lily and Eyelash were directly blown off the stage by the shockwave. Zhuang Bufan landed directly on top of the monster, smashing it into a pulp that had just moments ago been threatening to tear apart the Blowing Snow team. He then stood up coldly from the monster's corpse, his ruthless figure resembling a blood-soaked Grim Reaper. Where's Master Blowing Snow? How come it's you? The Eyelashes looked at the visitor before him with some shock. Just a moment ago, he was puzzled by Master Blowing Snow's nonsensical words on the other end of the phone, but now it seemed. Bless us. Please. Zhuang Bufan walked up to Jimao and patted him on the shoulder, then whispered in his ear, don't call anymore tonight, no one will answer anyway. Ignoring Jimao's reaction, Zhuang Bufan suddenly spread his wings and flew away from the scene. Could it be Lord Blowing Snow? At this moment, Jimao's mind was filled with strange thoughts. Brother Jimao, what should we do? A group of younger brothers surrounded Jimao, waiting for the strategist of the group to come up with an idea. Given the circumstances, we have no choice but to use the strategy of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf again. Are you talking about the secret weapon? But that goes against the principles of the Blowing Snow group. After being glared at by everyone, that person shrank back, under the gaze of the crowd. Jimao dialed the phone in his hand. Lord Tornado, I think there's something you need to know. Zhuang Bufan returned to the Xiaobao mansion and found that Shui had disappeared. With so much alcohol consumed, could something have happened to her? Zhuang Bufan anxiously began searching every room in the mansion, and finally, outside a suite on the rooftop, he saw a bottle of red wine rolling on the ground. What was going on? Where did the wine bottle come from? Zhuang Bufan nervously pushed open the door and found Shui standing on the terrace, leaning against the window and gently kissing the bottle of red wine in her hand. It's so cold. Aren't you coming over to hug me? Were those words you said about liking me before all lies? Shui dropped the wine bottle, spilling red wine everywhere, and seductively said to Zhuang Bufan across from her, all the hardships along the way were worth it. Zhuang Bufan slowly walked towards Shui, trembling as he wrapped his arms around her slender waist, his face turning a shade of liver color. I felt my heart racing, as if something was about to burst out. Zhuang Bufan looked at the beauty in his arms, her charming face flushed red under the influence of alcohol, making her extremely adorable. Zhuang Bufan, as a pure-hearted little turkey, couldn't stand this, listening to Shui passionate whispers. He was just about to taste her lipstick. The fiery feelings inside, Shui finally broke through all the obstacles and poured out, leaning freely on his Zhuang Bufan, before collapsing into his arms and falling asleep. Are you kidding me? Damn it. Zhuang Bufan was cleaning the dress of Shui, gazing at the silver moon in the sky, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. In an unfamiliar room with an unfamiliar ceiling and bed. Did I get drunk again? Woken up by the sound of waves, Shui opened her eyes, still feeling a bit hazy from the drunkenness. Lying in bed, she counted the goats for a while before realizing what had happened. Right? I went on a date with that guy yesterday. Then we had dinner together, took a walk by the sea, and later he took out a gourd of wine. The rest of the events were blank in her memory. Looking at the unfamiliar bed, she finally realized the seriousness of the situation. That guy, he wouldn't he have? Chueshua suddenly sat up in bed, only to find that the dress she should have been wearing was hanging on the curtain rod. Her mind was in chaos. And in less than 10 seconds, she managed to put on her clothes and began searching the house for Zhuang Bufan. But you're up quite early, huh? Breakfast is bacon and eggs with plain porridge. With my cooking skills, this is about all I can manage. If you don't mind, come and eat. Chueshua didn't respond, her angry face turning slightly red. The knives and forks on the dining table trembled slightly, and then a ray of white light appeared around Chueshua. The wind generated by the raised knife slightly tousled her hair, and judging by Chueshua's expression, she looked ready to launch an attack on Zhuang Bufan at any moment. What did you do to me last night? Zhuang Bufan looked at the angry Fubuki and felt a bit weary. He served her a bowl of plain porridge and weakly replied, I helped your dear teammate eliminate a tiger-level monster, repaired the wine cellar you destroyed, and cleaned up the traces of your vomiting. Did you really not do anything you shouldn't have yesterday, or see anything you shouldn't have seen? Fubuki stopped her knife, covered her face with one hand, and after Zhuang Bufan's reminder, she vaguely recalled some things from last night. Oh my god, what have I done? I'm a gentleman. I wouldn't do something like taking advantage of someone in a vulnerable state. By the way, just how much do you distrust me? Besides, if I really did something, do you think you'd still be wearing your clothes when you woke up this morning? Fubuki looked at Zhuang Bufan with suspicion, but what he said made a lot of sense. Although based on her judgment, this guy shouldn't have missed such a good opportunity. Really? Fubuki asked reluctantly. Of course it's true. I have to say, your drinking tolerance is really terrible, that's for sure. Zhuang Bufan originally wanted to say that she resembled her sister, the tornado, but considering the complex feelings between the sisters, he decided not to complicate things further. He picked up the prepared rice porridge and handed it to the conflicted-looking Setsuna. Drinking a bit of thin rice porridge after a drink is good for the stomach. Thank you. Setsuna hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted the small bowl that Zhuang Bufan handed over, cradling it in both hands and sipping it little by little. Why do you keep bothering me? Aren't you afraid of my sister? Zhuang Bufan, after hearing Fubuki's words, imagined the terrifying image of Tornado and suddenly choked on his porridge, coughing violently. Cough, cough. Are you all right? Fubuki walked over and gently patted Zhuang Bufan's back. To be honest, this date was an unexpected turn of events. After 2 hospitalizations, Tornado seemed more frightening to him than the Saitama Demon King. However, there was no way out. He couldn't miss this opportunity. Would he really turn down Fubuki, who was right in front of him? Until now, he hadn't figured out how to approach Tornado. He thought it might be better to find a place to hide for a while. Although he thought this in his heart, he couldn't say it out loud. He turned around, took Fubuki's hands, and sincerely said to her, no matter how powerful the force is, it cannot stop my feelings for you. Even if Miss Tornado is right in front of me, I will express my love for you. So, will you agree to be my girlfriend? Fubuki looked into Zhuang Bufan's eyes. Although his words were quite cliché, a part of her heart was indeed touched. No, I'm not that kind of cheap woman, but I can consider raising your status a little. Let me think. I'll elevate you from a problematic pervert to a barely usable servant. Zhuang Bufan's brow twitched, feeling that his relationship with Chueshua was developing in some strange direction. He secretly decided that he absolutely could not let Chueshua meet that mosquito girl. Just as Zhuang Bufan was contemplating how to charm Chueshua, promising himself another date opportunity, he noticed Chueshua frowning and getting up to look out the window. I can sense my sister's presence. It seems you have an opportunity to prove yourself in front of her. Just as he was thinking this, Chueshua turned her head back and found that Zhuang Bufan, who had been sitting at the dining table, had disappeared. Soon after, there was a sound of splashing water. Following the sound to the balcony, Chueshua could still see the ripples in the water where Zhuang Bufan had entered. What's this? It seems you're quite afraid of my sister. Just as Chueshua was about to go back and finish her breakfast, Zhuang Bufan emerged from the water and hurriedly asked her a question. I wonder if I can invite the beautiful Ms. Chueshua out again? Think about how to explain it to my sister. I wouldn't want to see your cause of death report stating it was because you were unfortunate enough to date me. You're the one who tricked my sister, right? It seems necessary for you to experience what your bones are like. A voice like a whirlwind came from afar, and Zhuang Bufan had long since vanished. After being scolded a bit by the whirlwind, Chueshua returned home with her. Other than learning that this terrifying sister would be moving in to live with her, nothing particularly new happened. However, seeing her sister's slightly dark circles under her eyes, Shueishui could only agree to the proposal. By the way, if that guy is going to help wash away the vomit on my clothes, doesn't that mean he took them off me himself? Upon returning home, Shueishui suddenly realized something important. Knowing Zhuang Bufan, he would definitely. With this thought, Shueishui's face darkened, and she pulled out the doll with Zhuang Bufan's photo from the storage. Hell's silver snake. Huh. Zhuang Bufan returned to the trench where he had dived with Shueishui yesterday. He could feel something down there calling to him. Although the matter with Shueishui had temporarily come to a close, Zhuang Bufan had no doubt that when Long Wan saw him next, he would neatly fold him in half 8 times. He still needed to improve his own strength. Zhuang Bufan sighed and continued to dive deeper. From the information gathered from the Water City Knights and the Tengu, it seemed that there might indeed be mysterious secret realms in this world that could enhance one's strength. This underwater abyss might just be such a place. The currents within the abyss formed a uniquely special barrier, blocking Zhuang Bufan's path. Even with his ability to control water flow, he couldn't manipulate these peculiar currents. Reluctantly, he had to try to forcefully push through the water with his body. The resistance of the water was so great that Zhuang Bufan barely had time to make any extra movements, swimming against the current. He would be blown away by a sudden surge after diving just a few meters. What exactly was down here? After absorbing the Sky King's abilities, Zhuang Bufan's physical qualities had already surpassed those of the Deep Sea King by several degrees. In the state of the Water City Knight, he was not at all weaker than the second stage of the Insect God. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was at the peak of the Ghost Realm. With such powerful strength and a form that was compatible with water flow, it was surprising that he encountered difficulties in this underwater trench. Zhuang Bufan felt it necessary to learn more about the situation in this abyss. With this in mind, he decided to ask the Deep Sea Tribe members who had suddenly appeared yesterday for information. They had lived in this area for a long time and might know something useful. The underwater world was devoid of any light. But Zhuang Bufan could sense the biological activities within a radius of several hundred meters through his water flow control. He searched for the activity information of large creatures at a speed exceeding 60 knots, and after spending several hours, he finally detected a group of creatures lingering about 300 meters away from him, hesitating to approach. Only when he actively moved toward them did the group slowly dare to come closer. Are you the king? Is there anything we can assist your highness with? A warrior from the Deep Sea Tribe cautiously tested Zhuang Bufan's intentions. The death of the Deep Sea King on the ground was already common knowledge among their clan. For thousands of years, the Deep Sea King had led the tribe, and the sudden news had thrown the entire clan into chaos. They were particularly excited upon encountering someone with the aura of a king yesterday. If it weren't for Zhuang Bufan's scolding, they might have already abandoned Zhuang Shui and rushed forward to kiss the back of Zhuang Bufan's foot. Do you know anything about the currents below the trench? Zhuang Bufan is not very interested in the fate of the Deep Sea Tribe. In his opinion, figuring out what lies beneath the trench might be more important. Where is the forbidden area in the tribe? We don't really know the specifics. Forbidden area? Since it's a forbidden area, why are you able to appear there? A group of people fell into an awkward silence for a while, and then one of them spoke up. Anyway, there's a strange current blocking it, and no one can dive down. Over time, everyone has stopped caring about these things. Besides, the current strength adjusts automatically with depth, making it perfect for washing off barnacles. So, in your eyes, the forbidden area is just a public bathhouse? If Zhuang Bufan could see the situation at the scene, he would definitely suspect that these guys had some strange things. By the way, the elder of the Lanternfish tribe might know information about the forbidden area. After all, he is the oldest person in the tribe now. Under the guidance of those fishmen, Zhuang Bufan arrived at the location of the Lanternfish elder. Can you turn off the lights? I think you all look a bit creepy. How is that possible? The Water Knight order should have been destroyed. The Lanternfish didn't seem to hear what Zhuang Bufan said, and looked at him in shock, sniffing his scent with its nose. If it weren't for Zhuang Bufan's strong persuasion, it might have wanted to carefully touch Zhuang Bufan's skin. If you're done with your business, could you explain it to me? I apologize, Your Highness. Just call me Zhuang Bufan. By the way, what exactly is in that forbidden area? And what's the deal with the Water Knight order you mentioned? Seeing the Lanternfish awkwardly change its wording, Zhuang Bufan could roughly guess how the Deep Sea King established his throne. Long ago, when humans were still weak, the world was controlled by gods and demons, among which the most significant were the Sea Domain Sovereign, Takamagara, and the Underworld. The Deep Sea King, Sky King, and Underworld King. It seems that the three kings represent something more complicated. The sea domain sovereign corresponds to the Water Knight Order? That's right. The sea domain sovereign commands the Water Knight Order. Takamagara corresponds to Tengu Mountain, and the underworld corresponds to Yama. Each warrior among them possesses immense power. The former Deep Sea King was merely a lowly soldier among the Water Knights. If that's the case, then why does the Deep Sea King rule the ocean? And where have the sea domain sovereign and the Water Knight Order gone? According to the Lanternfish Elder's description, these three factions likely possessed powers beyond that of dragons, or even stronger. Even so, they could not dominate the world, which shows how powerful the warriors of that era were. But why did they disappear, leaving only a few small cats and dogs to act in their name? I think the surface must be in chaos now. Various monsters are appearing. The Lanternfish did not directly answer Zhuang Bufan's question, but instead asked him back. Indeed, it is like that, wait. Could it be that it was indeed like this in that era? Although I don't know the specifics, my old man told me stories. Under the repeated monster attacks, the people maintaining order were severely weakened. Not only the sea, land, and sky, but some heroes from other races also perished as a result. Finally, after dealing with a powerful enemy, everyone paid an unbearable price and was forced to seal the mountains. Before his life ran out, the sea domain sovereign sealed the water city along with the mere folk and the remnants of the Water Knight Order, never to emerge again. As for the Deep Sea King, he was merely a deserter from the forgotten Water Knight Order back then. That trench is the sealed path to the Water City? Is there any way to enter there? After hearing his description, Zhuang Bufan began to suspect whether there was a legacy from the sea domain sovereign below. If there really was, he would definitely have to find a way to go in and take a look, as it was very likely he could obtain a legacy of dragon or god level. In that case, he wouldn't have to worry about Tornado knocking his head off anymore. I don't know, perhaps Your Highness Zhuang Bufan. You can look for some information in other forbidden areas. I only know this much. After all, I wasn't a witness to the events back then. These things were told to me by my deceased father. After bidding farewell to the Lanternfish, he inexplicably became the leader of the Deep Sea tribe. After issuing a command for the elder Lanternfish to handle tribal affairs, Zhuang Bufan left the underwater city to begin searching for information about forbidden areas. In front of the supermarket's discounted vegetable stall, a bald man in a yellow tight suit was pondering the issue of vegetable prices. This store had a limited-time discount on cabbage. Buy 5 get 1 free. Speaking of which, the neighboring city had promotional packages. Although the cabbage was a bit more expensive, they offered 200 grams of premium chicken for free. So, should I really go to that supermarket to buy cabbage? Help! A weird person has appeared. A store clerk's sharp cry interrupted Saitama's thoughts. A weird person? What a coincidence. It seems like it's time for me to execute justice. Saitama walked up to the cloaked figure, contemplating what cool words to say before taking care of him, when he heard a familiar voice. Why am I being treated as a weird person again? I am a professional hero certified by the Hero Association, A-Class Level 5 Zhuang Bufan. Although I haven't obtained the hero title yet, I should have some fame by now. Why am I being mistaken for a weird person? Upon hearing Zhuang Bufan's complaint, the clerk lifted the alarm, and the originally gathered crowd gradually dispersed. What? So it's you, huh? I haven't seen you for a week since you got out of the hospital. I thought you found a new home and moved away. Saitama scratched his head. The fact that this guy was back meant there was now one more person at home to mooch off meals. In that case, buying cabbage from this store might be more cost-effective. Seeing that Saitama still wanted to continue buying vegetables, Zhuang Bufan snatched his basket and pulled him aside, as if he had something urgent to say. What are you doing? Can't you wait until later if you have something to say? The special sale at this store is about to end. Forget about the special sale items. I have a big issue that could cost lives happening here. Saitama remained unfazed, and Zhuang Bufan had no choice but to randomly grab a few vegetables and meat chunks, quickly check out, and then took Saitama outside the store. Have you noticed that a flying little ghost has appeared near the apartment lately? Now that you mention it, there does seem to be an annoying little ghost wandering around. Every time I run into her, she just huffs and walks away. The quality of education for children today is truly concerning. Saitama recalled Tornado's commanding demeanor, feeling her arrogance even from a distance, which was indeed a bit annoying. Can you somehow persuade her to leave? She has been patrolling in front of my house this whole time, making it so I don't even dare to go home. Zhuang Bufan awkwardly said that he hadn't expected a small tornado to block the door, leaving him in a rather embarrassing situation of not being able to go home. What's wrong? Did you offend that little brat? Saitama asked, looking at Zhuang Bufan with a puzzled expression, inquiring about the events that led to this. Actually, I was dating her sister. Before Zhuang Bufan could explain clearly, Saitama's expression changed, and he pressed his hands on Zhuang Bufan's shoulders, threatening him with an angry look. Considering the bond we've had these past few days, I suggest you turn yourself in. How could you lay your hands on such a young girl? You're truly scum. Don't be deceived by her appearance. She's actually a 28-year-old woman. Your age might even be younger than hers. After explaining the story to Saitama, Zhuang Bufan avoided the fate of being escorted to a stinky prison and let out a sigh of relief. So you want me to talk to that perverted sister complex? Zhuang Bufan thought. Truly, Saitama was impressive. He managed to simplify such a complex story to within 20 words. Zhuang Bufan nodded, and Saitama placed a hand on his shoulder, giving him a suggestion in a tone of someone who has been through it all. As a man, there are always things you must face. In any case, you should deal with that underdeveloped kid yourself. After all, you're the one who has taken a liking to his sister. By the way, I took the vegetables. I'll wait for you to have hot pot tonight if you can still make it to the gathering. You guy, do you want to see your best friend die? Zhuang Bufan grabbed Saitama's cape and said desperately, don't joke with me at most. She would just fold you into 8 pieces, right? With your vitality, you won't die anyway probably. Saitama turned and left without looking back, leaving Zhuang Bufan to lament his ruthlessness. There's nothing I can do about this. Tatsumaki is really angry this time. These heartless guys scatter like birds and beasts whenever trouble arises. Zhuang Bufan sat in a pavilion in the wilderness, sipping tea and reflecting on the experiences he had encountered along the way. Bangu had shut himself off from the world, and that guy king had disappeared without a trace. He finally understood the feelings of despair that the child emperor must have felt back then. The atomic samurai across from him looked at Zhuang Bufan with mockery, showing no signs of guilt for witnessing Zhuang Bufan's tragic experiences. Instead, he seemed quite pleased to see Zhuang Bufan in his fallen state, appearing to have forgotten his previous promises. Since that's the case, then so be it. By the way, do you have any information about seppuku? Zhuang Bufan frowned and said to Atomic Warrior, while also making up his mind that he would record the entire battle when this guy faced off against the Black Spirit, and he absolutely wouldn't go up to help. Atomic Warrior was still unaware that he had missed an opportunity to change his fate. When he heard Zhuang Bufan inquiring about seppuku, he was somewhat curious about what Zhuang Bufan wanted with that guy. What do you want with him? Do you have an interest in swordsmanship? If you have the talent, I could teach you a couple of moves. Atomic Warrior stroked his beard, constantly sizing up Zhuang Bufan, and handed over his sword to him, indicating for him to swing it a bit. There was some consideration in this, but the main reason was not that. Zhuang Bufan took his dagger, swinging it while continuing to ask about information regarding harakiri. How? Zhuang Bufan swung his hand forcefully, and the nearby cliff split in half. This feeling of holding a steel knife is indeed nice, reminiscent of a swordsman in a martial arts film. Zhuang Bufan raised his eyebrows and gave a disdainful glance at the atomic samurai. The power of his strike was terrifying. He must have been captivated by his own swordsmanship talent. Ordinary. I always feel that compared to swords, something like a mace suits you better. Are you saying I'm only fit to be a brute swinging a hammer? Pretty much, the atomic samurai admitted without hesitation. Zhuang Bufan was extremely angry. He went through all his transformation forms and kept using the legendary New Year sword technique to prove his talent. The pitiful cliff was directly smashed into a huge hole by the fierce wind. How interesting. The Atomic Warrior watched Zhuang Bufan's performance and kept applauding, making him feel a bit embarrassed. However, he still asked the Atomic Warrior how his performance was. How is it? To be honest, I've lived for over 40 years and have never seen someone as incompatible with swords and blades as you. That blue bodysuit form is more suited for a whip. The ninja form is more suitable for shurikens. And as for the bear form, it's better suited for wearing steel teeth. All forms are better suited for a wolf fawn club. Enough, enough. Zhuang Bufan expressed that he no longer wanted to listen. And after obtaining the information about the belly cut, he hurriedly left the side of the Atomic Warrior. On a solitary cliff, a building from ancient times stood tall. In the courtyard where the waters had dried, a three-eyed monster knelt on one knee, ready to draw his sword. Bang! The startled deer fell to the ground, making a white noise, and at the same time, a flash of white light passed by, cutting the sword-scarred black iron stone wall in half. How this is the power I have longed for. The long knife was not sheathed. The belly cut grasped the hilt with a reverse grip, carefully examining the treasured blade in his hand, the mirror-like blade reflecting his current appearance. Fierce, malevolent, like a demon in the world. For a moment, the belly cut did not know whether he was observing the sword or himself. After decades of cultivation without any progress, he had finally fallen into the path of demons. Is this the fate of the demon's sword-bearer? The belly cut gazed at the reflection on the blade, murmuring to himself, although his words were melancholic. He did not mind. Decades of cultivation without any achievement had long exhausted his temperament. Even if the big snake had not sent someone to deliver that item, he would eventually become like this sooner or later. Oof. The big snake himself is quite the strategist, thinking that a single strange cell could make me serve him, allowing me to break into the sword cave and learn the supreme swordsmanship of the gods and Buddhas, and the first to test the sword is you. In the midst of his words, the belly cut suddenly swung his knife, severing the Buddhist altar in the room, revealing an ancient book quietly lying within. However, before that, he should unify the Sword Saint Association first. Consider it a grand gift for the big snake on his road to the underworld. Clap, clap, clap. Strange applause echoed in the silent courtyard as Zhuang Bufan walked out from the back room, yawning and greeting the belly cut. No matter what, I really have to thank you. I didn't expect to receive so many unexpected surprises from you. Who are you? How did you end up in my home? The belly cut sheathed his sword, which was not a gesture of goodwill. On the contrary, a sheathed sword was easier to use for his sword-drawing technique. I came last night. I must say, your tatami is really hard, and your snoring was so loud that I couldn't sleep well. But to be fair, your rice bran cucumber is quite delicious. Is that so? Well, at least it made me a full ghost. Supersonic sword-drawing slash. After saying this, the belly cut's 3 eyes widened, and a cold light slashed toward Zhuang Bufan's position. Zhuang Bufan had no chance to evade at all, although the supersonic sword draw was ridiculed countless times in the original work. That was because it was aimed at the atomic warrior who could kill dragon-level monsters purely with sword skills. It does not mean that his strength is inferior to other ghost-level monsters. The supersonic sword draw is, in fact, a super strong slicing technique. However, Zhuang Bufan never intended to dodge. The sharp sword energy easily broke through several layers of water walls and penetrated Zhuang Bufan's fluid armor, lodging itself in the muscle of his forearm. Oomph. After the first attack failed, Abdominal Cut was slightly surprised but did not pay too much attention. He increased the force in his hand, and the blade lodged in Zhuang Bufan's forearm showed signs of movement. Water Spear. Seeing this situation, Zhuang Bufan quickly manipulated the water flow to attack Abdominal Cut's arm. Compared to Deep Sea King and Sky King, Abdominal Cut's skin was much weaker, and the blade was being held by Zhuang Bufan, unable to swing and block. The water spear successfully pierced through Abdominal Cut's handbone, and the demon knife in his hand was knocked away. His Zhuang Bufan looked at the deep scars on his forearm, clearly realizing that his assessment of Fuchai's strength had been off, leading to some mistakes in his combat strategy. However, this was still much better than Fuchai's judgment of him. As a swordsman, having one's dominant hand incapacitated is undoubtedly the most critical blow. Nevertheless, as a renowned swordmaster for decades, his tactical awareness and reflexes were top-notch. He performed a backward roll, picked up the spider cut from the ground with his left hand, slashed away the water spears that were continuously attacking him, and quickly retreated. Although the occasional water spear pierced his skin, adding another wound, it did not cause him much trouble. While fighting and retreating, he truly seemed to be on the verge of escaping. Want to run? Not so easy. Although the water flow did not create an opportunity for binding under Fuchai's attacks, it did not mean that Zhuang Bufan had lost his ability to restrain him. The wind has picked up. The water blades attacking Fuchai scattered everywhere. But the seasoned fighter did not feel joy from this. Instead, he sensed the hidden killing intent in the wind. This is bad. The situation is unusual. The surging wind blades came from all directions, leaving Fuchai with no room to escape, forcing him to choose a spot against the cliff to fully confront the incoming wind blades. You coward, if you have the guts, come out and fight me to the death. Don't use these despicable tricks. Sure, but I am unarmed, so throw away your knife, and then we can settle this fairly. Zhuang Bufan pretended to agree from 400 meters away, but the frequency of the wind blades' attacks showed no signs of decreasing. You guy, I'm a swordsman. How could I possibly fight without a sword? Why don't you fetch a famous blade from my house? I swear by the name of the Sword Saint Association, I will definitely not run away, and will surely face you in a decisive battle. Zhuang Bufan didn't reply, just gave him a grin, clearly not believing his nonsense. However, that said, this way of attacking really is a bit problematic. Zhuang Bufan observed the state of the Abdominal Cut, and continued to hold on for a few hours without any issues. Moreover, such high-frequency clashes would inevitably cause some wear and tear on Zhuang Bufan's treasured weapon. Yes, by the time the Abdominal Cut injured Zhuang Bufan, The weapon in his hand had already been regarded by him as something firmly in his grasp. Zhuang Bufan had never seen such a magical weapon. To be honest, the power of the knife was not that strong, yet it could break through several layers of water barriers with a single strike, which was enough to prove the extraordinary nature of the knife in his hand. Not to mention Zhuang Bufan's abnormal recovery ability. Even after performing emergency treatment on his wounds, he was still bleeding profusely. It was clear that the knife was peculiar. Perhaps it was like a wine gourd, a tool with some kind of attribute enhancement. The knife was being wielded in a desperate counterattack, which was completely a state of self-mutilation. Zhuang Bufan couldn't feel pain for it, but he felt sorry for the knife in the counterattacker's hand. It wasn't long before Zhuang Bufan thought of a quick way to end the battle. "Eat my roller!" Zhuang Bufan roared as dozens of gigantic road rollers suddenly appeared above his head. Where did these road rollers come from? This was the first thought in the mind of the abdominal cut, and then he realized that even if he shattered so many road rollers falling from above, it would be of no significance. With no other choice, he had to jump out of the falling range of the road rollers. The wind rose, taking advantage of the moment when the abdominal cut leaped high into the air without any way to exert force. An upward air current lifted him directly into the sky. "Where are you taking me? You can't possibly think you can kill me by making me fall, right?" The abdominal cut tried to slash through the air current with his knife, but it was merely a futile effort. Unlike the wind blades that concentrated power into a single strike, the continuous air currents could not be slashed at all. Even if he could block the air currents below, the rebound force of the blade's energy would only blow him higher and higher. Guess what? Zhuang Bufan flew for over an hour with the abdominal cut and finally arrived above the sea. Accompanied by the sound of 2 splashes, the abdominal cut finally gave up resisting. The unwilling abdominal cut gained agility enhancement and obtained the passive skill, mastery of swordsmanship basics. It acquired the transformation form, Azura Sword Maniac, and the sword technique, Supersonic Aiajutsu. I guess the abdominal cut didn't drown, but was instead angered to death by you. Supersonic Aiajutsu has an attack speed of x3 and can deal 900 strength damage. Azura Sword Maniac transformation skill. Stepping into the path of the Azura Sword Maniac. Strength increases by 20, agility increases by 60, and reaction speed increases by 40. Sword Maniac. Understanding of sword techniques far exceeds that of ordinary people. Path of the Azura. Only through repeated battles can your sword skills grow. Sword Heart. The sword reflects my heart. The sword follows my will. Increases telekinesis resistance by 40. Sword techniques carry a portion of mental damage and speeds up the ability to see through moves by 20. The path of the Azura, where one general success comes at the cost of countless bones, further drenched in blood and gore. Take a moment to think about the fate of the abdominal cut demon sword, Spider Cut. Damage increased by 60, with sharpness, curse, and mental suppression effects. Crafted by the renowned demon swordsmith Muramasa, the first cut went from the top of the head to the knees of the center. After defeating the spider demon, the sword sealed its soul, remaining an exceptionally sharp existence even among demon swords, with its master unknown. He confirmed the Azura Sword Maniac skill. To be frank, it was very weak, extremely weak, incomparable to the 2 transformation skills he commonly used, and did not seem like a transformation form extracted from an Oni-level monster at all. However, the increased reaction speed, telekinesis resistance, and speed of seeing through moves are all extremely rare attributes, so it can barely be considered useful moreover. This weakling abdominal cut only provided agility bonuses. The Oni-level monsters Zhuang Bufan had killed, apart from the Deep Sea King, only left the Sky King. These two were completely different species, and it's understandable that their physical qualities would be somewhat higher. But you, a dignified Oni-level monster, have strength and constitution that are even inferior to those of your kind, the Tiger-level monsters. It is truly shameful. Zhuang Bufan walked out of the sea. His arm injury had not yet healed. It was just that the bleeding had stopped. He couldn't wait to fully recover in the water before coming out. After picking up the dagger used for abdominal cuts, he took off directly. Strangely, the spider cut was not treated as a unique equipment for transformation skills and was included among his items. Without spending too much time, Zhuang Bufan returned to the inner courtyard of the abdominal cut and carefully examined the ancient scroll. Hey, what the hell is this world? Zhuang Bufan opened the ancient scroll and saw the 7 large characters on the cover, causing a surge of thoughts to explode all at once. The eerie flow demon sword transmits ghostly assistance. What's going on? How did a dungeon featuring Oboro Muramasa come out of the world of One Punch Man? Zhuang Bufan hurriedly opened the scroll while speaking meticulously confirming word by word whether it was the story of the mythical blade Muramasa he knew. The plot regarding the dog-headed dragon Muramasa, the tiger princess, and the divine beings was consistent. But the part about wandering through the 26 kingdoms and forging swords in the demon ceiling cave was something he had never encountered before. After gathering the ancient scrolls, he discovered a map lying underneath. The shape of the continent was not much different from now, and it marked the location of the sword cave. It was on a lonely island far from the continent, and according to the scroll, the key to enter the sword cave was the spider cutter in his hand. According to Guizhu, after traveling the world, Muramasa forged 1,000 famous swords for him, each sealing the soul of a demon beast. After returning to his homeland to accompany the tiger princess on her final journey, he feared that collecting the demon swords would once again disturb the world. He asked Inari to forge a celestial furnace for him, melting the 1,000 demon swords into a piece of demonic iron. Unexpectedly, the demonic iron automatically transformed into a sword blank upon its emergence. In his helplessness, the aged and weakened Guizhu had no choice but to wield the Muramasa sword technique he had learned throughout his life to seal its demonic energy, preventing it from becoming a calamity far beyond the dog-headed dragon Muramasa. Thus, he danced with the sword in the cave for 3 years, the stone walls covered with sword marks, before finally managing to suppress the sword blank's demonic nature and avoid it becoming a calamity weapon. Unfortunately, he himself was exhausted and on the brink of death. Before passing away, he left behind a message to Inari that no one, except his true successor, should wield the sword. The story of this book, after the forging of the demonic weapon, was written by Inari on his behalf. The sword cave was a must-visit, but he wondered whether Inari was still in the world. In Zhuang Bufan's impression, Inari was a transformed fox with a very impressive bust, very impressive, very impressive. Although he had someone in his heart, that did not prevent him from viewing the affairs of the world with a critical eye. Dingling, the phone at the house of Harakiri rang incessantly. Zhuang Bufan originally planned not to answer it, but the phone kept ringing, and with his stomach growling, he intended to help Harakiri finish the excess food at his place. Reluctantly, he answered the call. Harakiri is dead. Burn paper if you have business. This voice, Zhuang Bufan? Did you kill Harakiri? What's going on? The voice of Atomic Samurai came from the other end, and Zhuang Bufan was puzzled. He did not remember their relationship being good enough to casually chat on the phone. After he explained the situation regarding Harakiri, Zhuang Bufan inquired about their relationship. This time I'm organizing the Sword Saint meeting. Otherwise, who would call this guy? Also, someone has stepped in to resolve the issue between you and Little Tornado. At least in public, you won't have to worry about her doing anything to you anymore. Who could resolve such a troublesome matter that even Bind Ancient and Atomic Samurai were unwilling to get involved? Considering Little Tornado's strength and her attitude towards Fubuki, he couldn't think of anyone who could persuade her. It was Sitch. After reviewing your battle data against the Sky King, the association has already classified you as an S-class hero. However, if it weren't for Little Tornado chasing you around during this time, they might not have reviewed it so quickly. In short, Sitch uses identity in the association to persuade Little Tornado, so you should soon receive your S-classification notification. After hanging up with Atomic Samurai, Zhuang Bufan felt completely relaxed. After all, he could go home and sleep. Just a moment ago, he even thought about staying at Harakiri's place, even though the only appliance in the house was this phone, and there wasn't even a flushing toilet. But did this mean he could date Fubuki now? As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. Why not give her a call now? It must be said that Zhuang Bufan was indeed a master at making trouble. His talent for causing incidents was unmatched. On the other hand, it stemmed from the resentment of that night, when nothing happened. He could have taken things further, but at the crucial moment, he was always interrupted by inexplicable matters. Just recalling it made him regret to the core. Beep beep Fubuki-chan, speaking of the follow-up from our last date. Hey Goldie. Beep. The phone emitted Fubuki's indifferent voice before being hung up directly, leaving Zhuang Bufan standing there in a daze. At the Hero Association headquarters, in the boardroom, the executives were gathered. I think the reason for gathering all of you directors today doesn't need much explanation, right? An elderly director presided over the meeting. It was rare for all the directors of the Hero Association to gather like this. This incident was indeed very tricky, and bringing us all together here was unavoidable. Let us get started quickly. This is a tough and protracted battle, and I hope I can still make it to the opera at 8 tonight. A group of directors kept urging the host, indicating that a fierce battle was about to begin. First, regarding the 5 A-class heroes. Zhuang Bufan's hero title was mentioned in passing, This rookie hero was about to be promoted to S-Class, representing the association's top combat power. The directors looked at the blurry, unflattering photos of Zhuang Bufan on the screen, which were mostly taken by passersby. Not a single one was sourced from the account of Zhuang Bufan's #1 fan. This indicated that the staff had indeed put in a lot of effort for this meeting, as over 90% of the photos circulating online were uploaded by Zhuang Bufan himself. It was quite difficult to avoid them on purpose. Look at his fluffy look. Let's just call him Plush Bear. So fluffy, I want to hug him to sleep. A tall and elegant woman remarked as she gazed at the image on the screen. Her slender fingers brushed her lips, her body leaning forward and resting on the table. She seemed to be a carnivorous type of beauty. Unfortunately, Zhuang Bufan did not witness this lady's comments. Otherwise, he would have definitely agreed with her thoughts. After all, he was about to become an S-Class hero. Calling him Plush Bear felt too childish. How about calling him Cute Bear Hero? Said a plump middle-aged man, looking at Zhuang Bufan's bear-like form with inexplicable fondness, a strange flush appearing on his face. Fortunately, Zhuang Bufan was not present. Otherwise, he would have wanted to press this uncle down. No, you guys are too limited by the word bear. Look at this guy. He has transformed into a kelp spirit, a blue fish man, and even a Burman. Let's just call him Perverted Mask, Cute Beast Hero, Perverted Superman, Tentacle King. The directors began to argue, some even throwing in strange names. 5 hours later, after several rounds of intense debate, the topic regarding the hero's name finally came to an end. At Saitama's home, Zhuang Bufan and the others were rarely seen not playing any games, but were instead solemnly sitting around a low table, staring at the package sent by the Hero Association on the table. Do we really have to do this? This feels so serious that it's making me a bit nervous. By the way, can't you open the box faster? Saitama rarely expressed his opinion, and Genos didn't have much of an attitude about it. After all, he usually looked serious. Only Zhuang Bufan. He repeatedly tried to open the package, but always gave up at the last moment. He jumped back and forth several times, making Saitama's heart race. Let me open it, Saitama said, reaching out to open the package, but was stopped by Zhuang Bufan. Wait, I'm not mentally prepared yet. It's just a hero name. Why make it so tense? Even Genos started to feel speechless and complained to Zhuang Bufan. What do you mean it's just a hero name? Do you know SC Char Dinger's cat? Once we open this package, what awaits us could very well be a hero name that we will carry for life. Saitama, your hero name could very well be Bald Cape Guy. Do you really think that name sounds good? Zhuang Bufan shouted at the two, clearly showing his level of anxiety, comparable to that of a student awaiting their fate with the results of a re-examination. No matter what, the name wouldn't change because of this. Let me open the package and end your suffering early, Genos said as he reached out to open the package, but unexpectedly, he was stopped by Saitama. Wait, I'm not mentally prepared yet. Perhaps realizing his destined title, Saitama also began to panic. Are you really ready this time? At 2 in the morning, they'd already spent 10 hours gathered around this package. During this time, these two even searched for metaphysical strategies online. From basic lucky charms to incense burning and bathing to worship the gods. Even Saitama, under Zhuang Bufan's guidance, gave his bald head a wax treatment to pray for divine protection. I opened it. Let us wait a bit longer. Zhuang Bufan and Saitama spoke in unison. But this time Genos did not stop his hands. Accompanied by a tearing sound, the black package was opened by him. My title is Devil Cyborg. It seems the association names based on physical characteristics. Genos' voice reached Saitama's ears, causing his mood to plummet. If names are based on appearance, then wouldn't that mean? Saitama opened the envelope, and, as expected, it read Bald Cape Hero in large characters. Now he could only hope that Zhuang Bufan's hero name was somewhat similar to his. At that moment, Saitama's mindset turned a bit dark, maliciously speculating about Zhuang Bufan's hero name. Zhuang Bufan, what is your hero name? It's an orthodox hero name like the titles of Kamen Riders in tokusatsu dramas. I never expected the association would name me in that direction. Upon hearing Zhuang Bufan's answer, Saitama, who was initially a bit disappointed, noticed a flicker in his eyes and felt something was off, so he continued to probe. Is that so? That's really great. I wonder what they call you, Kamen Rider? It's an orthodox hero name like the titles of Kamen Riders in tokusatsu dramas. I never expected the association would name me in that direction. Zhuang Bufan repeated the previous answer, his expression even more unnatural. If you don't want to say it, then forget it. Anyway, having a heroic name is really great. Zhuang Bufan breathed a sigh of relief. But who would have thought that Saitama would seize this opportunity and snatch the envelope directly? Kamen Rider pervert. So that's how it is. A very fitting name for a pervert, isn't it? I remember seeing it on a TV show before. It really is quite perverse. Zhuang Bufan's face was ashen, and without saying a word, he took the envelope, tore it into pieces, and then ate it. Just as Saitama and Genos were stunned by his fluid actions and didn't know how to respond, the perverted knight Zhuang Bufan activated his Gale Wolf form, opened the window of the balcony, and with one foot on the railing, he threw a remark to the two inside the room. I'm going to the association to protest. Oh yes, a gust of wind swept by, and Zhuang Bufan disappeared into the horizon. What do you mean by that? What kind of hero has a name like perverted? Zhuang Bufan clapped his hands on the table with a loud sound, while Shichi took out a handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Although he had anticipated such a scene when he was preparing the documents, he didn't expect this guy to arrive so quickly. With the association gaining another top-tier combat power, his salary also increased as a result. Both were clearly pleasant developments. But why did they combine to create such a dilemma? The board really knows how to challenge me. Shichi muttered softly. After all, they're the financial backers. I will report your matter to the board, so please be patient. I can't wait any longer. Do you know how many people call me a pervert on my way here? Just in front of the Hero Association's entrance, a crowd surrounded me asking for autographs. How am I supposed to sign? As pervert? Or pervert knight, Zhuang Bufan. I didn't even know I was this popular. Can't you think of a way out? Zhuang Bufan really couldn't understand what those guys in the board of directors were thinking. Clearly, he had so many cool transformation forms, yet in the end, he got such a name as a hero. He was very angry. Hep perverted knight. How what a fitting name for you. It's rare for those parasites in the board to make some correct judgments. A mocking voice came from behind Zhuang Bufan. Just as he was about to question what the person who said that meant, he realized that the owner of the voice was someone he couldn't afford to mess with. Oh, it turned out to be his sister-in-law. Zhuang Bufan awkwardly scratched his head, realizing that he could only accept this title with resentment. Do you and I once? All the pins in the room were aimed at Zhuang Bufan, and the energy contained in the spinning pin tips was even stronger than Zhuang Bufan's water blades. Tornado remained expressionless, floating in the air, flying higher to create a sense of pressure for Zhuang Bufan, while also getting closer to him. Finally, she stopped half a meter away from him. It must be said that the size difference between the two sisters was really too great. Tornado's little feet were almost parallel to Zhuang Bufan's waist, but her head was only half the height of a pencil case above him. I didn't hear you clearly just now. Were you calling me your sister-in-law? Tornado's face showed no expression, her cold voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation. It was evident that if little Tornado heard a yes from Zhuang Bufan's mouth, the next second he would be pierced by the pins surrounding him. Since you don't like this title, then forget it. Zhuang Bufan awkwardly smiled at Tornado, although he had to submit under her tyranny. He didn't close the door on the conversation and threw a sarcastic remark back at her. It was just like a stubborn child who had to agree to go to tutoring classes. Tornado seemed to sense Zhuang Bufan's intention, but she chose not to engage with him further. If breaking a few of his bones could stop him from bothering her sister, then this little thief would have long been an invertebrate. After all, she was still a prominent figure in the association and couldn't just deal with a human as she pleased, at least not in front of everyone. After giving Zhuang Bufan a fierce glare, Tornado left the headquarters of the Hero Association. There was another matter. Although we really wanted to promote you to an S-class hero, some people do not agree with how we handle this, Shichi said to Zhuang Bufan with some guilt. Previously, he had announced the qualification for Zhuang Bufan's promotion, only to cancel it personally afterward, which was somewhat awkward. Sweet mask, huh? The only one Zhuang Bufan could think of who would prevent him from doing so was that guy. It was strange. His current strength was much greater than Genos. And even if he didn't know about his previous performance against the Deep Sea King, it should have been enough to catch his attention. Zhuang Bufan couldn't quite understand what this guy was thinking. After all, sweet mask mentality was different from that of ordinary people, and Zhuang Bufan was too lazy to delve into his thoughts. Mr. Pervert Knight, are you listening? A beautiful female staff member called out to Zhuang Bufan, waking him from his contemplation. Just call me Zhuang Bufan, please. Zhuang Bufan initially wanted to curse, but seeing that it was a cute girl calling him, he had to force himself to hold back and reluctantly change his words. Ahem, in any case, to compensate for your loss of the S-Class title, we have a new promotional project for Association Heroes that we hope you can participate in. Of course, there will be compensation, and the exposure will be quite high since it's the opening ceremony of the school's sports meet. Shichi continued to chatter on, while Zhuang Bufan was completely dumbfounded. Am I about to step on a sweet mask's path? Being a hero is nothing compared to being an idol. Who knows? Maybe there will be older sisters asking for a photo with me in the future. With this thought in mind, Zhuang Bufan awkwardly asked Shichi, so, which heroes will participate in this sports meet? And this isn't just a boys' school exclusive event, right? It's just an ordinary campus sports meet. But this time it's jointly hosted by several schools, so we hope that some heroes from the association can come liven up the opening ceremony. If you want to be specific, there is a noble girls' school participating. I've heard that the young ladies there can be quite clingy. Mr. Pervert Knight, what do you think? Shichi originally wanted to address Zhuang Bufan by his hero name according to the association's regulations, but realizing he didn't have the looks of an assistant, he awkwardly switched to calling him Mr. Zhuang. Fortunately, Zhuang Bufan was completely captivated by the words young ladies from a noble girls' school and didn't have time to care about how Shichi addressed him. I agree. Tell me the time, the location, the appearance fee doesn't matter. The key is that it can't hurt the fans' feelings. This guy's mind was now filled with images of beautiful high school girls asking him for autographs. The appearance fee was something to look forward to, especially since a noble school was participating. The prize money would be quite considerable. As for the specific time, I will email you once it's confirmed over there. Zhuang Bufan stepped out of the association and felt very relaxed. Although he couldn't change his hero title, he surprisingly found that it wasn't so bad after all. Is this the power of the association's higher-ups? Truly terrifying. Dingling his phone rang, and upon opening it, he was shocked to see a message from Hui Xue. Congratulations on obtaining your own hero title. Hee, the perverted knight really suits you. Zhuang Bufan looked at this text message with mixed feelings. This was the first message sent since she got the email from Kagaya. But this message didn't seem like a congratulation at all. After thinking it over, Zhuang Bufan decided to keep the message. Emergency evacuation alert. Emergency evacuation alert. A mutant, the 170,000-year-old monarch butterfly, has appeared in downtown J City. Disaster level, demon level. Disaster level, demon level. In the sky above J City, a gigantic butterfly appeared, and with each flap of its wings, countless pedestrians and cars were blown away by the powerful gusts. The mutant has appeared. Help! Is there anyone who can save us? The citizens panicked and fled to the shelters, while some elderly, weak women and children couldn't run and could only find a corner to watch in despair as the gigantic butterfly approached them. In the face of such a high-level mutant, the heroes stationed by the association in the city were of no use at all. They could only wait for the headquarters to dispatch a hunting team to handle it. But at this rate, half the city might be flattened before the hunting team arrives. Kamen Rider Zhuang Bufan, here to protect the safety of the citizens. Just as everyone was falling into despair, Zhuang Bufan had already arrived at the scene. Hey, mutant that manipulates the power of wind? In that case, let us see how you handle this. Zhuang Bufan shot out more than a dozen wind blades, striking the monster's wings. The sharp blades tore through the butterfly's wings like a red-hot knife cutting through butter. In an instant, the butterfly's wings were covered with dozens of long, narrow holes. The 170,000-year-old monarch butterfly screeched wildly, frantically flapping its wings as a massive amount of energy began to gather in its chest. Do you think this move is unique to you? Zhuang Bufan flew into the air, leveling with it to avoid the shockwave from the energy cannon harming the nearby crowd. He struck a pose for a wave energy technique in the sky, crazily gathering energy at a speed far exceeding that of the emperor butterfly. Boom, perhaps sensing the dangerous energy fluctuations in Zhuang Bufan's hands, the 170,000-year-old emperor butterfly stopped charging its energy cannon. Instead, it shot out the gathered wind bullets first. An air cannon formed from chaotic currents, attacking Zhuang Bufan's position. Is this it? Looking at the wind bullet attacking him, Zhuang Bufan shook his head in disappointment and casually threw his own wind howl cannon back. Bang! The tiny, colorless projectile easily pierced through the emperor butterfly's wind bullet, creating a tremendous noise as the chaotic currents clashed with the wind blades, shattering glass within a 500-meter radius. As for the emperor butterfly, it was hit by the wind bullet and fell helplessly to the ground after its brain was crushed. Its two massive wings in free fall accidentally destroyed a few surrounding buildings, kicking up countless clouds of dust. Evil has been repelled by me. Everyone's peaceful life will be protected by me, Zhuang Bufan. As the thick smoke cleared, Zhuang Bufan stood atop the emperor butterfly's body, striking a pose he learned from television. This was the 14th monster he had dealt with in 3 days, which could be said to be quite diligent. Although he had never killed a beetle-type monster before. Weak demons are ultimately weak demons, even with the physical enhancements he gained from hunting other monsters during this time. Aside from helping Zhuang Bufan realize that there is a level above demons, it didn't provide any significant power increase. However, his hard work during this time was not primarily to enhance his strength. After all, he had to represent the association at the opening ceremony of the sports event. What if that group of girls didn't recognize him? Realizing this issue, Zhuang Bufan desperately sought to raise his presence. He was even more proactive than corporate workers, with over 16 hours of patrolling every day. Because of this, he started to gain some fame among the public, with some children even asking him for autographs, though their way of welcoming him made Zhuang Bufan quite uncomfortable. Pervert. It's a pervert. Great. The pervert knight has come to save us. The monster has already been dealt with by the pervert. Mom, when I grow up, I also want to be a hero like the pervert. There are many heroes who are great too. There's no need to only worship one pervert, right? The young mother tried to explain something to her naive child, but realized her voice was heard by Zhuang Bufan standing nearby. She could only awkwardly nod at him and quickly pick up her child to leave. Mom, I haven't asked the pervert knight for an autograph yet. If you keep talking, I'll throw your snacks away and you can't watch Super Sentai for 3 days. Zhuang Bufan awkwardly scratched his head, beginning to wonder if he shouldn't have been so proactive, at least until the association fixed his name. 2 days later, Zhuang Bufan arrived at the entrance of the Hero Association headquarters. Besides him, there were also the Cross Key, the Morning Clothes Strap, and the Unlicensed Knight. Am I the only A-rank hero here? Not even a B-rank hero around? Does that mean I'm the most dazzling one in the whole place? Zhuang Bufan was happily thinking about it, but then he noticed a large group of low-level heroes behind him in the association, whispering and seemingly discussing something. TSK, how pitiful. Originally a promising young man. How did he end up in such a place? Exactly. Even that guy with the black hole vest doesn't dare to seek this kind of exposure. Zhuang Bufan concentrated and finally heard what that group of guys was mumbling about. Why did it sound so strange? Isn't it just the opening ceremony of a prestigious girls' school? Hey, you two, why do you look so listless? Is there something special going on? Songfu Jiaodai took a puff from his cigarette and exhaled a smoke ring, casually saying to Zhuang Bufan, if it weren't for the lack of money, why would my brother and I come here to report? Do you know what awaits us? A bunch of beautiful young girls? I wish I could be as optimistic as you. Songfu Jiaodai didn't explain further, just patted Zhuang Bufan's shoulder, his eyes looking as if he were gazing at a terminally ill patient. How can you say that? They're all energetic good kids. The unlicensed knight retorted, though the extra protective gear he wore couldn't effectively support his argument. The vehicle started, passing by the Royal Girls High School, Achinamizu Women's College, and all the girls' high schools in the city, many of which were co-ed schools famous for their beautiful students. Wait, where are we going? Besides Suzuran and Fushizan, there aren't any other schools for boys. Zhuang Bufan felt a bit uneasy. After all, he initially participated in this event for the sake of the cute girl fans, not for the delinquents. No need to overthink it. We arrived. The somberly dressed figure pointed to a magnificent building by the roadside, with 8 big characters written on it, Violet Girls Kindergarten. Should one say it's truly worthy of being aristocratic children, a kindergarten sports day actually invited professional heroes to come and show support. Although the destination was somewhat beyond Zhuang Bufan's expectations, looking at the little girls dressed in black children's dresses with pink ties on their white collars, he felt pretty good about being welcomed by such a group of adorable angels. He couldn't understand why they all looked like they were about to make a heroic sacrifice. Zhuang Bufan scratched his head, the first to get out of the car, 1 foot stepping into the abyss of hell. Dangerous traps often appear glamorous on the outside. Zhuang Bufan finally understood how treacherous society could be at this moment. Even the adorable little Lolis might hide a wicked heart. Please spare us. The once handsome face in morning attire was now swollen like a pig's head. Shut up, big bad guy. Don't try to confuse the messenger of justice. A little lowly with pigtails said in a baby voice, her cotton lace socks adorned with a cute cat drawing, dragging heavy objects clumsily. She looked just like a cute angel if outsiders saw her. They would surely wish she were their child, but once someone tells you what these angels have been up to. Ding, the frying pan fell again on the morning attire wearer's head, and the wailing echoed throughout the campus. Everything was for the children. The unlicensed knights were entangled with the angels, and their continuously collapsing armor seemed unable to hold up for much longer. As for Zhuang Bufan, he transformed into a teddy bear, relying on his strong physical attributes to ignore the attacks from this group of little devils. However, they did not let up on their psychological assault on him. Don't pull any hair out. That's a no-kick zone. And those little devils behind me. Stop thinking about giving me a gut punch. Who taught you these things? You've even brought out restraints. Are you playing the role of the messenger of justice? Children don't go too far, just enough is fine. Let the big brothers have a rest. After all, the kids from the neighboring garden are about to arrive. We can't go too far. Good things are meant to be shared initially. Zhuang Bufan thought that the nun director had come to save them, but instead, she added fuel to the fire in this terrible environment. Looking at the crowd at the door, Zhuang Bufan only had this one sentence to say. Big brother, can you come again next time? A little lowly with a bun hairstyle, holding her little skirt with both hands, looked up at Zhuang Bufan, her chubby little face adorned with two sparkling big eyes, gazing at him with utmost sincerity. Zhuang Bufan, did not respond. He still remembered that this little guy had tried to give him a scare, but now was putting on an innocent look. How terrifying kids are these days. All right, I will definitely come next time. The unlicensed knight knelt on the ground, surrounded by a group of children hugging him. As for the morning clothes, he had long since fainted and was barely kept upright with the help of a cross key. The children are all very satisfied. I hope the four of you can visit again. Next time, Zhuang Bufan looked at the kind-hearted nun, and the words thick black seemed tailor-made for her. Shichi, are you kidding me? How can you call that hell welfare? You must give me an explanation today. Zhuang Bufan stormed into the association and roared at Shichi, demanding that he change his hero name. This is a decision made by the board of directors, and we have no way to change it unless the directors collectively change their minds. In other words, as long as the board agrees, it can be done. Zhuang Bufan looked at Shichi with a harmless smile, but no matter how you looked at it, this guy seemed to have turned dark. It seems that the impact from those little kids was indeed quite severe. I must remind you, you are a professional hero of the association, so you can't do anything illegal. Shichi looked at Zhuang Bufan, always feeling that something bad was about to happen. Don't worry, after all, I'm also a professional hero of the association. Zhuang Bufan left the association with a sly smile. 2 days later, he received an urgent summons from the association. This was a new title prepared for him by the board members. Infinite, Spirit Lord, Trickhorn, Beast, Thousand Faces, Duke of Manticore. The board still has a knack for naming. This time the titles are much more reliable than before. Having so many titles makes it a bit harder to choose. Let's pick one between Infinite and Spirit Lord. Although I prefer the title Duke of Manticore, it's quite hard to pronounce. Shichi suggested to Zhuang Bufan. Then I'll go with Infinite. I feel a connection to that name. After finalizing his new hero name, Zhuang Bufan felt very pleased. Before he left, Shichi asked him a question. The board members have been inquiring about you. A large group of people has been asking for a proctologist. You must have done something, right? I was just capturing a criminal and happened to pass by the board members' neighborhood. And coincidentally, a strange person ran into their residence, just as they were using the restroom. All right, I get it. Shichi didn't want to hear anymore and was also reflecting on whether he had offended him in any way. Yo, brother Shichi, I'd like to apply for a change of hero title. Not long after Zhuang Bufan left the association, the hero named Black Hole Vest appeared before Shichi. Black Hole Vest is a great hero name. What do you want to change it to? Shichi was a bit confused by this guy's thoughts. After all, changing a hero name is quite a hassle. Just give me Zhuang Bufan's former name. His activity level was quite high before, and it would be a shame to just discard it. Are you saying you want to change your name to Vest Pervert? Black Hole Vest shyly nodded, and Shichi face-bombed in resignation. I'll report to the board, but I suspect they'll be more than happy to agree to this change. Yes, from now on, my fame will be even greater. Vest Pervert. Actually, that's not bad. After leaving the association, Zhuang Bufan went to the bank to check his account balance. No wonder it's an elite school. The announcement fee for a kindergarten is enough for me to pay off my credit card and still save 80 yen. He went to the supermarket, bought a bunch of canned goods and solid fuel, returned home, packed his bags, and greeted Saitama, telling him to show mercy if he encountered a Tengu. Zhuang Bufan activated the transformation into the Gale Wolf and headed to the small island where the cursed sword was sealed. There were no lively creatures on the 40-kilometer island, not even a single tree, let alone the voluptuous fox demon sister. Apart from cliffs and some ferns, there was nothing alive. Clearly, it was an ocean that had never been polluted, yet there wasn't even a living coral. The desolate scenery was somewhat eerie, especially after Zhuang Bufan arrived here. It was already night, and dark clouds covered the stars, leaving the surroundings pitch black. He decided to set up camp on the island tonight and would search for the sword cave tomorrow. Zhuang Bufan muttered as he set up the tent and hung the gas lamp outside. Otherwise, sleeping in such complete darkness would be quite uncomfortable. However, the gas lamp outside, which was supposed to burn for over 10 hours, inexplicably went out after the sound of snoring began. At the same time, The sound of some creature's activity echoed outside the tent. "His so cold." Zhuang Bufan lay inside his sleeping bag, while outside the wind howled fiercely, ruthlessly battering his poor tent and making a clattering sound. Just as Zhuang Bufan was about to get up to search for the sword cave on the island, he had only just pulled open a small section of the zipper when the cold wind seeped through the gap in the tent, mercilessly rushing in. Fortunately, I had driven the stakes deep enough and set up camp in a sheltered spot. Otherwise, the tent would surely have been blown away by this strong wind. Zhuang Bufan re-sewed the zipper and continued to lie in the sleeping bag like a salted fish. From his appearance, it seemed he wasn't planning to get up today. Outside was the cold sea breeze, while inside the tent was a warm sleeping bag, plenty of food and drinks, and fluffy pillows. Who in their right mind would go out in this weather? Wait, the pillow. Zhuang Bufan was originally in bed, wildly complaining about the terrible weather. Just as he was about to set up a portable stove in the tent to heat a cup of cocoa, he realized that he seemed to have touched something incredible. A pillow. Where did this pillow come from? Zhuang Bufan unzipped the sleeping bag and found a snow-white little fox. The fox was about the size of an adult corgi, and after Zhuang Bufan unzipped it, it seemed to have frozen her, as the paws that were originally holding her fluffy tail tightened a bit more. The little fox let out a delicate cry, seemingly urging Zhuang Bufan to zip it back up, as it appeared she also disliked the ghostly weather on this island. Unfeelingly, Zhuang Bufan ignored this and lifted her front limbs to hold her up, instantly turning the slender body of the snow fox into a feather duster. The fox opened her big eyes and tilted her head, looking at the human in front of her with confusion. Facing this snow fox, Zhuang Bufan then noticed that this creature was not entirely snow white. There were black spots in the shape of a hooked jade pattern above her eyebrows. The tip of her tail also had a tuft of black fur, resembling an ink-dipped brush. There was no strange smell, and she was a female fox. The most crucial point was that eyebrow. Remembering the stories in the scroll and the image of the Inari deity in the game, Zhuang Bufan excitedly shouted one phrase. "Quick, transform for me." "Human, what do you summon me for?" With a bang, smoke filled the tent, obscuring Zhuang Bufan's view. Before long, the smoke dissipated. A cute little girl, dressed in a patched-up witch outfit, knelt in front of Zhuang Bufan. She had fluffy beast ears, a bushy tail with a tuft of black fur, resembling an ink-dipped brush, and shiny silver hair. The most critical point was her eyebrows, which resembled hooked jade. It was undoubtedly the little fox from earlier. What the heck? Why is it a little girl instead of those big sisters with impressive busts from the stories? Having gone through the terrifying tornado and the baptism of hellish kindergarten, Zhuang Bufan, who was not very fond of Lolas in the first place, felt even more annoyed by this creature. How great it would be if this fox were a mature lady instead. The little loli tilted her head, her hooked jade-like eyebrows furrowing together, seemingly struggling to understand Zhuang Bufan's words. "Hey, little fox, what's your name?" Zhuang Bufan sat with his legs open. Although this white-haired little loli, which was very cute, he couldn't dismiss the turmoil in his heart. Who knew what dark thoughts were hidden beneath that little head? "My name is Yi Ganju, Ju, and I am an Inari deity residing on Demon Ceiling Island." "Human, do you wish to become my master?" That voice sounds just like Aoi Fukuzaki. What a cunning fox, trying to confuse me with her voice. After a long while, Zhuang Bufan finally calmed his emotions. Kneeling in front of him, Yi Ganju, Ju, seemed to have not sat properly for a long time, her legs twisting awkwardly. However, she could not lose the decorum of being a deity in front of a human. She could only express her discomfort by constantly shaking her tail and stretching her little feet wrapped in cloth while pretending to look serious. If you feel uncomfortable, you don't have to sit properly. By the way, what is with that name? Who has such a long name? Upon hearing Zhuang Bufan's words, the little fox relaxed entirely and stopped tensing her body, falling onto the mat. She rubbed her numb calves through her white shrine maiden dress before answering Zhuang Bufan's question. "It's not a strange name. It's a great name bestowed upon me by the spirit fox lord on the deity monument. It seems you, foolish human, cannot understand the depth of this meaning. I hope you're not Yiganju Ju's master. Following you, Yiganju Ju will definitely become stupid. Stop. Zhuang Bufan was a little dizzy from this long list of names. He opened a can of cold cola and took a sip to clear his mind. Nothing makes a person happier than a can of cold cola. Zhuang Bufan was drinking cola and noticed that the little fox in front of him was staring at him involuntarily. Left, right, left. Zhuang Bufan shook the cola in his hand, and the sound of carbonation reached the little fox's ears. Her body involuntarily began to sway in response to the Cola's command, and a glimmer of drool formed at the corner of her mouth. Hey, human, how about I trade you a dried fish for it? No, I'm not a cat. What about this money pouch? It's a waterproof bag. You know, isn't it impressive? As she spoke, the little fox pulled out a worn-out potato chip bag tied with a hemp rope. Inside were beautiful stones and shells. Even Zhuang Bufan, who wanted to prank the little fox, felt that this child was just too pitiful. All right, I'll give you this, and here's a piece of tiramisu. Eat it slowly so you don't choke. Zhuang Bufan watched as the little fox, who claimed to be a deity, finished the dessert he handed her in less than a minute, and for the next 2 minutes, she kept licking the plastic plate. Zhuang Bufan couldn't stand it anymore and gave her another pack of biscuits and a bottle of Sprite, which she instantly finished off. All right, if you keep eating, your little belly could become a soccer ball. What's a soccer ball? Is it something like could you? Realizing that Zhuang Bufan was no longer handing her food, the little fox used the drink bottle to collect rainwater from outside and then poured it into her belly, trying hard to absorb the sugar content. Zhuang Bufan felt helpless. It was the first time he had encountered such a strange generation gap with a little girl. You've eaten so much of my stuff. Can I give you a new name? Yiganjajujuju. This name is really too long to say. I'm looking at you. In honor of the offerings to the Inari Shrine's 16th deity, Yiganjajujuju, I grant you the privilege to call me Juju, or Gongon is also fine. The little fox's fluffy tail was wagging, and she seemed to be in a good mood now. How about Ganju? I think it sounds much better than that repetitive name. But that's the name of the spirit fox lord. How can it be used for me? The little fox seriously corrected Zhuang Bufan's statement, showing how important the spirit fox lord was in her heart. Then let's go with Juju. By the way, where is your spirit fox lord? Can you take me to meet her? Zhuang Bufan no longer wanted to think about the name issue. He always felt that the spirit fox lord mentioned by the little fox must know some secrets about the sword cave. Perhaps it was the very fox that sealed the demon soldiers back in the day, so he wanted the little fox to take him for a visit. It can be done, but you won't be able to meet the spirit fox lord. Even I can't see the spirit fox lord now, Juju said with some regret. The spirit fox lord hasn't appeared for 300 years. May I ask how old you are this year? True to his nature, Zhuang Bufan was able to pick out the most trivial question from a pile of important ones. I'm 500 years old. What's it to you? Juju led the way, but suddenly felt a heavy palm patting the top of her head, and turned back to look at the man behind her with a puzzled expression. It's nothing. You can continue leading the way. Zhuang Bufan reached out and touched the head of the 500-year-old little lowly. Indeed, once age surpasses a certain threshold, one becomes indifferent to it. Well, this is Inari Shrine, and that stone tablet inside is the deity monument. The spirit fox lord is sleeping inside. So humans must pay attention to etiquette in front of the spirit fox lord. What etiquette? Zhuang Bufan casually mentioned that he was relatively easygoing, so he might as well agree to her request. I also forgot. After all, very few humans visit this island, and over the past 500 years, including you, only 2 humans have come here. I didn't dare to come out before when that guy looked so fierce. So, the only one who can come to this temple is you, and I think that's pretty good. According to Lord Linghu, my predecessor lived for over 3,000 years and never saw any creatures other than fish and birds, let alone humans. Living for over 3,000 years without leaving this island is truly unfortunate. Wait a minute. Zhuang Bufan suddenly realized something very important. If you've never seen other beings in your life, then how did you come into existence? Zhuang Bufan felt that there must be something fishy about this matter. Either that fox was breaking the rules and sneaked out to indulge in debauchery, or that so-called spirit fox was just playing with this little fool. Who knows? They might even hold regular parties on the island while they were alive. As a human, he really lacked common sense, not understanding such a simple thing. Let me tell you, Juju stopped in her tracks, and her expression seemed to show some disappointment in Zhuang Bufan's intelligence. She deliberately stood on a stone that was about the size of a person, making herself look a bit taller. With one hand on her hip and the other pointing at Zhuang Bufan, she said very seriously, "Of course I jumped out from inside the stone, just like you humans. It took me a long time to pester the spirit fox before she finally told me." Zhuang Bufan patted the little head of Orange, and this silly fox thought she was being praised, so she happily laughed. "It's my fault for having any expectations of you." After finishing the banter, Zhuang Bufan carefully observed the shrine where Orange lived. Although it was called a shrine, it was really just a cave built from giant stones. In the middle stood a stone tablet made of an unknown material, and a thick mat sewn from coarse linen seemed to be where Orange usually slept. Next to it, several sturdy water jars housed a few freshwater fish, and the rice granary behind was completely empty of grains, filled instead with dried fish. It seemed this was the little fox's food storage. What use is this rice granary if it has no grains? Why not just turn it into a drying room? Zhuang Bufan couldn't help but complain. There used to be rice. 30 years ago, I was craving rice cakes, so I used the seeds, and since then, I haven't eaten a single grain of food. Every day has been about catching fish and hunting birds. Zhuji seemed a bit shy and whispered, while Zhuang Bufan looked at the greedy, foolish fox and couldn't find the words to say. Eating the seeds out of greed is just too incredible. Zhuang Bufan had never heard of anyone doing such a thing in both of his lifetimes. His gaze at the foolish fox was filled with both helplessness and pity. What have you foolish foxes been living on this island for tens of thousands of years for? Didn't you seal the demon blade? Actually, I heard from Lord Linghu that initially it was Lord Gongsu who missed Lord Guizhu, which is why the temple was built here. Preparing to spend the rest of their lives here. From what you're saying, that fox intended to die for love, right? How could they leave behind a temple? Zhuang Bufan found it strange that a god who was determined to die shouldn't leave a legacy in a place without incense offerings. This would bring disaster to the clan. Humans, listen to me. Juju expressed her dissatisfaction with Zhuang Bufan, interrupting her conversation, and stepped on his foot with her wooden clogs. Although I couldn't grasp the specifics, it seemed a great battle had occurred, where a strange being claiming to be a god aimed to destroy all intelligent life on Earth. This being did not belong to Takamajahara, nor to the underworld. It was unlike any god currently in existence. It is said that the battle was extremely brutal. The blood of the Tengu stained Tengu Mountain. Takamajahara became dim and lifeless. The underworld was filled with the corpses of Yama, the sea boiled, and the bodies of gods and demons littered the ground. Gods indeed. Zhuang Bufan first thought of the withered deity in the comic, which created the vaccine man and led to the emergence of the wandering emperor in Sykes. It could even be said that the shadow of that deity looms behind the formation of Orochi. Judging from the seal at the bottom of the sea, it is impossible for Orochi to be weaker than the sea domain sovereign based solely on its abilities. It might even be much stronger. The key point is that who knows how many powerful beings like the sea domain sovereign existed in that era. It can be said that apart from Saitama, the combat power of that era should be several levels higher than that of the current world. If this story is true, perhaps this so-called deity is indeed the god-level disaster that was never confirmed in the original work. Zhuang Bufan felt hesitant to continue thinking. After the Deep Sea King incident, he no longer relied on Saitama as much. Although Saitama was very reliable, Zhuang Bufan absolutely believed he could defeat that so-called god in an instant. But how could a god that has been lurking in the shadows of this world not have noticed Saitama? Perhaps he had already found a way to restrict Saitama's actions outside of combat. Thinking of this, a tremendous pressure weighed on his heart. It seemed he really should make some preparations. After breaking into the Sword Cave, he must infiltrate the Monster Association to gather some intelligence. Hey, are you even listening? Juju pouted in anger, clearly not satisfied with her listener's attitude. Not long after Lady Yumi returned to the island, she passed away, leaving behind only 2 sentences. What were they? Zhuang Bufan asked curiously. The first was to not let the god find this magic sword, or else all of history will come to an end. Zhuang Bufan felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed that the weapon forged by the ghost was even more terrifying than he had imagined. The second sentence? Only the master of this knife can truly kill the gods. The weapon forged from 1,000 blades, sealing the souls of demons and spirits, was never intended to be a weapon for mortals. Zhuang Bufan has begun to doubt whether he can handle the unknown dangers within the Sword Cave with his current strength. Juju is still recounting the history of the island. After Lord Yumiya passed away, the Inari Shrine was inherited by Lord Spirit Fox, who personally sealed the Sword Cave and set up various illusions within it. For more than 10,000 years afterwards, Lord Spirit Fox guarded the seal alone and never left the island until the end of his life approached. Lord Spirit Fox had to use the soul binding technique to seal his consciousness within the divine monument, entering a deep sleep for a period every 1,000 years. The successors of the Inari Shrine named the new successor by combining the character Yumi from Lord Yumiya's name and Juju from Lord Spirit Fox's name, in honor of the sacrifices made by the 2 deities. To distinguish from the predecessor, they only added a repeated character in the name. So your name should be Yigan Shirlu Ju, right? But you have 6 Ju, which clearly doesn't conform to tradition. Zhuang Bufan discovered some doubts and couldn't help but say that this naming method is quite similar to that of King Qin. Alright, I should be called Yigan 16 Oranges instead, but why did Lord Spirit Fox name me? Yigan Ju? Forget it. Lord Spirit Fox has her own considerations. The little fox seems to have never thought about this question. After pondering for a while with her thumb in her mouth, she gave up thinking and continued to tell Zhuang Bufan stories without a care in the world. Zhuang Bufan looked at this guy with a face full of black lines. He found it hard to imagine that this stupid fox had lived for 500 years without ever thinking about this question. However, considering that this was a creature that could eat grain seeds out of gluttony, he somehow believed it. It indeed seemed like something a foolish fox would do. Wait, you said that the spirit fox lord had never left the island. So where did the inheritance from that temple come from? This deserted island can be said to be extremely desolate. On the way here, I haven't seen any large creatures on the island. Of course, they came out of the stones. Humans are so stupid. Clearly, Juju just mentioned it. Zhuang Bufan was speechless. I actually tried to seek answers from you, which is indeed my mistake. Zhuang Bufan looked at Juju, who was showing off with a proud expression, her tail wagging incessantly and her ears twitching. He reached out to stroke her wonderfully soft little head, gazing affectionately at the silly fox. The little fox squinted her eyes into a narrow slit, clearly enjoying the sensation of Zhuang Bufan's sturdy hand caressing the top of her head. Perhaps living alone on the island wasn't such a bad thing. Such a foolish fox, if she entered human society, would likely end up being sold and counting money for others. The subsequent story was quite ordinary. During the tenure of various deities, several sword masters received news and came to the island hoping to learn the swordsmanship of the two segments of the Ronglio, as well as the unparalleled weapons within the sword cave. However, most of them failed to gain the recognition of Inari, being directed into a false sword cave to practice the Ronglio swordsmanship that had been tampered with by the Spirit Fox Lord, resulting in them going mad and taking their own lives within. Those who did manage to enter the sword cave, for various reasons, also failed to inherit the legacy of Lord Oni, although their swordsmanship did improve. After several attempts in the sword cave, most of them also ended up perishing within. Until 8,000 years ago, when strange sounds emerged from the divine weapons within the sword cave. The seal set by the Spirit Fox Lord on the island began to loosen, leaking the aura of the divine weapons. At the same time, the Spirit Fox Lord divined that the gods who once brought calamity to the world might have awakened. Because of this, from that point on, all Inari gods were not allowed to leave the island and spent their lives guarding the seal to prevent any sudden incidents. I understand the situation, but are you sure you can really guard the seal? Zhuang Bufan expressed deep doubts about the little fox's abilities. He felt that handing such an important task to her was akin to giving a nuclear button to a 3-year-old child, and he couldn't understand what the Spirit Fox Lord was thinking. Of course I can do it. I am the genius Inari god, recognized by the Spirit Fox Lord. My talent in ninjutsu, swordsmanship, and divine arts is the strongest among all Inari gods. Managing the sword cave is naturally a trivial matter. Hearing Zhuang Bufan's doubts about her abilities, Juju stomped her foot in anger, her tail bristling, looking very upset. The strongest genius among Inari gods? Zhuang Bufan was skeptical about that. If that's the case, may I ask the great Inari Lord how you plan to take me to that sword cave? Having roughly understood the situation on the island, Zhuang Bufan was ready to get to the point. Juju thinks you're not a bad person, so of course I won't take you to a fake sword cave. But I don't believe you have the ability to break into the sword cave and obtain Lord Oni's inheritance. It's really a dilemma. But let us just take you to try it out, although Juju agreed to take Zhuang Bufan to the real sword cave. He himself wasn't very convinced by the words of this silly fox. He indeed thought that with his fox's intelligence, it should be impossible for her to deceive him. However, because of this, Zhuang Bufan needed to be even more cautious, as if this silly fox lied to him. The credibility would be too high. So he decided to take a look at the fake sword cave, as it was very likely that after arriving on the island, he had been guided by this silly fox and had found the fake sword cave on his own, which led to him becoming a crazed monster. Therefore, there should still be traces left by him when he arrived at the fake sword cave. Little fox, go ahead and lead me to that fake sword cave. I'm quite curious about the tactics of the Spirit Fox Lord you mentioned. I could take you, but human, you must be careful not to be deceived by anything there. Although Juju agreed to Zhuang Bufan's idea of visiting the fake sword cave, she seemed worried, clearly concerned about something happening to Zhuang Bufan. All the way, her ears were twitching, and her tail was anxiously swaying. Seeing Juju's worried expression, Zhuang Bufan felt uncomfortable. Deceiving an innocent little girl didn't feel good. Although this creature was already 500 years old, she had probably eaten more dried fish than he had eaten rice. The island was small, and it didn't take long to reach the place. Even the fake sword cave had a very concealed entrance. The hemp rope at the entrance was cut into 2 sections, and broken talismans lay on the ground. The soil at the entrance still bore a deep sword mark. From the force, it was indeed something only the super-speed belly cut could achieve. Zhuang Bufan carefully examined the situation and confirmed that Juju was not deceiving him. He apologized to her, leaving Juju somewhat puzzled. She thought he was going to do something dangerous and repeatedly warned him not to try to understand the sword marks on the stone wall. By the way, little fox, since this is a false sword cave, there should be a famous blade inside. Originally intending to leave after confirming the authenticity of the sword cave, Zhuang Bufan stood at the entrance and asked Juju this question. Indeed, there is a demon sword, which is the sword of Lord Gongxianai, sealed under the statue of Yama with dozens of divine arts by Lord Linghu, and no one has been able to pull it out. Interesting. The sword of the first Inari deity? Zhuang Bufan took out the spider cut and showed it to Juju, asking about the origin of this demon sword. Spider cut? This was a batch of swords crafted by Muramasa at the request of Lord Gongxianai when he was spreading the obscure flow inheritance. They were meant to verify the authenticity of the obscure flow swordsmanship. It seems that this is the only one left in circulation from those originally forged. The others have probably been destroyed. After all, tens of thousands of years have passed, and even famous blades forged by Muramasa are hard to withstand the erosion of time. You must have taken this one from that ferocious guy, right? Juju had been observing secretly when he first landed on the island. This spider cut is merely a standard blade. Zhuang Bufan was somewhat surprised. He had personally tasted the sharpness of the spider cut and had even obtained a beloved sword of the Atomic Warrior. To be honest, even the weapon in the hands of the Atomic Warrior was inferior to the spider cut, yet this sword was merely a casually forged blade by that famous blacksmith, Muramasa. How sharp could the sword of the first Inari deity, Yuzuki, be? Thinking of this, Zhuang Bufan's eyes lit up. Even if he failed to break into the sword cave, obtaining this treasured sword would make the trip worthwhile. With this in mind, he asked Chiyo if there were any taboos in this fake sword cave. Human, do you want to try pulling out Lord Yuzuki's sword? I advise you to forget if the seal of Lord Spirit Fox cannot be broken by you. Even I, a genius of Shinto, cannot unravel Lord Spirit Fox's spell. I just want to give it a try. Are there any rules among you Inari deities? What rules? The foolish fox didn't respond for a moment, and then asked Zhuang Bufan back, only to realize what this guy was referring to. She tried to recall what Lord Spirit Fox had instructed her. It seemed that she hadn't mentioned that the sword in the fake sword cave couldn't be taken by humans, although no one had ever been able to pull out that sword. It still felt wrong. Shaking her head, she couldn't figure it out and kept telling Zhuang Bufan it was impossible. After all, the sword in this cave wasn't the demonic weapon forged by the Oni. In other words, it was merely a weapon used to impersonate the sword cave and deceive people. Since that's the case, if I pull out that demon sword, I can just replace it with this spider cut in my hand after all. What matters is that there has to be a sword inside, not what kind of sword it is. The key point is that I might not even be able to pull out Lord Yuzuki's sword, little fox. Aren't you very confident in the seal of your Lord Spirit Fox? If that's the case, let me give it a try. What's the harm in that, but... The not-so-bright Chiyo seemed to be convinced by Zhuang Bufan's reasoning, anxiously stamping her feet, her canine teeth biting her lower lip, and her hands tightly grasping the hem of her shrine maiden dress. Zhuang Bufan saw the difficult expression on Juju's face and felt a bit uncomfortable. Just as he was about to give up, a thought popped into his mind. Juju, do you know? There's a type of candy in this world called chocolate. Its texture is smooth and sweet, and the just right bitterness can perfectly balance the sweetness, leaving a nutty aroma when melted in the mouth. Zhuang Bufan was talking while taking out a small packet of hazelnut chocolate from his bag, unwrapping the candy coating and gently chewing it in his mouth. Sure enough, at the moment Zhuang Bufan unwrapped the candy, Juju's body trembled slightly, her petite nose twitched, and her small body unconsciously leaned forward. Zhuang Bufan peeled open a chocolate and stuffed it into the little fox's mouth. Yum. The moment it entered her mouth, the little fox's fur fluffed up. Her eyes widened, and a strange glimmer suddenly appeared in her bright gaze. Is this chocolate? Chewing, it's so delicious. Chewing, Juju was at a loss for words. She had never tasted such delicious candy in her long life. A piece of chocolate doesn't last long, and even though the little fox was careful to savor it, she couldn't stretch this wonderful moment too much longer. Soon, the taste of chocolate was gone from her mouth, and the little fox kept wagging her tail, looking at Zhuang Bufan with an expectant expression, hoping he would give her another piece. After a while, realizing that this human had no intention of doing so, she drooped her ears, looking dejected and listless. Juju, if you agree to let me pull out the sword of the handle. I can give you another piece of candy, really. Juju jumped up excitedly, bumping against Zhuang Bufan. Just as she was about to agree, she realized her identity as the guardian of the sword cave. She anxiously rubbed her head and paced back and forth, looking very troubled. If Juju can agree to my request, then this whole bag of chocolates is yours. Zhuang Bufan's current demeanor is like the most mercenary merchant in the world, akin to the serpent in the Garden of Eden, tempting Eve to eat the apple. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept by, and a large bag of hazelnut chocolates appeared in the little fox's arms. She clutched the plastic bag tightly, afraid Zhuang Bufan would change his mind. I agreed. Human, you can't back out. Following the little fox into the cave, the sword marks on the stone walls emanated an astonishing aura of slaughter, even after thousands of years. To avoid being disturbed by the sword marks on the walls of the sword cave, Zhuang Bufan didn't dare to enter sword enthusiast mode to sense the incredible sword intent on the walls, obediently following behind Juju. As they continued forward, dozens of ropes covered in talismans would block their path periodically. At this point, Juju would hold her hands in seal and chant a few words, causing the seals blocking their way to slowly dissipate. I didn't expect you to be quite capable, little fox. You managed to unravel such a complicated seal so effortlessly. Of course. After all, these seals were set by me, Juju said proudly, having received Zhuang Bufan's praise. You set them? I remember you said that this sword cave was built by your spirit fox master. Human, you are really foolish. The divine path seals set by the spirit fox master were mainly to seal the sword used in front of the Yama statue. Over tens of thousands of years, countless swordsmen have entered the sword cave, so the talisman formations blocking the paths naturally need to be replaced. Being called foolish by the dumb fox didn't feel good. But Zhuang Bufan was more concerned about the fact that the seals set by this seemingly weak little fox could actually block a famous swordsman like Fuchike. It seemed that the inheritance of the Inari deity indeed had its unique merits. When the spirit fox master established the sword cave, the secrets of breaking formations were integrated into the Oboro flow sword technique, and visitors wanting to proceed must study the sword marks on the walls. Over time, they would be influenced by the will above, leading them to go astray, which is why the spirit fox master never allowed him to observe the sword marks on the walls. Perhaps feeling a bit lonely on the long journey, Juju began to tell Zhuang Bufan stories about the fake sword cave. Step by step, as he got closer to the bottom of the sword cave, Zhuang Bufan felt increasingly uncomfortable. In the end, he simply closed his eyes, held the little fox's hand, and let her lead the way in hopes that it would alleviate his discomfort. Yet even so, he was still oppressed by the pressure from the sword marks on the walls, making it hard to breathe. After about half an hour, the little fox stopped and said to Zhuang Bufan, "We've arrived. This is a human. Hurry up and come back. Juju really hates staying here." The glow of the fox fire illuminated the bottom of the cave, and the little fox stood in front of the Yama statue, urging him to look at the plain weapon at its waist. From her expression, she didn't think she could draw the blade, only hoping he would hurry up and come back so that they could leave this oppressive place sooner. Didn't you say that your spirit fox master set dozens of seals here? Could there be any dangers around this statue? Throughout the journey, Zhuang Bufan felt the oppression of the sword marks on the walls and had no doubt about the immense power of the spirit fox master mentioned by the dumb fox. Given that, he should be adequately cautious in the face of the seals she left behind. Don't worry, I've been here many times, and I'm actually quite curious about what Lord Kaigun's sword looks like. Unfortunately, I've tried several times but couldn't draw it out. This little fox looks like a well-behaved, bee-steered lowly on the surface, strictly adhering to the spirit fox master's rules. But in private, she is quite mischievous. After internally complaining about the little fox for a moment, he felt somewhat reassured and reached out to touch the demonic blade, only to find that as soon as his arm brushed the hilt, the blade vanished. Immediately, a familiar voice echoed in Zhuang Bufan's mind. Dog-headed long village, Zheng, damaged. Originally a demonic blade forged by the first generation of Muramesa. It housed the soul of a dog demon that had once consumed the souls and blood of an entire city. Later, it was subdued by Kijo and gifted to the Inari deity Kaigun as her sword. During a later battle, the blade was shattered into 3 pieces. Although it was later repaired by the descendants of the first generation Muramesa at the request of the spirit fox orange, its power is far less than it once was. 2 segments of gods and Buddhas. Fake attack increases by 140, with an additional 80 armor pierce, extends target resurrection time by 80, and reduces target healing effects by 70. All laws broken. Fake increases resistance to illusions by 60, increases damage to energy-type targets by 60, can easily cut through most divine law bindings, and reduces the holder's will by 40. Blessing of the Dog-Headed Dragon. Incomplete, sacrifice your own flesh and blood, and this blade will grant you power. Increases strength by 30, agility by 30, constitution increases, and psychic resistance increases by 20 for 30 minutes. After the state ends, you will enter an anemic state, with all attributes reduced by 10, and the release time depends on the host's recovery ability. You should thank the guy who broke this blade. That's why what you hold is the dog-headed long Uramesa that has undergone brain surgery. Now it no longer has the ability to entice people. It still says some strange things, though. It's actually the dog-headed long Uramesa. Zhuang Bufan never expected that the sword of the first-generation Inari god would actually be the infamous blade, dog-headed Rimura Masamyun, which brought calamity to the world. Those who have played the game know the power of this sword, capable of controlling generals to blood sacrifice Edo Castle, nearly transforming into a demon, escaping the cycle of reincarnation and achieving the might of a flying great demon. Yet now, in such a damaged state, Zhuang Bufan couldn't help but feel terrified about the divine extermination battle that Yuzuki had participated in. In his view, as the first-generation Inari god, Yuzuki should also be a formidable being above dragons, especially with the intact dog-headed Rimura Masamyun in hand. Her strength would likely surpass even that of the ultimate monsterified hungry wolf. Yet even so, she ultimately could not escape the fate of the weapon's destruction and the person's disappearance. Where's the sword? Human, where did you hide the sword? Gigi was a bit anxious, questioning Zhuang Bufan. Clearly, this poor little creature never thought that Zhuang Bufan would draw this cursed sword. To her surprise, this demon sword, which had been quietly resting under the statue of Yama for tens of thousands of years, was easily drawn out by this guy. The foolish fox felt that her brain was a bit insufficient. All right, it's here. I can pull it out for you in a bit, but there's no way I'm giving it back. As compensation, I can leave this spider here. Zhuang Bufan, transformed into the form of the Azura sword maniac, shook the dog-headed dragon Uramesa in his hand, glanced at the anxious Juju to reassure her, and then put his spider blade back in place. Human, the stone statue is moving. You should run. Just as Zhuang Bufan was inserting the spider blade into the sheath at the waist of the stone statue, a stone arm suddenly appeared and knocked Zhuang Bufan flying, slamming him against a stone wall that was far stronger than steel. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Zhuang Bufan was caught off guard by this sudden attack, feeling a bit flustered, but fortunately, he wasn't injured. The Yama statue moved extremely quickly as soon as the little fox opened its mouth. Its attack was already in front of Zhuang Bufan. It didn't give him any time to react. Juju sprayed foxfire at the statue, and even from a distance, Zhuang Bufan could feel the terrifying heat of the foxfire. However, it had no effect on the Yama statue, as if it was merely a scratch. The Yama statue completely ignored the little fox's attack, and instead stood up, pulling its feet out of the ground. Zhuang Bufan instinctively felt that this Yanluo statue was extremely dangerous, so he didn't dare to be careless, and took out a cucumber from his bag, swallowing it hastily. Aiming at the lower waist of the Yanluo statue, he held his breath and focused, gripping the dog-head Longjin, and unleashed a supersonic Iaido. Swish! Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed, but this time it wasn't the sound of Zhuang Bufan's dog-head Longjin cutting into the Yanluo statue's body. Instead, the statue used the demon knife, Spider, to block his attack. Although Zhuang Bufan's own strength was only at the level of a ghost after transforming, combined with the power of a vegetarian and the terrifying attack enhancement of Doghead Longjin, along with the boost from the supersonic Iaido, this attack should have been able to leave marks even on a dragon-level mid-tier monster focused on defense. One could say that Zhuang Bufan's strike was almost comparable to the atomic slash of the Atomic Samurai. However, it was easily defended against by the Yanluo statue, indicating that the statue before him was likely at the level of a dragon-level mid-tier and very possibly a master swordman. Seriously, why am I bothered with this sword? Wouldn't it be better to just take it away? Looking at the Yanluo statue in front of him, Zhuang Bufan felt a sense of helplessness. Binding. Although the little fox was a bit slow most of the time, she had a natural talent for combat. She pulled out a handful of rattan seeds from her pocket, threw them forcefully around the statue, and within less than a second, she had formed dozens of hand seals. Accompanied by a temporary command, the seeds transformed into thick vines, wrapping around the legs of the Yanluo statue. Run away, Juju shouted. In her opinion, since they couldn't defeat this terrifying clumsy guy, it would be better to keep a distance. I want to run too, but do you think I can escape? Zhuang Bufan felt a bit uncomfortable, and he didn't know what kind of energy powered the Yinluo statue, which was incredibly powerful. After receiving Zhuang Bufan's strike, it wielded the spider cutter and the dog-headed dragon skillfully against Zhuang Bufan. In the end, the spider cutter hung above Zhuang Bufan's head, perfectly aligning with the blade of the dog-headed dragon Muramasa. Zhuang Bufan and the Yinluo stone statue were at a standstill, one striking a pose as if lifting a cauldron, while the other assumed a stance, as if splitting Mount Hua with force. The stone path beneath them was cracked in a circle from their struggle. At this moment, if Zhuang Bufan let up even slightly, the stone statue would seize the opportunity to split him in half with its sharp demon knife-like claws, enhanced by its monstrous strength. Roar! The little fox, sensing Zhuang Bufan's predicament, transformed into a gigantic snow-white silver fox and kicked the stone statue in the chest with immense force, sending it flying far away. Then, using its mouth, it grabbed Zhuang Bufan's clothes and swiftly took off, flying away. The Yinluo stone statue could not let them escape so easily. It raised its leg to chase after them, but was entangled by the orange tendrils of vines. Although several vines snapped with each struggle, there were dozens of them wrapped around it, and the broken ones could still heal. This would go on indefinitely, and it would be impossible to break free in a short time. Whoosh! A number of ghostly blue flames ignited on the statue, instantly turning the vines wrapped around it to ashes. During the moment the statue was freed, the orange fox had already carried Zhuang Bufan a good distance away. Without any special means, the heavy stone statue would likely never catch up to them. Bang! The Yinluo stone statue clasped its hands together, producing a tremendous sound, and in an instant, the entire sword cave was illuminated by a ghostly blue light. Strange incantations then appeared on the stone walls. Suddenly, massive stone walls rose within the cave, blocking the path of the two. The Yinluo stone statue began to walk towards them step by step. I knew that the sword cave set up by your spirit fox lord couldn't be so easily breached. Stupid fox, can't you go faster? That ghost stone statue is about to catch up. Initially, Zhuang Bufan tried to cleave through the thick, hard stone wall with his knife. Although the dog-head dragon's blade was extremely sharp and managed to open a gap in the wall, it soon began to heal rapidly, returning to its original state. In desperation, Zhuang Bufan placed his hopes on the orange fox, transforming himself into the form of a water city knight, gathering water to create a water gun in hopes of causing some trouble for the Yinluo stone statue. Unfortunately, before his water gun could hit the statue, it was instantly evaporated by the fox fire on the statue, turning into a wisp of white smoke. Zhuang Bufan transformed again and was called the Gale Wolf. He hoped that manipulating the wind blades would bring him some trouble, but unfortunately, the narrow space in the sword cave couldn't gather too much energy. Although it wasn't as ineffective as a water gun, it also couldn't play a significant role. This was a seal set by Lord Spirit Fox himself, and with his insufficient cultivation, Juju couldn't break it in a short time. The little fox looked quite anxious, trying several times to forcibly break the spell, but found that her cultivation was not enough to break the formation set by Lord Spirit Fox. Was there really no way to speed things up? The Yinluo statue was approaching step by step. In about a minute, Zhuang Bufan would have to engage in hand-to-hand combat. In terms of strength, the statue was about the same as him, but when it came to swordsmanship, though it was a bit embarrassing, Zhuang Bufan was really not a match for the statue. During the previous brief engagement, Zhuang Bufan felt that his swordsmanship, or rather his abdominal cutting technique, was far inferior to that of the statue. Fortunately, at that time, the blades of the two were already in a contest, and it was difficult to separate during the engagement, allowing him to grapple with it using his strength. However, now if he went up again, he had no confidence that he could last even a few rounds against the statue. There was indeed a way, but it required the dog head, Long Muramasa. Why didn't you say it earlier? Hurry up and hand it over. While speaking, Zhuang Bufan hurriedly handed over his dog head, Long Muramasa, hoping she could quickly break the situation. Otherwise, he would have to use his fist to verify the point about muscles and steel from the super alloy blacklight. The little fox took the blade and struck several specific points on the stone wall, causing it to shatter. Then, with a strong kick, the wall collapsed. Great, we finally have a way out. The little fox was a bit overwhelmed. The strong enemy was just a few dozen meters behind them, and continuing to break the stone wall seemed impossible. She could only hold the dog head, Long Muramasa, her emotions calming down. At that moment, she looked like an exceptionally skilled swordsman, ready to engage in a deadly battle with the Yinluo statue. Zhuang Bufan sighed. transformed back into the form of a Water City knight, with water armor swirling around him, and said to the foolish fox, "I'll rush up and use my body to block its blade. You see if you can deal with this annoying stone statue afterwards. I'm not sure if I can withstand the strike of that demonic sword, so we only have one chance." Zhuang Bufan didn't have time to ask the silly fox if it could understand him, but he still decided to bet everything on this foolish fox. It was unclear whether the Yama statue also relied on its stone eyes to determine direction, but Zhuang Bufan still struck it with a large amount of water, instantly enveloping the statue in white steam. Seizing this opportunity, Zhuang Bufan rushed forward, his eyes fixed intently on the spider knife wrapped in foxfire. Finally, when he was only 3 steps away from the statue, the knife in its hand moved. The foxfire on the blade easily broke through the water armor on Zhuang Bufan's body, and the scalding blade sliced through the skin on his left hand, cleanly severing the muscles in his forearm and easily cutting into the bone, just when Zhuang Bufan thought his life was over. A clanging sound of metal striking stone rang in his ears as the silly fox intervened between the two. With the dog-headed dragon village's sword in hand, it prevented Zhuang Bufan from meeting the same fate as Zhuanghua. Zhuang Bufan had never realized that this clumsy fox had such great strength, able to wrestle with the statue of Yama without losing ground. However, this was not the time to dwell on such matters. With the positions of attack and defense swapped, Zhuang Bufan endured the excruciating pain and unleashed a series of relentless strikes against the statue's body. At this moment, Zhuang Bufan's left arm was injured. Although he concentrated his strength in his right arm, his left arm still bore an unimaginable amount of pressure as a requirement for balance. Zhuang Bufan's right fist now exerted a force exceeding 10,000 tons, equivalent to a heavy industrial hydraulic press's hammer concentrated on less than 10 square centimeters of his fist. He ruthlessly unleashed this force on the statue with a frequency far surpassing that of a pile driver. Blood mixed with stone debris flew everywhere, splattering the surrounding walls, as the Yanluo statue was pushed back by Zhuang Bufan's relentless attacks. After a minute, the wind stopped and the rain ceased, and Zhuang Bufan retreated to the back, gasping for the precious oxygen in the cave. Even though his arm had suffered severe injuries, he had still used that set of extreme consecutive strikes that placed a huge burden on his body. Because of this, his current state was far more than simply a 20 decrease in all attributes. The blood loss, combined with the pain in his left arm, greatly reduced his combat ability. As the smoke and dust cleared, the Yanluo statue was not as severely damaged as Zhuang Bufan had imagined. There was only a small dent in its chest and some cracks on its body. Had he succeeded? From the outside, Zhuang Bufan's attack hadn't caused much harm to it. Yet for some reason, the Yanluo statue had suddenly become stiff and motionless. Zhuang Bufan mustered his courage and was about to take a step forward to take a look, thinking that regardless of whether it had crashed or not, he should first disarm it. However, just as he took half a step, the stone statue came to life again. It pulled its feet, which were embedded in the ground, and began to approach Zhuang Bufan step by step. The quality was too good. Couldn't they skimp on it just once? He had tried his best, but couldn't destroy the statue, and now his strength had diminished further, making it impossible to fight against it. From its earlier performance, it was clear that the foolish fox, Juju, was not stronger than him. At this rate, both he and the foolish fox were likely to perish at the hands of this Yama statue. Rather than that, it would be better to sacrifice himself to allow the foolish fox to survive. He had made up his mind, but just thinking about never being able to see Fubuki and Saitama again filled him with bitterness and helplessness. "Foolish fox, you should run. Let me hold this guy off," Zhuang Bufan said to the silly fox, only to find that she was surprisingly unresponsive, which made him realize that this silly fox's condition was a bit strange. After the Doghead Dragon village had been stained with fresh blood, the blade emitted a peculiar glow, seemingly stimulating the silly fox, who was a deity of Inari. The fur on the little fox began to rise, and her body started to develop, transforming from a delicate and cute lowly into a vibrant young girl. She looked just like an ordinary middle school student. Orange? Leaf citrus orange, 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 orange. Zhuang Bufan was uncertain about what had happened to the foolish fox and tried to call her name. "Human, my name is Gong Xinyi, the deity who governs the seasons and harvests. Please do not address me with that foolish name. It is a great disrespect to a deity." The cold voice entered Zhuang Bufan's ears. Although it was still a familiar tone, it felt as if it belonged to a completely different person. In fact, it was indeed a different person. Looking at the foolish fox in this unfamiliar state, Zhuang Bufan momentarily didn't know what to do. However, fortunately, The statue of Yin Luo beside him did not leave him in a daze for too long. It swung the demon knife, spider cut, in its hand and suddenly attacked Zhuang Bufan's location. How dare a mere puppet act recklessly before me? With a flash of cold light. Another clash of metal and stone echoed, but this time, the statue and the spider cut in its hand were both cut in half. Huh? How could this puppet be driven by my unique divine technique? What's going on here? Human, do you know where this place is? Zhuang Bufan didn't answer this guy's question. He was even more curious than anyone else about what had happened to the foolish fox named Juju. Not much time had passed, and as the blood from the dog-headed dragon village was completely absorbed, this self-proclaimed first-generation Inari god, Yunyi, began to hold her head, looking quite pained. Soon after, her body started to shrink again, but before long, she returned to her original form. Lying on the ground, it seemed she had fallen asleep, mumbling something under her breath. Zhuang Bufan thought for a while and leaned closer to the little fox to hear what she was saying. Juji still wants to eat chocolate, human. How about I trade you with some dried fish? You silly fox, after so many things have happened, you're still thinking about food. Zhuang Bufan didn't know how to criticize anymore. Usually, he was already quite out of touch, but he didn't expect this silly fox to be even more out of it than himself. He patted her little head. After all, this silly fox had saved his life today. It seemed that the secrets she held were not much fewer than his own. The stone statue that had lost control and the stone walls sealing them were nothing more than a layer of thicker wallpaper. Zhuang Bufan carried the silly fox on his back, with his right hand holding the dog-headed dragon sword, which could no longer be stored in his sword obsession form, making it impossible to check its status. Although he could still feel its sharpness when he swung at the stone wall, it seemed that its enhancement was still there. However, holding in his hand gave him a strange feeling. Was he losing both the lady and the soldiers? It was clear that this demon sword had recognized the silly fox as its master, while his original spider-cut sword had been destroyed by the silly fox. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have greedily sought this bargain and ventured into this fake sword cave. Now he might have to recuperate again. And he couldn't even take a look at the real sword cave. The scar on his arm still throbbed with intense pain as Zhuang Bufan walked out, tallying his losses. And the more he thought about it, the more upset he became. The silly fox on his back was sleeping soundly like a dead pig, only occasionally mumbling about wanting to eat something delicious, because he had to break through the stone walls. The journey out took more than half again as long as the way in. Finally, after breaking through the last stone wall, Zhuang Bufan emerged with the silly fox on his back. Outside the sword cave, a fox glowing with a blue light was waiting for them, looking like the spirit of a dead fox from an animated film. Was it the spirit fox Citrus? Zhuang Bufan tentatively asked, and the soul of the fox opposite him trembled slightly, followed by a dazzling light that made it hard for Zhuang Bufan to open his eyes. Soon after, a stunning woman in an orange kimono appeared before Zhuang Bufan. Could you please put down my child? She asked. I'm quite curious as to why my foolish child is appearing with you in the sword cave. The spirit fox, transformed into a beautiful woman, narrowed her eyes and used a fan created from spiritual power to cover her exquisite face, her gentle tone carrying a hint of killing intent. Zhuang Bufan hurriedly reassured the orange fruit he was carrying on his back, then quickly explained to the big shot what had just happened. Greed can lead to downfall. Huh? The orange fruit covered her cheeks with a fan and let out a delicate laugh, dissipating the tense atmosphere in the air. Zhuang Bufan awkwardly looked at the beautiful woman and scratched his head, unsure of what to say. Human, I still want to eat chocolate, the orange fruit. Lying on the ground, reached out her little hand to rub her belly and mumbled something while turning over. It seems this child still cares about you seeing this scene. The orange fruit carefully examined Zhuang Bufan again, then took his left hand to check his wound. It was Zhuang Bufan's first time holding hands with a ghost. It felt like being enveloped by a soft jellyfish, lacking any real sensation, as if he could pass right through her with just a bit of pressure. Then she pointed to her own wound with the fan, and a cloud of dark mist emerged from it. Zhuang Bufan could feel a slight itch at the sight of his wound. The healing speed of the wound, which had been hindered by the spider's curse, returned to normal levels at that moment. This is all I can do for now. Once my foolish child wakes up, I'll ask her to help you treat your wound. Zhuang Bufan looked at the beautiful mature woman, gently stroking the silly fox's head. The emotions in his eyes were so complex that he couldn't think of any words to describe the scene. Forgive me for being bold, Lord Citrus, but this silly cough. Orange seems a bit too naive. You've been sleeping for hundreds of years. Aren't you afraid she might lead bad people into the real sword cave? After all, she looks completely clueless. Just a pack of cookies might be enough to. Zhuang Bufan has many questions to ask, such as what exactly is in the true sword cave, the true identity of Juju, and why she so confidently entrusted the important task of guarding the sword cave to this heartless, foolish fox. The title lady is unnecessary. Just call me Ganju in terms of perception. This child is quite talented, and sometimes common sense is not as accurate as intuition. Can you tell me what that strange state Juju was in while in the sword cave was about? She said she is the first-generation Inari deity, Yuzuki. Zhuang Bufan originally wanted to express all the questions in his heart at once, but he found that Ganju was just smiling at him, showing no intention of responding. Realizing this, he could only tactfully close his mouth and pretend he had said nothing. If you are lucky enough to break through the sword cave, obtain Lord Guiju's inheritance, and become a master of our clan, I will surely tell you the story behind it. As for now, please temporarily forget what happened today. This child will be entrusted to your care, and I ask that you return this dog-headed dragon village token to her once she wakes up. After saying this, Ganju stretched lazily, unabashedly showcasing her graceful figure in front of Zhuang Bufan. So sleepy, I was woken up before having enough sleep. I'm going to take a nap now. As she spoke, she turned around, transformed into a fox, and then changed into a speck of light, disappearing before his eyes. After sleeping for over 300 years, she woke up just a few hours ago and now had to go back to sleep. Zhuang Bufan complained a bit and hugged the silly fox into the tent. The wound on his arm was still healing, although it was still itchy and painful. The exhaustion of the day was overwhelming. He spread out his sleeping bag as a blanket and, holding the silly fox, soon fell asleep. So itchy. After some time, Zhuang Bufan woke up groggily. His arm still hurt a bit, and he felt something soft and tender licking his wound. Orange? Zhuang Bufan asked and lifted the blanket, discovering that the silly fox was sticking out her pink little tongue and continuously moving it across his arm. Human, you're awake. Seeing Zhuang Bufan wake up, Juju simply greeted him and continued her healing actions. I don't think the healing method that Juju mentioned should be like this. Zhuang Bufan silently complained in his heart and then asked if there were any more reliable treatment methods. There are, but the cost is too high. The little fox hesitated for a moment and then spoke. What cost? Seeing the foolish fox like this, Zhuang Bufan felt a bit uneasy. It requires 20 stones of fresh grain. Indeed, it was a tremendous cost. He had actually forgotten that for this fox, nothing was more important than food. You stay here for now, and I'll go buy you a few carts of rice. After saying that, Zhuang Bufan transformed into the form of a gale wolf and returned, lifting 2 containers of food with steel cables in one hand. He never expected it would cost so much money. The containers were filled with rice, white flour, millet, dried meats, various candies, and many kinds of seasonings. After buying all these items, his credit card, which he had just paid off not long ago, was maxed out again. Forget it. As long as the foolish fox is happy. Juju was already dumbfounded. She had lived for 500 years and had never seen so much food. Can I roll around on it? Juju looked at Zhuang Bufan with a longing expression. All of this is yours. You can do whatever you want with it. But before that, I need you to help me heal. No, that is too wasteful. 20 stones of grain can last a long time. Unexpectedly, such a naive little fox couldn't resist the sweet temptations of capitalism. Zhuang Bufan cleared his throat and said, if you don't help me heal, then I'm going to take all these things away. The human adult, Juju, corrected himself. I'll help you heal. What do you mean by human adult? My name is Zhuang Bufan, and you can also call me Infinity. Zhuang Bufan then realized that he had been with this silly fox for 2 or 3 days and had not yet introduced himself. The silly fox quickly picked out 20 stones of rice, and after a few hand seals, the plump grains turned dry and black, and a fine white liquid flew out, entering the wound on Zhuang Bufan's arm. Under the nourishment of the mysterious liquid, the injured bones healed rapidly, and the severed muscles reattached. 10 minutes later, the rice turned to black ash, and the injury on Zhuang Bufan's forearm was almost healed. After nearly healing his wounds, Zhuang Bufan signaled the silly fox to give him a hand as he started preparing lunch. Zhuang Bufan is quite confident in his cooking skills, so he buys various cured chicken, cured meat, and cured sausage. As long as they're chopped and steamed, they can be served as a substantial dish. Even so, the tasks of starting the fire, cooking rice, chopping vegetables, cooking dishes, and plating are still all done by Little Fox alone, while Zhuang Bufan merely transforms into a water knight, adding a bit of water to the pot. It was only under his strong insistence that Juju agreed to this arrangement. It's hard to say who is helping whom. Before long, Juju prepared a lavish feast of 6 dishes and 1 soup. Zhuang Bufan put a thin, translucent slice of cured meat into his mouth, and the salty, fragrant flavor filled his palate. It was just a simple steamed, cured meat dish. But why was it so delicious? In fact, the thicker the cured meat is cut, the better it tastes. The size I just cut is actually just right. This guy is still trying to regain a bit of face for himself. Being outdone by that foolish fox feels really terrible. This damn desire to win. Zhuang Bufan mumbled to himself. Really? Chewing. I always feel like Infinite is tricking Juju. Chewing. The silly fox kept digging into the food, looking at Zhuang Bufan with a suspicious expression. Although she had never dealt with this kind of ingredient, she had at least been a chef for 500 years. So she wouldn't be easily deceived by Zhuang Bufan in this regard. Infinite feels pretty good she finally realized that this man next to her could bring her countless delicious foods. And she very opportunistically changed how she addressed Zhuang Bufan to Mr. After eating and drinking to their fill, the two of them lay on the beach with their round bellies basking in the sun. Burp Infinite, are you really not going to try the sword cave? The silly fox asked Zhuang Bufan's opinion, but showed no intention of wanting to move, lying on the warm stone like a salted fish. Her belly was so full it felt like someone had stuffed a basketball inside her clothes. Burp, let's just call it day. I really can't move anymore. Let's go tomorrow. Zhuang Bufan's belly was more exaggerated than that of the greedy fox beside him, and the two of them lay on the ground, camping out for the night. The next day at noon, the silly fox pulled Zhuang Bufan back to the dilapidated temple's stone tablet in front of the altar. Zhuang Bufan felt a bit uneasy as he looked at the stone-carved fox on the tablet. He always felt that the woman named Citrus was secretly watching him from within that stone fox. The silly fox took out a handful of talismans, gently bowed to the altar tablet, reciting a nursery rhyme about dark stories while waving the talismans and performing a strange dance. Accompanied by her flowing movements, small glowing orbs, about the size of coins, began to appear next to the altar tablet and then were absorbed into it. As more and more light points were drawn in, the stone fox began to change, surprisingly standing up from the statue. Citrus? Seeing the stone fox move, Zhuang Bufan was startled for a moment and tentatively called out the name of that spirit fox. However, he found that the stone fox completely ignored him. Jumping to the ground and locking eyes with the altar tablet, a blue light shot from its stone eyes onto the tablet. The light twisted into a vortex, and soon landscapes, rivers, flowers, birds, fish, and insects appeared within the vortex, resembling a vibrant primitive forest. Then the stone fox leaped back onto the altar tablet, and aside from the newly formed portal, everything else returned to normal. I just want to know, guarding such a forest, how did you end up in such a state of disarray? Zhuang Bufan was somewhat curious. Just now, he saw a hazel hen flying through the forest with a bullfrog in its beak. With such a large mountain, there should be no shortage of mushrooms, meat, honey, and fruits and vegetables. So why was the life of that silly fox he encountered so miserable? The things in the sword cave do not truly exist. They are merely images that the ghostly helper witnessed during its lifetime, recreated in the cave under the guise of the magic sword. Although you can touch those creatures, they are actually just figments of your imagination. So, aside from that magic sword, everything else inside is fake? Not entirely. At least the monsters inside still possess the ability to harm. The silly fox slowly explained to him the rules of the sword cave, which is roughly similar to some sort of tower. Inside, there are souls of some monsters that the ghostly helper had fought against back in the day. If all of them are successfully defeated, the illusions in the sword cave should dissipate, and that magic sword should appear before you? Should? Zhuang Bufan was deeply worried about this uncertain tone. After all, no one has been able to break through the sword cave so far. Can Citrus see through the illusions inside the sword cave? I don't know. Now that Lord Spirit Fox has lost her body, I'm not sure if she still has the ability to see through the illusions within the sword cave. The foolish fox has already told me all the information she knows, and asking further would be pointless. Zhuang Bufan no longer considered those matters and entered a state of illusion. Hiss, what is this oppressive feeling? Upon stepping into the sword cave, Zhuang Bufan clearly felt that his power was being suppressed, and he could only exert about 1/3 of his usual strength. After trying several forms, he found that only in the form of the Shura Sword Maniac did he feel at his best, able to exert about 60% of his usual strength. It seems that the illusion in this sword cave is not so simple, and the degree of suppression appears to be related to his ability to resist mental power. A swordsman without a sword feels strange. His spider cut was broken, and the Doghead Dragon Village's sword was taken away by that foolish fox, Juju. As for her original sword, it was a weapon once used by Citrus. A swordsman empty-handed will do for now. When he returns, he'll ask the atomic samurai where he can find a place to forge a sword, and he'll get one for himself. As for now, Zhuang Bufan thought seriously for a moment. Even though his abilities were suppressed, he still possessed strength at the mid-ghost level, slightly stronger than the Deep Sea King. No matter what, it was best to test the depth of the sword cave first. If he couldn't win, he could always run away. After making up his mind, Zhuang Bufan searched the mountains for the whereabouts of demons. He wasn't sure if he was just going in circles or if the sword cave was truly enormous, but after nearly half an hour of walking, he hadn't seen a single hair of a monkey, let alone any enemies. Just as Zhuang Bufan was complaining, a group of ninjas dressed in dark outfits suddenly appeared, blocking his path. In a flash of lightning, one ninja adopted a strange stance with his sword, aiming his left foot at Zhuang Bufan, then lunged forward, the tip of the blade swiftly and accurately striking Zhuang Bufan's chest. However, contrary to what Zhuang Bufan had imagined, at the moment of impact, the ninja pushed forward with his right hand and reversed his grip on the sword. The originally thrusting attack instantly transformed into a slashing blow, the sharp blade slicing through Zhuang Bufan's skin. The high-speed footwork allowed the blade to cut the enemy in half while maintaining close contact with the ribs of the attacked. It should have been like this. The swordsmanship was indeed impressive, but unfortunately, your strength is still too weak. Zhuang Bufan looked at the white sword scars on his skin, starting from his chest and forming a perfect arc to his back. If the one being attacked were not Zhuang Bufan, but some other guy, half of his body would probably be on the ground by now. Is this the true Oboro flow sword technique? It really is a terrifying set of swordsmanship. The ninja's strength is not very strong, only at the tiger level, and apart from this Oboro flow sword technique, there's nothing remarkable about him. A swordsman recognized by Inari to enter the sword cave, if he can't even deal with a tiger-level monster, he might as well draw his sword and commit suicide. It is obvious that these monsters are not there to kill the challengers. They seem more like training dummies for them. Zhuang Bufan allowed this group of ninjas to attack him. He discovered that aside from shouting lightning flash and then using that kind of technique to attack him, they had no other means of attack. Since that's the case, Zhuang Bufan made his move, delivering a hand chop that exploded a ninja's head. Originally planning to pick up his sword, he found that the guy had turned into a wisp of smoke, and his sword had vanished as well. Target: unconscious wandering spirit. Telekinesis enhanced. Telekinesis resistance enhanced. Acquired skill: flash of lightning. Flash of lightning. The basic technique of the mist swordsmanship, fused with the ninja's footwork by the demon assistant. Kills every 10 steps, capable of slaying ghosts and phantoms in an instant. Speed increased by 30, with a maximum damage of 600 strength, 300 speed. Can slaying spiritual bodies grant telekinesis bonuses? That would be a good thing. I originally thought I wouldn't be able to unleash my plunder in this sword cave against these guys. It seems I still have a chance to break through this sword cave in a short time. Transforming into the form of a water knight, he gathered a continuously spinning water gun in his palm, using it as a katana. Flash of lightning. About 15 meters in front of Zhuang Bufan, in a fan-shaped area, the water shimmered and splashed, and the ninjas dressed in black fell to the ground, turning into dots of fluorescence. Zhuang Bufan then appeared behind them, dispersing the water blades in his hands. It wasn't a real sword. It was fine when he struck the third enemy, but by the fourth, the cohesion was already lacking. It seemed he needed to use a real sword after all. Water guns were originally meant for one-time attacks, so using them as swords would naturally lead to some problems. Zhuang Bufan pondered whether to go out and find a real weapon or continue exploring here, considering that the previous ninjas were too weak and he was unsure if there was any cooldown time for the portal after it opened. He ultimately decided to keep searching for now. Objective: unconscious wandering spirit skill acquired. Hummingbird, a basic technique of the obscure flow swordsmanship. It uses impenetrable thrust to attack enemies and seals their attacks. Attack speed 2, dealing 150 strength damage with each hit. Objective: unconscious wandering spirit skill acquired. Floating boat, a basic technique of the obscure flow swordsmanship. It concentrates one's thoughts on the sword blade, forming a spiritual wave that wraps around the sword body, causing significant damage to psychic beings and abilities. In the following hours, Zhuang Bufan eliminated several groups of the same ninjas. Like the first wave he dealt with, they mostly only used one type of obscure flow swordsmanship to attack him. After taking out all of them, a huge monster with a blue face and a single eye appeared before Zhuang Bufan, holding prayer beads and draped in a kasaya, standing 7 meters tall and looking exceptionally fierce. It seemed to be the evil monk, the blue priest from the original work. The blue priest pulled out a demon-slaying staff and fiercely struck towards Zhuang Bufan's position. A flash of lightning. Zhuang Bufan appeared behind the Qing Fong master. The demon-slaying staff in his hand had yet to descend, and the giant evil spirit transformed into a glow, disappearing without a trace. It seems that it only had the power of a weak ghost level. It shouldn't be much different from a steel gorilla. After saying this, Zhuang Bufan began to confirm his spoils. Target: the unconscious Qing Fong master. Psychic energy increased, psychic resistance enhanced. I know you were expecting something, but he really had nothing left. Is that it? Not even a skill? Zhuang Bufan was too lazy to mock this boss-level Qing Fong master. And then he noticed a strange portal entrance where the master had vanished. Is this the entrance to the next layer? Without a second thought, Zhuang Bufan jumped straight into the strange vortex on the ground. Golden wheat fields, a scorching sun. Zhuang Bufan could feel the heat of the poisonous sun in this layer. He strolled slowly along the wheat fields, and before long, a group of little demons wielding sickles appeared in front of him, constantly swinging their short sickles. Gradually, each little demon conjured a perfect clone of itself, and in less than 10 seconds, the number of these little demons actually doubled. Is this the skill of the wandering spirits in this layer? I just wonder how strong they are. Zhuang Bufan deliberately tested them, allowing them to attack him. The pig-nosed little demon swung its sickle and charged at Zhuang Bufan with lightning speed. The sharp sickle cut through his skin, and Zhuang Bufan sensed that things were not looking good. He quickly gathered a water blade in his hand, and then struck with a flash of lightning. This time, apart from the pig-nosed little demon attacking him, the other creatures only suffered some superficial injuries and did not lose their lives. This strength might be at the ghost level. Even after absorbing the psychic energy of the first layer of wandering spirits, Zhuang Bufan had only returned to the realm of strong ghosts. Although taking care of this group of weak ghosts was not a problem at all. However, the difficulty growth curve of the tower made him somewhat fearful. After dealing with these few, it would be better to go back first and at least find the atomic warrior to get a blade. Looking at the dozen or so weak ghost-level minions, Zhuang Bufan began to feel intimidated by the tower, but fortunately, he was indeed a master at the ghost pinnacle level. He also possessed many powerful skills, so taking care of these little demons was naturally a piece of cake. Although he was surrounded by a dozen weak, ghost-level little demons, and his own state was weakened, this group of little demons did not cause him too much trouble. There was no need to test the swordsmanship of the Oboro flow. Zhuang Bufan summoned a set of water armor and endured the attacks of the little demons in close combat. Using the technique of water flow, rock, smash fist, his ruthless iron fist struck them down, compared to the water gun, which could only be used a few times before needing time to recondense the spiral. Zhuang Bufan's iron fists were clearly more durable. Ghost Cry lower kick, Demon Slayer mid kick, Azura strong strike, Help Burial Handblade. Zhuang Bufan shouted the name of his modified ultimate move while clearing out the group of enemies in front of him. Most of the monsters could hardly withstand Zhuang Bufan's Shura fist. Even if they managed to endure it, they would still meet their end beneath his hell burial knife hand, their skulls shattering. Target: unconscious spirit beings. Telekinesis enhanced. Telekinesis resistance enhanced. Acquired skill: Phantom Body. The basic techniques of obscure flow swordsmanship allow the user to create a phantom body through the fusion of telekinesis and will, enabling them to strike from a position that enemies cannot discern, with strength determined by the host's telekinesis and willpower. The legendary Yin Return can simultaneously intercept a flying swallow from 3 angles. So how does the swordsman using this move execute it? Detection shows that the host has already learned all the basic techniques of obscure flow swordsmanship, which automatically merges into a passive skill: Obscure Flow Sword Technique. Obscure Flow Sword Technique, in Legends, manipulates demon blades, a sword technique for slaying gods and demons. When holding a sword, reaction speed increases by 20, telekinesis is enhanced by 20, and the effect of a stable Dao heart is gained. The negative buffs from the demon blade you wield are weakened. Clearly, you have only mastered the most basic applications of obscure flow swordsmanship. It's still a long way to achieve the realm of slaying gods and demons with ease. It feels like this phantom body isn't much different from stand-in. Perhaps the founder of obscure flow swordsmanship was actually a stand-in user. Zhuang Bufan casually muttered some complaints and summoned a water gun, only to find that he couldn't enjoy the benefits of the misty flow sword technique. Dispersing the water gun, he tried to create an illusionary clone, and soon a light blue figure appeared before him, intangible, as if passing through the air when touched. He used his mind to control the clone and struck the ground with all his might, creating a massive pit with the force of the impact. At the moment the clone punched, he could feel a slight burden on his spirit, even experiencing a hint of dizziness. It seemed he should find a real sword, as the mental burden from this illusionary clone skill was too great. It could only be used in conjunction with certain techniques. Receiving a reminder from a system, Zhuang Bufan attempted to summon two illusionary clones to overlap with his body and simultaneously execute a supersonic Iaido slash from 3 different angles. Boom! 3 beams of sword light struck the same spot from 3 different directions, the sword energy overlapping and forming a terrifying triangular sword mark on the ground, over 10 meters deep. He wondered if having a demon sword in hand would make things better. Zhuang Bufan felt a bit lethargic, although his previous move, the Yen Fan, was not very skilled. Its power far exceeded his supersonic Iaido, not to mention the bizarre angle of the sword strike that was impossible to defend against. Calling it a lethal technique would not be an exaggeration. Aside from putting a bit more strain on his body, everything else was quite good. After resting in place for a few minutes, Zhuang Bufan returned to the spot where he had originally appeared, only to find that the entrance he had come through had long since disappeared. Did he have to defeat the boss of this level to go back? He hoped it wouldn't be too strong. Zhuang Bufan muttered to himself that the monsters on the first level were only at the tiger level, but the boss guarding the gate, the Qing Fangzhu, had the strength of a ghost level. It could be said that there was a significant gap in strength, crossing an entire level. Although he had enhanced a portion of his psychic power through plundering in the sword cave, restoring some of his strength, his current physical condition was only at the upper middle ghost level. He could only hope that the boss at the lower level wouldn't be too strong. His current means of attack would pose no problem against enemies weaker than the strong ghost level, but facing those at the upper ghost level might lead to a tough battle. However, if it were above the upper ghost level, then everything would be uncertain. Perhaps it was his illusion, but Zhuang Bufan always felt that this level was larger than the previous one, and searching for enemies took considerably more effort. He didn't know how much time he had spent, having dealt with several waves of enemies, yet the boss guarding the bottom still hadn't appeared like before. It wasn't until he passed by a dilapidated village that he discovered a creature resembling a water wheel. The central axle featured a face of an evil spirit, surrounded by burning red ghost flames. Ruin Wheel. Zhuang Bufan recognized this creature. It seemed to be roughly on par with his current strength, but he lacked the foresight of a bug god to accurately gauge the true power of such a being. Fortunately, this monster was heavy enough in size, making it look like it wouldn't be easy to evade his attacks. Zhuang Bufan put on his water armor and suddenly kicked off, charging towards the ghostly face of the Wheel of Ingress, knocking it down to the ground. The ghostly flames surrounding the Wheel of Ingress scorched Zhuang Bufan's water armor, creating a large amount of steam that obscured the vision of both individuals. Limitless consecutive strikes. Zhuang Bufan was not clear about the true strength of the Wheel of Reincarnation, which was a demon capable of summoning fire, so he used all his strength as soon as he made a move. The power of his punch was equivalent to that of the main cannon of a battle vehicle, raining down on the ghostly face of the Wheel of Reincarnation, accompanied by loud explosions, turning into specks of fluorescent light. Until the Wheel of Reincarnation completely disappeared, Zhuang Bufan still did not know what realm this monster belonged to. Target: Wandering Wheel of Reincarnation Telekinesis Enhancement. Telekinesis Resistance Enhancement. You can't expect a wheel to use sword techniques. After the Wheel of Reincarnation vanished, 2 whirlpools appeared on the ground, one of which gradually calmed down, resembling a mirror, reflecting the image of the first level that Zhuang Bufan had encountered. When he emerged from the sword cave, the little fox was cooking. Upon seeing Zhuang Bufan come out, she casually prepared 2 more dishes. While waiting for the meal, he looked at the current state of the temple. Ever since Zhuang Bufan brought out 2 containers of supplies, the temple had gained a lot of the aroma of cooking, and it was quite pungent. Put in less chili. I've been feeling a bit fiery lately. If you want something lighter, can't you just move outside to cook? After all, this is a temple. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Zhuang Bufan transformed into the state of the swift wind wolf, quickly sending the cooking fumes outdoors. Although it seemed a bit overkill for him as a fan, the effect was indeed good. Infinite Master, I am the Inari god here. This temple is my home. Why should I suffer retribution for cooking in my own house? The silly fox placed the dishes on the table, tilting its head and looking at Zhuang Bufan, not quite understanding what he had just said. Don't you think cooking inside creates too much smoke? By the way, is it really okay to keep that portal open like this? After the silly fox's reminder, Zhuang Bufan realized that the little fox in front of him was, after all, a legitimate deity. The teleportation array is maintained by the energy of the earth veins. It can be a bit troublesome when opening it, though. Don't worry about any problems. I've already used illusion to cover the temple. While explaining, the silly fox also taught him how to recognize the illusion when entering and exiting the temple. Upon learning that Zhuang Bufan would be leaving for a short while, its ears drooped down listlessly. It seemed that next time he came, he should consider bringing some books or something for the silly fox. Zhuang Bufan thought to himself. After leaving the island, Zhuang Bufan returned to City A with the 2 broken demon blades. He hadn't appeared in public for some time. When he arrived at the association's headquarters, Shichi even came out personally to welcome him. May I ask, Infinite Knight, where have you been for over a week? The association has tried to contact you multiple times without any result. I went to a strange secret realm. By the way, what does the association want from me? Zhuang Bufan is reluctant to reveal more information, as the confidential information of the Hero Association has basically been leaked like a sieve. I hope you can ask Miss Tornado to investigate the 3 recent major monsters in City Z, King Cutter, Insect God, and Little Tornado, and carry out the mission together. Are you trying to get me killed? Zhuang Bufan interrupted this guy who wanted to continue reading the target list. Although Zai Longjuan promised the association that she wouldn't take action against him, thinking about the things he had done, each one clearly crossed her bottom line repeatedly. In that case, going on missions with her would probably be. Zhuang Bufan trusts Tornado's character very much, but he doesn't trust his own loose lips. Who knows what strange things he might say to annoy Tornado? The 3 oddities of City Z, right? Just leave it to me to handle one person. If you must send more people, please just choose someone else. Anyone will do. If Tornado accepts this task, then the greatest danger in this mission is not the bug god or some officer from the association, but Tornado herself. Sai originally thought this would be a great opportunity to improve the relationship between the 2 of you. Since you're unwilling, then let the sexy prisoner cooperate with you. That guy's been longing to see you again ever since the battle with the Deep Sea King in City J. Is Atomic Samurai available? Please, even Bald Cape Hero would do, or even that group of brain-dead Vest family guys will be fine. Thanks to Shichi's reminder, Zhuang Bufan finally realized that there was another pervert in the association who could pose a threat to him. Fortunately, Atomic Samurai was currently in the association, and Shichi readily agreed to this decision. It's really strange. After not seeing you for a few days, you actually exude the aura of a swordsman, but looking at you, you still seem to lack any talent for swordsmanship. Atomic Samurai stroked his beard, observing Zhuang Bufan's changes. Zhuang Bufan hoped to find the Atomic Samurai not just to fulfill the task assigned by the association. He placed the broken spider, cut into 2 pieces, in front of the Atomic Samurai, and asked if there was a place to repair this cursed sword. The Atomic Samurai glanced at the half-broken cursed sword, then stared intensely at Zhuang Bufan for a while, before finally speaking. I've never seen someone who can subdue a cursed sword like you. It seems that you're not suited for the sword path. After staring at me for so long, is that your conclusion? If that's the case, let me show you my understanding of the sword path during this time. Initially, he had a request for the Atomic Samurai, which is why he held back from retorting. But being told this much, even Zhuang Bufan felt a bit displeased. Interesting, is it still the land-tilling sword technique? As an older man, your mouth is even more chatty than mine. No wonder you'll later be treated as a sandbag, hanging there to be beaten. The 2 arrived at the association's internal combat testing room. Although the news of their sparring had spread for less than 5 minutes, the audience seats were already filled with people. An A-class Infinite Knight and an S-class Atomic Samurai sparring. How could this guy be so reckless? A C-class hero, while munching on sunflower seeds, remarked in a tone of someone watching a show, even sharing some of his seeds with others. That newcomer is not just any A-class hero. I've heard he's already been recognized by the association as an S-class candidate, and he could be promoted at any time. A guy who knew a bit of the inside story explained from the side. So, are we going to see the fighting style between S-class heroes with our own eyes this time? Excitedly, everyone looked towards the center of the arena, while the association wanted to take this opportunity to confirm Zhuang Bufan's strength. Young man, I'll let you make the first move. Don't worry, I'll only use the back of my sword. The sandbag, no. The Atomic Samurai is indeed a genius who can reach the dragon-level position solely through sword skills. Zhuang Bufan naturally didn't have to worry about whether he could handle his own sword techniques. But this bar was just to show off the newly learned Oboro Flow sword technique. Therefore, Zhuang Bufan transformed into the form of a Shura sword maniac and borrowed a training steel knife from the association, instead of choosing the strongest Water City Knight form. Holding his breath and concentrating, he aimed at the position of the Atomic Samurai and executed a triple supersonic Iato technique, the Yatagarasu. Yatagarasu. The atomic samurai widened his eyes in surprise as he watched Zhuang Bufan's three figures executing the Iaido technique from three different angles. Ding, a crisp sound rang out as the three sword lights simultaneously shattered the three-pronged attack from Zhuang Bufan. The precise timing made it sound to outsiders like just one sound. I am truly surprised. I didn't expect that the Yatagarasu could be combined with Iaido in this way. Zhuang Bufan looked at the shattered steel knife in his hand. The atomic samurai had also used the yin return technique to counter his attack. He remained still, and even with his blade transformed into three parts, he was able to strike at his weapon from three angles simultaneously. This is what true yin return is. Although he had successfully made the atomic samurai acknowledge that he was not just an idiot who knew only how to perform the new year sword technique in kendo, he couldn't shake off the inexplicable sense of defeat. Is this how it ends? Can someone explain what exactly just happened? The clash between the masters occurred in the blink of an eye, and no one present could clearly see what transpired. All they heard was a crisp sound. Zhuang Bufan's knife shattered, and then it was all over. The recording devices around the association began to replay the footage, but even when slowed down to the maximum, it was still impossible to see how these two fought. In a fleeting moment, it seemed that when Zhuang Bufan raised his hand again, he turned into three figures. Was it an illusion or an afterimage? No one dared to conclude, but the recorded video completely impressed the higher-ups of the association, solidifying Zhuang Bufan's status as an S-rank hero. The three guys who were deemed Oni level by the association. Can't you deal with them yourself? Then why did you call me over? The atomic samurai asked Zhuang Bufan curiously as they walked out of the hero association. In his view, Zhuang Bufan was already an outstanding fighter. Just his yin return technique was enough to handle most monsters. Not to mention this guy's terrifying physical abilities and powers to manipulate wind and water. The atomic samurai even felt that his future achievements might surpass the long-absent explosion. With such capabilities, how could Zhuang Bufan not be able to deal with those three low-level monsters rated as Oni by the association? So he believed there must be something else going on. It's all your fault, old man, that I almost forgot about this matter. Zhuang Bufan complained and took out the broken spider blade that had been cut in half. Uncle, can you take a look and see if there's any way to repair this cursed sword? Zhuang Bufan is different from the atomic warrior. He himself cannot reach the realm of killing freely. An ordinary blade in his hands may even fail to execute a complete sword technique, as it might break under the pressure of his strength. Without a good sword, his Azura sword maniac form is essentially half-wasted. Not to mention how significant this form would be for him to conquer the sword cave, let alone the terrifying attribute enhancement the demon sword provides him. The forging technique for the demon sword has been lost since the death of the last master of the Muramasa clan 80 years ago, and naturally, no one can repair it. Although the demon sword is sharp, it is ultimately just an evil blade. If you really need a famous blade, I recommend you seek Master Zhang Shaoqing. The sword I am currently using is a creation of his. Zhang Shaoqing? I even have a double-edged sword. Zhuang Bufan quietly complained in his heart and imagined the scene of the atomic warrior wielding a kitchen knife. The image was simply too beautiful, and he couldn't bear to look at it. Forget it, since you have no way to remedy the situation. You won't be needed here. Uncle, you might as well go fishing by the lake. I'll handle the rest. The atomic warrior, who was just over 40, muttered about how the current generation was not as good as before, while seriously considering whether to invite Bongu to go fishing together. After sending off the atomic warrior, Zhuang Bufan returned to City Z, dragged a lounge chair down from his home, and watched the bizarre crow-like creatures raised in Saitama constantly squabbling. He started munching on sunflower seeds and nuts. Come on, the headquarters of the Monster Association is right below his home. Where else would be a better place to fish? As the sun set, Zhuang Bufan had already begun on his second bag of sunflower seeds, leaning back in his chair and absent-mindedly thinking about the clouds in the sky. Where have you been for more than a week? Thankfully, there was some leftover meat filling at home. I'm making croquettes today. Do you want some Saitama? Saw Zhuang Bufan, who had been lounging downstairs in a relaxed manner after a long time apart, and felt like a chatty old lady at that moment. He was carrying a bag of groceries home, dressed in his yellow hero suit, with a green onion sticking out, while Genos was beside him, simply greeting Zhuang Bufan. Zhuang Bufan lazily waved his hand, not sitting up, tilting his head to look at Saitama, and said casually, "Then I'll leave that to you to take care of." Saitama looked at Zhuang Bufan, who appeared to be a complete mess, and said nothing, which was taken as an agreement. "Just bring me a jar of pepper, doctor. I've been munching on seeds all day, and I'm dying of thirst." Zhuang Bufan, this lazy dog, is completely insatiable and shamelessly made unreasonable demands on Saitama. Genos. If you neglect your training, sooner or later you'll end up like Zhuang Bufan, a useless human. I see. This is truly enlightening. Genos, rarely hearing Master Saitama's advice, hurriedly took out a small notebook and recorded it word for word. One really dares to speak, and the other really dares to believe Zhuang Bufan originally wanted to complain about something, but then he thought about it and realized that what Saitama said seemed to be the truth. With the bright moon overhead, the night in the abandoned area, free from human activity pollution, still allowed for a view of the starry sky. Zhuang Bufan was covered with the blanket that Genos had given him, and beside him was an empty food container. It seemed that today he wouldn't be able to find a chance to deal with them. Should he go back, take a shower, and catch a nap, then look for an opportunity to infiltrate the Monster Association tomorrow? The monthly salary from the Hero Association was already quite decent, and frankly, he didn't have much need to take the risk of sneaking into the Monster Association. It's just that he had a pitiful dumb fox to take care of now, and he hadn't participated in any hero activities for a while. One could say that he was still a bit tight on funds, and if he could pull off this job, it would alleviate a lot of his financial pressure. Well, starting tomorrow, he would take a stroll around the streets. If he couldn't find a chance to deal with them, then so be it. After all, the food he bought for the dumb fox would last her for a while. As for himself, he could just mooch off Saitama and King for the time being. Speaking of which, Fubuki's cooking was quite good. Should he go and mooch off her too? Nah, maybe it's better not to keep jumping around on Tatsumaki's bad side during this period. Zhuang Bufan muttered to himself, thinking about going upstairs to sleep, but he felt like something nearby was watching him. Across the street, he could vaguely see two shadows. One was tall and thin, holding something long and slender in both hands, while the other was robust, but its outline was definitely not human. We've been searching for so many days, and I can't believe this guy is right here. Is this what they call darkness under the lamp? Haha, insect god. Let me be clear. This guy is my prey. If you dare to intervene, I'll take you down too. A gloomy female voice echoed, with a hint of bloodthirst in her words. The insect god glanced at Cutter, but didn't speak. This crazy woman was obviously not his match. However, everyone in the association knew she was a bloodthirsty lunatic, so he couldn't be bothered with her. This time, their Lord King Snake specifically sent the two of them to gather information about this promising new hero, Zhuang Bufan, who had the potential to break into S rank. To avoid exposing the association's information and jeopardizing Lord Bright's plan, they had to act in a very low-key manner these days. Because of this, Cutter's killing intent had reached an unbearable level. I'll give you 30 seconds. If you can't deal with that guy, don't blame me for intervening. That's enough. After receiving the response, Cutter licked the bandages on her face with her tongue and looked at Zhuang Bufan with a twisted smile. Cutter shouted, excitedly swinging her blade at Zhuang Bufan. The high-frequency slashes easily shredded the asphalt around him. The shadows of the blades flew everywhere, showing that this woman was in an excited state. Is that it? Even my armor can't be breached, and you still have the nerve to call yourself the Cutting King? Zhuang Bufan mocked the Cutting with an annoying tone. In fact, Zhuang Bufan was quite surprised himself. Although his telekinesis greatly enhanced his abilities, he still underestimated the potential of using his powers. There was no doubt that the Cutting had strong ghost-level strength, yet her frenzied attacks couldn't break through the fluid armor he created. This indicated that his telekinesis level had nearly reached strong ghost level, or even ghost pinnacle level. Dispersing the fluid armor around him, Zhuang Bufan enveloped the Cutting in a stream of water, forming a round water ball. He then clenched his fist, causing the water ball to shrink to 1/3 of its original size. Under the intense pressure, the Cutting coughed up blood and lost consciousness. Oh no! The bug god saw Zhuang Bufan standing there unscathed after withstanding the Cutting's relentless assault, still looking composed, and realized that the situation might change. He rushed over to help the Cutting escape danger, leaving the next course of action, whether to fight or retreat, for later consideration. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. The bug god shouted and dashed in front of Zhuang Bufan, using one hand to burst the water ball that confined the Cutting. This was not the time to show gentlemanly manners. The bug god slapped the Cutting aside, hoping to wake her up with that strike, and then, taking advantage of his physical advantage, he swung both fists down like a hammer. As expected of a ghost pinnacle-level monster, his strength was not inferior to Zhuang Bufan's at that moment. Zhuang Bufan was standing above the pit where the underground king had emerged. Though the ground had been filled in by Genos, the entire underground was still hollow. Under the bug god's immense power, the force Zhuang Bufan endured hadn't even had a chance to transfer to the ground before he was driven into the earth like a nail. Only his arms and the area above his neck remained exposed. What the hell, it turns out he's just a flashy guy with nothing inside. Before Zhuang Bufan could say anything, the bug god stomped down, shaking the surrounding buildings. Naturally, Zhuang Bufan, trying to get up, was pinned dozens of meters underground by this force. If you have the ability, then don't let me out, otherwise I'll take your head off and kick it like a ball. Zhuang Bufan was furious. He had always been the one to take advantage of others. But this was the first time someone had done this to him, and it felt incredibly unpleasant. That damn guy. I will dig you out and tear you into pieces. Xiegu awakened and kept digging with her dual blades, clearly intending to whip Zhuang Bufan's corpse. In the meantime, Chongshi stood by, thinking he had just dealt with this so-called Hero Association rookie. And as for the rest, he let this madwoman go wild. What time is it? Why is there so much noise? Don't you have any sense of public decency? People have to work tomorrow. A monotonous voice sounded beside the two of them. Xiegu and Chongshi turned to see a bald young man in pajamas who had appeared next to them without them noticing. He was yawning and looking at them with some annoyance. How didn't he expect there to be humans living here? But that's fine. You could die under my blade. Xiegu slowly spoke to Saitama, as if delivering a final judgment on his fate, and then swung her blade at Saitama. Clang, the sound of metal hitting the ground rang out. Oh, why did you tear my clothes? Pay me back for the pajamas. Xiegu looked in shock at the broken blade, while Saitama felt heartbroken looking at the tear in his pajamas, starting to complain. You go die. This guy is extremely abnormal, even among monsters. Instead of thinking about escaping after her left blade broke, Xiegu immediately launched another attack at Saitama. Pay me back for the pajamas, you bastard. Before the blade could strike him, Saitama waved his hand and directly swatted Xiegu to death. Then he looked down at his torn pajamas, thought for a moment, and said to the shocked Chongshi beside him, You're in cahoots with that guy, right? Pay me back for the pajamas. Before Saitama could finish, the extremely shocked Chongshi turned to run, but was suddenly caught by a burst of water gushing from a fire hydrant by the street. Immediately after, the ground trembled as if something was about to break out of the earth. Boom bang! A huge noise resonated throughout the ghost zone, dust flying everywhere, and faintly, some shadowy fists could be seen. Chongshi was directly beneath the spot where Zhuang Bufan broke through the ground, and one punch after another slammed into his torso, until even the water line could no longer withstand the immense force of Zhuang Bufan's punches, sending Chongshi flying. Zhuang Bufan transformed into the mode of the Gale Wolf. With a flap of his wings, dust swept around him, and Saitama's bald head turned into a dirt ball. Saitama looked at Zhuang Bufan with a helpless expression, watching the armored monster in the sky that seemed to have tough armor. Forget it, I'll take a shower and go back to sleep. Saitama didn't pay attention to the ongoing battle. He trusted Zhuang Bufan's strength. He hadn't come to help Zhuang Bufan. He had just come out to take a look because he couldn't sleep due to the noise. In the sky, the bug god evolved into its second form. The sky was not its territory, and Zhuang Bufan's upgraded wine blade struck against the bug god's armor, one slash after another. Even with its formidable defense, it couldn't withstand such powerful strikes, continuously being attacked. The armor it prided itself on began to crack, and with no leverage in the air, it could only be ruthlessly ravaged by Zhuang Bufan. Wind howl cannon. Seeing the moment was ripe, Zhuang Bufan gathered energy in his hands, unleashing a ball of energy that struck the bug god in midair. The immense force pinned it into the asphalt road far away, and, at this point, the bug god was already in a dazed state from the relentless assault. Zhuang Bufan flew over, and he hadn't forgotten how this guy had pinned him into the ground. He first hovered directly above the insect god, then continuously flew upwards, reaching an altitude of about 10,000 meters, completely losing sight of the insect god's form. He then began to dive. The enhancement of his telekinetic abilities also improved his control over the wind, which in turn increased his flying speed. In less than 3 seconds before landing, he had accelerated to a speed of 20 Mach. At this moment, Zhuang Bufan's legs were like red-hot iron, crashing down onto the insect god's torso like a falling meteor. The half-cooked insect god gained enhanced strength, improved stamina, and increased agility, acquiring the skill Copper Skin and Iron Bones. Copper Skin and Iron Bones reduces slashing damage by 20. Slashing damage exceeding twice the body's defense limit is negated. If you want the half-cooked insect god to be fully cooked, please repeat the previous steps. Zhuang Bufan stretched his muscles a bit. Encountering insect-type monsters was rare for him. This time, being empowered by the insect god of the Ghost Peak had nearly brought him to the dragon level. Although it was the realm of dragon shame, it was enough to satisfy him. You say the insect god and the cutter are dead. killed by that guy, named Infinite Knight. Big Bright Eyes looked at the Phoenix Man who reported with his head down, saying in surprise. Although these two were not considered the top combat power within the Monster Association, it was still surprising for them to be suddenly killed by a newly emerged hero. I didn't see their deaths, but according to eyewitnesses, the insect god seemed to have stolen the book of that Infinite Knight. He was caught and beaten in the air. He was hit for over 20 minutes and couldn't come down, seemingly having his legs broken, and was finally dispatched by that Infinite Knight with a descending leg technique. The Phoenix Man recounted the information he received. After such an attack, it was indeed likely that the insect god was dead. As for his corpse, it might have been eaten by those headless monster crows. Killing the insect god took so long. It seems his strength was just SOSO. It's better to set this guy aside for now. The most important thing now is to figure out where that explosion guy went. The Monster Association is currently gathering strength, and a great war is imminent. If we lose the initiative because of a rookie hero, it would be a significant loss. Big Bright Eyes ordered his subordinates to investigate Explosion's disappearance and whether there were any hidden powers within the Hero Association. But what was this vague feeling of unease in his heart? Inasla, put your infiltration of the association on hold. Go investigate the rookie hero Infinite Knight from the Hero Association. If you encounter a suitable situation, deal with him. If not, then forget it. Remember not to cause trouble. It's not yet time for formal warfare. Big Bright Eyes instructed a dragon-level monster, Inasla, to take over the insect god's previous tasks. This should be foolproof. Although the current Monster Association is filled with talents, it still lacks individuals capable of taking on significant responsibilities. Big Bright Eyes sighed, noting that the spirits of the monsters were mostly unstable. He could already guess why those two died, and now he had to trouble himself to find materials to supplement their combat power. The death of the belly cutter made him lose a good place to replenish strength. He had to find a way to solve this problem. Rumble, a loud noise came from the upper floors, as if someone was fighting. It seemed the Great Serpent was also awakened by this noise. What happened? Without waiting for the Great Serpent beside him to speak, Big Bright Eyes asked in advance. As his strategist and spokesperson, Big Bright Eyes understood the Great Serpent's thoughts very well. It's nothing. The guards you have are too weak. Not only is their strength insufficient, but their mental stability is also lacking. How can such weaklings join the Monster Association? I'm quite disappointed. Answering Big Bright Eyes was a figure entirely black, seemingly wrapped in blood clots of various sizes. He walked over, dragging two monsters that were in a state of fainting. It seemed this guy was the cause of the earlier commotion. Normally, a monster that looked like this could be considered quite ugly. However, for some reason, those blood clots produced a strange sense of beauty, like the armor plating on Godzilla. The difference was that this guy did not give off any sense of heaviness. Instead, he exuded a feeling of rapidity. Who are you? Big Bright Eyes did not foolishly ask this guy his purpose for being here, in front of the Great Serpent. He had no choice but to submit. Since there was no choice, there was no problem. Armored Sludge, my name is Armored Sludge. I heard someone is trying to become the king of the monsters, and I am here to verify if he has that qualification. Armored Sludge stared at the Great Serpent, who also looked at this strange monster with interest. You have the scent of the ocean and the aura of the Xian turtle. You are indeed a powerful being. So, Armored Sludge, do you think I have the qualifications to be called the world's overlord? The Great Serpent spoke rarely, his massive form exuding an intimidating presence. Although he usually kept a low profile, few people knew of his existence. Yet he was incredibly confident, for in his eyes, there was no one in this world who could rival him, not even Explosion. I am at your service, my lord. Armored Sludge slightly bowed, adopting a posture of submission. The loyalty from a being of his level naturally pleased the Monster King, the Great Serpent. The task of probing into the Hero Association's information is entrusted to you. My lord, this Armored Sludge has just joined the association. I think it will be better to let him familiarize himself with the situation here. Big Bright Eyes' expression changed slightly. She appeared somewhat flustered, having noticed the Great Serpent's inexplicable trust in this strange being. This made her feel a bit of a crisis. Not because she was afraid this guy would affect her position, but because it made her uneasy that he hadn't even gone through the formalities yet. A monster serving the Great Serpent? I didn't expect there to be someone here who distrusts their own kind. Armored Sludge mocked Big Bright Eyes sarcastically in front of the Great Serpent, while the surrounding monsters watched his actions with a cold sweat. Big Bright Eyes didn't mean that. But if possible, she hoped he could prove himself. Before Big Bright Eyes could react, the Great Serpent changed the topic, seemingly caring a lot about this newcomer who had confronted Big Bright Eyes head-on. Since my lord has such high hopes, please give me some time. I will definitely present you with a surprise gift. After leaving the Monster Association, Armored Sludge confirmed that no one was around, shed the blood clots on his body, and took out a belt he had hidden in advance. I didn't expect the King Great Serpent to have such an eye for me. Could it be that I'm truly more suited to develop within the Monster Association? Belros, that turtle that looks like a multi-headed hydra, causing trouble in the hero competition arena, unexpectedly encountered Zhuang Bufan ahead of time. After dealing with him, he even provided a transformation form that could merge with his Water Knight state. Swamp Lord possesses the power to manipulate water flow and land, can communicate with all terrestrial and aquatic plants, strength increased by 70, agility increased by 55, defense increased by 40. Life Messenger. As long as there is life activity, you can enjoy the blessings of all beings. Life recovery maximum increased by 50, strength increased by 30, slashing damage reduced by 20. Having mastered the ability of rock freestyle swimming even earlier than the sexy prisoner is something I never expected. After obtaining this transformation form, Zhuang Bufan's mind conceived a brilliant operation. It's rare to have a form that looks so much like a monster. If I don't go and act as a double agent this time, it would be truly unjust. Thus, Zhuang Bufan infiltrated the Monster Association and seems to have obtained a fairly high position. How strange. Why can't I find him? Inasref stood on the rooftop, sorting through the documents in his hands. As a top intelligence officer of the Monster Association, he had spent 3 whole days without even finding a trace of the Infinite Knight. Turning around, he carefully investigated the familiar faces and found that apart from a man with a bald head and a B-rank beauty, the rest were all S-rank heroes. The B-rank Hellish Snow. This guy was the sister of the Trembling Tornado. Offending that woman was certainly not a wise decision. Should he capture that bald, caped hero and interrogate him thoroughly? Although he lived with that S-rank rookie, the Devil Cyborg, he should still have a chance to catch him alone. Inasra, Lord Orochi is very dissatisfied with your progress. Why do you spend so much time without any progress at all? A monster covered in blood scabs approached him step by step from behind. Inasra retreated in rhythm with the monster's approach, signaling him not to come any closer. Armored Sludge, if possible, please stay where you are. Although you are a trusted favorite of Lord Orochi, I think it would be better for us to keep some distance between us. Armored Sludge, this enigmatic monster, was a newly favored minister of Lord Orochi, popping up seemingly out of nowhere. Apart from knowing that this guy didn't get along with Lord Bright Eyes, all information about him was a huge mystery. Although Inasra was a dragon-level monster, he did not possess any powerful melee abilities. Like the Wandering Emperor, he attacked enemies using laser manipulation. Although he usually worked out, he wouldn't dare to claim bravery in front of Armored Sludge. He could only ensure a safe distance, just in case. Rest assured, I'm not here to cause you trouble. Just to remind you that if this drags on too long and leads to Lord Orochi's dissatisfaction, you should know what the consequences will be. Judging by your appearance, things don't look too optimistic, right? You still say you're not here to threaten me? Inasra silently mocked in his heart. Although this task was assigned to him by Lord Bright Eyes, anyone with eyes could see that it was actually Lord Orochi's intention. Recalling the cannibalistic Orochi, Inasra felt a chill run down his spine. I wonder if Mr. Armored Sludge has any insights? Inasra tentatively inquired about Zhuang Bufan's opinion. Currently, Lord Orochi is gathering forces to prepare for an attack on the Hero Association. We lack internal information about the association and are also short on troops. If someone could help resolve one of these issues at this time, I believe Lord Orochi would understand your difficulties. He sounds like a good suggestion. Inasra remained expressionless, but internally he was filled with sarcasm. As an intelligence officer of the Monster Association, I can guarantee that the information we receive is even faster than what the upper echelons of the Hero Association get. Although you may not believe it, the database constructed by those gluttonous guys is completely full of lies, with no useful information at all, even more absurd than a Baidu encyclopedia entry. Submitting such information, I fear I would be torn to pieces by Lord Orochi. I really wonder what Mr. Armored Sludge's intentions are in giving me such advice. Is there such hostility? Zhuang Bufan scratched his head, no longer arguing with him and directly getting to the point. I have a piece of information. Whether you believe it or not depends on you. It is rumored that those monsters who were previously captured and imprisoned by the Hero Association were deemed dead, have been spotted active. Perhaps they are not dead, as the association has confirmed. Zhuang Bufan didn't continue speaking. Instead, he turned around and walked away from Inasla, not believing that Inasla would remain unmoved by the news. Although he hadn't considered continuing his development in the Monster Association, the attitude of these guys toward him was just too poor. Shrinking into the mud, Zhuang Bufan quickly swam toward the coastline. The reason he had to act this way was also quite helpless. Ever since he learned that the Monster Association saw him as a thorn in their side, Zhuang Bufan felt that he needed to temporarily disappear from everyone's sight. In the past few days, the letters from the Hero Association had nearly filled up his mailbox, essentially begging him to come out and stretch his legs. For this reason, Saitama even sent him a message, sarcastically complaining about how this guy could be lazier than himself. As for wandering around in the form of Swamp Lord, there are other heroes in this world besides Saitama, like Tornado, Sweet Mask, and Metal Knight. Although Saitama should understand that he wouldn't act against him, Tornado and Sweet Mask might not. So to avoid trouble, Zhuang Bufan decided to hide for a while. Zhuang Bufan searched around the ice cellar after arriving on the island, hoping to grab a bottle of soda. However, he found a cardboard box completely empty, and beside it were piles of aluminum cans, 8 big boxes of whey soda, and all that was left were aluminum cans. Silly fox, where's my Coke? Zhuang Bufan walked out of the temple with a dark face, looking at the snow-white fox lying by the low tree. This guy was actually basking in the sun here, rolling onto its back and taking a nap. It seemed that during the days he was gone, the silly fox had been living quite happily. Awu hearing Zhuang Bufan's voice. The little fox hurriedly flipped over, pretending to not understand what he was saying, its pair of sparkling big eyes looking at him in confusion. Oh, so you've learned to lie, huh? You've learned to deceive at just 500 years old. Tell me, who did you learn it from? Zhuang Bufan originally thought about catching the silly fox by its ears like catching a rabbit, but was afraid of hurting her. In the end, he could only hold her front paws and keep scratching her belly. Wow, little fox, you've gained weight, and you've got some little fat on your belly. Bang, the silly fox transformed back into her Shikigami form, saying things like the infinite adult is deceiving while using her little hands to pinch her belly and face. It's over, it really seems to be true. Zhuang Bufan could see at a glance what this silly fox was thinking. Her expression was all written on her face. Eating too much candy and sweet drinks is definitely going to make you gain weight. Who told you to eat so much at once? But this is fine. Turning into a fox gives her a nice soft feel when touched. Zhuang Bufan was mercilessly adding insult to injury, and the foolish fox's ears drooped in disappointment. After swimming for such a long time, my stomach is a bit hungry now. Juju, I'll leave dinner to you. Zhuang Bufan laid down in the spot where the silly fox had just been. It was around 4 in the afternoon, and the sunlight was not so harsh, complemented by the comfortable sea breeze. Zhuang Bufan fell asleep shortly after lying down, and it was the silly fox that eventually woke her up. Tamagoyaki, pickled cabbage salad, mixed grain rice, stir-fried greens, and cold tofu. Everything was vegetarian except for the tamagoyaki. Zhuang Bufan originally wanted to complain to the silly fox, but then he noticed that this guy was carefully calculating something. He only took a small portion of vegetables and put it in his own bowl, paired with a pitifully small amount of mixed grain rice, looking as if he had suffered some grievance. Actually, I was just kidding you earlier. You haven't gained any weight at all. One was to take care of his own diet, and the other was that he felt the silly fox's reaction was indeed a bit excessive. Zhuang Bufan helplessly said these insincere words. Really? I knew it. How could Juju, as the great Inari deity, possibly get fat from that thing called cola? After saying this, the little fox pulled out a can of cola from somewhere and drank it carefree. Oh no, the little fox touched his head, where a big bump had formed. Zhuang Bufan grabbed the little fox by its 2 feet and shook it upside down wildly, causing several cans of Coke to fall out. This is what Juju uses to offer to the spirit fox lord. The silly fox's eyes were darting around rapidly as she frantically thought of a reason to fool Zhuang Bufan. Yeah, gun, you. Oh dear, Zhuang Bufan had assembled the shelves in the ice cellar and was counting the drinks on them, all of which he had secretly bought from them all. You can only drink 1 can a day from now on, got it? Is 2 cans okay? The clumsy fox sat on the ground, watching Zhuang Bufan assemble the shelves, stacking various drinks on top, while 2 big bags were perched on its head. Yet, it did not forget to haggle, despite appearing remorseful. There was no hint of genuine regret. I really can't with you. After making an agreement with the clumsy fox, Zhuang Bufan returned to the sword cave. The mud manipulation ability granted by the Swamp Lord allowed him to create sludge armor that was better than fluid armor in terms of defense, as well as rock blades that were sturdier than water guns. Each time he entered the cave, he had to start fighting from the first level, which was quite a hassle. After spending half a day dealing with the reborn wheel of suffering, he arrived at the 3rd level. The boss on this level was a ghost foot that transformed from a wild boar, with strength close to that of a demon. Given Zhuang Bufan's current abilities, defeating this wild boar didn't take much time. Looking at his progress, he felt he could still climb a couple more levels. as he sensed the effects of psychic resistance constantly countering the negative buffs inside the sword cave. He easily dealt with the black ape and the Kai, reaching his original target with surprising ease, which made him feel a bit inflated. Since it was rare to have a next dungeon run, he might as well push for another level. In Edo Castle, a gigantic centipede spiraled above the main keep. Its crimson blood armor and golden claws spoke volumes about its bloody and terrifying nature, swirling in the sky like a ferocious dragon. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have tried to self-jump battle here. Is human greed really like a snake swallowing an elephant? The great centipede had been a flying centipede on the verge of transforming into a dragon in life, and even in its posthumous projection state, it possessed formidable power comparable to a lower-tier dragon. Zhuang Bufan couldn't leave the sword cave without defeating the great centipede, although he had brought some dry food and water, and didn't have to worry about his lifeline for the time being. It was clear this wasn't a long-term solution. A flash of lightning. Zhuang Bufan slightly retracted his blade, and then suddenly exerted force, the blade soaring into the sky. Using the momentum of the blade, he executed an ascending dragon slash, striking the belly of the giant centipede. The blade grazed the red armor, leaving a shallow white scar on it. Although that attack was merely a tentative strike, the creature had taken the hit without breaking its armor, which left him somewhat disappointed. As he flipped in the air, the giant centipede's massive maw began to aim at him. Zhuang Bufan was also not idle. He attempted to overlay his state with a phantom body. At the moment he turned around, originally attacking from 3 directions, the Iaido technique of Yin was now striking from the same direction, aiming for the legs of the giant centipede. Bang! 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 3 blades, 3 Iaido strikes, landed on the same spot in less than a millisecond. The first strike had already sliced through the giant centipede's red armor, and the subsequent 2 attacks nearly cut its body in half. Clapped the moment he landed, Zhuang Bufan showcased several stylish sword-sheathing techniques, perhaps to convey that a true man never looks back at an explosion. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. Zhuang Bufan still did not hear the familiar voice from outside, and turned around to find that the giant centipede he had cut in half had transformed into 2 clones. "Are you a worm?" Zhuang Bufan made a mindless remark, dodged the attack of the giant centipede, and unleashed a flash of lightning again. This strike had a much more effective impact on the split giant centipede than the first powerful move, but it still couldn't break through. At this moment, he wished he had a famous blade. Although the rock blade was sturdy, it lacked a sharp feeling, and most importantly, it didn't have any attack or armor-piercing bonuses, making it very difficult to kill this giant centipede. During Zhuang Bufan's contemplation, the giant centipede had once again merged, returning to its former form as the calamity dragon that dominated Edo Castle. It seemed that maintaining the attack frequency was necessary to completely eliminate this creature. But the consumption of the Iaido technique was far from enough to support the eradication of this giant centipede. What he needed was an armor-piercing attack. How could he have forgotten this? Discarding the rock blade, Zhuang Bufan manipulated the mud to wrap around the giant centipede's body. Thanks to the plasticity of his shaping ability and the exponentially increased telekinetic power, Zhuang Bufan, who was much weaker than the giant centipede, could still use the mud chains to restrain its movements. He infused his telekinetic power into his hands, causing it to continuously entwine. Zhuang Bufan repeatedly attempted to enchant himself using the floating boat method, until finally, a wave-shaped spirit armor appeared on his hand. Iron cutting. He tried to combine the techniques of the mist flow swordsmanship with the fist techniques of the 2 old men. Although it was somewhat difficult, he still managed to break through the great centipede's defensive armor. After a bloody and brutal struggle, the last segment of the great centipede's limb finally disappeared. Unconscious great centipede. Enhanced telekinesis. Increased telekinesis resistance. Acquired skill. Mist flow heart-focused fist. You could try to use fist techniques to attack enemies in conjunction with mist flow moves. As he finally realized that he is fated to be without the sword, Zhuang Bufan walked out of the sword cave with a tired expression. The thought of having to face the troublesome giant centipede next time made him estimate that he wouldn't be venturing into the sword cave again anytime soon. Zhuang Bufan came out of the shrine and saw a fence set up not far away, enclosing a small yard. Inside, there were a few chicks being raised, and the silly fox was patiently scattering millet to feed the chicks, looking just like a caring little child. Although Zhuang Bufan understood that the silly fox might be too lonely and wanted some playmates, he still felt something was off about a fox raising chickens. "I thought you had eaten all the eggs. By the way, if you're feeling bored, Do you need me to bring over some cats or dogs next time? For some reason, Zhuang Bufan thought of Pochi, feeling that the silly fox could get along with it. However, considering that his current strength seemed unable to handle that silly dog, it was better to leave the task of capturing Pochi to Saitama. It's Mr. Infinite. No need. I'm just trying to see if I can raise a few fat chickens so we can roast them later. By the way, it seems like everything Mr. Infinite brought back were unfertilized eggs. I took a long time to hatch these few, and I thought it was my problem. But if possible, it would be nice if Mr. Infinite could bring a few dogs too. I haven't tried orange yet. As soon as he thought about the fox belonging to the canine family, Zhuang Bufan hurriedly covered the silly fox's mouth, resulting in its drool smearing onto his palm. The thought of a snow-white fox curled up like a fluffy ball, carefully guarding a basket of eggs every day, filled his mind with images of roasted fat chickens. Should he find a better tutor for this fox? Zhuang Bufan seriously considered whether there were any tutors willing to come to the deserted island to teach. After calculating a bit, he estimated that he had spent about 3 days on this task, and that guy Inasla should have made some progress by now. After enjoying a delicious meal prepared by the silly fox, Zhuang Bufan returned to Z City, and as expected, that guy Inasla had not returned to the Oddities Association since then. Zhuang Bufan was constantly searching for Inasra's whereabouts around the Phantom Zone, preparing to intercept him before he returned to the Freak Association. After a day, he finally spotted that guy. What you said is indeed true. Those people actually set up a prison underground without informing the board for their own business. However, they didn't file the documents to keep it from some upper management. It's really funny. They didn't submit the documents because they were afraid the board would discover their business. But in the end, they inadvertently kept it from us. Inasra saw Zhuang Bufan transformed into the Swamp Lord and began to complain to him, his demeanor no longer so hostile towards the eccentric armored sludge. This report can only serve to atone for your mistakes, but you still haven't gathered any information about that Infinite Knight. I do have some news about that guy. If you agree to hand over His Majesty the Great Serpent, with my name included, then I would be very willing to take you to find that so-called Infinite Knight. Inasra chuckled, looking somewhat sarcastic. Nevertheless, he detailed all the information he had collected to Zhuang Bufan. Can you now tell me about the information regarding the Infinite Knight? Rather than seeking credit, Inasra, as an intelligence officer of the Freak Association, cared more about not making mistakes. That damned Infinite Knight had disappeared so completely. When he finally found him, he would definitely make him taste his own methods. I think it would be better if you come with me in person. Zhuang Bufan brought Inasla to a coastline far from the ghost area of Z City. Along the way, Zhuang Bufan wanted to take action several times, but Inasla, seemingly driven by the instincts of an intelligence officer, kept a suitable distance from him. As a dragon-class, strong attack-type mutant, although Inasla's physical fitness was far inferior to his own, getting hit by his laser beam was no joke. Zhuang Bufan decided to hold off for now, planning to wait until he could lure him to a suitable place before taking action. That day, I saw the Infinite Knight flying out of here with 2 containers, heading straight for about 6 or 7 islands. Since you've spent so many days without finding him, it only means he has probably run overseas. No wonder I couldn't find any trace of him after searching for so many days. But you only said it's a rough estimate? Is there no more detailed information? Zhuang Bufan pretended to sigh and said to Inasra, I can't compare to you. I can't pretend to be human and hire a yacht. Although I could steal a speedboat, but I need to know how to drive one. If it comes to taking hostages, then Bofui and Tornado would probably have to get involved. And I don't know how to swim, so how could I possibly swim such a long distance? Inasra looked at the armored sludge with suspicion. Although his reasons seemed somewhat valid, he still felt that something was off. In that case, I won't trouble you to accompany me. I believe His Majesty the Serpent must be very eager for this information from the Hero Association. Zhuang Bufan understood his meaning and simply said, Don't worry, I will inform His Majesty the Serpent that it was you, before leaving quite decisively. Could it be that I am just being suspicious? Twice in a row, the armored sludge left very promptly, making Inasra begin to doubt whether there was something wrong with his intuition. Shaking his head, he decided not to think about those useless things anymore and picked a modern sailboat he liked from the port. He borrowed some supplies from the surrounding ship stores and set off directly. It had been a long time since he sailed alone. Perhaps after His Majesty the Serpent conquers the world, he should find an island to live on and enjoy activities like deep diving. Inasra had already sailed hundreds of nautical miles without taking any hostages, and he didn't raid any luxury yachts belonging to super-rich individuals. The situation developed just as the armored sludge had said. The Hero Association simply couldn't be bothered to pay him any attention. If you want to try deep diving, I recommend stopping the boat and jumping in right now. Below this sea area lies the world's deepest trench. And even I couldn't explore it fully. Zhuang Bufan walked out of the cabin, holding a glass of self-mixed juice. Armored mud. I don't recall inviting you to join me on this journey. Inasla was surrounded by several glowing orbs, each capable of firing a deadly laser beam like that of a ghost-level monster. His words were filled with the scent of gunpowder. Sorry, but is this really okay? We're hundreds of nautical miles away from the coast, in the deep sea. What if you accidentally fire and sink the ship? Inasla knew it wasn't the right time to question Armored Mud. Although his expression remained grim, he still dispersed the glowing orbs, secretly watching Armored Mud's movements. Zhuang Bufan slowly walked to the bow of the ship, while Inasla headed towards the stern. At this moment, Zhuang Bufan, who had finally had enough fun, spoke up. I have two things that I lied to you about. The first is that I'm quite good at swimming. Living on the seabed for a month or so is really not a problem. As for the second thing, well, Inasla looked in shock as the armored sludge transformed into a naked human, and this guy clearly had the face of the infinite night. I wonder how long you can survive under a super tsunami after losing the ship. Before Inasla could figure out what Zhuang Bufan meant, a massive water sword sliced through the ship's hull, and immediately after, huge waves surged up from the sea, swallowing everything into the ocean. The so-called hero association that protects the world is nothing more than a group doing dirty things under the guise of nobility. Indeed, it's better for humans to face extinction. Speaking of which, armored sludge. You did well this time. This was Zhuang Bufan's second encounter with the great serpent. And the giant, I did not seek trouble with him. Instead, it looked at him with a very strange gaze. Zhuang Bufan can roughly guess what this guy is thinking. Either he believes he is an outstanding experimental subject, or he wants to be cultivated into a suitable host like they did with the serpent. What a ruthless woman. Now that new troops have been found, I wonder when we can go hunt that group of heroes. My scythe claw can hardly wait to taste blood. The centipede elder spirals around the serpent, like a protective pet. The hero stands tall by the serpent's feet, alongside the wandering emperor, evil natural water, black essence. And this new armored sludge. Even though the Monster Association just lost the Bug God and the Cutting King, it still seems easy for everyone to eliminate the Hero Association. Don't rush. The time isn't right. We haven't confirmed the information on two more guys. Not clarifying their true situation could easily threaten our next move. The Big Eye calms the emotions of everyone present. Aside from the hero, almost all of them are uncontrollable high-risk paranoids, being able to suppress them for so long. Sykes is indeed an extraordinary woman. Now that we have so many elite troops, who can stop our actions? Crossbow S strikes a seductive pose and asks Big Eye with slight interest. Excluding King and Tornado, these two exceptionally active, powerful heroes. The Hero Association also has Blaster and Metal Knight. Moreover, I'm also a bit interested in that Infinite Knight. When Blaster's name is mentioned, everyone naturally falls into silence. His active era predates the so-called Hero Association. Naturally, most of the legendary heroes' deeds have become urban legends, passed down only through the mouths of people. Is this why the Monster Association only began to take concrete actions against the Hero Association after Boros attacked them? Zhuang Bufan began to contemplate the information he received from the Great Eye, the actions of the Destruction Organization, defeating the Ninja Heaven Party. The legends about the bombing are even more fantastical than King S stories. It's only natural for someone like Sykes, who possesses the attributes of a strategist, to be wary of the appearance of bombing. During the battle with Boros, when the Hero Association's headquarters faced disaster, bombing did not appear at all. It's no wonder that afterward, the Monster Association immediately took action. This is not difficult to understand, but he has always been suspicious as to why they would single out Metal Knight for consideration. In a world of One-Punch Man, the assessment of combat power has always been judged from the perspective of the Hero Association. This has led to inflated power ratings. This is also why there are many inexplicable strength evaluations. After all, the Hero Association is itself a rather chaotic organization. Among the heroes in the Hero Association, the most ambiguous strength assessments belong to King, Saitama, Sweet Mask, and Metal Knight. Especially Metal Knight, there is a significant disparity in the narrative regarding his strength. From the background, the Child Emperor, who is also an S-class hero, was once his assistant and is listed by the Monster Association as one of the 4 great heroes, on par with Tornado and Bombing, and is seen as a thorn in the organization's side, making him seem incredibly impressive. However, every time he takes action, he performs poorly, first failing to stop a dragon-level meteorite, and then having his combat robot crushed by Orochi with a single blow. The only notable accomplishment he has is the reconstruction of City A in 7 days. Considering this, Metal Knight, who has had a brief acquaintance with Zhuang Bufan, indeed seems to have a rather ambiguous strength. Armor sludge, armor sludge. The shout of a hero interrupted Zhuang Bufan's contemplation. What's going on? It was only then that Zhuang Bufan noticed that all the monsters present were looking at him. The Great Eye asked if he knew where an Asra had gone. An Asra? Who knows? I don't even know what that guy looks like. So how can I know where he went? Upon hearing Zhuang Bufan's response, the Great Eye showed no reaction, just staring at his face, watching him for a long while before finally speaking. Is that so? Someone previously reported seeing you wandering in the ghost zone these past few days. I thought you might know something. The Great Eye's words were sharp, and those with keen senses began to rethink how this guy had gathered such information. Oomph. Zhuang Bufan let out a cold snort, and the blood scabs on his skin began to melt away. With a casual flick of his hand, a bullet made of dirt easily blew off a monster's head. Armor Mud, I think you need to give us an explanation. Before the Jiongyan could speak, Hao Jie stepped forward. Within the Monster Association, his strength was enough to rank in the top 5, and his massive size brought great pressure to Zhuang Bufan. Explanation. Here, aside from His Majesty the Great Snake. I don't need to explain my actions to anyone. Zhuang Bufan replied. What I just did was simply to let you know that if I had killed that guy named Inasla, I wouldn't need to make any excuses. The venue fell silent in an instant. To be honest, for an official of Zhuang Bufan's level, killing a tiger-level monster was nothing within the association. Even the deceased cutter would still chop a few things for fun when he had nothing to do. What truly surprised them was that this guy dared to maintain such an attitude in front of the Jiongyan and Hao Jie's questioning. It seems Armor Mud misunderstood my meaning. I do not doubt your loyalty to His Majesty the Great Snake. However, that does not mean you can offend me without facing consequences. While the Jiongyan spoke in a seemingly apologetic tone, she used telekinesis on Zhuang Bufan. The stone slabs under Zhuang Bufan cracked open as if pressed down by some invisible heavy object, yet he was unaffected and even scratched his beard. This guy is tougher to deal with than I imagined. Although the Jiongyan, out of her fondness for talent, did not go all out, Zhuang Bufan's performance exceeded her expectations. Seeing Zhuang Bufan's demeanor, she feared that her authority in front of everyone would be diminished. Then, the Jiongyan snapped her fingers, and a sudden burst of immense force slammed Zhuang Bufan against the wall, pinning him down firmly. Enough. The Great Snake spoke up, putting an end to the farce. The Jiongyan then released her telekinesis on Zhuang Bufan, who coldly snorted and stood up. He cast a cold glance at the Jiongyan and then deeply bowed to the Great Snake. Thank you, Your Majesty, for forgiving my impudence. When the battle begins, I will surely fight for you. However, before that, please forgive me for not being able to serve by your side. After saying this, Armor Mud left the magnificent hall, and the Monster Association returned to its usual rhythm. However, after that day, the way everyone looked at the Jiongyan lost a bit of respect. Bro, why don't you tell us how many times you've shown up this month? No, I mean how many times have you actually attended this month? Everyone can't even see you. If they didn't know better, they'd think you were a eunuch. Can you please be a bit more reliable? At least show your face when you have nothing else to do. It was rare for Zhuang Bufan to return to the Hero Association, and Shichi immediately seized the opportunity to complain. The notification regarding his promotion to S rank had already been issued. As Zhuang Bufan expected, he ranked behind Genos and the Sexy Prisoner, being the last in S rank, the 18th Infinite Knight. Zhuang Bufan awkwardly scratched his head, feeling embarrassed and not knowing what to say. Although S-class heroes are all somewhat carefree individuals, they are at least engaged in some just causes. It's indeed rare to find someone like him who is so carefree. It's really my fault. I wonder if the association has any important tasks? Just leave it to me. Zhuang Bufan patted his chest and guaranteed that it seemed he had forgotten what kind of tasks Shichi had previously assigned to him. Since that's the case, then I'll have to trouble you to take a trip to Stinky Cover Prison. For some reason, the Sexy Prisoner has applied to go on vacation to the beach. That place is full of ferocious A-level wanted criminals, and without him, it would be hard to suppress those inmates' lair. It feels like it's better to stay away. Can we change to something else? Zhuang Bufan said somewhat embarrassedly. Shichi sighed, expressing understanding, as the Sexy Prisoner has a notorious reputation. It's understandable that most people wouldn't want to get close to this guy. In that case, a while ago, a guy named Sonic the Hedgehog escaped from Stinky Cover Prison. We haven't been able to capture him yet. Could you please go take a look? Shichi said casually while stroking his chin. After all, this Sonic hasn't done anything too excessive, and from the association's perspective, he can't even be defined as a bounty criminal equivalent to a ghost-level monster. Bringing this up is just to give this lazy dog hero something to do, without any additional considerations. However, upon hearing this request, Zhuang Bufan had a different perspective. Where can I make you my pet? I'll buy you a honey jar too. Zhuang Bufan still remembers Sonic's earth-shattering and soul-stirring statement. Considering his unpredictable strength and ambiguous stance, it really makes Zhuang Bufan feel a bit hesitant to take action. If we throw out the concept of the three main male characters in the One Punch Man world, Saitama, Genos, and King would definitely be ranked in that order. But if we were to include a fourth place, it would basically go to Sonic. Moreover, in certain moments, he can even be more eye-catching than King, who is supposed to be his counterpart. Given his unique perspective, Zhuang Bufan could even foresee the troublesome life he would have in the future if he were to capture this guy. Zhuang Bufan shook his head frantically at Chi-Chi, his decisive attitude even surprising the guy a bit. After looking helplessly for a while, he finally said to him, "Then I'll have to trouble you to become the person in charge of City Z. You can't refuse this, right?" Looking at Chi-Chi's disrespectful gaze, as if he were looking at a useless person, Zhuang Bufan agreed. "Regional manager? What is that? It sounds like a hassle." After a long time, in Saitama's home, Zhuang Bufan, Genos, and Saitama were gathered together, enjoying hot pot. It's exactly the kind of troublesome job you imagine. You have to submit regional stability reports to headquarters every week, and you also need to calm the emotions of the citizens in the city. You even have to coordinate the activities of local heroes and help apply for benefits when necessary. Zhuang Bufan had a piece of yellow throat, and, through his tireless efforts, the tasting range of the hot pot team finally began to develop towards the direction of Chinese-style hot pot. It sounds like a real hassle, which is quite inconsistent with your lazy dog personality. Saitama just learned this new term from Zhuang Bufan's mouth, and now he keeps trying to use it whenever he has the chance, making Zhuang Bufan quite annoyed as he perfectly fits the criteria for the term's usage. Because of this, the only S-class hero who was appointed as a regional head was the homebody, police dog hero. In some cities, the heads aren't even A-class heroes, but just some B-class or C-class guys. Zhuang Bufan was eating while venting his frustrations, but he noticed that Saitama seemed to be deep in thought. Saitama, touching his shiny bald head, carefully scrutinized Zhuang Bufan. "You just said that regional managers have the obligation to help local heroes apply for benefits, right?" Saitama kindly said to Zhuang Bufan. "That's definitely true. Wait, what are you planning to do?" Zhuang Bufan sensed Saitama's malice and warily questioned his intentions. "Can you see if you can report the cost of the hot pot ingredients?" Rejected. Relating it to the number of reports required for applying for funding, Zhuang Bufan decisively turned down Saitama's proposal. "I can't let others think I'm using public funds for personal gain." He said this with a serious tone, as if it were a matter of principle. After all, he was still a lazy dog. "Mr. Zhuang Bufan, I wonder what your current strength is?" After tidying up the aftermath of the hot pot feast, the usually silent Genos was the first to ask Zhuang Bufan about his current strength. "Can't you analyze it?" Zhuang Bufan looked at the confused Genos in surprise. He knew that this radish-headed guy seemed to have some high-calorie imaging radar or something, and had previously been able to accurately assess his battle power. The testing radar produces a significant margin of error when estimating the strength of a master. "I'm not sure if the data I've gotten is accurate. After all, in less than a month, it was indeed unrealistic for one's strength to increase several times, right?" After saying this, both of them unconsciously looked at Saitama, who was lying on the floor playing a video game. Zhuang Bufan probably understands this guy's growth rate even better than Genos. In the radio drama, this overwhelmingly powerful freak casually took out yesterday's self with a single punch. Such a speed of strength growth is far more terrifying than this inexplicable golden finger. However, Genos knows that the answer he wants is definitely not this one. After thinking carefully, he still feels that he shouldn't tell him how his strength rapidly grew in such a short time. How should I put it? Anyway, even in my current form without transformation, I'm still a bit stronger than you. Little Genos, after all, the current Genos isn't even at G4 form. But my way of growth is something you can't replicate in a sense. It's even more ridiculous than Saitama-sensei doing 100 push-ups. Hey, do you know how painful it is to do 100 push-ups every day without being able to turn on the air conditioning? It's not as simple as you say. Saitama rarely sat up, bickering with Zhuang Bufan. Genos watched the two argue, and his inner desire to become stronger intensified. Is it really necessary to do this? Again at the familiar quarry, the cliff behind them was caused by Saitama's last mountain-shattering punch. After Genos realized that his strength had already surpassed him by a large margin, he had been pestering him in various ways for a spar these past few days. As a result, in the past 2 days, even if a monster in City Z just tried to steal a chicken, it would be hunted down by the two S-class heroes. For a time, City Z unexpectedly became the safest city besides City Q, and the citizens were even considering erecting a statue for Genos. Please attack me without holding back. I just want to confirm how far Mr. Zhuang Bufan has grown. Rest assured, I won't hold back. A visible fighting spirit, huh? That's really troublesome. Responding like that doesn't make anyone feel at ease. Zhuang Bufan complained a bit, and Genos slightly leaned forward and bowed. Then all the jet engines on his body aimed at the back, launching a rocket kick toward the position where Zhuang Bufan was. Thinking carefully, I might as well learn a thing or two from you about kicking skills. Such a beautiful night kick, if used as a finishing move, might win me some support from non-fans as well at this moment. In terms of physical fitness alone, Zhuang Bufan was already at the second level of the British Association. Even catching Genos' night kick, there was no need to activate his transformation. He stacked his hands together, squatted slightly, and assumed a posture similar to a baseball catcher. Aside from his palms bearing the impact of the flying kick, his whole body retreated half a meter, and his palms suffered some minor abrasions and felt slightly numb. He didn't sustain too much damage. How is that possible? Zhuang Bufan's current strength is indeed somewhat beyond Genos' expectations. After the Deep Sea King incident, he himself has gone through several adjustments and upgrades. Although he believes his strength has grown only slightly, the outcome still surprised Genos. Whirlwind kick. Seeing that his flying kick had little effect, Genos spread his arms, utilizing the energy from his palm thrusters to begin spinning. Breaking free from Zhuang Bufan's grip, he casually delivered a whip kick, striking fiercely at his side face. Hey, don't hit the face when fighting. Are you jealous that I'm more handsome than you? Zhuang Bufan spoke without hesitation, his left arm protecting the left side of his face. The force from the whip kick created a gust of wind that, after hitting Zhuang Bufan's left arm, kicked up a cloud of dust several meters high, while his left leg pushed against Zhuang Bufan's chest. With a sudden explosion, he used the recoil to escape Zhuang Bufan's attack range. Genos watched the dust cloud 100 meters away, a feeling of helplessness rising in his heart. Although he hadn't used his ultimate technique yet, he was already in a full offensive state. Even the Sea King back then would have suffered serious damage from such an attack. But Genos looked at the dust that had yet to dissipate, bit his silicone lips, and brought his arms together. Dozens of cannon barrels of various sizes unfolded from his arms, burning. A massive flow of flames engulfed the dust that had not yet cleared, with such high temperatures that the sand and stones on the ground began to crystallize. 10 seconds later, the flames receded, revealing a dark porcelain egg in front of Genos, surrounded by some liquefied magma. Crack! The sound of porcelain shattering echoed, and a man covered in blood scabs, with dark golden threads, emerged from within. Although each time you used the incineration cannon, you didn't achieve much. Taking a hit was still quite dangerous. However, it was fortunate that he didn't expect his mud to have such excellent protective effects against the flames. So, Genos, are you going to keep fighting? Forced into his transformed state, he undoubtedly had dragon-level power. Originally, Genos' ability to inflict damage on him was very limited, and now it was even harder to hurt him. No need to worry, Mr. Zhuang Bufan, I will not give up on attacking until I can no longer fight. Genos responded confidently, leaving Zhuang Bufan scratching his head in a bit of a dilemma. He seemed to understand how Saitama felt during their sparring session. Machine gun strike. Without giving Zhuang Bufan much time to think of a countermeasure, Genos charged forward and began his attack again. His wildly swinging mechanical fists created afterimages in the air. Zhuang Bufan didn't need to think of any strategies. He casually summoned a thick mud wall to block in front of him. Genos' fists struck out as if they were chopsticks stuck in sticky rice. Several attacks not only failed to break through Zhuang Bufan's protective barrier, but also significantly reduced his punching speed, with some mud even clinging to his arms. This can't go on. This was Genos' first thought upon realizing that his mechanical arm was smeared with clay. He quickly created distance, his palms igniting in flames as he spun, enveloping himself in fire. The mud clinging to him was burned away by the flames, with some turning into crystals, losing its ability to infiltrate his joints and paralyze him. This is really troublesome. The flames' abilities. I originally wanted to use some mud to block Genos' bearings and paralyze him, but now it seems I was a bit overly ambitious. Be careful, it's my turn to attack now. As Genos stepped out of the flames, he heard this, and, before he could respond to Zhuang Bufan, saw his figure suddenly vanish, then reappear right in front of him. Following that, a cannon punch shattered his heavy chest armor, embedding him deep into the cliff. Mountain Seal. Zhuang Bufan took the opportunity to seal off Genos's limbs, leaving only Genos's brain exposed, a huge mud ball floating in the air. With the support of a large amount of mud and stones along with Zhuang Bufan's powerful telekinesis, Genos tried to struggle several times but achieved no effect. In desperation, he gave up the idea of continuing to spar with Zhuang Bufan. "So, what do you think of my current strength?" Zhuang Bufan released the telekinetic enhancement on the mud ball, and Genos easily freed himself from his restraints. Then, he smugly showcased his biceps in front of Saitama. "How about that? You asked me this question, but I don't really feel anything about it. By the way, did you win that spar just now? What a surprise. Did you use some sneaky method to win?" Saitama, who had been sitting nearby, seemed to ignore the duel between the two and said some ridiculous things. "Sneaky method? Do you really think so little of me?" He continued, "You've been standing right there, haven't you? Why didn't you see my impressive victory?" Zhuang Bufan was feeling a bit frantic. "I think the teacher was probably studying the discount coupons just now. I remember today is the special discount day for 6 supermarkets." The loyal sidekick Genos was explaining Saitama's logic of action nearby. Zhuang Bufan suddenly remembered that, after all, for this guy, being the ruler of the entire universe is no match for a supermarket's half-price sale day. Like a meteor, he emerged as the nemesis of evil, the righteous devil cyborg. Fubuki was brewing fruit oatmeal while reading today's morning newspaper. However, she didn't pay attention to the front page featuring Genos. Instead, she read the detailed article about that guy on the side, focusing on the report about the newly promoted S-Class hero and the hero's journey of the Infinite Knight. So that guy really did get promoted to S-Class. Although she had long anticipated this day, seeing the reality in front of her still made her feel somewhat unwilling. As Fubuki thought about that guy's attitude toward her, her heart felt like a spilled box of seasonings, mixed with various emotions. Is a good figure the result of strict food control? Just after getting up, Tornado looked at her sister's meal plan and put back the small cake she had planned to eat into the fridge. Mimicking Fubuki, she also brewed a cup of fruit oatmeal, even adding a bit of dried papaya without permission. Ever since Fubuki's group reported on her, she had been living with her sister for nearly a month. During this time, the conflicts between the sisters had naturally deepened. Fubuki always felt that her sister was showing off her strength and authority. Meanwhile, Tornado often thought that her sister was intentionally flaunting her perfect figure in front of her. Although each held a significant place in the other's heart, this mode of interaction was nearing its limit. It was likely that in a few days, when Fubuki brought up wanting to move out again, Tornado would angrily agree. One must say that the emotional conflict between the two had reached an almost unsolvable level. Did that guy really get promoted to S-Class? Seriously, the association has me. So why let such a mysterious nobody become a poster child? Tornado clearly noticed the newspaper in Fubuki's hand, recalling how Zhuang Bufan had previously peeped at her sister and even provoked her. Already proud, she now felt a surge of anger and tried to disparage Zhuang Bufan as much as possible in front of Fubuki. That shameless uncle in a costume. A perverted weirdo who plays cosplay for no reason. The more Tornado cursed, the more excited she became. Although she had previously lost a bit in an online battle with Zhuang Bufan, the fact that this guy could continuously change adjectives for dozens of seconds to praise Saitama's bald head was enough to deem him a rising star in the Zwan world. Sister, that guy isn't as terrible as you say. After all, he's a competent hero. Stubborn Fubuki found it hard to bear her sister's disparagement of Zhuang Bufan and weakly retorted. Upon hearing her sister's words, Tornado stopped her insults toward Zhuang Bufan, her delicate and beautiful face coldly staring at Fubuki. The room fell into a deadly silence. Why does this stupid sister defend that jerk in a way that sounds so much like how she defends those useless people? Tornado was unhappy, and of course, she would hold that grudge against that damn jerk. Gaga Gaga, I am the ancient king who rules the earth. This world, where both the deep-sea king and the underground king have disappeared, will be ruled by me. Perhaps due to a series of Zhuang Bufan's chaotic actions causing a butterfly effect, the ancient king, who was supposed to remain dormant for a long time, was unexpectedly awakened early. However, fortunately, such a minor issue still fell within the range of world line convergence. Aside from dying more tragically, the ancient king's fate did not change much. Godi, Stinky Lizard. The irritable Tornado had no mood to create any meteorites for the ancient king, but as compensation, she turned the ancient king himself into a meteorite the size of an ostrich egg. Who has provoked our raging princess now? The monsters near city are almost not enough for her to kill. 2 staff members from the Hero Association, while assisting with filming on-site, We're secretly guessing which great god could have angered the trembling tornado to this extent. It should be that newly promoted S-class hero, the Infinite Knight, right? I heard that this guy rejected Tornado's proposal and turned to pursue her sister instead. If Zhuang Bufan were still on site, he would certainly feel emotional about how that old rumor had resurfaced with a new version. You two, what are you whispering about? We were discussing your fiancé? Just as one staff member was about to reveal the biggest scoop from their department, another life-conscious colleague hurriedly changed the topic and kept apologizing to Tornado. It's all that guy's fault. Tornado naturally understood what they were talking about. Ever since the hospital incident, such boring rumors had never stopped. Huh, so annoying. I'll head to City J and see if there are any powerful monsters around after saying this. Tornado flew away from the scene at high speed. Heading towards City J. Is this the last one? In his wolf form, Zhuang Bufan was counting the stinging jellyfish on the beach. The sand stained blue with their blue blood. As a typical coastal city, it not only faced dangers from the deep-sea tribe, but also had many instances where strange species suddenly mutated and attacked humans. Zhuang Bufan was originally just passing through City J, planning to buy some things to visit that silly fox who couldn't leave the island. Who knew he suddenly encountered a monster attack and casually earned some work points. He initially thought that the ghost-level toxic stinging jellyfish would be quite formidable, but now it seems it's nothing special. If he had known, he would have left it to someone else to handle. Zhuang Bufan casually complained and then continued to fly towards Sword Cave Island. The monster? Wasn't it rated as a disaster of ghost level? How could it be resolved so quickly? Tornado arrived late and, seeing the mess around, couldn't help but complain to the staff nearby. You came a bit late. These monsters have already been slain by Lord Infinite Knight, but we still have to thank you for being here. Infinite Knight? Was that bastard responsible for this? Tell me where that guy went. The official from the Hero Association branch didn't understand the enmity between these two S-rank heroes. Upon hearing Tornado's inquiry, he didn't think much and simply told her the direction Zhuang Bufan had left. An uninhabited sea? You really know how to pick a place, I hope, this time. Under the impact of the seawater, it can help evolve that big gorilla brain of yours. Tornado chased after Zhuang Bufan's location, muttering some terrifying things. You lazy fox. You're getting lazier and lazier, lying outside in broad daylight to sunbathe your belly. Be careful not to turn into a fat dog. The lazy fox was lying in front of the temple, flipping over, seemingly taking a nap. Zhuang Bufan looked at the snow-white lazy fox and complained a few times, then mercilessly moved his hands, giving her incredibly soft for a good rub. The silly fox was very comfortable being rubbed by Zhuang Bufan, squinting her eyes to glance at him before lying back down and continuing to sleep. She really is getting lazier. Never mind. I brought you some ice cream. It's in the ice cellar. Remember to save one for me. The silly fox's fluffy big ears twitched slightly upon hearing the word ice cream, raising her head halfway, yawning, and then dropping it back down. It seems that even ice cream couldn't stop her determination to take a nap. After enough rubbing, Zhuang Bufan entered the sword cave within the temple, trying once again to break through. That guy must have gone missing here, but there is nothing here except this broken island. Tornado followed to the sword cave island, originally intending to teach Zhuang Bufan a lesson on the way. However, this guy was simply too fast, no matter how she chased. She could only fall far behind. If it weren't for her strong mental power acting as a super powerful radar, she might have lost track of him long ago. One unpleasant guy. Where could he be hiding? Tornado landed on the small island, and the desolate environment made searching not require much effort. After searching 2 laps, besides a super cute snow-white fox, there were no large living creatures, not even a few birds. Lucky him. But this fox really is adorable. That girl, Fubuki, is about to move out. What if I bring her back to keep and play with? It seems that even the usually strong-willed Tornado has no resistance when facing something cute. Sniff sniff, just as Tornado was about to explode at the silly fox. The little fox twitched her nose, clearly having caught a whiff of the unfamiliar scent on Tornado. She hurriedly stood up, tilting her head, and stared at Tornado, examining her. What? Hey, cute little fox. Tornado said expressionlessly, maintaining a strong demeanor. There was no emotional fluctuation visible on her face. Even this heartfelt compliment sounded quite stiff. This human. Doesn't he look like a bad person? And her spiritual pressure seems to be even stronger than that of Lord Spirit Fox, but I still feel like her gaze is plotting something. Better retreat for now. The silly fox tilted her head from side to side, evaluating Tornado while considering her strategy. Little Tornado mirrored the same action as the orange fox. Is this little fox evaluating me? Shivering Tornado? Little Tornado had a sudden feeling and unconsciously asked, how strange. She's just a fox. Why do I feel like I'm having a conversation with a little girl? Tornado felt a bit puzzled by her own reaction. And Orange, upon hearing little Tornado's words, trembled slightly, seemingly startled, then arched her body and leaped high. Fox leap. Just like that famous video of a fox catching mice in the snow, the silly fox also leaped high and dove into the rock crevice. The difference was that one was diving into snow, while the other was diving into rock. Before long, Tornado completely lost track of the little fox, just like she lost track of Zhuang Bufan. How'd this guy get in? By the way, why can't I sense her presence at all? Little Tornado suddenly seemed to realize something and began to use her mental power to move the stones on the island. The entire island was enveloped in Little Tornado's mental power, and under her command, the stones began to tremble slightly. The island seemed to be experiencing a minor earthquake. Sure enough, something's off. Under my power, these stones aren't moving at all. It seems that jerk must be hiding here for sure. The tremors on the island lasted for about 10 seconds, and when Tornado found a suspicious spot, the shaking stopped. As the top mental power user in the association and one of the rare mental power geniuses in the human world, there was naturally no illusion that could hypnotize her. Because of this, Little Tornado thought it was some sort of projection and didn't expect it to have protective functions similar to a barrier. Bang! Little Tornado, originally trying to follow the missing fox's example and slip into the stone, ended up bumping her head. Don't break for me. Little Tornado rubbed her head and attacked the barrier with her powerful mental power and under her super strong mental ability. The little fox's proud divine barrier couldn't hold for even a second before it broke. Pop with the barrier breaking, it made a sound like a bubble popping, and a beam of dazzling sunlight poured into the temple. Little Tornado descended from above, like a deity, looking down at everything in the temple. The silly fox stared blankly at the woman in front of her, never expecting that someone could see through her divine technique. What went wrong? Is that guy, the dried meat, and the firewood pot here to survive in this wilderness? This dilapidated temple, mixed with the atmosphere of a street workshop, made Tornado, who came from a wealthy family, feel somewhat uncomfortable. The only thing that caught her eye in the room was the little fox lying in front of the divine tablet. A fluctuation of mental power. Is Zhuang Bufan behind this large stone slab? Tornado floated to the little fox and casually asked her this question, then slapped her forehead. What am I doing? How could a fox possibly know these things? Bang, I want to tell you where Lord Infinite went. The silly fox transformed into a young shrine maiden, glaring warily at Tornado. A strange person? No, strange people couldn't turn into such a cute little beast girl. What exactly are you? Should I say that the silly fox is impressive? After a whole set of operations, even Tornado began to feel astonished. My name is Yi Ganju Jujujuju, the 16th generation divine messenger of the Inari Shrine on Sword Cave Island. Human, this is not a place you should come to. If you can go back, I can overlook the fact that you broke my barrier at first, in front of Little Tornado. The silly fox still put on a bit of the dignity of a deity. However, later considering that even 20 of her might not be able to drive this woman away, her tone softened significantly, and she shifted from you in addressing Little Tornado. Oh, a deity, huh? What will happen if I don't leave? Little Tornado had been tolerating that guy, Zhuang Bufan, for a long time. At this moment, how could she possibly just leave? She had to give him the good beating first. Moreover, she was quite curious about what kind of methods this cute little fox girl, who claimed to be a deity, would use against her. You are bullying Orange, Lord Spirit Fox. Someone is here to disrupt the scene, Lord Spirit Fox. Someone is here to disrupt the scene, my lord. Someone is here to disrupt the scene, Lom. The little fox's cries echoed in the empty cave, while Tornado remained expressionless, looking like a strong person as she stared at the little fox in front of her, as if nothing had happened. What's going on? Lord Spirit Fox, please come out. The little fox shouted in a bit of panic. A minute passed, and still nothing happened. Get out of the way, I'm just going to deal with that bastard. I won't destroy your temple. It was rare for the trembling Tornado to communicate with the other party in a relatively calm manner, instead of just using telekinesis to slam the little fox against the wall. No, I won't let you disturb Lord Infinity. I warn you, I am Inari God, very powerful. How's that so? Since you insist on blocking my way. The little fox's resistance reminded the already impatient Tornado of her own sister, and the way she educated her sister had only ever been one. Ha ha, you bully. Orange, ha ha. Lord Infinity. Less than a second into the battle, the foolish fox surrendered. No, this couldn't even be called a battle. The foolish fox didn't even have time to take out her talismans or her dog-headed Ryumura sword. She was just hung up by Tornado, exposing her belly, and was forced to use her fluffy big tail to scratch her own smooth, white belly. Indeed a correct way to apologize. How the thoughts finally became clearer. After dealing with the obstructive, foolish fox, Little Tornado walked to the monument in front of the divine seat. The technique used on it was something she still couldn't comprehend, a way of utilizing energy. Perhaps out of reverence for the unknown power, or out of pity for that weak, pitiful, yet stubborn, foolish fox, Little Tornado didn't violently blow up the stone tablet. Instead, she carefully observed this peculiar object and then asked the foolish fox what it was for. This is the tomb of Lord Oni, sealing the god-slaying blade. Lord Infinity is still cultivating inside. Human, could you not disturb Lord Infinity? I'll share half of my ice cream with you, and if that doesn't work, I can share some cola too. The little fox bit her lip, saying with a hint of a sob, if Zhuang Bufan were here, he would surely be moved to tears by her spirit of self-sacrifice. Unfortunately, our little tornado couldn't fully understand the sacrifices made by her little friend, Yi Ganju. On the contrary, her attitude of protecting Zhuang Bufan made her somewhat displeased. Noisy, Tornado tore open a bag of sausages inside the room, stuffed it into the little fox's mouth, and then directly entered the portal. Once she completely entered the sword cave's secret realm, the little fox, who was hanging upside down, fell down as well. Fortunately, she was agile, flipping over and landing easily on the ground. What should I do? The little fox swallowed the sausage, licking her lips while murmuring anxiously. Don't worry, since you also think the child isn't a bad person, then there won't be any problems, Lord Spirit Fox. The little fox looked in the direction of the voice, where a magnificent noblewoman sat on the stone monument, resting one hand on the seated monument and gently swinging her legs, looking stunningly beautiful. Why didn't Lord Spirit Fox come out to stop her just now? The little fox stared blankly at her Lord Spirit Fox, unable to understand why she didn't come out earlier. My silly child, of course. It's because we can't defeat her anyway. That child isn't a bad person. Just let her in. But what about Lord Infinity? Then he can only rely on himself. Lord Spirit Fox replied with a smile to the foolish fox's question, and for the first time, the little fox witnessed her black-bellied side. Meanwhile, on the 10th level of the Sword Cave, Zhuang Bufan wandered through the ancient battlefield, where the strength of the minions had already been stuck at a ghostly level since the 7th layer. Even the strength increase of the boss had slowed down, especially between the 8th and 9th levels. The monsters had little difference in strength, and apart from their more annoying techniques, there wasn't much qualitative improvement in power. Slash! A sharp sword energy struck towards Zhuang Bufan's position. Perhaps due to the telekinesis, he had seized too many strange items during this time. Zhuang Bufan sensed the incoming sword energy from 100 steps away and immediately summoned a mud wall to block it, while also sidestepping to avoid the terrifying strike. Learn to sneak attack, huh? The attacker was a towering samurai clad in black, wearing Warring State-style armor, standing at least 10 meters tall, wielding a blood-red blade with an imposing presence. Seeing that Zhuang Bufan had evaded his slash, he quickly drew another short blade from his waist. Both blades entwined with ominous, ghostly flames, clearly a master using the techniques of the Oboro style. In the blink of an eye, he closed the hundreds of steps distance and appeared right in front of Zhuang Bufan, immediately bringing down both blades to slash at his rocky arm. This guy, what immense strength! Within 2 or 3 seconds of the deadlock, Zhuang Bufan felt his arm straining, as the spirit blades wrapped in ghostly fire scorched his rock-armored hand. The clash of 2 different types of spiritual waves forced him to expend even more energy to counteract it. Realizing they were in a stalemate, the samurai transformed into a fearsome warrior, sprouting 2 spirit forms from his sides, launching 3 bodies and 6 blades straight at Zhuang Bufan's upper body. I knew this boss at the end of the level would be tough, but I didn't expect it to be this difficult, even learning to use substitutes. While complaining inwardly, he summoned an illusionary body to continue blocking the incoming blades. At the same time, he used telekinesis to soften the ground beneath him and directly burrowed into it, avoiding the lethal strike. Boom! The samurai stomped the ground, and the spiritual waves rapidly spread out with his force, quickly locking on Zhuang Bufan's unknown position like sonar. Then the blood blade pierced the ground, and a blood sword erupted, followed by a mud figure emerging from the earth with a stab wound on its right side. But it was no longer bleeding and was visibly healing at a noticeable speed. Can't escape, huh? If that's the case, how about trying my technique? Rock pillars shot up from the ground, launching towards the samurai from all directions, but this was clearly not a challenge for him. As a master of swordsmanship, while the samurai's skills might not reach the divine level of someone like Adam, they were still far superior to those of mere gut slashers. With a simple Aiajutsu, he instantly shattered the assault of the rock spears, except for one that he couldn't cut through, which was forcibly driven into his abdomen. with his strength and skill. This shouldn't have happened. Zhuang Bufan felt something was amiss. At that moment, the warrior, still wielding dual blades, struck towards Zhuang Bufan's location. Another round of grappling began, but this time, Zhuang Bufan not only felt no difficulty, but instead pressed the giant, who towered over him by several meters, causing him to continuously retreat. Then came a misty flow phantom fist, with fiery fists burning with ghostly flames, which pierced through the warrior. What on earth was going on? After defeating the ghostly warrior, Zhuang Bufan sat cross-legged in the center of the battlefield, pondering why this ghost general had become so weak. What kind of place is this? The tornado of the first layer of the sword cave angrily questioned, clearly weakened significantly by the restrictions of the sword cave. Zhuang Bufan walked out of the sword cave and saw the spirit fox grooming the little foxes for nearby. Lord Spirit Fox? Zhuang Bufan looked at the graceful and enchanting beauty before him, unsure of what this powerful figure intended to do. It's great that you're taking care of our child. The little belly is starting to show. No, Juju doesn't have a little belly or anything like that. Right, infinite adult? Before Zhuang Bufan could apologize, the clumsy fox hurriedly got up and escaped from her lady spirit fox's embrace. She walked behind Zhuang Bufan, carefully checking her weight, feeling more and more hurt as she touched her belly. Finally, she drooped her head, secretly feeling down. Zhuang Bufan found the scene before him somewhat baffling and didn't know how to start conversation. Young man, your partner is still in the sword cave. Do you want to go take a look? Partner? I have a partner. Wait, are you saying someone has come to Sword Cave Island? Zhuang Bufan finally understood why this old fox, who had been asleep for hundreds of years, suddenly woke up. The spirit fox, Citrus, partially concealed her beautiful features and teased Zhuang Bufan with her soft, alluring voice about the incident of the tornado crashing into the island. So that guy Tornado is still inside. No wonder I suddenly felt that some ghost warrior had become so weak compared to the shaman. After being informed by the spirit fox, Zhuang Bufan realized why the boss he had fought earlier had become so weak. He had spent a lot of time pondering whether to push further into the sword cave, and, after coming out, he had also wasted some time bantering with the two foxes. With little Tornado's strength, she should have long since passed the first level of the sword cave. But since she hadn't come out yet, it seemed she was continuing deeper to search for her own trail. Really, why do I have to encounter such troublesome matters? After saying that, Zhuang Bufan re-entered the sword cave. Mental force whirlwind. Countless stones transformed into sharp weapons like willow leaf blades, combining into a massive whirlwind that ruthlessly slaughtered the centipede at the center of the vortex. It wasn't long before the centipede, which had taken refuge in the sky, transformed again into spiritual light and disappeared before Tornado. Phew, this place is really getting more and more dangerous. If I go further down. After defeating the centipede, Zhuang Bufan let out a sigh of relief. But the restrictions of the sword cave had already suppressed most of her mental abilities. Although she still possessed the power of a high-level dragon tier ability user, she could no longer brutally slaughter enemies with sheer force like before. As the strength of her enemies increased, she even had to endure the drawbacks of compatibility. Without a doubt, retreating now was the best choice. However, doing so would inevitably cause a small blow to the pride of the self-proclaimed invincible young lady. Since that annoying guy is below me, then I absolutely cannot go back. How could I, the mighty Tornado, be weaker than a mere S-rank newcomer? With her mind made up, Tornado stopped considering retreating and directly teleported to the next level's area. Level 10, Ancient Battlefield of the Warring States. The battles along the way had made her somewhat weary, and the restrictions of the sword cave felt like the scorching sun of midsummer, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. The soldiers and warriors scattered across the battlefield all possessed an incredibly strong fighting spirit, which also gave them a high resistance to mental abilities. Every time little Tornado burst a soldier attacking her, it required significantly more effort than dealing with enemies of the same level. Especially under these restricted conditions, her energy consumption skyrocketed. Suddenly, a blade wind struck fiercely towards Tornado, blocked by the eggshell-like light she emitted. This was still when Tornado was ambushed on the first level of the sword cave, and her mood, already not very pleasant, erupted with immense mental power. The ghost warrior's armor cracked, and the ground split open, clearly bearing tremendous pressure, but they were not crushed into meat paste as Tornado had imagined. TCH, what a bothersome guy. Unable to directly affect the enemy with her mental force, little Tornado had to change tactics and condense the Earth's rocks with her mental power, launching countless rock needles at the ghost warrior. The ghost warrior, holding a knife in both hands with ghostly flames swirling around the blade, flashed with bloodlust in his eyes as he swung the fiery blade, transforming it into a blazing fireball. All the rock needles were first blocked by the steel blade, dissipating their impact before being burned to ashes by the ghostly fire manifested through spiritual power. So, you guys who play with knives have dirty hearts. The veins on Little Tornado's forehead bulged, and the entire battlefield began to tremble. The geology here was unlike ordinary places. Due to the enhancement of the restrictions, gathering a large amount of rock required even more effort. However, these expenses were nothing in the eyes of the enraged tornado. Boom! Large areas of land on the ancient battlefield began to split and fold. Outside the sword cave, the entire island started to shake, and the surrounding sea water began to churn as if boiling. Spirit Fox Lord, what is happening? The little fox anxiously leaned against Spirit Fox Citrus, feeling the aftershocks of the earthquake. Well, when a strong person at that little girl's level enters the sword cave, this kind of situation will occur. Phew, it's a good thing I didn't rush in. Otherwise, I might end up like the ghost warriors being flattened into a meat paste by Little Tornado. Zhuang Bufan followed closely behind Tornado, having descended several layers. He naturally knew that with Tornado's stubborn personality, she wouldn't go back if she couldn't see him. But who would voluntarily go up to take a beating for no reason? So, he could only awkwardly follow her, afraid of any unexpected incidents. On the 11th layer of the sword cave, heavy snow fell, replicating the eternal snow mountain beneath the abode of the gods. After the recent explosion, Little Tornado was very clear about her mental state. Given her current mental power, she couldn't even deal with a monster similar to the Ghost Samurai. Even the dragon shame-level freaks she used to look down on might not be easy to handle. She needed to find a place to rest, as even if she found that bastard now, she might not be able to teach him a lesson. Speaking of that guy, what was his deal? With his abilities, he shouldn't have been a match for that samurai just now. Why had she not seen him after going through so many challenges? Before Little Tornado could find a place to rest, an enemy formation composed of the Snow Woman and the Tengu appeared before her. Ice condensation. Gale. The combination attack of the two could be said to be seamless. Although these two weren't exactly Tornado's match and had no resistance to telekinesis, Tornado also couldn't casually annihilate this annoying group of spirits like she usually did. The icy crystal storm formed by the Snow Woman and the Tengu surged toward Tornado, and naturally, the sharp ice blocks turned into ice powder upon hitting her protective shell. In the already cold, snowy ground, they gradually drained the heat from Little Tornado's body, causing her snow-white skin to turn slightly blue, and even her bright red lips to have a hint of black. So cold. What an annoying bunch of monsters. Little Tornado realized that even though she couldn't waste her telekinesis freely right now, she also couldn't prolong the battle too much. Otherwise, she might gradually lose temperature in the artificially created storm environment by the Snow Woman and the Tengu. Ice Crystal Reversal. Little Tornado stopped the ice spears attacking her and transformed them into her weapons. Those ice spears turned around and attacked the unknown location of the Snow Woman and the Tengu. The resilient ice spears, empowered by Little Tornado's telekinesis, easily pierced through the heads of the Snow Women. As for the Tengu, who flew freely in the air, they skillfully dodged Tornado's attacks, thanks to their unique four-winged feathers, even taking the opportunity to launch a few shurikens, as if mocking Little Tornado. What an unpleasant situation, especially those wings, which were almost identical to that guy's. It seemed that all the annoying things were similar. The telekinesis erupted, forming a counterclockwise tornado around Little Tornado, with the swirling snow crystals taking on the shape of wind blades. Scatter. With Little Tornado's command, the snow blade wind exploded and spread outwards. Even a Tengu, capable of manipulating tornadoes, couldn't disperse Tornado's storm, let alone withstand the attack of the wind blades. Before long, the speed at which the tornado grew surpassed the speed at which they could evade. Then, under the massive suction of the tornado, the Tengu as spirits were mercilessly sucked into the meat grinder. Creating a superstorm that could annihilate several ghost-level monsters was certainly no simple task. Tornado was so exhausted that she could barely maintain her floating position in the air. Hiss! Her smooth and delicate calves sank into the floating snow, and her usual habit of avoiding restraints had now led her into a predicament. Hoo-hoo! She needed to quickly find a shelter place. I have hot cocoa here. Do you want some? An annoying voice came from behind her, and Little Tornado saw a guy in a teddy bear costume standing behind her, with a cute bear face and a look that she found repulsive. She had always disliked her sister making friends, and this guy was currently the man closest to her sister. Even without this context, from the moment she first saw this guy's photo online during a fan argument, she had already found this lazy hero very annoying. How do you think I am? I'm the second-ranked trembling tornado of the association. How could a storm of this level trap me? Little Tornado was very clear that in her current state, teaching a lesson to Zhuang Bufan in front of her would only lead to embarrassment. She simply didn't have the strength to ensure she could handle this guy in front of her. So, she gritted her teeth, stopped her slightly trembling body, held up her frozen, bruised little face, and shouted at Zhuang Bufan, hoping he would leave soon. You, why did you show up at this time? Are you a stalker? Following me all the way? How disgusting, truly a shame of humanity. That, do you want a drink? Hot cocoa. Zhuang Bufan opened the thermos, and steam was still rising from it. Clearly, this was cocoa powder made from the hot water he had just boiled. I don't want your pity. I am the shivering tornado. How could I possibly be defeated by a little snowflake? It's precisely because of this that you have no friends. Zhuang Bufan sighed. Once again, Tornado emphasized her strength and strongly stated that she did not need anyone's help. Faced with such a stubborn little tornado, he had no better way to deal with it. He set down his backpack and placed the thermos filled with hot cocoa beside him. Without saying a word, he turned and left. To be honest, facing such an unreasonable tornado, even if Zhuang Bufan wanted to help her, he had no better way. He stepped back, thinking that perhaps after he left, this proud queen would set aside her so-called dignity and come to take the supplies she needed. This guy, is she pitying me? As Zhuang Bufan left, the look of loss in her eyes stirred some waves in her heart. She couldn't understand what that feeling was. Instinctively, she mistook the loss for pity. Another cold wind blew by, and Tornado began to shiver uncontrollably. Ignoring everything, she rushed towards the thermos and struggled to open the lid with her frozen hands. The aroma of hot cocoa almost penetrated Tornado's nostrils. Ooh, it's so hot, but it's so warm and tastes so good. It didn't take long for Tornado to finish the cocoa in the thermos, and a bit of color returned to her slightly pale face. Feeling a bit warmer, she hurriedly opened the travel backpack left by Zhuang Bufan. High-calorie chocolate, vitamin tablets, several cans, some simple food, solid fuel, a blanket, and a set of autumn clothes. This guy, is he mocking my elementary school-sized body? Tornado took out the autumn clothes, which were just a size smaller than what she was currently wearing. Actually, she couldn't blame Zhuang Bufan too much. Before coming in, he simply grabbed some emergency supplies and randomly stuffed in a set of clothes that the silly fox, Juju, was selling just in case. In his eyes, the two of them weren't that different in size. After all, he couldn't measure Tornado's dimensions like he did for Juju. As Tornado struggled to put on the clothes, she recalled the look of loss in Zhuang Bufan's eyes when he left, and a bittersweet feeling arose. Never think about who will come to save you when you're in crisis. The face of explosion flashed in Tornado's mind again. The words he said after rescuing her when she was locked in the research facility 18 years ago. Then the image of Zhuang Bufan's face, wanting to offer her help, appeared in her mind. Who do you think I am? I'm the S-Class Tornado of Terror. How could I possibly need your help? Bang! Zhuang Bufan's backpack was blown away by the whirlwind of irritation. If only I could rest for a moment. I would regain my strength and then go out to tear down this broken temple, ensuring it would never appear again. Little Tornado believed that as long as she had a comforting place to rest, she would once again become the terrifying whirlwind that made the strange people tremble in fear after just half a day. Gritting her teeth, she continued to walk barefoot in the snow, searching for a shelter harbor. But she clearly underestimated the power of nature. The warmth provided by the cocoa quickly dissipated in the cold wind. After walking 100 steps, her strength finally gave out, and she collapsed in the snow. Crack! The sound of burning vines reached Little Tornado's ears, waking her up. She saw a dirt-colored vaulted ceiling, a warm fire pit in front of her, a tattered blanket covering her, and herself lying on a soft sofa. Where's this place? I only remember walking in the snow and then suddenly losing consciousness. Yes, everything came back to her. She was originally in a secret realm where monsters roamed. In such a harsh and bitter cold place. The only one capable of helping her was that guy. What a meddlesome person. Little Tornado felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart. But she still struggled to get up and leave the shelter, unable to muster any strength. Just moving her body slightly made her head throb, and she still felt the dizziness from when she lost consciousness. To think she would have a fever at a time like this. No matter how unwilling Little Tornado was to stay, it was impossible to leave now. The intense battle she had fought had already pushed her body to its limits. Perhaps Little Tornado's combat ability was 10 times stronger than Zhuang Bufan's, but her recovery ability barely matched 1/10 of his. If this continued, wouldn't that bastard see me in such a pitiful state? By the way, where's that guy now? Her physical discomfort affected her thoughts, and some things she should have noticed earlier only came to Little Tornado's attention now. Zzz, a faint snoring sound came from behind Little Tornado, and at that moment, she realized that the sofa she had been lying on was clearly that bastard's bear costume. Bang! Zhuang Bufan opened her eyes and looked at the trembling Little Tornado. Her face had a sickly red hue, and her left hand was still rubbing her right hand. It was obvious that the slap just now had hurt her little hand. Pervert. Lewd maniac. A lewd entity walking among humans. Cough cough, a collection of evil desires. For some inexplicable reason, she was slapped awake. Zhuang Bufan was initially a bit angry, but seeing Tornado's sickly appearance, and considering that this sharp-tongued girl was at least the sister of his beloved Fubuki, she helplessly suppressed her anger and inquired about the Little Tornado's condition. You're awake. By the way, is your body okay? Did the fever go down? Your hand isn't broken, right? My body is still quite sturdy. What kind of world is this? I got slapped, and now I have to ask if she's in pain. Zhuang Bufan felt a bit aggrieved, thinking that she was somewhat being masochistic. You're as stiff as an iron lump. Are you trying to imitate a street statue? You're really an unpleasant person. And why am I lying in your arms? Cough cough, by the way, why are you still holding on to me? Do you have any lewd thoughts in that dirty brain of yours? Do you like the bodies of children? Perverted Lilicon. It turns out you have some understanding of your own figure. Zhuang Bufan silently complained to himself. To be honest, acting as a bare meat sofa for Tornado did allow him to roughly sense her body shape and weight. However, there was still a thick layer of fur between them. Even if the Little Tornado lay on him to take a nap, her warm and tender body pressed against him without reservation. The feeling was not much different from having the family Samyed lying on his lap for a nap. The only difference was that the Samyed didn't have such a delicate figure. In any case, this was still the cold snowfield. Given how severely you were burning before, how could I just leave you on the ground unattended? Although it might be somewhat inappropriate, I hope you can be understanding, Mississippi. At most, once you recover, I can let you beat me up whenever you want, right? Zhuang Bufan, in order to soothe Little Tornado's emotions, said everything he thought was useful. By the time he finished his last sentence, it was clear that Little Tornado's attitude had improved somewhat, and her emotions were not as agitated. However, he felt a bit regretful. After all, she was a dragon-level Esper, a terrifying existence capable of supporting the entire monster association by herself. Once she regained her strength, it wouldn't be a game for him if she squished him. Thinking of this, Zhuang Bufan wanted to find a way to make up for it. Unfortunately, this master of verbal sparring from Zhuang was ultimately inferior to the sharp-tongued queen before him. Cough, at least you have some backbone. Just wait. Cough, cough. Once we're outside, you'll see. It seemed that Tornado had forgiven him for his unwarranted affection. Slap. Another crisp sound echoed. This time Zhuang Bufan slapped himself. His bear-like strength was naturally much greater than Little Tornado's delicate, weak hands, and a heavy palm print remained on his face as a reminder that trouble comes from the mouth. Cough. Cough. Lulitse loa. How long are you going to hold me? Or do you actually like me? A cough cough. Disgusting. Little Tornado was still in a feverish state, her voice getting quieter as promised. Her limbs remained limp and powerless, and the little strength she had was completely exhausted from the recent quarrel with Zhuang Bufan. After waking up, Little Tornado naturally wouldn't allow herself to continue lying on this teddy bear, but she didn't have the strength to sit up either. So, she hoped that the ever-changing, sharp-tongued Zhuang Bufan would put her down. Seriously, with you like this, you must not have any friends, right? Zhuang Bufan really couldn't hold back anymore and slightly retorted, mind your own business. Ahem, aren't you about the same as me? Besides the people from the association, is there anyone else you keep in touch with? This Tornado truly lived up to her reputation as the queen of sharp-tongued remarks. Zhuang Bufan immediately thought of King and Saitama, but they were both from the association. Then he thought of Dr. Genus and Mosquito Girl, but just fell a bit off. Upon reflecting, he realized that his own social circle wasn't much better than Tornado's. You've been unconscious for so long and need some food to replenish your energy. I have some campeches here. Why don't you eat a little? Zhuang Bufan placed the Tornado on the muddy ground beside the fire pit, where tattered cloth remnants of a backpack were piled up to form a makeshift carpet. It wasn't exactly comfortable, but it wouldn't make the Tornado feel cold. He then took a can of food from a small pile of supplies nearby, opened it, and handed it to the Little Tornado. You silly thing, shouldn't you be treated with kanji when you're sick? Where did this peach can come from as a custom? The little tornado lay on the ground, weakly complaining, but showed no intention of eating. Miss, you should bear with it a bit. After all, who told you to blow your backpack away for no reason? Originally, there was rice inside, but now they could only eat canned fruit since the rice grains were scattered all over the snowy ground. Who could tell them apart? Hearing Zhuang Bufan's slightly reproachful tone, the little tornado huffed and fell silent, continuing to lie on the bedding and fell asleep. At this rate, you might just become the first S-class hero to die from a cold. Zhuang Bufan said this to Long Wan, but she still had no reaction. The slight rise and fall of the blanket indicated that she had already fallen into a deep sleep. Touching her forehead, it was still a bit hot. Really, she was already an almost 30-year-old aunt, yet her personality was almost like that of a child. Zhuang Bufan helplessly walked out of the cave, where traces of the small tornado's battle still lingered. He manipulated the ice crystals to carefully search for the scattered grains of rice. Gurgle, gurgle. Gurgle, sniff, sniff. What a delicious smell. It was hard to tell whether it was the sound of his empty stomach or the sound of boiling rice porridge. But in any case, the small tornado was awakened. You're awake. Just in time, my porridge is ready. Although it's thin, it should suit your taste. Zhuang Bufan took out a slightly deformed camping bowl and filled it with a bowl of thin porridge, placing it in front of Zhuang. While he enjoyed the canned yellow peaches he had prepared for earlier. Hey, lowly fan, didn't you say all the rice in the bag was blown away? So where did this rice porridge come from? Zhuang stared blankly at the bowl of rice porridge, unable to figure out where this guy had conjured the rice to make these things. Of course, I picked it up grain by grain from the snowfield. Don't complain about it being dirty. It's a snowfield that hasn't seen human activity for thousands of years, so the rice grains are still relatively clean. This guy really went to the snowfield to look for rice. Oh, it's rare for Zhuang not to refute Zhuang Bufan's complaints. Having regained some strength, she obediently picked up the bowl of porridge, preparing to sip the porridge little by little. So hot, perhaps because she hadn't eaten for a long time. The impatient Zhuang burned her lips and looked so awkward that it was oddly amusing. What are you laughing at, you guy? Zhuang glared at him fiercely, then turned around and drank the whole bowl of porridge clean. How much better? It would be great if I could take a hot bath now. After finishing the porridge, Zhuang turned around and looked at Zhuang Bufan with a blank expression. What does this guy mean by staring at me? Does he really think I'm a robotic cat? But this request isn't impossible to fulfill. I'm going to take a bath. You get out of here, or I'll gouge your eyes out and offer them to the heavens if you dare to sneak a peek. Zhuang shouted at the grinning Zhuang Bufan. If you want to take a bath, I'll build you a hot water pool right away. No need. Just get out quickly. Zhuang Bufan eagerly wanted to help, but was ruthlessly rejected by the little tornado. If you're in a hurry, I can manipulate the water flow to heat it directly. Wow. This time, the little tornado was not in such a good mood. Having regained some strength, she directly used her telekinesis against Zhuang Bufan. Zhuang Bufan was struck by Tornado's telekinetic force, and his muscles instantly tensed up, leaving two 20-centimeter-long scratches on the ground. This guy, when did he become so strong? Or is it because I'm too weak right now? Seeing that his methods had no effect, Tornado could only think of these two ideas. Before Zhuang Bufan could react, she extended a finger again and waved it, sending a massive shockwave toward him that directly knocked him away. Do you think I would allow your telekinesis to touch my body, you perverted lowly fan? Immediately after, Tornado filled the large bear-shaped hole she had created, and ice crystals surged in from the surrounding wind-blocking walls into the snow house. Seriously, you were still using your telekinesis to hold my body down. Zhuang Bufan crawled out of the snow, shaking off the ice crystals on his body. Looking at the bunker he had built with a sense of regret, he walked back and lay down next to the wall by the door. Inside the room, the snow crystals, scorched by the flames, gradually melted into spring water, warm droplets transforming into threads that finally converged into a stream. It wrapped around the small body of the little tornado like a fairy's feathered belt. The little tornado did not seal the door used for ventilation. She could sense Zhuang Bufan's exact location. At such a close distance, she could even tell what he was doing. Perhaps due to overconfidence, the little tornado did not close this rare ventilation passage. The floating blue flames resembled auspicious clouds in the sky, providing some warmth to the flowing spring water. The water flowed over her body like a thin veil, and the mist generated by the heated water filled the entire stone chamber. Zhuang Bufan was somewhat bored as he looked at the shadow wall. After a while, he discovered that it reflected the image of the small whirlwind being gently caressed by the flowing spring. Through the veil of mist, the reflection on the shadow wall gradually became ethereal and dreamlike. The reflection transformed from being initially clear and discernible to ultimately resembling drifting clouds, partially obscuring a crescent moon. Listening to the sparse sound of flowing water and gazing at the silhouettes on the shadow wall, Zhuang Bufan clearly understood that just a wall away, the small whirlwind was bathing and changing clothes. It was as if, like light clouds veiling the moon, it drifted like the returning snow of a flowing wind. Strangely, the poem Ode to the Goddess of the Luo River by Chao Ji popped into Zhuang Bufan's mind, somewhat resonating with his current feelings. It seemed he had taken another step closer to the realm of cultured scholars. Zhuang Bufan's muttering reached Xia Longjuan's ears, making her wonder if this guy had lost his mind, as he was saying some nonsensical things. 20 minutes later, the sound of running water in the room, mixed with the rising mist, was poured out onto the snowy ground outside. "All right, you can come in now." Hearing Xia Longjuan's voice, Zhuang Bufan obediently entered the room, looking at Xia Longjuan, who had just finished washing up. Some moisture still lingered in the strands of hair behind her ears, not yet dissipated. "How are you feeling now?" Zhuang Bufan looked at Nan Nan and asked, not knowing why he immediately thought of the reflection on the shadow wall. That old face, thicker than a city wall, suddenly turned red. Well, let's say the fever has subsided, and after taking a shower, he felt much more comfortable. "By the way, haven't you ever seen a beautiful woman? Why are you blushing?" Perhaps it was the lingering effects of the minor cold or the warm water's invigorating effect. In any case, when she said this, there was still a hint of redness on Xia Longjuan's face. Since you're just recovering from your illness, you should take a break for a while. After just taking a shower, you should avoid catching a chill. How about starting the challenges tomorrow?" This guy was rambling. Could be that he was secretly watching me wash. That shouldn't be the case. He clearly noticed that he had been leaning against the wall outside the door without any signs of movement. Zhuang Bufan's unusual behavior aroused suspicion in Tornado, and neither of them continued to talk. In the end, Zhuang Bufan and Tornado went to sleep in this awkward atmosphere. "Really? Can't you wear something more mature? This outfit is so childish." Tornado floated behind Zhuang Bufan, wearing the autumn clothes that Zhuang Bufan borrowed from Orange. The indoor blanket was transformed by Zhuang Bufan into a long robe resembling a children's raincoat with a spare sewing kit. She looked like a cute little Red Riding Hood from Fairy Tale. Although this little Red Riding Hood could chop down the big bad wolf's front teeth and turn them into fine shreds, her hat was not red at all. Clearly, you were still wearing children's pajamas at home. How can you find Orange's clothes childish now? As her pet, chef, and half-daughter, Orange's clothing was being mocked. Zhuang Bufan, as her owner, master, and half-father, naturally felt a bit unhappy, especially when recalling Tornado's appearance in the comics. He couldn't help but make a quip. "Wait, how do you know what I wear at home?" "Of course from." Tornado's shy and angry voice came from behind. Zhuang Bufan initially didn't react, only realizing halfway through the sentence. Slowly turning around, he saw Tornado's expressionless, cold face, but there was a slight emotional fluctuation in her eyes. Tornado stared at Zhuang Bufan, pausing after saying half of her sentence. This petite demon lord took a step forward, forcing Zhuang Bufan to involuntarily start retreating. It was Fubuki who told me." Tornado stared at Zhuang Bufan's face for half a minute before letting her go. "If you dare to say it out loud, just wait to scrub the house." "Really, that dead girl Fubuki?" Zhuang Bufan hurriedly nodded, rare for Tornado to grasp his weakness and no longer entangle him. Just as the two were conversing, a howling wind sound came, and the battle formation formed by the Tengu and Snow Woman attacked again. Naturally, Tornado, who had almost recovered, could not tolerate a few small cats being so arrogant in front of her. Just as she was about to gather her psychic storm to deal with this group of guys, she was stopped by Zhuang Bufan's intervention. "Your body has just recovered, so don't waste your energy on these small fries. The trump cards should only fight against other trump cards." Tornado snorted coldly, but she stopped gathering the psychic energy storm. "In that case, I'll leave that group to you. However, I can't wait too long. Clean them up within 3 minutes. Can only a strong person fight alongside the trembling Tornado?" Zhuang Bufan stretched lazily and casually complained, but Xia Longjuan did not refute him upon hearing it. "Rest assured, just leave it to me. I only need a minute to take care of them." After saying that, Zhuang Bufan transformed into the form of a gale wolf and charged towards the battle formation composed of 8 ghostly dippers. The enemy formation, made up of the Snow Woman and Tengu, was still employing old tactics. The Snow Woman condensed ice blades, coordinating with the Tengu's hurricanes to create an ice crystal storm that encircled Zhuang Bufan's location. Once someone approached, they would scatter, while the others maintained the storm and seized the opportunity to launch sneak attacks. With their ghostly dipper strength and kite-flying tactics, it was nearly impossible to simply crush the formation with brute force. Bai Ji chuckled dryly, turned to Mu Qing, bit her lip, and decided to speak up. How did you know? Qin Wan helplessly rubbed Zi's head, which seemed a bit damp. He thought he should make him take a bath to ward off the chill when they got back. Dad, aren't you going to ask us what is going on? Do you just believe what Mom said? Yongzi couldn't stand it any longer. He disliked his father's character, finding him too soft-hearted, always believing what others said without thinking for himself. She had already noticed that Yin Tang's expression was somewhat concerning, no matter what he thought. She would just assume he hoped Su Shinsi was sitting beside him, so he wouldn't inexplicably vent his anger on her later. The weather was perfect for horseback riding, and from a distance, Yuan heir saw Nian Xia, who was tall and was talking to the lady. The sunlight cast long shadows, slanting toward his direction. Worried about not having heard from Min Yinshu for so long, Wu Jincheng furrowed his brow. Fu Yinyue maintained a calm expression, his handsome face undisturbed, his brows slightly furrowed, merely holding a teacup and slowly sipping the floating tea leaves, appearing focused yet lost in thought, not drinking for a long time. Naylan Tanjing sneered, saying, "When it comes to legends, how can I compare to a burden striving for success, using schemes to dominate the imperial court for 20 years. Her tone sounded quite mocking. His entire face was bruised and swollen from Heelan Qing's beating, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet he had not uttered a single word or defended himself at all. He Pei-er had never heard of the place Xia Lin mentioned, only knowing the general direction. The two of them had taken a carriage and a boat for about 10 days on the road before switching to a car to head to their destination. Suddenly entrusted with an important task, Shun Jiao felt very flustered, but looking at Chow's expectant eyes, she felt too embarrassed to refuse. For some reason, she felt an unnamed chill when her hand touched the bracelet. In his view, Jiang Che certainly did not want to lose face as the heir of the Jiang family, so he planned to scare them. No way. Director Chen's soldier widened his eyes in disbelief at the promise given by Director Chen. Shun Jiao brought a Cho back to her courtyard. Considering he was so thin, the first thing she did was to feed him. For over 20 years, Fu Yingjue felt he was in the wilderness, with all desires and outbursts riding the wind, never looking back. After returning, Shun Jiao mentioned this matter to Su Qing, but she did not take it to heart. However, Su Qing sternly advised her to take precautions when going out in the future to protect her privacy. After arranging everything, Yi Yun went to the sample area, took the blueprints, and made modifications to the remaining styles. Chun Wangsheng remembered that he had sacrificed 1,000 years of life to the Flood Dragon Pearl. He could not attack the Flood Dragon itself, but he had said before his death that the Flood Dragon Pearl was still absorbing his lifespan, leading to his demise. At least he managed to handle the house situation. And after helping his mother organize the packed items, Xiao Chun left the room. At this moment, Yun Yun was fighting the corpse Emperor Strongman, and Hui Hui had already fallen. Soon after, Yun Yun was also knocked to the ground. I was flying in a beautiful place with green mountains and clear waters, and below was a thatched cottage. After landing, I pushed the door open and entered. Zixian was inside sewing. Upon seeing me return, she hurried to the door to change my shoes. How big is this broken place? Xia Longjuan sat on Zhuang Bufan's shoulder, unable to suppress her complaints, casually crushing a group of attacking spirits. Then, feeling bored, she began to irritably pound Zhuang Bufan's bare head with her small hands. Frankly speaking, after witnessing that the limited strength Xia Longjuan could still easily crush a group of ghostly dippers, Zhuang Bufan felt that his blood pressure was a bit high. I'm not sure, but I think it should be about time. After all, we've been walking for 4 or 5 hours, so we should be able to see the boss guarding the pass soon. Zhuang Bufan honestly responded to the words of this violent young lady. In fact, the idea of sitting on Zhuang Bufan's shoulder came from the little tornado herself. Self-proclaimed as Tornado's brother-in-law, Zhuang Bufan had no choice but to agree with Lady Tornado's opinions. Fortunately, having a petite and beautiful girl sitting on his shoulder could be considered a delightful situation. Of course, if little Tornado were not wearing heavy thermal pants at that moment, but her usual bare legs, Zhuang Bufan might have been a bit more proactive and suggested it before Tornado did. What a case of shooting himself in the foot. Just thinking about how he had brought in those thermal pants made Zhuang Bufan secretly gnash his teeth in frustration. Lodi Loa, look over there. Little Tornado pointed toward a high mountain in the distance. On the peak, lotus blossoms were layered, and auspicious clouds filled the sky. Looking up, a radiant light illuminated everything. and there were faint glimpses of a dragon made of light flickering within. A boss with such an aura was definitely not to be underestimated. Zhuang Bufan, relying on his many years of RPG gaming experience, confidently determined that this was indeed the lair of the big boss. Little Tornado snorted coldly, seemingly not believing that the boss could pose any trouble for her. Zhuang Bufan carried the tornado over and took a look, discovering that the lotus leaves on the peak were actually different from the plants in the other layers of the secret realm in the cave, as they didn't shatter upon contact. The real lotus flower and lotus platform just floated in midair, and he couldn't figure out how they had grown. Zhuang Bufan tried to mold some egg-yellow clouds, which felt soft and smooth, making him suspect he was actually squeezing the belly of a silly fox. Unfortunately, with just a little pressure, they would turn into smoke and clouds, making them completely useless as steps. Miss, could you please get off me for a moment? No way. It's freezing here, and you're the only warm thing left, being a big meat bear. Since I'm already sitting on you, I don't want to get down. Our Tornado-san directly rejected Zhuang Bufan's request. But if you do that, I won't be able to fly up. However, if you don't mind, I can change my position and hold you up. Saying this, Zhuang Bufan prepared to transform, but was ruthlessly stopped by the little tornado. Don't turn into a bird person. Although you're a bit annoying, it's actually pretty comfortable to use you as a human sofa. Once you become a bird person, your only value will disappear. The little tornado's sharp tongue struck again. So what do you suggest? Why not just use telekinesis to lift me up? Is this guy doing this on purpose? He knows his body has a strange resistance to telekinesis and still brings it up to annoy me. The little tornado stared intently at Zhuang Bufan and, after a long while, confirmed that he was just complaining. No, you're too heavy. Lifting you up would tire me to death. The little tornado said calmly, with a hint of disdain in her eyes. Are you cursing again? Zhuang Bufan really wanted to respond to little tornado like that. But considering the gap in strength between the two, she forced herself to swallow the words. Seriously, it's ridiculous that she could drag a meteor like it was a game, yet she looked down on herself so much. This is not allowed. And that is not allowed. We can't just stay stuck here forever, can we? After saying this, Zhuang Bufan felt something was off. She saw little tornado's expression shift from a calm demeanor to one of shock, as if she were watching someone with a mental disability. You can't be telling me you still can't use telekinesis to fly. I've said it before, the abilities to manipulate earth and wind are all in transformation forms. All right. It's my fault to have expectations for your IQ, I'm sorry. Mentally challenged lowly fan. The strange title has become longer. Zhuang Bufan did not respond, and Zhuang continued, I observed you while you were manipulating the storm. The psychokinesis you exhibited at that time was already comparable to that of an A-class Esper, and this feeling did not change with the transformation of your form. Although you're still just a small fry, completely incomparable to me, you can still manage to float and fly. Isn't it standard for a psychokinesis ability to be on par with an A-class hero? Apart from Tornado, the only one in the Hero Association who can reach A rank with telekinesis is Fubuki. However, she doesn't usually fly. Thinking about it, using telekinesis for flight might be a very difficult skill. I don't even know if I can learn it. After receiving guidance from Lady Tornado, and with Zhuang Bufan's diligent practice, he finally learned the basic usage of telekinesis under the constant taunts and physical attacks from Little Tornado. He mastered the use of telekinesis in less than an hour. Could it be that I am indeed a once-in-a-thousand genius? Little Tornado looked at this guy in front of her and couldn't help but admire his inexplicable confidence. Since you've learned how to use telekinesis, hurry up and complete your task as my mount. You really have no sense of self-awareness. If I had known this guy had such a sharp tongue, I should have made things difficult for her when I was in trouble. Zhuang Bufan glanced at the little tornado on his shoulder, who was giving orders with an air of authority, and a wave of wicked thoughts filled his mind. Sit tight, I'm going to fly after saying that. Zhuang Bufan emitted a faint white light all over his body, and the fur on him began to flutter, yet he still showed no signs of wanting to take off. What's going on? This shouldn't be happening, he thought. Could mental resistance also be effective against myself? That's not scientific. How much weight can you lift purely with your mental power? The little tornado asked after observing Zhuang Bufan struggling for a while. About a ton, why? How much do you weigh now? Zhuang Bufan didn't answer Zhuang's question this time. Instead, he suddenly stiffened and pretended not to hear, turning his head away. It's really because you're too fat. In the end, Zhuang Bufan transformed into the form of the Gale Heavenly Wolf, carrying Zhuang as they flew towards the top of the clouds. By the way, didn't you say you particularly disliked this form? Why are you still clinging to my back? Bang! A compressed air cannon exploded above Zhuang Bufan's head, accompanied by Zai Longjuan's voice. None of your business. Lolita lover. Indeed, there's a reason why Zai Longjuan has been single for 28 years. Weren't you quite adept at manipulating wind and earth before? D. Dawei Tianlong. Zhuang Bufan looked at the imposing and solemn statue of the Buddha behind him and stammered, "What great mighty heavenly dragon? That's just an immovable Vajra statue." This thing seemed to be merely a stone sculpture, and the face of the statue looked a bit strange, not resembling a traditional Buddha statue. Little Dragon rarely refrained from making sarcastic remarks, and instead began to explain with a bit more patience. Now, the two of them were deep in the clouds, and had concluded that this thing was indeed the so-called town guardian monster. Given their personalities, it was natural for them to kill gods and destroy Buddhas. Aside from Zhuang Bufan's initial exclamation, neither of them felt any respect for this bizarre stone statue. Little Dragon directly descended from Zhuang Bufan and floated in the air. She radiated a warm green light, and then the towering stone statue before them began to shake continuously. Fragments of stone fell off the statue, showing no signs of movement. What was going on? Just as the immovable Vajra statue was about to be destroyed by Little Dragon, they had not yet suffered any attacks. Zhuang Bufan was feeling somewhat surprised when the statue suddenly stopped shaking. But the little tornado looked as if it had seen a ghost. Its pupils dilated in disbelief as it stared at the statue. What happened? Zhuang Bufan opened his mouth to ask the unusually silent little whirlwind, who bit her lip and had a sullen expression, seemingly unwilling to answer Zhuang Bufan's question, yet feeling it was inappropriate to remain silent. After pondering for a while, she nervously fiddled with the hem of her clothes and gritted her teeth, saying, "Just now, something directly severed the telekinetic force I had attached to the statue. How is that possible? Telekinetic force is formless, unless a person uses an extremely strong force to break free from the constraints or create a shield with an equal amount of telekinetic energy. But that strike just now clearly didn't apply to either of these methods. No, there must be another way." Zhuang Bufan, after hearing the description of the small tornado, pondered for a moment and said, "By infusing extremely strong mental energy into the blade, the resulting sword aura can also have the effect of breaking through psychic powers. The ghost warrior guarding the previous level should also possess this sword technique. That guy? I just slapped him dead. Didn't he feel anything? Should I say?" As expected of the trembling tornado, Zhuang Bufan was internally complaining about the violent way Little Tornado cleared the level while secretly marveling at the unknown creature's methods. Without Zhuang Bufan sensing it, a silent and colorless sword chi broke the psychic binding of Little Tornado. The boss's swordsmanship this time might have already reached the level of apple slash. Fortunately, after such a long time, there were still no signs of his appearance, indicating that he was not the type to actively attack. "Hey, lowly fan, are you even listening to me?" The shout from Miss Tornado interrupted Zhuang Bufan's thoughts. Helpless, he had to deal with this rather temperamental lady first. "What's wrong? You don't mean to tell me that there are actually people foolish enough to not use psychic power to deal with enemies, but instead make the unnecessary effort to coat it on their blades, right?" "Hello, there are." Then Zhuang Bufan transformed into the Swamp Lord form, and under Little Tornado's disdainful gaze, he condensed a water blade. He then demonstrated the Oboro flow swordsmanship in front of Little Tornado. "Not everyone possesses the extraordinary talent like you, Miss Tornado, with innate vast psychic energy. Although Oboro flow swordsmanship is a bit troublesome, it can achieve the same effect with very little psychic energy. Next, as long as one continues to hone their spirit and sword skills, they can keep growing stronger. It is indeed a rare training method in the world. Although even with such a lowered threshold, it is still difficult for anyone to meet the conditions required for cultivation." Upon hearing Zhuang Bufan's response, Little Tornado's expression turned serious, and she put away her usual ladylike demeanor. With a cold stare at Zhuang Bufan, she spoke. "You're not going to tell me that those weaklings can grow into true strong warriors just by having heart, are you?" Although Little Tornado didn't insult Zhuang Bufan as she usually did, he felt an inexplicable hostility in her words. "That's right. I do believe that the precious quality of humans lies in their ability to continually surpass their limits, as long as they have the courage to confront strong enemies. Even the weakest can become heroes." Even though he knew that saying this might lead to Little Tornado disliking him, Zhuang Bufan still chose to respond this way. During his days spent with Saitama, especially witnessing the courage of the unlicensed knight against the Deep Sea King, he felt compelled to express this belief. Zhuang Bufan's values are gradually changing bit by bit. Although sometimes he still does some things without limits, he will not change his original intention due to certain threats. Oh, is that how you think? I originally thought you could still be classified as recyclable waste. I didn't expect you to be even more foolish than my hopeless sister. After saying this, the little whirlwind ignored him and flew straight towards the position of the immovable Wisdom King statue. I don't know how much effort it will take to mend the relationship with the little whirlwind. Zhuang Bufan did not feel that there was anything wrong with what he had just done, but he still felt a bit disappointed. Transforming back into the form of the swift wind wolf, he flew towards the direction of the Buddha statue. The two of them carefully circled around the stone statue for a while and finally noticed something strange on the lotus platform beneath the statue of the Mingwan. When they landed to take a look, they discovered a teleportation array that they were both very familiar with from Sword Cave. And the array was displaying a scene of the little fox stealing and drinking cola. Is this it? Is this how we clear the level? What happened to my magic sword? Did they take such a huge magic sword away? Zhuang Bufan was somewhat frustrated, standing in front of the teleportation array and constantly complaining. Xiaolong Wan let out a cold snort. She originally wanted to smash this broken place to avenge her previous humiliation, but now it seemed unnecessary. Glancing at the damaged statue of the immovable king, although she still didn't understand what had broken her mental power earlier, she truly didn't want to stay in this wretched place any longer. She directly walked through the teleportation array and exited the sword cave. Zhuang Bufan searched around for another 2 rounds but still couldn't find anything. Although he felt a bit helpless, he had to accept this reality. Stepping into the teleportation array, he felt dizzy for a moment, and an emaciated old man appeared in front of him. His former self was a demonic blade without a hilt or a blade platform, its surface etched with countless images of demons and monsters. I'm very interested in your earlier topic, young man. An ancient voice echoed around, reaching Zhuang Bufan's ears. Should I have glutinous rice-skin fresh milk cake or strawberry ice cream? Since Lord Infinite isn't here anymore, why not just eat them all, the silly fox? Holding a type of frozen treat in one hand and a chocolate ice cream in its mouth, just stepped out of the ice cellar when it noticed the energy fluctuations appearing above the teleportation array. Soon after, a 3-no-difference lowly dressed in autumn children's clothing emerged from the array, exuding an aura of a great demon king. With a snap, upon seeing the appearance of the little tornado, a feeling of fear etched surged in the silly fox's heart, causing the frozen treat in its hand to drop to the ground. Then, under the gaze of the little tornado with a bang, this greedy little girl transformed into a pitiful, weak, and helpless little fox. The distance between the person and the fox, separated by the fallen frozen treat, was about 5 meters, and they stared at each other for 5 seconds. A little fox? Although that guy is a bit annoying. The fox he raised is quite cute. Scatter, scatter, scatter. Hearing the little tornado speak, the silly fox quickly turned to escape, desperately looking for a crevice to hide in. However, the little tornado waved her hand, and a faint green glow enveloped the silly fox, slowly lifting her off the ground. The panicked little fox waved her tail, which was as thick as a big brush tip, frantically clawing at the air, praying to distance herself from the great demon king behind her. Of course, all the little fox's resistances were in vain. A woo accompanied by a miserable wail, our poor little Juju was ruthlessly embraced by the little tornado. The great demon king's slender hands were crazily squeezing the silly fox's body, and after a while, the little fox even felt a slight sense of comfort. Little one, do you want to come to my house and be my pet? I could buy you anything you like to eat. The little tornado squeezed the silly fox's soft, fluffy big ears and patted her head as she spoke. It was rare for the trembling little tornado to ask someone else's opinion, but unfortunately, the little fox had an important duty and, coupled with her fear of the little tornado, shook her head madly in refusal, causing her fluffy big tail to sway and sink. The little tornado's arm felt a bit itchy. If you don't want to, then forget it. If that perverted lowly fan does anything excessive to you, you must tell me. I will definitely make him regret being born into this world. The little fox tilted her head, clearly unable to understand this wicked woman's words. How could Lord Infinite bully Juju? This person is indeed a bad woman. But her technique is quite good, just a bit higher, and it's there. After squeezing for about 3 more minutes, the little tornado finally let go of the silly fox, who immediately darted behind the god statue to hide. It's been a while since I last returned. I wonder how my unlucky sister is doing, the little tornado muttered before flying away from this strange island. Do you want me to get you something to eat? On the other side, Zhuang Bufan was staring at the strangely shaped demonic blade in front of him. Not only was he saying nonsensical things out loud, but his mind was also filled with strange thoughts. Is this guy going to need me to solve this with my mouth? But my verbal skills aren't up to par. What should I do? Who am I? Hee. I am me, just a lost sword spirit. After saying this, a faint blue light gathered in front of Zhuang Bufan, eventually transforming into the figure of a strange warrior, whose appearance bore some resemblance to the statue of the immovable Wisdom King in the Sword Cave. Zhuang Bufan stared at the sword spirit and examined it carefully, then walked around it a few times, shaking his head as he said, "You're not doing well with the transformation. A sword spirit should be a voluptuous and curvy mature woman, wearing sexy bikini armor. She should have bright red or golden hair, and her personality could either be a gentle and lovely neighbor sister or a cold on the outside, warm on the inside sunder young lady. Also, she must have maxed out housekeeper skills. It would be even better if her name could be changed to Homura or Hikari." Zhuang Bufan continued to chatter incessantly about his wicked desires, and the young-looking sword spirit was clearly taken aback by Zhuang Bufan's frenzied demeanor. After about half an hour, Zhuang Bufan finally wrapped up, parched and thirsty. He opened his water cup from his backpack and gulped it down. It was at this moment that the strange sword spirit finally had the chance to speak. "Well, your thoughts are indeed a bit different from others." "Others? Has anyone else been here besides me?" "That shouldn't be the case." Zhuang Bufan felt somewhat surprised. Those who came to this sword cave island for enlightenment were supposed to be swordsmen like Harakiri or atomic samurai. It was likely that he was the only one of his kind here. Not to mention that the final guardian, the bottom-go samurai, could reach a level close to a dragon-level intermediary solely based on physical fitness. Just the last round of lotus-stacking clouds was not something an ordinary swordsman could climb. How fresh! Although the fastest guy, besides you, also took about 20 years to reach here. Compared to them, you really are a cut above. You have skipped quite a few classes, and your application of the obscured flow sword technique is even less than their basics, perhaps influenced by Zhuang Bufan. This strange sword spirit also activated its strange mocking mode. "So what's the next procedure? We can't just have a PK, right? That would be too unoriginal." Zhuang Bufan completely ignored the taunts of this strange sword spirit. Its level of sarcasm was far inferior to that of Little Tornado. "Rest assured, the assessment of skills has already concluded. Next, all you need to do is draw me out provided you don't fall into a state of madness." After saying this, the sword spirit stepped aside to give Zhuang Bufan a path. "Mental attack? I wonder if telekinetic resistance adds any bonus against this kind of attack. Well, since I'm already here, I might as well give it a try." Zhuang Bufan took a step forward, extending a finger to tentatively rest on the hilt of the magic knife. "I'm going to touch it. I'm really going to touch it this time. I'm really going to draw it, bang." Zhuang Bufan felt something kick him in the lower back, causing him to stumble forward a step, his fingers naturally resting on the hilt of his sword. He instinctively turned his head back and saw the guy who called himself the sword spirit shrugging. Casually, he said to him, "I just thought you needed some help," accompanied by the sword spirit's words entering his ears. Zhuang Bufan felt the entire cave start to emit a buzzing sound. Initially, he thought the buzzing came from some object within the cave, but gradually, as his vision blurred, some strange illusions began to appear before his eyes. Zhuang Bufan then realized that the strange sound was coming from inside his own head. "Where is this? Who am I?" Zhuang Bufan wanted to shake his 8 spider legs, but a strong sense of discomfort surged in his heart, followed by a flood of memories in his mind. Reincarnation. "Satama, I am Zhuang Bufan. Fubuki, my wife. Annoying sister-in-law. Why did I even hire a child laborer? Who am I really? Sword Cave. Demon Blade. That's right. I'm undergoing the final trial." It didn't take long for Zhuang Bufan to regain his consciousness and somewhat understand the situation. At the same time, the spider demon that Zhuang Bufan's consciousness was attached to began to act, completely disregarding his control. It cruelly killed passing beings, even collecting the skulls of the deceased to build a tall tower. Is this the final trial? To make me fall into an illusion and doubt my true self? However, it seems that my body's psychic resistance played a significant role. Judging by the time of those fuzzy memories at the beginning, most people probably just accepted their demon identity directly. By the time they wake from the dream, they either transform into bloodthirsty demons or simply commit suicide on the spot. Gradually, the trajectory of the surrounding activities was accelerating, and surprisingly, he could keep up with this peculiar acceleration. Moreover, he clearly remembered everything that was happening. He didn't know if it was still effective to activate his transformation now. This was the first time Zhuang Bufan felt the duality of soul and body, forcing himself to calm down and trying to activate the form of the Shura Sword Maniac. Slowly, Zhuang Bufan felt the bloody taste in his mouth vanish. leaving only a faint fishy smell in his nostrils. He felt his perspective rise, gradually drifting away from the spider demon's body, unable to sense the fragility of its prey through its claws. It felt like watching a bloody movie rated 18+ up close, although the script was terrible. The realism of the scenes was quite nauseating. If only he could have some popcorn and a fizzy drink with a green apple flavor, that would be perfect. While Zhuang Bufan was complaining, this spider demon had lived for over 200 years and ultimately died at the hands of a wandering swordsman. Its soul was taken and thrown into a furnace, undergoing countless forges, transformed into swords and blades, eternally enduring torment, with only the act of drinking blood providing a slight relief from its pain. Of course, all of this was judged through Zhuang Bufan's eyes. His current connection with the spider demon's feelings was very weak, even if it suffered extreme punishment and was scorched by fierce flames. It simply felt like someone was giving it a back massage in a steam sauna, naturally not generating any feelings of resentment. As the essence of the spider demon was forged into the sword, Zhuang Bufan felt a moment of darkness, and then he found himself possessing a flying centipede. Zhuang Bufan stood up and stretched lazily. He wasn't sure how much time had passed, but he felt a bit numb. Is it really unbearable after just 3 days? This is the consequence of skipping class. It seems another crazy person is about to emerge in this world. Do you have any? No. Zhuang Bufan turned around, and the first thing he said left the guy who called himself a sword spirit dumbfounded. No focus circle? A bowl of mung bean juice would do. What on earth is this guy's situation? The strange sword spirit stared wide-eyed, watching Zhuang Bufan stretch lazily while doing the second set of radio calisthenics. He even began to doubt whether a retired old cadre's soul had somehow mixed in with the batch of swords forged in the furnace. Are you okay? After hesitating for a long time, the sword spirit finally decided to ask what was going on with this guy. Is everything all right? Of course not. If you were forced to watch over 10,000 ultra-bloody R-rated film from the perspective of monsters, would you still think everything is fine? To be honest, I feel like my brain has been violated by someone else. By the way, how long has it been? About 3 days, I guess. Just as he was answering the question, Zhuang Bufan once again grasped the hilt of his sword, and a familiar voice echoed in his mind. What the hell is going on? Zhuang Bufan was thinking about continuing to check the information on this legendary magic blade. But the broken system seemed to have a bug and did not display any further information. Zhuang Bufan felt a bit strange, pulling out the magic blade and preparing to examine it closely. Is it just my illusion? Why does it always feel slippery in my hand? This was not Zhuang Bufan's illusion. Soon the magical weapon, shaped like a sword, began to melt. The metallic fluid started to flow, and the blade began to become rounded. Originally, the large saber was nearly 2 meters long, but its length was reduced to only half of that, transforming into an octagonal rod shape, with a conical protrusion appearing at one end. It looked just like a wolf-toothed club used by the demons of hell. Don't try to pull this on me. Zhuang Bufan's furious roar echoed through the heavens and the earth. He still remembered the Atomic Warrior's evaluation of him. Well, I've never seen anyone more suited for a mace than you. Perhaps sensing Zhuang Bufan's intense emotional fluctuations, the bizarre liquid melted once again, conforming to his body. It formed a piece of armor that combined the characteristics of luminous armor and dragon scale armor, resembling the military armor of a Tang dynasty general. The armor plates were thin, almost as if they were growing along with Zhuang Bufan's body and to outsiders. It seemed they could even perceive his muscular physique through the armor. The surface of the armor bore patterns of evil spirits and demons that brought calamity to the world. Is this meant to increase my telekinetic resistance? Just as the ghost armor took shape, Zhuang Bufan felt a bloodthirsty desire begin to assault his brain, hearing countless demons urging him to kill in his ears. This forced him to divert his focus, to suppress the distracting thoughts in his mind. If it were just this, it would actually be manageable. Zhuang Bufan could even feel that the ghost armor was drawing his vitality through his pores. After only 7 minutes of wearing the armor, he felt a bit dizzy. At this rate, I can probably only wear this ghost armor for about 10 minutes or so. After exiting the Azura form, Zhuang Bufan gasped for breath and unceremoniously sat down on the ground. Now you can finally tell me what exactly you are. The ghost armor was already stored away by his system, which loved to complain, yet this guy claiming to be a sword spirit could still remain here, which was clearly very unscientific. The portal on the divine monument shimmered and changed, accompanied by a violent shaking, as Zhuang Bufan stepped 1 foot out of it. This teleportation array, established on the island for over 10,000 years, had finally completed its mission. As the light points faded, The divine monument was covered in cracks. Now, just a piece of inferior stone, no longer blessed by divine power. It seems like guy's already told you everything. Huh? The spirit fox lord transformed into human form, sitting quietly on the stone bed, with a little fox sleeping soundly on her lap. One of the spirit fox's hands was gently stroking the little fox's head. A loving smile appeared on her enchanting face, with a hint of reluctance in her eyes. They were both sisters and mother and daughter. Now that you've lost the magic blade to draw energy from the sea, what are you planning to do next? You can't just abandon Juju like this, can you? Zhuang Bufan took 2 steps forward. Although this silly fox always seemed absent-minded and carefree, I wondered how this poor little creature would handle the news that the spirit fox, who had accompanied her for hundreds of years and was like a mother to her, had suddenly become a Buddha. Well, without the sustenance of the ocean's veins, it would be impossible for her to continue living here. However, I am different from that death-seeking demon spirit. Ever since that fellow was brainwashed by Lord Guizhu, he has been doubting the value of his existence. Even though he forcibly separated himself from the demon blade, he still cannot find coherence, and he can't even self-destruct. By subduing that demonic weapon, you inadvertently gave him a chance to attain Buddhahood, but it's a pity that you will have to expend effort to cultivate another spirit. The spirit fox chattered on about her plans for the rest of her life. Having been bound for thousands of years on an isolated island due to the ties from the bowstring leaf, she intended to first see how her kin were living nowadays, find a bustling shrine to make her new home, and in her spare time, sneakily steal grains and rice wine from humans just like before. While saying this, the proud and voluptuous lady did not even bother to look up at Zhuang Bufan. Her slender eyes were fixed on the silly fox, unwilling to leave even for a moment. On the shore, gentle waves lapped against the rocks. The entire ocean was so calm, with the bright moon hanging in the sky and no clouds in sight. Zhuang Bufan held the sleeping Juju and bid farewell to the spirit fox. Are you leaving without saying goodbye? Zhuang Bufan looked at her, who had transformed back into a fox spirit, and said with some regret, Our silly child will be left in your care. Please don't bully her. Okay, such things that only add to the sadness aren't suitable for me after leaving this sentence. The elegant white fox, radiating a silver glow, leaped into the air, stepping on the tiny waves and creating ripples as it rushed towards the mainland. Oh, you're back. Saitama looked at Zhuang Bufan, who was carrying 2 large boxes of food and dumped them all in his kitchen, making one curious about what this guy had been up to these days. So much food. Couldn't you just put some in your own fridge? With such a large amount of food, Saitama, who was reading manga in his bedroom, had to get up to help him organize the fridge. Fortunately, Saitama's fridge was always underfed and didn't have much in it. The ingredients Zhuang Bufan brought back this time would allow this poor fridge to experience the feeling of being filled for once. How much space do you think is left in my room? Zhuang Bufan complained back with a hint of grievance, as if everything was taken for granted. While Saitama was helping to organize the fridge, he was also complaining to Zhuang Bufan. A fluffy little head popped out from Zhuang Bufan's embrace. The silly fox was clearly feeling stifled, shaking its little head wildly, its fur rubbing against Zhuang Bufan's shirt, making him itch. The little head that poked out curiously surveyed everything in the room, especially that dazzling bald head. Saitama also noticed the cute creature, stood up, and pinched the silly fox's front limbs, pulling it out from Zhuang Bufan's pocket. Just like when Zhuang Bufan first encountered the silly fox, a long stretch was revealed, showing the soft, white belly of the silly fox, which wiggled its fluffy tail and tilted its head, staring at the being in front of it. A fox. I wonder what it would taste like in a hot pot. True to being Saitama, the great demon king, even in the face of such a cute little fox, Zhuang Bufan could only think about whether this creature could turn into an adorable girl to practice gratitude with during free time. Meanwhile, our Saitama teacher directly associated it with hot pot. Boom! As the smoke cleared, a cute little girl in a shrine maiden outfit, with beast ears and a tail, appeared in front of Saitama. Juju struggled to break free from Saitama's grip and hurriedly hid behind Zhuang Bufan. Scary. Scary. Is that a cat's meow? Seeing the little beast girl's reaction, Saitama recalled the tasks given by the guild. Clearly, the little fox was overreacting. However, being inexperienced in the world, it was understandable for her to have such a startled reaction upon hearing Saitama, the great demon king's shocking statement. What cute little girl, where did you get her? It wouldn't be abduction, would it? Just call her Juju. And as for abduction, she is at least a deity, having lived through more years than your age. How could I possibly abduct her? Here, caramel pudding. By the way, do foxes like pudding? Saitama didn't respond, realizing that the little beast girl was frightened by his earlier comment. So he took out the pudding he had prepared for dessert after dinner from the fridge and handed it to Juju. Well, anyway, kids generally like this stuff, so it should be fine. Wow, yay. It's pudding. What did you just say? Watching the silly fox come out from behind him to take the pudding offered by Saitama, she happily started eating without a care in the world. Zhuang Bufan forcefully swallowed the words he had just said. And no, it's nothing. Just consider it as a pet I raised. Look at this child, so cute. As he said this, Zhuang Bufan lifted up the orange who was licking the pudding cup. This little guy seemed to understand Zhuang Bufan's intention. With a bang, it transformed back into a white fox, nodding its little head in sync with Zhuang Bufan's words. Indeed, creak the sound of the door opening interrupted their conversation. Genos walked into the room, holding a box of fresh free-range chicken. Mr. Zhuang Bufan, it's been a while. Are you planning to have fox hot pot today? Leave it to me. I'll skin it right away. As he spoke, Genos' mechanical arms reached towards Zhuang Bufan's arms, seemingly wanting to snatch the silly fox away. Bang, Genos. You really don't need to learn everything for Saitama. Looking at the little beast girl trembling in his arms, the three of them awkwardly scratched their heads and abandoned the idea of having hot pot tonight. In the days when Zhuang Bufan was absent, two major events occurred. The first was the death of the legendary prophet, Master Sababawa, who choked on a throat lozenge. As for the second event, that's Saitama. Is this the important thing you mentioned when you refused to visit my dojo? Silver Fong Bongu shook his head helplessly. In front of him was Saitama, who had just joined the Hero Name Victims Organization and was marching in front of the Hero Association headquarters with the team. Yes. The second event was that Saitama joined the Hero Title Renaming Group, along with the middle-aged bald hero and others, requesting the association to change their names. Sighed, Genos. I told you not to come help. By the way, where is Zhuang Bufan? I remember his hero name was something like Pervert. Why didn't I see him participating in the parade? Saitama was pulled aside by Bongu. The appearance of the S-Class heroes didn't cause any inconvenience to this group's actions. Instead, it made them misunderstand that the Hero Association was starting to fear their parade, which was why they sent Silver Fong and Genos to negotiate with Saitama. Teacher Saitama. Mr. Zhuang Bufan's hero name is no longer Pervert Knight. Mr. Zhuang Bufan's current hero name is Infinite Knight, and he is quite popular among children. Genos, expressionless, corrected Saitama's outdated information. When was this? I actually don't know. Forget it instead of that, Genos. I really don't need your help here. You making a fuss about it makes me feel awkward. Saitama-sensei, I didn't mean that. I just received an S-rank hero summons from the association. So there must be important matters to discuss. I was wondering if you would like to come along. An S-rank hero summons. Interesting. It seems there's a need for me to personally get involved. Zhuang Bufan woke up in the morning and, upon seeing the news of Zababa's death, suddenly realized something. It was obvious that the big brother piloting the spaceship was about to land on Earth. So the question arose, what should the people of City A do? In the original work, it was precisely because of the Sky King's early attack that a large number of people fled into shelters. Although the names of the deceased could still fill a black stone stele 100 meters high, it ultimately allowed some people to take refuge early and survive. Now that the Sky King had been dealt with by himself, who would take on this great and arduous task? Zhuang Bufan looked in the mirror and then shook his head wildly. Really, what was he thinking? Zhuang Bufan was eating the breakfast prepared by the silly fox while jotting down a note to buy a gas stove. Chiyu had woken up even earlier than Zhuang Bufan, and, judging by his expression, he seemed to have something on his mind. The silly fox was still learning how to use modern appliances. While cooking, the child complained that the gas stove's flame was not strong enough, and even summoned foxfire to fill the stove. Fortunately, Zhuang Bufan noticed it quickly, which prevented a gas explosion from blowing his house up. After warning the little fox not to mess with the electrical appliances at home, Zhuang Bufan set off for the Monster Association. Armor Sludge, are you saying that the demolition guy might appear in City A today? Do you know what the consequences of deceiving me could be? The centipede elder coiled around Zhuang Bufan, twisting his body as much as possible, displaying all his side-like claws in front of Zhuang Bufan, giving him a strange sense of nausea. I never said the demolition guy would show up. I just got news that an S-rank hero is gathering in City A for some unknown reason. It's just that the demolition guy might also attend this event. I thought you might be interested in this information after saying this. Zhuang Bufan turned to leave, but was blocked by the centipede elder's body. A provocation? Without activating the Azura Sword Mad's demon armor form, Zhuang Bufan couldn't guarantee he could crush this longworm. However, even with his strength in the Swamp Lord state, he was not someone the centipede elder could easily handle. Suddenly, The ground in the great hall where the two were located began to shake, like liquid in a cup, and they started to be engulfed by the quicksand-like ground. The centipede elder originally wanted to show him some color, and now seeing Zhuang Bufan make a move. He also began his own actions. Following a specific trajectory, his entire body moved quickly to counteract the erosion of the quicksand. Seal. As Zhuang Bufan's palm suddenly clenched, a stone pillar rose from the ground, charging towards the centipede elder's body at an extremely high speed. Boom! The stone pillar shot up like a bamboo skewer, piercing into a tree trunk, although part of it was deflected by the centipede elder's tough armor. The remaining stone rod still firmly pressed against the centipede elder's body, opening a path for Zhuang Bufan. This guy, Zhuang Bufan's stone pillar, did not cause any obvious harm to the centipede elder, but what he did had already angered the centipede elder. Forget it. A word from Da Jiongyan stopped the centipede elder, who was about to explode. At this moment, Zhuang Bufan had already walked far away. Da Jiongyan, why are you standing next to that guy? The centipede elder roared, questioning the dog-headed strategist. I just find it strange, before today, we had never received any news about the Hero Association gathering S-rank heroes. Moreover, there has never been such a precedent. How do you know about this? Are you suspecting that this guy is an undercover agent sent by the Hero Association? Da Jiongyan said nothing, glancing at the centipede elder. Everything was unspoken. In City A, Zhuang Bufan dragged the body of the Centipede Jr. to the entrance of the Hero Association. Since the Monkey King has already made me do this, I might as well deal with this little monkey too. After saying this, Zhuang Bufan called for the association staff. It was unfair to make this group of guys stand at the entrance in such hot weather. They should be let in. The intensity of the upcoming battle meant that even those with ghost-level strength would only have the right to observe. Allowing this group of low-level cannon fodder to be left outside the association was almost like killing them with his own hands. Zhuang Bufan certainly cannot allow such things to happen. After dealing with these matters, all that is left is to go upstairs and wait for Senior Centipede to strike the bell. Why is a B-class guy mixed in with an S-class gathering? It turns out that sounding the alarm for the citizens of City A comes at a price. Zhuang Bufan missed the iconic moment of the atomic warrior shaking hand with a strong man, but fortunately, he didn't miss the speech by Little Tornado. Saitama is my friend, and I believe he is qualified to attend this meeting. Zhuang Bufan walked over, casually resting his hand on Saitama's shoulder, and the two looked like longtime friends. Seeing Zhuang Bufan support Saitama, Tornado merely snorted lightly and said nothing, walking straight into the conference room. What are you all staring at me for? Outside the door were familiar faces to Zhuang Bufan. Atomic Sarai, Bang, King, Saitama, and Genos, who all looked at Zhuang Bufan, some nodding, others gasping, as if they were seeing some kind of exotic species. Zhuang Bufan, you really have the charm I had in my youth, after Atomic Samurai said this. The group finally took their seats in the conference room. What does this guy mean by that? Sitting in his seat. Zhuang Bufan couldn't figure out for a long time and could only give up on thinking. Is there any tea? Saitama spoke up to ask for tea, and everyone pretended not to hear. Without a doubt, everyone who could enter this conference room was a member of the association, and since the meeting was about to start, no one would care about the remarks of a B-class hero in this situation. Could you prepare a cup of tea? By the way, could you two scoot over a bit? I'm getting squished. Zhuang Bufan unfortunately found himself caught between the pig god and the super alloy blacklight. He watched helplessly as the pig god plopped down beside him with a loud thud. The fat on his body flowed towards Zhuang like a mudslide during a landslide. On his left, the muscle tyrant was fine at first, but within a minute or two, the muscles on his body began to inflate like a balloon. Accompanied by a hissing sound like rubber rubbing together, they started to swell. Sandwiched between these two guys, Zhuang Bufan felt that squeezing into a rush-hour subway was a better situation than his current predicament. Sorry, the two said in unison before shifting a bit to the side. Unfortunately, it wasn't long before Zhuang Bufan found himself trapped once again in the hell of muscle and fat. So you guys didn't finish your release just now? Was it me who interrupted your performance? Zhuang Bufan irritably shook his head, and Zai Longjuan felt a bit happy seeing this guy's awkwardness. The unpleasantness of being urgently summoned was thrown behind him, and he happily hummed a tune. The tea had already been served, and just as Zhuang Bufan was about to take a sip, the pig god beside him raised his arm, causing the previously still chunks of meat to sway again. The fatty meat piled up like waves, continuously slapping against Zhuang Bufan's upper body. I can't take it anymore. Emergency evacuation alert. Emergency evacuation alert. Disaster level, ghost. Disaster level, ghost. Leave that thing to me to handle. Just send me a briefing on the meeting's outcome. Shichi looked at Zhuang Bufan's disheveled appearance and could only agree with his approach. All right, I'll leave the strange people outside to you. Let's continue the meeting. Zhuang Bufan stepped out of the Hero Association headquarters. 2 streets away, Centipede was rampantly destroying the city, shouting that he would make Infinite Night pay the price. Even the great philosopher had fallen. Where's the support? We need support. Why haven't the S-Class heroes arrived yet? A group of C-Class heroes was in chaos. And only Spring Mustache, Golden Ball, and Atom Warrior's apprentice, Ki, remained on the scene, desperately trying to maintain the situation. Centipede was advancing. This is bad. Spring Mustache. Be careful. Golden Ball shouted and fired 3 bullets. Unfortunately, his bullets, capable of penetrating a 20 centimeters thick steel plate, couldn't even slightly alleviate Centipede's assault. Just as Spring Mustache was about to be torn apart, a gust of wind blew through, and the Centipede, which was charging at Spring Mustache, collided with him like a high-speed train hitting a boulder. Its entire body was sent flying, landing on the ground and writhing in pain. Are you okay? I'm fine. Spring Mustache looked at the newcomer in shock. He hadn't seen what just happened, but there was no doubt that Zhuang Bufan had saved him. Despite having ranked below him just 2 months ago, both Spring Mustache and Golden Ball recognized Zhuang Bufan's ability to handle the situation. Instinctively, they still wanted Zhuang Bufan to assist them in seizing this opportunity to eliminate the terrifying monster. You guys go evacuate the crowd. I'll take care of this. Don't worry. I'm also an S-Class hero. I won't lose to a little centipede. Just kidding. What if the spaceship hasn't landed in city yet? If you guys join the fight and accidentally expose Centipede's weakness, what will we do if the alarm is lifted prematurely? After saying this, without giving the 3 any chance to respond, he grabbed one of Centipede's legs and flung it away from the battlefield. I remember he seems to rely on his transformation ability to attack enemies, right? I didn't expect that even without transforming. He has such formidable strength. Golden Ball watched as Centipede was thrown by Zhuang Bufan, along with the half-block of street flattened by its flying body, and couldn't help but feel the ruthless disparity in talent. Boom, another building collapsed. Zhuang Bufan's power suppression over Centipede was merciless. Even when Centipede arched its body and summoned all its strength to charge, it was still blocked by Zhuang Bufan. Then, just like punishing a misbehaving child, it was casually tossed onto a building. Struggling with all its might only resulted in such an outcome. The stark contrast made Centipede think it was not a valiant monster slaughtering the world, but a frail girl being ruthlessly slapped by a burly man. I beg you, kill me. This was Centipede's inner thought, but unfortunately, under the continuous slaps, it had no right to speak. As for the onlooking crowd, after witnessing such indiscriminate and widespread attacks, they wisely hid in the shelters. On the other side, Spring Mustache, who had fought closely with Centipede, understood all too well how terrifying this monster was in battle against Zhuang Bufan. Even with such power, it still couldn't kill Centipede. This monster's defensive ability was truly terrifying. The situation seemed one-sided, but Centipede's body had not sustained much external damage, which indicated it still had the power to counterattack. Perhaps Infinite Night would be defeated by his overly casual attitude. It seemed he still needed to request assistance from the association. Spring Mustache looked at Zhuang Bufan battling Centipede. Feeling a bit uneasy, after some haphazard analysis, he decided to call for help from the Hero Association. Wait, Ki, who had been silent, finally spoke. Although the intensity of the battle seemed to be increasing, Infinite Night still appeared to be handling it with ease. Let's just observe the situation for now. Emergency evacuation alert. Emergency evacuation alert. Disaster level, dragon. Disaster level, dragon. As soon as the words were spoken, the disaster level judgment regarding Centipede was upgraded again. Seriously, what on earth is Zhuang Bufan doing? Hearing the evacuation alert, before Shichi could say anything, Little Tornado began to complain preemptively. Immediately after, Shichi connected to the monitor outside the headquarters. Don't go, let's play a little longer. Zhuang Bufan spoke as he pulled the Centipede Elder, who was trying to escape underground, out of the ground and heavily threw it onto the department store. With Zhuang Bufan's strength, the Centipede Elder reached a level of destruction it could never achieve in its lifetime. Even the disaster assessment tool of the association was stunned by the energy emitted when the Centipede Elder fell, giving a dragon-level rating, indicating that the disaster in City A was escalating. What on earth is this guy doing? The people present, although unable to hear what Zhuang Bufan said, felt that he was seriously ill just by seeing his actions. Can someone please take action to deal with that weirdo? If he keeps making a scene like this, even if the civilians are in the shelters and there are no casualties, City A will still be flattened by him. Just as Shichi finished speaking, a giant spaceship appeared on the screen. The cosmic overlord BULOC has arrived. Maluza Galudo, one of the top combatants of the Dark Matter Cosmopirate crew, possesses at least mid-level dragon strength. As the only combatant sent by BULOC, he alone is like an army. Swish! Two wind blades almost simultaneously hit their target. Rarely having the opportunity to play demolition games. Zhuang Bufan was in high spirits when he suddenly felt a strong and undisguised killing intent from behind. Without thinking, he directly threw the Centipede Elder forward to block Maluza Galudo's attack. The Centipede Elder was smashed into 3 pieces by the 2 powerful energy strikes, and the slightly spiraled shells were scattered everywhere. If the head monster appears, it means the bombardment to destroy City A is about to begin. Zhuang Bufan realized that something was about to happen the moment he saw Maluza Galudo. While throwing the Centipede Elder, he also ran towards the city center shelter. Where did that guy go? Due to his line of sight being blocked by the Centipede Elder, Maluza Galudo didn't notice the direction in which Zhuang Bufan had escaped at first. Just a few seconds later, the bottom of the giant spaceship flickered with a faint purple light, and then a beam of destruction shot out. Zhuang Bufan was very clear that under the impact of such a high-energy cannon, even the civilian shelter would not survive. Indeed, that solid and sturdy fortress still had the capability to ensure the survival of some people after the main building was destroyed. However, that would be too unfair to himself for putting in so much effort to elevate the disaster level and induce the crowd to evacuate. Dressed in his ghost armor, Zhuang Bufan arrived at his destination just in time before the bombardment. Standing atop the dome of the shelter, he took a sideways lunge and bent his body as far back as he could. Almost simultaneously with the cannon fire, Zhuang Bufan launched his attack. Light slash. The laser waves were split in half by Zhuang Bufan's gauntlet, and the light was reflected in all directions by the mirror-like surface of the armor plates. Even the main cannon that was firing at the shelter was reduced to scrap metal. The immense force used during the hand blade attack caused Zhuang Bufan to shatter the dome of the shelter and fall inside. What just happened? City A. City A has been destroyed. Some of the scattered beams of light still illuminated the corners of the shelter, giving the evacuated citizens a clear understanding of the severity of the disaster. Crash. Zhuang Bufan stood up from the collapsed concrete pile, shaking off the dust from his body. He didn't expect that the shelter built by the association would have such weak strength. This was quite embarrassing. The Infinite Knight, it was the Infinite Knight who saved us. The people who survived realized that it was Zhuang Bufan who had just withstood the bombardment and saved their lives. In the conference room of the Hero Association headquarters, all the cameras inside City A had been destroyed, but fortunately, it was unnecessary to confirm the situation on site with city cameras. In an instant, City A was destroyed. Shichi found it hard to believe. All the S-rank heroes had already been deployed to face this crisis. That guy should be okay, right? After seeing the images of City A's destruction, Tornado was a bit worried about Zhuang Bufan, who had previously been outside the Hero Association headquarters. With powerful enemies surrounding him, even if Zhuang Bufan enjoyed this atmosphere of being admired, he had to get up and leave. You actually survived. Maluza Galu looked at Zhuang Bufan, who was unscathed, and a surge of anger arose, launching an attack against him. Azura Fist. Facing Maluza Galu's attack, Zhuang Bufan, in his demon armor mode, held his breath and concentrated, bracing against his moves while suddenly punching him hard. Boom! Maluza Galu felt as if his entire body was being stripped away by the force of that punch. He was slammed into the asphalt pavement half a city block away, and even one of his head orb shattered. What kind of power is that? Maluza Galu, possessing a self-healing ability far superior to other dragon-level monsters, was the only reason he survived Zhuang Bufan's punch. Otherwise, even if he didn't die, he would have suffered severe injuries. Duong a bell sound echoed above, and Zhuang Bufan knew it was the sound made by Saitama crushing a cannonball. This meant he was about to enter the interior of the spaceship. At the same time, Zhuang Bufan saw Adam Samurai and the others coming out from the association. Hey, Uncle, I'm leaving this to you. That guy, indeed. The bombardment can't do anything to him. Tornado whispered to herself as she saw Zhuang Bufan's figure. In this wave from Boros, the only person worth Zhuang Bufan's effort to seize was the three-way battle. Considering Zhuang Bufan's current melee combat ability, he was no match for Golden Sperm. Among the three, hunting the cosmic giant octopus, Goryu Ganshio, was undoubtedly the most valuable. With that in mind, Zhuang Bufan dashed into the spaceship. If he delayed any longer, with Saitama's efficiency, he would probably be left with nothing but dried octopus. Anyway, the uncles have come out. I should sneak into the spaceship early to avoid missing even a drop of soup. Inside the spaceship, after Saitama removed the 80th blast-proof armor door, he realized he was probably lost. What kind of structure is this spaceship? Can anyone tell me where the command room is? Saitama was ruthlessly complaining while tearing apart the blast-proof doors with his bare hands. Turning a corner, he arrived at an empty chamber, where an oddly shaped three-mouthed alien stood above the hangar. "Hoo-ha-ha-ha, invader, it's quite difficult for you to get here, but this is where it ends. Because you can't defeat me, Gloribus. I will use my acidic breath to slap acidic breath or whatever. Let's not dissolve my clothes." Saitama punched the ace warrior of Boros to death. While asking for directions was important, it seemed less significant compared to his clothes. "So you were here." Zhuang Bufan greeted Saitama. He had entered the spaceship through the cannon and hardly encountered any combat members along the way, following the signal to find Saitama. "You came in too, actually. I can handle this by myself. You should go help deal with the aliens outside." Saitama's suggestion was sincere and reasonable. But compared to the reasons given by Zhuang Bufan, his excuse fell a bit short. "If you handle this alone, do you know what the consequences will be?" "What consequences?" Saitama was clearly startled by Zhuang Bufan's serious tone, thinking he had done something wrong, and hurriedly asked, "Look at the poor guy next to you. He wants to even know that Earthlings have hair until the day he dies. If I'm not by your side, it's not just too pitiful for these aliens, but it also tarnishes the image of us Earthlings." "Oh, is that so?" Saitama listened helplessly to Zhuang Bufan's explanation with a face full of black lines, unwilling to accept it, but unable to refute it. "I didn't want to be bald either." Saitama shouted inwardly in frustration. "How? Even Gloribus was killed by this guy." The tentacles of Jalugan Xiaopu trembled in shock at the footage from a monitor, staring at the bald head displayed on the screen, secretly marveling. Even if this guy ambushed Gloribus to easily take out the top combat power of the Dark Matter Pirate gang like this, he truly is a formidable opponent. What to do? Should we inform Lord Boros? The starry octopus thought for a moment and decided to wait and see. If this guy could get out on his own, that would be great. When two disasters come together, it's never a good thing. If Boros's spaceship could speak, it would certainly have a lot to say about this. Although Zhuang Bufan's strength was far less than Saitama's, when it came to the ability to cause destruction, he was not much weaker than Saitama. "Is anyone there?" Creek. Saitama removed another armored hatch door, and a monster rushed out wanting to attack them, only to be easily dealt with by the Demon King Saitama. "Why does this guy look like he is not here to ask for directions properly? Why does everyone charge at us with knives as soon as they meet? This isn't how to treat guests, is it?" Saitama frowned, appearing dissatisfied with the way these aliens were conducting themselves. "Saitama, I have to say, you don't look at all like a guest. Have you ever seen a guest who opens the door without knocking? Look at me learn the legendary Sicilian way of visiting." Although Saitama didn't know where Sicily was, seeing Zhuang Bufan's confident demeanor, he clapped in agreement. Zhuang Bufan lifted a metal rod as if it were an old double-barreled shotgun. He raised his leg and kicked open the 2-meter-thick explosion-proof door made of special metal, dramatically pulling an imaginary trigger, while one hand quietly flicked out a hidden iron piece. Before the creature inside could react, it tasted the lead bullet. The whole process was both violent and elegant, like a ballet dancer dancing between blood and gunpowder, especially paired with Zhuang Bufan's shout, "Open up, Vater Mater Inspector." This carefree demeanor couldn't help but move Saitama. So that's how you do it, right?" Saying this, Saitama leaned back, raising his right leg to a standard 75 degrees and kicked down. "Open up, hair growth products salesman." The two of them, like seasoned Italian gangsters, danced as they kicked open the doors of these creatures. They dragged the aliens hiding in the room out to ask for directions, directly killing anyone who resisted. The pirate gang that was clearly invading Earth was made to look like obedient citizens by these two. Saitama and Zhuang Bufan, the heroes protecting Earth, at that moment resembled riders smashing and looting. "Invaders, please leave immediately. Invaders, please leave immediately." Saitama, it seems like something is ringing. The two noticed the alarm, stopping their destructive activities, and the creatures inside the room that had narrowly escaped let out a sigh of relief. "That guy seems to want us to leave, but we're already lost. Even if we leave, we wouldn't know how to get out." Saitama honestly replied, perhaps because his egg-shaped head naturally carried a sincerity buff. As the chief strategist of the Dark Matter Pirate Gang, he surprisingly believed Saitama's nonsense and kindly pointed him the way. You mean if we go that way, we can get out, right? Saitama looked at the monitor with a sincere expression. Of course it's true. You two hurry up and get out. Never set foot on this ship again in your lives. Zhuang Bufan and Saitama did not heed the advice of the octopus head. Instead, they smirked slyly. Their expressions grew increasingly deranged. Since that's the case, let us go this way. Saitama and Zhuang Bufan said in unison. Don't go that way. The more the octopus head became frantic, the happier Zhuang Bufan and Saitama walked. Finally, the two hummed a song as they arrived in front of a tall palace gate. Using the Italian mafia door-kicking method they had practiced many times along the way. Each kicked a door, and just like that, they opened the lavishly decorated door. Are you two the representatives of this planet? Boros coldly examined these two. The bald guy on the left emitted a terrifying energy in his eyes. As for the guy on the right, although his strength seemed decent, he clearly wasn't the type who could withstand his attacks. I see. So on this planet, the less hair one has, the stronger their combat power. Based on the information available to him, Boros made his judgment. The one who destroyed City A. Is that so? Saitama originally wanted to hold him accountable with great momentum, but he was left speechless by Boros' strange remarks. Hey, what is going on with you guys? Do you treat me as if I don't exist? Can you at least acknowledge me? Zhuang Bufan, feeling a bit displeased at being inexplicably ignored, thought that regardless of whether he could defeat Boros, he certainly wouldn't lose in terms of presence, standing next to Saitama. Teddy, seeing Zhuang Bufan like this, Saitama inexplicably thought of the teddy dog his neighbor had when he was a child and couldn't help but say it out loud. You're the ones who don't take me seriously. The starry great octopus, Zhuang appeared behind the two, with debris from the doors they had smashed floating around. Although these two couldn't understand the expressions of the alien creature, his tone clearly indicated he was extremely angry. Zhuang Bufan, this guy, seems really angry. Saitama nudged Zhuang Bufan with his elbow, making him look like an ant from Shopping Street. Maybe it's because you didn't knock before entering the house. Zhuang Bufan was chatting idly beside him, while Galugan Xiaopu, overhearing their conversation, was furious to the point of smoke coming out of his 7 orifices. These two guys clearly had no regard for him. Just to be clear, you don't need to take action against this guy. Leave it to me. You go deal with that big-eyed cutie in golden armor. The two continued to ignore the stellar giant octopus and carried on their conversation, which seriously offended Galugan Xiaopu, who could no longer hold back. You two really? How rude can you be before you stop? The stellar giant octopus was clearly extremely displeased with the dismissive attitude of these two, acting so recklessly in front of Lord Boros. This was not only an insult to him, but also a representation of his failure. How could Galugan Xiaopu tolerate such a situation? He directly used his ultimate move against these two rude thugs. Psychic Stone Wave. Earthling. Ding as the stone struck Zhuang Bufan's armor. It bounced off and hit Saitama's bald head, producing a strange sound. What a bothersome giant octopus. Forget it. I'll leave this to Zhuang Bufan and go have some fun with that Boros instead. The ruler of the entire universe. How that title sounds quite intriguing. Saitama was inexplicably in a good mood today. Maluza Galudo struggled to stand up, shocked, terrified, angry, and desperate. Zhuang Bufan's strike made him experience a feeling he hadn't felt in a long time, a terrifying sensation that made him timid. Even when he observed that figure flying into the spaceship, he couldn't muster the will to intervene. The sound of stones moving on the ground attracted Maruzgaluo. Whoosh! The next moment, this creature resembling a shriveled plum appeared behind Ki Steel and directly used his Wind Howl hammer to attack the Atomic Warrior's top disciple. Although Ki Steel's physical capabilities were far inferior to Maruzgaluo's, his training in swordsmanship allowed him to keenly sense the terrifying killing intent behind him. He hurriedly sidestepped to evade Maruzgaluo's attack, but unfortunately, the gap in their strength was too great, and he ultimately paid the price of losing an arm. It wasn't over yet. Maruzgaluo roared and launched another attack at Ki Steel. His momentum seemed to indicate that he was intent on venting the fear Zhuang Bufan had brought upon him onto this weak human. Don't bully my adorable disciple too much, you plum-like monster. Just when Ki Steel couldn't react and was about to meet his demise, a thin figure appeared before him, followed by a downward slash that severed Maruzgaluo's wind blade, splitting his body in two. With 4 S-class heroes present, it seemed unnecessary for us to intervene in that situation. However, thanks to you two for driving away the Infinite Knight, the city's refuge was able to survive. Pig God, your fat has contributed. Zombie Man stared at the ravaged city. If it weren't for the battle with the Infinite Knight, which raised the disaster level, there would likely be even more casualties. right? Thinking of this, Zombie Man glanced over the battlefield again. Such a level of combat was beyond his participation, unless the association agreed to let them fight for a year. No need to worry. I'll leave the situation here to you all. I need to handle the riots in other cities. The others without aerial capabilities would be of no use even if they stayed. So it was better to return to other cities quickly to prevent further disasters from going unaddressed. With that in mind, Pig God left, accompanied by Zombie Man and others like Police Dog Hero. The battle below was in full swing, and everyone present shifted their attention from Roosevelt to the giant spaceship in the sky. Speaking of which, how should we deal with that guy? Child Emperor frowned, looking at the enormous spaceship above, feeling troubled. He didn't possess the firepower to destroy such a massive war machine. In his understanding, the only ones capable of destroying it were Metal Knight and King. Mr. King, could you please step in to destroy that spaceship? Child Emperor said respectfully to King, and even Tornado of Terror was curiously looking forward to the abilities of the strongest man on the ground. I'm very sorry, I don't have any means to attack the air. King said this while activating the King engine, still maintaining his indifferent expression. However, his gaze occasionally drifted to Genos beside him, fearing that he might expose him in this situation. Enough, you really are useless. Let me handle this. Atonado, please don't be like this. You'll get killed by Mr. King. Alloy Blacklight nervously watched King, who had already activated the King engine, and cautiously suggested to Tornado, as the top king of the association, it was no wonder he was so anxious. Inside the spaceship, Goryu Gingziapu directly launched an attack at the two. Take this. Mind-powered stone wave. Sharp iron pieces, utilizing Goryu Gangziapu's extraordinary telekinetic technique, eliminated the air friction resistance, accelerating to an indescribable degree. Speed is power. This is no empty saying. In just a few moments, the iron pieces had already accelerated to half the speed of light. This had exceeded Zhuang Bufan's dynamic tracking capability, and soon the rain of iron, representing destruction, descended upon the two. The sharp, violent meteorites pounded Zhuang Bufan's ghost armor, leaving small dents while producing clanging sounds. Fortunately, his ghost armor was made of liquid metal. Even if it was deformed by the attack, it could quickly recover. Most of the bouncing stones landed on Saitama's head, making a sound like hitting a wooden fish combined with the stones originally aimed at him, creating a rather awkward situation. When one monk rings the bell, another monk rings it too. Zhuang Bufan thought the sound resembled that made by a monk striking a wooden fish while chanting, and he candidly said so. Saitama felt unusually frustrated upon hearing this, shot Zhuang Bufan a glance, and then walked toward the direction where Boros was located. You can't disturb Lord Boros. Jellyugan Shiopu shouted anxiously, simultaneously activating his other ultimate technique. Super telekinetic pressure wave. A tremendous pressure was exerted on the two, but Saitama felt nothing at all and continued straight toward the throne where Boros was seated. Oh, Earthling, your performance is truly something I look forward to. As Jellyugan Shiopu's direct superior, Boros naturally knew the level of his telekinetic abilities. The fact that someone could remain completely unaffected under his full power attack, aside from himself, was something that had only been achieved by this bald head in all these years. Zhuang Bufan was also attacked by the pressure wave, but his performance was far from as good as Saitama's, as expected of the top Esper in the universe, although his abilities are slightly inferior to Tatsumaki's. However, being able to reach this level is indeed quite troublesome. Zhuang Bufan felt as if his body was as heavy as if it were filled with lead. Although he couldn't be said to be completely unable to move, his flexibility in movement was already significantly limited. In this situation, it was evidently difficult for him to hit the giant octopus with his attacks. This was still under the protection of the ghost armor and in a state of high telekinetic resistance. If he were in his usual form, he might really be pinned to the ground by this super heavy pressure wave, unable to move. 3 minutes had already passed, and he needed to quickly deal with this cosmic giant octopus. He didn't want to faint on this spaceship. With Saitama's personality, he would definitely leave him behind. If he were to be collected by the Metal Knight or something, it wouldn't be fun at all. What should he do? He might as well do this. With a solution in mind, Zhuang Bufan raised his arms high, clenched his fists tightly, and slammed them down violently. The ultra-high-strength alloy floor cracked extensively under the powerful pressure of the Jiliu Ganshi and the impact of Zhuang Bufan, and then it quickly collapsed. Boom! Zhuang Bufan was directly dropped into the lower deck, while at the same time, the battlefield between Boros and Saitama expanded outside the spaceship's bridge. That giant octopus is probably in this position, right? No longer bound by telekinesis, Zhuang Bufan shook his neck, and struck a pose similar to Saitama's moon kick, then charged with all his strength towards the position of the starry octopus. The reaction force generated by his push against the ground caused cracks to appear in the lower cabin, which then began to collapse. The metal fragments that shot out penetrated several layers of the deck and even shattered an external main cannon. The iron shavings produced by the explosion encouraged the people outside the spaceship. It's effective. It seems Zhuang Bufan is really trying hard. The sexy prisoner, nude, bit through one of Maruzagalu's head orbs, looking at the spaceship with endless affection. If Zhuang Bufan saw this scene, he would definitely change his approach to attack. Skill can make up for the gap in strength. Zhuang Bufan has always firmly believed in this, which is why, even though he already possesses dragon-level power, he still seeks ways to improve his boxing and sword techniques. Consider Bangu and the Atomic Samurai. Despite their inferior physical attributes compared to those of sexy prisoners, they can still hunt dragon-level monsters with their superb skills. If one day he masters his skills and combines them with his extraordinary physical abilities, one day he'd be able to soar. Zhuang Bufan deeply agreed. However, when one's opponent possesses both powerful abilities and superb combat skills, it is not a pleasant experience. Dressed in the ghost armor, Zhuang Bufan sliced through the metal plating like a hot knife through butter, his iron arms crossed, seemingly intending to directly crush the octopus head of Jiliu Gengzipu. As the most outstanding nun user in the universe, although Jiliu Gengzipu's nun strength is far inferior to that of Little Tornado, his application of techniques has reached a remarkably high level. Nun covered his tentacles, and his entire body spiraled into a spring for cushioning. The tips of his tentacles unfurled several layers of intricate nun barriers. Jiliu Gengzipu was fully prepared to counter Zhuang Bufan's charging attack. The immense force of the impact easily shattered the protective shield at the tips of Jiliu Gengzipu's tentacles, although it also weakened some of the momentum of the attack. However, if this trend continued, he should be able to crush the octopus head in the next second, right? Zhuang Bufan optimistically estimated that it was no wonder he was so confident. Enjoying the huge boost from the demon armor, his current strength was even a bit stronger than that of the golden black beast. Even though he couldn't compare to the freak that was Boros, who could perform a moon-level kick, handling a mid- to upper-level dragon-class opponent would surely not be too difficult. Zhuang Bufan optimistically assessed the battle situation, his elbow already touching the sharp tips of the stellar giant octopus's tentacles. At the same time, Lugan Xiaopu, affected by the impact, frantically infused his psychic energy into the tips of the tentacles, creating a soft, oil-like psychic barrier. His entire body, leveraging the octopus's soft characteristics, continuously twisted to absorb the energy from Zhuang Bufan's impact. By wrapping and enhancing the functionality of his organs with psychic energy, his body's resilience exceeded imagination. The tentacles wrapped around Zhuang Bufan's elbow quickly reached their limit while countering the impact. This forced Lugan Xiaopu to wildly swing his head along the spiral force of the tentacles. The scene of their confrontation resembled Zhuang Bufan wielding a spiral drill, creating a massive skylight in this giant spacecraft. Finally, when Lugan Xiaopu's head broke through to the top deck and emerged outdoors, he finally caught Zhuang Bufan's powerful strike. However, it wasn't over yet. The moment Zhuang Bufan's impact ceased, Lugan Xiaopu released the protective psychic oil film that had wrapped around the two of them. At the same time, he concentrated psychic energy at the tips of his tentacles, transforming them into sharp blades. Absorbing the energy from Zhuang Bufan's devastating impact, he unleashed the energy he had absorbed. The 8 blossoming tentacles attacked Zhuang Bufan like the blades of a meat grinder, fiercely launching an assault. The blades scraped across the ghost armor, producing a piercing sound, but this blooming flower of death failed to deliver any effective blows to Zhuang Bufan. Were the sharp attacks ineffective? Indeed, when dealing with armor-like things, blunt instruments were necessary. Realizing this, Lugan Xiaopu, using the reaction force from the last strike, created distance between himself and Zhuang Bufan. Several tentacles assumed a strange fighting stance. Cosmique CQC, psychique super combat technique, engaged. It seemed that when dealing with such gelatinous organisms, sharp weapons were indeed preferable. But where could he find a knife in such a short time? Zhuang Bufan looked at the formidable starry octopus opposite him and felt a bit troubled. In the animation, Saitama had taken this guy down with a single flying stone, and it didn't seem like he was that difficult to deal with. So why did it feel like it was particularly tough here? Next to him, the battle between Saitama and Boros was escalating continuously, with most of the structures on the deck shattered by the shock waves generated by their clash. He needed to end the battle quickly, Otherwise, he might get caught up in the aftermath of their fight. Given the rising intensity, he would either end up dead or seriously injured. Just as Zhuang Bufan was worrying about how to deal with the soft-bodied creature in front of him, his armor began to melt, and the liquid metal gathered in his hands. It formed two crescent-bladed hand axes, with handles that were not very long, about 40 centimeters. But the blade faces were impressively large, roughly the size of a basketball. This could be considered a sharp weapon. Zhuang Bufan weighed the two hand axes in his hands and felt that his strength had increased, but he was a bit uneasy about losing the protection of armor, as he could no longer ignore the attacks of the giant octopus like before. Zhuang Bufan looked at Gu Lugan Xiupu across from him, who said with a mischievous smile, "Let's see if I can chop your soft gold bones into fine minced meat." Even if Gu Lugan Xiupu had never seen water margin, he knew what this guy was planning to do, although this earthling could actively take off his armor and give him a chance to attack. If those two vicious hand axes really struck his vital points, his situation would probably not be much better than a fish on a chopping board. While the two were still pondering how to attack and take each other's heads, the battle between Boros and Saitama had reached a fever pitch. In meteor burst mode, Boros launched a relentless series of attacks against the obviously dejected Saitama. Perhaps Boros's strength had disappointed Saitama too much as he stood there motionless, willingly becoming Boros's living target. A series of fierce attacks caused the structures on the ship to begin vaporizing under the high temperatures. The brutal conditions of the battlefield forced Zhuang Bufan and Gu Lugan Xiupu's duel to take a back seat to these two gods. The situation was indeed as Boros had said. Weak fish caught in the aftermath of his battle could only meet a gruesome end. Even with Zhuang Bufan's current strength, he wouldn't fare well under such impact. During the process of avoiding Boros's attack range, Zhuang Bufan wasted 2 minutes of his magic soldier time without any meaningful progress. But fortunately, compared to the burden that the magic soldier placed on his body, the meteor burst mode was clearly a greater burden for Boros. After a series of meaningless strikes, Boros finally unleashed his ultimate move, the moon landing kick. The burst of energy was blinding, making Zhuang Bufan squint. And when he realized that the battle between Saitama and Boros had reached halftime, only Boros, Gu Lugan Xiupu, and himself remained on the field. Hoo-hoo! This form places a greater burden on the body than anaerobic exercise, ultimately leading to a shortened lifespan. Originally intended for decisive battles, this ultimate move can now be used without reservation against Saitama. I never expected this victory would come so hard. After releasing the meteor burst mode, Boros gasped for breath, looking up at the sky, clearly still savoring the aftertaste of the recent battle. "Lord Boros, are you okay?" Gu Lugan Xiupu spoke up, pulling Boros back from his pleasant memories into reality. He glanced at Zhuang Bufan, who was holding dual axes, and asked Gu Lugan Xiupu, "Haven't you dealt with this human yet?" "I'm very sorry. Forget it. I'll handle this guy." Zhuang Bufan never expected Boros to say such a thing, and he was so shocked that all the pores on his body opened up. "Saitama, are you still on the moon? Please come back soon. I miss you so much." Boros was about to make a move on Zhuang Bufan, but the good news was that he had already exited the meteor burst battle mode. The bad news was that even in his normal form, Boros was not something Zhuang Bufan could handle right now. He needed to think of a way to buy some time. As he watched Boros approach him step by step, Zhuang Bufan recalled the scene of Saitama facing the Beast King. Should he also learn from Saitama and adjust his belt? But he didn't think Boros would stop just because of something trivial like that, although this guy did live like the protagonist of shonen manga. Wait, I think I just thought of something. In a moment of inspiration, Zhuang Bufan came up with an idea. Standing his ground, facing the ruler of the universe without fear or arrogance, he said in a deep voice, "Are you going to interrupt a duel between men?" "Boros, a duel between men." With this short sentence, he was brought back to the wonderful memories of his earlier battle with Saitama. A duel between men. I understand what you mean by a duel between men, but I'm still a girl. Gu Lugan Xiupu interrupted Boros with a flushed face. The two were shocked to see the starry octopus say such shy words in a rough voice. "Is that so?" "Jiu Liu Gan Xiupu." "I'm sorry I didn't notice before." Zhuang Bufan seemed to sense something extraordinary, gazing at Boros with a strange look. "So that's it. She said she isn't a man. Are you still going to continue your duel?" Boros turned around and, with one sentence, pulled Zhuang Bufan back to the harsh reality. Clearly, his crisis had not been resolved. Ye Ligon Xiupu. You have a more important identity before being a woman, right?" "What?" Gu Lugan Xiupu was intimidated by Zhuang Bufan's momentum and could only continue speaking along with her words. "Of course, I am Boros' subordinate. The top warrior of the cosmic pirate crew, Dark Matter. Since you're a warrior, then wait. Ge Lugan Xiupu interrupted Zhuang Bufan again, which instinctively made Zhuang Bufan feel something was off. You say, I am Lord Baras's subordinate, and I admit that, but a warrior or anything. I'm just a strategist, as for combat, it's all handled by those two guys. When saying this, Ge Lugan Xiupu also glanced at the battle axe in Zhuang Bufan's hand, and it was clear. She was scared. Just as Zhuang Bufan worried that the situation would continue to worsen, a wave of energy hit everyone present, followed by a rumbling sound from below the cabin. This is the cannon fire from the small tornado reversal projectile. Could it be? Zhuang Bufan looked up at the sky dome, filled with hope. And faintly he could see a black dot coming from the direction of the sun, growing larger as it approached them. Bang! The energy generated by Saitama landing caused some liquefaction on the deck around him, with golden-red metallic liquid splattering everywhere due to the subsequent shockwave. Saitama stood up slowly in a typical superhero landing pose. Is this really happening? You truly are the worthy opponent I've been searching for. Seeing Saitama return to the battlefield, Boras was overjoyed, hurriedly entering his meteor burst state, the joy in his heart indescribable. However, compared to the other guy present, his excitement was clearly overshadowed. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept past Boras, and Zhuang Bufan, disregarding the still scorching deck, rushed over and tightly hugged Saitama's thigh, crying out with a slight sob, Saitama, I miss you so much. You will be the most respected person in my life from now on. If anyone asks me who I respect the most in my life, I will answer without hesitation that it's you, Saitama. Okay, I got it. Can you please let go of my leg? Please, don't do this, it's really quite disgusting. Saitama had no idea what kind of life-and-death tragedy Zhuang Bufan had gone through during the few minutes he was on the moon. However, seeing him like this, the trouble level had risen again. It was clearly one of his rare high moments, but with Zhuang Bufan acting like this, it looked more like he was trying to calm a misbehaving child in a shopping mall. Sorry. Please wait a moment. I need to handle some family matters. Oh, please go ahead. Boras was completely dumbfounded, exiting the meteor burst mode, staring blankly at his lifelong enemy. Like an old father soothing a child. Standing aside and watching all this, Boras felt as if he had just eaten something unpleasant, starting to question his life choices. Was all of this really worth it? Phew, finally done, Boras, let's continue. Oh. Watching Saitama regain his fighting spirit, Boras stopped thinking about those things, and his emotions inexplicably surged. The now composed Zhuang Bufan took out two large axes again, grinning as he walked towards Goryagenkyo. You, don't come over here. For some reason, the cosmic giant octopus felt inexplicably scared seeing Zhuang Bufan like this. Zhuang Bufan naturally wouldn't heed this guy's request. He took a quick step forward, preparing to close the distance and deliver a headshot with his two giant axes. Go! Facing Zhuang Bufan, who was without the protection of a ghost armor, Ge Lugan Xiupu naturally wanted to create distance and use ranged attacks to take him down. The time for the demon soldier to continue was already running short. It was no longer time to care about injuries. Zhuang Bufan used the blade of his axe to protect his vital points. Relying on his powerful physical abilities, he withstood Ge Lugan Xiupu's attacks. The metal piece sliced open Zhuang Bufan's skin, but fortunately, it was deflected by his solid internal muscles, causing no deep injuries. The bleeding wound was staunched by Zhuang Bufan's tensed muscles. The exchange between the two was instantaneous. In the next moment, Zhuang Bufan broke through the obstacles and arrived in front of Ge Lugan Xiupu. It hurts, you bastard. There was no way to dodge. Ge Lugan Xiupu used her 8 tentacles to catch the blade with bare hands, sticking firmly to the blade surface. At the same time, she used telekinesis to destroy everything behind her, making her feel like she was stuck to the axe like chewing gum. As long as Zhuang Bufan had no place to leverage, she felt safe. If she could evade this strike, then at such close range, it would be a piece of cake for her 8 tentacle spears to pierce through the heart of this earthling. Ge Lugan Xiupu was still calculating, but unfortunately, this universe's most outstanding telekinetic underestimated Zhuang Bufan's cunning and overlooked the threat of the demon soldier. When Ge Lugan Xiupu climbed onto Zhuang Bufan's axe, Zhuang Bufan smiled. The gleaming white teeth refracted sunlight, causing Ge Lugan Xiupu to feel a chill. A thug wielding 2 giant axes, laughing so brightly while beating someone, either had a mental issue or was up to something sinister. As expected, Zhuang Bufan, who had originally raised the axe blade, suddenly changed direction, gripping the handle with a reverse grip, leaping high like a fisherman holding a harpoon. Ge Lugan Xiupu's face, which was lifted up, was only 10 centimeters away from Zhuang Bufan, allowed her to see Zhuang Bufan's devilish smile more clearly. As the giant axe was shot out, Zhuang Bufan infused all his telekinetic energy into the axe blade, compressing the spiritual waves to transform them into ghostly flames that continuously burn the mind. At the same time, the giant axe that was shot out instinctively transformed into a sharp ghost spear to match Zhuang Bufan's attack style. Zhuang Bufan's sudden change in offensive strategy caught Gu Legangxiup unprepared. The magical weapon that was attached to him felt like a red-hot branding iron aimed at her. To avoid being pierced by the iron, the poor Gu Legangxiup could only tightly grip the blade of the magical weapon, while being burned by ghostly flames. She also had to use her psychic powers to clear a path through the lower decks. Other than trying to slow down the deadly spike as much as her body could withstand, she had no strength left to think about what to do next. Gu Legangxiup's series of operations in the face of this emergency truly showcased her status as a top-tier psychic. After breaking through hundreds of layers of the deck, she finally managed to stop the ghost spear's advance just before reaching the ammunition hold. Could she finally take a breath? Lying on the deck, Gu Legangxiup finally found the time to extinguish the ghostly flames clinging to her with her powerful psychic energy. Just as she thought she could relax, the chilling voice that had terrified her echoed again. It wasn't over. Immediately after, Zhuang Bufan came crashing down with a large hammer from above. The hammer ruthlessly struck the ghost spear, as if a stonemason were hammering his chisel with an iron mallet. Idiot! Below is the ammunition depot. Exhausted, Gu Legangxiup had long moved away from beneath that damned ghost spear, so Zhuang Bufan's attempt to pin down the giant octopus shouldn't have worked. But below was the entire ship's ammunition depot, which Zhuang Bufan was unaware of, while Gu Legangxiup was all too clear. She wasn't a combatant to begin with, and the energy expended in this round of fighting against Zhuang Bufan had greatly diminished her strength. If the ammunition depot were to explode at this moment, there would be no escape for her. Thus, she exerted all her strength, blue blood even seeping out from her skin, no longer caring about the sharp tip of the ghost spear, gripping it tightly to prevent it from piercing into the ammunition depot and igniting even the slightest spark. Idiot! There's an ammunition depot down there. I don't care. Zhuang Bufan couldn't help but feel a bit strange when he struck with his hand. When did this giant octopus gain such strength? Looking down, he finally understood and uttered that heart-wrenching phrase, then gave her a slight smile before the hammer slowly descended. No. Boom, it worked. It worked. The little tornado just hit the ammunition depot, right? The bottom of the spaceship erupted in beautiful fireworks, and the little tornado was still puzzled as to why the detonation of the ammo depot was delayed for so long. In the instant of the explosion, Zhuang Bufan retrieved the ghost spear that had been shot into the ammo depot. The metallic liquid quickly transformed into a large shield, and Zhuang Bufan lay on it, as if he were a flattened thumbtack, while the exploding ammo depot acted like an enormous air cannon, blowing him upwards towards the deck. Zhuang Bufan protected the vital parts of his body with his elbows. Due to the turbulence caused by the explosion, his whole body was tilted as he flew upwards. He forcibly crashed through the thick deck, and the thrust generated by the explosion sent him directly back to the uppermost deck of the spaceship. After such a series of impacts, even though Zhuang Bufan's body was tough, he was still a bit overwhelmed. Fortunately, he heard a voice that brought him joy. The giant octopus was dead. Zhuang Bufan could feel that his affinity for elements and his ability to manipulate telekinesis had significantly strengthened. Perhaps due to the excessive consumption of energy, the fatigue he felt did not lessen at all. During his battle with Golugon and Xiao Pu, it was the first time he had manipulated the magic weapon for such a long time, and the mental toll was no joke. By the final moment, his attacking actions were somewhat influenced by this neurotic axe, causing him to become somewhat deranged. Otherwise, there were so many ways to deliver the final blow to that giant octopus. He didn't need to blow up the ammunition depot at all. However, the state of Master Shinkong seemed somewhat ominous. I really don't want to end up bald like Saitama. Zhuang Bufan poked his head out, and the battle between Saitama and Boros had reached its climax. After a series of fierce attacks from Boros, Saitama finally gave his first punch tentatively. Bang! With just one strike, he broke through Boros's energy shield that covered his entire body, sending him flying backward for quite a distance. Boros knelt on the ground, painfully coughing up blood. Go for it, big brother in the spaceship. Saitama felt utterly absurd upon hearing this sudden cheer, as he was clearly the hero defending the Earth. Zhuang Bufan, what the hell are you doing? Saitama turned his head, looking at that guy with a pained expression, as if to say, what's up with you, little brother? Cheering me on. I never expected there would be a day when someone would cheer for me. Hee. In that case, Saitama, let me take you down. The cheers for Zhuang Bufan seemed to truly inject energy into Boros, and his power erupted once again as he charged towards Saitama with great strides. With consecutive ordinary punches, Saitama effortlessly turned Boros into a splatter of liquid. Anyone witnessing this scene would declare Saitama the victor. However, Boros, at the cost of burning through his own life force, rapidly reassembled his body and ultimately used all of his remaining energy to unleash his final technique. Star-crushing roar cannon, the serious punch. The world-destroying cannon wave was ruthlessly torn apart by an even stronger force, and Zhuang Bufan's shears did not bring about any miracles. In the end, Boros fell before Saitama. Did I lose? The emaciated Boros lay on the ground, realizing at that moment that he had been completely defeated this time. Are you still conscious? As expected, you really are strong. Saitama stood before Boros, looking at the gaunt cosmic overlord, and spoke these comforting words. What an evenly matched battle, just as the prophecy said. Yes, it truly was an evenly matched battle. Saitama echoed Boros's words, showing no signs of joy or sorrow. Although the two were irreconcilable foes, they were also invincible beings in their own right, and an inexplicable tacit understanding lingered in their hearts throughout this battle. It was precisely for this reason that Saitama was willing to show more respect to this cosmic overlord. Stop lying, you are too strong. I can't even be considered your opponent. Prophecies are indeed unreliable things. Saitama looked at the remnants of Boros, turning to dust, then raised his gaze to the clouds scattered in the sky by his strike, standing still as if lost in thought. Zhuang Bufan walked over and patted Saitama on the shoulder, saying, "Let's go, the silly fox just sent me a message saying that the air conditioner at home isn't cooling. This guy is currently lying in the fridge. We need to buy some refrigerant before the department store closes. Otherwise, if we leave the silly fox in the fridge for a night, all the ice at home will definitely disappear. That would be really bad. So we need to hurry back." Zhuang Bufan's simple few words pulled Saitama back from the lonely echoes to the ordinary reality. Walking through the winding corridors of the ship, Zhuang Bufan kicked open the outer wall of the vessel and stepped out with Saitama. Why would you walk out of the spaceship with a B-class bald egghead? Doesn't that imply that the greatest credit is being taken by you? Clearly, just an S-class underachiever. Tornado buzzed around Zhuang Bufan like a fly, buzzing in his ear. The battle with Goryu and Xiupu had drained a lot of Zhuang Bufan's energy, and all he wanted was to buy the snow seeds and go home to get a good sleep. He struggled to keep his eyes open, but yawns kept escaping him. When Tornado saw Zhuang Bufan's seemingly offensive attitude, her anger flared even more. "Hey, Pavado Lodiloa, are you even listening?" Saitama was initially annoyed when Tornado called him a bald egghead, but when he turned to see Zhuang Bufan getting scolded even worse, he felt a sense of balance in his heart. So he directly ignored Zhuang Bufan and started chatting with Genos about the battle with Boros. "Tornado, I'm really tired today. Can we talk about this another day?" Zhuang Bufan interrupted Tornado's rhythm of conversation, looking at this nominal second powerhouse of the association with a weary expression. "Little? Tornado? Who are you calling little?" After plundering the psychic power of Goryu and Shup, Zhuang Bufan should, in theory, no longer fear Tornado's psychic attacks. This made Zhuang Bufan much more relaxed when facing Tornado, and his attitude became somewhat perfunctory. "I hate it when others call me little." Tornado shouted angrily at Zhuang Bufan, directing the psychic energy of the spaceship towards him. Knowing that Zhuang Bufan possessed that strange psychic resistance, Tornado did not hold back. Zhuang Bufan, on the other hand, due to the excessive mental exhaustion from using the magic weapon, was not prepared for Tornado's attack. "Bang! Teacher Saitama, Mr. Zhuang Bufan seems to have turned into some sort of modern art piece. It looks like that." After venting her anger, Tornado glanced at Zhuang Bufan, who was mounted on the wall in place of Genos, snorted coldly, and flew away. "Haka saw thee. Saitama, just consider it a plea from me. I really don't need your help." A crisp sound echoed, and Zhuang Bufan never expected that during the battle with the Dark Matter Pirates, he would sustain his most serious injury not from the Starry Sky Octopus, nor from the aftershock of Boros's energy cannon, and certainly not from the attack of the petulant little Tornado. Instead, it was during the process when Saitama helped him down from the wall that his arm was accidentally broken, resulting in his injuries. This made Zhuang Bufan realize that even though he currently possessed strength far surpassing Genos, During his time with Saitama, he was not necessarily safer than this fully transformed robot. You really are quite useless. Clearly gathered so many S-class heroes here, yet still ended up like this. To avoid further injury from Saitama, Zhuang Bufan preemptively sent Genos and Saitama away, then casually found something to simply stabilize his injured arm. Little did he know, it was precisely because of this that he encountered the mentally unstable Sweet Mask. He thought this guy had left long ago. Didn't he expect to run into him here? What bad luck. Zhuang Bufan mumbled as he slowly backed away, watching Sweetheart Mask and the metal baseball bat argue with each other. He thought about simply fixing his injured arm and leaving. Zhuang Bufan, although your performance this time is somewhat better than those useless failures, this is not what I initially expected from you. I hope that when I see you next time, you won't disappoint me again. Sweetheart Mask walked over, patted Zhuang Bufan's shoulder, took out a handkerchief from his pocket, tore into strips, and picked up 2 steel bars to help secure his arm. Zhuang Bufan looked at this twisted character with a bit of annoyance. In terms of values and ways of handling things, Sweet Mask was probably the person he least wanted to interact with in the Hero Association. Moreover, after this incident, even the way Metal Bat looked at him became strange. I have things to do, so I'll leave first. You guys should seriously reflect on your actions, Sweet Mask said, pointing at the displeased Atomic Samurai and Metal Bat, then turned around, preparing to board the helicopter that would take him to the concert. Hey, Sweet Mask. Metal Bat called out to this irritating man, veins popping on his forehead as he spat angrily on the ground. Are we going to fight? Zhuang Bufan, who always enjoyed watching the drama unfold, only wished he had popcorn and soda by his side. I've said it. I don't have time to engage in pointless duels with you primitive apes. Just get my sister Hanako's autograph. This. Reluctantly, Metal Bat took out a signed version, extremely displeased as he approached this guy. Sweet Mask, with a face full of black lines, took the signed version and wrote down his name. Is this enough? Sweet Mask, back in his idle mode, formulaically asked for Metal Bat's opinion. Keep her distance from me. Metal Bat carefully hid Sweet Mask's autograph while disdainfully moving away from him. After this little episode, the exhausted group each left the ruins of the devastated city. The destruction of City A undoubtedly became the most significant news of this period. As the city where the Hero Association headquarters is located, this incident occurred while S-class heroes were gathering. This inevitably led the public, who donated money, to question the capability of the Hero Association. As for the S-class heroes who were at the center of the incident, they naturally couldn't be bothered to come out and explain. Even Zhuang Bufan, who liked to pretend to be his own die-hard fan and managed a fan site, did not respond to reporters' questions during these days. As the first person to engage in battle with the Dark Matter Pirates, he was undoubtedly at the center of the storm. Some criticized him for not preventing the destruction of City A, while others praised his efforts in protecting the citizens' shelters. The questions thrown out by both sides of the debate indeed made Zhuang Bufan feel somewhat troubled. Fortunately, Zhuang Bufan lived in the ghost zone of City Z, and no reporter would think of coming here to interview him about societal issues. Saitama looked at the clean and tidy house, the gleaming floor reflecting light even brighter than his own headlamp. The lunch on the table was Cantonese claypot rice, accompanied by a few special stir-fried vegetables. Saitama picked up a piece of lettuce and put it in his mouth. It was fragrant and crispy, and he had never tasted such delicious stir-fried greens before. He glanced over at the white fox lying contentedly on Zhuang Bufan's lap, fully fed and happy. The little orange fox was showing off its soft belly, slowly wagging its tail, clearly very satisfied with its current life. I really want to pet it. With perfect housekeeping skills, and without having to walk it or clean up after it, Saitama genuinely wanted to have one. Ever since the silly fox came to Zhuang Bufan's home, Saitama would come over to mooch food at the same time every day. Saitama-sensei, if you don't mind, you can use me as a substitute. As the one who understood Saitama's heart the most, the cyborg Genos was currently lying on the ground. He lifted his legs and made fists with his arms like a catgirl, then slid them back and forth in the air, indicating for Saitama to touch his abdominal armor. How hard? Saitama, with a face full of black lines, touched the steel plate, which felt completely different from the soft, warm touch he had imagined. Where did Zhuang Bufan pick up this fox? I really want one too. Zhuang Bufan was scratching the silly fox's itch, and he was already used to this scene. It wasn't the first time something like this had happened. Ever since he noticed Saitama's envious gaze, Genos, the housekeeping robot, had been following the silly fox to learn a series of housekeeping skills, even picking up a bit of the self-discipline that pets should have. For example, how to take care of one's fur during shedding season, and not to play parkour at home late at night. By the way, Master, today, when Juju went grocery shopping, a group of people surrounded me, constantly touching the ears on top of my head, but when they discovered my ears were real for some reason, they all scattered in fear. Then I heard a loudspeaker on the street announcing a disaster-level dog, asking nearby residents to take shelter. Juju, in her small beast girl appearance, was telling Zhuang Bufan and the others about the trouble she had encountered in the past few days. Completely unaware of the kind of events she had gone through. Has the silly fox been regarded as a strange person? This is really a troublesome matter, especially since there are so many peculiar beings in the association. This is bad. Juju has been wanted as a strange person, Zhuang Bufan. You need to come up with a solution. Genos looked at the silly fox with envy. When had he ever been cared for like this by his beloved teacher, Saitama? There's no choice. If that's the case, I'll personally go with Genos to the Hero Association. Let's see if we can help certify this silly fox as a hero. Zhuang Bufan affectionately rubbed the silly fox's head and decided to visit the Hero Association headquarters tomorrow to resolve the little fox's identity issue first. Knock, knock, knock. The next morning, Zhuang Bufan was awakened by a noisy knocking at the door. When he opened it, he saw Saitama, holding a bowl of rice and greeting him. This scene felt so familiar. Bro, the cafeteria isn't serving breakfast today. Could you please go eat something outside? Under Saitama's constant urging, Zhuang Bufan had no choice but to wake up Juju and ask her to make some mixed porridge or something. Cause and effect, it never fails. Watching Saitama leave his apartment with a bowl of warm mixed porridge and 2 hot buns in hand, looking quite satisfied, he returned to his own room next door, with dark circles under his eyes. Zhuang Bufan yawned and began to reflect on his actions when he went to Saitama's house to mooch off food. Such a beautiful morning time was ruined like this. Zhuang Bufan complained a little, and when he saw the silly fox tidying up its fur in the bathroom, he stretched lazily, preparing to finish brushing his teeth before going to eat. Ding dong, Saitama. You're being too much. There are only 2 portions of breakfast left. If I give you the little foxes, there will be nothing to eat. Pushing open the door, he saw Genos standing there looking dejected, holding a bag of rice balls that he hadn't had time to open. 1, 2, 3 for Saitama. You've changed. You're no longer that frugal young man. After putting the rice balls in the fridge and tidying up a bit, Zhuang Bufan and Genos headed straight to the temporary headquarters of the Hero Association with the silly fox. Zhuang Bufan looked at the sea of people at the Hero Certification event, and the negative reports about the destruction of City, it had no impact at all. The activities of the Hero Association were actually trending more and more popular. After all, no matter how painful that victory was, as one of the few violent organizations capable of dealing with such catastrophic disasters, the Hero Association was indeed not worried about fundraising for charity donations or selling security services. Because the destruction of City, it had not happened long ago, Zhuang Bufan found himself in the spotlight. If he were to execute justice and deal with the monsters, it would be fine. He could quickly make a run for it. But if he came to handle matters, a large group of well-meaning people would soon surround him. To avoid trouble, Zhuang Bufan dressed specially for his outing today, wearing a very low-key Arab robe. Well, this was indeed very low-key. There was no other way. Genos' metal prosthetics were too recognizable, and the only way to disguise him was to cover him completely from head to toe with fabric. Over there, young man, how about learning about the Hero Certification Assessment? Zhuang Bufan hadn't even entered yet when he quickly scanned the area and unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. Not far from him, someone was cautiously talking to a strong man. Oh, isn't this that Shili? Didn't expect to run into you here. What's the deal? Back when City A was destroyed, that spaceship didn't T-blast you to bits with a single shot. Zhuang Bufan pretended to be enthusiastic while greeting, but his words were filled with malice. Well, he was attacked by the black hole in the vest. Zhuang Bufan suspected that this guy might have been up to something behind his back. However, at that time, he was just a sea-level hero, while the other was a seasoned staff member of the Hero Association. Without solid evidence, he didn't confront him. For a while, he didn't see this guy causing him any trouble, so he forgot about the existence of such a leech in the Hero Association. Today, encountering him was a perfect opportunity to teach him some manners. How to speak. I am a staff member of the assessment department, and I have the authority to evaluate the character of those who come to register. For someone as rude as you, if... No, Lord Infinite Knight, it's you. Thanks to you, I'm still alive. Zadata didn't recognize the disaster that was Zhuang Bufan at first, but when he did, he was so scared he almost wet himself. The Hero Association was a newly established organization that had only been around for 3 years. Yet was filled with the rigidity and inflexibility of large corporations, lacking vitality and energy. However, it would be unfair to say that it had no innovative systems. As a charitable organization serving society, it invented the hero scapegoat system. This means that for any event detrimental to the association, there is no longer a need to dismiss staff members to take the blame. Of course, there were exceptions to this system. The staff of the Hero Association had always treated professional heroes as useful labor, but that didn't mean they could continue doing so indefinitely. In the 3 years, no matter the complaints received, the Hero Association had never dismissed a single employee, but that didn't mean it wouldn't happen in the future. Yes, every system has exceptions, and within the Hero Association, those exceptions are the peak of professional heroes, the terrifyingly powerful S-level heroes. Because of this, we learned that the new S-level hero was Zhuang Bufan, the very person he had once set a trap for and publicly disdained. Zadada abandoned following the section chief and went to the neighboring headquarters to take a position with greater benefits. This was to distance himself from this troublesome hero, who stirred up trouble at headquarters from time to time. After all, no one would casually visit the registration center, especially after hearing that Zhuang Bufan, dissatisfied with his hero name, secretly exposed the directors who were using the restroom. Zadada, his hemorrhoids, acted up from the shock. At the same time, he firmly believed that his decision back then was indeed correct. This was a bad seed with a temperament smaller than a needle's eye. Encountering him would definitely bring no good. Ah, Lord Infinite Knight, you get back to your work. If there's nothing else, there is something. Why would I call you if there wasn't? Zhuang Bufan's sharp and aggressive demeanor resembled that of a landlord treating serfs like livestock. After hearing this, Shidata only wanted to slap himself a few times, wondering why he had to ask if there was something wrong. I have limited abilities, and I'm afraid I don't have the strength to help you. Genos stood silently to the side, even with his low emotional intelligence. He could see that there was something hidden going on, so he just stood there obediently, watching Zhuang Bufan intimidate this scoundrel. Intimidation aside, Zhuang Bufan couldn't possibly take action against a defenseless person in broad daylight, even if that guy was a scoundrel. However, that didn't mean Zhuang Bufan lacked the means to punish him. Zhuang Bufan and Genos were both dressed in Arabic robes, and in this bustling area with people coming and going, they got into an argument, attracting a lot of onlookers. What happened? Shichi had long been informed that Zhuang Bufan needed him to handle something. At this critical moment of the bidding to rebuild city, he was already overwhelmed with work. After waiting for that guy for a long time, he still hadn't seen him. Just as he was about to call and ask if he was coming over today, he noticed an unusually large crowd gathered at the entrance. Excuse me, could you make some room? Hey, Shichi, when did the association start a business plan for selling question banks? Zhuang Bufan's words nearly made Shichi's nose fall off. Mr. Infinite Knight, you really know how to joke. Our Hero Association has always adhered to the principles of transparency and openness. How could there be any incident of selling exam question banks? The voices of the two men reached the ears of the onlookers around them. Fortunately, there were no reporters nearby, and ordinary people lacked the professional training for taking photos or recording. Apart from a few people standing at the front who heard it, no recording evidence was left behind. Shichi wasn't actually clear whether there were lower-level employees within the association engaging in such behavior regarding the written exam content. However, as a senior executive of the association, he naturally had to protect the interests of the Hero Association, which meant that, no matter what, he couldn't let this blame stick. Oh, I see, but Zhuang Bufan elongated his voice in a sarcastic manner, seemingly smiling, as he stared at Zidadali in front of Shichi. Thud! Zidadali, whose heart wasn't very strong, collapsed to the ground with a thud, presenting himself in a nearly perfect size of position before everyone. I am very sorry for doing such a thing. I hope everyone can generously forgive my momentary lapse in judgment. Shichi, seeing Zidadali kneeling in public, turned green with anger. Originally, he had been considerate of the labor contract law and the feelings of grassroots employees, merely planning to reassign him to a remote branch, making him a third-rate member. But with him kneeling publicly and taking full responsibility, Shichi couldn't help but become ruthless and start crisis management. To his surprise, such incidents really did occur within the association. No wonder I always felt that the heroes were lacking. It turned out there was an issue with personnel selection. Tax thief. Take responsibility. I wonder if the S-rank heroes are okay. Snap. Snap, snap, snap. Even the crowd, no matter how slow to react, knew what to do. The flashes of phones kept recording this humiliating scene. Zidadali, you can go home and cool off now. The Hero Association no longer needs your services. Please, I beg you, even if it's cleaning the toilets. Let me continue working at the association. Zidadali's face twisted in agony as tears and snot flowed down. In the world of One Punch Man, which inherited the harsh social system of Neon, A person like Zididali being exposed for such a scandal would be considered social death. No large companies would hire someone like him again. If things got worse, he might not even be able to work as a convenience store clerk and would have to take on temporary labor at construction sites or work illegally to survive. For Zididali, who had long relied on the Hero Association to maintain his affluent lifestyle, this was akin to falling into hell. Zhuang Bufan and Genos did not sympathize with this scumbag. His unemployment contributed more to the world than his entire lifetime of work. Following Shichi, they entered the temporary meeting room, where Shichi rubbed his aching head. He was tired, really tired. He originally thought that S-class heroes were merely unconventional and did not follow orders. Now, however, he had learned a lesson from Zhuang Bufan. May I ask if Lord Infinite Knight has come here for something today? Even so, he had to smile at Zhuang Bufan, feeling that this guy was truly his nemesis. Even more troublesome than Tornado. Oh right, I called you here because I wanted you to help this kid with the procedures for obtaining a professional hero certification. After saying that, the silly fox came out from under Genos's robe. On such a hot day, of course, it was nice to cool off on Genos's metal prosthetic. Lord Infinite Knight, if I understood correctly, you just caught a black box employee to help with the assessment. And then you turned around hoping I could pull some strings for the hero certification. Is that right? Shichi still wore a smile, his tone unchanged. That's pretty much it. I'm glad you can understand. Zhuang Bufan replied sincerely, and it seemed that this guy truly had no sense of shame. No way. Shichi outright rejected Zhuang Bufan's request, and he felt that his thoughts had finally become clear. Shichi's reaction was indeed something Zhuang Bufan did not expect. Clap, 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 the nearby Genos applauded in agreement. After what had just happened, I thought the association had already fallen, but it seems that, as advertised, it is still a righteous organization that defends human life. Who exactly is this guy working with? Zhuang Bufan looked at the betraying Genos with a pained expression, then grabbed the little fox's hand and pulled her in front of him. Half squatting, he patted the little orange head and said, "Look, such a cute child. How can you bear to crush her dream and not let her become a glorious professional hero?" Seeing Zhuang Bufan's righteous demeanor, Shichi sighed and said, "You're not thinking straight. It's precisely because she is a child that I refuse to let her become a professional hero. If you're not satisfied with my arrangements and insist on making this child a professional hero, then please take her to the registration center for hero certification." As Shichi was stating his views, the little fox kept tugging at Zhuang Bufan's sleeve, looking like she had something to say. "Master, but Juju's wish isn't to become a professional hero. It's to eat strawberry cake and vanilla ice cream every day. It would be even better if it was from Cat Village," she said, giving Zhuang Bufan a pitiful look with her suggestive little eyes, making it clear to anyone who saw her that this little head was filled with thoughts. Zhuang Bufan now only feels an inexplicable fatigue, a sense of midlife crisis emerging in his heart. We will do the assessment in a while. But the key is whether you can first cancel the disaster level dog certification notice for this child. Zhuang Bufan directly explained his difficulties and the course of events to Shichi. Upon realizing Zhuang Bufan's general intentions, Shichi suddenly became aware that he seemed to have leverage to negotiate the price. This matter was not impossible to handle, but Zhuang Bufan felt a bad premonition arise in his heart. He had never received any good commissions from Shichi, thinking of those crazy girls from the noble kindergarten. Zhuang Bufan still feels a chill down his spine. Don't worry. This time it's a hunting mission. We have detected a group of strange drifters moving between major cities. Due to their covert nature and targeting of marginalized individuals, it's very difficult for us to track their whereabouts. Low-level heroes wouldn't be able to handle them even if they encountered them, and high-level heroes are just too busy. So we hope you can step in and deal with them. When Shichi mentioned that high-level heroes are all busy, he deliberately paused for a moment and glanced at Zhuang Bufan with a slightly meaningful look. What does that mean? I've been working hard too. Well, I should be, right? After receiving the task, Zhuang Bufan took some time to persuade Shichi, and only then did he agree to let the silly fox go to the login center for the exam. Zhuang Bufan planned to handle that group of weird people before going to get the silly fox's hero identity information. After leaving the temporary headquarters, Genos said goodbye to Zhuang Bufan and headed to the doctor's base, seemingly to upgrade his combat gear. When Gigi came out from Genos's robe, she had already transformed into a little beast girl. There were too many people at the temporary headquarters, and since they were going to the login center for assessment soon, she couldn't turn back into a fox to laze around on Zhuang Bufan's shoulders. She could only follow him to the login center. It must be said that although the little fox was a bit silly, she was still quite adorable, especially with her shiny silver-white fur, fluffy ears, and tail. Just on the few hundred meters journey from Shichi's office to the login center, countless staff from the Hero Association were charmed by the silly fox. There was even a lady in OL attire who couldn't help but reach out to pet her head or tail, but these actions were ruthlessly stopped by Zhuang Bufan. It would be a joke. The silly fox's hero identity had not been officially approved yet. If others discovered that her ears were real at this time, wouldn't some people with low tolerance start treating her as some kind of monster and put a bounty on her? What cute little girl. As they passed through the hall, Fubuki was seemingly dealing with something with her subordinates. Hearing the chatter over there, Zhuang Bufan decided to check it out, and then saw Gigi's obedient and soft look. This child is so cute. How old is she this year? Not very old, just about 500 years old. Zhuang Bufan was wearing an Arab robe, and Shui naturally couldn't recognize this guy. It wasn't until he spoke that Shui realized who was leading the child. Zhuang Bufan. So it's you. This child is. Shui was somewhat surprised by Zhuang Bufan's appearance, and even more surprised that he was accompanied by a lovely little girl. Wait, what did he just say? 500 years old? Associating this with her 28-year-old sister, Shui began to have an ominous premonition. Why stop? It's clearly very comfortable. The silly fox squinted happily as Shui petted it, looking just like a cute and clingy little kitten, unlike her sister's twisted personality and violent tendencies. How could such a lovely child possibly be a 500-year-old old lady? It turns out Zhuang Bufan is just fooling me. The members of Shui's team follow behind, originally thinking that Shui just wanted to show her love to a little child as usual. But when they heard Zhuang Bufan's voice, the number one enemy of Shui's team, whose threat level surpassed that of Tornado, they were so anxious that they almost rushed forward to pull Shui away. Don't joke around. It's too pitiful to call such a cute little girl a 500-year-old old lady. By the way, who is this child to you? Where are her parents? Since the last dating incident, Shui's feelings towards Zhuang Bufan had become more complex. Plus, during this time, her always inexplicably irritable sister had moved in, forcing her to work twice as hard to forget those troublesome matters. It must be said that the heavy labor and the future of Shui's team greatly helped her suppress her emotional issues. But after meeting Zhuang Bufan again, everything was laid bare. She couldn't figure out what their relationship was now. Lovers? She certainly didn't agree with that title. Friends? However, their relationship seemed to be even more intimate. Really, why did I have to run into him here? Shui felt irritated and wanted to scratch her head madly. But in such a public place, she had to maintain her elegance. So she could only speed up the pace of petting the silly fox's little head, causing static electricity to make the little fox's fur stand on end. In this awkward situation, our master of mischief, Mr. Zhuang Bufan, thought of a brilliant yet almost cringe-worthy operation. Juji, call mommy. The way to break the awkward atmosphere was to make it even more awkward. Shui's delicate hand, which was petting the silly fox, froze. If one looked closely, they could even see her hand trembling slightly. The little fox seemed unfazed. She still squinted her little eyes. Her toes slightly lifted, looking like she was playfully acting cute towards someone she liked. Shui dear. Lily, with her 3-section staff, fainted upon hearing this news. And the other members of Shui's team were no better off. Each one was as dumbfounded as a wooden chicken, and if they walked nearby, one could still hear the sound of shattered dreams. Zhuang Bufan. What on earth are you talking about? Shui's delicate hand clenched into a fist, her jade arms pulled back to her sides and stiffened, her fist slightly raised. Her pretty face blushing red as she hurriedly questioned what Zhuang Bufan intended to do. Zhuang Bufan did not directly answer Shui's question. Instead, he patted the silly fox on the head, making her raise her hands, and then lifted her by her armpits. One hand acted as a bench, half holding the little fox in his arms, looking just like a father carrying a child. Sai isn't that S-rank hero Infinite Knight? What's the situation with the child he S-holding? By the way, the beautiful woman opposite him is hellish Shuishua, the first of B rank, right? What on earth happened? The crowd was buzzing with discussions, and the reporters hiding in the Hero Association caught the scent of a big scoop. It's okay. I understand. Go ahead and pursue your happiness. The child and I are doing well now, living without worries about food and clothing. I just hope you can come back to see the baby when you have time. After all, this child misses you the most. Juju can live without me as a father, but she can't be without you as her mother in just a few words. Zhuang Bufan profoundly etched the image of a forsaken father struggling to raise a child in the hearts of everyone present. This time, even if Shueishu wanted to explain, she had no way to argue. If it were just Zhuang Bufan alone, public opinion might lean more towards a stunning beauty like Shueishui than an average-looking young man. But when Zhuang Bufan was holding a well-behaved, soft, and pitiful little beast girl like Juju, the stark contrast would completely turn the tide. Especially since there had been rumors before that Zhuang Bufan was pursuing Shueishui. Those with rich imaginations had already conjured up a story of a forsaken young man striving to become an S-hero for the sake of his cute child, hoping the bad woman would change her mind. Hey, is this the editorial department? Hurry up and find 2 hot topics. The content should be 7 years ago. You abandoned your husband and child, leaving me destitute. 7 years later, I return in glory, unwavering in my loyalty to you. The title should be The Strongest War God's Son-in-Law. S-rank hero Zhuang Bufan's heartbreaking past. You're bullying me? Hearing the voices of the crowd discussing, Shueishui realized that she could no longer clear her name. Faced with this guy who made her blood boil, she couldn't fight back, so she could only throw down a sentence and then turn away in tears. The child, and I will always wait for you to change your mind, Zhuang Bufan's voice came from behind her, causing her to stumble and almost fall. Then she ran even faster. How the thought crossed her mind as she looked at the hurried silhouette of Xianyue fleeing, and Zhuang Bufan smiled with satisfaction. Nudge him. The silly fox tugged at Zhuang Bufan's robe with her little hand, looking like she had something to say. Master the cake from Cat Village will take you to sell as soon as you finish logging in. Zhuang Bufan held the silly fox and walked directly into the registration center. Shichi's work efficiency was quite fast. As soon as he entered the registration center, someone came over to guide him. Name, Zhuang Jujui. Age, 6 years. Weight, 14. 2 kilogram. When submitting the identity information card, Zhuang Bufan thought for a moment and decided to change her name, as it was naturally impossible to report her age truthfully. After dispersing the onlooking reporters, the silly fox began her physical fitness test. The staff in the association initially thought Zhuang Bufan brought such a small child as a joke. However, when the silly fox approached the largest barbell with a timid look, scared by the crowd, and lifted the 10-ton barbell like the rabbit pulling a carrot in a fairy tale, teetering on her toes due to her height, everyone was stunned. When they heard the rumors outside that this child was the illegitimate daughter of S-class hero Zhuang Bufan and held blowing snow, I was still reluctant to believe it. But now it seems that the rumor must be true. This girl is just as abnormal as her father. The video of Zhuang Bufan beating up the Centipede Senior has already gone viral online. Consequently, there has been much discussion about him personally, with the most critical point being the unparalleled strength he displayed while beating up the monsters. After all, the one-sided beating caused more than 1/3 of City A to be devastated. If it weren't for Boros showing up in the end, flattening City A, the compensation bill from the Hero Association would have been quite impressive. And it was clear that this girl had inherited her father's monstrous strength. Zhuang Bufan was not surprised by any of this. The silly fox already possessed strength beyond that of a ghost, considering her sword skills and inexplicable spells. If she took it seriously, even Genos might not be her match. Hey bang! 5 minutes had passed, and the silly fox put down the barbell she had been lifting. If it weren't for the high weight plate forcing her to lift these things on her tiptoes, she could probably have lasted another 10 minutes without any issue. Spinning, jumping, dodging, the silly fox amazed everyone present with her performance at the login center. She played with the testing equipment like a child playing house. She resembled a Raul from Akira Toriyama's works, with her powerful abilities and playful attitude continuously tearing down the psychological defenses of other candidates. Full marks in physical tests, 0 in written exams. Such results were unprecedented. Mr. Infinite Knight, we must remind you not to overlook this child's educational issues. The Hero Association did not directly give the silly fox a score, but the exam results could already be checked. The staff in the Hero Association looked at the silly fox with a mix of pity and concern, beginning to doubt what kind of childhood she had under Zhuang Bufan's guidance. How else could she have written answers about punishment for being caught stealing someone else's money, such as hang from tall tree, 50 strikes, chop off hands as appropriate? Zhuang Bufan didn't think much of it. This zero-score exam paper made him believe that this silly fox simply hadn't been to school, rather than being taught some outdated and strange things by her master, the spirit fox. He thought to himself that it was fortunate this silly fox wasn't very bright, otherwise, having lived on the island for 500 years, she would have been nearly insane, even if she wasn't completely crazy. Zhuang Bufan hugged the silly fox, enjoying the astonished gazes of the crowd, and left the login center. Before going home, he also stopped by Cat Village to buy a 22-inch large cake as a reward for the silly fox, who called her mother blowing snow. Zhuang Bufan returned home, and looked at the little fox grinning at Chiyu with some helplessness. He said to the fox, "You also ate the snacks I bought for you." "How inconsiderate. What about the 22-inch cake? She can't finish it. And besides, it's not good for kids to eat so many sweets. Come here, Gigi. Let me pet you." Slap. The clumsy fox, with its fur all messed up, slapped back with its paw, and then it seemed like it was electrified, limping into Zhuang Bufan's arms, licking its fluffy paws with tearful eyes. "You're definitely not a defensive cat. Let's not do this kind of thing in the future." Zhuang Bufan gently squeezed the paw of the silly fox, feeling a bit heartbroken. There was no way he could overpower Saitama, the great demon king, so he could only submit to Saitama's tyranny. However, he was glad that he had other ways to punish this guy. Braised sea cucumber, stir-fried eel, and pork rib, lotus root soup. Saitama watched the silly fox bring the food out of the kitchen, drooling. "One pair of chopsticks, 2 pairs of chopsticks, 3. Where's my chopsticks? Where's my portion, Zhuang Bufan? Do you think you can offend the chef and still get to eat? If you want to eat, I can make you a bowl of instant noodles." After seeing the silly fox's hostile little eyes, Saitama knew there would be no portion for him tonight. "Forget it. I'll just go back to my place and munch on rice balls." After saying that, Saitama returned to his room, and Zhuang Bufan spent a quiet and peaceful night. Somewhere in M City, the D-pad and the crew-cut puncher discovered a group of strange people robbing a shop, heading towards the suburbs. Is this the group of strange people the association has been talking about? They don't seem that strong. If we take care of them this time, our hero ranking should go up a level, right? This was the first time the crew-cut puncher had seen such a thin group of strange people, and he couldn't help but laugh happily. "You all go ahead. I'll hold them off." The bandaged bamboo skewer, holding a large bamboo skewer, told his strange companions to retreat. "Bandaged bamboo skewer, you must come back alive. Before we complete this great endeavor of forcibly taking the idol agency's female artist, you absolutely cannot die." "Humph. Don't worry. Once I deal with this group of heroes, I'll come find you. Our dreams will never be defeated by mere heroes." The crew-cut puncher felt inexplicably irritated listening to the passionate speech from the strange person opposite him. He was clearly the hero. Why were they engaging in criminal activities while their eyes sparkled with dreams? Meanwhile, he, a hero, looked more like a villain. "Hey, your companions have already run away. If you surrender now, you can still lessen the pain." The D-pad kindly advised from the side, feeling that this scene was too bizarre and it felt vaguely familiar. "Talking too much is useless. Taste the power of my beloved bamboo skewer." The two-hit combo of the bamboo skewer. The crew-cut puncher and the D-pad narrowly avoided the spearhead's attack, preparing to counterattack closely when the bandaged bamboo skewer's bandages burst open, wrapping around the two and crashing into the bandaged bamboo skewer. 3 heads collided, and it was obvious that the bandaged bamboo skewer's head was tougher. Accompanied by the 2 large bumps on the bandaged bamboo skewer's head, the crew-cut puncher and the D-pad had already fainted. How useless. These 2 guys. Before the bandaged bamboo skewer could catch his breath, about 5 or 6 C-class heroes came to support. Heroes really are a bothersome bunch. Damn professional heroes. Let you experience the power of my beloved bamboo skewer. Roar. Bamboo skewer. 15 minutes later, the bandaged bamboo skewer stood on top of a group of fainted C-class heroes, laughing loudly. "Ha ha ha. I did it. I single-handedly took down a group of heroes with strength comparable to A-class. No, they might even have S-class strength. I'm too strong. Ha ha. Bang." A swift and fierce straight punch broke his bamboo skewer and sent him flying, causing him to faint. Actually, they were just C-class heroes. Zhuang Bufan shook off the unconscious monster on his fist and said that he ultimately held back. Zhuang Bufan had actually arrived at the scene a long time ago. The reason he didn't take action was that he felt the lives of these grassroots heroes were not very comfortable. It was rare to encounter a seemingly decent task, so it was better to let them handle it. However, halfway through observing, he increasingly felt that this plot seemed familiar, and finally, after Bandaged Bamboo Stick said that famous line, he remembered where he had seen this inexplicable storyline before. Seeing the inexplicably activated system, Zhuang Bufan felt that this mission was quite frustrating. To be fair, your dreams are actually quite great. Sometimes I also dream of being a Tenuan Kagaya, serving my beautiful dreams. In short, good luck. Zhuang Bufan didn't know if the bandaged bamboo stick could hear what he was saying. After tying him up, it called the Hero Association to report the address information. Zhuang Bufan walked into the depths of the suburban streets with a pained expression, ready to face his fate. It seems that the outskirts of M City are quite similar to the ghost district of Z City, however. This could be troublesome. How should he find those hidden weirdos? After seeing too many things in life, one won't complain so much about people anymore. Zhuang Bufan felt that he could now accept the setting of this task. After all, he was on the side of justice, while the opponents were all villains who burned, killed, and looted. Moreover, the most crucial point was that there was only one Saitama, the Demon King, who was on his side, the Hungry Wolf had yet to ascend, and the Orochi was in Z City. How could this group of little demons possibly produce a dragon-level boss to back them up in such a short time? Absolutely impossible. Probably. The more he thought about it, the more chaotic it became. Zhuang Bufan just wanted to finish this task quickly, but the more he thought about it, the harder it was to find where the remaining group of guys was hiding. He needed to find someone to ask for directions. Just as he was pondering, Zhuang Bufan noticed a glint of light reflecting off a lens on the distant department store, hitting him. Whoosh! A few hundred meters was nothing for Zhuang Bufan. Before the guy could react, Zhuang Bufan had already reached his back. Excuse me, how do I get to the Monster Refuge Center? Cedrifki Fujiko, IP. A familiar electric flash, the same spinning kick, but the difference was that the last person to execute such an attack was a hero, while this time it was a monster. My name is Lightning Kenzo. Come and fight me for victory. Zhuang Bufan's face looked extremely ugly. He didn't want a duel. He just wanted to curse at someone. Can you tell me where the oddball shelter is? Zhuang Bufan had a grim expression as he spoke in a low voice. Judging by his face, if the lightning agile foot dared to say a single word of refusal, this guy would probably explode in rage and kill him. Huh, damn hero. Do you think that as a monster I would betray my brothers? The lightning agile foot said angrily, while Zhuang Bufan maintained a calm expression like that of the Grim Reaper. Was that so? Boom! With a thunderous sound, before the lightning agile foot could react, he was sent flying. His body smashed through an abandoned teaching building and flew several hundred meters before embedding into the wall of an office building, slowly sliding down. The lightning agile foot felt his consciousness fading, gritting his teeth to prevent himself from passing out. No, I can't go down like this. I must not die before committing a crime worthy of being recorded in history. The lightning agile foot struggled to get up, but a cold, piercing voice mercilessly pulled him back into the depths of despair. Not dead yet. Since that's the case, I'll give you another chance. Tell me, where's the Monster Refuge? Zhuang Bufan stood behind him, pulled over an office chair to sit on, and leaned back against the chair's backrest, watching the strange person in front of him struggle to stand up. Do you think I would betray my fellow countrymen? Oof. The spit that lightning agile kicked out was blocked by the chair under Zhuang Bufan. He walked step by step to stand in front of lightning agile. However, this seemingly tough and unyielding strange person couldn't control his feet, and under Zhuang Bufan's pressure, he involuntarily stepped back. To be honest, I don't hate tough guys. But that won't change the fact that if you don't tell me the information about the strange person's refuge, you will suffer and die. This is your last chance. I hope you can cherish it. Zhuang Bufan walked in front of Lightning Foot. His not-so-tall figure gave a strong sense of oppression. His feet trembled uncontrollably, but he still gritted his teeth and held on to his beliefs. Impossible. Oh, is that so? Then please go die. Grabbing Lightning Foot by the collar, Zhuang Bufan mercilessly threw him out of the building. Judging by the force he exerted, unless there were special circumstances, Lightning Foot would undoubtedly die. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, and a guy wearing and dressed in various kinds of adult toys caught Lightning Foot. I'm the ghost-level freak. Super M Mask, who sacrificed my adjustment just to see you. Zhuang Bufan stood on the rooftop, watching a super perverted masochist holding another freak with affectionate eyes. To be honest, he didn't even feel the desire to get angry anymore. What was I even doing just now? Zhuang Bufan shook his head, feeling that his earlier anger made him look like an idiot. He didn't expect that there would be a strange person who actively went to the Hero Association's prison to conduct an investigation. But thanks to you, I was able to escape from prison so easily. Are you the speedy dynamic motorcycle? Even without me, with your strength, you could easily escape from that prison, right? Zhuang Bufan stood aside, watching these two guys flatter each other in business. It wasn't that he didn't want to take action to deal with the pervert in front of him, but the sight of this guy made Zhuang Bufan really not want to lay a hand on him. A big uncle in a perverted bondage suit, adorned with various fetish accessories. If he accidentally got something on him, it would seriously disgust Zhuang Bufan. Lightning strong legs and bandage bamboo skewers are my favorite newcomers. I don't care if you're an S-class hero. For treating them like that, be ready to accept my beloved punishment. After saying this, the muscles on the Super M Mask surged, the bells on his body jingled as his muscles swelled, and then he stretched out his thumbs, tugging at his straps. Snap! The super elastic bandage was pulled to its limit and suddenly released, slapping against his chest muscles with a crisp sound. accompanied by an inexplicable moan that sent chills down Zhuang Bufan's spine. He didn't even want to use telekinesis on this guy now. Take this protruding leg hair. Zhuang Bufan saw the dense leg hair on this guy, standing up like steel needles, shining with a black luster, coupled with his thick leg muscles. It really looked like a giant mace covered in steel spikes. Can you wait a moment? I haven't figured out what move to use to deal with you, you pervert. Although this guy had strong ghost-level power, much stronger than the former Sea King, Zhuang Bufan's progress was clearly faster. At that moment, he was frantically dodging the Super M-Mask's attacks while using the bricks and stones by the roadside, applying immense force to smash them toward the Super M-Mask. This perfectly timed pain makes the power within me surge endlessly. The stones by the roadside were useless. Their fragile material couldn't withstand Zhuang Bufan's immense strength, making it impossible to effectively injure the Super M-Mask. As this guy's power increased, the frequency of his attacks sped up, and Zhuang Bufan appeared even more flustered. You slippery little eel, stop dodging my attacks. If you're a man, duel me fairly. It wasn't just Zhuang Bufan who was annoyed after several failed attacks. The Super M-Mask also provoked Zhuang Bufan. Shut up, you dead pervert, don't touch me, Zhuang Bufan ignored his provocation. His left foot stomped on the ground, and his figure shot forward a distance. The Super M-Mask did not continue to pursue, but took the opportunity to pull his to his shoulder. This twisted behavior was so unsettling that even Zhuang Bufan, who prided himself on his high tolerance, couldn't bear to watch any longer. Transformation. Super M-Mask, M-Magic form. Pulling down your pants is called transformation. You guy, don't insult transformation. Zhuang Bufan angrily activated his Azura form, intending to transform the ghost armor into a long spear to eliminate this guy from as far away as possible. Who would have thought that when this magical weapon sensed Zhuang Bufan's intent, it obediently turned into a metallic liquid, flowing down his back to form a turtle shell. Seeing his weapon submit, Zhuang Bufan lost even the desire to curse. This is just changing clothes. How dare you call it transformation? You might as well accept your fate. Take this, leg hair, flying needle. At the moment, the perverted masked figure charged at him. Zhuang Bufan still adopted a flanking strategy like before. Unexpectedly, as the figure's leg swept past him, the body hair on this pervert shot out like a nail gun towards Zhuang Bufan. At such a close distance, even with his current dragon-level strength, there was no way he could successfully dodge. Haha, you deserve it. Let us see how you dodge this time. Clang, clang, clang. The steel needles hit the ground with a crisp sound. Zhuang Bufan turned around and calmly looked at the Super M-Masked figure, saying, "You say changing clothes, ISNT, called transformation, right? Well then, let me show you what a real transformation looks like." With that, Zhuang Bufan's clothes exploded, and 4 wings spread from his back. With a powerful flap, he soared into the air, floating above. The Super M-Masked figure looked at Zhuang Bufan's golden wings shining in the sunlight. At that moment, he seemed like a god. Having already been pushed to his limits by the Super M-Masked figure, Zhuang Bufan resembled a tiger unleashed from its constraints. Zhuang Bufan raised one hand, and the surrounding airflow quickly gathered at the feet of the Super M-Mask, forming a wind barrier. No matter how he tried to break free, it was of no use. Chaos, Zhuang Bufan said softly, then raised his hand into a tight fist. Immediately, the wind walls surrounding the Super M-Mask transformed into numerous small wind blades, launching a merciless assault on him. In the next moment, only a broken body of the Super M-Mask was left. Zhuang Bufan looked at the fallen Super M-Mask, his anger subsiding as he recalled the sensation of the wind blade strike hitting him, sending a shiver down his spine. All he could think about now was finishing the task quickly so he could return home and enjoy a nice hot bath. Is Super M-Mask only capable of this level? Although I'm not a member of this little group, as a weirdo, let me handle the heroes and all that. Zhuang Bufan couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the dynamic motorcycle and directly threw a wind blade over, planning to send it straight to the afterlife. The roar of the engine echoed, and it must be said that the dynamic motorcycle truly lived up to the word's high speed. The wind blade shot out by Zhuang Bufan merely sliced through the lingering illusion of his opponent, ultimately carving a deep groove several dozen meters long into the asphalt road. Whoosh! Just as Zhuang Bufan thought that strike had dealt with the dynamic motorcycle, a smell of exhaust filled with unburned oil and gasoline entered his nostrils. Zhuang Bufan instinctively raised his hand to block, and then felt something grab his arm and spin him around. Whoosh! The high-speed spinning wheels of the motorcycle ran over Zhuang Bufan's face. although the dynamic motorcycle successfully attacked Zhuang Bufan. The way he launched this attack also indicated that he could no longer take any evasive measures. Bang! A slap flashed by, and the dynamic motorcycle crashed to the ground, falling apart. He originally didn't have the strong physical qualities like the Super M Mask. If he hadn't had great confidence in his own speed, he wouldn't have attacked Zhuang Bufan after the Super M Mask failure. Damn, the wheels have run over my face. Zhuang Bufan picked up the rearview mirror from the dynamic motorcycle and looked at his face. Fortunately, his improved physical condition made his skin tough and thick, so the motorcycle's wheel attack couldn't inflict any harm on him. However, the burn marks from the rubber were still left on his face, and he had already taken down the dynamic motorcycle with his palm. Besides complaining, he had no better solution. Thinking of Tornado, Atomic Samurai, and Bang. No matter who it was, they all dealt with the S-class monsters in a glamorous and suave manner. Unlike himself, who clearly was in a massacre situation but ended up looking so disheveled. Zhuang Bufan muttered in frustration, fearing he wouldn't have the face to see anyone until the birthmark on his face was cleaned up. Damn hero. Once I switch to the V48 engine, I'll settle the score with you. A guy who looked like a bicycle come to life stood atop a distant high-rise, shouting loudly at Zhuang Bufan. It seemed that although Zhuang Bufan's earlier strike had scattered most of the parts from the creature's body, it still hadn't managed to kill this oddball. Whoosh! A blade of wind shot towards the dynamic bicycle, a full-powered strike infused with Zhuang Bufan's anger. Oh no! The dynamic bicycle, being a speed-type mutant, was able to react and narrowly avoided the attack despite Zhuang Bufan's furious wind blade. You think I'd let you go just because the wheels are pressed against my face? The dynamic bicycle was ultimately a bit slow. Zhuang Bufan's voice appeared behind him, and a cannon punch sent him crashing into a garage hundreds of meters away. Judging by the feel, he should be dead beyond any doubt this time. Huh, what is that? With sharp eyes, Zhuang Bufan noticed a metal armored door beneath the wreckage of the dynamic bicycle's body that had flattened the garage. For a private small garage, no matter how large it was, it wouldn't have such a solid and heavy armored door inside. This was clearly an existence that defied common sense. Found it? Zhuang Bufan couldn't be sure, but it was evidently worth a try. Creak, 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 just like tearing off wallpaper. Zhuang Bufan easily rolled up the composite armored door that was half a meter thick. A ray of sunlight shone into the secret room, revealing dozens of various mutants sitting inside, trembling at the sight of Zhuang Bufan. Is this the small group the association mentioned? If you all can promise to surrender obediently, I can guarantee your monster bodies infinite night. How about letting us go? As you can see, most of the mutants here cannot be classified by the Hero Association's disaster level system. What they did was merely small-time stuff like cutting internet cables at internet cafes, stealing others' underwear, and extorting elementary school students. If you can let us go, this time we're willing to offer all the money on us, hands down. The one speaking to Zhuang Bufan had a steel-plane head, but Zhuang Bufan ignored him, focusing on blocking the door to prevent them from escaping. Once the Hero Association sends in the containment personnel, everything will be just fine. Is there no possibility of negotiation, brothers? For the sake of our free souls, let us fight him. Zhuang Bufan looked at the group of fervently agitated individuals and shot a cold glance at the one who was shouting. Instantly, the noisy voices disappeared. How could such low-level freaks be a match for an S-rank hero? Take this. Ghost Fire Strike. Just as everyone was sinking into despair, preparing to accept their fate, a roaring sound of a revving engine was heard. Following that, a scooter flashing with colorful lights crashed into Zhuang Bufan. Damn, am I destined to encounter motorcycles today? Zhuang Bufan casually knocked away the Ghost Fire motorcycle, and then saw the strange person wrapped in LED light strips shouting loudly at him. Disturbing the peace, you rude monster. The Ghost Fire Knight is here. After finishing this monologue, without giving Zhuang Bufan a chance to respond, he directly launched an attack on him. Ghost Fire Charge. You stay over there and behave. I have no intention of killing you guys. Zhuang Bufan casually tossed away the weirdo named Ghost Fire Knight. What is this? A monster version of an unlicensed knight? As expected, perhaps because Zhuang Bufan didn't use enough force, this guy struggled to get up and charged at Zhuang Bufan once again. Cough cough, I know. No one has any expectations of me. I am more aware than anyone that a wolf-level monster is useless. I also know that I can't beat you. But this isn't a matter of winning or losing. As a monster, I must step up at this moment. Well, come on. The troublemaking youth riding the Ghost Fire. Zhuang Bufan looked at this inexplicably passionate wolf-level monster, as well as the crowd beside him who seemed to be moved for no reason. Really, they should be the ones who are the monsters. What is this inexplicable sense of guilt all about? Zhuang Bufan felt very uncomfortable. He was always being held by a strange man and sensed that something was off. However, Zhuang Bufan did not plan to pull himself away, even though he didn't think there would be any remarkable strange person coming to rescue them. But since things had escalated to this point, it was better to be cautious. Zhuang Bufan originally planned it this way, until he was holding his Ghostfire Knight, with dirty hands, wanting to reach for his. You bastard! How rude! Unable to endure it any longer. Zhuang Bufan waved his hand and threw the Ghostfire Knight away. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past Zhuang Bufan, and just before the ghostly boy landed, he was caught by a strange person and landed safely. Wearing a yellow tight suit, red gloves, and a white cloak, along with that familiar bald head. Who are you? You. Zhuang Bufan looked at this guy who had the same outfit as Saitama and resembled the ugly big president with a wary expression. There was no doubt that he was not Saitama, but the key question was, how strong was he? Zhuang Bufan is now starting to sweat in his palms. A hero, when the bald cape monster arrives, everything you do will be meaningless. Get ready to die. Infinite Night. As we all know, the monsters in the One-Punch Man world always have inexplicable confidence in their own strength. But this doesn't stop Zhuang Bufan from regarding this guy as the greatest enemy of his life and being on guard. Just based on that completely bald head, Zhuang Bufan is extremely cautious and uses all his strength. I don't want to die like this. It's not easy to come to this world, and before I can successfully conquer Fubuki and get rid of my virgin status, who would want to die? Zhuang Bufan is an ordinary person when faced with death. The reasons he can think of are quite vulgar. But regardless of how vulgar they are, just the thought of Shuang Xue wearing a shell apron, her jade-like fingers as white as scallions resting on her alluring red lips, is enough. Zhuang Bufan only felt filled with power. What could be more real, more intense, or more likely to ignite a desire for survival than wanting to be intimate with a beautiful girl? Nothing. Zhuang Bufan laid it all out. He was just a pervert. He directly focused all his mental energy on this guy. If it didn't work, he would turn around and run away at the first opportunity. As long as he got back to Z City, he would be safe. The bald, cloaked monster continued to boast about his divine martial skills in front of Zhuang Bufan, claiming that the reason for the explosion and disappearance was that he had killed him, and that he had fought with King for 3 days and nights until the Great Way began to fade. Zhuang Bufan certainly knew that this guy was just bragging, but someone who can boast doesn't mean he lacks real skills. Just when the bald-caped monster thought he had successfully intimidated Zhuang Bufan, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended upon him. Boom! The unexpected force caused the bald-caped monster to kneel before everyone. Struggling to withstand the immense power and rise, he found it impossible and ultimately succumbed, lying on the ground, spitting blood. The bald-caped monster couldn't withstand Zhuang Bufan's telekinetic attack, even though his own strength was above mid-dragon level. But for Zhuang Bufan, he couldn't be considered a strong opponent. What the heck? A mere dragon level shouldn't be trying to scare people by shaving his head. This kind of full-force telekinetic attack is very exhausting. Frankly, it can't last long. Seeing that his telekinetic power had an excellent effect on this guy in front of him, Zhuang Bufan immediately retracted his telekinesis. He cast a disdainful glance at the bald-caped monster and then transformed into his Azura form. He generously gave this guy a chance to get up and prepare for a fair fight. You bastard! Can you really call yourself a hero for sneaking an attack? The bald-caped monster clearly didn't expect that Zhuang Bufan, an S-class hero, would also resort to sneak attacks. Infuriated, he shouted at Zhuang Bufan, his face flushed with anger. Stop talking nonsense. For a scoundrel like you, I don't need to worry about any heroic methods. I just need to eliminate you. To be honest, Zhuang Bufan's skilled sneak attack just now was something no one in the entire S-class hero circle would do. Even A-class heroes would disdain such actions. The bald-caped monster's previous words had hit Zhuang Bufan's sore spot. Enraged, Zhuang Bufan didn't care if this guy was ready or not. He directly attacked him. With the enhancement of the ghost armor, Zhuang Bufan could even engage in a thrilling fistfight with the super alloy blacklight, and perhaps in the end, he would even have the upper hand. This powerful physical quality against the already heavily injured bald-caped monster resulted in a foregone conclusion. After destroying most of the abandoned buildings within a 10-mile radius, Zhuang Bufan finally managed to break this guy's spine. You lot, if you let today's events get out, I swear I'll personally come and take you down one by one. Knowing that his victory wasn't very glorious, Zhuang Bufan threatened the crowd of monsters present. Finally, in the tense atmosphere, he contentedly retracted his transformation. What on earth happened? The heroes from the association who arrived later looked at the terrified monsters, all guessing what Zhuang Bufan had done to incite such fear and resentment. After resolving the incident with the group of monster drifters, Zhuang Bufan returned home, just in time to encounter a delivery drone from the Hero Association. Why is the A-Class 32nd ranking of a pet fox higher than mine? Sitting around the small round table, Saitama looked at the hero rankings provided by the association, then glanced at the little fox whose tail was happily pointing straight up. He asked with a face full of black lines, hitting a deep nerve. Perhaps this is the law of equivalent exchange. Gaining power, losing hair, money, and girls. Saitama looked at Zhuang Bufan, who was chattering away beside him, unsure if the equivalent exchange he mentioned was valid. However, every one of his points struck deep into Saitama's soul, making him ponder whether all of this was worth it. There's also a letter in the box. The meticulous Genos discovered the attachment of the package. After opening the brown paper bag, there was only a formal A4 paper and a few promotional posters inside. A voucher for a fragrant hot spring, 2 days and 3 nights. The association has booked the whole place. Saitama-sensei, it seems the association is thanking us for the spaceship incident. Oh, a hot spring. I haven't been in a long time, Saitama said excitedly, no longer caring about the hero rankings. Even the silly fox began to run joyfully around the table, continuously shouting the word hot spring. Only Zhuang Bufan fell into deep thought upon seeing the vouchers poster. Should I invite Fubuki to go together? He imagined Fubuki's perfect figure in a yukata, with her hair tips and her skin, as smooth as jade, glistening with a hint of moisture. Zhuang Bufan's nosebleed was about to flow out. The urgency of the situation must be clear to everyone. In the rented conference room, Blowing Snow furrowed her brows tightly as she looked at the updates about the Blowing Snow group posted by Eyelash on the whiteboard. To be honest, the Blowing Snow group had just escaped a near dissolution crisis, and all of this was triggered by an incident caused by Zhuang Bufan at the temporary headquarters. It is historically referred to as the Blowing Snow becoming a mother incident, although Blowing Snow admitted that the child was indeed very cute. There was even a moment when she thought to herself, if only her future child could be as adorable as that little beast girl. But when that little beast girl actually listened to Zhuang Bufan and called Blowing Snow Mama, no one present expected that it would lead to a huge crisis of disbandment for the Blowing Snow group. Eyelash, you've handled this matter very well, but leave the remaining communication with Zhuang Bufan to me. Blowing Snow felt a headache, not only because of her rumored relationship with Zhuang Bufan. More importantly, when Zhuang Bufan unilaterally announced that Blowing Snow was a mother, some members of the Blowing Snow group were heartbroken and left in anger. Others were overjoyed, even unable to hide their excitement when meeting Blowing Snow. She originally thought that the members gathered because of their admiration for her and similar heroic ideals. But now it seemed that the Blowing Snow group was unknowingly becoming a gathering place for old perverts. If this continued, wouldn't it be even worse than what her sister said? Special training. I must give you all special training. Eyelash, I'm entrusting you with training this group of useless guys. Lily, come with me to recruit new members. But this time, only Ladies Blowing Snow was determined to properly reorganize the Blowing Snow group. Blowing Snow-sama, before that, can I call you sister? Lily, who was suddenly called out, snapped back to reality. Remembering the scene of Blowing Snow touching that little girl's head, she inexplicably made such a request. Okay. Blowing Snow paused for a moment, then happily agreed while patting Lily's head. What bliss! A strange smile appeared on the face of the little brother, looking at Blowing Snow radiating maternal warmth. Until Blowing Snow and Lily left, they couldn't escape that ambiguous atmosphere. Snap! The sound of a whip striking the air pulled the gentleman present back to reality. Eyelash and Mountain Ape had taken off their suits, revealing their strong muscles, putting away the beautiful photos of Blowing Snow in the office, and replacing them with pictures of Blacklight and Great Philosopher. You guys get ready. In order to prevent Blowing Snow-sama from continuing to be disappointed, I will thoroughly train your spirits together with you. If Zhuang Bufan saw Eyelash and Mountain Ape in leather pants at this moment, he would definitely exclaim, so disgusting. Unfortunately, he was not present, as he still had many things to do. Ding-dong in front of a high-end apartment, Zhuang Bufan rang the doorbell. Disturbing my sweet dreams so early in the morning. So annoying. Who is it? A tender, crisp, sharp-tongued voice filled with energy replied. Yes, it was Tornado for sure. Could you please help me ask Blowing Snow if she wants to go on a trip to a hot spring inn? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she just hung up on him. Does this count as an agreement? Zhuang Bufan wasn't sure, but he felt that Tornado's mood wasn't very good, so he didn't pursue little Tornado any further. Zhuang Bufan initially wanted to take this opportunity to ask Long Wan about techniques related to telekinesis. Right now, he can only use telekinesis to perform attacks similar to Magneto's or directly exert pressure on his enemies to cause damage. Both of these methods are undoubtedly very inefficient and wasteful ways to use his psychic abilities. Zhuang Bufan felt that he should learn a bit about the advanced knowledge of telekinesis. He had previously thought about learning some divine techniques from the silly fox. However, such skills truly require some talent. After studying with the silly fox for 3 days without any progress, Zhuang Bufan could no longer tolerate the little fox's pitying gaze that seemed to care for a fool. He recalled the cosmic CQC used by the stellar octopus with its sticky telekinetic barrier, as well as the marvelous light dome from the manga featuring Tornado. Zhuang Bufan thought that consulting Tornado might be a good choice. After all, her relationship with her had somewhat improved in the Sword Cave. However, such matters shouldn't be rushed. It would be better to wait for a time when Tornado is in a better mood to ask for her help. Speaking of which, when would Tornado be in a better mood? Zhuang Bufan scratched his head, not wanting to think about those things. He hadn't checked in on the Monster Association for a long time, mainly because he had to teach the silly fox some common sense about society. He couldn't let this glutton be tricked away by a bag of chocolate, could he? That would be too much of a loss for him. So, while Zhuang Bufan was lost in thought, he tucked away his belt and walked into the Monster Association. You little brat with the surname Zhuang. I will never rest until I get you. When I have you in my hands, I will definitely tear you to pieces. Before he even reached the bottom floor, Zhuang Bufan heard the angry roar of Elder Centipede. This guy was actually present at the scene of the city destruction battle. The Centipede clan had a strange way of communicating. Whenever a clan member died, the others would sense it. Unfortunately, when Elder Centipede arrived, the Dark Matter pirate crew happened to make their entrance as well. Being buried deep underground, he naturally understood what the aftermath of such powerful artillery fire represented. Moreover, with the subsequent emergence of numerous S-class heroes, even without considering that giant creature in the sky, the high-level combat power gathered by the Hero Association in City A at that time forced him to endure. In the days that followed, the big-eyed girl was afraid that this brainless guy would cause her trouble, so she kept him confined within the association. This was the fundamental reason for Elder Centipede's furious incompetence. This guy. How many days have passed, and he's still here shouting and yelling? Zhuang Bufan heard the voice of the Centipede Elder, sighed helplessly, and then walked into the main hall. Armored sludge, huh? Hiss. Your strength has increased again. Wang Dash was still resting deep in the abyss, and Daijianjian looked at the inexplicably returned armored sludge of the Monster Association with a playful expression. Zhuang Bufan's gaze met the intense eyes of the Jiongyan. He could naturally read the ambiguous emotions in her eyes. The armored sludge had been in a state of chaos lately, with not only the Hero Association, but also some other civilians joining the hunt for monsters. You didn't get hurt, did you? Hearing the Jiongyan's warm tone, Zhuang Bufan felt a chill run down his spine. Could this woman, Sykes, be after my body? A surge in power could likely cause damage to the internal tissues. Should the armored sludge come to check my body later? What did Jiongyan said confirmed Zhuang Bufan's uneasy feelings deep inside. He didn't believe that Sykes was inviting him now to spend a romantic night together. After all, she was Sykes, the true founder of the Monster Association, the woman who personally created the monster known as King Orochi. Her favorite pastime was creating monsters, and she was always thinking about how to destroy the world. Even to Jiongyan, a dragon-class monster, was merely a facade she presented to the outside world. Although her figure was incredibly alluring, arguably the best in the One-Punch Man universe. For such a strong woman, if one didn't consider her penchant for human transmutation and soul possession, Zhuang Bufan might even feel a bit pleased if she desired his body, and he might actively embrace her. After all, she was the most stunning woman in the One-Punch Man world. However, once one considers her twisted preferences and the atrocious things she has done, the idea of her wanting his body loses all its allure and even becomes somewhat chilling. If she invites me to stay alone with her later, I should just run away without considering anything else. Zhuang Bufan did not answer Daijianjian's question, but instead scanned the crowd present. There were Yagam, the ugly president, Evil Natural Water, Hero, and the Centipede Elder, in addition to Daijianjian herself. Even without the presence of Black Essence and the ninjas, clashing with this group would still be fraught with danger. Even so, it was better than being left alone with Daijianjian, because in that case, even without facing the dragon monsters present, just one monster, King Orochi, would be enough to leave him with nowhere to hide. Although there had been some friction and conflicts between King, Orochi, and Sykes, the tacit understanding between these two estranged individuals was undoubtedly higher than his own. If any situation arose, based on King Orochi's temperament, he would definitely not hesitate to elevate Zhuang Bufan from a useful pawn to his own meal. I'm fine, no need for Daijianjian's concern. Daijianjian was unclear why the usually tough armored sludge had suddenly changed its attitude. She could even sense a hint of fear emanating from it. Did this guy realize something? Sykes could not confirm this, as he lay on the couch swirling his wine glass, absorbing the information conveyed by Daijianjian, and remained silent for a while. He then decided to take a long-term approach and first send someone to keep an eye on the elusive armored sludge. Who should he send? Sykes swirled his wine glass, and Daijianjian's gaze followed suit. After sweeping over Yagam, the ugly president, hero, and other dragon-level monsters, his gaze finally settled on the Phoenix Man. This guy's strength was a bit lacking, but he might just work. Sykes murmured to himself, considering that the mental power level he sensed from Zhuang Bufan was already a threat to him. Based on Zhuang Bufan's previously displayed physical qualities, it would be hard for any dragon-level monster present to claim an advantage in a one-on-one fight against armored sludge. Sending out an additional dragon-level monster would greatly dilute the combat effectiveness of the monster association. Thinking this way, someone like the Phoenix Man, who could quickly regenerate and had strong escape abilities, was the best choice. Well, in that case, I will send the Phoenix Man to you to help you deal with that Infinite Knight. I hope you can take care of that guy quickly. After giving this order, Daijianjian announced the meeting was adjourned. For her, assigning this task to Armored Sludge was undoubtedly the best choice at the moment. Judging from the strength displayed by the Infinite Knight, he undoubtedly had combat capabilities comparable to senior officials in the Monster Association. He was the best target for testing the specific data of Armored Sludge. Moreover, this guy was like a fly buzzing around Shuangxue. It would be better to swat him down sooner rather than later. Sykes recalled recent messages regarding Shuangxue, and with a loud bang, the glass in his hand shattered. Fortunately, his mental power wrapped around the glass shards and wine liquid, sparing Sykes from the embarrassment of getting wet. On the other side, after Daijianjian announced the meeting was over, everyone left. Besides the centipede elder giving him a fierce glare, only the Phoenix Man remained weakly standing beside him. He looked harmless, but showed no intention of leaving, just standing by Zhuang Bufan's side in a dawdling manner. This is troublesome. How should I deal with this guy? When Sykes issued the task, he didn't give Zhuang Bufan a sliver of space to refuse. Plus, after that Uncle AI's death, Daijianjian had already begun to doubt his stance. Directly refusing the Phoenix Man's assistance now would likely lead to big problems. The Phoenix Man, truly a troublesome individual. Even Black Essence, Hero, or the ugly president might not be harder to deal with than him. If he couldn't inflict overwhelming damage in one blow, this guy would regenerate infinitely. And with his intense emotions, his strength would grow stronger each time. It seems the Armored Sludge identity can no longer be used. After leaving the Monster Association, I should find a way to deal with the Phoenix Man as soon as possible. But is it a bit too wasteful to simply eliminate the Phoenix Man like this? Zhuang Bufan walked slowly out of the Monster Association while constantly sizing up the fat chicken behind him. In the One-Punch world, there are many special monsters with powerful abilities, and among them, the Phoenix Man is definitely one of the best. With fire control abilities, resurrection, emotional evolution, and mental illusion, these four powerful traits, no matter which monster possesses them, would be enough to make him stand out among the ghost-level monsters. However, the Phoenix Man, who appeared to be quite weak at first, directly possesses all four abilities. To be honest, with just the resurrection and emotional evolution traits, the Phoenix Man has growth potential that is not inferior to his own. Zhuang Bufan has always wanted the resurrection ability that the Phoenix Man possesses. That's why he has been keeping him around, preparing to deal with him alongside the Child Emperor during the Monster Association incident. After all, with the Child Emperor's tickling bug, even if the Phoenix Man evolves to a level above a dragon, it would be easy to take him down. But now, to be honest, simply hunting down a Phoenix Man with resurrection abilities is not the result Zhuang Bufan desires. However, it seems he won't have much more time. What to do? Should he take him to find the Child Emperor? Or should he just wait until they leave the Monster Association and take action himself? The Phoenix Man followed him 3 meters behind, feeling a chill creeping over him. Achoo! This poor guy has no idea that the person in front of him has already set his sights on him. Zhuang Bufan was walking ahead, while the Phoenix Man followed quietly behind him, not speaking or asking what he was doing. He led him into a deep mountain forest around Z City and began to dig the soil. "What are you digging? Do you need me to help?" The Phoenix Man asked, noticing the strange actions of the guy in front of him. After all, he wasn't a leader yet, and his strength was currently inferior to that of the guy in front of him. In that case, it would be better to be polite to him. He just didn't know what material the mud armor on him was made of. Could it be a kind of costume? "Oh, no need. I've already found what I was looking for." Zhuang Bufan chatted casually while taking out the anti-naked running belt that Dr. Kinos had given him and wrapped it around his waist. Fastening it, the belt looked quite familiar. "You are." The Phoenix Man caught a glimpse of the armored sludge's mischievous expression, and he finally remembered where he had seen such a strange belt. "You are the Infinite Knight." As he said this, the Phoenix Man hurriedly flapped his wings and tried to fly away. "Damn it! How could this happen? Trying to run. There's no way out." When the Child Emperor dealt with the Phoenix Man, who only had ghost-level strength at the time, it didn't take much effort. Now, with Zhuang Bufan handling it, it was even easier. A few earthen spears pierced through the Phoenix Man's body, hanging him on the spear tips. "Is that it?" Looking at the slightly withered Phoenix Man, Zhuang Bufan stood by, guarding his corpse, and said somewhat discontentedly, "With so many powerful traits, he ended up killing him without being able to take any of them." Zhuang Bufan was naturally very dissatisfied. "I wonder if this guy can still be revived." Zhuang Bufan sat beside him, feeling utterly bored, hoping that this guy could reincarnate and let him loot once more. "No, an Infinite Knight? What are you doing here?" The one who greeted Zhuang Bufan was a suddenly appeared girl with neat short hair, tan skin, and wearing an old-fashioned black male high school uniform with a single row of buttons. Her spirited eyes were like a clear spring, and her smile was so pure and sweet. If it weren't for the prominent peaks on her chest, everyone who saw her would probably mistake her for a delicate sunny boy without a doubt. This person was just a girl, but her style leaned slightly towards androgynous. More attention-grabbing than her was, of course, the gigantic wild boar beside her, which was as tall as a small hill. This wild boar was even larger than the mountain lord Zhuang Bufan encountered during his training in the deep mountains. No one would doubt the attack power and destructiveness of such a colossal creature. Judging by its size, this wild boar had the strength of a tiger in its prime. Yet this forest overlord had its skull crushed in, with its entire snout caved in, and one could tell by its appearance that it was dead beyond any doubt. "Did you do this?" Zhuang Bufan was clearly a bit surprised. He had just dealt with a huge wild boar of tiger level. Yet his clothes were not even slightly torn. This girl clearly had impressive strength. Immediately after, Zhuang Bufan seemed to realize something and hurriedly asked, "How did you recognize me?" "I remember. Well, this form has never been revealed in front of the public before, considering that this form would have a devastating impact on his appearance, and there was also the risk of being judged as a weirdo by others." Zhuang Bufan was quite curious about how this girl recognized him. Of course, it was from the belt around his waist. As for the fat pig, it was indeed something he had caught, and he was planning to roast it for dinner. Did she want to try some? Oh, well. Anyway, since he had to stay here to guard the corpse of the Phoenix Man and see if he could be revived, having a girl accompany him wasn't a bad thing. So he agreed to her suggestion. He watched as she carried the wild boar home, fetched some seasonings, and then gathered a pile of firewood. With her palm transforming into a knife, she sliced off a piece of rock and began roasting the wild boar meat. As the sun set and the cool breeze blew, the Phoenix Man was still hanging on the spear, while Zhuang Bufan sat beside him, watching this delicate-looking tomboy busily prepare the wild boar meat. He couldn't shake the feeling that this girl looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Was it the water tiger from the Dark Body Fist? Zhuang Bufan opened his mouth to ask, and he finally remembered where he had seen this style of dressing before. "Huh, Infinite Knight. You know me, I've been following my master and practicing in the deep mountains, never engaging in social activities. I didn't expect to be remembered by you. I am truly honored." The water tiger girl's face turned slightly red, and she shyly touched her short hair. It really was her. No wonder he couldn't recognize her right away. The water tiger is the younger sister of the water dragon, a new character who only appeared at the very end of the original version. It was also because of Teacher One's indescribable art style that he failed to recognize this charming and handsome girl at first glance. "I heard from the water dragon that he has a remarkable sister, even stronger than him. I didn't expect it to really be you." He casually made up a reason to gloss over this part. After all, with the water dragon's carefree and roguish style, it didn't seem like he would often come back to visit his sister. "My good-for-nothing elder brother has caused you trouble. Let me apologize on his behalf." Strangely, the water tiger clasped her hands together, resting her forehead on her palms, looking very apologetic, which made Zhuang Bufan feel a bit awkward. It seemed that in her eyes, his older brother was synonymous with trouble. This might be a bit hard to say, but could you give me your autograph? I'm your #1 fan. Before the water tiger could finish speaking, Zhuang Bufan excitedly rushed over, tears in his eyes, full of excitement, holding the water tiger's hands. Can you say that again? Aha! The heavens have opened their eyes. I finally have a female fan. Remembering the fitness girl from Blacklight and the tank top girl, Zhuang Bufan always felt indignant. Now, finally, he had a lovely female fan. The water tiger looked confused and mumbled it again. Perhaps she didn't understand what was going on with her idol's current state. Just giving an autograph is too boring. You're my first female fan. I can't let you leave empty-handed. With that, Zhuang Bufan began to unfasten the belt around his waist, thinking that this was the only thing he could offer. However, overwhelmed by a strong sense of happiness, Zhuang Bufan forgot how this action would be perceived as harassment in the eyes of ordinary people. The water tiger stood frozen, genuinely unsure of what her idol was about to do. Fortunately, our great Phoenix man successfully revived at this moment, preventing Zhuang Bufan from crossing the line. Damn it! What do you mean by taking off your pants in front of me? The revived Phoenix man was filled with anger upon seeing this scene. The thought that such a twisted character was still called a hero only fueled his rage further. The intense emotions served as fuel, allowing him to break through his power limits upon revival. He directly activated his red flame mode and charged at Zhuang Bufan. Daring to attack my guest while talking to yourself in front of me. Go to hell and reflect on your actions. Before Zhuang Bufan could react, the water tiger dashed forward, followed by a spinning kick that accurately struck Phoenix Man's jaw. Dark body, flying dragon kick. Whether it was due to a martial arts affinity or the fact that this girl possessed dragon-level strength, this kick actually sent the reborn Phoenix Man flying backward. Unfortunately, the protective wind around the water tiger's feet didn't provide her with effective protection. The unquenchable flames climbed up her pant leg, and before the water tiger's kicked leg could return to its original position, the fire had already reached her knee. The water tiger was, after all, Zhuang Bufan's fan. How could he allow his precious female fan to be harmed? A water blade directly cut open the water tiger's pant leg. In the moment the water blade made contact with her skin, it instantly transformed into a water shield that fit her skin. This effectively interrupted the flames from burning her skin. This guy is here for me. How could I let my lovely fan handle it? Saying this, Zhuang Bufan pulled the water tiger behind him, showing a look of regret on his face as things went awry. She obediently hid behind Zhuang Bufan, her left leg in front, blocking her smooth and well-proportioned right leg. From her appearance, it seemed she wasn't like Tornado, who enjoyed exposing her body. Sai, what can I say to you? Don't you know that earth and water perfectly counter flames? Based on your evolution direction, it seems your brain hasn't improved at all, unable to help it. He thought he would have to put in a little extra effort. This is common knowledge even elementary school kids know. So let me carve it into your body myself. Zhuang Bufan spoke grandly, mainly hoping to leave a powerful and handsome impression in front of his fans. To achieve this, he even abandoned his previous cunning and treacherous combat style, not seizing the opportunity to attack the Phoenix Man, but generously giving him time to stand up and prepare. Well, you have a point. This form does not seem perfect at the moment, but that's okay. I will slowly find the correct evolution path during our battle. Seeing that the Phoenix Man was not angry, but instead stood up and calmly reflected on his mistakes, Zhuang Bufan felt a jolt in his heart. Could this be a big mistake? There was no turning back now. Shui, who was behind him, eagerly waiting to observe his battle process. Even if he lost his teeth, he could only swallow it down. Zhuang Bufan had to admit that after defeating a few dragon-level monsters and gaining their abilities, his approach had indeed become a bit reckless. After all, this is a world with a chaotic power system, and it seems he should be more careful in the future. The flames on the Phoenix Man were still burning fiercely, and Zhuang Bufan had already retracted his desire to show off, focusing all his attention on this guy. He also got into the martial arts stance of his long-in-used water flow, rock smash fist. This move, water flow, rock smash fist. Shui, who indeed did not expect Zhuang Bufan to know the ancient fist technique. She had followed her master to live in seclusion in the deep mountains since she was young. Unlike her brother Shui Long, who enjoyed a hedonistic lifestyle, she had always calmly followed her master in her training. The only way she learned about the outside world was through the outdated television with a finicky antenna that transmitted news. Naturally, she had seen Zhuang Bufan's battle against the Deep Sea King, which is why she became a fan of this strange hero. Whether it was his courage against strong enemies when he was not yet powerful, or the terrifying strength gained by pushing his body to the limit. Shui, who was deeply fascinated There was no doubt that the Phoenix Man standing before them was a super powerful enemy. She had deeply understood this through the brief exchange just now. She especially wanted to know what the result would be if that terrifying way of exerting strength was integrated into countless techniques. At this moment, the perfect target, the Phoenix Man, appeared in front of Zhuang Bufan. This inevitably excited Shuehu. In any case, let me first try the bird peck attack, the Phoenix Man proudly declared. Although the Phoenix Man's strength was far from Zhuang Bufan's. With his resurrection and emotional evolution abilities, he even gazed at the throne of Wang Dasha in his heart. How could he look down on the armored sludge? Oh no, it should now be called Infinite Night. The explosive flames from the tail of his wings provided him with unparalleled acceleration. In terms of agility, the Phoenix Man indeed could not match Zhuang Bufan's Gale Wolf mode. But the terrifying acceleration brought by the continuously released flames was something Zhuang Bufan could not compare to no matter what. Mudflow Barrier. Zhuang Bufan had no intention of directly resisting an attack of this level. Just as the Phoenix Man soared backward to gain the best sprint distance, Zhuang Bufan had already prepared a composite armor shield mixed with mudstone and dry soil layers. After obtaining the psychic energy from Jelu, Gangzeipu, the defensive capability of the armor shield he created could even rival that of the Centipede Elder's insect armor. Boom! A loud sound erupted, like a thunderclap, as the Phoenix Man's beak attack broke through Zhuang Bufan's armor shield. The flames burned the wet mud into shards of glass. Fortunately, Zhuang Bufan's armor shield still played a significant role, absorbing the vast majority of the impact force from the Phoenix Man's charge. After breaking the shield, the Phoenix Man was less than 3 meters away from Zhuang Bufan, and at such a short distance, accelerating was no longer possible. Was the impact still not enough? The Phoenix Man, whose strength had surged, believed he had not underestimated Zhuang Bufan. However, judging by the results, he still underestimated this guy's power. The explosive impact left him no time to retreat before launching another attack. With no other choice, the Phoenix Man had to burn the flames on his body wildly, flapping his wings downward in hopes of diverting himself away from Zhuang Bufan's position. You bastard, where do you think you're going? Come back here and die obediently. Zhuang Bufan noticed the unusual movement of the Phoenix Man, and how could he simply go along with his intentions? The mud extended from Zhuang Bufan's palm like a claw, grabbing the Phoenix Man's neck. Then, like a sticky rice ball being pounded, it clung to the Phoenix Man and returned to Zhuang Bufan's hand. Hey! Zhuang Bufan took advantage of the moment to perform a shoulder throw, slamming the Phoenix Man hard onto the ground, then directly mounted him. With a sinister smile, he used the technique of flowing rock-shattering fist to continuously peck at the Phoenix Man's body. The extremely high-temperature flames roasted the mud coating on him into shattered pieces of glass, which fell onto the Phoenix Man. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before this mud armor would completely fall off him. Zhuang Bufan didn't mind, as his feet sank into the earth, constantly replenishing the lost mud armor. Just as Zhuang Bufan had said before, both soil and water are properties that can perfectly counter fire. The burning attack from the Phoenix Man had no effect on him at all. Meanwhile, the Phoenix Man, who was enduring Zhuang Bufan's attacks, began to regret. He wasn't upset about missing the opportunity to escape earlier, but rather, he couldn't believe he had such a poor memory. This guy just pulled his pants down, so why did he choose to launch a close-range attack against him? It seemed that the sinister smile on Zhuang Bufan's face while riding on him had indeed left an indelible psychological scar. Han Xin had once suffered humiliation, and later slaughtered the heroes of the world. There was also a Wei who had been under the control of Jiego and years later successfully counterattacked. Not to mention the countless rotten memes of predecessors that had been overused online. In short, if Zhuang Bufan had thoroughly memorized these classic works, he would definitely not have the Phoenix Man beneath him. You get away from me. Sure enough, before Zhuang Bufan could finish him off, allowing him to launch another raid, this guy had already evolved rapidly. Moreover, the new form that appeared was a Hercules eagle, which he had never seen before. In short, it looked like a rather grotesque chicken-headed bro. Zhuang Bufan, who was riding on him, felt his hands and feet go numb. Previously, he had been so caught up in the fight that he didn't pay attention to this aspect, but now he directly felt the Phoenix Man's evolution. This made him shiver involuntarily, and he locked his hand around the man's arms, pulling him out from under him, followed by a fierce shoulder throw that sent him hundreds of meters away. It should be you who should roll away, right? You perverted freak. Hearing the Infinite Night's roar, the Phoenix Man felt both furious and somewhat wronged. However, if someone were to pass by at that moment, they would definitely think that compared to Zhuang Bufan, who was covered in mud armor, the Phoenix Man's outfit was clearly more grotesque. There was no way around it. With the belt, sharp teeth, and black dog collar, combined with the Hercules eagle's robust physique, the Phoenix Man looked like he was made of super alloy. No matter how you looked at it, Zhuang Bufan seemed to be the healthier one. As for the water tiger girl, who was watching from the side, having been training deep in the mountains, she had never witnessed such a scene. She had long covered her face and turned away, weakly saying, "Call me when you're done," clearly not adapting to this kind of spectacle. It was unclear if Zhuang Bufan heard her call. However, he also changed his combat style. Countless rock spears hovered around him, and with a wave of his hand, they shot toward the direction of the Phoenix Man. In contrast to Zhuang Bufan's actions, the Phoenix Man's movements were different. It was hard to say whether the earlier humiliation had stimulated him or if something strange had awakened within him. In any case, the Phoenix Man, who had just been regretting his close-range attack under Zhuang Bufan, now charged directly toward him. Even with telekinetic enhancement, Zhuang Bufan's rock spears struggled to achieve any results against the Phoenix Man, who had equal physical strength. Just how much had this guy's body evolved? Zhuang Bufan made a sarcastic remark and then attempted to simply use his telekinesis to block the Phoenix Man charging towards him. Suddenly, the speed of the Phoenix Man dropped sharply as he rushed forward. Although he seemed able to withstand Zhuang Bufan's high-pressure telekinesis, that was about all he could manage. With approximately 100 meters left between them, by the time he reached 60 meters, the inertia from his previous acceleration had completely dissipated. When he got within a dozen meters of Zhuang Bufan, the immense resistance made each step forward incredibly difficult for the Phoenix Man, considering his own resistance to telekinesis. The Phoenix Man's physical performance at this moment could be said to be completely comparable to Zhuang Bufan's. "You damn guy, take this punch." When he was less than 10 meters away, the Phoenix Man suddenly unleashed a burst of extremely high-intensity jet flames from his feet and behind him. At this moment, Zhuang Bufan was about to switch forms and use his magic knife to slice this guy into tiny pieces. However, he did not expect that this belt-wearing, bare-bottomed chicken could still unleash another burst of extreme acceleration. There was no way around it. During this transformation process that lasted less than a second, Zhuang Bufan took a solid punch from the Phoenix Man in his Hercules Eagle mode, and he took this punch without any defensive enhancements. Wasn't the transformation supposed to make him invincible? Ugh! Zhuang Bufan moved his jaw slightly and spat out a mouthful of blood. He could sense that his face was probably a bit swollen now, just as he was punched into the cliff by the Phoenix Man. The mental binding he had imposed on him was also lifted. Seizing this opportunity, the Phoenix Man charged forward, delivering another powerful punch. However, this time a piercing roar echoed, and Zhuang Bufan slid back about a meter, managing to withstand this attack. Dressed in ghost armor, Zhuang Bufan didn't care about using any other means. After taking the punch from the Phoenix Man, he immediately stepped forward to slap him back. The two individuals with dragon-level strength no longer avoided each other's attacks. At this moment, they engaged in the simplest form of duel. One-on-one, fist against fist, whether it was a slap, a strike, a hammering, or a whip. It was like a Russian slap competition, exchanging offense and defense. Each punch swung in the air could create sonic booms and bursts of white mist. Upon hitting each other's steel-like bodies, the resulting fierce winds devastated the surrounding forest. In an instant, birds and beasts fled, and apart from the recovering Shui, girl, who marveled at this playful duel, there were no living creatures left in the forest. High energy alarm disaster level estimated. Dragon. In the command center of the temporary headquarters, everyone was shocked at the alarm transmitted back from the Z City branch's energy monitor. The initial disaster assessment by the Hero Association was based on the energy level released by the monster, combined with the actual destruction they were causing for a comprehensive judgment. This meant that a very powerful monster might initially be classified as a wolf-level disaster by the system. Then, in a short period, it could rapidly escalate. If a monster escapes the hero's sanction, when it appears again, it would be directly judged according to its previous disaster level. In other words, when the association's disaster radar issued a dragon-level warning, even Shichi felt a bit restless, because this was likely not an ordinary dragon-level disaster event. Hurry and contact Mr. King. At this time, he was the only one who could resolve such an incident. Shichi naturally thought of calling King, regarded as the nemesis of monsters, the silent ruler, and the last barrier for human survival. Not going. I have something else to do, that's it. It was the familiar line from King again. And then he hung up, leaving Shichi alone to worry. Leave the monsters in Z City to me. At this point, the association's prestige cannot be challenged. The speaker was the A-class top hero, Sweet Mask, who patted Shichi's shoulder with a comforting tone. Can you handle this incident alone? The initial estimated disaster level is Dragon. Damn it. And at this time, I can't reach the Infinite Knight living in Z City and the other heroes. Shichi said in frustration. Sweet Mask glanced at the energy outbreak point on the monitor as if pondering something. Is the center of this disaster in the wilderness? That should be considered in no man's land, right? If that's the case, I should be able to unleash my full force and cause a ruckus. Rest assured, I'll take care of this incident perfectly. Let those S-Class guys see what a true hero's way of acting should be. Zhuang Bufan sighed. The crazy brawl has left no tree standing within several miles. At this moment, the Phoenix Man is covered in wounds, while Zhuang Bufan, thanks to his armor, is in a much better state. However, even so, he has suffered quite a few bruises. Are you even still a man? If you have the guts, take off your armor and let's have a fair fight. Even the toughest of opponents, after such a long time of fighting, knows how much advantage Zhuang Bufan has gained from wearing armor during their brawl. Moreover, the Phoenix Man isn't particularly foolish. It's just his pride in his abilities, combined with Zhuang Bufan's humiliation, that has clouded his judgment. After such an extended fight, both have already vented their anger through their fists and have stopped to catch their breath. Naturally, the Phoenix Man begins to calculate the gains and losses. Cut the nonsense. If you have the skill, take off your puppet costume and let's battle for 300 rounds. Zhuang Bufan naturally found a reason to refuse this guy's suggestion. To be honest, the physical quality of the Phoenix Man in Hercules mode far exceeded Zhuang Bufan's imagination. He initially thought that this guy's strength and defensive capabilities were comparable to his own Swamp Lord form. But now it seems that his physical quality could rival the full release of Blacklight's muscles. Otherwise, how could he have fought against his own armored self for such a long time? Is that so? It turns out armor is also a kind of doll outfit. It seems you're also a weirdo dressed in a doll outfit. When the Phoenix Man heard Zhuang Bufan's rebuttal, he suddenly changed his attitude and looked at Zhuang Bufan with a gentle expression. This affectionate expression, combined with his battle-scarred muscles, made Zhuang Bufan feel an immense terror. What does this guy want to do? Zhuang Bufan muttered to himself, thinking that even the powerful cannon punch earlier hadn't made him retreat an inch. But this time, just by the expression on the Phoenix Man's face and his feigned embrace, Zhuang Bufan involuntarily flinched and took a step back. Come on, enter my mental space, said the Phoenix Man as he tried to attach his consciousness to Zhuang Bufan, attempting to pull his awareness into his own mental realm. The Phoenix Man tried several times, exerting all his strength, causing the veins on his body to bulge and his face to turn red from effort. Yet he still couldn't pull Zhuang Bufan into his mental space. You're so heavy, you really need to lose some weight. Zhuang Bufan, who was originally resting and catching his breath on the side, found it quite amusing to see the Phoenix Man struggling to drag him into his mental space. However, when the Phoenix Man mentioned losing weight, Zhuang Bufan nearly choked in anger. This guy actually dared to slander his image in front of his fans. Get ready to take a beating. Zhuang Bufan was furious, and the flames compressed from his spiritual power burned on his fists as he charged towards him. He no longer cared about physical exhaustion and directly launched a relentless combo attack. It had been a long time since he had used this ultimate move. At first, he wanted to integrate his boxing skills into the combo. However, he felt it was too awkward and limited the power of his punches. In the end, he even stopped maintaining the spiritual fire and relied solely on his iron fist to smash down on the Phoenix Man. The terrifying attack of a dragon-level powerhouse in a physical form, amplified by the relentless combo, transmitted the force of his fist through the Phoenix Man's body into the ground, causing the earth to tremble. In an instant, the mountains shook and the ground cracked, and this forest in Z City truly began to quake. When Zhuang Bufan stopped his attack and removed the ghost armor from his body, the high temperature from his flesh could still be seen causing distortions in the air. The Phoenix Man, already covered in wounds from the previous brawl, was now gasping for breath after taking the series of hits. Perhaps when he recognized Zhuang Bufan as just another plaything, the rage he had felt earlier dissipated completely. Without strong emotions driving him, his ability for emotional evolution could naturally not be utilized. Zhuang Bufan did not give him a chance to heal or escape. Regardless of whether the Phoenix Man was afraid of death, he had indeed gained the power for himself this time. With this in mind, Zhuang Bufan snapped the Phoenix Man's neck, and this time he truly breathed his last. Accompanied by the activation of the plunder, the Phoenix Man, who was originally in the state of the Hercules Eagle, quickly regressed and soon returned to his form before reincarnation. having lost all power boosts. Even if he were to resurrect now, he would merely be an ordinary ghost-level monster. The disaster warning in City Z. Have you resolved it? Zhuang Bufan has just dealt with the Phoenix Man, while Sweetheart Mask arrives fashionably late. Looking at the strange figure lying on the ground and the flattened hills around, this high-ranking A-class hero can't help but feel shocked by Zhuang Bufan's strength. Well, anyway, the trouble has been resolved. It seems you've arrived late. Zhuang Bufan looked at Sweetheart Mask with a hint of hostility, and combined with the bruises left on his face from fighting the Phoenix Man, he increasingly resembled a small boss that was meant to be defeated in A, refers to a genre of light novels characterized by a feel-good narrative. There was no way around it. Zhuang Bufan's shabby appearance was understandable. It was rare for him to take down a super powerful monster in front of his few female fans. Immediately after, a handsome, wealthy guy with significant social status appeared in front of him, making Zhuang Bufan worry whether this guy was here to cause trouble. Scoring 70 points. It seemed that this time he performed much better than during the spaceship incident, indicating that he was indeed reflecting seriously. Sweetheart Mask glanced at his watch, looking like he had other appointments to attend to. In any case, he gave an irritating critique of Zhuang Bufan's actions before turning to leave. 0 points. As a hero, your attitude during activities should be self-evident, Zhuang Bufan replied. Sweetheart Mask glanced back at him, but said nothing, clearly having heard too many similar evaluations of Zhuang Bufan in the past. At that moment, the water tiger girl, who had been watching from the sidelines, approached. Can I get a signed photo? Negative 18,000 points. Zhuang Bufan exclaimed, frustrated at the sight of the water tiger girl asking Sweetheart Mask for a signed photo. It seemed this scene hurt him even more than when he was caught between the pig god and the super alloy blacklight. In the end, Sweetheart Mask left, leaving behind a frustrated Zhuang Bufan and the water tiger girl, who had snapped out of her infatuation. The two exchange a glance, both noticing the awkward expressions on each other's faces. Let's leave it at that. In any case, just keep working hard. Zhuang Bufan didn't know what he was saying, just wanted to casually say a few farewell words and leave this place of gossip as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, he was caught by the corner of his clothes by Shuehu girl, and judging by her expression, she seemed to have more to say. I was a bit out of line just now, but there's something I think is necessary to tell you. The rare, spirited young girl shyly started talking to Zhuang Bufan. Even after experiencing such an awkward scene, Zhuang Bufan had to suppress his embarrassment and patiently listen to Shuehu girl's remarks. I noticed that the moves you used at the beginning of your combo were quite awkward and strange, and their power was not as strong as the punches that followed. I wonder if you feel the same about this? Shuehu's words piqued Zhuang Bufan's interest. Originally wanting to end the conversation quickly, he now had a desire to dig deeper into the matter. After all, Shuehu girl was a martial artist whose talent and effort surpassed her brother, Shuei Long. Excluding the unknown strength of the guy Hungry Wolf, who refused to use the flowing rock-shattering fist, she was undoubtedly the best among the younger generation. Moreover, her performance against the dragon-level monster, Machine God, in the original manga demonstrated her formidable strength. Thus, it could be inferred that Shuehu's understanding of martial arts was not much weaker than that of the old man Bongu, with such a master of boxing providing advice. It might indeed help solve his embarrassing problem of not being able to enhance the power of his martial arts moves. That's indeed the case. Do you have any solutions? No one would mind being a bit stronger, and Zhuang Bufan was no exception. Undoubtedly, your physical condition could be described as excellent, and the martial arts moves you perform should achieve a multiplied destructive effect. However, the reality is that your moves are limiting your ability to exert your strength, and even causing damage to your body in ways you may not be aware of. Shuehu girl spoke sincerely, and Zhuang Bufan pondered carefully and found that it was indeed the case. So, is there any solution? Zhuang Bufan appeared very sincere, without any hint of pretentiousness. Zhuang Bufan's attitude reassured the water tiger girl, who was initially concerned about hurting his self-esteem, allowing her to take a deep breath and share all her inner thoughts with him. The essence of martial arts is to use the weak to overcome the strong, tapping into one's potential. Since martial arts can maximize an individual's potential, even within the same style, the execution can vary greatly in different hands. Differences in bone density, muscle shape, and strength can all lead to subtle variations when a martial artist employs the same techniques. The more skilled the practitioner, the greater the disparity in these aspects. Different styles represent different training directions, and an individual's understanding of the style, along with their body's adaptation to the techniques, can lead to the evolution of new martial arts styles. This is how martial arts develop and are passed down through generations. Zhuang Bufan listened attentively to Shui Hu's explanation of martial arts. He recalled the boxing styles of Yilang and Banggu. Undoubtedly, Yilang had truly inherited Banggu's teachings, and his application of the flowing rock-shattering fist was only second to Banggu. However, whether it was their daily activities or their attacking styles, they were completely different. Banggu's boxing was like calm, flowing water, smooth, natural, and even the explosive moves had a touch of the gentleness of flowing water. In contrast, Yilang resembled a rushing torrent erupting from a stone peak, attacking like a high-pressure water gun aggressively slicing through rocks. Even the moves to block an opponent's attack concealed a ferocious turbulence. Simply put, the boxing style you are currently using does not match your muscle composition and bodily functions at all. This is unrelated to the level of skill. It's like trying to install a saddle on a bicycle seat, awkward and improper. Fortunately, your understanding of boxing is not yet deep enough, and you haven't integrated it as naturally as those powerful warriors do, like breathing. Otherwise, the force application that doesn't align with your body's condition will eventually harm you. Zhuang Bufan listened to the words of the water tiger girl, furrowing his brows as he looked down. After a long pause, he finally opened his mouth to speak. Are you telling me to give up using the martial arts techniques I've learned? To start over and re-understand the boxing skills? Seeing that Zhuang Bufan had understood her intention, the water tiger girl no longer beat around the bush. Well, perhaps directly giving up the use of martial arts moves would be simpler. What do you mean? With your current physical condition, even if the training difficulty is increased several times, it's hard to trigger your body's protective mechanisms, right? Without a body that has been honed through practice, it's impossible to truly find a martial arts direction that suits you. That, Zhuang Bufan was about to ask Shui Humaizi if she had any good training methods. Unexpectedly, this spirited sports girl suddenly smiled at him. But someone as powerful as you probably doesn't need to rely on martial arts moves, right? She said playfully. Oh, well, yes, that's true. Faced with Shui Hu's attitude, Zhuang Bufan felt embarrassed to continue asking her about training methods. After the event, instead of going home, Zhuang Bufan pondered for a while and then turned to go to Banggu's dojo. "Old man, I want to train properly in your dojo." Zhuang Bufan, with a thick skin, asked Banggu for advice, while T. Lanzi looked excited beside him. Banggu held the teacup, took a sip, sighed, and declined Zhuang Bufan's request. Martial arts are skills meant for the weak. With your current strength, you are already powerful enough to threaten the survival of others. There's no need to learn such self-defense techniques meant for the weak. After sipping his tea, Banggu rejected Zhuang Bufan's request. With no other choice, Zhuang Bufan went to the Iron Fist of Whirlwind Training Hall, received the same answer, and temporarily set this matter aside. Zhuang Bufan was somewhat surprised. He never expected that one day he would also enjoy the treatment of a king. However, since he had acquired the martial arts techniques, he wasn't in such a hurry to enhance his strength through them. If the techniques he had taken were harmful to his health, then he would just use them less in the future. After making up his mind, Zhuang Bufan felt a bit down, but he accepted the situation. Compared to that, tomorrow was the day he would go to the hot spring inn, and he didn't know if Koyuki-chan would agree to his invitation. Zhuang Bufan was filled with hopeful anticipation. The words hot spring held an unimaginable allure for the people of the One-Punch world. Even the neon people from the original world might not enjoy soaking in hot springs as much as the people from the One-Punch world did. So when everyone realized that Blizzard-chan did not attend the hot spring gathering, they could visibly observe the disappointment on his face. Genos, the young man, should focus on his heroic activities and not follow Zhuang Bufan in seeking romance for no reason. Just look at him. He was once a fine young man who could accompany me in conquering the supermarket season. Now, he can't even enjoy the free fruit platter on the high-speed train. Saitama, sitting in the same high-speed train, was continuously stuffing fruits from the platter into his mouth while teaching his cheap disciple. Although Saitama's appearance wasn't much better than Zhuang Bufan's, considering his financial situation and his extraordinary love for discounted products, along with the terrifying fruit prices in the One-Punch world, it was already quite generous of Saitama not to stuff the fruit platter into his bag at this moment. Forget it. I don't want to criticize you anymore, but it is indeed important to enjoy this rare hot spring trip properly. After Saitama's strange way of opening up, Zhuang Bufan inexplicably became more spirited. Speaking of which, this was the first time the silly fox took a bullet train. After confirming her seat, she directly ran to the front of the train. Her little tail was wagging so fast it almost rivaled the fan blades. Fortunately, there weren't many people on the train, so Zhuang Bufan let her run around freely. The sightseeing train didn't go very fast, but fortunately, the hot spring wasn't too far away. After about 4 hours, just past noon, they arrived at the station in their target city. Zhuang Bufan hugged the silly fox, who was unwilling to get off, and forcibly carried her off the train. As soon as they exited the station, they saw the butler from the hot spring coming to greet them. It was my first time riding in an extended luxury limousine. There's even an ice bucket in the car. I wonder if the sparkling wine on it is complimentary. Saitama, who had never seen much of the world, spoke, and Zhuang Bufan, also inexperienced, agreed with him. The two country bumpkins, overwhelmed by the bombardment of capitalist goodies, almost forgot the most important thing, but fortunately, Saitama remembered just before getting off the car. This bald guy knocked on the driver's partition and handed over the tickets for their sightseeing train journey. 3 adults and 1 child, who was going to reimburse the train tickets for the trip. If it weren't for the association covering all accommodation and travel expenses, they wouldn't have specifically taken the luxurious sightseeing train to come here. With one who could fly, another who had a jet engine, and another guy who could jump high enough to bounce back from the moon to Earth, even carrying the non-flying silly fox. They would have been much more efficient running over than taking a train. Please wait a moment. When you check out, we will handle these matters together. The driver, well-trained, maintained composure and elegance in any situation. After sitting for about another hour, the luxury limousine finally arrived at the hot spring reserved by the association. The moment they got off, Saitama and Zhuang Bufan, the two country bumpkins, were shocked by the association's grandeur. I don't know if this place is elegant, but must be very high-end. Zhuang Bufan stroked the head of the clumsy fox, saying with admiration, as a local, if he were to express his understanding of refined things, he probably wouldn't even believe it himself. However, as a local, he did have some insights into the ostentatious high-end aesthetics of nouveau riche. The entrance of the hot spring was styled like the gate of a general's residence made of red pine boards, with vermilion beams and painted rafters in the front yard, and the eaves covered with dark blue-gray tiles. Although it wasn't as simple and elegant as the ancient Chungwen hot spring villa, it still had some solemnity and weight reminiscent of a general's residence, allowing one to appreciate a certain charm in the hot spring inn. However, if it weren't for the rectangular modern 5-star hotel building over 80 stories high behind it, then the charm mentioned earlier would still hold. Erecting such a modern building amid ancient architecture could reflect an appreciation for such a mix, akin to pairing Wang Jihua's stinky tofu with aged red wine. One could either be a great foodie returning to simplicity or just a nouveau riche who has recently escaped poverty. Although Zhuang Bufan does not reach the 3rd level of seeing the mountain as a mountain, he enjoys this mix-and-match style in his 1st level. His friend Chiyu shares the same attitude. As fellow impoverished individuals sharing a steamed bun, his assessment is even more accurate than Zhuang Bufan's. It is indeed a high-class hotel, as expected from the association. Of course, this is Mr. Zeroni's property, said the attending servant with a tone that was slightly proud and envious. Is it the wealthy from the Golden Poop building? Or that father-son duo who ruined the metal baseball bat? Zhuang Bufan shook his head, as he couldn't quite remember if that guy was the one. In any case, it didn't make much difference. The vast majority of the wealthy in the One-Punch world were just like that. It's no wonder they could build such high-end hotels. After all, their style of doing things was even more crude than the nouveau riche from Zhuang Bufan's previous life. Following the attendant's guidance, Zhuang Bufan and the others arrived at their room. Regardless, this was still a super luxurious hot spring inn, and everyone was assigned a rather lavish suite. Except for the silly fox, who was assigned to the same room as Zhuang Bufan because the attendant thought she was too young and thus felt a bit upset. The others were quite satisfied with the hospitality standards of the hotel. The room was confirmed, and the luggage was dropped off. Next up was enjoying the hot spring after confirming the room. Chiyu came to Zhuang Bufan's room to invite them to the hot spring. Upon hearing they were going to the outdoor hot spring, the silly fox excitedly jumped on Zhuang Bufan's shoulder, laying on his head, her tail wagging uncontrollably. She kept chanting the word hot spring, and with her delicate little hands balled into fists, she excitedly tapped Zhuang Bufan's head. She continued this way until they entered the changing room, clearly treating Zhuang Bufan's head as a celebratory drum. Really, she was becoming more and more disrespectful. One wonders where she learned this behavior. Zhuang Bufan was silently complaining all the way, but after all, it was a rare hot spring trip, so he didn't dwell on it too much. If he continued like this after returning home, he would probably consider buying a few dogs to make up for her lost childhood. Juji, your changing room is over there. You can't soak in the hot spring with us, understand? After arriving at the changing room, Zhuang Bufan put down the silly fox and helplessly explained the most basic concepts of gender to her. His awkward expression was reminiscent of parents who concoct various lies to explain where babies come from. That heartless guy from Saitama had long sensed something was off and slipped into the bathhouse to clean up, preparing to soak in the hot spring. Really, a bunch of heartless people. Just when Zhuang Bufan was unsure how to explain the differences between genders to the silly fox. A petite figure glowing green was floating towards them from down the corridor. With such a recognizable way of moving, who else could it be in this world but Tornado? Normally, Zhuang Bufan might have taken a detour upon seeing her. However, right now, this guy seemed to see his savior and shouted Tornado's name, summoning the female demon he once feared so much. What do you want, you brat? Our dear Tornado was still as proud and overbearing as ever, looking at Zhuang Bufan with a haughty expression. Originally, she intended to ignore this guy. Unexpectedly, this guy dragged along a white fluffy thing and quickly ran up to her, looking at her with a pleading gaze. Faced with this situation, Tornado couldn't ignore it any longer. The little girl clinging to Zhuang Bufan's pant leg looked somewhat familiar. It was the silly fox from the island. It was unclear where Tornado got her overwhelming pressure from. The once excited silly fox now had her tail drooping, her bright eyes timidly looking at Tornado. She shrank behind Zhuang Bufan, her fluffy ears trembling slightly with unease. At that moment, the silly fox appeared small, weak, and pitiful. Tornado didn't even need to say a word. She transformed the silly fox from an oblivious brat into a soft and adorable little beast girl. To make a long story short, I'll leave this child in your care for now. I hope you both have a great time bathing. Zhuang Bufan spoke his request for entrusted care in extremely high speed. Without waiting for Zai Longjuan to agree, he rudely picked up the silly fox and stuffed her into her arms. Then he quickly dove into the changing room. As the silly fox, who also harbored a certain fear of Zai Longjuan, was being carried, she resembled a cat being forcibly picked up by its owner. Her limbs clung tightly to his pants, and the part of her body being lifted arched up significantly. Her terrified and unwilling expression was evident to anyone. Unfortunately, the silly fox had no opportunity to refuse. Her small hands even tugged at Zhuang Bufan's pants, but the person did not change her fate. Oh, look at your expression. You don't want to go to the hot spring with me? Zai Longjuan's voice reached her ears, startling the silly fox, who shivered and dared not speak. Zai Longjuan used her psychic power to wrap around this soft and adorable beast girl, pulling the floating silly fox into her embrace and gently kneading her fluffy ears. Ah, there. Juju let out a cry. Although it wasn't to a sensitive extent, this special kneading technique still made her involuntarily vocalize. The scene of these two was reminiscent of a 14-year-old girl still childishly hugging her beloved half-body doll. To be honest, facing a girl even smaller than herself, Longwan felt quite pleased. It seemed that even the queen known as the Shivering Tornado was extremely fond of the silly fox's beast girl appearance. However, after witnessing her true form, so pure and soft, and feeling the silly fox's exquisitely soft body, who could suppress their desires and not want to touch her again? Change back. After playing with the silly fox's fluffy ears for just a few seconds, Longjuan's brain involuntarily uttered those 3 words. Upon hearing these 3 words, Juju, who had originally let her guard down and started to enjoy, suddenly froze. Then, like the minute hand on a clock, she mechanically turned her head to face Longjuan's dignified expression. Oh no, I accidentally said what was on my mind. I hope I didn't scare this child. Longwan naturally tried to be gentle, but she didn't want to frighten this child. Just like most people in the world of One-Punch Man, even Longwan couldn't make a correct judgment of her own actions. After deliberately putting on an expression she thought was very gentle, but was actually unusually serious and terrifying, Juju's body began to tremble slightly. This fear transmitted through the arms that were released from Zai Longjuan's grasp in her mind. What's going on? This child seems even more afraid of me now. Longwan was momentarily confused. Although she had never attended a fan meet and greet, every time she encountered her fans, as long as she made this expression, regardless of age or gender, they all looked excited to the point of fainting. But today, after she made this face, seeing this child's expression, it just felt off. Bang! A cloud of white mist exploded from Zai Longjuan's embrace, and soon, the mist dissipated completely. Following that, a pure white figure, with only the eyebrows and tail tip having black fur, appeared. The silly fox stared blankly at Longwan, and because they had locked eyes earlier, she was now lying in Longjuan's arms instead of propped up against her. Due to her animal instincts, the silly fox was unwilling to expose her abdomen for Longwan to see, yet she also succumbed to her overwhelming presence and dared not turn away. Nervously, She could only take deep breaths, causing her small belly to rise and fall, unaware that this posture perfectly hit Longjuan's sweet spot. Huh. Longjuan took a deep breath, pressing her beautiful little face against the silly fox's small belly. Soft, warm, the fluff on her belly trembled slightly with her breaths, making Longjuan's face feel ticklish. Inhaling, Zai Longjuan took a deep breath, catching a whiff of a cheap shower gel mixed with a natural milky scent. Why are you such a cute child? But that damned Zhuang Bufan. How could he give you such cheap shower gel? Come, let's sister clean your body properly. After inhaling the scent of the fox, the nerve in her brain, known as reason, completely snapped. She had always been quite a sister con. Before Shiyuki's figure surpassed hers, Longjuan had always personally cleaned her body. Now, faced with Juju, who embodied multiple elements like a fluffy pet, a beast girl, and a little girl, her true nature was fully exposed. The silly fox watched as Longjuan's face flushed and she gasped for breath. An extremely ominous premonition surged in her heart. This feeling made her forget her fear of Zai Longjuan. Her limbs flailed helplessly in the air, hoping to escape Longjuan's embrace. But unfortunately, all of this was in vain. The exposed true nature of Longjuan led her to quickly strip off her clothes. Then she began to fondle the silly fox. And even after transforming back into her beast girl appearance, she could not escape Longjuan's grasp. It felt like the girl's side was bustling. A series of screams from the silly fox echoed through the Hinoki wood boards, reaching the men's bath, prompting Saitama to curiously mutter a phrase. Zhuang Bufan was soaking in the pool, starting to reflect on whether his earlier actions had led the foolish fox into the tiger's den. Since Zhuang Bufan and his companions had arrived relatively early, there were only the three of them in the open-air bath at the moment. It was truly enjoyable. Chiyu was submerged in the water, with only his egg-shaped head sticking out. After being nourished by the hot spring water, his head looked even brighter and more charming. Zhuang Bufan also lay in the water, leaning against a rock by the pool, sipping on the ice cola from a wooden tray. Although Zhuang Bufan would drink alcohol, no matter how good the wine was, it was merely like a cow chewing peonies for him. Instead of pretending to be cultured there, he preferred to enjoy a mix that could bring him joy, just like this peculiar hot spring inn. The preferences of young people nowadays really leave this old man at a loss. Bongu was stretching his old back when he walked in and saw Zhuang Bufan finishing a can of cola, then letting out a satisfied carbonated belch. That was a greeting of sorts, and then he sank into the pool, enjoying the warm water to relieve his old back pain. Soaking in hot springs is just about going with the flow. On the contrary. Old man, I originally thought you were quite carefree, but I didn't expect you to care about such trivial matters. Saitama, with his eyes closed and a satisfied expression, leaned against the edge of the pool and said, during the time Zhuang Bufan was unaware, this guy had already mooched a lot of ingredients from Bongu, and he was soon going to become a formal member of the old man's hot pot group. So when Saitama chatted with him, it was quite casual, and he naturally joined in. Indeed, rather than letting the commoners understand the elegant pleasures of hot spring inns, it's better to indulge in ignorance and pleasure. Responding to Saitama was a handsome young man with golden hair, his massive bangs covering most of his forehead. With his delicate appearance, if he were to wear a long dress to hide his muscular build, many would definitely mistake him for a woman. Bangs lady, when did you come in? Saitama forgot his name the moment he saw the shining flash, immediately recalling his nickname and blurting it out. Sai, forget it. I don't want to correct your mistakes anymore. Judging by Flash's behavior, it was clear that he had interacted with Saitama more than once, and it had happened while Zhuang Bufan was unaware. As expected, as his abilities grew stronger and the level of chaos increased, the plot's direction became increasingly absurd without him even noticing. Just as Zhuang Bufan was contemplating what kind of changes his butterfly effect would bring to the future he knew little about, the sliding door opened, and a ball of fat, carrying dozens of dumplings, waddled in. You all are here. I thought there was no one now. The pig god spoke as if hit by a slow-moving ray, his voice not matching his fierce appearance, carrying an inexplicable softness. Of course, this excluded the sounds he made while eating. Upon seeing that there were already quite a few people in the pool, he instinctively wanted to turn around and leave. Kind-hearted Bongu spoke up to keep him. Since you're already here, why not come in and soak for a while after hearing Bongu's words? The pig god thought for about 3 seconds, then slowly nodded. The moment his plump body entered the water, the previously calm, open-air bath instantly created a giant wave as high as a person. The wave crested over everyone's heads and crashed against the wooden wall, making a terrifying noise. Even with such a commotion caused by the pig god, The dumplings in his hands remained completely untouched by even a drop of water. This is quite absurd. Zhuang Bufan wiped the water off his hair with both hands, making Saitama envious to death, constantly complaining in his heart about the pig god's obsession with food. The pig god had only been in the hot spring for about 20 minutes. Then this guy suddenly stood up, and the water level that was originally at his waist dropped to just above his ankles. The buns are gone. I'm leaving first. The pig god tossed out this line, leaving everyone forced to be naked to face each other honestly. Are all the boys idiots? Clearly, they're all adults, yet they're still so playful. Tornado, hearing the noisy sound from next door, sarcastically commented with her sharp tongue. The foolish fox, meanwhile, was floating in the hot spring covered with a towel, stirring the water with her tail, enjoying the wonderfully warm hot spring water. From her appearance, it was evident that she had let her guard down against Tornado. It must be said that after being treated like that by Tornado, she could still look so relaxed. No wonder Zhuang Bufan was always worried that this foolish fox might be taken away by someone one day. Time always passes quickly when people are relaxed. When Zhuang Bufan and Saitama walked out of the bathroom, the banquet was about to start. To avoid this extremely poor drinking Tornado from encountering alcohol or something like that, Zhuang Bufan deliberately chose a seat next to Tornado. Originally, Tornado's expression seemed to indicate some discontent, but after glancing at the foolish fox beside her, she held it in. During the serving of the dishes, she kept playing with the foolish fox's ears and tail. The banquet was quite successful. After the association staff and hotel geishas performed a few programs, everyone's mood soared. I really can't stand the smell. Just as Zhuang Bufan was concentrating on watching the atomic samurai perform knife tricks with carrots, he suddenly heard Tornado's words. Turning his head, he saw a faint blush on her delicate face. Zhuang Bufan hurriedly confirmed the location of Saitama. Fortunately, the guy had run off somewhere to have fun. If he had come over now to jinx things, it would have been troublesome. Just as Zhuang Bufan set down his wine glass and felt relieved, a lazy voice that belonged exclusively to Saitama rang out behind him. Kids shouldn't learn to drink like adults. Landlady, add a glass of orange juice here. After saying this, Saitama shouldered a bottle of Daijinjo and left the room. Little Tornado angrily snatched the wine glass from Zhuang Bufan's hand. What is this? A correction of the world line? What the heck, Saitama? Why are you saying such nonsense when you're fine? Zhuang Bufan complained in his heart that with Xia Longjuan's personality, she would definitely not return until she was drunk tonight. Zhuang Bufan wasn't actually concerned about the zombie man being stabbed a few more times by Tornado. It was just that if she wanted to do something else, that wouldn't be good. It was rare to have a hot spring in, and unexpectedly, he still had to take care of a drunken madman. Thinking of this, Zhuang Bufan sighed again. After sending the exhausted Juju back to her room, he secretly witnessed the entire process of Tornado having her way with the zombie man. After confirming that the crazy woman was completely asleep, he brought her back to her room and tucked her in. Only then did he, looking weary, soak in the hot spring for a while, during which he had a chance encounter with King, and then returned to his room to slowly fall asleep. Not good. Someone confirmed the death of an S-class hero. Early in the morning, Genos hurriedly knocked on Zhuang Bufan's door. Zhuang Bufan, who had stayed up all night, opened his eyes with a sense of despair and said to the somewhat anxious Genos, the zombie man's words still. No. Before Zhuang Bufan could finish, Genos hurriedly interrupted him. The one who died is Metal Knight Boros. Metal Knight Boros. How is that possible? Why him? How could this happen? Zhuang Bufan was filled with questions, standing still in disbelief, unwilling to accept this fact. With an expectant tone, he asked Genos once more, You can't be joking, can you? Genos maintained his serious expression, knowing what Zhuang Bufan was thinking. The death of an S-class hero, especially one with high-level strength, was definitely not a trivial matter. However, he did not anticipate that there was a deeper reason behind this incident for Zhuang Bufan. After Genos confirmed this fact again, Zhuang Bufan's mind was suddenly thrown into chaos. The small wings of that butterfly flapping at the beginning had finally formed a raging storm. Zhuang Bufan's mind was consumed by this thought. In the temporary conference room of the Hot Spring Hotel, a group of S-class heroes were gathered. After Zombie Man pulled out the knife embedded in his body and handed it back to Atomic Samurai, the meeting commenced immediately. Perhaps the news had come too suddenly. The atmosphere in the conference room was quite tense. It was so tense that Saitama didn't even ask the waiter for tea or anything like that. Of course, Pig God was still shoving food into his mouth. Shichi, along with several of the association's most capable executives, was using a laser pointer to highlight information about Metal Knight's death on the screen. Yesterday afternoon, someone discovered an elderly man wearing a white lab coat and having rabbit teeth lying next to a garbage pile. There were no external injuries, and his body resembled charcoal, which was reported to the local police department. This news was inadvertently captured by Child Emperor's information collection system. After confirmation by the association, it was indeed the S-Class hero Metal Knight, the sixth of their ranks. The people present analyzed the information provided by Shichi, and it wasn't long before the simple-minded, hot-blooded fool, Metal Bat, expressed his opinion. No matter how powerful Metal Knight's research capabilities were, he was ultimately just an ordinary person. It was unavoidable for him to be targeted. Although Metal Bat's expression was serious, his attitude seemed relatively relaxed. Besides King, Child Emperor, and Zhuang Bufan, the others there shared a similar demeanor. They felt it was a pity that a fellow hero like Metal Knight had died. However, they were engaged in heroic activities, upholding justice. Given this, even if they were resented, complained about, or even faced retaliation, it was something they could do nothing about. In the end, they could only express their apologies for his fate. This matter is not that simple, Child Emperor exclaimed, slapping the table in excitement. Bofei had always been a cautious person. He hadn't left his metal fortress for at least 30 years. Inside, he had stored weapons prepared for apocalyptic-level evil events. No matter how powerful a dragon-level monster was, it would be impossible to breach his metal fortress, let alone kill him. Child Emperor described the severity of the situation as seriously as he could, without revealing his relationship with Metal Knight. Unfortunately, it was nearly impossible to get this group of carefree S-Class heroes to treat the incident with a serious and tense attitude. Perhaps that guy was just tired of staying at home and was planning to go out for a hot spring, Metal Bat nonchalantly remarked. And most of the heroes present shared this attitude. It seemed that speaking without thinking was truly the hallmark of a hot-blooded delinquent protagonist. Fortunately, a few other heroes were swayed by Child Emperor's words and began to ask more detailed questions. Well, let's first ask you to calm down, Bongu interrupted Metal Bat's speech. After hearing Child Emperor's words, he began to pay attention. After all, having eaten salt for so many years, upon hearing that Metal Knight might have stored a large amount of mechanical weaponry, even someone as confident in his martial arts as Bongu couldn't help but furrow his brows. If what Child Emperor said was true, and arms capable of dealing with dragon-level disasters appeared in the hands of monsters or on the market, it would undoubtedly pose a dangerous threat to ordinary citizens. Hearing Bongu's explanation, even the hot-blooded fool Metal Bat, who didn't care about his own safety, realized the seriousness of the situation. This is such a hassle. If that's the case, I'll just wait for your news. This kind of tedious matter isn't suitable for me. I still have to accompany my sister shopping later. Just contact me when you need me. I will definitely knock him flying with one swing. After saying this, Metal Bat posed dramatically with his bat in hand, and even wearing a traditional yukata couldn't hide his hot-blooded, youthful aura. Also, after the Deep Sea King incident and the spaceship incident, the association was already in a state that required crisis management. Therefore, everyone was asked to keep Metal Knight's death a secret. The meeting lasted over an hour. And aside from confirming the news of Metal Knight's death, there were no constructive outcomes at all. One could say that this meeting was truly representative of the association's organization. The efficiency was consistently low. Throughout the meeting, Zhuang Bufan said nothing, calmly contemplating and digesting the information thrown out by the association. Just as the meeting was concluding and everyone was about to disperse, Saitama, who had endured without asking for tea for over an hour, suddenly spoke up. Is dinner still being served? I want to eat before going back. Zhuang Bufan looked at Saitama helplessly, sighed, and silently thought. Saitama said, do you also want to be the freest man in this world? Half of the people present were shocked by his statement, and just as everyone was about to say something, the window of the conference room was suddenly sliced open. A smooth round hole was cut into the frame, and a massive machine hovered outside. The jet nozzles of the mech slowly adjusted, and it landed in the conference room. Sorry for the sudden visit, but I received incorrect information about my death, so I came here to clarify. What the heck? It really is a misunderstanding. Oh no, it's already this time. The metal baseball bat glanced at his watch, and being somewhat oblivious, he quickly accepted that the Metal Knight was not dead. He hurriedly ran out of the conference room to change clothes and then accompanied Qianzi to go shopping. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Shichi let out a sigh of relief and stepped forward to confirm the situation. The other heroes also chimed in, saying things like they should clarify as soon as possible since nothing happened, and then they discussed going to soak in a hot spring. Child Emperor, who knew many inside stories about the Metal Knight, stood frozen in place, his pupils constricted and eyes wide in disbelief as he looked at the machine representing the Metal Knight. The only other person who reacted similarly was Zhuang Bufan. Even though he had never seen the true form of the Metal Knight, he felt that this guy in front of him definitely had issues. Because his faceplate was not the multi-angle camera typically used by the Metal Knight, but rather a single-point red spot similar to the Machine God organization. The only difference was that there was one more red spot than theirs. Was this the Metal Knight being hunted down by the Machine God organization? Zhuang Bufan's mind was very confused, but he knew that there was someone who might have a clear understanding of all these issues. Zhuang Bufan glanced at Tong Di and noticed his unusual state. He then pretended as if nothing was wrong and walked past him, reaching out to pat his head. After exchanging a glance without saying a word, he continued to enjoy the delicious food at the hot spring hotel like everyone else. He played with the silly fox's tail, drank with the atomic warrior, and was subjected to the sharp tongue of a tornado. Until late at night, he covered the silly fox with a quilt in the shape of a wood character and then secretly went to the hot spring to wait for Tong Di's arrival. Indeed, as the former assistant of the Metal Knight, who could understand this old man better than Tong Di, after about 20 minutes, Tong Di still hadn't appeared, and Zhuang Bufan couldn't help but complain about the tranquil hot spring. Could this kid be standing him up? Don't kids nowadays watch Journey to the West? Uncle, I can assure you that Journey to the West is not among the reading materials suitable for my age group. And be careful about gossiping behind others' backs, or you might face retribution. Just as he finished speaking, a cold, calm, and slightly childish voice sounded behind him. Zhuang Bufan was a bit surprised by Tong Di's sudden appearance. How did this little brat evade his psychic sensing? There were more important matters to address than this. How would you address Kaze Yuki if you saw her? Tong Di felt a bit puzzled by this strange question, but answered honestly. Kaze Yuki-chan, or Kaze Yukine. Slappa! Zhuang Bufan struck the child emperor with a snap of his fingers, causing him to cry out in pain, and then hold his head, rubbing it repeatedly. Since that's the case, don't call me uncle. That's a term used to describe atomic warriors. Call me handsome guy, big brother. Or Anayakan is also fine. Zhuang Bufan shamelessly said, I mean, you didn't call me out just to pat my head, did you? Child Emperor, still rubbing his head, looked somewhat helplessly at this erratic S-class hero. Although high-ranking heroes often have some personality issues, he was the first one to be like this. There's no need to mention Tornado. He really thought this guy was less mature than himself. What was the deal with the sudden appearance of the Metal Knight's mech? Did the person who killed him take away his doomsday weaponry? No matter how erratic he was, Zhuang Bufan could still distinguish between priorities and directly asked Child Emperor about his own concerns. The fact that the Metal Knight's main body was dead had been confirmed by Child Emperor, so it should be correct. But the troubles he left behind had not been resolved yet. Unlike other heroes, the Metal Knight had production lines for ultra-high-end mechs and a large stockpile of them. Even if judged solely by the strength of the mechs that appeared, this guy had the capability to mass-produce demon-level bodies. Allowing such a powerful mech that could cause demon-level disasters to roam free would definitely be a huge disaster for this world. That mech was indeed acting according to the Metal Knight's will. Child Emperor got straight to the point and clearly answered Zhuang Bufan's question. But how should the corpse of Bofei be explained? Zhuang Bufan does not believe that the Child Emperor could mistake someone, as he was once his assistant. There is absolutely no way the Child Emperor could be wrong about this matter. Do you know about bionic brains? It's the kind of technology that can transfer a person's consciousness into a machine, thus achieving a complete transformation of the body. The Child Emperor pondered for a moment and then offered this explanation. A synthetic brain. Consciousness transfer. Are you saying that Bofei used this technology to break free from the limitations of the flesh? Zhuang Bufan asked again, hoping to get a definitive answer. After all, such a large batch of weapons could fall into the hands of thieves, and being cautious is never too much. I don't know. I can only say that the Metal Knight is very likely to have mastered this technology. However, with his timid and cautious mindset, he probably wouldn't use such things. The Child Emperor seemed to be pondering something, his voice getting quieter and quieter until he simply fell silent to think. Zhuang Bufan noticed that when he spoke halfway, it made him feel particularly uncomfortable all over, so he couldn't help but ask him what the problem was. Upon hearing Zhuang Bufan's inquiry, Tong Di carefully examined this guy and then thought for a while before he spoke. Regarding the transfer of human consciousness, even without considering the philosophical categories of the ID and the superego, there is still an important issue that needs to be resolved. If thoughts are not transferred but instead copied, then there would be two bodhisattvas existing at the same time. Do you remember I mentioned that the Metal Knight has always been a very cautious person? He would absolutely not attempt this unless it were absolutely necessary, where he had complete confidence. It is even less likely that he would experiment on his own body. Is that so? If that's the case, then the Metal Knight's behavior is very unusual. Tong Di's information answered Zhuang Bufan's question about the Metal Knight, but it also brought about greater confusion. Zhuang Bufan rubbed his temples, feeling as if his mind was filled with question marks. He wasn't particularly gifted intellectually. He had only been able to make reasonable judgments by relying on his familiarity with the plot and having more information. However, when it came to events related to one of the three major dark lines in the world of One Punch Man, it was clear that his mental capacity was somewhat insufficient. The Child Emperor observed Zhuang Bufan's confused expression and could tell that he was genuinely considering his words. So, do you really believe my judgment? It's just a baseless speculation without any evidence. The Child Emperor didn't even know why he felt the need to say this, and by the end, he was unsure of what he was even rambling about. Zhuang Bufan looked at the little boy who was bowing his head and speaking softly, showing a hint of insecurity in his words, and found it somewhat amusing. It seems that even geniuses can have moments of self-doubt. Then this guy reached out with his rough, big hand and patted the Child Emperor's head. I believe in your judgment. When Zhuang Bufan said this, he didn't use a loud voice. On the contrary, it was quite gentle, but within that short sentence, there was a solid emotion. Language is a very interesting thing. Even in the same situation, speaking the same words at the same speed can convey different emotions to others. For Zhuang Bufan, apart from calling him uncle and the fact that he felt uncomfortable when Tong Di asked for King S signed merchandise in front of him, this kid could be considered a reliable teammate and a competent hero. Zhuang Bufan was also clearly aware of his abilities and part of his past, which naturally led him to have great trust in Tong Di. After all, you're S-class hero Tong Di. If it weren't for your continuous assistance to the association and other heroes, everyone's heroic activities wouldn't have gone so smoothly. To be honest, there are too many people in the association acting recklessly, and the heroes are quite casual as well. It's thanks to you, aside from secretly collecting King S merchandise, which seems a bit childish in my eyes. You have already become a reliable teammate. You really are quite full of yourself. Tong Di pushed Zhuang Bufan's hand away, and after his antics, Tong Di's hair had successfully evolved into a bird's nest. After making a slightly stiff remark, he turned his head and left the hot spring. This guy, although a bit out of touch, seemed somewhat different from other adults. Stepping out of the changing room, Tong Di looked at the crescent moon in the sky and murmured to himself, with a slight smile on his lips. Zhuang Bufan, soaking in the hot spring, pondered over the last thing Tong Di had said. He now suspected whether he had miscalculated his favorability. The next morning, the contented silly fox was running around the room, making noise and demanding that the sleep-deprived Zhuang Bufan accompany her for breakfast. Unable to sleep due to the commotion, Zhuang Bufan could only get up. While washing up, he noticed dark circles under his eyes, not the kind from staying up late, but drawn on with a whiteboard marker. Zhuang Jujuan. Oh no! The entire inn could hear Zhuang Bufan's furious roar, along with the silly fox's scream. Zhuang Bufan washed his face twice, but still couldn't remove the traces of the prank played by the silly fox. He confirmed that this unfortunate child had definitely used a marker. He then gave the silly fox a heavy knock on the head. This child, why is he getting more mischievous? Has his rebellious phase finally arrived after more than 500 years? He slowly wiped the marks off his face with a cup of clear liquor, then went out to have breakfast with the silly fox. After arriving at the restaurant, Zhuang Bufan scanned the room with his eyes, searching for the Child Emperor's figure. There were still some questions he had forgotten to ask him regarding the Metal Knight incident. It was actually thanks to the silly fox annoying him in the morning that he remembered he still had some questions to ask. I said, you wouldn't bully this child, would you? You can't possibly bear to yell at such a cute little girl? Zhuang Bufan did not wait for the Child Emperor, but instead encountered Little Tornado. It was rare for Little Tornado to talk to him, but she came to find him because of the matter with the silly fox. Zhuang Bufan glanced at the silly fox. After hearing the Little Tornado speak for her, the little head couldn't help but nod repeatedly. The two fluffy white beast ears also swayed back and forth with the frequency of nodding. If it weren't for the fact that Zhuang Bufan's expression wasn't very pleasant, the silly fox would probably be even more lively. Juji, would you like to come live at your sister's house? As long as you obediently listen to your sister. She won't yell at you like that guy over there. Just be good and listen, and I won't shout at you. Zhuang Bufan almost couldn't help but laugh upon hearing these two sentences. As for what the Little Tornado said, Bushiwa-chan must have some insights on it. Zhuang Bufan looked at the silly fox's reaction. Although after yesterday's incident at the hot springs, the child had lowered her guard against Little Tornado quite a bit. However, when she heard that this little guy in front of her, who was not much stronger than her, was going to replace her infinite adult to take care of her. The silly fox quickly shrank behind Zhuang Bufan, shaking her head like a rattle. At the same time, she was assessing Zhuang Bufan's expression, afraid that Zhuang Bufan would sell her off. Unwilling, huh? Oomph. Really, what is so good about you, and this child too, and Blazara as well? The rejected little tornado turned away, muttering something in frustration, and with Zhuang Bufan's keen ears, it seemed she caught some incredible information. Master, from now on, Juju will never draw circles on your face again. So, can you not sell Juju? Perhaps stimulated by little tornado. The increasingly resilient silly fox actually began to reflect seriously and started to apologize to Zhuang Bufan. Zhuang Bufan reached out and touched the silly fox's small head, comforting her with a few words as he saw her being so well-behaved. Zhuang Bufan quietly canceled the order for the 7 wolves he had prepared in his favorites. Then, before the pig god finished all the breakfast at the restaurant, he took a few meals and patiently waited for Tongdi to arrive. About 20 minutes later, the little adult came to the restaurant, rubbing his eyes and yawning. From his appearance, it seemed he hadn't rested well last night. Children's milk, butter toast with caramel, and a serving of bacon and fried eggs, please. I'm very sorry, but all the breakfast ingredients we prepared have been, said the restaurant staff, repeatedly bowing and apologizing. After all, who would have thought that the pig god had such a terrifying appetite? Even the seasoned staff from the dining department were educated by the pig god's frightening food consumption. Don't feel guilty, it's okay. This is my oversight. I should have come to eat breakfast earlier, knowing I would be sharing a hotel with the pig god. Facing the staff's continuous apologies, this kind-hearted elementary school student ended up comforting the server. I still have some snacks here, if you don't mind. Why don't you come over and eat with me? Zhuang Bufan was greeting Tongdi from his side, as he had specifically set aside some for him. Because of this, the pig god had been staring at him during the meal, and it seemed like the pig god would be resentful if Zhuang Bufan or the silly fox left any food behind. In any case, the pig god left the restaurant with a resentful look in his eyes, while Tongdi was quite lucky to receive the only remaining breakfast in the entire restaurant. He had been curious about what material Zhuang Juju's beast ears were made of. They looked so real, soft and smooth, fluffy. Before Zhuang Bufan could ask his question, Tongdi spoke up first. From his expression, it was clear that he was very curious about the biological form of the silly fox. Bang! A silver fork was stabbed into the table in front of Tongdi. He looked up to see Zhuang Bufan with a dark face, speaking to him in a threatening tone. If you dare to lay a hand on my child, make sure to get personal insurance first. Although Juju was a bit silly, Zhuang Bufan still treated her as his own daughter or pet. The silly fox was oblivious to the conversation between Zhuang Bufan and Tongdi. She was focused on grooming the fur on her tail, completely unaffected by the surrounding noise at that moment. She suddenly felt like she could understand the thoughts of the little tornado. Zhuang Bufan just thought of this and quickly shook his head. How could his relationship with Su Shui be compared to that? After noticing a hint of disdain in the calm eyes of the child emperor, he confirmed that this kid wouldn't steal his silly fox, and only then did Zhuang Bufan feel relieved. He quietly asked the question he didn't get to ask last night. Is it possible that the driver knight is not a cyborg, but rather a kind of experimental body that has undergone consciousness transfer, as you mentioned? Upon hearing Zhuang Bufan's question, the child emperor slowly put down the empty milk cup. He could guess what Zhuang Bufan meant, but he wasn't sure if the driver knight had any connection to Bofei. After all, judging from his attitude toward Bofei, this guy probably wouldn't have much interaction with the driver knight. I don't know any more about the driver knight than you do. That guy's secrecy is even better than that of the metal knight. Besides knowing that he has been gathering some kind of information, I don't know anything else. However, if the driver knight is indeed a robot that has completed consciousness transfer, then it would be incredible for him to coexist peacefully with the metal knight in the association. The child emperor was still rationally analyzing the relationship between the two and finally reached a not-so-important conclusion. As Bofei's former assistant, the child emperor surprisingly didn't know about the unknown grudge that existed between the driver knight and the metal knight. It seems there is still a lot for me to investigate. Zhuang Bufan sighed. A trip to the hot springs seemed to have made him even more tired. Before leaving the hot spring hotel, Tongdi gave Zhuang Bufan a Bluetooth headset to wear around his neck and exchanged contact information with him. According to Tongdi, as an S-class hero, he often couldn't stay in touch with the Hero Association. If a high-level disaster suddenly occurred, it would be a disaster. Faced with Tongdi's reasoning, Zhuang Bufan didn't offer any further explanation and accepted it with ease. He couldn't exactly tell Tongdi that he didn't even wear clothes during his hero activities. He just tied a belt around his waist to fight evil, leaving no place to store his phone. That would definitely raise doubts about his character as a hero. Although there were previous incidents involving blacklight and a naked, perverted, sexy prisoner, Zhuang Bufan didn't want to be compared to those two. After all, he was still a normal, ordinary person. So he expressed his gratitude to Tong Di and hung the long-lasting receiver around his neck. Then, he left the hot spring hotel with Satama, who looked satisfied, and the foolish fox, heading back home. In the following 2 days, Zhuang Bufan kept looking for opportunities to gather information about Metal Knight and Drive Knight. Unfortunately, he couldn't make any substantial progress. Even the paparazzi had very little concrete information about these two S-class heroes, which was basically no different from what was posted on the Hero Association's bulletin board. Moreover, for Zhuang Bufan at the moment, he didn't have much time to spare to collect information on Metal Knight, as he, the top combat power of the association, still had many tasks to accomplish. In City G, the unlucky slot machine monster was making a racket at the casino entrance. It was spewing out chips like cannonballs from the payout window, crashing against the casino's building. While it was arrogantly destroying the city and preparing to loot the entertainment district, several tornadoes the size of steel cables suddenly appeared, blocking its movements. The tornadoes, thick as steel cables, wrapped around the slot machine monster's body. The slot machine monster tried to use brute force to break free from the windlocks, but only ended up losing parts of its body. Fortunately, these cable-like tornadoes only restricted its movements. If they had directly attacked it, the slot machine monster would have likely perished on the spot. The slot machine monster realized this as well. If it continued to struggle, it might end up dismantling itself, so it had no choice but to give up. It began cursing the entity that had halted its actions, hoping to provoke it into appearing and then be defeated by its chips. Transforming tornadoes into whips while being able to move freely was a skill Zhuang Bufan had secretly trained and mastered after gaining the immense telekinesis of Galakangsiup. This was something he could never have done before. Even after acquiring Galakangsiup's vast telekinesis, Zhuang Bufan had learned this move through prolonged practice. Whether it was practical or not was another matter, but it definitely looked cool. Blade 1, Air/Silk. Zhuang Bufan shouted the name of his move loudly, striking a pose that he thought was very cool and quirky. He continued, Blade Body Part 2, Heavenly Dragon with 9 teeth. A small tornado swept through the body of the slot machine as Zhuang Bufan called out the skill name, leaving 9 transparent holes in him. The slot machine monster continued to struggle, and to be honest, even with the strength of a ghost-level monster, being pierced by so many continuously rotating tornadoes would definitely lead to an immediate death. The unfortunate slot machine had not yet met its end simply because Zhuang Bufan wanted to show off and casually try out his newly developed ultimate move. Blade Body Part 3, Infernal 7 Calamities. Zhuang Bufan awkwardly formed a few hand seals, and from the Phoenix Divine Wings behind him, a whirlwind suddenly emerged with several clusters of flames at its base. As the flames approached the whirlwind, they were immediately absorbed by the strange wind that was as strong as a steel cable, with the fire gaining strength from the wind, burning more fiercely. In an instant, the 9 wind whips transformed into burning fire dragons, dancing in the sky above G-City between the skyscrapers. Meanwhile, the slot machine monster, which had long been pinned down by the windlocks, turned into a massive fireball the moment the 9 wind ropes transformed into fire dragons. It hung above the heads of the people in G-City like a second sun. I never expected the 9 dragon sun to be so dazzling. Indeed, playing with fire is the signature skill of the protagonist. Skills like Water Blade and Earth Spike pale in comparison. Nothing beats the thrill of a dazzling finishing move. Zhuang Bufan looked at the fire dragon spiraling in the sky and the slot machine monster that had turned into a puddle of golden water on the ground, feeling a myriad of emotions. This was the 3rd demon-level monster he had killed today, and the only one that had barely endured until he completed his ultimate move. Although Zhuang Bufan enjoyed using his ultimate technique, he also noticed that the atmosphere in the one-punch world was becoming increasingly anxious. The death of the great prophet Sababwa and the end of the spaceship incident marked a very important turning point for the one-punch world. It was after this incident that the already frequent mutations of monsters began to surge forward like unchained mad dogs. According to the association's original standards, only after confirming a Tiger-level alert, and if the alert was not lifted within several hours, could they possibly contact S-level heroes for support. Due to the recent surge in high-level disaster alerts, the association had to temporarily lower the minimum standard for summoning S-level heroes to demon level. Even so, this still placed immense pressure on the association's professional heroes. In simple terms, the number of heroes in the Hero Association was somewhat insufficient. In this context, Zhuang Bufan could only temporarily set aside the matter of the Metal Knight and slowly investigate during his free time. After all, it was more reliable to put out the fire in front of him first than to worry about a mechanical army that might go berserk. Moreover, the Metal Knight's performance was relatively normal. Aside from the incident of consciousness transfer, everything else was progressing according to the original plot. Most importantly, if Zhuang Bufan undertook hero missions now, he could not only test out his flashy ultimate techniques, but also boost the sales of his toy soldier models. And it seemed that even the number of fan clubs was gradually increasing. However, for the various hidden forces in the One-Punch world, the performance of the Metal Knight was even more shocking than Zhuang Bufan's increasing strength. The reconstruction project of City A, which the Metal Knight took over, was completed in just 7 days, resulting in a brand new city. They also built a high-speed network connecting to other major cities, showcasing the Metal Knight's terrifying infrastructure capabilities. After all, it was easier to destroy things than to build them. Naturally, Zhuang Bufan was not the only one noticing the increasingly frequent monster activities in this world. In fact, both the Hero Association and the police department, which was on the verge of organizational collapse, as well as other violent organizations, were aware of it. Among them, there was one guy who was even more sensitive to monsters than Zhuang Bufan. These days are getting unbearable. King complained to Zhuang Bufan in a corner of a maid CAF. He had intended to visit a game store today to buy some newly released games and relax a bit. Instead, he inexplicably ended up dealing with 2 demon-level monsters and 15 wanted criminals, all thanks to his usual stroke of luck. I almost feel sorry for those monsters who encountered you, getting bitten by wild dogs, smashed by engineering steel, and inexplicably killed by suddenly erupting hot springs. TSK, I really hope you can have a clear understanding of your own strength. Zhuang Bufan complained on the side, although he knew that King S' incredible luck could even suppress 4 dragons. However, when he heard about the monsters attacking him being dealt with on the asphalt road, he still felt a sense of fear towards King S' strong luck. You should have a clear understanding of my abilities, right? Clearly, I'm just a weakling who can't even beat a street thug, so why do I have to suffer like this? Otherwise, it will be better to just publicly disclose everything about me, since I'm just an ordinary person anyway. The more King spoke, the more agitated he became, almost drawing the attention of those around him and nearly exposing his identity. Zhuang Bufan comforted him a couple of times, and it seems that he wants King to realize his identity as the son of the position, but it's hopeless. Do you think that as a prominent member of the Hero Association, even if someone really notices your current problems, would anyone really expose you? From a social influence perspective, probably not. If you truly want to get out of this situation, how about doing some muscle training? For example, doing 100 push-ups and 100 sit-ups every day. Zhuang Bufan kept giving King suggestions beside him, not because he really believed that King's physical abilities would improve, but just that it would be nice if it made him feel a little better. After listening to King's complaints, Zhuang Bufan took him to buy hot pot ingredients and prepared to return to his home in Saitama. However, his receiver reminded him of new messages from the association on the way back. Since it wasn't a message sent through his dedicated line, he had to call back using the receiver to find out what was happening nearby, which was quite troublesome. Zhuang Bufan glanced at King, whose phone was buzzing with incoming emails. It was a message from the association. Should you go handle it? With Zhuang Bufan by his side, King's confidence grew. He knew Zhuang Bufan's strength. For someone who could easily defeat dragon-level monsters, dealing with a disaster that hadn't even used a loudspeaker to announce its arrival was a piece of cake, right? To be honest, King's current attitude resembled the way Zhuang Bufan acted a few months ago when he was by Saitama's side. Zhuang Bufan didn't think much and took King's phone. There was a cracked sound as the screen shattered. On my phone. Before King had a chance to read the email carefully, his phone was taken by Zhuang Bufan, resulting in a shattered screen. Sorry, it seems my skills in maintaining calm are lacking. Zhuang Bufan appeared calm on the surface, but there was a hint of anger flickering in his eyes. A mysterious figure, presumed to be a hybrid between a tiger and a ghost, quietly sneaked into the police station. The Hero Association not only failed to inform them, but also used the hero's assistance as a condition for interrogation. The head of the second operations room, Mark E., is truly an extremely shameless person, Zhuang Bufan muttered to himself, remembering that Mark E. was the guy with the eye patch. He looked like a thug in a suit, and he had just made his formal appearance during the pork chop rice incident. This guy completely prioritized his own interests, with no concept of being a hero or caring about the public's welfare. To be fair, Zhuang Bufan, as a hero from the Hero Association and an S-class hero at the pinnacle of all heroes, could definitely elevate his own reputation with this kind of publicity. Plus, The fan club he had been dreaming of might even attract a lot of pretty girls, instead of just a bunch of middle school boys like it was now. But he simply could not tolerate such behavior, using humiliation of ordinary people and average heroes to gain fame. Kicking an aging hero and then flaunting his own strength was not the behavior of a true hero. Hey, are you going or not? If not, come with me to mall to get new phone. King S' voice, tinged with a hint of despair, interrupted Zhuang Bufan's thoughts. Zhuang Bufan looked at the dejected king, who was still heartbroken over fixing his phone. Well, since Saitama is handling that over there, let's help you get a new phone first. I'll cover the costs. When Zhuang Bufan said this, he suddenly felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Fortunately, Saitama was present, disguised as a police officer, which prevented the dignity of the police station from being trampled by a petty person like Maki. But what about next time? Even if he feels indignant for the police officers of the station, so what? This does not change the fact that they are in decline. In the face of increasingly escalating monster disasters, the public in the One-Punch Man world urgently needs a real violent organization that can solve problems. Even if he is dissatisfied with the way the Hero Association handles things, so what? He can secretly take care of a Maki. But there will still be countless Maki standing up. Even the Metal Knight, who has always been operating in the shadows, and the Child Emperor, who openly upholds the association's rights, have not changed the situation of the association. In the end, the Metal Knight secretly helped Neo, Bangu retreated, and the Child Emperor and his Bat left, all represented their failure in resisting the association as system. With this lesson learned, if he naively resorts to destruction to correct the association through violence, it will only tarnish his own reputation and be scorned by the unaware public. This was the first time, and the most definite time, he felt so powerless after gaining dragon-level strength. Previously, he felt powerless and afraid of surviving in this world. After all, in a world where disaster levels are marked by how many cities are destroyed, being alive and living comfortably is already the greatest luck. However, he is different now. Although he doesn't dare to say he is unmatched in this world with his powerful strength, he still has the capital to live freely. Once a person is no longer worried about life, they naturally want to do something. For Zhuang Bufan, engaging in hero activities is what he truly wants to do now. He doesn't want to become a puppet of the association, turning into a hero who gains reputation by preying on others. Nor does he want to end up on the same path as Bangu and the Child Emperor. If that's the case, then let me do something. By the way, would saying something about traversing my own path now make me seem especially juvenile? King was momentarily stunned by Zhuang Bufan's rambling, reached out to touch his forehead to confirm that he wasn't feverish, and then weakly said, "You don't have to pay for the phone, as long as you're okay." This summer has undoubtedly been a nightmare for the Hero Association. After the Deep Sea King incident and the A-City spaceship incident, discussions about the association's abilities have become a hot topic in society. And whether it's due to Lord Shibaba's dying prophecy or not, the frequency of monster mutations during this time has been more excessive than a little teddy bear's period. This has further strained the already insufficient hero resources of the Hero Association. As a result, the voices questioning the Hero Association's capabilities in society have become increasingly severe. Even Shichi has started considering looking for usable combat power among that group of death row inmates. Although these guys' strength is mostly not on par with the professionally selected heroes who have gone through hundreds of battles, they have significant issues in character and thinking. Incorporating them into the association's reserve combat power system would indeed lead to various troubles. However, as expendable resources for dealing with low-level monsters, the association still has high expectations for their performance. After all, their combat power is much stronger than that of ordinary untrained volunteer civilians. Moreover, even if something unexpected happens to them, no one would hold the association accountable or demand compensation. It's practically a no-lose business. However, before launching this plan, the most important thing is to select suitable death row volunteers. This matter is far more important than dealing with the frequent monster attack incidents every day. It is precisely because of this that the person responsible for the police station incident is the radical troublemaker Maki, rather than the more stable and reliable Shichi. In a city, in the newly established Hero Association's publicity room, hundreds of wanted criminals from the dark world gathered together. They mostly came to check things out after seeing the association's bizarre summons. The association had no doubts about being able to gather so many bounty criminals. After all, they had been living in the One-Punch Man world for half their lives. They were quite aware that people in this world generally do not have a correct estimation of their own strength. First of all, please allow me to introduce myself. I am Shichi, the leader of the Hero Association. Shichi stood on the podium, giving a brief speech about the event, surrounded by 3 senior A-class heroes. How could he not bring a few bodyguards when summoning wanted criminals and negotiating with these death row inmates? In the association's eyes, these 3 A-class heroes beside Shichi possess strength comparable to S-class heroes. Yes, that's right, strength comparable to S-class heroes. Even the association's higher-ups, including Shichi, believe so. It must be said that the association is not much better than others when it comes to having a clear estimation of their own combat power. Overall, no one expected any surprises from this negotiation. Unfortunately, as for surprises themselves, they tend to say "no" to those who consider themselves infallible. Ah ha ha! A hearty and standard monster laugh echoed out, coming from a guy after Sonic left the venue upon hearing that Saitama was not present. To emit such a standard laugh of a monster from a youth superhero show, they were indeed a group of individuals with extremely poor mental states. The nearby Magic Hand spoke with some emotion, and the Flame of Blue, also a bodyguard, nodded in agreement. They didn't take the strange remarks from this guy with goat horn spikes to heart. This great prophet is truly amazing, an unprecedented god-level disaster. I am Hungry Wolf. I began training out of admiration for monsters and have destroyed countless dojos. It seems there are many good materials here too. Come on, as an experience to enhance my strength. All of you come at me together. The horned criminal inexplicably made a passionate declaration, only to find that nobody was paying him any attention. Even the other wanted criminals nearby looked at him with strange expressions, wanting to keep their distance, fearing that getting too close might infect them with some idiotic virus. Shichi also wore a look of indifference. This guy reminded him of the troublesome S-class heroes in the association. He sensed that troublesome vibe from this man named Hungry Wolf, the willful and headstrong tornado, the pig god who always complained about not having enough food, the useless police dog hero, and that Zhuang Bufan who had previously exploded a board member's flower. Just thinking about them made Shichi's head nearly explode as he glanced at the man in front of him who was still causing a ruckus. Suddenly, he lost hope for this criminal rehabilitation program, but there was nothing he could do. After all, the current lack of combat power in the Hero Association had become the #1 issue within the association. Shichi could only endure and try to continue communicating with the man in front of him. If possible, Mr. Hungry Wolf, I hope you can stop. We didn't gather everyone here for such boring matters. Boring. Upon hearing Shichi's words, Hungry Wolf sneered. Is this how you treat your guests, Mr. Cadre? In that case, let me execute a thrilling crime. Saying this, Hungry Wolf displayed a standard evil grin like a villain from a tokusatsu show. There was no way to communicate at all. Magic Hands, Blue Flame, Heavy Tank, please kick this guy out. Yes. The 3 A-class heroes responded in unison. In Shichi's eyes, these 3, whose strength was not inferior to S-class heroes, should have no problem dealing with this lunatic named Hungry Wolf. Unfortunately, this arrogant guy easily dispatched the 3 high-ranking heroes from the association in just 3 moves. He even held one of Blue Flame's severed arms in his hand. Studying the secret of the fire, he spat from his palm. Shichi was drenched in cold sweat at the scene before him, and with the skills he had honed over 20 years as a corporate worker, he quickly dialed the association's operations command room. In less than 10 seconds, he repeatedly called for rescue teams and requested the association to urgently dispatch heroes to his location. The wanted criminals watching from the side cheered for Hungry Wolf. Their relationship with the association was like a game of cat and mouse. Now that such a guy had appeared, easily taking down 3 professional heroes comparable to monsters, they were naturally very pleased. After all, this guy who seemed to have some issues with his brain looked just like one of their own. Perhaps in the future, when they were cornered by the association, they could ask this brother for help. What are you guys cheering for? I said the execution targets include you lot. Hungry Wolf kindly explained to the scum around him, his expression as if he were looking at a group of brainless idiots. Huh. Upon hearing Hungry Wolf's words, Shichi breathed a sigh of relief. For a moment, he felt as if he had been saved by these scumbags. Bang! A criminal was slammed hard against the wall, his twisted arm behind him. Being thrown against the wall in such a position, even someone who had never experienced it could roughly guess the consequences. As expected, the moment the criminal was slammed into the wall, Shichi heard a crisp cracking sound. If he still had any sensation, he would definitely feel a lot of pain, right? Upon hearing the sound of bones breaking, Shichi couldn't help but think in that direction. The man named Hungry Wolf was undoubtedly a true demon. Whether the 3 A-class heroes he had knocked out were dead, Shichi couldn't know. However, he did have a rough idea about the situation with those brutal bounty hunters. The empty promotional room was filled with the severed limbs and blood of the bounty criminals. Bright red blood and yellowish-white fat stained this new house. which had been built for less than a week with a dark red dye. Given their injuries, those guys should all be dead, right? As a witness to the entire process, Shichi could only hope that the heroes sent for support by the association would be strong enough and arrive quickly. Because in this room, apart from him, there were no longer any bait for him to hunt. No matter whether those bounty criminals were dead after being attacked by Hungry Wolf, Shichi understood that he would have no chance of surviving such a degree of attack. Alright, let this shocking debut of the monster Hungry Wolf come to an end. After creating this bloody scene, Hungry Wolf wiped the blood off himself and looked at Shichi, revealing his deliberately trained, evil smile. Your expression is quite nice. At this moment, Shichi's face was somewhat twisted, and anyone could read the terror in his expression. However, upon hearing Hungry Wolf's 2 sentences, Shichi's anxious heart quietly calmed down. It was just that the facial muscles, tense from the previous high tension, couldn't relax for a while. It seemed that this guy had no intention of attacking me. Shichi was indeed correct. Hungry Wolf was very satisfied as he scanned the bloody scene he had created. He turned and walked towards the door, ignoring what Shichi was doing and speaking arrogantly to himself. This is a declaration of war. Although I currently find it quite challenging to face several S-class heroes, don't worry, it won't take long. Once I hunt enough bait, I will personally return here from the doors of the Hero Association. At that time, let that guy named King try to stop me. As Hungry Wolf left, his voice grew fainter. However, Shichi didn't miss a single word of this extremely dangerous criminal's remarks. He committed them all to memory. Hey, I'm Shichi. The criminal named Hungry Wolf has left, and there's no need to send heroes over here anymore. Let the association contact hospitals to send as many medical personnel as possible, and also gather the cadres and shareholders for an emergency meeting regarding the monster Hungry Wolf. And could you please bring a pair of pants from my office? I need underwear and some wet wipes too. I didn't shit myself. Shichi angrily hung up the phone. This summer had truly been terrible for him. In Saitama's home, the weekly hot pot gathering was held as usual. The attendees were still Zhuang Bufan, Saitama, Genos, King, and the newly added foodie, the silly fox. Genos was still diligently preparing the ingredients in order, getting everything ready. King was eating while playing with a new phone that Zhuang Bufan had given him. Although this guy wasn't particularly qualified in terms of hard power as a hero last night, as a Saitama-level gamer who dominated all platforms and genres, the new phone in his hand was more appealing than the hot pot in front of him. Meanwhile, Saitama was busy with the silly fox grabbing the meat slices from the pot, but fortunately, Zhuang Bufan was still thinking about things from earlier in the day and had no appetite. Otherwise, the dining table would definitely resemble a bloody battlefield, not unlike the kind created by Hungry Wolves. Since the incident of the Hungry Wolf massacre within the association had not been made public, the television was still broadcasting about the incident of monster invasions at the police station during the day, just as described in the original work. Saitama temporarily concealed his identity as a hero and changed into a police uniform. After defeating the monster that broke into the police station with a single blow, he tossed it out at the entrance. Trying to avoid the cameras, he wasn't caught by the media, possibly because his police hat covered his shiny bald head that represented his presence. In any case, no one connected this little policeman to the B-rank hero, Bald Cape Man. From the Hero Association, Mark I, who failed to catch the chicken, was furious. He had hired a bunch of media to publicize the incompetence of the police station and the bravery of the association's heroes. But they ended up being tools to promote the police station's image instead. As usual, it was Saitama who took action in the end. It seemed that all problems had been resolved, but it also seemed like nothing had really changed. Saitama glanced at the news on the TV, not saying a word. During such serious matters, his expression was always calm and composed. Even Genos, who was usually attentive and knew what color underwear Saitama wore every day, didn't notice any abnormality in Saitama. It was Zhuang Bufan himself, the guy who usually fought with Saitama for high-grade beef, who put down his chopsticks after only a few bites and stared blankly at the TV, as if he was pondering something. What's wrong? Did that woman named Hellish Blizzard reject him again? It shouldn't be, right? This kind of thing has happened more than once or twice. He should be used to it by now. Saitama noticed Zhuang Bufan's unusual behavior, perhaps due to their long-time companionship. This guy even remembered that in the original work, he always forgot Hellish Blizzard's name. I really wonder what Hellish Blizzard would think if she knew about this relationship. Why is it always under the premise that I'm rejected by Blizzard-chan? I can tell you, I'm also a guy with female fans now. There's a cool girl named Water Tiger who seems to be training on the path of a professional martial artist. Hearing Saitama's remark, Zhuang Bufan perked up, temporarily putting aside those nonsensical thoughts. He retorted Saitama's words and took out a photo of him and Water Tiger, completely avoiding mentioning that this girl was more into Sweetheart Mask than him. You already have female fans. Saitama's voice was a bit hoarse, and he looked slightly disappointed. To be honest, he didn't particularly care about such things. However, it felt a bit unfair that Zhuang Bufan had female fans while he did not. The atmosphere of the dinner gradually warmed up with this banter, slowly resembling the previous hot pot gathering. Just as the atmosphere of the dinner reached its peak, everyone's phones rang. It was a message from the Hero Association. It ranked Hero number 9, Vestige, had been attacked by a bounty hunter named Hungry Wolf. This guy claimed he wanted to hunt more heroes, and now Vestige was still hospitalized but was not in danger. The association hoped that heroes of all ranks would unite to deal with him as soon as possible. Genos opened his phone and conveyed the association's latest notice to Zhuang Bufan and Saitama. "Seems like there's nothing urgent," Saitama said in his usual lazy and dismissive tone, complaining about the email sent by the association. It was rare for the association to send him an email, and it turned out to be a mass email. To be frank, Saitama was really uninterested in such tasks. In short, as long as he encountered the guy named Hungry Wolf, he could just take care of it casually. Genos made a simple summary of the task given by the association. King didn't feel much about this matter. He wouldn't provoke this so-called hero hunter. For him, it was just a matter of keeping his distance when he heard the broadcast while walking on the street during this time. It was no different from his usual activities. Moreover, this guy was so ostentatious and eager to find death. It was likely that he would be surrounded and killed by other powerful heroes in just a few days. Zhuang Bufan was slightly taken aback after hearing the news. He didn't expect the Hungry Wolf to emerge so quickly, but after a moment of thought, he realized it had nothing to do with him. From the time the Hungry Wolf began his hero hunt to when he ultimately transformed into the monster known as the Hungry Wolf and was awakened by Saitama, all of these were significant causal events in this world. They would not be altered by any butterfly effect caused by his arrival. Zhuang Bufan also didn't think that before transforming into the monster Hungry Wolf, he would listen to others' advice. Moreover, even if he defeated this guy now, it wouldn't matter much. Hungry Wolf is the kind of stubborn guy who is as unyielding as a stinky rock. Unless he completely overcomes this guy in terms of power, and will after obtaining the strength he has always dreamed of, he won't accept defeat. However, by that time, it would have nothing to do with him. The monster Hungry Wolf is simply not a creature that someone at his power level can handle. In summary, it's better to let him roam free for now. After all, this guy has some principles and won't go around harming ordinary people. Compared to Hungry Wolf, Zhuang Bufan was a bit curious about the situation with that tough guy in a vest. He seemed to remember that after defeating this guy in that dim alley, it was as if he had been stimulated and his own strength had seemingly advanced a step. Zhuang Bufan was quite curious about this, but he wasn't in a hurry about it. After all, it wouldn't be too late to go when the unlicensed knight and the vested lord also enter the hospital. This way, he could save on a condolence gift. Anyway, neither of these two groups would leave the Hungry Wolves outside unattended, and he had no reason to dissuade them from doing this. Zhuang Bufan's calculations were quite good. He believed that the Hungry Wolf would not intersect with him. Unfortunately, if everything could develop according to personal expectations, there wouldn't be so many troublesome matters in the world. In the newly built conference room of the Hero Association, a discussion about hunting the Hungry Wolf had just concluded. Shichi sighed and walked out of the conference room with a look of disappointment. The meeting lasted over 2 hours, but only 15 minutes were spent discussing how to deal with that hero hunting guy. The rest of the time was spent on trivial matters. This is indeed the result of letting shareholders manage the association's senior staff, perhaps having witnessed the scene of the Hungry Wolf slaughter. Shichi felt a deep-rooted fear of such a villain. It seemed that this emotion was at play, prompting this executive, already dubbed a model worker by other association officials, to expend more effort in wanting to quickly resolve the issue of this bounty criminal. Because of this, Shichi had a new understanding of the bloated nature of this organization, which had only been established for about 3 years. If possible, he really wished he could kick those annoying shareholders out. Finding a secluded spot to vent his dissatisfaction with work. He could only express his resentment toward the shareholders verbally. The association's operations and the funding support needed for Heroes' activities relied heavily on them. If such massive expenses were solely dependent on donations from socially conscious individuals, it would definitely be far from enough. In the end, they still had to look up to those big shots in the financial world, regardless of whether there was a ball of grass hidden beneath their greasy brains. The association still needed the social resources controlled by these guys. Ultimately, it's still a matter of who has resources is the boss. Even the heroes of the association are seen by them as merely some rebellious workers. However, those heroes lived much freer lives than this senior corporate slave. For no reason, Shichi suddenly thought of the newly promoted S-Class hero, Infinite Knight. This guy actually went door to door, using toilet water to punish shareholders for giving him a name he disliked. Haha. Every time he thought of those plump guys lining up to see a proctologist, Shichi almost laughed out loud. Perhaps it was precisely this reason that made those unruly shareholders slightly rein in their behavior. Maybe they realized that the S-Class heroes themselves were a very powerful social resource, and such resources were hard to control. Although the way these free-spirited S-Class heroes acted often gave Shichi a headache. It was thanks to their freedom that more tragic events hadn't occurred in this world. After all, if the heroes were also controlled by this group of social elites, it was very likely that there would be absurd situations where an S-Class hero neglected high-level disasters while turning around to protect a rich person's dog. He wished he had such extraordinary abilities. If he did, he might also be able to stand up to the shareholders and implement some truly suitable reform plans for the heroes. At middle age, Shichi, who thought he had been softened enough by society, was startled by this sudden thought. It seems I'm still quite young. I'm not at the age where I just say yes to those annoying shareholders. Dingling. The phone on the desk rang, and Shichi picked it up. Mr. Shichi, we just received a notification that the A-Class hero, the Ninth Vest, has been attacked by the Hungry Wolf and is currently receiving treatment at the association's hospital. How could this guy be so fast? This is really troublesome. Shichi rubbed his temples. In a situation where the number of heroes in the association was severely lacking, the loss of another one made his head spin. He informed all heroes below S-Class that they must form teams to participate in the hunt for the Hungry Wolf as much as possible and report to the association immediately upon encountering him. Heroes or teams that felt they lacked strength should avoid direct contact and wait for rescue at a safe distance. The directives for dealing with the Hungry Wolf were issued one by one, and everyone was busy. For too many people, tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. The Hungry Wolf's current situation was just like his name, resembling a hungry wild wolf. Although his body craved more food, he was carefully selecting his prey, suppressing his appetite. He knew that if he made too much noise again, he would easily attract the attention of several S-Class heroes. Although he was confident that he wouldn't easily lose to any one of them, if several S-Class heroes teamed up against him, it would still give him a headache. What he needed was a large amount of food to grow, not to recklessly challenge impossible opponents and harm himself. However, his patience was reaching its limit. After several days of searching, the association was almost ready to lift the alert on him. It was time to go out and hunt again. It didn't take long for him to finally choose his first prey for the night. He saw an unlicensed rider who was about to head home on his bike in the park. The Hungry Wolf stood in the middle of the park path, blocking the way of the unlicensed rider. Under the full moon, only the faint light from a few distant street lamps illuminated this secluded path, casting a sinister and terrifying shadow on the Hungry Wolf's face. Hey, are you a hero? I'm here to hunt you. The Hungry Wolf's voice held a chilling coldness, giving off an utterly terrifying vibe. Yes, I'm the unlicensed rider. What do you mean by hunting? You don't look like my supporter. The unlicensed rider appeared relaxed and casual. After all, he was a warrior who bravely charged at the Deep Sea King, having long regarded life and death as external matters. He certainly wasn't afraid of the threat from the Hungry Wolf. It's for growth. I have a feeling that the more heroes I hunt, the stronger my powers as a monster will become. The Hungry Wolf thought to himself without saying it out loud, while his gaze toward the unlicensed rider was filled with a mad desire. Found you. I didn't expect to encounter you so soon. Just as the conversation between the Hungry Wolf and the unlicensed rider began, the Ninth Vest led the Vest family to confront them. Did I just poke a hornet's nest? The Hungry Wolf looked at the large group of people inexplicably emerging from the small grass patch and thought to himself, if Zhuang Bufan could hear the wolf's thoughts, he would definitely discuss his insights on this matter with him. This guy, the Hungry Wolf, really needs experience in this area. 1, 2, 3. With so many prey, he must be able to have a good feast tonight. The Hungry Wolf was quite satisfied as he looked at the man in front of him, who had been beaten to a pulp, resembling a pig's head. Oh, a few days ago, I received your care. The muscular man, Vest, glared at the Hungry Wolf, declaring that this time he had brought his entire family of brothers with him. Even if the Hungry Wolf grew wings, he wouldn't be able to escape. So it's you, Vest. Although this guy's strength was a bit lacking as bait, he was still a pretty good target. Although this statement sounded like a huge insult to Vest's ears, it was already much better than the original description the Hungry Wolf had of him. Speaking of Vest's power increase, he had to thank Zhuang Bufan for his efforts. If he hadn't taken the vegetarian powers from Vest, Vest wouldn't have been able to grow further. Unfortunately, this still couldn't change the outcome of being one-shot by the Hungry Wolf. Fully aware of Vest's abilities, the Hungry Wolf sent the unfortunate kid, who had just come out of the hospital, back with a single punch. Then he turned to the group of muscular brothers beside him, his hands transforming into claws as he said viciously, "Next, it's your turn." Boom! Just as the Hungry Wolf was about to enjoy this group of delicious food, a strong man suddenly appeared in front of him and knocked him far away with a single punch. "Looks like I still need to thank you for taking care of my little brothers." After knocking the Hungry Wolf away, Vest looked at the fallen Vest, uttering this line. His expression clearly showed that he was extremely angry. "An S-rank hero, Vest? I really caught a big fish. Initially, I thought I would start hunting from the last S-rank, Zhuang Bufan, but since I've encountered you, let us take you down first." Although the Hungry Wolf was bloodied from being beaten by Vest, he was genuinely happy. In the hospital affiliated with the Hero Association, Zhuang Bufan and Saitama came to visit the unlicensed knight T. Lanzi and the bruised and battered Vest family. They thoughtfully picked out a bunch of bananas, peaches, mangoes, and other items as gifts. The criteria for choosing gifts were naturally based on personal preferences, considering this group of guys had multiple fractures all over their bodies. It seemed they would have a hard time getting out of bed for a while and probably wouldn't have the strength to eat the gifts they brought. By the time they went bad, it would be better to eat them right away when they were delivered. As for why King didn't T come along, using his own words, "You guys go ahead, I really can't afford to lose that person." Clearly, he was quite happy snatching meat during Hot Pot, but now he was distancing himself from us. Zhuang Bufan is somewhat disdainful of King's words. He seriously suspects that this coward is hiding at home, afraid to fulfill the request of the Vestige Master to deal with the Hungry Wolf. If that's the case, why are we pretending to be delivering gifts? Wouldn't it be better to just buy it and eat it? The foolish fox doesn't quite understand Zhuang Bufan and Saitama's redundant behavior, and on their way to the hospital, she asks about the reason for doing this. She has been eyeing the fruit bags in their hands the entire way. The fruit prices in the one-punch world are ridiculously high. Moreover, Zhuang Bufan and the members of the Hot Pot group are all carnivores. Even considering a balance of meat and vegetables, most of what they buy are things like cabbage, green onions, and tofu, which are the vegetables that Saitama strongly prefers. They rarely buy fruits, which they see as unnecessary. That's why the foolish fox is so excited. She has swallowed her saliva several times along the way. If Zhuang Bufan hadn't warned her that she couldn't eat them yet, she would have probably devoured all the fruits already. Gigi, you must remember, it is precisely these seemingly meaningless actions that are an important etiquette for maintaining social connections. Zhuang Bufan pretended to say, and she nodded in agreement. To be honest, none of the three of them knew how to write the words polite or courtesy, let alone discussing any manners. It was already quite difficult for them to articulate such a level of conversation. Upon entering the ward, they saw a group of muscular men wrapped in bandages gathered around a hospital bed. It was evident that they were part of the Tank Top tribe. Zhuang Bufan and Saitama were not particularly familiar with the group of the Vestige, so they naturally greeted the unlicensed rider first. They took out a few peaches and bananas and asked the unlicensed rider if he wanted some. Then the two of them comfortably enjoyed the unlicensed rider's care package, while casually glancing at the silly fox. When they saw her hurriedly pulling out fruits from her pocket, one hand holding a peach and the other a banana, and her face covered in fruit juice, they couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. This kid is still too naive, lacking in cultivation, and her behavior is not natural enough. For the next while, Saitama inquired about the events of that night when they encountered the Hungry Wolf. Zhuang Bufan listened in nearby, and there wasn't much difference from the plot he was familiar with. Just as Saitama was intrigued by the vest-wearing sage and was preparing to visit Kalanzi's hospital room to learn more about martial arts secrets, Fubuki appeared. She had also come to visit the unlicensed rider and unexpectedly ran into Zhuang Bufan and the others. Saitama glanced at the two of them and then left on his own to talk to Kalanzi. Most of the people in the room had heard rumors about the two of them and wisely kept quiet, pretending to admire the scenery around them. Except for the vest girl, who was secretly watching Zhuang Bufan and Fubuki with starry eyes. The only one left was the silly, carefree girl who was still enjoying her fruit feast. Zhuang Bufan and Shueisha stared at each other for a while, both unsure of what to say, standing there awkwardly without moving. Just as Zhuang Bufan was thinking about breaking the awkward silence, the carefree silly fox nearby suddenly remembered something. When it opened its mouth, it scared Shueisha greatly. MMM. When Shueisha heard the silly fox call her mom, she immediately rushed over and hugged the silly fox. Not caring about the fruit juice on its face and covered its little mouth with her delicate hand. Haha, what on earth is this child babbling about? I really don't understand, Chueshua said, her face flushed as she looked around the room in a panic, trying to explain in a flustered manner. Seeing Chueshua still looking adorable, Zhuang Bufan couldn't help but smile. Somehow, his own nervousness around Chueshua gradually faded away as he saw her flustered appearance. He took out a wet wipe and handed it to Chueshua, then took another one to wipe the silly fox's juice-smeared little face. You should still call me sister. Earlier, I was just playing around with your sister. Vest girl, could you please help me take care of this child? Just make sure she doesn't eat too many snacks. As for you, Chueshua, let's go talk outside. When Zhuang Bufan handed the wet wipe to Chueshua, she was momentarily taken aback but still accepted it. Then she heard this guy explaining the situation on her behalf and was stunned again. Although Zhuang Bufan's actions often left her flustered, at least there was a pattern to them. But this time, Chueshua felt she was increasingly unable to understand this man. Coffee or red bean soup? The two arrived at the rooftop, and Zhuang Bufan stood by the hot drink vending machine, asking for Chueshua's opinion. Coffee is fine, after all. I need to watch my calorie intake, Chueshua said softly, and Zhuang Bufan didn't quite catch the second half of her sentence. He only heard her choose coffee, bought 2 cans, and handed one to Chueshua. Oh, thank you. When Chueshua took the coffee, her fingertips brushed against Zhuang Bufan's fingers. Unknowingly, a ripple stirred in her heart. This guy actually looks quite handsome when he's serious. Zhuang Bufan naturally couldn't perceive the little thoughts in Chueshua's heart, but such matters weren't particularly important to him at the moment. After pursuing Chueshua for so long, he had become somewhat more open-minded. Everything was left to fate. Moreover, he was currently planning a reform proposal for the Hero Association, so he didn't have much energy to deal with romantic feelings. Although his association reform plan, like his unfortunate love history, was like a headless fly, completely directionless. What was going on with that kid? Chueshua sat on the rooftop bench, watching Zhuang Bufan become increasingly confident and casual. The strong side that she should have been actually felt more awkward. It was quite complicated. Simply put, her guardians were gone, and now it was up to him to look after that child. The matter with the silly fox was somewhat complex, and Zhuang Bufan didn't want Chueshua to know about everything that had happened between him and the little tornado on that island. So he briefly summarized the current situation of the silly fox, but his unintentional words made Chueshua's imagination run wild. That child didn't have parents anymore, so that's why Zhuang Bufan had her call him mom that day. The power of imagination was limitless. Chueshua had already constructed a deeply moving story in her mind. The silly fox's parents had died in some accident, and after being lost on the streets, she was found and carefully taken care of by Zhuang Bufan. Due to the tremendous blow of losing her parents, the child subconsciously chose to forget what her parents looked like and regarded Zhuang Bufan, the kind person who adopted her, as her biological father. However, the unmarried Zhuang Bufan couldn't provide her with a perfect family. Thus, that day, in the hospital, after being incessantly questioned by the child, Zhuang Bufan finally spoke those words. What have I done? Well, the more Chueshua thought about it, the more guilty and sad she became, and eventually, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, her breathing gradually becoming choked. Originally enjoying the gentle breeze on the rooftop, inhaling the faint floral scent, and relishing the rare afternoon time, Zhuang Bufan became flustered after seeing Chueshua's inexplicable tears. I'm sorry. Although he didn't know if he had done something wrong, Zhuang Bufan, lacking experience in talking to women, instinctively apologized. Damn, why is this happening again? It's really annoying. Zhuang Bufan scratched his head, standing there at a loss. Even he didn't know whether he disliked apologizing or disliked feeling helpless in this situation. You don't need to apologize. You didn't do anything wrong. Chueshua wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and then revealed a bright smile, comforting Zhuang Bufan instead. It's my own fault. I can promise to be that child's, mom. Somehow, Chueshua said this, leaving Zhuang Bufan standing there, completely bewildered. If there's a chance, let me take that child out for a meal or to the amusement park. That would be nice. It's already this time. Let's talk more next time. I have to go now, goodbye. Chueshua was seriously considering what to do when interacting with the silly fox. Her attitude was like that of a potential stepmother worrying whether the other party's child would accept her. What on earth is going on? Zhuang Bufan was stunned by a series of actions from Chueshua, watching her leave, and it took him a while to realize what had happened. Is she willing to be the silly fox's mom? He didn't know if this could be considered a roundabout confession. Speaking of which, since she agreed to be the silly fox's mom, does that mean she also agreed to the idea of being a girlfriend? Even if Zhuang Bufan's mind was pre-installed with the emotional circuitry of a normal person, it probably wouldn't resolve this question. After all, he had never heard of any couple who started dating because one wanted to be the mother of the other's child. At least in the limited space of Zhuang Bufan's knowledge, there were no reference cases for such matters. Tonight, he should take the silly fox out to eat something she wants. After all, she helped him so much in such a mysterious way. Zhuang Bufan watched the figure of Shui disappearing downstairs and decided to give the silly fox a little reward. Not long after Shui left, Zhuang Bufan came down and brought the silly fox, who had a face full of comfort after being petted by the girl in the vest, back to his side. Ignoring the girl's deeply reluctant and resentful gaze, Zhuang Bufan took the silly fox to T. Lanzi's hospital room. I guess I've realized that you're really the type who can be easily swayed by a piece of candy from someone else. Zhuang Bufan complained sourly upon seeing how much the silly fox enjoyed being petted by the girl in the vest. The silly fox pretended not to hear anything and asked Zhuang Bufan what they would have for dinner. Well, since it's rare for me to take you out, you could decide. Zhuang Bufan didn't ask Saitama for his opinion. Anyway, this guy would happily eat anything as long as it was free. Grilled chicken. Orange wants to eat yakitori skewers. Zhuang Bufan's words were not yet finished when the silly fox quickly answered his question, almost drooling halfway through. It seemed that this child had indeed been craving this for a long time. After a brief conversation, Zhuang Bufan brought the silly fox to the hospital room where Cha Lanzi was. He placed the leftover fruit from the silly fox beside him and greeted him. Zhuang Bufan actually lost all sense of morality and changed the words on the plaster of Kalanzi's leg from foot to athlete's foot. The thought finally clicked. When reading the comic, I felt that the two characters written on his disciple's soul by Bangu were strange. Now it has finally been changed back. Zhuang Bufan's thoughts were clear, but Kalanzi was not feeling well. When Bangu came to visit him, he was still in a coma. Naturally, he was unaware of what that old rascal, who was even more mischievous than Zhuang Bufan, had done to his plastered foot. Of course, even if he knew, as Bangu's most loyal disciple, he wouldn't say anything about his master's actions. Being so angry is harmful to one's health. A bite of an apple could help calm his emotions. Zhuang Bufan's demeanor was quite casual, and Kalanzi shook his head helplessly. After all, he really had no way to deal with this guy, just like he had no way to deal with the bald man next to him. Speaking of which, he couldn't tell who influenced him between these two. It really seemed like their personalities were becoming more and more similar. After leaving the hospital room, Saitama kept looking at the martial arts competition ticket he got from Kalanzi. Martial arts? It really is an interesting skill, worth exploring further. Zhuang Bufan listened to Saitama's remarks with a sense of helplessness. This guy talked about wanting to deeply experience the mysteries of martial arts. But his 10 fingers were already calculating how to spend the 3 million prize money from the martial arts competition. It made one doubt how serious he was about wanting to experience the mysteries of martial arts. Surprisingly, Saitama did not follow Zhuang Bufan to the izakaya for yakitori. Instead, he stammered and found an excuse to leave first. His expression still looked quite disappointed. Is he going to buy a wig? He really does care about his hair. Looking at Saitama's departing figure, Zhuang Bufan seemed to think of something and seriously said to the silly fox, "Have you seen your Uncle Saitama's appearance? If you keep letting strangers mess with your head like that, one day you'll end up looking like him." No way. The naive silly fox couldn't tell the truth behind Zhuang Bufan's words. However, Saitama's shiny bald head was deeply etched in her young heart. In fact, it wasn't just Saitama who liked to mess with the silly fox's head during idle times. This child occasionally enjoyed touching Saitama's bald head when Zhuang Bufan wasn't watching. Perhaps due to the advantage of appearance, the smooth texture that Zhuang Bufan had long dreamed of was freely toyed with by the silly fox. Just as everyone loved to mess with the silly fox, she quite liked Saitama's big bald head too. But liking it or not, she absolutely wouldn't want to become like that. Sure enough, the silly fox, who had been easily deceived by Zhuang Bufan's few words, nervously touched her little head. But she was also afraid that if she pressed too hard, she might pull out a few strands of hair, her two fluffy ears spinning around in confusion. Well, this time, there shouldn't be a need to worry about this child being abducted by someone else. But did I go a bit too far? Zhuang Bufan reached out to touch the silly fox's head, noticing her mournful little eyes, and for once, a hint of guilt arose in this guy's heart. "Hey, you. The one with the kid, you must be the S-rank Hero Infinite Knight, right?" Just as Zhuang Bufan was having a great time playing with the silly fox, a dull voice sounded from behind him. With a white, spiky hedgehog hairstyle, a tight-fitting pure black cotton shirt, and a face that looked deeply tormented. Who else could it be but the hungry wolf? A fan, huh? Just a moment, I'll get you an autograph. Zhuang Bufan certainly knew that a hungry wolf had come knocking, but he wasn't afraid of a hungry wolf with such strength. Since he had nothing to do, he might as well entertain himself by toying with it, treating it as entertainment. Who would need something like that? Put down the child in your arms, and let's fight to the death. Is it because I'm holding a silly fox that you haven't attacked directly? Hungry wolf. How gentle you are. Perhaps realizing his protagonist status, Zhuang Bufan wanted to emulate the main characters in anime and deliver a deeply moving retort. He tried to mimic Saitama's kind expression from memory, saying with a highly emotional tone, "Could it be that you are gay?" The hungry wolf looked at Zhuang Bufan's gentle and affectionate expression, and goosebumps erupted all over his body. He even began to doubt whether he had chosen the wrong target for hunting. What if this guy fell in love with him? Bah, 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 you're the gay one. Your whole family is gay. Zhuang Bufan didn't have any mirrors nearby, so he naturally couldn't observe how misleading his earlier actions were. After being rebutted by the hungry wolf like that, he even wanted to crush the hungry wolf. Really? After I make my move, you really won't fall in love with me? The hungry wolf looked at Zhuang Bufan with suspicion, generally maintaining a skeptical attitude towards his explanation. I swear to God, okay, I am definitely not gay. I beg you. Please hunt me down quickly. I'm begging you. Zhuang Bufan suddenly felt exhausted. Why was he learning to argue for no reason? He ended up covered in dust and had to plead with the other party to hunt him down to prove his innocence. What kind of sin have I committed? However, the onslaught against Zhuang Bufan was far from over. The silly fox stood beside him, tugging at his pant leg with her small hand, and then asked in her innocent, childish voice, "Is Infinite Lord gay?" What is gay? Hungry wolf, brace yourself. Even Jesus can't protect you. I'm telling you. Zhuang Bufan angrily said to the hungry wolf, "Are you angry?" That's just what I wanted. Seeing Zhuang Bufan's angry expression, the hungry wolf rushed directly in front of him. With his fingers clenched into a cone shape, he excitedly shouted at Zhuang Bufan, "I'll take the first attack." Are you playing Yu-Gi-Oh here? Still talking about first attack? Zhuang Bufan silently complained in his heart, and before he could voice it, the hungry wolf charged in front of him. A pair of sharp claws came down on him like a chick pecking a grain, making a dull sound as if a dart had struck iron. My new clothes. Completely caught in the hungry wolf series of attacks, Zhuang Bufan looked at the scraps of clothing on the ground and became even angrier. Roaring, he crossed his iron arms from the outside in, trying to capture the hungry wolf. TCH, this damned muscle. How is it even harder than that guy from the Vest clan? The hungry wolf used his agility to easily dodge Zhuang Bufan's grasp. He also took a moment to ridicule this guy's muscular build. Hey, hungry wolf. I'm just curious, with so many people in the Vest clan, you didn't even tear a corner of their clothes, so why did you go straight for me and rip my shirt? Missing one hit, Zhuang Bufan didn't T-rush to follow up. At least this guy had a bit of a moral compass and didn't T-aim for his lower half. But this made Zhuang Bufan quite embarrassed, as the combination of his lower half in jeans and the upper half in a yellow hero bodysuit was indeed a bit indecent. He couldn't just take off his pants in public to match his belt's mixed style. Although there seemed to be no pedestrians active on the streets of the residential area, doing so wouldn't cause any turmoil. However, if he really did that, tomorrow's urban evening newspapers in major cities would definitely have headlines about an S-class hero stripping in public. Because he had already seen the flashes from the windows of the residential buildings, where nosy ladies were taking pictures. What does it have to do with me? How was I supposed to know your clothes were of such poor quality? The hungry wolf gave Zhuang Bufan a glance, as if all the blame had nothing to do with him. Zhuang Bufan glanced around the environment, feeling rare today for having dressed properly to go shopping, only to end up in such a situation. He sighed and directly activated his Phoenix Wolf transformation. No matter what, he couldn't let others think his taste was questionable. So you've activated your transformation, huh? I still can't beat you now, but the next time we meet, it'll be your demise. Just as Zhuang Bufan activated his transformation, feeling a bit pained looking at the torn rags on the ground and pondering whether they still had any value, the hungry wolf suddenly kicked off the ground and jumped onto a streetlight several dozen meters behind him. After dropping a harsh remark, he intended to leave, just like when he played a handshake game with the police dog hero. Unfortunately for him, this time he encountered Zhuang Bufan, who had lost a set of clothes and was almost mistaken for a gay. Where do you think you're going? Compensate me for my clothes. Facing the agile movements of the hungry wolf, Zhuang Bufan tried to use telekinesis to directly control his actions. However, this guy seemed to have a sixth sense, always managing to dodge the telekinetic targets Zhuang Bufan set before being surrounded. After a few attempts, Zhuang Bufan lost his patience for the cat and mouse game. He let the foolish fox find a place to hide, then flapped his wings, summoning a hurricane that blew in the opposite direction of the hungry wolf's escape, successfully restricting his movements. Although the hurricane couldn't completely control the hungry wolf's actions, it effectively limited his activities. Zhuang Bufan then flew directly in front of him, and the hurricane transformed into a tornado at the perfect moment. The two stood in the eye of the tornado, like two boxers in a boxing ring. This ability is cheating, isn't it? The hungry wolf took up the stance of the flowing rock-shattering fist again, knowing that he would most likely lose this fight. But to him, resisting was always better than surrendering. Whatever, it's all about hitting targets anyway. What's the difference between using a handgun and a 406mm battleship main gun? As long as I can hit it. Zhuang Bufan looked at the hungry wolf and used a strange metaphor to explain his theory. As the eye of the tornado continued to shrink, the hungry wolf realized that the range in which he could move was becoming increasingly limited. At this rate, it was likely that the eye available for them to operate in would completely vanish, and eventually, the group of violent wind blades would utterly consume the two of them. The hungry wolf believed he did not possess Zhuang Bufan's abnormally resilient steel-like body that could survive in a hurricane. The only way out was to quickly defeat the troublesome S-rank hero, Infinite Knight, and then hope that the uncontrollable whirlwind would dissipate on its own, allowing them to escape the danger. Truly, it seemed like an impossible task. The ranking of the Hero Association was really unreliable. How could a powerhouse of his caliber be ranked below that guy? Best Respecter. The hungry wolf secretly cursed the unreliable ranking system of the Hero Association. Zhuang Bufan didn't have a mind filled with various thoughts like the hungry wolf. Right now, he just wanted to punch the hungry wolf in the face and ask how he was going to compensate for his clothes. He used a whirlwind to cover both of them, just to prevent the hungry wolf from escaping. However, considering his long-term lack of formal income, Zhuang Bufan didn't expect to receive any decent compensation. Well, it might be better to just give him a couple more punches. The hungry wolf's fierce attacks continued, but with limited space to maneuver, the angles for his attacks were greatly reduced. He couldn't even reach the space behind Zhuang Bufan. Although the hungry wolf had yet to undergo his first evolution and couldn't break through Zhuang Bufan's defense, that didn't mean Zhuang Bufan would allow him to keep pounding on his body. The divine feather covered with a vigorous wind was like donning a layer of flowing armor, making Zhuang Bufan's wings twice as large. The wings intertwined and then closed in front of Zhuang Bufan. The hungry wolf had noticed this long ago, yet he still launched an attack without making any other moves. He knew that in such a confined space, he couldn't escape the encirclement of those strange wings. Since he couldn't evade, he might as well take the opportunity to land a few punches on this unpleasant guy in front of him. A few seconds later, the gathered wings brought the hungry wolf to about 30 centimeters in front of Zhuang Bufan. At such a short distance, the hungry wolf couldn't even unleash the power of his learned boxing techniques. So he gave up on the attack and calmly stared at Zhuang Bufan, waiting for his final judgment. Compensate me for my clothes. This was the first thing Zhuang Bufan said after subduing the hungry wolf. I have no money. The hungry wolf replied straightforwardly and then briefly thought for a moment before adding, You tie me up at such a close distance and then negotiate with me. Aren't you really gay? Zhuang Bufan had a dark expression and did not speak, responding to the hungry wolf with a pair of iron fists the size of clay pots. In the end, the hungry wolf fell before Zhuang Bufan with a big bump on his head. Originally, Zhuang Bufan thought about giving this guy a few more punches, but seeing his fragile appearance, he was afraid that he might accidentally take out the hungry wolf. After all, this guy, who would possess strength above the dragon level in the future, was also showing signs of repentance under Saitama's personality correction fist. With chaos approaching, according to the plot he knew, it wouldn't be long before the Hero Association had just dealt with a monster association. And then a major event occurred where 8 dragon-level monsters wreaked havoc in the world simultaneously. No one could guarantee how chaotic the future world would become. Even if Saitama was powerful, he was just one person and could not possibly resolve multiple disasters happening at the same time. The hungry wolf, as a potential force on the side of justice in the future, would be a pity if he was accidentally taken out by himself. Moreover, although Bongu, that old man, said otherwise, he still held a favorable view of his disciple deep down. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let him go during his hunting apprenticeship, nor would he have allowed him to learn the technique of the whirlwind/iron fist. The more Zhuang Bufan thought about it, the harder it was for him to take action, but looking at his smooth, tight-fitting outfit still left him somewhat displeased. He pulled out his magic weapon, strongly wanting it to transform into a blade to give the hungry wolf a haircut. However, no matter how Zhuang Bufan requested, the magic weapon, which could originally understand the holder's will, still seemed unable to comprehend his intentions. After several rounds of struggle between the two sides, Zhuang Bufan compromised and agreed to use a hand axe the size of a pot lid to give the hungry wolf's head a new hairstyle. He had long found this guy's hedgehog hairstyle displeasing, and since he had come to provoke him, it wouldn't be too much to collect some interest, right? Just as Zhuang Bufan was about to swing the axe, he suddenly remembered something and hurriedly called over the silly fox, saying in front of her, "You must not learn this bad uncle's dressing style, and definitely don't copy the outfits of the Shibuya-style spicy girls on the street otherwise." Zhuang Bufan wielded two large axes, swinging them up and down. Anyone watching him give a haircut would surely feel a shiver down their spine. However, the silly fox was not an ordinary creature. She didn't find anything wrong with Zhuang Bufan's method of giving the hungry wolf a haircut. She merely felt a bit aggrieved for being lectured by her nagging master and decided in her heart to make up for it later by eating a few more skewers of grilled birds. Zhuang Bufan's styling standard for the new hairstyle of the hungry wolf was very simple. Just don't make him bald. As he couldn't clearly explain whether having things would provide a combat power boost. Unexpectedly, after a series of operations, the hungry wolf's new hairstyle, which resembled a chopped and shaved look, actually appeared much better than his previous hedgehog hairstyle. After finishing these tasks, Zhuang Bufan left the hungry wolf behind and took the silly fox to eat grilled chicken skewers. Although the hungry wolf was defeated and lying on the street, the members of the Hero Association were unaware of this news. The Atomic Samurai was still contacting the Sword Saint Association, hoping to use their influence to search for or hunt down the hungry wolf. Meanwhile, Bangu was wandering the streets with his Onaikan, hoping to personally stop his disciple from continuing down the wrong path. They were all unaware that Zhuang Bufan had already met with the hungry wolf. It wasn't until the staff of the Hero Association learned about the incident where Zhuang Bufan had subdued the hungry wolf through the internal forum of housewives run by the cleaning aunties that they became aware. Just as the coalition of hundreds of heroes arrived in full force at the place where Zhuang Bufan had given the hungry wolf a haircut, the hungry wolf had long been relocated to a mountain cabin for recovery by the silly kid who had spoken to him earlier. All that was left for the late-arriving hero coalition was a ground covered with white hair that Zhuang Bufan had trimmed. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you. Boss, add 10 more skewers of scallion grilled chicken. Zhuang Bufan shook his head as he watched the clumsy fox gobbling down food. He finished his beer in one gulp. Then, quite naturally, he picked up the last skewer of grilled meat from the plate and put it in his mouth, chewing it slowly. The clumsy fox, holding a skewer of grilled meat in each hand with its mouth full of meat chunks, became anxious when it saw Zhuang Bufan take the last skewer from the plate. It wanted to protest against Zhuang Bufan's inconsistency, but at that moment, it couldn't swallow the meat in its mouth. All it could do was make muffled sounds, which made the tavern owner laugh nearby. Bang! Zhuang Bufan gave the silly fox a brain freeze. This kid is good in every way, but he still hasn't changed his habit of guarding food despite several attempts to correct it. The door of the Glera tavern swung open, and two old men bent down to enter. Add 10 more skewers, old man. Do you want shochu or ice-cold beer? Perhaps sensing the powerful aura that the two elders carried, Zhuang Bufan took a glance and then placed another order with the boss. I heard you've already made contact. Hungry wolf. The usually relaxed Bangu did not sit down. After declining Zhuang Bufan's invitation to treat, he directly asked the most pressing question on his mind. That's right. He is indeed a rare martial arts talent, and I can sense that he is currently undergoing some kind of transformation. Transformation? What is that guy's situation now? Bangu, hearing about Hungry Wolf's unusual condition, eagerly pressed for more information. Both his strength and beliefs are changing. His personal power is also growing stronger. But all of this has become less important compared to what he is facing. Zhuang Bufan took a sip of beer, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and the whole person seemed to carry an inexplicable sense of weariness. How did it get to this point? Hearing Zhuang Bufan's response, Bangu still appeared calm. But those who knew him understood how serious and tense this respectable elder was at the moment. He tore my new clothes. I've only worn them twice. Bangu looked at Zhuang Bufan, who was mourning alone, feeling somewhat helpless. Ignoring the distressed Zhuang Bufan, he left a message and directly left the izakaya. Next time you see the hungry wolf, there's no need to hold back out of respect for me. That child has already gone down the wrong path, and I can no longer correct his character. It's better to deal with him before he causes greater disaster. There is no need for mercy. Liar. Watching Bangu leave, Zhuang Bufan finally spoke the words buried in his heart. If you truly didn't care about your disciple, You would have publicly announced that the hungry wolf was expelled from your school long ago. In the end, do you still hope your disciple can turn over a new leaf? What a respectable old man. The hungry wolf is truly fortunate to have such a master. The foolish fox didn't understand what Zhuang Bufan was saying, but she knew that tonight they could have a hearty meal of grilled chicken. Stepping out of the izakaya, Zhuang Bufan was slightly tipsy, while the foolish fox was still complaining to him about not having enough to eat. It wasn't that the child had really eaten all the stock of the shop. Rather, Zhuang Bufan felt that the cold beer in the izakaya wasn't strong enough. So he took out his treasure gourd and added some of his own brew. Bringing his own drinks into the izakaya undoubtedly slapped the owner in the face. Naturally, the owner of the grilled chicken was unhappy, but helpless. Zhuang Bufan had to let the owner taste the exquisite brew of the tengu. After just one cup, the owner's wife had to apologize to the customers and then close the shop for the night. So, Zhuang Bufan indeed had to take the blame for the foolish fox's complaints. Damn, who are these weirdos coming out at night? Aren't you all supposed to be sleeping? Along with Zhuang Bufan, the drunkards headed towards the smoky area, speaking flowery words. Perhaps it was due to the S-class hero beside them. These poor workers, fueled by the remaining effects of alcohol, poured out all their pent-up depression. The tree wishes to be still, but the wind does not cease. Indeed, the appearance of ghost-level monsters at night suggests that chaos is approaching. Zhuang Bufan picked up the silly fox and draped her over his neck, then rushed towards the noisy place where the monster was. Is this the hero of the association? Truly weak. Such a small creature dares to stand in front of me. Really doesn't know how to die. The monster, Flame Night Moth, punched the bespectacled member of the former Blizzard team, sending him flying, boasting about its strength. This battered B-class hero curled up on the ground, painfully holding his stomach, trying as hard as he could not to scream. He knew that, as a hero, it wouldn't matter how many times he fell. But once he let out a painful scream or showed any sign of begging for mercy, in this desperate situation before other heroes could arrive, it would definitely cause panic among the crowd. It might even lead the public to feel despair about the belief that heroes would always win. It didn't matter what happened to him, but if the public lost hope in heroes themselves, no matter what, he couldn't fall. He couldn't rest until he saw this monster defeated. You've worked hard. I didn't expect you to hold the situation for so long by yourself. Just as the bespectacled hero struggled to get up and block the monster's destructive actions again, a familiar voice reached his ears, draining all his strength away, allowing him to lie down on the ground and slowly ease his pain. Since he had arrived, there was no need to worry about the monster anymore. He could rest easy. As a former member of the Blizzard team, he naturally knew who the owner of that voice was. The second hypothetical enemy of the Blizzard team, S-class hero Infinite Knight. Having witnessed Zhuang Bufan's formidable strength firsthand, the bespectacled hero knew very well how reliable this man was as a companion. GG, please take care of this big brother for me. I'm going to deal with that little bug. I'll be back soon, and then we can continue to take you to eat delicious food. Zhuang Bufan glanced at the injuries of the clumsy fox, completely ignoring the strange person beside him. Be careful. That guy can breathe fire. He's hard to deal with. The clumsy fox reminded Zhuang Bufan to be cautious, then immediately smiled. Facing a monster of this level, he must be able to handle it easily. His reminder was truly unnecessary. All right, I understand. There was no mockery as he had imagined. The man simply responded lightly. This guy has changed a lot too. It seems I'm not the only one working hard to grow. How long are you guys going to ignore me? You dare to talk freely in front of me, the flying fire moth, as if I don't exist. Go die. The flying fire moth blew fiercely while flapping its wings, scattering phosphorus powder. The cyclone turned into a fierce flame dragon the moment it encountered the phosphorus powder, sweeping over the position where Zhuang Bufan was. Annihilate! Zhuang Bufan snapped his fingers, and faced with the blazing flames of the firefly moth, he didn't even need to transform. With just his psychic power, he turned the fire dragon blowing towards him into a warm breeze brushing past his ear. Is it because it is a moth that it only moves at night? Did it awaken its arson ability due to its pursuit of light? If that's the case, then I'll help you become light, which also fits your destiny of chasing fire. Saying this, Zhuang Bufan snapped his fingers again, and several scattered sparks ignited around the moth's furry collar. The firefly moth noticed these tiny flames and rolled its fur to wrap around sparks, blocking the flammable fibers from coming into contact with the air to prevent catching fire. But the ignited sparks were not so easily extinguished, especially since they were lit by Zhuang Bufan himself. A fierce wind ruthlessly tousled the moth's fur, and at the moment it was about to extinguish the flames, it transformed into a gentle breeze. The tiny flames quickly came into contact with the phosphorescent powder from the moth itself, which happened in an instant. The flames rapidly turned into an astonishing blaze, and with a continuous influx of air, it instantly transformed into a huge fire tornado. Before long, the flames dissipated, leaving a charred and dry moth lying on the ground. Although its strong vitality meant it hadn't died from this blow, it was in a state of gasping for breath. "Why are you the only one here? Where are the others?" Zhuang Bufan was quite curious. Although Old Man Bangu was also in the city, and there should be quite a few other guardian heroes around, why was it he, a drunkard leisurely strolling with a child, who was the first to respond to the scene? "I have already withdrawn from the Blowing Snow group, and am now engaging in hero activities as an individual." Glasses thought Zhuang Bufan was going to ask about the Blowing Snow group again, so he answered him like this: "I know about this matter. What I mean is, how about going for a drink?" Although Glass's injuries had mostly been treated by the stupid fox's healing technique, he clearly was in the mood to join Zhuang Bufan for any kind of gathering after being brutally beaten by the monster. "I'd better go home and take a hot shower first. By the way, you just mentioned why you didn't see other professional heroes coming to support, right?" Zhuang Bufan nodded lightly, and after receiving confirmation, the Glasses continued to answer his questions. This was because, recently, that guy Hungry Wolf's hero hunting had caused quite a few people to withdraw from the association. Among those who remained, there was a large group of people who, due to the attacks on unlicensed knights, were angrily seeking revenge on Hungry Wolf. Unless they encountered a monster and dealt with it, they would all suspend their hero activities until they could take aim at Hungry Wolf. So, the number of people still actively engaged in hero activities could be said to be very few. The Glasses believed that as an S-rank hero, Zhuang Bufan did not understand the current predicament of the lower-tier heroes, so he explained the situation to him in detail. After the explanation, he looked at Zhuang Bufan and earnestly entrusted him with a request. "I just heard that you have already had a confrontation with Hungry Wolf, regardless of the reason. I hope that the next time you encounter him, you can capture that guy and completely stop his hero hunting." After saying this, the Glasses bid farewell to Zhuang Bufan and dragged his weary body home. Completely stopping him? No wonder the old man could finally harden his heart and strike hard against Hungry Wolf. It really is difficult to refuse the requests of those who are seriously engaged in hero activities and always ready to sacrifice themselves. Zhuang Bufan sighed as he recalled the true intentions of the Hungry Wolf and shook his head at what he had done. However, compared to all this, he didn't expect the appeal of the unlicensed knight to be so great. Clearly, he hadn't asked anyone for help, yet countless heroes spontaneously formed a coalition to avenge him. If only he could have such charisma. Thinking of this, Zhuang Bufan couldn't help but laugh at himself. That kind of appeal, stemming from decades of sincere dedication and selfless devotion, was something he could never learn. That infinite adult. The silly fox tugged at Zhuang Bufan's pant leg, who was standing there in a daze, and then looked at him with a highly suggestive gaze. "Stop pulling. These are new pants I just bought. Let's just go get some grilled chicken skewers." Zhuang Bufan picked up the clumsy fox and walked towards the distant residential area. Compared to Zhuang Bufan's leisurely pace, tonight would be an exceptionally busy night for everyone. That damned Infinite Knight. I can't believe he disguised himself as a monster to infiltrate our monster association. The next time I encounter him, I will definitely kill him with my own hands. Elder Centipede roared angrily in the underground hall, causing a slight tremor under the feet of everyone in the hall. This was due to the sound waves from Elder Centipede's rage. In any case, let's calm down first. Having one traitor among so many people is not a big deal. Right now, we have more important things to do. Big Bright Eyes remained as lazy and calm as ever. As the strategist, her performance undoubtedly reassured all the monsters present. Are we going to attack the Hero Association? The surrounding monsters whispered among themselves, mostly discussing this matter. Anyone with a discerning eye could see how weak the Hero Association had become. The hero hunting incident had made them somewhat preoccupied. Striking now would definitely catch the Hero Association off guard. There couldn't be a better time to attack than this. Let's wait until the martial arts tournament officially begins, and then we will launch our attack on the heroes. During this time, Phoenix Man, you go and make contact with that guy named Hungry Wolf. If possible, try to absorb him into our ranks. I'm very interested in what he's doing right now. Yes. The bandaged Phoenix Man slightly bowed. Zhuang Bufan's attack hadn't truly killed him. He still looked the same as before, albeit a bit weaker. That damned Infinite Knight. Phoenix Man gritted his teeth. The total assault on the association was about to begin, and at that time, under the siege of many executives. That damn fraud would have no chance of survival. However, it was better to deal with the task assigned by Big Bright Eyes first. Phoenix Man nodded, and then left the Monster Association. Damn, I used to fly with the Infinite Knight. Just you wait. Don't get me wrong. Zhuang Bufan did not strip Phoenix Man of his flying ability. He had simply broken Phoenix Man's wings, which had not fully healed yet. The unfamiliar ceiling was the first sight that greeted Hungry Wolf upon waking. Was I rescued? This was the first thought that popped into Hungry Wolf's mind as he regained consciousness, followed by the lingering pain in his body. Hiss, Infinite Knight. I will definitely succeed in hunting you next time we meet. Hungry Wolf moved his neck. He knew very well that with the power that guy had shown, whether he wanted to execute or capture him was a piece of cake. However, he chose to let him go. Was it arrogance? Or did he hold some unrealistic expectations for him, like his master? Hungry Wolf couldn't know for sure, but he felt that no matter whether that guy acted out of goodwill or not, it was an insult to him. I haven't survived this long, relying on others' pity. After venting his frustration, Hungry Wolf got up and moved around a bit, and the feeling of hunger surged within him. Before going on another hero hunt, I should eat something first. With this thought, Hungry Wolf picked up a plastic basin and went outside to fill it with some clean water from the pipe. Just as he was about to wash up, he saw his reflection in the basin and felt a surge of anger. His horned hedgehog hairstyle, which represented the rebellious monster image, had been trimmed into a dog-chewed buzz cut. Now he looked just like a delinquent boy who had been scolded by the school principal with scissors. Does this guy think I'm still in my rebellious phase and hasn't graduated? Will I be corrected every time? Infinite Knight, the next time I see you, I will definitely see what color your blood is. Hungry Wolf's furious roar shot up to the sky. On the other side, Zhuang Bufan was unaware that he had caught the attention of both Hungry Wolf and Phoenix Man. However, a great battle was about to begin, and even the air was thick with the smell of gunpowder. Having learned in advance that the Hero Association and the Monster Association would have a great battle, Zhuang Bufan was naturally very familiar with the situation. The home in City Z was no longer safe. That old street punk Saitama wasn't home 24 hours a day, and the ghost zone was right above the main battlefield. Zhuang Bufan began to think about where to arrange the silly fox in the near future. Although the strength of the ghost level was guaranteed by the ticket to participate in the battle against the Monster Association, Zhuang Bufan could not ensure the safety of those around him when facing a large number of dragon-level monsters with bizarre attack methods. In summary, sending the silly fox to a place far from the battlefield to hide for a while was clearly a wise decision. The only question was where to send this child. Zhuang Bufan was rubbing the silly fox's head while the child was slurping noodles. Zhuang Bufan's large hand was obstructing her from chewing her food, and she frowned and hummed, hoping he would stop his current behavior. Wow, long time no see, huh? Is this the kid who's been following you around recently? Seeing up close is definitely cuter than on TV. A slightly magnetic, hoarse voice rang in Zhuang Bufan's ear. Turning around, he realized it was that mosquito girl. Oh, it's you. Are you here for ramen too? Ramen is considered food for uncles. So it was quite rare for someone like Mosquito Girl to come into the shop to eat, which surprised Zhuang Bufan a bit. Yeah, boss, 1 bowl of ramen. And also a portion of char siu. And 2 beers. This woman really had the demeanor of an uncle. Time truly is a butcher's knife. The once sexy mature woman had turned into this day-drinking sister in just a few days. It was absolutely necessary to prevent the silly fox from having too much contact with this person, or else the silly fox would definitely grow up to be useless. Hick, what are you dawdling for? Drink up. Zhuang Bufan watched as the woman stood with her legs apart, like in a horse stance, hands on her hips, and tilted her head back to down the entire beer from a draft cup. Then she let out a satisfied burp. A little foam dripped down from the cup's rim, caught by her upright, white cotton t-shirt. I definitely can't let the silly fox have too much contact with this woman. Zhuang Bufan hesitated for a moment, then solidified this belief in his heart. After taking a sip of beer, he became fearful of what this crazy woman might do to him. Quietly marking off the evolution house's base in his mind, he decided that he absolutely could not let the silly fox stay there. Fortunately, the silly fox shared the same opinion about the suddenly appearing woman. The reason was simple. When Mosquito Woman saw the silly fox, she brazenly patted her head, even more so than Zhuang Bufan. After downing a glass of beer, she directly picked up the silly fox and placed her on her smooth thigh, carelessly squeezing her cheeks. She even shouted those teasing words that older women use on children, and when the smell of alcohol hit the sensitive nose of the silly fox, her goodwill towards this woman plummeted to the lowest point. I have things to do. Let's talk next time. And when you see this kid again, you better restrain yourself. I'm afraid you might eat my little one as a snack. After hearing Zhuang Bufan's words, the Mosquito Woman chuckled humorously, showing no sign of reflection. After leaving the ramen shop, Zhuang Bufan glanced at the sky. What on earth had happened to turn that proud, aloof woman exuding a strong S vibe into a streetwise, carefree Osaka aunt? Zhuang Bufan's nose felt slightly sour, like a disappointed youth witnessing beautiful objects being shattered. Don't be so arrogant. Sooner or later, there will be heroes even more powerful than me to stop what you're doing. The golden bullet struggled and fell to the ground. This was the last sentence he said to the hungry wolf before losing consciousness. Perhaps, Hungry Wolf only left that remark after confirming that the golden bullet had also lost consciousness. Then he continued to stroll through the streets, continuing his hunting journey. The A-rank golden bullet and the spring mustache were surprisingly more difficult to deal with than the vest master in terms of hunting difficulty. Indeed, the experience provided by skill-based heroes allowed me to grow even more. After being struck by Zhuang Bufan and the police dog hero, two heroes even stronger than monsters, Hungry Wolf also recognized reality and began hunting lower-ranked heroes. Although he still had thoughts of challenging other S-rank heroes, he no longer had the intention of causing trouble for Zhuang Bufan and the police dog hero. In the short term, Hungry Wolf had no plans to bother them again. Everything I do is for world peace, even spending money on you. Walking through the neon-lit streets, a greasy voice caught his attention. A pot-bellied man was laughing heartily in the red light district, accompanied by two elegantly dressed hostesses from a club. From his drunken demeanor, it was easy to tell where this guy had come from. Originally, Hungry Wolf had no interest in such a decayed, middle-aged man. But what he said sparked a strong impulse within him to beat him up. Buying us bags is also for peace. The glamorous hostess teased, holding a rare leather bag, clearly unbothered by the source of their customers' funds given their environment. They were acutely aware that most of their customers were dirty scum, and over time, they had become numb to it. Of course, my job is to maintain the normal operation of the Hero Association. If I were to collapse from too much pressure, it would be a loss for the world. Therefore, whether it's spending in your shops or buying you bags, it's all in the name of maintaining world peace. The middle-aged man became increasingly excited, repeating his twisted logic until he even began to believe it himself. He truly thought that what he was doing was upholding world peace. Laughing lewdly, he spoke in a seemingly gentle yet extremely annoying tone to the two hostesses accompanying him. So, for the sake of world peace, right? Hey. Hungry Wolf couldn't hold back any longer after listening to all this. He tapped the man's shoulder and then spat on his fist. Don't be so selfish. Let my fist kiss your face, shall we? Without giving the middle-aged man time to respond, Hungry Wolf's fist eagerly landed on the man's face, knocking him out with a swollen head, ensuring he wouldn't be able to indulge in the red light district for a while. Afterward, Hungry Wolf spat on the ground and disappeared into the flickering neon streets. He was initially quite pleased to have hunted down two A-rank heroes, but unexpectedly stepping in dog poop was just bad luck. Zhuang Bufan thought for a long time and finally arrived at the door of Chui Shue's house. Originally, he wanted to leave this child at Xiao Longwan's place, but the silly fox was unwilling no matter what. After realizing her inexplicable fondness for Chui Shui, Zhuang Bufan brought her to Chui Shue's doorstep. Ding dong. Who is it? The familiar voice of Chui Shui came through the intercom. How should he say it? Chui Shui still had things to do with the Chui Shui group, and he really didn't know if he should ask her to help take care of the silly fox. Mommy. The little fox didn't think too much and immediately called out to Chui Shui, her fluffy tail wagging happily. She looked just like a Samoyed visiting her grandmother in the countryside. Bang! Zhuang Bufan flicked a brain pop on the little head of the silly fox and helplessly whispered to her to change how she addressed him and call him sister. The silly fox rubbed her head and looked at Zhuang Bufan with some grievance, unable to understand why her master wanted her to change how she addressed him. I haven't. Juju, is that you? On the other end of the intercom, Chui Shui, who originally wanted to retort, suddenly seemed to remember something and asked if it was the silly fox outside. Yes, Mama, it's me. This girl really is something. Zhuang Bufan looked at the stubborn silly fox calling Chui Shui Mama in his arms and shook his head helplessly. Upon receiving a positive response, Chui Shui also lifted the door lock, and the two took the private elevator inside the high-end apartment building to Chui Shui's home. Are you saying you want to have this child stay with me for a few days? Chui Shui, wearing a bathrobe, had just finished washing up, as evidenced by the moisture still in her hair. Zhuang Bufan had been fortunate enough to witness this scene that all men dream of twice before. Once was in a villa on a deserted island, where she had vomited all over herself, and he had spent the whole night washing clothes. And the other time was now. However, Zhuang Bufan's mind was not filled with those strange thoughts anymore. Well, not so many strange thoughts. Why can Chui Shui do it? but little tornado can't? Could it be that the silly fox instinctively sensed the maternal glow belonging to Chueshue? Watching the silly fox lying on Chueshue's lap, her fluffy little head naturally resting there, Zhuang Bufan felt that he could not stay any longer, otherwise he would definitely run into some problems. So he hurriedly found an excuse to leave the apartment where Chueshue lived. As he was leaving, Chueshue got up to personally see him off. Having just taken a shower, she had not yet dried off completely, so she simply threw on a coat before heading out. In the cramped elevator, the two stood on opposite sides, and in the silent space, they could hear each other's breathing. Zhuang Bufan could hear the sound of Chueshue's breathing becoming heavier. He wasn't sure if he was the same, so he turned his head away. He didn't dare to look at Chueshue, fearing that she might discover something, or perhaps he was afraid of discovering something himself. Suddenly, Chueshue opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something. Just then, the elevator's alert tone rang out inappropriately, interrupting Chueshue's speech. Zhuang Bufan did not immediately step out of the elevator, nor did he ask what Chueshue wanted to say. The elevator doors opened and closed repeatedly 3 times before the two finally exited. "I've gone." Zhuang Bufan gently said these 3 words as he looked at Chueshue, who was unconsciously clutching her coat. His tone was light and soft, as if he was waiting for the words Chueshue had not spoken. Chueshue replied with only 1 word, her tone even softer, so gentle that if one didn't listen closely, they wouldn't even be able to tell if she had said anything at all. Thus, the two remained silent, with Chueshue standing in place, watching Zhuang Bufan leave. His figure slowly disappeared at the end of the street corner, vanishing into the area not illuminated by the streetlights. The incident involving the hungry wolf hunting the bureaucratic pests seemed like a trivial matter, yet it stirred up significant waves within the association. Has that guy's heroic hunting begun to target ordinary bureaucrats? Clearly, humans are truly monstrous and ungrateful. Perhaps he is a human anomaly, just not overtly so. Is it his hair that has undergone mutation? It should be. In any case, the urgent task is to notify the bureaucrats and shareholders to absolutely not leave the fortress of New City A. If they must go out, they must be accompanied by an S-rank hero. However, S-rank heroes are extremely busy, especially during this period of frequent monster attacks, making it difficult to spare anyone. In a high-level conference room, the issue of the hungry wolf attacking bureaucrats was being discussed seriously by the executives present. After the meeting with Shichi, most people had advocated for assigning heroes as bodyguards for bureaucrats going out, but that proposal was left unresolved due to Shichi's strong opposition. After all, the association's heroes are not in abundance, and whether the hungry wolf had attacked any bureaucrats affiliated with the association at that time was unclear. The best solution, without a doubt, is to have heroes quickly deal with that guy. Moreover, as a victim of the attack, Shichi's proposal was hard to refute. However, the situation is different now. The hungry wolf has indeed hunted a bureaucrat from the Hero Association. Everyone present had reason to believe that each of their outings was exposed to danger. From today onward, all bureaucrats and shareholders must have S-rank heroes accompany them as bodyguards when going out. After a near-unanimous vote of approval, the resolution was passed. Why is it like this? When they clearly cannot increase the burden on the heroes. Shichi felt somewhat dejected, but accepted the proposal helplessly. After all, the fact that the hungry wolf hunted a bureaucrat from the association cannot be changed. Although anyone with a bit of rationality knows that under the current circumstances, having heroes capture that hungry wolf is the optimal choice. But how many people within the association would dare to wager their safety on implementing this plan? A prisoner's dilemma. How ridiculous. Shichi naturally did not know that this order from the association inadvertently coincided with the plans of the Monster Association, which was preparing to stir up trouble. After all, no one could have imagined that a timid and fearful directive could later help them gain a major position in the battle against the Monster Association. Is that guy king? He seems so relaxed, even though a great battle is about to happen, and everyone is busy. I really envy his leisurely demeanor. Maybe I should go visit him. Zhuang Bufan was wandering the streets, and as a hero of the association, patrolling was also part of his job. Coincidentally, he wasn't the only one who spotted King. Another guy also saw this man who was revered by many. Was that guy King? The strongest man on the ground. I just went through a fierce battle and should really take a good rest now. However, how could I let such a great opportunity slip away right before my eyes? Is it just my imagination? I feel even more excited than before, and my senses seem heightened. With this in mind, maybe I can successfully hunt down the strongest man on the ground. Perhaps it was due to the hungry wolf's new hairstyle that Zhuang Bufan didn't even notice how close he was to King, who was pushing a bicycle. There was also a hungry wolf with a haircut done by the discipline director, and the two of them didn't realize each other's presence. I'll take the title of the strongest man on the ground. The determined, hungry wolf began to take action, whispering words that could excite him, as he seemed to perceive all of King's evasion trajectories. For a martial artist of his level, once he saw through his opponent's stance, the outcome was practically in his hands. Who was this guy? A thug. A bald man suddenly appeared beside King, and even Zhuang Bufan couldn't see where Saitama had popped up from. A knife-hand strike hit the hungry wolf's shoulder, and a sudden force nearly knocked him out. Struggling to pull his consciousness back to his body, his gradually darkening vision couldn't make out Saitama's figure. King, truly the strongest man on the ground. But there's no way such an attack can take me down. The stubborn hungry wolf stood up again, but sometimes giving up is a better choice than persisting. Saitama kicked the hungry wolf in the abdomen, sending him crashing into a reinforced concrete building. Judging by the force, Saitama had indeed held back. However, even so, the strength he used far exceeded what the hungry wolf could withstand. Naturally, that unfortunate kid fainted again, and this time it was a complete and deep unconsciousness. What is this? Is there a predetermined fate in everything? From a distance, Zhuang Bufan couldn't help but comment that the unlucky kid ultimately couldn't escape the fate of that knife-hand strike and that heavy kick. I hope that guy won't die. Zhuang Bufan was too lazy to check on the hungry wolf situation. He walked up to greet King and Saitama, then went shopping for ingredients, preparing to have a wild time at King's house. It was rare to have sent off the silly fox, and with a brief moment of freedom ahead, he naturally wanted to enjoy himself. Saitama, are you planning to participate in that martial arts tournament? Do you need me to cheer for you on site? King accidentally discovered Saitama's tournament ticket, and, after taking a sip of beer and chewing on dried squid, he said to Saitama, "No, that's something Genos can handle alone. It will be a hassle with too many people, and don't tell anyone." From Saitama's attitude, it was clear that he still cared about the 3 million prize money for the tournament. After all, after fighting Boros, he had spent the entire night looking for the meteorite he casually tossed in the wilderness, which showed the attraction that money had for him. For a while, Zhuang Bufan and Saitama had an enjoyable gaming session with the fighting games at King's house. Of course, King himself was left as a spectator outside the match. He was quite unwilling, complaining that it was his house and his game console they were using. However, both of them understood that letting this guy join would definitely ruin their gaming experience. So they decisively rejected King's proposal to join the match and completely ignored his constant grumbling. In the end, the two had a rather pleasant gaming night. Becoming a bodyguard for the association's executives? Allow me to refuse. I still have things to do. I just dealt with a big boss, and now I have to face a hidden boss behind the scenes. I don't have time for that. King tilted his head, holding the phone between his shoulder while leisurely controlling the game controller with both hands, challenging the boss in the game. Naturally, he was speaking the truth. Who would have thought that King, known as the strongest man on the ground, was merely dealing with a big boss in a game? I see. Shichi hung up the phone, and he wasn't surprised by King's attitude. Calling was just a shot in the dark. After all, no one knew what King was really doing. Perhaps this strongest man on the ground was at home, bored, playing games and drinking soda. Shichi imagined that scene in his mind and then shook his head. How could that be? He is the strongest man on the ground. He then picked up a tablet and scanned through the available S-Class heroes. The police dog hero wouldn't leave Q City. Super Alloy Blacklight had to stay at the association. Vestige was still recovering in the hospital, and with Tornado, his fingers kept swiping across the tablet, eliminating one S-Class hero after another. In the end, only 2 potential candidates remained, Infinite Knight and Metal Bat. Metal Bat always looked like a delinquent, so it was better to send Infinite Knight. Saying this, Shichi dialed Zhuang Bufan's receiver. Becoming a bodyguard for the association's executives? I don't mind, but do they really have no objections? Zhuang Bufan was a bit surprised to hear Shichi's request. He thought this job would be handled by the metal baseball bat. Unexpectedly, it had fallen into his hands. However, he had long been displeased with the Centipede Elder. The martial arts tournament had just begun, and he could always jump in to save the day when the monsters went berserk. Agreeing to be a bodyguard wasn't bad either. He would get free sushi to eat. What? You mean the S-Class Infinite Knight is coming to be our bodyguard? Quickly change it. Anyone but him. In the eyes of the shareholders and executives, although Zhuang Bufan had never interacted with the Zenith father and son, the stories of him exploiting dozens of shareholders for the sake of his hero name were still circulating among them. Among them, the most hated and terrifying S-Class hero was not the seemingly delinquent metal baseball bat. nor the temperamental tornado, and definitely not the sexy prisoner who only targeted criminals. It was this demon, Infinite Knight, Zhuang Bufan, who could show up at any time and specifically targeted human vulnerabilities. Change it. Absolutely change it. Anyone but him. The sexy prisoner too? Shichi was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that incident of revenge had left such a huge psychological shadow on the shareholders. Didn't the sexy prisoner have any other alternative options? It seemed that even though the sexy prisoner had a slightly better reputation than Zhuang Bufan, it wasn't much better. Seriously, wasn't the Infinite Knight already chosen? Why did it still have to be me to step in? I hurried over here after skipping my sister's piano performance. Why am I just here eating sushi with you guys? The metal baseball bat looked at the Zemet father and son, who were enjoying their sushi, and kept complaining. He was already quite unhappy when he realized that the so-called important task was to protect executives while they ate rotating sushi. After receiving a call from Zhuang Bufan and understanding what happened during the conversation, he was even angrier and felt like he was about to explode. Especially when that guy said at the end, "I don't have much to do right now. I'm planning to visit the martial arts tournament. Since the bodyguard job is up to you, then it's up to you to take care of their safety." He almost choked on the sushi, and the anger in his heart kept burning the thread of rationality in his mind. What do you mean? There's nothing to do? Just go watch the martial arts tournament? I skipped my sister's piano performance for this. The metal baseball bat really didn't understand what this guy had done to escape the fate of being a bodyguard for this group of fools. It seemed he should find an opportunity to consult Infinite Knight himself and learn how to escape the association's idiotic tasks. Watching the father and son constantly putting sushi platters back on the rotating table, the metal baseball bat became more determined to learn from Zhuang Bufan how to interact with senior executives and shareholders. He completely forgot Zhuang Bufan's reminder from the second half of his sentence. "You guys stay here quietly. I'll go to the bathroom and be back soon." The metal baseball bat looked at the kid who kept putting plates back on a rotating table, and he felt he urgently needed to calm down. Otherwise, he might really lose control and knock the heads off this foolish father and son with a single swing. Help! Monsters are appearing. The Centipede Jr. appeared at the right moment, accompanied by a monster, the flytrap. After hearing the call, the baseball bat quickly exited and with one swing, swiftly took care of the monster present. There really was a monster attacking. After taking care of the monster, the metal baseball bat felt much better. After all, this counted as a legitimate hero activity. If in the end, no monsters appeared, and he was just there accompanying this foolish father and son for dinner, then skipping his sister's performance would have been too unworthy. Unfortunately, the slightly revived metal baseball bat still underestimated the difficulty of the task. An earthquake? Just as the bat was sitting on the monster's corpse, chewing on tuna sushi, the slight tremor in the ground and the sushi chef's words caught his attention. The metal baseball bat is indeed an S-class hero. He's really strong. The Centipede Jr., who had originally been thought dead after being struck in half by the bat, suddenly spoke up. "Wow, Dad, look! The monster that's been cut in half is still alive." The little boy named Wagamama suddenly said something so eerie. His actions of taking a photo with the monster nearly made the Centipede Jr. pass out again. Just as the Centipede Jr. was about to say something else, the ground suddenly split open, and a massive centipede, as thick as a flying dragon, destroyed the entire building. It was the great monster, Centipede Elder. The B-class hero Pineapple and the C-class hero Mohican stood awkwardly in place, facing such a dragon-level monster that had caused great destruction to several cities in the past. They had no ability to resist at all. It was truly invigorating. Who would have thought such a huge centipede would suddenly appear? The metal baseball bat looked at the massive figure of the Centipede Elder with great excitement. He had never dealt with such a large monster before. "Hey, you two, quickly take those two guys and escape the battlefield. This big worm is up to me to handle." After saying that, the metal baseball bat spat into his palm and tightened his grip on the bat. "Come on, great monster, let me see your guts." As the metal baseball bat and the Centipede Elder engaged in battle, two flowers bloomed, each representing its own branch. Zhuang Bufan and Genos also accompanied Saitama to the venue of the martial arts tournament. It really is lively at the martial arts tournament. Zhuang Bufan was holding a huge bag of popcorn, standing at the entrance of the gym, and said, this guy also had cola and chocolate sticks in his pocket, looking completely like someone who came to watch a show. Compared to him, his companion Genos had a seriously frightening demeanor. A whole bunch of cameras and camcorders made him look like a videographer heading to a comic convention. However, what he was filming was not those sexy cosplayers, but Saitama, who was worried about his wig falling off during the martial arts tournament. "Ah, why are you here too? You're not participating in the competition, are you?" This voice sounds so familiar. Zhuang Bufan turned around and discovered a petite figure appearing behind him. It was a girl dressed in a training outfit that resembled a cheapao. More eye-catching than her uniquely charming training outfit was the large pair of bells on her head. She was Lingling, the new star of the martial arts world, a well-known female martial artist. It seemed that she noticed Zhuang Bufan momentarily, could not recall who she was. And Genos kindly whispered a reminder in his ear. "Ah, it's you. Long time no see. How have you been lately?" Zhuang Bufan pretended to be an old acquaintance and greeted Lingling warmly. If one did not consider Lingling's expression, Zhuang Bufan's demeanor would indeed lead others to believe that the two were longtime friends. At least, that's what Genos thought. Mr. Zhuang Bufan has great social connections. He seems to know people in the martial arts community. The inarticulate Genos bluntly expressed his thoughts, and before Zhuang Bufan could react, Lingling, who practiced the palm bell fist, exploded with anger. She quickly walked up to Genos, and the bells on her head jingled with her steps, clearly indicating that she was not calm at that moment. Who has a good relationship with this pervert who enjoys bondage play? What nonsense are you spouting, you mechanical winter melon? Genos was somewhat surprised by Lingling's reaction and looked at Zhuang Bufan with a puzzled expression before asking, "Is this what people call tsundere? By the way, what does bondage play mean?" Zhuang Bufan felt a bit awkward being watched by the two. And what was even more embarrassing was that he couldn't answer the strange questions posed by Genos. So he could only rack his brain, thinking about what to say to change the subject. The palm ring fist is a high-level martial art that is silent and tranquil. Your current state clearly shows that you haven't mastered it yet. Zhuang Bufan pointed at the bell on Lingling's head and said in a teasing tone, "Oops." Lingling covered the bell on her head and let out a surprised sound. For her, who had been immersed in martial arts training, what Zhuang Bufan said was indeed an undeniable fact. Why does this guy know the secret of the bell-ringing fist training? Lingling felt a bit sour in her nose, as if she were a wronged little wife. But she couldn't show it, as the bell on her head was ringing. That would go against her martial arts training principles. So she shot Zhuang Bufan a glance and quickly returned to the competitor's lounge to rest. I really hope I can match up with that guy soon, so I can teach him a lesson myself. Lingling still felt unconvinced in her heart, apparently not having checked the duel lineup. "Genos, can I borrow a camera?" Zhuang Bufan said to Genos, watching Lingling walk away, starting to feel that this little girl was actually quite cute. "Are you going to take photos of teacher Saitama too?" Genos excitedly handed the camera in his hand to Zhuang Bufan. No. Cheering for that bald guy is so boring. It's much better to take pictures of the girls. By the way, can you give me a Lingling t-shirt? What? Want to place a bet? Then let's bet on Water Dragon. Champion. Although he originally came to cheer for teacher Saitama, he changed his mind midway to cheer for that little girl with the bell-ringing fist. But in the end, he still placed his bet on Water Dragon. I see. This is what they call saying one thing and meaning another, huh? I've learned something. Genos punched his palm, seeming to have realized something. After the little episode of running into Lingling at the entrance, Zhuang Bufan and Genos officially took their seats in the audience. The surrounding audience was very excited, perhaps due to long-term living in a dangerous environment. The enthusiasm of the crowd in the one-punch world for large events and celebrations far exceeded Zhuang Bufan's understanding. To him, it felt a bit like living for the moment. The martial arts tournament was quite visually appealing. The rules adopted a format similar to ancient life and death arenas. And because the people in this world generally had terrifying physical abilities, those outlandish moves that were only seen in movies and books could actually be executed by this group of people. Aside from the not-so-great style and names, the fights were still quite enjoyable to watch. In particular, he was looking forward to the duel between Lingling and Old Baoshan. Lingling was needless to say. Which man wouldn't enjoy watching a petite and delicate girl use agile and graceful movements in a fight? As for Old Baoshan, who was at the 108th level of the god rank, although his fighting posture was a bit unattractive for various reasons, Zhuang Bufan still watched Old Baoshan's performance with a sense of pilgrimage. Back in the day, I also used the Hell Burial Handblade to take down a giant bear over 5 meters tall. Watching Old Baoshan's duel, Zhuang Bufan reminisced about his youthful days in the one-punch world. Among the several matches, the most boring were actually the battles between Saitama and Water Dragon. Since both of them were far stronger than their opponents, the matches were basically resolved in an instant. Although the audience was somewhat amazed by their strength and erupted into warm applause to Zhuang Bufan, it really lacked any viewing effect. What is this? A push-hands duel between Lil J and Killua? Zhuang Bufan inexplicably recalled scenes from Hunter x Hunter, feeling that there was some similarity. Genos, beside him, didn't say a word, fully focused on the heroic figure of his beloved teacher, Saitama. Ding-ding-ding. Genos' phone rang, and upon answering, he realized it was a request from the association. What? A monster rampage is happening outside? A large number of monsters above tiger level are causing destruction in various areas. Why now? Genos felt a bit annoyed. Clearly the next match was going to be Saitama's, and yet monsters chose this moment to start a riot. Mux, you really have the guts to do this. Apologize to Ling Ling right now, or I will definitely not let you off. Zhuang Bufan has already blended into the crowd of supporters around him. After thinking it over, Genos decided not to disturb this guy. He handed over the equipment in his hands for Zhuang Bufan to take care of and entrusted him to take some photos of teacher Saitama. Then, he left the large gym alone to set out on a mission to hunt down the monsters. Genos received a request for support from the association, and naturally, Zhuang Bufan also received information from the association. Knowing the plot, he could basically guess what had happened. The current situation should be that the Centipede Elder successfully captured that dead kid, and then the monsters collectively emerged from their nests to cause chaos. Although the Hero Association seemed to be in disarray, apart from the Metal Bat being taken down by the dual hunting of the Centipede Elder and the Hungry Wolf, the real high-end combat power within the association had not suffered any significant blows. Instead, the Monster Association had exposed itself, losing its advantage of lurking in the shadows. In the end, it was just a declaration of war from the Monster Association. The real battlefield of this wave of attacks was still here. The Centipede Elder and the Hero, these two top monsters within the association, appeared simultaneously in two locations. No matter how much Zhuang Bufan wanted to personally deal with these two guys, he could only choose one to engage with. This is also why he agreed so readily to be a bodyguard for the cadre after receiving a call from Shichi. After being informed that the mission was cancelled, he had no complaints and quickly changed his target. Although he had countless entanglements with the Centipede Elder, engaging with it would likely lead to encountering that annoying guy. Hungry Wolf. Considering that he had taught him a lesson once before, Zhuang Bufan did not want to get tangled up with that bothersome character. Zhuang Bufan has his own understanding and judgment of the situation. However, the association is not aware of Zhuang Bufan's thoughts. At this moment, when the monster is rampaging, there are many ideas regarding the only S-Class hero who cannot be contacted. Still unable to reach him? That guy, Infinite Knight. Shichi slammed the table. Although the situation seems to have stabilized for now, no one can be sure if it will continue to deteriorate. Yes, the receiver for Infinite Knight is still unresponsive. However, someone has spotted him at the martial arts tournament venue. Is he there to participate in the competition? Is it because the receiver was left in the lounge that no information was received? No, Infinite Knight attended the martial arts tournament as a spectator. What? Shichi found it hard to believe what the staff member said. Faced with Shichi's questioning, the staff member pulled out his phone. The screen displayed Zhuang Bufan cheering for the contestants with a support stick with a line of text below, a day of supporting alongside S-Class hero Infinite Knight. Shichi snatched the phone from the staff member's hand, flipped through a few photos, and confirmed that Zhuang Bufan was indeed in the audience supporting. Expressionless, he placed the phone on the table and gazed silently into the distance. He no longer even had the desire to be angry. Hurry up and send someone to contact Infinite Knight. Seriously. This is not the time to leisurely watch the competition. In stark contrast to Zhuang Bufan's relaxed demeanor, other heroes were busy at the scene of the monster chaos. Death Gatling and a group of A-Class heroes were locked in a fierce battle with the S-Class monster. By Mu Zhanjiu, the powerful A-Class hero, Reiku Genji, was also facing two Tiger-level monsters with lightning control abilities. Even the hospital affiliated with the Hero Association had a large number of brazen guys coming to provoke them. Naturally, those guys ended up being smashed into meat paste by the bored Vest Lord in the hospital. This round of war between the Hero Association and the Monster Association saw casualties on both sides. Moreover, due to Sakes' indifference towards the lives of low-level monsters. In her eyes, the early exit of Metal Knight, Genos being half-damaged, and Metal Bat fainting were all tangible results. To her, losing a few nameless lackeys, even if some S-Class monsters died, was still a significant victory. Sakes is undoubtedly a wise person, but she likely underestimated the situation. This crazy woman didn't expect that just in the initial battle, she had already sacrificed the lives of the Elder Centipede and the top-level Dragon-class monster's hero. She also wouldn't have thought that the seemingly incapacitated Metal Bat was actually fine, and that Genos was the type who could fully revive just by changing outfits. The true gains from this battle turn out to be the overly cautious Metal Knight, who didn't participate not because his combat power was compromised, but simply because he was cowardly. The final match of the martial arts tournament has concluded. Throughout the fight, no matter how much Saitama wanted to protect his wig, In the end, he was still blown away by Water Dragon's Void Fist. Since Saitama was recognized as a substitute contestant, the 3 million prize money he had been thinking about naturally vanished into thin air. The self-important Water Dragon was, of course, unwilling to accept such a result. It wasn't that he couldn't handle losing, nor was it because he had a habit of always wanting to be first. It was just that Saitama hadn't made a single move throughout the fight, yet his casual demeanor had forced Water Dragon to exert all his strength. Faced with Saitama's attitude, Water Dragon was infuriated. He could accept defeat, but could not accept such humiliation. Naturally, after the tournament announced Saitama's disqualification, an enraged Water Dragon launched an attack against him, even using his long-held, never-before-used forbidden technique. Thanks to Water Dragon's series of actions, Saitama realized the only use of martial arts for him. Martial arts, after all, is about striking the enemy with a cool pose, right? Indeed, it fits Saitama's character perfectly. As for him knocking Water Dragon down in one go, it just proves that the bald-headed Demon King has his own unique standards for worldly judgments. Even his aesthetic tastes are strange. Perhaps in his unique perception, Water Dragon is still a rare beauty. Digressing, Zhuang Bufan ultimately did not finish watching the duel between Saitama and Water Dragon. Naturally, he could not witness Saitama's stunning performance. For him, there were more important matters to handle at the moment. That was to exchange his money before the monsters arrived. Although it was only a 1-2 payout, he had still bet 400,000. If he didn't exchange the money before the monster attack, he feared that his assets would turn into a pile of worthless paper. Zhuang Bufan was thinking about these matters and hurriedly planning the money exchange in his hands. Saitama left early, and while he was changing clothes, he also received a rescue message from the association. The stadium returned to the state it was in before the heroes arrived, as seen in the comics. The organizers of the martial arts tournament continuously used broadcasts to calm the emotions of the audience present. The spectators did not feel any fear upon hearing about the appearance of monsters. After all, this was the site of the martial arts tournament, and the strength displayed by the Water Dragon earlier made everyone believe that he was a powerhouse on par with an S-class hero. Although he was not a hero, as a martial artist, it was undoubtedly his duty to take action against monsters. In fact, all the martial artists present thought the same way. Although the Hero Association had sent heroes over, they were not ordinary people in need of protection. Ling Ling spoke up, suggesting that perhaps seeing fellow martial artists like Max and Snake preparing to fight the monsters inspired her to do something as well. That's right, we should do something. The Water Dragon, who had his shirt ripped by Saitama, nodded in agreement, still thinking about Saitama's powerful image. Shocked, he urgently needed to do something to restore himself to his usual state. Unfortunately, he still underestimated the strength of the monsters or overestimated his own abilities. After so many years, it was surprising to see how the martial arts world had withered to this point, with the martial arts tournament now allowing even small pets to participate. Accompanied by heavy footsteps, a tall giant appeared at the entrance for competitors. The cadre of the Monster Association, the hero, made his entrance. The purpose of this announcement was actually to reassure all the readers. Recently, I am preparing to open a new pit, and of course, I will fill it well. As for why I want to open a pit, it's simple. Once dismissive of subscriptions, I have now fallen into an economic tsunami. To put it simply, I'm trying to secure a monthly subsidy of 600. After all, the subsidy for this book was lost to me 800 years ago. As a low-quality author like me, I no longer have the face to talk about supporting a new book. As mentioned at the beginning, this chapter is merely to let the loyal readers feel at ease. This book will not be abandoned, and updates will continue as usual without significant fluctuations. Having said some extraneous things, I finally wish you good health. The hero made his entrance, and his imposing presence shocked everyone present. The crow guards circled around him before landing on either side. These monsters were his personally trained subordinates. Although in his eyes, this group lacked martial arts talent, even compared to the useless individuals before him. As monsters, their strength was undoubtedly far superior to the martial artists present. Unexpectedly, the monsters invaded the center of the venue. But that is perfect. Let us all go together. Let us eliminate this group, right here. Snake quickly rushed to the front of the martial artists, with Max half a step behind him. The two stood shoulder to shoulder, elbow to elbow, displaying their martial arts stances. They were not unaware of the overwhelming aura emanating from the hero, and they could roughly guess that this guy was not a monster that their A-class hero status could handle. But given the current situation, even if they were unwilling to face this guy, they had no choice but to brave it. Hey! The two focused their energy and shouted, as if with this roar, The oppressive aura enveloping them dissipated. Snakebite, flash kick, bang. Although both lacked the courage to sacrifice themselves and the determination to surpass themselves, the gravitational pull of the gap in strength was still too great. Their resolve ultimately could not withstand this force, and they were unable to break through the hero's strength. With a bang, the two were sent flying, crashing into the audience seats and being buried under concrete debris. An AA-class hero was defeated. Everyone run. The ordinary people in the audience panicked and scattered in all directions. The hero and his subordinates, the crow monsters, did not stop the fleeing crowd. Their goal was only the martial artists on stage. Everything else was unimportant. Here's your chance for new life. Eat this. Become a monster and leave with me. Or die here. The hero scattered a handful of monster cells on the ground, indicating for the martial artists in front of him to pick them up and eat them. Among the martial artists present, aside from the water dragon, Joy, in Old Blast Mountain, everyone else looked pale and stood still, not daring to move. Their fears stemmed from the instincts of humanity when faced with evil. The reason they remained motionless was due to their pride as martial artists, and at that moment, they were swaying between their instincts and their pride. Finally, someone could not bear the pressure from the hero any longer. I don't want to die here. Rocky, don't do it. By the time everyone tried to stop Rocky, it was too late. The man named Rocky, with eyes filled with desperation, picked up a monster cell and put it in his mouth. Power surged within his body, accompanied by the distortion of his body. The reborn Rocky appeared before everyone in a monstrous form. With his rebirth, all his moral concepts disappeared, leaving only hatred, slaughter, and the primal fear of the strong. Immediately, he trampled the human who had fought against him into the ground and then threw him away. The hero watched everything happening with satisfaction. Someone had already taken the first step. The rest would not be too difficult. As long as they ate that thing, they would gain the power they had always dreamed of, right? After witnessing Rocky's transformation, the same thought appeared in the minds of three others. They all liked to showcase their strength to outsiders, and they had also been defeated by a monstrous powerhouse. With the same experience and desire, it was natural for them to have the same thoughts. Joy stepped forward, ignoring the hero as he reminisced about his glorious history. He walked to Rocky's side, sharply severed his arms with his hands turned into blades, and then kicked him away. Useless trash was still useless trash. Even after consuming monster cells and awakening abilities, he was still so easily defeated. However, since such trash could achieve such significant growth, surely with my perfect genes, the power I would gain after awakening would be even greater, right? Joy looked at Haojia. Although he didn't answer, Joy already had an answer in his heart. Unsurprisingly, he swallowed the mutant cell and transformed into a hulking figure covered in spikes. This was the power he had always dreamed of. The limitations of his body were lifted, and he felt he could perform moves he had never been able to before. Since that's the case, let's start with you. Joy grinned wickedly as he looked at the group of heroes facing him. Although he felt an intense urge in his mind, urging him to brutally kill the bald man wearing a wig. However, that didn't stop him from testing just how powerful his newly acquired strength was. Moreover, there were suitable materials for him to test right on the scene. With that thought, Joy's gaze shifted to Water Dragon. A heart-wrenching scream rang out as the award presenter, scared into kneeling on the ground by the group of mutants, feared that Joy, in his monstrous form, was about to attack her and screamed in terror. Aren't you going to run? Those guys don't seem like they would harm ordinary people, Water Dragon, with a smile reminiscent of Sea King, gently asked the sexy award presenter. My legs are weak. Then how about this? After I drive those mutants away, will you go on a date with me? Water Dragon's response somewhat reassured the overly frightened presenter. But judging by her expression, she still seemed to be in a state of panic. With her affirmative answer, Water Dragon, with his hair styled by Asatama's martial arts, was about to showcase his skills. He wanted to demonstrate his charm as Sea King while also rebuilding his confidence. But then, the troublesome guy finally made his appearance. Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the sky. As everyone wondered what could cause such a loud noise, a chaotic, distorted stream of air surged towards Haojia. Blade. Haojia stopped smiling, focused his energy, and assumed a stance. Just as the wind howled and the air blast struck his body, he sliced through the air attack with his palm blade. Tear. A powerful whirlwind suddenly enveloped everyone present. If they weren't all martial artists with over a decade of training, they might not have been able to stand firm under such immense wind pressure. It wouldn't have been surprising if they had been blown away. Naturally, Water Dragon protected the presenter in such circumstances. The unfortunate host clung tightly to the thigh of the Grandmaster of Exploding Mountain. barely avoiding being blown away by the wind pressure. When the gust passed, he saw the expression on the Grandmaster's face and almost had a heart attack. After all, the Grandmaster of Exploding Mountain's notoriety was not much better than that of the mutants. What is happening? Have the heroes from the Hero Association finally come to support us? Or is another strange mutant here? But I haven't heard of any S-class heroes who can use such long-range energy blasts. After the whirlwind passed, the martial artists present pondered who in the Hero Association could execute such a long-range wind pressure attack. Tornado? No. Metal Knight? Also unlikely. Could it be Mr. King? It must be him. The only one capable of doing something like this is that strongest man on the ground. Great. We are saved. Everyone present analyzed together, all wearing excited expressions. Even Joy, who had just gained mutant powers, showed a look of panic. Only Haojia remained silent, seriously staring at the dark spot in the sky that was getting closer. He knew who was attacking him. He sensed that person's presence. No, it might not be Mr. King. There's another person, another guy who can do this. How could there be someone else with such power? Besides Mr. King, is there anyone else who can accomplish this? Ling Ling of the Palm Bell Fist still wore a solemn expression, not arguing with them. As someone who had a complicated history with Zhuang Bufan, she naturally knew that besides King, there was another individual, Zhuang Bufan, who was overshadowed by many stars and possessed remarkable abilities. Boom! Just as everyone was debating, a loud bang echoed, followed by another gust of wind comparable to the earlier whirlwind sweeping across the arena. This time, as the center of the impact, Joy had an extremely limited reaction when Zhuang Bufan landed, but he still couldn't dodge in time and was struck hard, shattering the horns on his head. When the wind pressure dissipated, everyone present, both martial artists and mutants, discovered that it was Zhuang Bufan, clad in a golden training outfit and adorned with phoenix feathers, who had just broken Joy's horns. Sorry, I'm late. I got delayed at the bank while depositing money. Zhuang Bufan smiled and greeted the startled crowd, then turned around and coldly said to the tall hero, S-class hero, Infinite Knight, "Here I am." The armored sludge. Oh no, it should be called Infinite Knight now. The hero stared intensely at Zhuang Bufan with his 4 terrifying eyes, his mind filled with thoughts of all the disrespectful acts this guy had committed while infiltrating the Monster Association. The atmosphere around them suddenly changed, and everyone seemed to sense the overwhelming killing intent emanating from the hero. After a moment, the hero moved. He raised both hands and performed a fist salute towards Zhuang Bufan. Monster Association Executive, Hero. What is this? Is it the dignity derived from being a martial artist? Clearly wanting to crush me, yet still ensuring to show respect to his opponent? Indeed, this champion of the inaugural martial arts tournament is not something an ordinary dragon-level monster can compare to. Just this level of self-control is enough to look down on many monsters. Zhuang Bufan raised the danger level of Haojia by 2 notches in his mind. Just as Zhuang Bufan was thinking about taking the initiative, the screaming Joey suddenly shouted angrily at him, "You bastard! How dare you injure my flawless body?" Hearing Joey's roar, Zhuang Bufan was slightly distracted, contemplating whether he should deal with this guy before engaging in battle with Haojia. Haojia's blade hand swung towards him. "Do you think you still have the ability to pay attention to other matters now?" Boom! A blade hand, carrying a fierce wind, ruthlessly destroyed the half of the arena where Zhuang Bufan was standing. The dust raised by the arena's foundation made it hard for Joey to open his eyes. As for the group of contestants behind Zhuang Bufan, although they were not directly attacked by Haojia, the shockwave from the blade hand shattered the stone platform beneath their feet. Some of the weaker ones lost their footing and were blown away by the gust. Even Shui Long subconsciously picked up the attendant girl and retreated. Haojia's single full-force attack deeply impressed fear into Shui Long's mind. He knew very well what would happen if he were hit by that blow. He admitted he didn't have the ability to withstand that hit. No, to be precise, in the face of such a terrifying attack. He didn't even have the courage to block it, and could only flee in panic. As smoke and dust rose, no one could see Zhuang Bufan, who had been struck by Haojia's blade. What happened to that guy? Is he still alive? Such a foolish question, under such a terrifying attack. It was impossible for anyone to survive, right? Everyone present was filled with this thought, but they still hoped that when the dust settled, the man would still be standing there. After all, none of them had the confidence to face the godlike Haojia. "Hey, Haojia, how dare you kill that damn guy without permission? That guy broke my horn and left a scar on my perfect body. How am I supposed to personally torture him like this?" Joey questioned Haojia from the side, but Haojia completely ignored him. As a martial arts master, he was well aware of what the sensation from his previous blade hand meant. Given this man's strength, his attack just now probably wasn't enough to kill him, nor could it even seriously injure him. Seeing that Hao Jie didn't answer his question, Joey continued to nag and press him. Hao Jie still ignored Joey, focusing all his attention on sensing Zhuang Bufan's aura, having no time to pay attention to that self-important little fish. If that guy dares to step forward, I'll crush him myself, Hao Jie thought to himself. As the smoke slowly dispersed, a general clad in the 100 Demons armor stood at the center of the arena. The swirling dust around him danced with the vivid demon patterns on his armor, making him look like a war god emerging from the depths of hell. What a terrifying blow. If I hadn't activated this form, I might have actually been injured by your attack just now. Indeed, it's best for the mage to stay far away and throw fireballs. Fighting head-on should be left to the warriors. Speaking of which, Hao Jie, you seem to be unhappy with that broken horn beetle over there. Why don't we temporarily cease fire and deal with that clown first? As Zhuang Bufan said this, he glanced at Joey, his cold eyes mixed with a hint of killing intent, startling Joey so much that he forgot all about his superiority complex and stood frozen in place, drenched in cold sweat. Upon hearing Zhuang Bufan's suggestion, Hao Jie felt a slight stir in his heart. To be honest, he had the same intention. It wasn't that he had any objections to Joey's superiority theory, although he found that theory quite ridiculous. How many of those who awakened to become monsters were normal people? Compared to that, Joey's superiority theory was truly nothing. He simply found this guy buzzing around like a fly to be quite annoying. Before becoming a monster, he was a well-known martial artist, and even after transforming, he still maintained the dignity of a warrior. In fact, the rules of the martial arts circle are not much different from those of card games. They're most annoyed by those who cheat and play dirty, as well as those who keep buzzing around. Joey clearly belonged to the latter category. Hao Jie glanced at Zhuang Bufan and realized that his earlier statement was not a joke. He immediately felt a sense of intention. Unfortunately, plans can change quickly. Just as the two exchanged glances to agree on dealing with Joey first, the ground began to tremble, and a rumbling sound echoed around Hao Jie and Zhuang Bufan. What's going on? Is there an earthquake? Such a thing shouldn't happen according to the usual course of the martial arts tournament. Zhuang Bufan was still puzzled, but the hero opposite him seemed to have already figured out what was going on. With the sound of cracking soil, a gigantic centipede gleaming with metallic luster burst out from the ground. The centipede elder circled around the large stadium twice, like a fierce dragon about to undergo tribulation and ascend to immortality. Waving its scythe-like antennae, it unleashed its murderous intent and fury. Damn infinite night. Don't think that just because you ran here, I can't find you. Today, I will definitely break your bones one by one to avenge my kin. Zhuang Bufan stared at the centipede elder hovering in the sky, a bit dazed. How'd this guy end up here? If he is here, then what happened to the hungry wolf? Was he killed by his master? Or was he punched into the intensive care unit by Saitama passing by? Zhuang Bufan stared blankly at the centipede elder in the sky, his mind a bit chaotic. However, since the other party had come to him, it was pointless to think too much. When soldiers come, block them. When water comes, damn it. Just as Zhuang Bufan was contemplating shouting some cool lines to elevate his moment of fighting two dragons alone, Hao Jie spoke up. He snorted coldly, and without lifting his left foot, he simply stomped down. The ground split rapidly around him, and a violent shockwave hit the centipede elder, causing him to sway slightly. Hao Jie, what do you mean by this? Both of them were the top cadres of the Monster Association. Usually, apart from Wang Dasha and De Jiongyan, they wouldn't pay any attention to anyone else, since they were no longer beside His Majesty the Serpent, and there was no mediation from De Jiongyan. And with his blood-feud enemy right in front of him, the centipede elder naturally did not need to give Hao Jie any face. In fact, being able to ask that question already showed the centipede elder's respect for Hao Jie as a fellow top monster. My duel with him hasn't been decided yet. I won't allow my duel to be interrupted. Hao Jie's reasoning was simple. It was his pride as a warrior, and as a transformed monster. He didn't need to consider the centipede elder's feelings. Clearly, they were comrades in the same camp. Yet at this moment, facing the enemy, the atmosphere was tense and confrontational. Zhuang Bufan really wanted to sell a bag of popcorn, order a cup of cola, and sit on a bench to watch the duel between the centipede elder and the hero. Unfortunately, Zhuang Bufan probably wouldn't change his bad habit of saying nonsensical things at critical moments, even if he died. I'm not in a hurry. You guys go ahead and fight. After you finish, I can have a duel with the remaining guy. That's also fine. Upon hearing Zhuang Bufan's gloating voice, both the centipede elder and the hero turned their heads towards him simultaneously. several pairs of fierce eyes fixed intently on Zhuang Bufan, exuding an astonishing killing intent. And the thought of making the other party look bad was gone. Damn! Zhuang Bufan rubbed his temple, knowing he had said something wrong again. A person's growth often happens in an instant, even for a weirdo. Originally, Joy, who had awakened his weirdo powers and was clamoring to teach Zhuang Bufan a lesson, suddenly realized his position after witnessing the entrance of Elder Centipede and sensing the incredible killing intent radiating from their eye contact. He shrank back, not daring to make a sound. Judging by his demeanor, it seemed he would no longer promote his so-called bloodline superiority. Unfortunately, even with the top-level dragon-class weirdos, Hero and Elder Centipede focused on him, Zhuang Bufan still hadn't forgotten about Joy, who had been buzzing around him. Hey, Water Dragon! In the presence of Elder Centipede and Hero, Zhuang Bufan's first words were a call to the water dragon hiding behind him, leaving everyone present confused about what he was trying to do. As soon as the water dragon was called, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead, followed by a flurry of hand gestures. If you're asking me to help duel, I'd have to decline. I'm not interested in interrupting someone else's fight. Zhuang Bufan sighed helplessly, feeling a bit embarrassed in front of his two opponents because of Shui Long's cowardly behavior. He had to raise his voice and directly state his request. You two don't want me to solve this, but could you help me deal with that hornless dung beetle over there? This was not a problem at all. Having witnessed the terrifying strength of Hao Yue and Elder Centipede, Shui Long was unsure where Zhuang Bufan's confidence to take on two opponents came from. However, this was not important to him. As long as he didn't have to face those two terrifying monsters, he was fine with anything. Shui Long readily agreed, but he didn't immediately go to trouble Joey. After all, the main battlefield over there had not yet started, and the outcome was still unclear. Their childish-like brawl could wait a bit. Zhuang Bufan stared at the Centipede Elder and Haojia opposite him, feeling that his eyes were a bit insufficient for a moment. He knew that because of his own reckless words, these two guys should not start fighting, and continuing to stalemate might not bring him any benefits. Since that was the case, it would be better to take the initiative. With this in mind, Zhuang Bufan took a deep breath and then summoned all his strength to stomp heavily on the ground. The ground rippled like a water surface disturbed by pebbles. The entire large sports plaza, along with the nearby areas, formed several concentric circles, much like the craters left by Saitama's footsteps on the moon's surface. This strike was directed at Haojia, as compared to the Centipede Elder's extremely hard metallic shell and his inexplicable ability to recover. Zhuang Bufan felt that it might be easier to deal with Haojia, the martial artist, first. His plan was promising, and, on paper, Haojia's strength was indeed somewhat inferior to that of Elder Centipede. However, martial arts also involve compatibility, which is difficult to convey through mere data. As a master who has immersed himself in martial arts for many years, Haojia was naturally aware of which attacks he could withstand and which ones he needed to avoid. Haojia slightly turned to the side, simultaneously delivering a push that struck Zhuang Bufan's side, using Zhuang Bufan's own strength to send him flying. Boom! The flying Zhuang Bufan was caught by a nearby shopping mall, but the building that served as a cushion was already beginning to collapse. Zhuang Bufan does not consider himself to be particularly smart, but he has a habit of reflecting on his own shortcomings. Although his character suggests that he is unlikely to change his bad habits, his habitual analysis of the strengths and tactics of both sides during battles can indeed play a crucial role in turning the tide of victory. So, when facing an opponent who is far more skilled than himself, how should he deal with it? Zhuang Bufan lay in the ruins of the department store. The first thing that came to his mind was Saitama's figure. Was it possible to break the enemy's techniques with extreme violence? From the earlier confrontation, Zhuang Bufan did not believe he had the strength to eliminate a hero in one strike. So, could he use flames and hurricanes, mixed with psychic power, to strangle these two monsters from a distance? Zhuang Bufan simply thought about it for a moment and rejected the plan. They were currently in the large sports plaza in the city center. He could only ensure precise control over the disaster area when using telekinesis and supernatural powers to deal with the monsters that were far weaker than him. Otherwise, he wasn't sure if exterminating these two top-tier dragon-level monsters with his powers would lead to the destruction of the entire city. Last time, Zhuang Bufan's rampage in city had already led to public outcry against him, but fortunately, a spaceship had helped him out, preventing more trouble. However, this time was different. The older brother piloting the spaceship had already ascended, and no one would take the blame for him anymore. There must be some method he hadn't thought of yet that could successfully deal with these two guys while minimizing damage to the city. Zhuang Bufan lay in the ruins, slowly closing his eyes. He suddenly thought of the battle between the Ant King and Cannon by Siki in Hunter x Hunter. Naturally, he didn't have the ability to record every attack method of his opponent. But fortunately, Hiro was not a sage like Netero, who practiced martial arts to the extreme. One lacking and one compensating. Perhaps he could really defeat Hiro using this method. Why hasn't that guy moved for a long time? Could he have been taken out by Hiro's earlier strike? Shui Long nervously stared at the direction where Zhuang Bufan had been knocked away, unaware that he was currently lying beneath concrete rubble, contemplating strategies to deal with Hiro. His mindset at this moment was somewhat similar to when Saitama was kicked to the moon by Boros, forced to face Boros alone. The Centipede Elder continued to hover around the gym, watching the ruins where Zhuang Bufan had collapsed. He knew that Hiro's earlier strike was not enough to take the life of that detestable traitor. Ultimately, the traitor would have to be personally eliminated by him. Suddenly, a barely noticeable sound reached the ears of Hiro and the Centipede Elder. Their gazes sharpened, fixating on the ruins where Zhuang Bufan had fallen. Whoosh! No sound was heard. No wind blew, and no one could clearly see the black that Zhuang Bufan transformed into as he charged. Then came the sound of debris, as if a dust storm was approaching from the direction Zhuang Bufan was attacking, clearly stirred by his high-speed movement. That guy's speed could actually increase again. Hiro was greatly shocked. The strength Zhuang Bufan was now exhibiting had exceeded his expectations for this traitor. Hiro believed he had never underestimated this traitor, but now it seemed he still had. He focused all his attention, engaged every muscle in his body, and employed all the techniques he had learned throughout his life. Bang! At the moment Zhuang Bufan was about to strike his vital point, Hiro made a dangerously close sidestep to evade the attack, then pushed Zhuang Bufan towards the Centipede Elder's large scythe. In Hiro's eyes, nothing in this world was harder than the Centipede Elder's scythe. With a screech, Zhuang Bufan's ghost armor struck the Centipede Elder, a sound more piercing than nails on a chalkboard. Instead of the anticipated scene of Zhuang Bufan being cleaved in half, it was the Centipede Elder who was momentarily dazed by the blow. "Hey, Hiro, what are you doing?" The Centipede Elder shouted angrily at Hiro. "Damn, didn't you claim your shell defense was the best in the world? Just take this guy down." Hiro had nothing good to say to the Centipede Elder. The fact that he could still spit out a few words under Zhuang Bufan's fierce assault was already quite an achievement. As for the Centipede Elder, he had no room to refute upon hearing Hiro's words. Because the frequency of Zhuang Bufan's attacks had increased again, this indirectly led to Hiro's counterattack frequency becoming even swifter. Zhuang Bufan's hard ghost armor slammed against him like cannonballs, causing him so much pain that even if he had something to say, he couldn't open his mouth. At this moment, the situation of these three people looked to outsiders like two guys playing dodgeball, with Zhuang Bufan playing the role of the ball, while Hao Jia and the Centipede Elder were the two players throwing the ball to each other. Unlike the game, this ball had its own consciousness, and with just a slight misstep, they could very well meet their demise during the play. Hao Jia used all his movable joints to deflect the force of Zhuang Bufan's attacks as much as possible. This top martial artist looked like a monkey that had just learned to dance, lacking any demeanor of a true warrior. The Centipede Elder wasn't doing much better. His movements resembled a cat's tail on fire. Every impact that falls upon Zhuang Bufan, along with the forceful attacks from the hero, counts as a painful blow to him. On the contrary, Zhuang Bufan himself appears somewhat normal in this unique battle. After all, judging from the process of him being knocked away by the hero, crashing into the Centipede Elder, and then attacking again, he is merely playing the role of a rubber ball, no matter how you look at it. This is far better than being a dancing monkey or a cat with a burning tail. Although it may seem a bit ridiculous, this is a game where three top-tier dragon-level beings are risking their lives. For all three parties present, this is an extremely difficult endurance competition. For the hero, even if he can perfectly fend off Zhuang Bufan's attacks, the terrifying speed and destructive power involved will still cause him some bruises when he contacts this heated rubber ball. Not to mention, he has to muster all his mental energy to deal with Zhuang Bufan's onslaught. The physical and mental toll is immense. Once either aspect reaches a critical point, it means he will no longer be capable of defending against Zhuang Bufan's attacks. And at that moment, the hero, as the target, will be waiting to be slaughtered. As for the Centipede Elder, his situation is even worse. A creature of his massive size is in no way agile. He can only passively take hits, using his body to absorb the kinetic energy from Zhuang Bufan being knocked away. Having to shed his skin, he cannot repair his body through molting in a short time. He can only hope that before his shell is shattered, that damned Infinite Knight will succumb to the impact and die first. Although it seems that Zhuang Bufan, as the rubber ball, is in a good position among the three. is not easy for him either. While the ghost armor provides him with powerful defense, it also consumes a significant amount of his mental and physical energy. Not to mention, being sandwiched between the centipede elder and the hero, it appears that he is suppressing these two monsters alone, but in reality, with each round of his attacks, he has to endure damage from both sides. Shui Long and the group of martial artists hide in a corner, staring in astonishment at this incredible battle, although the fighting style seems a bit absurd and comical in their eyes. The power displayed in each strike during the clash is reshaping their understanding of strength. Shui Long himself is so shocked that he cannot speak. He clearly knows that any attack from those monsters contains energy far beyond what he can muster. Joy shares the same view of the unsightly and somewhat ridiculous battlefield. The thought of seeking revenge on Zhuang Bufan has long vanished from his mind. From his current perspective, it is better for monsters to deal with monsters. As for himself, he should first take care of the other unsightly characters. When Joy's gaze meets Shui Long's, they both understand what is on each other's minds at this moment. It seems that a conclusion cannot be reached over there anytime soon, but their competition won't take that long. In response to Joy's renewed invitation, Shui Long ties up his hair again, adopting a ready-to-fight posture. This is not only to fulfill the promise he made to Zhuang Bufan, but, more importantly, to confirm something after realizing the vast gap between himself and those monsters. In the realm of mortals, I am still at my peak. Shui Long murmurs as he looks at Joy, who is transformed into a monster. Zhuang Bufan's battle with the Centipede Elder and Haojia was at a standstill, while the fight between Shui Long and Xiao erupted in a remote corner far from the battlefield. The remaining warriors found themselves in a temporary safe environment. The crows brought by Haojia, fearing the aftermath of the battle, set up a vast reconnaissance network around the large stadium. This made it impossible for the warriors inside the stadium to escape, forcing them to awkwardly wait inside for the battle to conclude, awaiting the judgment of their fate. Almost everyone present thought this way, except for one person who felt differently. His confidence in his own fate and desire for power made him look down on everyone in the stadium, including Haojia and Zhuang Bufan. In his view, the gap between him and that group of freaks was merely a simple distance, one that could easily be bridged with a few choices. Humanity didn't matter much. As long as he could gain this power, Master Baoshan could become the freest man in the world. He could easily crush that bald egg. And even the guys in front of him were moving step by step towards the outskirts of the battlefield, heading towards the fruits that could realize his dream of domination. Baoshan contestant, hurry back. It's very dangerous there. Ling Ling noticed Baoshan's intentions and, being kind-hearted, was still trying to persuade him to stay away from the dangerous battlefield. Meanwhile, Sneak, struggling to get up, seemed to have sensed Baoshan's intentions as well. When he realized Baoshan's goal, the hero cried out in alarm, "Baoshan contestant. No, that is a line humanity cannot cross." "Ha ha ha ha," responded Baoshan with a contemptuous smile. "It seems you guys still don't understand. Since I, Master Baoshan, as a human, have limits, then there's only one answer for me to surpass those limits." Baoshan's loud declaration even shocked the three freaks in the battle. "I won't be human anymore. Insects." His speech stunned the entire audience. After all, Master Baoshan was still Master Baoshan. "No, if this continues, I might be the first one who can't hold on. What should I do? Should I change my attack strategy?" Zhuang Bufan gritted his teeth and continued to launch a fierce attack on Haojia. He could see that Haojia was also holding on, but he didn't know if his ghost armor form could last until the moment when Haojia couldn't hold on anymore and reveal the flaw. Moreover, there was also the Centipede Elder behind him, watching him closely. Zhuang Bufan, under several rounds of fierce attacks, was unable to break through the protective armor of the Centipede Elder. It seemed that this fellow had just completed his evolution and upgraded his armor, which was why he sought him out for a decisive battle. Faced with a Centipede Elder of this level, he had no ability to directly break through his defenses and strangle him with his current strength. After thinking it over, he figured that relying on their short reach and inability to fly, it would be more reliable to go into the air and use his abilities to bully them. However, doing so would undoubtedly lead to the city's destruction, not to mention the danger it posed to Shui Long, Ling Ling, and others who were in the heart of the battlefield. Just as Zhuang Bufan was torn between choices, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted, startling everyone present. "I won't be human anymore. Bugs." Lord Baoshan laughed heartily, swallowing all the monster cells in the arena, resembling a hero about to realize his ambitions. His imposing presence shocked everyone present, including the hero who was engaged in a life-and-death duel with Zhuang Bufan. What? The one who exclaimed was not the other martial artist present, but the hero himself. He was astonished by Lord Baoshan's actions. It was the first time he had seen someone so eager, so intense, and so shamelessly wanting to become a monster. Although it was just a fleeting moment, the hero was still taken aback by Lord Baoshan. In a clash between experts, life and death can hinge on a single moment. This brief distraction led to an error, which turned out to be the most surprising gift Lord Baoshan could give to Zhuang Bufan. There was a flaw. Zhuang Bufan's gaze suddenly became sharp, like an eagle swooping down on a cunning rabbit, seizing the moment of Haojia's mistake. With a swift motion, he attacked the unguarded dead angle where Haojia was vulnerable. Oh no! A heavy feeling sank in Haojia's heart as he let out a low shout. He could almost foresee the scene of himself being struck down by Zhuang Bufan, his throat cut by the sword. The fear of death pushed him beyond his limits, making moves that even his monstrous body could hardly achieve. In an instant, black blood splattered everywhere, and the entire gymnasium was stained with Haojia's blood. Haojia's right arm flew off and eventually landed in the debris outside the gymnasium, lying among the other wreckage from the explosion. Blast Mountain, well done. Zhuang Bufan stepped on the body of the centipede elder, took a slight breath, and expressed his deep admiration for Master Baoshan, which he had buried deep in his heart. Perhaps his usual praises for Master Baoshan were mostly sarcastic jokes, but this time, he was sincerely grateful to this hero who had sacrificed himself to save Zhuang Bufan. Is that so? Is this your plan? Master Baoshan. The strong man, Haojia, tightened his robust muscles to staunch the bleeding wound on his right shoulder. He roared in questioning the nearby Baoshan fighter, with 4 eyes fixed on him, perhaps because Master Baoshan always referred to himself as Master. Zhuang Bufan also affectionately called him Master Baoshan to show respect, leading Haojia to truly believe that this guy's full name was Master Baoshan. He did not verify the authenticity of this name because he simply did not have the time. Besides, there were too many people with strange names in the world of boxing. In any case, Haojia's furious posture was seen by everyone present, and many martial artists looked at Haojia, transformed into a hairy monster, even shedding tears. Is that so? Did you willingly become a monster to save everyone? Moreover, in order to prevent us from going astray, you disregarded your own body and swallowed all the monster cells. Master Baoshan, we misunderstood you. Master Baoshan, you are so gentle. Snake and Max, based on Zhuang Bufan's attitude and the development of the situation, imagined a bright, majestic Master Baoshan in their hearts. At this moment, they looked at the now monstrous body of Baoshan, tears streaming down their eyes. Is that so? I just want to gain stronger power, by the way. What exactly did I do? Master Baoshan looked bewildered at the crowd present, although he still didn't understand what he had done. The feeling of being hailed as a hero was quite pleasant. Suddenly, Baoshan felt his figure becoming grand, and the continuous power provided by his monstrous transformation added a bit of fuel to his already extraordinary confidence. Haojia, you can either submit or die. In front of Master Baoshan, you only have these 2 choices. Haojia looked at Master Baoshan's arrogant posture, and his already severely injured body was nearly pushed to the brink of rage again. The centipede elder, on the other hand, was shaking his head madly. His reason had been burned dry by anger, and he had been getting beaten throughout this battle. Now his head was still in a dizzy state, and he could not comprehend what was happening in the arena. Haojia had resigned himself. He knew that today he would likely die at the hands of that traitor. This was the result of a fair fight, and he had nothing to complain about. But there was one thing he could not tolerate: being ambushed by this despicable little man in front of him and losing his arm. What drove him even crazier was that this monster, who called himself Master Baoshan, was now provocatively flaunting himself in front of him, trampling on his dignity as a martial artist. The corner of Haojia's eye caught Zhuang Bufan preparing to attack again. This time, what was his target? His own arm? His heart? Or his head? These things no longer mattered to him. Haojia now had only one thought in his mind. Master Baoshan, even if I die, I will drag you down to that Shura hell with me. As soon as the words fell, 2 piercing sounds rang out simultaneously. One aimed at Haojia's heart, and the other at Master Baoshan. Take this. This is my final move, the Hell's Burial Handblade. Haojia finally did not utter these words. He no longer had the ability to speak. However, he was satisfied to see this self-proclaimed Master Baoshan die under his proud ultimate move, even having his head blown off. For Haojia, that was enough. Master Baoshan. The crowd witnessed with their own eyes Master Baoshan's head being severed by the monster named Haojia. His headless body still stood upright in the center of the arena, shining brilliantly under the sunlight. Wow, the Baoshan fighter, Lingling cried out in grief, kneeling on the ground. She had originally despised this bloodthirsty man who disrespected martial ethics, but now, all she could remember about Bao Shan was guilt. He was a true hero. We will forever remember the deeds of the Bao Shan fighter who sacrificed his life to fight against monsters. Max patted Ling Ling on the shoulder. As a hero, he was now saved by a martial artist who had transformed into a monster. Looking at Master Bao Shan's majestic figure, Max also had his thoughts. At the moment Hao Jie attacked Bao Shan, Zhuang Bufan exploded Hao Jie's heart. But Hao Jie's final strike had completely abandoned all defenses and facing this attack. Even Zhuang Bufan could not prevent Master Bao Shan's death. In the end, was it just a step too late? Zhuang Bufan's tone carried a hint of regret. This carefree guy was not lamenting the death of Master Bao Shan, but rather that the dark hell killing technique would be lost forever, and he would no longer have the chance to learn this supreme skill. Master Bao Shan was a hero. A hero. Looking at Master Bao Shan's remains, Max spoke up, and immediately a chorus of agreement followed. At that moment, an idea suddenly struck them. They wanted to do something for the deceased Master Bao Shan. Master Bao Shan's funeral must be held with the highest standards. They must invite the titans of the martial arts world to attend. Mr. Infinite Knight, I'll leave the task of inviting Mr. Silverfang to you. Oh, Zhuang Bufan readily agreed, but he didn't know whether Lord Bongu would come to participate. After a few exchanges, the scale of Lord Bao Shan's funeral had already surpassed that of the masters in the martial arts community. However, Max and the others felt that this was still not enough, so they began to discuss again. They wanted to erect a monument for Lord Bao Shan. Yes, they wanted to write a biography for Lord Bao Shan. Oh, Zhuang Bufan looked at the group of single-celled beings beside him, who were becoming increasingly agitated, and their words were getting more and more absurd. It made him feel that his death in the explosion had indeed brought him to the pinnacle of his life. Just then, the centipede elder finally emerged from his dizzy state. The first thing he saw upon waking was the fallen body of Hao Jie. Hao Jie, you actually died just like that. Indeed, so-called skills are merely impurities in personal strength. Let me prove that to you. Only power and a strong body are the sole elements that constitute combat strength. From the expression of the centipede elder, one could not discern any joy or sorrow regarding Hao Jie's death. His tone, however, carried a sense of decline that was inconsistent with his words and actions. The centipede elder spoke up, pulling the group of martial artists back from their sorrow over the loss of the explosive master. Looking at the centipede elder's razor-sharp hook blades and the bug armor that had been battered by Zhuang Bufan, but was still glossy black, they understood that they had not yet escaped from danger. What a coincidence. I think the same way. Skills are indeed impurities. It seems that Hao Jie's purity was still too low. Zhuang Bufan looked relaxed and cheerful as he watched the giant centipede elder. After perfectly absorbing the power of the hero, he suddenly felt that this iron lump-like creature in front of him wasn't so difficult to deal with after all. Just because you managed to eliminate the careless hero by luck, you dare to be so arrogant and even shed your own life-saving armor. But that's fine. Let us see you pay the price for your arrogance. Take this. Centipede dash. The centipede elder arched his body high and swung his massive sickle-like weapon at Zhuang Bufan, like a venomous snake hunting its prey. Given Zhuang Bufan's reaction ability, dodging this lethal strike shouldn't be difficult. However, if he really avoided the attack, the group of martial artists behind him would undoubtedly be cut in half by the centipede elder. Therefore, he couldn't evade this centipede dash, but fortunately, Zhuang Bufan had no intention of dodging the attack. Facing the centipede elder's ultimate move, Zhuang Bufan extended one arm, using all his strength, his veins bulging as he assumed a posture to absorb the impact. As the centipede elder's ghastly face slammed into Zhuang Bufan's outstretched left arm, the tremendous force caused Zhuang Bufan to slide back several meters. Did he catch it? Max and the others only heard a loud boom, followed by the screeching sound of metal scraping against the ground. The dust raised by the centipede elder's massive body coming to a halt obscured the sight of the onlookers. Fortunately, his body was so enormous that although they couldn't see Zhuang Bufan's condition through the smoke, the silhouette of the centipede elder showed that the S-rank hero, Infinite Knight, truly stopped his deadly advance. This power, your strength has increased again. How is that possible? The centipede elder looked at Zhuang Bufan in terror. The information the Monster Association collected was relatively comprehensive. After the recent exchange, the centipede elder clearly understood the power this guy possessed. How could he suddenly have so much more strength? The centipede elder widened his eyes, staring intently at the familiar, yet unfamiliar enemy before him. He suddenly noticed that Zhuang Bufan, now without his armor, seemed even taller and more robust than before. Moreover, this guy's figure had a hint of the hero's essence, especially with his pitch-black, gold-embroidered martial arts uniform. Even the muscle definition on his body resembled that of the hero. Wait, how could this happen? A terrifying thought emerged in the Centipede Elder's mind. Could this guy absorb the powers of monsters? The Centipede Elder frantically tried to dismiss this thought, but his insect-like instincts continuously reminded him that this speculation was likely true, especially since, in his understanding, there is already a powerful individual who seemed to have the ability to absorb the powers of other monsters. Thinking of the terrifying strength of a monster king, the great serpent, and his towering figure, the Centipede Elder's ghastly face trembled slightly, his tone laced with fear as he asked, "What exactly did you do to the hero?" Zhuang Bufan smiled faintly at the Centipede Elder, leaned closer, and whispered beside his ghostly face, "What you guessed is probably true. Otherwise, how could I be given the name of Infinity?" As the dust settled halfway, the group of martial artists led by Max could barely see Zhuang Bufan using one arm to stop the Centipede Elder. Although they had a rough understanding of the Infinite Knight's strength, it was astonishing that he could halt such a terrifying creature with just one arm. Indeed, S-rank heroes are not beings that can be understood by common reasoning. Just as everyone was marveling at the immense power of S-rank heroes, the Centipede Elder began to move, struggling madly as if attacking, yet also retreating. "Hey Max, that creature called the Centipede Elder seems to be afraid," Lingling spoke up, voicing the thoughts that were in their hearts, a feeling stemming from the instincts of martial artists, yet quickly dismissed by reason. Afraid? How could that be? Even if the power of the Infinite Knight could crush the giant insect Centipede Elder, it shouldn't make him feel that terrified, right? What they didn't know was that the Centipede Elder was not afraid of Zhuang Bufan's brute strength, but rather the way he obtained his power. That domineering method felt just like a higher life form plundering a lower life form. It directly awakened the fear the Centipede Elder felt when he was still an insect, facing his natural enemy. Now, every cell in his body was screaming and trembling. He feared that his flesh and blood would transform into Zhuang Bufan's power, wandering within his body, providing nutrients for his life. That is why he desperately wanted to retreat, to stay as far away as possible from this guy in front of him. Unfortunately, the Centipede Elder realized this too late. Zhuang Bufan seized the single arm of the Centipede Elder and, after their conversation ended, he suddenly pressed down hard. The scene was as absurd as a horsefly pinning down a water buffalo. Immediately after, Zhuang Bufan summoned the magic iron and commanded it to transform into a spear. Soon, the silver liquid in his hand solidified and took shape, turning into a spear that resembled an eagle's beak. Zhuang Bufan tightly gripped the spear and fiercely thrust it down towards the ghostly face of the Centipede Elder beneath him. With a splat, it pierced through like a straw, breaking the seal of a milk tea. What was supposed to be the strongest piece of armor on the Centipede Elder's body now felt as fragile as thin paper in the face of Zhuang Bufan's immense strength and the sharp spear in his hand. The Centipede Elder, struck with a fatal blow, no longer had the strength to regenerate. He had lost the ability to think. Apart from his nerves still controlling his limbs to thrash wildly, the giant Centipede Elder was as good as dead. Even though the centipede, the 100-legged insect, was dead but not stiff, in order to prevent his massive body from continuing to wreak havoc in the town, Zhuang Bufan firmly pressed down on the Centipede Elder's body. It wasn't until dusk that he pulled out the spear embedded in him, leaving behind a slightly twitching insect body. At the same time, somewhere in City Z, although the appearance of the Centipede Elder had made the large stadium, where Zhuang Bufan was located, the absolute center of this turmoil, it did not mean that the chaos in other places had lessened. On the contrary, due to Zhuang Bufan's actions, the giant Jianyan had overestimated the combat power of the Hero Association even more, leading to an increased number of monsters being dispatched as the first wave of combat. Thus, the B-Class Joint Team, the Blowing Snow Team, had no choice but to set out for hunting amidst this chaotic state. What should I do with this child? Receiving the disaster notification, Blowing Snow looked at the silly fox in her arms, sucking on yogurt, and gently patted her little head. This child was entrusted to her by Zhuang Bufan regarding her safety, so Blowing Snow was naturally always concerned. Even without this connection, who would have the heart to abandon such a cute little lowly? However, the situation was different now. The outside was in turmoil. Whether as the top B-Class hero Blowing Snow, or as the leader of the Blowing Snow team, she had ample reason to head to the scene to stop the monsters from continuing their rampage. Tangerine, can you stay at home? Okay? Blowing Snow clearly hadn't gotten used to her new identity yet and hesitated when communicating with the silly fox. No, the little fox, who was originally sucking on yogurt, immediately raised her head upon hearing Blowing Snow's words, looking at her adoptive mother with her big watery eyes and firmly refusing. Unless you take Tangerine with you. Immediately, the little fox skillfully wrapped her arms around Blowing Snow's slender waist. No matter how Blowing Snow tried to dissuade her, promising her snacks and toys, the little fox showed no signs of wanting to let go. With so many people moving out, it should be fine, right? All right, I'll take you with me. Unable to refuse the silly fox, Blowing Snow reluctantly agreed to her request. When Blowing Snow arrived at the scene, the situation of the Blowing Snow team was indeed quite tragic. The Crossbow S had already successfully taken control of all the members of the Blowing Snow team, along with other heroes, turning them into her love captives. How could you guys let the enemy take control of you all? Please don't do this, Blowing Snow said helplessly, not knowing whether her plea was a complaint about her incompetent subordinates or a complaint about the cross-dressing tendencies of the welfare girl Crossbow S. That sister's outfit looks like the one worn by the big sister in the picture book hidden under the bed. The silly fox innocently expressed her straightforward feelings, completely unaware that she had inadvertently sold out Zhuang Bufan. Picture book? Big sister? Seriously, Tangerine is still so small. What on earth is Zhuang Bufan doing at home watching these things? Blowing Snow instinctively covered the silly fox's eyes, not allowing the child to see any more inappropriate scenes. Just seeing her subordinates captured has already left her dumbfounded. How can you act like this? Hee, you still have to face the attacks from your subordinates. The eyes of Crossbow S were filled with a twisted desire for amusement as she stared at the woman named Blowing Snow in front of her, feeling even more excited. And Blowing Snow, upon seeing her subordinates under the control of Crossbow S, had already realized that the situation had exceeded her ability to control. She bent down, resting her head against the silly fox's beast ears, and whispered, Tangerine, when Mommy lets go, you turn around and run straight back to a safe place. No matter what happens, don't look back. Once I finish dealing with things here, Mommy will take you to the park to play. Though Blowing Snow's tone was light, it conveyed a resolute strength that the silly fox could sense. She didn't have full confidence that she could defeat the monster in front of her, nor could she guarantee that her elder sister would appear in time to protect her safety in this chaotic environment. As a hero and the leader of the Blowing Snow team, she should stay and fight Crossbow S. At the same time, as the guardian of the silly fox, she felt obligated to ensure the child's safety, given the trust Zhuang Bufan had placed in her. After a brief consideration, Blowing Snow decided to stay and fight Crossbow S while letting Tangerine leave. This way, regardless of what happened later, she could fulfill Zhuang Bufan's request and ensure the child's safety. No, I'm not leaving. The silly fox sensed the bloody smell in the air. She could feel the immense malice from Crossbow S. Previously, when she insisted on accompanying Blowing Snow, it was because as a spirit beast, she sensed the ominous aura surrounding Blowing Snow, which is why she insisted on going out with her. Now that she saw Blowing Snow being threatened, the silly fox naturally did not want to leave. Seeing that Tangerine was unwilling to leave, Blowing Snow steeled her heart and shouted at her. Hurry and go. If you don't leave, I won't agree to be your mother anymore. Hurry and go. Saying this, she pushed the silly fox's back forcefully. Tangerine was about to say something, but caught sight of Blowing Snow's grim expression. Is Mommy mad at me? The silly fox said aggrievedly, but she was afraid that Blowing Snow would no longer agree to continue being her mother. Yet she was equally afraid that if she left, Blowing Snow would fall into danger. The two conflicting feelings tangled in the silly fox's heart, making her eyes well up with tears, her ears and tail drooping, ready to cry at any moment. Go, run fast. Finally, under Blowing Snow's urging, the silly fox took heavy steps and ran off into the distance. Ah, such a deep mother-daughter bond. Don't worry, your mommy will come to find you soon, but as my slave. Crossbow S quietly watched the interaction between the silly fox and Blowing Snow, the development of this plot igniting the most twisted desires deep within this perverse female monster. She could hardly wait to see the expression on the cute little girl's face when Blowing Snow attacked her. However, before that, she had some matters to deal with. A show that she had prepared for Blowing Snow for a long time was about to begin. B-Class Hero Blowing Snow. All of these are your former subordinates, so let me see how you plan to handle this group of former subordinates. The Crossbow S swung her vine whip suddenly, causing the whip to hit the ground with a crisp sound. Hearing the noise, a group of heroes, like puppets receiving an order, frantically pounced towards Fubuki. Really? Can't you guys be a bit more resolute? Fubuki used her telekinesis to stop the attacks from the Eyelash Mountain Ape and others. And just as she was about to counterattack the standing crossbow S, she noticed that the whip she could control mentally was coming at her. With no choice, Fubuki could only defend against the attack from crossbow S while preventing the heroes from Eyelash and the others from attacking. Not wanting to hurt her former subordinates? As a superior, you really are quite great. But doing this will exhaust you. Let me see how long you can hold on. Watching Fubuki, with her telekinetic powers, struggling to evade the attacks from her subordinates, Crossbow S felt so excited she was about to burst. Whap! Just as Crossbow S swung her thorn whip, ready to strike Fubuki's tender body, a small white figure suddenly appeared behind Fubuki, wielding a katana that didn't match her size, and severed Crossbow S's thorn whip, which could control others' minds. Orange, orange. Hearing the voice from behind, Fubuki turned to see the whip on the ground broken in two, finally realizing what had just happened. She never expected that one day she would be saved by this child, Orange, orange. Once the whip that could control others' will was cut, the heroes who were originally under Crossbow S's control began to go into chaos. They attacked their surroundings like crazed zombies, not distinguishing between friend and foe, ignoring their injuries. Orange, orange. Promise me, okay? Don't harm their lives. Fubuki knew that this request was quite unreasonable, but after all, she was the leader of the Fubuki group and also the first-ranked B-class hero. She had the obligation to protect her team members and the lives of heroes of lower ranks than her. Okay, the silly fox was initially worried that Fubuki would dislike her for suddenly returning, but after receiving a somewhat affirmative answer, she perked up her ears, reversed her grip on the katana, turning the blade into a stick, and drove back all incoming enemies. At the same time, Fubuki leaned against the silly fox's back, using her telekinesis to blow away the enemies in front of them. Thus, Fubuki and the little fox danced on the battlefield. The cold sword light mixed with the telekinetic storm, forming an indestructible thorn flower wall. On the other side of the battlefield, Crossbow S, struck by the sudden severing of the whip connected to her nerves, felt as if she had been hit by lightning, and the sudden pain almost brought her to her knees. Damn, I will kill you all. Originally in a dominant position, Crossbow S was like a fashion queen walking down the street, suddenly splashed with a bucket of ice water, furious. The puppets that were under her control suddenly went out of control, rushing towards her like a tide. And because she hadn't stabilized her mind, she couldn't use her ability to control others again in the short term. She could only use her flexible body and superb skills to trample all her enemies underfoot. After the three of them subdued the attacking out-of-control puppets several times, there was a brief lull in the battlefield. Fubuki glanced back at the silly fox without any words, and the little fox understood her meaning. Then Fubuki unleashed a telekinetic rampage, suppressing a large number of puppets that were about to attack them. At the same time, the silly fox wielded her katana, taking advantage of a gap when the puppets' attacks were interrupted, and aimed a deadly strike at Crossbow S. These two mother and daughter had never fought together before, but their first collaboration showcased an extremely high level of tacit understanding. This not only surprised Crossbow S, but also astonished Fubuki herself, watching the incoming murderous sword light filled with a demonic aura from the silly fox. Crossbow S felt a fear springing from the depths of her heart. Unstoppable. How is this little brat so strong? Crossbow S swung her broken thorn whip, ensnaring a member of Fubuki's group, and threw him towards the direction of the sword light. At the same time, she abandoned her plan to use the captured Fubuki to threaten Tornado and directly fled back to the Monster Association. Orange, orange, no. Fubuki didn't expect Crossbow S to directly throw her subordinate as a shield against the sword, anxiously shouting at the silly fox. Hearing Fubuki's voice, the silly fox's beast ears twitched, and she quickly tilted the blade in her hand. With the silly fox's current strength and her control over the demon sword, once the sword move was initiated, there was no possibility of stopping it. She could only reduce the destructive power of the move and adjust the blade to lessen the wrist force used when swinging. Even so, the member of Fubuki's group who was hit was still sent flying like a baseball struck by a professional baseball player. With a loud crash, he smashed through the concrete wall by the roadside. Mom, don't worry, I used the back of the blade. After landing, the silly fox said in a baby voice to Fubuki, who looked tense from a distance. Oh, okay. Fubuki wasn't sure if her subordinate could survive under such a heavy blow, but since he wasn't cut in half by Orange Orange right there, with the bald doctor at the association's hospital, it shouldn't be too difficult to save him, right? Crossbow S had already escaped, and the remaining group of out-of-control puppets posed no threat to Fubuki and the silly fox. Their next task was to deal with this group of crazed individuals until they returned to their senses. In simple terms, it meant knocking them out. As Fubuki considered whether to be a bit rough with her disobedient subordinates, a gust of wind swept them all up, and soon, the out-of-control heroes along with Fubuki's group members were embedded in the wall, forming the character's burden. The telekinesis that Fubuki attached to them had no effect at all, as if she never possessed telekinesis. This brutal and unreasonable power, like a queen descending, in Fubuki's mind represented the arrival of her elder sister. Mom? The silly fox seemed to sense something, hugging Fubuki's leg and hiding behind her, mumbling softly, not daring to look at the floating queen. Her soft little hands trembled slightly, completely unlike the cold and lethal demeanor she had while wielding the demon's sword before. Now, the silly fox was just a weak and timid little beast girl. Fubuki was also afraid of her elder sister, but she noticed the silly fox's trembling little hands that were gripping her tightly. With no choice, she had to suppress her fear of facing her sister, darkening her face and holding the silly fox in her arms. She kept gently stroking the little fox's head and softly comforting her in her ear. Mom, why is this child following you? Tornado obviously heard what the silly fox said, and her relationship with Blazara made her, as the older sister, a bit displeased. Plus, she was there to scold her little sister, wanting her to stop running around at that moment, so her tone became even more arrogant. It seemed that Zhuang Bufan had some matters to attend to, so he temporarily left this child in my care. As for that nickname, since the child likes to call me that, let her be. When Blazara answered Tornado's question, she gently glanced at the silly fox in her arms. The maternal glow that emanated unintentionally made little Tornado burn with jealousy. Her feelings were even more complicated at this moment, as she was mistakenly perceived by the world as the younger sister. Why on earth did that guy Zhuang Bufan do to my sister? Why did Kazuyuki agree to be the silly fox's mother? I could help take care of the child too, so why did it have to be Kazuyuki? Little Tornado looked at Kazuyuki, who was constantly comforting the silly fox, feeling very unhappy. She also wanted to pet the silly fox's fluffy little head. She wanted to be seen as mature and reliable like Kazuyuki is now. In short, this debt should be counted on your head, Zhuang Bufan. Little Tornado lowered her head and glanced at the harmonious mother and daughter. There was no space left for her to intervene. The little Tornado, feeling dejected, decided to pin this blame on Zhuang Bufan, leaving the poor Zhuang Bufan inexplicably carrying a heavy burden. The copper showerhead sprayed warm droplets, and bubbles rich in air fell on Blowing Snow's head, quickly gathering into a stream that flowed over her body and dripped onto the ground. The silly fox had already finished bathing, having washed alongside Blowing Snow. To Blowing Snow, this child had a somewhat cat-and-dog temperament, but fortunately, she wasn't as afraid of water as Blowing Snow had thought. Instead, she seemed to enjoy soaking in the bath. However, this child had an inexplicable fear of shampoo, and Blowing Snow had to exert a lot of effort to wash the child's hair and tail. The shower room was left in a complete mess, and even the changing room was drenched. The scene was hardly better than trimming a cat's nails. This also forced Blowing Snow to wash her body again after cleaning up the chaotic battlefield. Creak, creak, creak. After turning the copper showerhead knob, Blowing Snow stood up and walked to the bathtub nearby, testing the temperature of the newly released water with the back of her delicate white hand. She boldly lifted one foot and stepped into the tub. She let the hot water, mixed with spa agents, submerge her toes and calves until it reached her chest, her arms wrapping around her chest, squeezing out a pool of clear water. Blowing Snow's right hand caressed her forehead, rubbing her tightly knit brows. The sound of the television came from the living room. The little fox was incessantly changing channels, trying to find her favorite show. Unfortunately, due to the monster rampage, all channels were broadcasting news about the daytime battles. It was reported that the large-scale monster gangs appearing in various cities were mostly from the underground organization known as the Monster Association. The performance of the heroes from the Hero Association during this incident was indeed disappointing. The city suffered severe damage. Was the amount of money we contributed to support the Hero Association worth it? Such remarks wafted through the glass doors of the bathroom, reaching Blowing Snow's ears. How did it come to this? Is it really because my strength is insufficient? The hero's Pyrrhic victory undoubtedly impacted the reputation of the Hero Association. But Blowing Snow wasn't saddened for the association's future, having long been overshadowed by her powerful sister. She already knew that being able to protect a small group of people around her was enough. However, the battle with the S-Class monster had caused her team to suffer significant losses. If that child hadn't arrived in time, is it really my ability that is lacking? Blowing Snow muttered to herself, echoing the sentiments of many C-class heroes that night. The rampage of the Monster Association had completely torn away the fragile facade of false peace maintained under the Hero Association. The public had come to realize that even with the appearance of powerful S-class heroes, solving the monster problem did not guarantee their safety from harm. When their survival space is threatened, gaps will emerge, and fear will naturally provoke dissatisfaction and anger among the people. The forums of the Hero Association and the personal pages of various heroes had been overwhelmed by furious citizens. No matter how many times they refreshed, they only displayed strange garbled text. If this were normal times, this would have been a significant public relations crisis that would give Sitch a headache. But now, where's Explosion? Call for Explosion. Let Explosion save my son. A fat middle-aged man yelled next to Sitch. And who else could it be but that gluttonous Mr. Zemet? Although Sitch felt a tremendous headache at the unreasonable demands of this board member. Considering he didn't have to deal with the heroes' forums that were in a state of constant explosion, he suddenly felt that dealing with Mr. Zemet didn't seem so bad. Moreover, looking at the time, those heroes should be arriving soon. Sitch stared absent-mindedly at the clock on the wall, feeling a bit angry that Mr. Zemet seemed to be disregarding him, yet he couldn't express it. After all, the private military unit he sent out hadn't contacted him for a while. He naturally didn't care about the lives or deaths of those mercenaries. But his child was still with those monsters. If it weren't for being utterly helpless, he wouldn't be here, once again asking these seemingly incompetent heroes for help. After all, those were monsters who abandoned human moral values. They wouldn't understand the difference between his child and the blood of those foolish commoners. To them, they were all prey to be killed. Perhaps sensing that Sitch's thoughts were not focused on him, Mr. Zemet, with his plump body, clung to Sitch, demanding that he quickly deploy all S-class heroes. Sitch felt helpless being clung to by Zemet, and was too embarrassed to say anything. Just then, a proud voice rang out. A little girl, radiating a faint green light, flew over to him. Sorry to keep you waiting. Just leave that little kid to us. With me around, you could just stay home and relax. Little Tornado floated in front of Zemet, making this perfect promise. Although such words, spoken from her almost lowly-like body, had a slight sense of dissonance. Fortunately, the name of the mighty Tornado still gave Zemet some reassurance. Especially with the imposing presence of the S-class heroes that followed in, this ultimately calmed Mr. Zemet down. Then I'll leave it to you. For the first time, this corpulent board member sincerely thanked the heroes for their help. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. Where did Infinite Night go? Just as Zemet was beginning to relax and preparing to hand over the comfort of his child to the association, the voice of the Special Operations Team Officer, Samuels, who came in with the heroes, rang out at an inopportune moment. Zemet's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly pretended not to hear anything and left hastily. Meanwhile, at Zhuang Bufan's home in City Z, as the only one familiar with the plot development, Zhuang Bufan naturally couldn't go through the Hero Association and return to City Z. After declining Genos' invitation to go underground together, he was now at home, bored and waiting for the arrival of the S-class heroes. After the hot pot gathering yesterday, everyone had rested at his home for the night. The scene of S-class heroes fighting over food was easy to imagine. Originally, Zhuang Bufan thought that since his home was going to be blown up tomorrow anyway, he wouldn't bother tidying it up and would just enjoy playing games. But unexpectedly, after Genos and Bongu left and Saitama went out for a stroll, Zhuang Bufan looked at the empty room and felt inexplicably sad. Having lived there for just over a month, spending nights with monsters, and with no convenience store downstairs, if he were to categorize you as a partner, you would definitely be the worst and most terrible kind. It's strange to say, although there have been many grievances on ordinary days, at least you have provided me with a roof over my head. Now that we are parting, it should be right for you to leave cleanly. Zhuang Bufan said this and went to the balcony to fetch a water bucket to carefully clean his room. Who knew that as soon as he opened the door, he happened to run into a group of guys who had just set off from the Monster Association, preparing to officially wreak havoc on human cities. Months. Eat my toad sour oil. A toad monster spat a thick phlegm at Zhuang Bufan. Zhuang Bufan glanced lightly at the green liquid spat out by the giant frog, which was struck by his terrifying mental power. Naturally, under Zhuang Bufan's formidable mental force, the acidic oil spewed by the frog monster was shattered and scattered around him, posing no threat to Zhuang Bufan at all. Unfortunately, the corrosive ability of that acidic oil exceeded Zhuang Bufan's expectations. Just as he was casually eliminating the group of monsters, the ground beneath him began to tremble slightly. The foundation, already battered by various monsters to different extents, finally collapsed completely under the corrosion of the acidic oil. Following this, The building where Zhuang Bufan lived collapsed with a loud crash, and after a cloud of dust settled, a bright yellow bucket rolled to Zhuang Bufan's feet. Zhuang Bufan looked at the corpses of the monsters he had slaughtered around him, then glanced at the collapsed houses in the distance. He stood there in a daze for a while, before finally picking up the bucket by his feet, scratching his head and helplessly comforting himself. At least I saved myself the trouble of cleaning up, huh? Zhuang Bufan scratched his head, looking at the ruins in front of him, and was just thinking about continuing to express his feelings when Saitama walked over from a distance. Seeing Zhuang Bufan standing there holding a water bucket like a fool, he curiously greeted him, wanting to ask what he was doing. However, before he could reach him, he heard this guy shouting loudly at him. Saitama, your house blew up. Upon hearing this, Saitama quickly ran toward Zhuang Bufan's direction, reaching him in an instant. With a look of disbelief, he stared blankly at the apartment that had turned into ruins. Repairing it seemed impossible. He might as well tidy up and move to another apartment to continue living. Saitama looked at the ruins in front of him, originally thinking about where he had dropped the big radish he bought on his way home. Now, he had to find a place to consider throwing it in. If not, he would have to sleep on a park bench tonight. Saitama didn't want that. Although he gave others the impression of being indifferent to fame and fortune, he knew that he had a bit of stubbornness that wasn't known to others. Simply put, no matter how many world-threatening disasters Saitama resolved, for him, they were all actions driven by interest. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken 3 whole years to finally join the Hero Association. Even now, as a low-ranking hero within the association, he still looked like he had gained something. After all, engaging in a hobby while earning a little money as living expenses was quite a happy thing. Speaking of which, some might guess correctly. That's right. During these 3 years, as someone focused on his interests, Saitama's emotional state was not much different from that of those needs. However, he could occasionally do some odd jobs to maintain his living expenses, preventing himself from completely falling into the NET category. For the NET community, their living conditions were not far from those of the homeless. Although both were at the bottom, Saitama didn't discriminate against the homeless, but asking someone like him, who lived between odd jobs and NET status, to sleep at a park would still make him a bit sad. After all, it was disheartening to go from being a pseudo-NET to the level of a homeless person. Let us see if there's anything useful around. If I have to sleep in the park tonight, that would be terrible. In fact, there were quite a few monsters in this area, and who knows, there might be some immoral dog-like monster that would take advantage of his sleep to urinate on him. Saitama said to Zhuang Bufan with a serious expression, not bothering to ask how his house had been destroyed. Although he felt that with Zhuang Bufan around, unless he himself messed up, no one could blow up their house. However, there was no point in dwelling on what had already happened, thinking that he had lived here for 3 years. Leaving like this wasn't so bad. Wait a minute. Zhuang Bufan stopped Saitama, knowing that Saitama's home would inevitably face disaster today. To be frank, being destroyed by the frog monster was no different from being destroyed by the serpent. However, if Saitama were to lose 2 homes in one day, even if he wouldn't cause a massive earthquake by striking the ground in despair, Zhuang Bufan still didn't want to see that lost expression on Saitama's face. Well, to be honest, he was actually quite curious to see Saitama's expression, but as one of his few friends, it was better to avoid such demoralizing things. What's wrong? Saitama asked, looking puzzled at Zhuang Bufan blocking his way. Actually, while I was dealing with those monsters earlier, I got some news. They all come from a super large monster gathering group, and this group happens to be right under the foundation of our building. It seems they're organizing a large-scale riot, and if we can't deal with them, the new home we just move into might get blown up too. After Zhuang Bufan finished speaking, Chiyu fell into a brief contemplation. As for what this guy was considering now, whether to teach Orochi and the others a lesson or to demand compensation for the damage to his apartment from the Monster Association, Zhuang Bufan was not clear. But for Orochi and the others, there was no particular difference. It was merely a matter of being smashed into pieces or scattered into dust. Saitama pondered for a moment. Just as he was thinking about diving into the asphalt road and swimming like a freestyle swimmer to confront that boss, he suddenly seemed to think of something. He stopped and looked at Zhuang Bufan, then slowly asked, "Do you know of any shortcuts to get there? If they refuse to compensate for my damaged items under the pretext of damaging their ceiling, that would be a headache," Saitama said earnestly to Zhuang Bufan. Zhuang Bufan helplessly shook his head and told him that the subway station 2 blocks away could directly lead to the Monster Association. After declining Saitama's invitation to form a group to demand compensation, he returned to the ruins of his own home and carefully searched for a while. He found a can of cola that was tea leaking under a piece of an old refrigerator. He opened the lid and gulped it down, then sat on the ruins, waiting for the arrival of the hero squad. The Monster Association, although this organization had demonstrated an extraordinary power beyond ordinary imagination, it was laughable that the Hero Association, which prided itself as the last line of defense for human peace, had not a shred of information about this organization. Even Child Emperor had no relevant clues for everyone to analyze. Thus, the newly formed S-Class Hero team, in the association's intelligence operations room, some were picking their feet, some were eating pizza. Even Metal Knight had started doing overloaded squats out of boredom. Fortunately, the police dog hero was not here. Otherwise, that guy might release some kind of territorial marking liquid. Clearly, a great battle was about to break out. But the team that had just been so spirited was now looking so listless, which was indeed demoralizing. It's already been a whole morning, Child Emperor. Do you have any clues? The on-site officer responsible for this incident, Sanels, asked somewhat helplessly. This room, full of S-Class heroes. Although they all possess powerful abilities and a determination to uphold justice, they were ultimately a group of free-spirited individuals, the kind that gave the Hero Association the biggest headache. If this continued, it was possible that someone might really withdraw from the operation early. This made Sanels, who was in charge of this operation, feel a headache. After all, he was the main responsible person for this operation. Just thinking about how to write the report if an operation failed due to a hero withdrawing made his head hurt. Well, I did encounter a bit of difficulty. How about this? I plan to use my secret weapon to search for the location of the Monster Association. I will have results in a few minutes, so I would trouble everyone to step outside for a bit and come back in later. Child Emperor said apologetically to the group of adults behind him who were smoking, drinking, and getting their hair styled. If you have that kind of thing, you should take it out and use it early. Tornado, who had been floating in the air and boredly blowing telekinetic bubbles, said this before leaving the room. Immediately, all the heroes and staff left the room. They didn't say anything upon leaving. As heroes, they all understood Child Emperor's approach of hiding his strength. After watching them leave the room, Child Emperor pondered alone for a moment and finally punched in a series of contact codes. That was the contact code he obtained when he was Metal Knight's assistant. He could not be sure whether that eccentric genius doctor would still heed his request after the consciousness transfer. But at this point, Child Emperor had no other methods and could only seek help from Metal Doctor. It really makes one feel heartbroken. Such a major operation to eliminate the Monster Association. And I have to keep it from the old man. It seems I am indeed suspected by the association. Bang, rubbing his old waist, complained about the association's policies. But there was no resentment in his tone. Of course it would be this way. After all, Hero Hunter is your disciple. And such a dangerous person easily slipped away before your eyes. Everyone would think that you, the current S-Class hero, have developed a sense of compassion. The one who was making the sarcastic comments was Bang's dear older brother, who didn't make any excuses about a centipede interrupting midway. Although the guy named Hungry Wolf was indeed an outstanding type, he might become a martial arts genius surpassing the two of them given time. Unfortunately, he was still too young, and although time had brought immeasurable effects to these old men, the experience and techniques honed by time were not something the current Hungry Wolf could surpass. It could be said that his brother, the martial artist known for the Silver Fangs, ultimately had developed a sense of compassion. What should we do next? Should we continue to track that kid's whereabouts? While speaking, Bang replaced the cloth wrapped around his fist, tightening it with his teeth and making a tearing sound. Bang understood his brother's personality. The new cloth was undoubtedly saying he was ready to strike again to help beat that little brat. However, at this moment, Bang hesitated. Killing his beloved disciple was ultimately too cruel for someone over 70. Now, he was also suspected by the association of being an untrustworthy person. He was no longer at an age where he needed achievements to gain fame. After this incident, he should consider retiring and developing his own dojo in peace. However, before that, he needed to clean up the trouble in front of him. Announcing his retirement with a questionable identity was not how Silver Fang operated. In any case, let us return to Satunkin's house for now, Bang said to his brother. Let's move the timeline for a bit. When Child Emperor walked out of the operations meeting room to inform the S-Class heroes of the location of the Monster Association's base, he actually breathed a sigh of relief. From his earlier conversation with Metal Knight, although the Dr. S form had transformed into a machine, he was still that cautious yet protective of the world Metal Knight. Although his style of doing things and his annoying personality made it difficult for Child Emperor to bear, in this world filled with evil and rapid changes. Seeing a familiar person still maintaining that same demeanor ultimately brought a sense of reassurance. especially since that familiar guy was still in control of the mechanical army far beyond his understanding. This sense of security made Child Emperor feel a bit more relaxed. As for Metal Knight's suggestions regarding Orochi, it made Child Emperor somewhat uneasy. However, considering Metal Knight's peculiar personality and the strength of the S-Class heroes present, Child Emperor ultimately calmed down and did not stop the operation. After confirming that the Monster Association was just below, he said, "By the way, Infinite Knight should live around here, right? Shouldn't we go contact that guy? Maybe he's at home right now eating chips and playing games." The Child Emperor stood at the subway exit, looking at the radar device in his hand that resembled a handheld console, and said to Saitama beside him. Before Saitama could say anything, the small tornado behind him answered directly. "There's no need to look for that guy anymore. The kind of thing you mentioned is impossible." Tornado's tone was very calm, which surprised the heroes present who were familiar with the enmity between the two. The Child Emperor also felt that Tornado's tone was somewhat dissatisfied, so he continued to ask in a tone that was slightly apologetic and helpless. "Sister Tornado, could you elaborate? After all, that guy is still an S-Class hero. He could add to our strength." The Child Emperor wisely refrained from calling her Small Tornado, as he did in private, and instead referred to her as Sister Tornado. Considering his age and her fierce reputation, this title was quite appropriate. As for the actual ages of the two, it would have been more fitting to call her Aunt Tornado. Life is good, unlike that guy Zhuang Bufan, who likes to court danger. He is just an elementary school student and hasn't lived enough yet. Her home was destroyed. Tornado continued to speak with a calm expression. It seemed that the titled Child Emperor, while not making her particularly fond, also did not make her feel disgusted. "What?" the heroes exclaimed in unison. To be honest, living in such a dangerous place, it was only a matter of time before Zhuang Bufan's home was blown up. However, hearing such a thing come from Tornado's mouth always made people feel that it was the powerful Tornado before them who had blown up his house. "What kind of look is that? I didn't do anything." When I arrived here, I found that Zhuang Bufan's house had already turned into ruins. Tornado, bathed in the strange gazes of the heroes, clenched her small fists in anger and hurriedly defended herself, saying, "It must be the work of the Monster Association. I've already investigated, and there are no signs of life in the area where the monsters' corpses were found. It seems that the house was accidentally damaged during a fight." Genos pressed one hand to his ear, receiving information transmitted by the satellite and sharing it with everyone present. "I see. That means the kid might have already attacked the monster's lair. These young people really like to show off, huh?" The Atomic Samurai stroked the stubble on his chin and spoke in an admiring tone. The heroes present had different attitudes toward the Atomic Samurai's words, but most either agreed or seemed indifferent. Only Sweet Mask snorted coldly and then silently entered the underground platform. "I really can't get along with that guy, huh?" The Atomic Samurai, who was already not fond of Sweet Mask, directly expressed his thoughts upon seeing his demeanor. He then turned to call his 3 disciples, saying, "All right, let's go in too. We can't lose to that guy, you know." "Yes." After receiving the responses from his 3 disciples, the Atomic Samurai smiled in satisfaction and then carried his atomic cutter, being the second to enter the underground platform. "They're really cool. The S-Class seniors." The one speaking was the A-Class hero Mizuki, a sporty beauty still in high school with a well-built physique. Although her physique was somewhat overly muscular compared to other girls her age, her sunny and cheerful personality was still very likable. This time, facing the Monster Association, an organization capable of instigating large-scale riots across multiple cities, the Hero Association dared not be careless. Even when dealing with small fry that might escape, they still gathered a group of high-ranking heroes to complete the task. In the eyes of the association, this was merely a precaution. For these heroes, such opportunities were rare, and the rewards were substantial, so they naturally came to participate. After all, with so many S-Class heroes present, it was unlikely that they would encounter any super-strong demon-level monsters to fight. Fortunately, this group of A-Class heroes quickly found their usefulness. "Elder Pig God, could you please hold your breath?" Mizuki said, supporting Pig God with all her might, hoping to push his hefty body into the entrance of the underground platform. "It just won't fit," Mizuki said with difficulty. Anyone could see from her flushed face and the fine beads of sweat on her forehead that she had exerted all her strength. To be fair, as an entrance to a subway station expanded in the last century, its dimensions were not as spacious as public facilities in this era. However, it certainly couldn't be said to be small. Even so, it was impossible to fit Pig God through completely, which just meant he was simply too fat. If Zhuang Bufan were present at this moment, he would surely exclaim about which manufacturer produced the folding chair he sat on during the hero meeting back then. The quality was truly impressive. But unfortunately, he was not there, and the atomic samurai, who could have helped him with the entrance issue, had already gone in early. Although Mizuki was a high-ranking A-class power hero, she was indeed struggling on her own. In desperation, all the A-class heroes present joined forces, and in the end, even a few B-class heroes who participated in the operation came to help. Only then did they manage to shove Pig God into the subway entrance. Getting this guy into the subway was even more exhausting than patrolling for a day, but at least this way, it could be said that they earned their reward from the association. All the heroes present thought this way, without exception. However, the association's money was not so easy to obtain, even if they believed this task was merely an opportunity to ride on the coattails of S-class heroes. Our dear Miss Big-Eyed would definitely not agree to such a thing happening. Not long after, someone finally noticed that there seemed to be traces of monsters moving in the distance. Just as they were discussing sending someone to confirm, a large number of monsters approached them with sinister smiles, forming a siege. Damn it, did they wait for the moment the S-class heroes attacked to ambush us? The A-class romantic handsome guy spoke up. Even so, wanting to eliminate us is wishful thinking. There are dozens of A-class heroes here, and quite a few outstanding B-class heroes as well. Even if demon-level monsters came, we should be able to take them down. Those monsters rushing in are just adding to my battle record under my meteor hammer. The A-level hero, Chain Meteor, excitedly said that as a somewhat delinquent hero with a hint of bad vibes, his fighting spirit is actually quite understandable. Mr. Sanels, I'm counting on you. All the heroes around were ready for battle. Even the water tree player had retied her ponytail and handed her whistle to Sanels, signaling him to blow it. It really can't be done without this, the water tree player murmured. If it weren't for the fact that she was in the center of the battlefield at that moment, her words would definitely have caused misunderstandings among the other men. Honestly, I was still thinking that I had finally landed a decent job. But it turns out that the designated tasks from the association are never easy to solve. Seeing that everyone present was ready for battle, a B-level hero sighed helplessly and had to accept his hard fate. In fact, this group of monsters wasn't initially targeting them. Yes, they weren't initially targeting them, but now they were. Not long after Saitama entered the underground station, the group led by Evil Eye, which was used to test the strength of the Hero Association, emerged from various exits, preparing to hide and launch a perfect ambush when Tornado and the others arrived. Naturally, this group of guys spotted Mr. Zhuang Bufan, who was sitting on the ruins, trying to pour the last drop of soda from a can into his mouth. Unsurprisingly, the restless blood in the monsters' hearts was ignited. Ordinary small monsters certainly could not be Zhuang Bufan's opponents. As the battle situation expanded, even the Evil Eye, which had originally planned to lie low, finally noticed this guy's movements. Infinite Night, huh? I didn't expect you to be the one to test my blade before the trembling tornado arrives. But that's fine. Let you atone for my fallen monster compatriots. As a remnant amalgamation of countless dead monsters, Evil Eye is actually a test subject created by Sykes to produce the Great Evil Eye. As one of the better experimental subjects among the numerous creations of the Great Evil Eye indeed possesses skills worth boasting about. As a dedicated target for testing Tornado's strength, his power is not inferior to that of the dragon-level monster, Evil Natural Water. He also has the confidence to eliminate those damned S-level heroes. Of course, this is partly due to the deception of the Great Evil Eye, but also indirectly illustrates the strength of Evil Eye. As he spoke, Evil Eye revealed his cloak, exposing his body composed of countless eyeballs that could still move freely. With a gentle raise of his hand, immense pressure surged from all directions, enveloping Zhuang Bufan. Although I don't know where your confidence comes from, with your strength, it's really impossible for you to be a match for Little Tornado. Zhuang Bufan spoke while sipping on his toothpick, seemingly reminiscing about the taste of that can of cola. When the guy with the sinister eyes unleashed his power, although Zhuang Bufan himself was fine, the ruins around him were completely reduced to tiny fragments of stone. This effectively put an end to his thoughts of checking whether there were any snacks hidden in the Saitama family's refrigerator. Zhuang Bufan couldn't possibly know what the guy was thinking, but when he saw him scratching his head as if nothing was wrong, he understood. The man known as Infinite Night possessed strength far beyond his imagination. As he contemplated whether to use the ultimate skill he had prepared for Tornado or to retreat, Zhuang Bufan spoke up. Let me give you a piece of advice. You might as well give up on the idea of causing trouble for Tornado for the rest of your life. That woman is so crazy that even I feel scared. However, saying this to you is pointless because you're going to die here now. Zhuang Bufan's words stirred a strong and unsettling emotion in the heart of the Evil Eye. Before he could form any thoughts, all the strange eyes around him began to move erratically at a rapid pace. This indicated that she was under a powerful psychic attack. After trembling for a few seconds, the dragon-level monster, Evil Eye, completely transformed into a pile of irregular diamond-shaped meat chunks. Originally, it seemed like he was trying to mold it into a square like a tornado, but now it was clear that my psychic control ability was indeed quite poor, perhaps even worse than that of the snowstorm. Zhuang Bufan's battle with the Evil Eye lasted less than a minute. Those lurking in the shadows, originally prepared to support the Evil Eye, naturally dared not act rashly upon seeing the situation. After dealing with this guy, Zhuang Bufan didn't pay attention to the group of miscellaneous enemies. Instead, he checked his wallet, estimated the time, and ran to another area to buy some snacks to satisfy his cravings. Living in the ghost zone, if he constantly thought about clearing out the monsters around him, he wouldn't even need to think about sleeping. Zhuang Bufan's battle with the Evil Eye naturally fell under the watchful gaze of the Great Eye. She could tolerate the complete annihilation of this group of oddballs to gauge the overall strength of the heroes in this offensive. However, she could not afford to pay any more costs, especially since those she sent out might not even reveal the personal strength of the Infinite Knight. Forget it. The Great Eye thought sending another dragon-level monster for testing at this point is indeed somewhat extravagant. It would be better to let those guys warm up a bit and deal with the little tails behind the S-level heroes. The Great Eye issued this command to the likes of the wrestling rhino and other monsters. Fortunately, the A-level heroes struggling on the battlefield were unaware of the pitiful actions of Zhuang Bufan. Otherwise, his name would surely become even more notorious among the lower-level heroes, although his current reputation was not that great either. The death of the Evil Eye greatly impacted the morale of these monsters. However, when they realized that the seemingly demonic Infinite Knight not only had no intention of continuing to slaughter them, but also quickly left the scene, these guys, who were devoid of good ideas, became lively again. At that moment, they resembled drunken taxi drivers who had been caught for DUI, knowing they shouldn't be drinking but unable to suppress their cravings. Finally, when the Great Eye informed them to abandon the ambush on the S-level heroes and instead focus on eliminating the supporting L-level heroes, their excited expressions resembled those of a drunken taxi driver who had finally made up his mind to quit his job. Thus, these guys charged with sinister smiles towards the heroes before them. The monsters' attacks were naturally fierce, and the blood of their kind only fueled their fighting spirit. Unless they encountered an insurmountable power barrier, they would not care about sacrifice or death. Even though the A-level heroes before them all possessed the terrifying strength to individually deal with tiger-level monsters, and even the remaining few B and C-level heroes had formidable killing power, they ultimately could not instill the sense of despair that S-level heroes could. Naturally, the originally hard-working A-level heroes could not withstand the overwhelming tide of monsters and gradually fell into a disadvantage. Crescent Moonbrow, Crescent Moonbrow, Crescent Moonbrow, Sniper, Sniper, Sniper. Memories from that summer in the desert. Damn it, this is never-ending. At this rate, we won't be able to kill them all. It hadn't even been 2 minutes since the battle began when someone finally realized the severity of the situation. Unfortunately, they had no better strategy to reference at that moment. If the group of monsters with brains full of blood and mud could not cooperate, then the A-level heroes, who were used to fighting solo, also lacked experience in dealing with large groups of monsters. Although the former could never cooperate due to their innate nature, the latter simply lacked the experience of working together. Yet, at this moment, there was no difference between the two. They remained stuck in a state between solo fighting and basic cooperation. The battlefield was still entangled like a cow trapped in a mud pit. Whoosh! Project Pole Vault. A crisp whistle sounded, followed by a dazzling figure leaping to the front of the crowd with a spirited voice. The newcomer was the water tree contestant, who, while speaking, easily pierced a monster with her retractable rod. Second item, Javelin Throw. The water tree contestant continued her assault, instantly transforming her retractable rod into a javelin and accurately killing another monster. Third item, Discus Throw. The water tree contestant swung the heavy monster with great effort. With this A-level beauty joining the battle, everyone felt their pressure lighten. This was not only due to the personal strength of the water tree contestant, but also because a considerable portion of the monsters were transformed from humans. After becoming monsters, the moral restraints in their minds were eliminated, and their desires were amplified. In summary, a group of monsterized old snakes had their eyes on the water tree contestant's fit body and rushed towards her. Several watermelon monsters, resembling mischievous children, had already entangled themselves around the water tree contestant, physically. However, They quickly realized that this was not a soft body full of elasticity that they could envy. Perhaps it was like that at other times, but now, in a combat state, the muscles of the water tree contestant were as taut as a durable truck tire. This monster's skin was too tough. It was impossible to squeeze. The water tree contestant did not care much about showing her body during her daily workouts and was not particularly mindful of human contact. This was due to her long-standing habit of regular physical exercise. Meanwhile, the watermelon monsters had no chance to make any sounds. Their current situation was akin to prisoners in an action movie being held hostage by a beautiful agent, stirring envy among the other monsters. Just as the water tree contestant was about to exert herself again to completely crush the monsters clinging to her, a group of monsters that could barely be identified as humanoids surrounded her, touching her skin, which was as tough as armor, with ill intentions. They all became like debt collectors duped by a scammer's credit card, surrounding the water tree and relentlessly punching and kicking her, attacking the poor athletic girl while shouting phrases like scammer. No one knew the confusion and helplessness the water tree contestant felt at that moment, as this somewhat innocent girl had no idea why these monsters were calling her a scammer. At the same time, no one could understand the heartache of these monsters. Just when the water tree contestant felt dissatisfied and was about to cry from the relentless beating, a handsome and suave hero appeared in front of her and directly knocked away the monsters attacking her. That guy's strength has increased again. The commotion on the water tree contestant side was not significant, and since they were in the midst of a chaotic battle, the other heroes merely glanced at the situation there, sighed, and continued with their combat tasks. Taking advantage of this moment, the water tree contestant crushed the watermelon monster that had been tangled around her, causing its juice to splatter all over her. Oops, I overdid it and got juice all over myself. Looking at herself covered in watermelon juice, the water tree contestant was spitting out her tongue. This kind-hearted and gentle hero bent down, extended his hand, and smiled at the water tree contestant with a warmth that should not appear on a battlefield. Are you okay? The water tree contestant looked at his clean clothes and then at herself, covered in watermelon juice. Ultimately, she did not extend her hand. Thanks a lot. Looking at that water tree contestant who originally extended but then retracted her jade hand, paired with her slightly stepping back, the few weathered male heroes in the arena couldn't help but sigh, forming a common thought in their hearts. After today, there will probably be another sad fat person in the world. That's right, the hero who came to the rescue was not Zhuang Bufan, but the C-class hero, the food connoisseur, who was already part of the team. With books, time is long. Without books, time is short. The battle between the monster army and the A-class heroes, akin to a quagmire, naturally needed someone to put an end to it. Whether this person is a hero or a monster, in the end, they must conclude this not-so-intense battle. So weak, can you guys really be called monsters? 0 points. You should all be sent back to Lord Daejianjian for reworking. But for now, all of you get out of the way. Let me personally score these heroes. The person speaking was the ghost-level wrestler Rhino, the second in command of the ambush team. In terms of prestige and strength, this guy held significant weight in the hearts of these monsters. Just one sentence from him made the monsters still engaged in battle hastily flee, disregarding the hero's weapon attacks. Looking at the wrestler Rhino's body, which resembled a small mountain, and the sound he made while walking, akin to a pile driver hitting the ground, the heroes exchanged glances, each seeing a serious expression on the other's face. This wrestler Rhino is definitely not an easy opponent. The unparalleled pressure brought by the wrestler Rhino placed immense stress on the heroes present, and the battlefield fell into a deathly silence. Soon, someone could no longer bear the pressure and made an early move. Shadow Ring. The A-class ninja girl used her extremely high mobility to attack around the wrestler Rhino. Her high-speed movement even created a sense of an afterimage. The ninja knife in her hand, under this terrifying speed, became an unimaginable meat-cutting weapon. After about a minute, the female ninja's body could no longer withstand such intense exercise and retreated among the heroes after ending her attack. Did it work? Looking at the unmoving wrestler Rhino, the heroes murmured softly. The technique of killing while leaving a sound was something they had seen from the Atomic Warrior and the Shining Flash. It was a special move used only by heroes attacking with slender weapons. No one knew whether this A-class ninja hero had reached that level, and because of this, they couldn't determine whether this imposing wrestler Rhino was alive or dead at that moment. Be careful, he is still alive. Just as someone was about to go confirm, the ninja girl called out to stop them. Her voice carried a hint of helplessness. As a hero focused on speed, She knew better than anyone that she could not reach the realm of killing while leaving a sound. It was precisely because of this that she understood most clearly that her all-out attack just now had not had any effect on the wrestler Rhino, who was wearing an oversized bikini. Sure enough, not long after she spoke, the wrestler Rhino exhaled 2 puffs of white air from his nose and then spoke. 16 points. A percentage system? The watching Saiyans also didn't know what was wrong with his brain when he said such a sentence. The heroes all looked at this clueless association official with displeasure before continuing to focus on the powerful ghost-level monster before them, contemplating countermeasures. Speaking of thinking up countermeasures, they didn't really have any better plans. If one person couldn't do it, then a group would go together. If one ultimate move couldn't inflict enough damage, then they would all unleash their ultimate moves together to see. Crescent Moon, Curve Brow, Sniper. Memories of that autumn during the advance to the city. 14 points, 18 points, 21 points. The heroes unleashed their ultimate moves one after another, while the powerful ghost-level monster, the wrestler Rhino, stood there with his arms crossed, becoming a punching bag for the heroes to attack. At this moment, he had transformed into a merciless scoring machine. With each number he called out, the mood on the hero's side would become increasingly serious. In the end, all the heroes retreated once again, looking at the wrestler Rhino before them as if facing a great enemy. Come on, continue. You bunch of trash. At least bring me someone who can score 30 points. The wrestler Rhino said with an arrogant expression, his voice buzzing with noise. Anger. Everyone was provoked by this arrogant ghost-level monster, but they had no way out. After all, their ultimate moves couldn't even penetrate the opponent's thick skin, let alone talk about how to defeat that guy. In fact, the wrestler Rhino wasn't always so arrogant. Just a moment ago, he had witnessed the evil eye being killed in an instant by Zhuang Bufan. Powerful freeboard. Yes, the atmosphere around that man, when he killed the evil eye, gave one the impression that he was very bored. When would crushing a dragon-level monster be as simple as popping bubble wrap when one was bored? From this perspective, perhaps only His Majesty King to Snake in the entire Monster Association could compete with him. Just thinking about how he almost attacked such a great Buddha, even the most arrogant martial artist, the wrestler Rhino, was frightened by Zhuang Bufan. And when the S-class heroes had already gone underground and that guy, who was even stronger than the association officials, left the scene, the wrestler Rhino certainly had to use these poor A-class heroes to rebuild his confidence. After all, according to Lord Dajianjian's analysis, the evolution of monsters is largely related to their psychological state. If just being glanced at by that infinite knight could make him lose all confidence, that would be too much of a loss for him. Unfortunately for the wrestler Rhino, he didn't check the almanac before going out today. Regrettably, he didn't even know what an almanac was, just as he was satisfied watching the A-class heroes before him, who looked at him with the despair of a beaten beast. A lazy voice with a hint of boredom suddenly sounded from behind him, sending goosebumps all over his body. It was a strong, terrifying voice that was imprinted in his DNA. Oh, you guys are all here. I have some ice pops I just bought. Would you like some? There are chocolate, strawberry, milk, and banana flavors. Originally, the A-class heroes, who had fallen into despair and were preparing to fight to the death, suddenly saw Zhuang Bufan walking out from behind the wrestler Rhino. An exhilarating feeling of being alive surged uncontrollably from their hearts. It was the Infinite Knight. Even among S-class heroes, he is an absolute powerhouse. Seeing the excitement of the A-class heroes before him, Zhuang Bufan scratched his head in confusion. He knew about the wrestler Rhino's bad habit of scoring, but wasn't he this guy about to be chopped into tiny bits by the Atomic Warrior? It was only then that Zhuang Bufan realized that there wasn't a single S-class hero in the team sent by the Hero Association. No wonder. Zhuang Bufan muttered softly, not caring about the still, trembling, wrestling Rhino beside him. He walked over to distribute the ice pops in his hand to the group of heroes in front of him. After all, the ice pops would melt quickly once taken out of the fridge, and it would indeed be a shame if they didn't eat them quickly. The others glanced at the wrestling Rhino, who was standing there shivering, and then at the Infinite Knight who was distributing the ice pops. They found the scene incredibly bizarre, but they could confirm that they had been saved, so they didn't mind too much and happily started eating the ice pops. After all, they had just gone through a tough battle, and replenishing some energy was a good thing. It's worth mentioning that the C-class hero, the food critic, who was seriously injured by the water tree contestant, seemed to turn his grief into strength and managed to finish off the extra ice pops that were originally prepared for the S-class heroes. After distributing the ice pops, Zhuang Bufan borrowed a metal staff used for juggling from the nearest A-class hero, the Twin Tails, swung it a couple of times to confirm the feel, and then prepared to get to work. By the way, what about that wrestling Rhino? I wonder how many points you would give me for borrowing this move. Before he finished speaking, Zhuang Bufan, who had been lazily standing there like a baseball youth chatting with friends during a break, had already moved behind the wrestling rhino again. He struck a pose as if he was going to swing with all his might, while the wrestling rhino seemed to be like an insect hit by a gale. His entire body turned into a cloud of blood mist, more tragic than a sandbag hit by machine gun fire. As expected, there was still some gap compared to the Atomic Warrior. It really wasn't easy to achieve the feat of leaving a living echo. Just when everyone was trying to recall how the wrestling rhino suddenly exploded, Zhuang Bufan, who hadn't heard the wrestling rhino's score, turned back with a hint of disappointment and said this. Among everyone, the one who felt the most about Zhuang Bufan's actions was the A-class ninja girl. She understood very well that the speed used by the Infinite Knight in that strike was a realm she might never achieve in her lifetime. With such speed, accomplishing the feat of leaving a living echo became very simple. But this guy, at that moment, she really wanted to grab the Infinite Knight's ear and loudly tell him to just go get another sword. Unfortunately, she couldn't. And as everyone quietly watched the scene unfold in front of them, unable to speak for a long time, a sigh from the ninja girl reached everyone's ears, and they all understood what she was sighing about. Without a word, the meaning was clear. Zhuang Bufan did not understand the feelings of the ninja girl. To be precise, he didn't even notice the strange expressions on the faces of those guys. Although he had already dealt with the wrestling rhinoceros, there were still so many strange people around. If he went down now to help deal with those strange cadre members, those minions might still cause some trouble for the heroes. Since his original plan had already deviated, it would be considered part of his duty to eliminate these guys as well. With this in mind, Zhuang Bufan slightly raised his hand, and 5 peculiar orbs, each emitting red, blue, green, gold, and brown light, suddenly appeared behind him. The 5 orbs floated quietly in the positions of a pentagram behind Zhuang Bufan. As Zhuang Bufan's thumb and middle finger slowly came together, one of the orbs, glowing with a vibrant green light, slowly rose to the highest position, while the other orbs moved accordingly. With a crisp snap of his fingers, the emerald orb suddenly shone brightly. Immediately, a whirlwind formed around Zhuang Bufan and quickly spread outwards. The strange breeze avoided the area where the heroes were, sweeping back and forth across the ghost zone like ripples on a radar screen. Any strange beings that were caught in this breeze were torn apart, just like pigs being sliced by a cutting machine in a slaughterhouse. They turned into minced meat, falling to the ground and unable to move again. With this, the group of strange beings should be mostly cleared out. The remaining ones are just a few hiding within the buildings, which shouldn't pose too much of a problem for you all, right? Ah yes. Zhuang Bufan waved his hand, dispersing the 5 orbs that were originally floating behind him. The other heroes, including the Hero Association Saginals, looked at this guy in front of them with expressions of surprise. Even disregarding physical skills, this guy's telekinetic strength was likely no weaker than that of the trembling tornado. Watching Zhuang Bufan easily deal with that group of monsters, the heroes came to this conclusion in their hearts. It's Saginals, right? After clearing out the group of minor threats, Zhuang Bufan approached Saginals, straining to remember the name of this officer. Actually, my name is Sagingar. The young officer, looking at this powerful S-class hero, helplessly corrected him. He could sense that Zhuang Bufan was trying hard to recall his name in an effort not to appear overly rude. But this was really disappointing. Oh, I see. No worries. Hey, maybe in the future you'll even change your name to Zelda. All right, may I ask if Mr. Infinite Knight has any further instructions? Sagingar's heart was in turmoil. He decided to retract his previous thoughts of defending this guy's behavior and not to get overly entangled in this topic to avoid polluting his own mind. All right, based on the information I have, the intensity of the war may increase again shortly. The battlefield is likely to shift from underground to above ground, and at that time, several dragon-level monsters may emerge from below. Conservatively estimating, the entire ghost zone will likely turn into a battlefield. So I advise you to withdraw in advance to avoid getting caught up in it. The situation regarding the invasion by the Monster Association was no longer developing in the direction he had previously known. Take the case of the wrestling rhinoceros, for example. If he hadn't happened to arrive and resolve that guy, perhaps everyone, including Sagingar, would have died at the hands of that perverted bikini rhinoceros. Currently, in the underground battlefield, aside from Little Tornado, Pig God, and Alloy Blacklight, it was hard to say whether they would make a critical mistake in what was originally a precarious victory, especially concerning the Atomic Samurai and the Child Emperor. Golden Sperm, in terms of compatibility, was definitely someone who could completely counter the Atomic Samurai. As for the Child Emperor, Although his plunder successfully stripped the Phoenix Man of the power gained after evolution, reverting him to his original form, it was uncertain whether the Phoenix Man, having undergone a super evolution, would exhibit even greater performance when facing the Child Emperor. So, no matter how one looked at it, the best choice was to have this group of heroes, who were originally meant to provide support, withdraw quickly. However, before Zhuang Bufan could finish speaking, Mizuki interrupted him. Infinite Knight Senpai, although our strength may not be seen as qualified in your eyes, since we have come here, it means we are prepared to sacrifice at any time. So please respect our choice. Mizuki's gaze was firm, and her eyes seemed to shine with light, making even Zhuang Bufan feel that this single-minded girl was a bit too dazzling. Although we do have a bit of a desire to earn points. We are heroes after all, and there's no reason to shrink back upon hearing of danger. Mr. Infinite Knight, please feel free to go support those S-Class seniors. As for the other backup support work, just leave it to us. The one speaking was an unknown hero, and Zhuang Bufan had no impression of him at all. This guy's ranking was probably even lower than that of a C-Class food critic. Zhuang Bufan didn't say another word. He gazed at the group of guys. And even the A-Class idol hero had a determined look in his eyes. Zhuang Bufan knew that whatever he said at this moment would be useless. So, after softly saying be careful, he resolutely walked towards the underground platform, heading deeper into the Monster Association. Watching Zhuang Bufan's departing figure, the group of heroes felt either moved by their own earlier determination or excited by the recognition from the S-rank hero. Everyone felt a warm sensation in their hearts, as if a wonderful power was nourishing their bodies, sweeping away the fatigue from their previous battles with monsters. Just as they were immersed in this sense of self-worth fulfillment, the C-rank gourmet connoisseur suddenly spoke up, holding something. What should we do with the snack bag that Infinite Knight left here? The crowd, interrupted by the gourmet connoisseur, glanced at the bag in his hand, filled with various snacks, and at that moment, their own stomachs began to rumble. It was then they realized that the earlier energy boost also awakened their hunger. A group of people stared blankly at the large bag of snacks, silent, except for the sound of Saginger swallowing nervously. Wow, Mr. Infinite Knight is really reliable. I didn't expect him to bring care packages. Someone suddenly said this, and then everyone realized something, praising Zhuang Bufan one after another. Is that so? Shouldn't it be the Infinite Knight, Senior himself? Mizuki looked around at her companions with a puzzled expression, just about to voice her thoughts when A-rank hero Twin Tails swiftly unwrapped a beef stick and stuffed it into the innocent girl's mouth, stopping her from speaking further. MMM. Without taking too much time, Mizuki's expression changed from confusion to solemnity. As she chewed the beef stick faster, her expression began to turn excited. Infinite Knight is the best. With the girl's praise, the last shred of conscience in this team disappeared. Below, Zhuang Bufan was strolling through the maze when he suddenly remembered that he hadn't informed them about the large pile of snacks he bought, asking them to help store them. In fact, Zhuang Bufan had a bit of a shopping addiction. Whenever he entered a supermarket, he always wanted to grab some food. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have missed the opportunity for Atomic Samurai and the others to enter the Monster Association. Actually, this personality trait didn't have many downsides other than putting a strain on Zhuang Bufan's wallet. Well, even if I don't tell those guys, they probably won't touch my bag of snacks, right? After all, they're all people with strong convictions. Zhuang Bufan recalled the moment of parting, the resolute gazes of those guys, and felt relieved. Unfortunately, our S-rank hero, Infinite Knight, is still too young. It seems that his long-term close interactions with Saitama have not made him realize the harsh realities of the world. Zhuang Bufan's home collapsed unexpectedly, catching everyone off guard. Beside the ruins of the building, three figures stood silently for a long time, staring at the pile of debris without uttering a word. What can I say? Living in a place like this, I imagine Zhuang Bufan and Saitama had already mentally prepared for the possibility of their home being destroyed. Bangu looked at the rubble and spoke. In the original manga, Saitama's house served its last purpose as a gathering place for Fubuki and Bangu. From this perspective, Zhuang Bufan's home indeed stood its ground for the last time, fulfilling its remaining value. Fubuki didn't pick up on Bangu's topic to continue the conversation. Since the moment she saw Zhuang Bufan's home turn into ruins, this woman, whose imagination was fully developed, was already in a daze. Zhuang Bufan's house collapsed. Will he be homeless? Should I invite him to stay at my place for a while? But if he agrees, wouldn't it look like we are living together in the eyes of others? Living together is something that only happens between confirmed couples, right? We haven't reached that kind of relationship yet, have we? Speaking of which, What is our relationship right now? Wait, why does it matter whether that guy has a place to stay or not? But wouldn't that make me seem a bit cruel? After all, that kid, Orange, is still staying at my place. But if that guy stays at my house, how should I manage my actions? With Orange around, it should be fine, right? But doesn't T that imply my charm isn't enough? The above thoughts were naturally what Fubuki had in mind, not a single word spoken out loud. Other than a slight blush appearing on her slightly flustered face, there were no other signs. At the sight of short sleeves, she immediately thought of bare arms. Then the shell, and then GHS? All humans in the world are the same, even in other worlds. Getting sidetracked, Bongu and his brother had somewhat noticed Fubuki's unusual behavior. Both of them were over 70 years old and certainly understood this little girl's feelings. However, knowing without saying, being bystanders has always been one of their admirable virtues. So, they deliberately waited for a few minutes for Fubuki to slowly regain her composure before continuing to speak. So what do you think? Should we go resolve the Monster Association incident together? Bongu's tone was very sincere, without a hint of the demeanor of a martial arts master or an S-class senior. His words made Fubuki instantly realize her earlier faux pas. After quickly adjusting her posture, this renowned, beautiful hero took on a leader's stance, walking ahead and saying, "Let's go." New Fubuki team. As for Bongu and Bongpu, upon hearing this, they didn't refute and quietly shook their heads before following Fubuki into the Monster Association. Inside the Monster Association, Tornado was slowly descending while floating in the air. As the strongest combat force of the Hero Association, a suspected dragon-level psychic, Tornado had encountered quite a few monsters along the way. When a group of monsters with the highest strength of demon level faced such a formidable being, their fate was predictable. Whether you were a demon level or a wolf level, there was actually no difference in front of this terrifying girl. It was just a matter of whether she felt like turning them into meatballs of various shapes. Compared to the rumbling sounds of battles that other heroes experienced with monster executives, Tornado's progress was indeed leading by a large margin. However, this level of advantage didn't bring the slightest bit of joy to the girl, because their main mission was not to destroy the Monster Association, but to rescue that kid named Wagon. With thousands of biological signals in the base, even if a few familiar ones were thrown out, there were still countless options she needed to sift through. For this irritable girl, the entire operation was akin to searching for a gold ring smeared with dog poop in a pile of rotten swamp and insect carcasses. It was precisely because of the existence of this gold ring that Tornado couldn't use her more direct methods to destroy the entire Monster Association, but instead had to delve into this swamp. It's easy to imagine how poor Tornado's mood was. Fortunately, there's an old saying, misfortunes never come singly. Just when Tornado was getting more skilled at dealing with these monsters, and her methods became even more violent, a biological signal that troubled her suddenly entered her psychic search range. Why is that guy only arriving now? Tornado naturally recognized that the biological signal came from Zhuang Bufan, but she also didn't understand why she instinctively said that. Fortunately, Tornado soon didn't have to worry about that problem anymore, as another signal source also entered her search range. Fubuki, how'd you get in here too? And damn it, she didn't even come in with that annoying ghost. Ugh, having a disobedient little sister is really a headache. Tornado's expression twisted slightly. Although she could ensure that her sister would be protected by a psychic barrier before suffering any harm and would be safely sent outside, this was, after all, an organization filled with many powerful monsters called the Monster Association. That girl really, little Tornado gritted her teeth, feeling helpless. She really wanted to use her psychic powers to notify Zhuang Bufan, that bastard, to take good care of his sister. But she couldn't bring herself to say anything, so she could only distract herself by paying more attention to the situation around Fubuki. As a result, the restraints on Tornado increased from 1 to 2, and it was easy to imagine how terrible her mood was right now. On the other side, Zhuang Bufan wandered confusedly through the imposing underground passage of the Hero Association. Logically, as a former undercover agent who had been infiltrating the Hero Association for days, he should have been well acquainted with the structure and intelligence of the organization. However, the reality was that he had somehow gotten lost. It was unclear whether the big-eyed guy had made some adjustments to the layout of the underground castle after realizing Zhuang Bufan's undercover identity. In any case, he was completely lost in the Hero Association, like a maze of twisting corridors. Perhaps some people still remembered that Zhuang Bufan actually had a psychic ability. After absorbing the powers of several powerful psychic-type monsters, his telepathy had evolved to a level close to Little Tornado's psychic perception. But the problem was that his familiarity with psychic abilities was not even a fraction of Little Tornado's, and he was even less skilled than Fubuki. Once he opened his telepathy, it would be like being in some magical place where a music festival was happening in a market. For someone like him, who had never undergone systematic psychic training, that feeling was not much better than listening to someone slaughter pigs in the middle of the night. In conclusion, Zhuang Bufan decided to just keep getting lost. If it didn't work out, he could always just walk through walls. After all, he hadn't felt any significant tremors. So those heroes should be fine for now. A sneeze. Why do I always feel like someone is cursing me behind my back? Zhuang Bufan wrinkled his nose. No matter how poor his control over his own inability was at the moment, he still possessed the strength of a high-ranking dragon-level user. Deep within the weird association, he sensed the mental scrutiny from others. At this point, some might think that the irritable tornado lady was cursing at Zhuang Bufan. In reality, though, damn, why'd that guy go left? I've already created a direct path to Lord King Snake for you. Can't you tell the way? Fine, I'll just seal off the other doors, that should work. Ugh, why did you turn back? Bang. In the lowest level of the weird association, on the couch of the experimental center, Sakes' sexy and mature face slightly twisted, and the wine glass that was once cradled in her palm was crushed by her grip. Her towering chest heaved in anger. It must be said that Zhuang Bufan had quite the talent for making girls angry. Zhuang Bufan and Sykes are two people. One wanted to go down, the other wanted to help him go down. Although their goals are different, the outcomes they seek aren't too far apart. The current situation is indeed quite frustrating. Anyway, it doesn't really matter if that guy gets lost in the upper district. It won't affect his meeting with His Majesty the Serpent too much, as long as he doesn't excessively interfere with the battles between other officers. Let him wander around the upper district. I have other matters to handle. Sykes thought this, and then chose not to pay attention to Zhuang Bufan's actions, instead manipulating the big eye to keep a close watch on the ceiling. Soon, a figure crashed through the ceiling and appeared before Big Eye. Saying he crashed through the ceiling is an understatement. Judging by his disheveled appearance, it would be more accurate to say he was blasted down here by someone. Wolf, you haven't disappointed me. Big Eye looked at the hungry wolf and began her persuasion tactics. On the other side, Zhuang Bufan was still aimlessly wandering around. He instinctively headed towards several places that were making booming noises. However, Zhuang Bufan didn't realize that in such underground structures, the sounds you hear might not necessarily come from where you think they do. After wandering several kilometers back and forth, he became even more confused. Not here, and not here. What if? Let's dig a tunnel down. Zhuang Bufan pondered for a moment, worried that he might accidentally exert too much force and directly reach the mantle layer. If that happened, facing the turbulent sea of lava under high pressure, even if he wouldn't encounter any problems, he wouldn't know how much time it would take to come back up or where he would end up. It's better to explore slowly. By the way, why is there not a single odd person in the Odd Person Association? At least someone should be around to ask for directions. Zhuang Bufan opened a door while talking. Ah, pervert. He saw a round, ball-like creature with two triangular ears on her head, her skin white and delicate, but what stood out the most were her eyes, which were even larger than a human's face. Indeed, this was the big-eyed creature who had provided Mr. Saitama with ultimate wisdom. At that moment, she was sitting on the toilet, holding a stack of newspapers like an uncle, looking at Zhuang Bufan in horror. There was no helping it. What he did was indeed a bit too insane, considering the extremely opposing identities of both parties. Even in an ordinary public restroom, if a stranger kicked open the door, one would feel quite uncomfortable, let alone Zhuang Bufan, a notorious traitor within a monster association. Any monster that had lived in the association for a while knew just how terrifying this individual was, who had infiltrated the organization and taken out several high-ranking officials. They had long since categorized Zhuang Bufan as being on the same level as King, the tornado of terror, and Bomb. It was a stroke of luck that the big-eyed creature was not scared to death when this formidable figure kicked open the door while she was using the toilet. Oh, it's you big-eyed one. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Zhuang Bufan maintained as calm an expression as possible while observing this strange person. But soon that expression couldn't hold up any longer. Thump! A foul, pungent smell shot straight into Zhuang Bufan's nostrils. This guy, who was slightly constipated, actually managed to relieve himself in the face of Zhuang Bufan's shock. Bang! Zhuang Bufan hurriedly exited and then slammed the door shut. The metal hinges were crushed under his immense strength. The thick odor began to seep out through the crack of the door. Finally, after a sound of running water, the smell started to dissipate. The big-eyed girl, feeling a bit shy, knocked on the door. Only then did Zhuang Bufan push the door aside, slightly disdainful as he distanced himself from her. Are you serious about stepping back half a step? Although an ordinary person couldn't determine the big-eyed girl's gender from her appearance or voice, she was indeed a female creature. For any woman, Zhuang Bufan's earlier action could be said to be extremely hurtful. Zhuang Bufan glanced at Dianzi and noticed that the guy seemed a bit down. Although he still had some reservations, his attitude while speaking had become quite calm. Should I say that he truly is a remarkable weirdo who can team up with Saitama to form a comedic duo? Zhuang Bufan shook his head, shaking off those strange thoughts, and then pointed at the big-eyed person and said, "You, take me to find the big-eyed guy, got it?" Yes. Although he couldn't figure out what the infamous Infinite Knight in front of him was thinking or why she spoke in that tone. However, from her perspective, the conditions Zhuang Bufan proposed were simply perfect. Once the Great Serpent King made a move, even this guy would probably meet his end on the spot. "Then please follow me this way." The big-eyed person thought for a moment and prepared to lead Zhuang Bufan, but he reached out to stop her. "Wait. Since I ran into you here, then that Saitama guy should be nearby too. Let's find him first." Upon hearing Zhuang Bufan's words, the big-eyed person became somewhat nervous. Although she could be considered one of those weak beings that posed no threat and wouldn't harm others unless threatened, in the eyes of most heroes, she was no different from those who would scheme to harm others and were ruthless. Although she didn't know how powerful the person named Saitama that Zhuang Bufan mentioned was, since he was a friend of the S-Class hero Infinite Knight. He must be an extremely strong hero as well. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that if that guy were the kind of hero who was indignant towards evil, wouldn't she be in danger? Perhaps sensing the big-eyed person's worry, Zhuang Bufan smiled slightly at her and said, "Don't worry, that guy Saitama, actually." Zhuang Bufan's words were cut off abruptly, as if he sensed something. Immediately after, the unique sound of leather shoes stepping on the floor echoed from the end of the corridor. "Don't leave my side, be careful." It really was troublesome. He didn't expect to encounter this guy here. The person facing Zhuang Bufan, who could provoke such a reaction from him, was definitely not Saitama. As for whether he was a monster, frankly speaking, among the entire monster association, other than that hungry wolf with an exponentially increasing combat power index, only King Orochi could cause Zhuang Bufan trouble. And these two guys, one was already tied up by the big-eyed man, while the other was quietly waiting on the throne below for their group of heroes. Clearly, the guy opposite was also not a monster, since he wasn't a monster. It meant he was definitely a member of the Hero Association's Advanced Assault Team. Among the members of this Advanced Assault Team, there was indeed someone Zhuang Bufan didn't get along with, who was also the only hero he couldn't handle. "Infinite Knight, can you explain why there is still a monster standing next to you, unharmed?" Sweet Mask stood in front of Zhuang Bufan, and beneath his handsome face, a fierce light flickered. Zhuang Bufan looked at the unmistakable killing intent of Sweetheart Mask and sighed helplessly. Overall, the guy opposite him wasn't a bad person, and his actions could indeed be considered heroic. However, Sweetheart Mask was simply too stubborn, excessively self-deprecating, and infinitely obsessed with the concept of absolute justice, to the point where it had caused his body to undergo a transformation into a monster. The emotional unlock brought on by this transformation further intensified Sweetheart Mask's fixation on the concept of absolute justice, further twisting his personality. He was someone who believed in eradicating evil to the last, unable to tolerate even a hint of malevolence in his eyes. And yet he attempted to impose his beliefs on everyone. Sooner or later, he would be bitten back by his own extreme thoughts and actions. Although Zhuang Bufan felt a bit sorry for the guy opposite him, he had no obligation to correct his mindset. Zhuang Bufan has always believed that for those who won't turn back until they hit a wall, it's better to wait until they are bloodied and bruised before showing them another path. When facing the Sweetheart Mask, it's best to keep a distance and silently watch them from afar. This has been Zhuang Bufan's guiding principle in dealing with the Sweetheart Mask. It's just that now. Zhuang Bufan looked at the other party's eyes filled with killing intent. It was clear that this guy wanted to drag him into a wall. This was no longer something he could observe from the sidelines. Simply put, he was lost, so he had grabbed this guy to guide him. Could he bluff his way through? Zhuang Bufan thought hopefully in his heart as he spoke. The big-eyed guy behind him was somewhat timid, clutching Zhuang Bufan's pant leg. And Zhuang Bufan could even feel his pant leg trembling slightly. That was the big-eyed guy's body responding to the killing intent of the Sweetheart Mask, trembling uncontrollably out of fear. Oh, so that's how it is. The Sweetheart Mask responded to Zhuang Bufan's answer with a beaming smile. The previous atmosphere of cold, murderous intent had completely vanished, and the big-eyed guy, realizing this, let out a slight sigh of relief, then carefully examined the Sweetheart Mask with a spring-like gaze. Which girl isn't full of spring? even if she's a weirdo, compared to the big-eyed guy's relaxation. Zhuang Bufan's heart tightened even more. The sweetheart mask was not someone who would fear the strong, and his attitude of eliminating evil made it clear that he would not let the big-eyed guy go so easily. Even mercenaries who had been forcibly brainwashed by weirdos had, in his eyes, become targets for elimination, nearly killed. Therefore, it was easy to imagine the actions he would take against the weirdos who were the embodiment of evil. Something unexpected must have a demon behind it. What does this guy really want? Before Zhuang Bufan could fully grasp the true intentions of the sweetheart mask, the sweetheart mask had already moved, silent and swift as lightning. The sweetheart mask launched an attack towards the big-eyed guy behind Zhuang Bufan with a speed that was almost impossible to perceive. At this moment, his speed was comparable to that of the S-Class Flash's normal state. Just as his hand was about to pierce the big-eyed guy's eye, a knee strike came flying towards him. Zhuang Bufan moved first despite being on the defensive, using his knee to strike its sweetheart mask's blade, which missed. Immediately following, there was a seemingly ordinary sweeping kick that forced the S-rank hero to retreat. I think you owe me an explanation. The speaker was not Zhuang Bufan, but Sweetheart Mask, who had attacked first. Although the recent exchange of offense and defense seemed unremarkable, Sweetheart Mask had already assessed Zhuang Bufan's strength to be quite formidable. Despite not unleashing his monstrous powers to attack the weak monster beside him, the guy known as Infinite Knight was able to act preemptively and even counter his assault. This forced Sweetheart Mask to be cautious. He only hoped the situation hadn't escalated to what he had feared. This should be something I say, right? What was the meaning of your actions just now? Zhuang Bufan did not answer Sweetheart Mask's question, but instead pressed the guy across from him. Although he could understand the other party's logic of action, he was Zhuang Bufan, the Infinite Knight, not Sweetheart Mask. There was no need for him to act according to his ideology, let alone dance along with his steps. This attitude should indicate that the Infinite Knight had not betrayed humanity. So why was this guy still trying to stop him? Was there some misunderstanding? Strangely enough, Sweetheart Mask did not seem angry at Zhuang Bufan's counter-question. Instead, he stood silently in place. He showed no intention of attacking further, but also did not step back, just standing there. After a while, Sweetheart Mask slowly spoke up. I doubt your motives for saving that monster. We must eradicate evil. I have intelligence on the Monster Association provided by the Child Emperor, and we can act together from here on. However, before that, you need to prove that the Infinite Knight still belongs to the side of justice. It was rare for Sweetheart Mask to take half a step back. For such a proud guy, being able to say this was already a remarkable concession. Zhuang Bufan also realized that Sweet Mask did not want to conflict with him either. However, saying something like, Big I will become friends with Saitama in the future to try to persuade Sweet Mask to let Big Eye go was a bit too naive. Moreover, Big Eye was just a minor character standing on the evil side in the original manga. Even if Saitama saw him take down this monster, he would understand. There was no reason for him to fight with Sweet Mask over such a monster, especially within the Monster Association. However, after that near-death experience, Big Eye's small arms trembled slightly as they rested on Zhuang Bufan's pant leg. As a monster, she was too weak. So weak that she had to rely on organizations like the Monster Association to survive, even if she didn't do anything wrong. Perhaps the vast majority of heroes would see monsters as absolute evil that must be eradicated. But Saitama wouldn't do that, and neither would I. That's right. Just like that. I am a hero who acts based on my own will. In an instant, Zhuang Bufan seemed to realize something. He patted Big Eye's head and said softly, You should find a safe place to hide. After this incident is over, don't work for organizations like this anymore. They won't guarantee your safety. He then looked at Sweet Mask's face, which was increasingly filled with killing intent, and proudly declared, Why should I explain my actions to others? Why should the justice I uphold require your approval? As soon as he finished speaking, Sweet Mask responded coldly, In that case, I have no choice but to execute justice. The killing intent flowed in Sweet Mask's eyes, his malice almost solidifying into swords. A killing intent that could make anyone who met his gaze feel a chill as if they had fallen into an ice cave. On the other hand, Zhuang Bufan's gaze towards Sweet Mask was completely different. When he spoke those words, Zhuang Bufan looked at Sweetheart Mask with a gaze that was a mix of pride and a hint of pity. And now, feeling the overwhelming killing intent emanating from Sweetheart Mask, Zhuang Bufan's entire demeanor changed, becoming filled with authority and ferocity. If Sweetheart Mask's violence was the kind filled with cruel killing intent, then the ferocity emanating from Zhuang Bufan now resembled that of a fighter who had triumphed in countless battles on the boxing ring. One of them wanted to kill the other, while the other sought to calm the opponent down. To completely calm a dragon-level monster while enduring all of its attacks is not exactly a fair match. However, Zhuang Bufan was fully capable of doing this at that moment. The key was that he hoped this hero, who yearned for absolute justice yet loathed himself, could reconcile with him under the weight of his massive fists. Finally, the two combatants, both exuding a strong fighting spirit, slowly approached each other. It was as if a flood had collided with a dam, their voices creating a momentum that felt like the earth was collapsing. Sweetheart Mask's palm, like a blade equipped with ion thrusters, attacked Zhuang Bufan's neck, ribs, and jaw with murderous intent. Each strike was delivered with his maximum power, an inexplicable thrill stimulating every cell in his body. Meanwhile, the dark side of his heart quietly eroded his rationality. In just 5 seconds after they closed the distance, Sweetheart Mask had unleashed over 100 killing, intent-laden strikes. Zhuang Bufan, however, showed no reaction, silently enduring it all. Finally, after about 20 seconds, and after Sweetheart Mask's relentless barrage of over 1,000 heavy blows, Zhuang Bufan moved. His arm, which had been floating in the air with the force of Sweetheart Mask's rapid strikes, suddenly tightened. Then came a perfectly executed cannon punch, hitting Sweetheart Mask's abdomen hard, sending him flying backward. With a thud, Sweetheart Mask's body was instantly propelled to the end of the corridor, which was about 1 kilometer long. He was forcefully embedded into the hard wall made of an unknown alloy, causing spiderweb-like cracks to spread across the incredibly sturdy surface. At that moment, as he stopped, Sweetheart Mask felt an intense pain in his abdomen that surged into his brain like a tide. With a crash, Sweetheart Mask fell from the wall, half kneeling on the ground. In the next instant, Zhuang Bufan had leaped over the 1,000-meter-long corridor and stood in front of Sweetheart Mask. "Are you awake now?" Zhuang Bufan stood before Sweet Mask, not making a move, but instead asking a question in an extremely calm tone. Sweet Mask was half kneeling on the ground, looking at Zhuang Bufan's shadow. The pain in his body prevented him from meeting that guy's gaze immediately. As an idol, as a hero pursuing absolute perfection, how could Sweet Mask tolerate such a self looking up to the Infinite Knight, whom he deemed unqualified? Therefore, he chose to lower his head, only to find he could see nothing but the shadow of that guy cast on the ground by the light. Is this action of mine a submission to him? Sweet Mask suddenly realized this, and the anger in his heart burned fiercely against his reason. In fact, that guy hadn't even heard Zhuang Bufan's advice. He abruptly stood up, using some of his monster powers, and struck Zhuang Bufan's abdomen heavily. The force of this blow was already equivalent to a full-strength attack from a standard muscle-type dragon-level monster. Even Zhuang Bufan, who had absorbed the powers of several dragon-level monsters, felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and wanted to bend over and rub his belly. However, fortunately, it was just pain and did not break his defenses. A powerful punch like that could not be delivered consecutively. Sweet Mask, with veins slightly bulging on his face, looked at the man before him in terror. From his current state and the situation he displayed, it was clear that this guy had not suffered any injury. But how could this be possible? Could it be that the Infinite Knight had already obtained that man's strength? As a hero who had never witnessed the strongest being, King, in battle, Sweet Mask's first thought was not of the S-class hero King, but of the man who supported him to continue acting as a hero even after becoming a monster. That man, in his heart, was powerful, towering, and existed as a perfect hero. S-class hero number 1, Blast. How could this be? Sweet Mask roared in anger. He would not accept it, nor allow it. The man before him was so casual, so nonchalant, that he even let a weak monster escape due to personal feelings, and even fought with such a guy. Although Sweet Mask was not the kind of person who was jealous of others being stronger than himself, he could not allow someone stronger than him to have a moral stance worse than his own. He could not tolerate that someone as powerful as the Infinite Knight, like that man, executed justice with such an attitude. Evil must be eradicated completely. Evil must be eradicated completely, since the strength of the Infinite Knight was approaching that man. He should not emit any other light. He should execute evil without mercy, just like Blast. Otherwise, I absolutely will not agree. These two sentences were softly roared out by Sweet Mask. Zhuang Bufan only heard him inexplicably shout those two sentences, and he didn't have the superpower to read others' minds. Naturally, he couldn't understand the thoughts of Sweetheart Mask. Fortunately, he didn't need to understand any further. Looking at the twisted expression of Sweetheart Mask in anger, Zhuang Bufan's response was very simple. "Are you still not awake?" This time, Sweetheart Mask heard the words spoken by Infinite Knight. Accompanying this was a powerful punch, a strike far stronger than before. Sweetheart Mask's whole body fell like a shell in the main cannon of a battleship, crashing through several floors and plummeting downward. The sounds of the battle between Zhuang Bufan and Sweetheart Mask echoed throughout the vast underground structure, reaching everyone's ears. Even the zombie man, who resembled an almost mundane hero, could sense the brutality of the fight from the dust falling from the ceiling. It seems I'm not the only one putting in effort. The zombie man, watching the dust fall from above, suddenly plunged the straight-edged long knife in his hand into his own abdomen, stabbing at the vampire behind him. The injured vampire hastily released the man in front of him and took several large steps back. Having exhausted most of his strength, it was difficult for him to summon any bloodline powers to launch a decent attack against this madman before him. Are you crazy? I've killed you hundreds of times. Why are you still alive? The vampire, pushed to the brink by the zombie man, finally uttered his famous line from the comic. Meanwhile, the zombie man, like in the original comic, was quickly recovering his body and proclaimed his victory. Yes, you've probably won against me hundreds of times, but it doesn't matter. I just need to win against you once, boom. Before the zombie man could finish his sentence, the ceiling above the vampire collapsed, and the vampire, having exhausted his strength, was unsurprisingly crushed into a pulp by the debris. In the smoke and dust, the zombie man couldn't TC would have killed the vampire leader in an instant. Cough, cough. Why does it look like that guy's Sweetheart Mask? Watching the silhouette struggling to rise from the dust, the zombie man muttered to himself. Something fell from the ceiling, crushing the vampire monster. Not only the zombie man was surprised, but even the other monsters present were shocked. Hey, we just need to take out this exhausted hero. But now, will there be any unexpected changes? A crow-like monster said from his side. Shut up. Don't you know you're a trash-talking monster? Good things never work out, but bad things always come true. Hearing the crow-like monster's words, a group of monsters hurriedly restrained him, and one even pulled out his belt from when he was still human. They tightly bound the crow-like monster as Foulmouth. But unfortunately, some things are not so easily changed. Soon, Zhuang Bufan, floating with 5 colorful orbs behind him, slowly descended. At that moment, Zhuang Bufan looked as if he were being gently held by a breeze, slowly coming down, as if washed by a gentle wind. The dust caused by the ceiling's collapse soon dissipated. Oh no! Sweetheart Mask was startled. Although the Infinite Knight's earlier strike was powerful, it was not enough to make him lose his sanity and faint. In fact, under the stimulation of pain, he had begun to sense that something within him was trying to break free, yearning to be released. However, all of this came to an abrupt halt when he heard the zombie man's words. How much of the monster transformation power has Sweetheart Mask used? 60%? 70%? It no longer mattered. In the zombie man's eyes, as long as his monster transformation power exceeded 30%, this guy would definitely be able to sense it. His only hope was to suppress his abnormalities as much as possible before the smoke cleared. But that gust of wind, that damn wind, if that's the case, then I should just kill all these witnesses to my downfall. But killing the zombie man for this, something feels off. Just as the smoke cleared, at the moment when Sweetheart Mask was about to be exposed, the brown orb behind Zhuang Bufan emitted a faint warm glow. And in an instant, countless barriers made of rock and soil rose around him, quickly forming a sphere. That guy, the Infinite Knight, is helping me conceal my identity. Why? A wave of inexplicable warmth flowed through the body of Sweetheart Mask, and at that moment, he had calmed down. All signs of his monstrous transformation had completely faded away. However, he still did not move, instead obediently lying within the rock sphere, quietly listening to the conversation between Zhuang Bufan and the zombie man. Infinite Knight, did you come in later? What's inside that sphere behind you? It looks a bit like a shapeshifter taking on the form of Sweetheart Mask. Are you okay over there? Zhuang Bufan interrupted the zombie man before he could finish speaking and change the subject. Oh, I see. I'm doing fine here. Just some severed limbs, penetration injuries, as well as multiple fractures and internal bleeding. I'll recover soon. Just some minor fatal injuries. Zhuang Bufan briefly summarized the injuries described by the zombie man in his mind and couldn't help but complain, that's right, just some trivial fatal injuries. For some reason, the zombie man suddenly felt that Zhuang Bufan's words resonated with him, and he chuckled with his damaged vocal cords. All right, I have things to do here, so I won't disturb you any longer. When we get back to the ground, I'll buy you a drink. By the way, you better plug the communicator given by the association into your brain matter to avoid losing it. Are you saying this thing? Is it really that precious? The zombie man hesitated slightly after hearing Zhuang Bufan's suggestion, but he was ruthless towards himself. With 2 fingers pinching the communicator, he didn't hesitate and aimed it at his eye socket, forcefully inserting it into his brain matter. Ugh, accompanied by this action from the zombie man. The sounds of vomiting from the group of monsters rose and fell. Even Zhuang Bufan felt his stomach twitch at the sight. The psychological trauma caused by the zombie man's unintended action was deeper than being punched 10 times in the kidney by Sweetheart Mask. Better get going before I see something inappropriate. Watching the zombie man fight was definitely helpful for people wanting to go vegetarian and lose weight. With that, Zhuang Bufan didn't say much more to the zombie man, waved his finger, and the rock ball wrapped around Sweetheart Mask shot upward rapidly. At the same time, Zhuang Bufan left the battlefield where the zombie man was. Infinity Knight, wait. At least help me clean up the trash over here. Seeing Zhuang Bufan leave, the zombie man shouted loudly, but unfortunately, he was a step too late. Zhuang Bufan's figure had already disappeared. The zombie man glanced at the group of monsters, sighed helplessly, and walked towards the iron door that could be opened. Another physically demanding activity. The zombie man's words fell into the ears of the group of monsters, who were originally filled with despair due to the arrival of Infinity Knight. Now that they saw that guy leaving and the zombie man asking for help, they naturally thought that this S-rank hero had fallen into a predicament. In their delight, this group began to ponder how to ask for rewards from the great Eyeball Lord. That guy's head is mine. Why should it belong to you? At least we should split it. Sentiments like these reached the zombie man's ears. He silently closed the iron door and then spoke to the group of mocking monsters in an extremely calm tone. Why do you think I would lose to you? Although my strength is indeed inferior to that of Infinity Knight, the outcome is the same for you. It just requires a little more time. Bang! Zhuang Bufan casually chose an empty place and gently placed the stone wrapped in Sweetheart Mask down, accompanied by the sound of the rock ball hitting the ground. The fragments that had wrapped Sweetheart Mask also scattered at the same time, turning back into a pile of building materials. The restraints on Sweetheart Mask were lifted, and he had regained his handsome appearance. He stared intently at the 5 glowing orbs behind Zhuang Bufan. Having heard that this newly promoted S-class hero could significantly enhance his strength through some kind of transformation, he was certain that the Infinite Knight who had fought him earlier hadn't used his full power, although he himself had not utilized his full monster transformation either. However, a guy who could easily withstand his previous level of fierce attacks would be impossible to defeat, no matter how much he transformed. This feeling of failure and decline filled Sweetheart Mask's heart. But more importantly, there was something else troubling him. Infinite Knight, why did you help me hide my identity? Sweetheart Mask's gaze towards Zhuang Bufan began to grow complicated. Oh, have you finally calmed down? Zhuang Bufan finally spoke, but he didn't directly answer Sweetheart Mask's question. Instead, he sighed a little. Maybe it's because you aren't really a bad person. Then Zhuang Bufan scratched his head and said a bit shyly that he didn't even know why he felt embarrassed. Is that all? No other reason? Sweetheart Mask, having received Zhuang Bufan's answer, could hardly believe what he was saying and repeatedly confirmed in disbelief. Is it that simple? What do you think it is? But then, if that's the case, Sweetheart Mask's thoughts fell into chaos, and he couldn't say a complete sentence for a while. After a long time, he finally organized his words and spoke. If that's the case, why did you want to fight me? Cough. Hearing this, Zhuang Bufan was almost infuriated by this guy. At that moment, he really wanted to grab Sweetheart Mask by the ear and shout at him. Was it me who wanted to fight you? Isn't it you who insisted on staying there, watching without any satisfaction, and doing some inexplicable justice? Unfortunately, his rationality as an adult told him he couldn't do that, at least not right now. Sweetheart Mask's mental state clearly hadn't fully returned to normal, but he soon realized this issue. So this guy, with his long neck stuck out, stared at Zhuang Bufan for a long time without saying a word. Sai, forget it. We're still in the enemy's stronghold. If you want to continue fighting, after this incident with the Monster Association is over, just pick a time, and I'll be there. But for now, when I brought you here, I saw that Ki Steel and the others were having some trouble. If you don't want to continue, I'll go help them deal with that first. After Zhuang Bufan dropped this line, he didn't look at the expression on Sweetheart Mask's face and turned to leave, but was stopped by this guy. Wait. Zhuang Bufan, who had stopped in his tracks, looked at the guy in front of him with a puzzled expression. Clearly, Sweetheart's Mask no longer had any intention of continuing to fight him, at least not for now. So what did this guy mean by stopping him? I'll go handle things over there. I've already wasted too much time. With your strength, you should continue moving down. After saying this, Sweetheart's Mask didn't wait for Zhuang Bufan's response and directly dashed back into the shattered corridor that Zhuang Bufan had opened up. Was this guy giving up? He felt somewhat baffled by Sweetheart's Mask's attitude, but he still had important matters to attend to. The fight with Sweetheart's Mask had already delayed him for too long. Zhuang Bufan's purpose for this journey, aside from his duty as a hero and preventing the Atomic Warrior and Kid Emperor from dying, actually includes an additional task. That is to meet with Sykes, who can still communicate with the so-called God. As far as he knows, Sykes, who originally intended to enslave humanity, had once witnessed the true form of that being known as a god when he fused with King Serpent. According to the comic's portrayal, it was a spherical substance covered in a blanket of fungi, which certainly did not resemble a legitimate entity. However, considering that the so-called god and the being seen by the wandering emperor share similar logical reasoning in their actions, but their forms and deceptive rhetoric are vastly different, Zhuang Bufan cannot help but grow more suspicious of what that god truly wants to accomplish. No matter how one thinks about it, Sykes' will to devour planets does not align with what the wandering emperor said about exterminating humanity to restore nature. Given the various future scenarios and the fact that that lazy bum, hasn't updated since the new Hero Association came out, Zhuang Bufan, who is well aware of the level of power breakdown in this world, feels he should gather more information while things are still within a controllable range. Even if it means possibly confronting King Serpent, it would be worth it. After all, after seizing the powers of the Centipede Elder and the Hero, he not only gained pure power, but also triggered an unknown system's synthesis formula, acquiring a brand new power. Elemental Dominator, Telekinesis Enhancement 80, Telekinesis Recovery Increase 100. 5 Elements Orb. When manipulating the 5 elements of metal, wood, wind, water, fire, and earth, telekinesis consumption is reduced by 20, and the corresponding elemental power is enhanced by 40. Damage from attacks of the corresponding attribute is reduced by 40. If elemental fusion occurs, it will trigger the 5 elements life and death effect, and the attack power will increase based on the power of the techniques used by the host. Elemental Dominator. The power of telekinesis targets you subsequently seize will automatically convert to the charging attribute of the 5 elements orb, enhancing its elemental affinity and power. When energy is absorbed to a certain extent, the 5 elements orb may achieve new growth. Revelation. Consumes 80 of the host's telekinesis and the evolution energy accumulated in the 5 elements orb to unfold the apocalyptic scroll where all living beings are like ants. Believe me, those forms of yours have merely gained fusion enhancements. They are definitely not a result of some guy being too lazy to look up data and resetting things. Zhuang Bufan has grown accustomed to the system's complaints. Although he has lost all of his original transformation forms, the 3 new forms he subsequently obtained, Elemental Dominator, Unmatched Battle Demon, and Zoo Director, are all powerful, growth-type transformation states. Even though he currently has a gap in combat skills compared to monsters of the level of King Serpent and Polos, once he activates his transformation state, the power he possesses should be comparable to those above the dragon level. The reason Zhuang Bufan is not entirely certain that he possesses power above the dragon level is mainly due to the outrageous combat power and practical fighting methods displayed by those beings. One can create a parting line down the earth with a collapsing star cannon, while another can glance at the earth with a ridiculous light wave that seems to slice it open. If he were to test his own strength like them, he might just go from an S-class hero in the Hero Association to a disaster-level god. Overthinking some things is pointless. It's better to focus on getting this step right first. However, speaking of which, is it really okay to leave that side a sweetheart mask? Zhuang Bufan scratched his head and thought for 2 seconds, still feeling that he should go down and take a look. Walking on the small road of the strange association. Where my boyfriends? Zhuang Bufan had not been away from Sweetheart Mask for long when he heard a high-pitched, energetic male voice. As if he had been injected with adrenaline, singing his self-composed song and joyfully bouncing around nearby. The moment Zhuang Bufan heard this voice, he quickly covered his mouth and nose, trying hard not to make a sound. This was not because Zhuang Bufan was afraid of the singer. He was simply scared of that guy, the S-rank hero, sexy prisoner, with whom he had only had a brief acquaintance. If Sweetheart Mask was someone Zhuang Bufan was reluctant to deal with merely because of personality reasons, then Sexy Prisoner was a different story, stemming from physiological reasons. He still remembered that rainy night when he fought against the Deep Sea King, and how that guy had looked at him with an approving gaze. Just that one glance made Zhuang Bufan feel every cell in his body tremble instinctively. It was a shiver born out of fear. Although he knew that Sexy Prisoner was a good person and a responsible hero, that physiological discomfort still made him unwilling to approach that guy. What should he do if the path down was blocked by Sexy Prisoner? Wait for him to leave, or just hang around for a while? Zhuang Bufan thought to himself, maybe this guy would leave soon. Right now, if he had to take a detour to another place, the time spent could exceed his expectations. He didn't know how things were going with Zombie Boy and the Child Emperor, although they had agreed to split up for better efficiency. He hadn't seen any strange people along the way, and he couldn't find any clues about his boyfriend's whereabouts. If he had known it would be like this, it would have been better to team up with the adorable Kihei Steel. Unfortunately, as a disciple of the Atomic Samurai, they would probably feel awkward when they met his boyfriends, right? Oh, and there's Infinite Knight, who unfortunately didn't attend the meeting. If he had been there, he would definitely understand my intention to use love to touch my boyfriends. Zhuang Bufan heard the words of the sexy prisoner from a distance, sending chills down his spine. It was the first time he felt so unwilling to understand what that sexy prisoner was actually saying. At that moment, Zhuang Bufan really wanted to give himself a good knock on the head to forget what had happened today. But then he thought about how he was less than 500 meters away from the sexy prisoner. He couldn't shake off the fear that if he fainted, that devilish sexy prisoner might discover him and perform some kind of love CPR or something. The thought of that terrifying scene made Zhuang Bufan abandon the idea and prepare to take a detour to leave. Stop! A sharp voice rang out, startling Zhuang Bufan, and he felt a chill shoot up from his tailbone, making him shiver all over. Zhuang Bufan instinctively lifted his leg to run, but felt that something was wrong. Then he heard another voice. "Asixi prisonnier? Turn into a charred corpse under my attack. Poison mist, steel needles, lightning, scorching." Zhuang Bufan stopped and quietly turned back to take a look. Although they were all just guys with only tiger-level strength launching an attack on the sexy prisoner, their methods of attack were incredibly complex. It was like a broken wooden barrel soaked in water. If a certain plank wasn't long enough, it would be submerged, leading to a complete breach in defense that could cost the sexy prisoner his life. That guy wouldn't be in trouble, would he? According to the original plot, the sexy prisoner was supposed to comprehend the angel shock under such fierce attacks, officially becoming a hero capable of dealing with dragon-level disasters. And later he would grasp the angel's hard hair, completely becoming a perfect hero with both offense and defense. But the world is unpredictable. Who knows if any mishaps might occur, aside from destroying the beautiful image represented by the word angel. The sexy prisoner could still be considered a beneficial being for human society. After all, his very existence was the most brutal punishment for those heavy criminals. From this perspective, Zhuang Bufan should just observe from the sidelines to prevent any special incidents from happening. However, just thinking about the sexy prisoner's unique way of expressing gratitude made Zhuang Bufan feel uneasy. Should he really sit tight for that guy? Fortunately, the sexy prisoner's perverse body didn't give Zhuang Bufan much time to hesitate. Soon, the poisonous mist dissipated, and the group of monsters also paused to observe. A buzzing sound, comparable to the fluttering of a mosquito's wings, came from the location of the sexy prisoner. Zhuang Bufan felt like his eyes were going blind. Watching a muscular male shake his body at an extremely high frequency was not a pleasant experience. Is it because he has realized a new form of love that has led to the evolution of his body? If that's the case, I will name this move Angel Shock. Zhuang Bufan was hiding in the shadows, feeling that his stomach had gone beyond just cramping and was now beginning to reflux in waves. Forget it. I think the sexy prisoner doesn't need my help at all. The key is that if I keep watching this, my worldview will collapse. After witnessing the scene of the naked man easily defeating the monster, Zhuang Bufan felt he should quickly retreat. This guy's fighting scenes and evolution were far beyond what he could bear. Unfortunately, he took another step forward, perhaps because fate was intent on messing with him. Or maybe this sexy prisoner was actually the illegitimate child of the heavens, before the cat could appear to ambush him. The sexy prisoner had already grown a surge of protective steel fur, while Zhuang Bufan's gaze was diverted. Ugh, looking at those surging black hairs. Zhuang Bufan ultimately couldn't hold back and vomited. Is someone there? Zhuang Bufan's movements were a bit too loud, causing the just-evolved sexy prisoner to notice him. Alarm bells went off in Zhuang Bufan's mind as he heard the sexy prisoner reciting a spell from hell. Zhuang Bufan, are you here to cheer me on? Then let me give you a loving hug, the sexy prisoner said, his words quite terrifying. Zhuang Bufan was so shocked that he didn't even have time to straighten up and just ran forward while gagging. In the end, fearing that the sexy prisoner would catch up, he simply slammed his arms down hard to dig a hole in the ground and jumped down. The expression on that person's face as he fled was reminiscent of how he looked before being forced to stick to the host. On the other side, Meow Meow, who had been watching the whole process from the shadows, also felt uncomfortable. It suddenly thought that the infamous Infinite Knight was also quite pitiable. His appearance was very similar to how it used to look. Wasn't it? Should have the Infinite Knight deal with that guy? Thinking of its previous experiences, Meow Meow felt a pang of sorrow, and somehow the image of that woman in its mind began to overlap with that of the sexy prisoner. After thinking for a long time, it decided to let it go. This guy was indeed a bit scary. Did I manage to escape alive? Zhuang Bufan, who had no idea how many underground levels he was on, leaned on his knees, gasping for breath. The sight of the sexy prisoner running towards him with open arms was simply too lethal. Zhuang Bufan took a while to confirm that the guy didn't follow him before he finally felt at ease. He began to reflect on whether there was something wrong with his actions in infiltrating the Hero Association. First, he got into a fight with Sweet Mask, and then he was chased by a sexy prisoner. Speaking of which, ever since I came down here, not only have I not dealt with a single monster, but instead, I've ended up fighting with a hero. Am I really here to take down the Monster Association? Zhuang Bufan made a slight sarcastic remark, which indicates that he has gained a deep understanding of his own character. So far, the situations that have occurred are manageable for him. But the key question is what to do next. Should he directly seek out Sykes for a deep conversation, or go straight to Wagamama, bring him to find that snotty guy, and safely get them both down to ground? Zhuang Bufan indeed began to hesitate. Currently, Sykes might just be one step away from merging with Wang Dash, descending into the world as Psy Dash. It's hard to say whether that thing called a deity wants to use Psy Dash body to achieve some kind of reincarnation. Just like that crazy woman took over Wang Dash. Even if that is not the case, gaining even a little more information about the deity is always good. This was something Zhuang Bufan considered before entering the Monster Association. According to the life and death attributes specified by Sykes, whether it was the Black Spirit encountering the Atomic Samurai, or the Gums meeting the Pig God, these events perfectly blocked each other, even nearly succeeding in killing those renowned S-class heroes. This means that if everything proceeded according to the original plot, Zhuang Bufan could confidently seek a conversation with Sykes without worrying about any problems. Moreover, due to his presence, many of the Monster Association's cadres were dealt with in advance. And most importantly, that guy Little Jia had also joined the battle early. Judging from the combat power, the lineup sent by the Hero Association this time was far more luxurious than what he was familiar with in the plot. Under such circumstances, Zhuang Bufan's first confrontation was with Sweet Mask, another hero with S-class strength, and then he got entangled with the sexy prisoner for a while. The series of inexplicable events not only failed to showcase the excess combat power of the association, but instead made people feel even more uneasy. Just in case, maybe I should directly go find Snotty and that guy, Wagamama. Anyway, there will be plenty of opportunities to talk to Sykes in the future. Although Sykes has lost power in part of his memory and didn't receive the deity's attention, it still feels like this world has some kind of convergence line. Always trying to mess with my mindset. Perhaps due to experiencing the nightmare pursuit of the sexy prisoner. Zhuang Bufan ultimately flinched and prepared to honestly complete the association's rescue plan. With his mind made up, Zhuang Bufan wandered aimlessly and soon discovered a set of traces from a battle, along with the flesh and corpses of monsters. Earlier, to evade that sexy prisoner, he had dived down dozens of layers deep. Other heroes, aside from their task of rescuing hostages, also had the job of dealing with monsters as much as possible. Judging by this situation, even though he entered the Monster Association later, the Child Emperor, who was diving down with determination, and the Tornado, who was swiftly killing monsters, might not arrive here before him, right? Thinking of this, Zhuang Bufan carefully examined some traces at the scene. There were no strange twisted or torn injuries, nor any signs of chainsaw cuts, although the monsters that were killed in seconds had their attacked areas in a miserable state. They were indeed targeted for extremely precise, fatal strikes at their weaknesses. This suggests that it should be the tragic outcome caused by the hungry wolf, right? The ferocity of the attacks was indeed much more brutal compared to previous encounters with heroes. It seems that guy's monster transformation progress is nearly complete. However, compared to those things, the path marked by the traces of Hungry Wolf's battle basically leads to either Big Bright Eye or the place where Snotty and his friends are located, right? From the outcome, it doesn't matter which way I go, but I can't shake the feeling that I seem a bit foolish for having thought so seriously before. Zhuang Bufan never restricts his complaints, whether it's about others or himself. To cut a long story short, after finding traces of the Hungry Wolf's battle, Zhuang Bufan successfully arrived at a cell that had already been breached once. To his surprise, there were still monsters outside the dilapidated cell, keeping watch. Meanwhile, the little boy Wagango was sitting there like a lord. What is going on? Looking at the ruined cell, and the wealthy young master inside, sitting confidently, Zhuang Bufan couldn't help but ask this question. Indeed, the cut had already been dealt with by him before the Hungry Wolf officially appeared. However, for the Monster Association, which has many powerful members, a mere ghost-level monster can easily be replaced. This means that, based on the entangled fate between the snotty hero and the hungry wolf, it is likely that the monster who captured the hungry wolf spared the snotty hero, or that the dead child was captured here. Any unnecessary actions would trigger the hero attributes of the hungry wolf, and Zhuang Bufan himself didn't know how ferocious the evolved hungry wolf would be. This is why the scene before him felt strange. He could accept that the cell was empty, which would mean that the hungry wolf had rescued that child. He would just need to follow the trail of destruction to find out. But why was Waganga still inside? If the cage holding the little boy Waganga was destroyed, it indicates that when the hungry wolf arrived, the snotty hero and Waganga were in the same cage, not in a specially prepared independent cell for the snotty hero. Given this, the hungry wolf should have had the opportunity to take Waganga along. If that's the case, there's no reason for the hungry wolf not to rescue Waganga, and instead leave him in the Monster Association's cage. Zhuang Bufan really couldn't understand what was happening. So he directly waved his hand and smashed the group of strange people guarding the prison cells against the wall. He walked up to the arrogant-looking little Waganga and asked, "It looks like someone has come to rescue you from the cage, right? Where's that guy?" Zhuang Bufan's attitude was relatively kind, although what he first hated were the arrogant rich people, and second, he despised the unruly children around 7 years old. The child in front of him, Waganga, happened to embody both traits. However, Zhuang Bufan was a hero after all, a guy who engaged in righteous activities out of belief, and he wouldn't completely ignore Waganga just because he disliked him. "But, you're the S-Class Infinite Knight? Why did it take you so long to arrive? Is this rescue speed worthy of the reward my father paid?" Upon hearing this, Zhuang Bufan immediately closed the already open prison door again, then used telekinesis to pull over a chair and leaned against the backrest. His friendly expression instantly shifted to one of indifference, and his dead fish eyes were deeply etched into Waganga's mind through Zhuang Bufan's series of peculiar actions. "First of all, little Waganga, I need to correct a misconception of yours. True heroes are not driven by money or power." Waganga looked at Zhuang Bufan lazily, slouched on the chair, his dead fish eyes fixed on him. He hated the attitude Zhuang Bufan was showing him, especially when he realized that this S-Class hero called the Infinite Knight had no intention of following his orders to rescue him. As the son of a wealthy tycoon, his temper flared up. Waganga, like all stubborn children, struck a proud pose, crossed his arms, and looked down his nose at Zhuang Bufan, saying with increased force, "You talk about great principles, but aren't you all still living off my father's donations to sustain your hero activities? If that's the case, then you better do your job well, you jerk." Hearing Waganga's mockery, Zhuang Bufan's forehead bulged with veins, and he clenched his fist before letting it go. Zhuang Bufan sighed helplessly. He could somewhat understand why the hungry wolf would leave this brat here. After all, he was an S-Class hero of the Hero Association. Yet even coming to save this little brat, he was being scolded like this. So it wasn't surprising that the hungry wolf, being a hero hunter, would be insulted with such words. "Oh, is that so? Is that what you think?" Zhuang Bufan scratched his head, stood up, and casually tossed the chair behind him, looking at Waganga with indifference. "Since you believe that heroes who accept the association's assistance must obey your father's instructions, then please, little Waganga, continue to wait here for a hero who is willing to accept your reasoning and feels honored to rescue you. I won't accompany you any longer." After saying this, Zhuang Bufan elegantly walked to the corner outside and sat down. Although he said he was leaving, Zhuang Bufan was still a hero. No matter how much he disliked that brat, it was impossible for him to let him stay in such a dangerous environment alone. However, that didn't mean he couldn't give this arrogant little brat a taste of his own medicine. "Hey, Infinite Knight, where are you going? If it comes to worst, I'll just take back what I said." Just hearing the sound of little Waganga banging his head against the wall next door brought a dark pleasure to Zhuang Bufan. Logically, he should light a cigarette and savor it slowly along with Waganga's regretful cries. Unfortunately, Zhuang Bufan didn't smoke, so this guy could only peel a lollipop and pop it in his mouth, savoring it slowly. "Huh, Infinite Knight, why are you here?" Just as Zhuang Bufan calmly stood at the door of the cell, enjoying little Waganga's regretful wails, the Child Emperor appeared from the corner in front of him. When the Child Emperor saw Zhuang Bufan for the first time, he did not feel the relief of encountering an ally deep in enemy territory. Instead, he silently set his backpack to a state ready for activation, tightly gripping his short sword in the form of a vertical flute, looking at Zhuang Bufan with a cautious expression. Facing the inexplicable hostility from the Child Emperor, Zhuang Bufan understood. After all, this precocious elementary school student had a heavy suspicion, especially after being advised by that paranoid Metal Knight to be wary of those around him. Thus, it was not surprising for the Child Emperor to have such an attitude towards Zhuang Bufan, who had not participated in the operation during the ambush. Rest assured, I'm not your enemy. By the way, I really can't handle that brat named Wagangma, so I'll leave this to you. Zhuang Bufan did not explain anything to the Child Emperor. To be precise, he knew that no matter how he explained it, this overly suspicious little ghost would not believe him. Since that was the case, he only needed to show his attitude and results to him. This was also the most efficient way to communicate with the Child Emperor. Infinite Knight, are you here to protect the safety of little Wagangma? If so, then why not send him directly back to the surface? The Child Emperor, who had invaded the Metal Knight's body that was destroyed by King Serpent, had naturally come here, following the information provided by the Metal Knight. The Child Emperor was well aware that the room behind Zhuang Bufan was the target of their rescue mission, classmate Wagangma. However, he still could not understand why. Since the Infinite Knight had already found classmate Wagangma, he did not send him back to safety on the surface, but instead remained in this dangerous enemy camp. It was clear that the Child Emperor's brainwaves were not on the same channel as Zhuang Bufan's at this moment. I already said that I can't come to an agreement with that little brat, which is why I'm waiting here for others to arrive. Zhuang Bufan explained to Child Emperor with some helplessness. Is it really that simple? It's that simple. Upon hearing the answer from Infinite Knight, Child Emperor looked at this adult, who was much older than him, with an incredulous expression. This stubborn personality, often referred to as a child's temper, he had encountered in another S-class hero before. That's right, it was that willful young lady, Tornado of Terror. However, considering Tornado's small stature, Zhuang Bufan's adult appearance having a tantrum left an even deeper impression on him. Fine. No matter how much Child Emperor complained, he clearly had to accept the answer given by Zhuang Bufan. Helplessly, Child Emperor could only follow Zhuang Bufan's suggestion to send Wagangma to a safe area. However, before that, he still wanted to find out what Zhuang Bufan planned to do next. I'll leave little Wagangma to you, Infinite Knight. What are you planning to do next? Do I even need to ask? Of course. I'm going to ask my good neighbor to reimburse me for the damage to my house and for my personal mental compensation. After Zhuang Bufan confidently dropped that line, he walked downwards again, watching that guy's departing figure. The Child Emperor couldn't help but seriously consider whether this guy was really going to seek compensation from the boss of the Monster Association. Perhaps if someone else had said those words, the Child Emperor would have dismissed it as just a joke. However, coming from Zhuang Bufan, it made one seriously doubt whether this guy really intended to send a compensation bill. Zhuang Bufan left the Child Emperor's place, and of course, it wasn't because of the compensation money. He had already entrusted the matter of compensation to Saitama, although he had no expectations of the Bald Demon King's debt collection abilities. He left the Child Emperor simply to find that snotty kid who had run off to who knows where. Naturally, this was not something he could easily explain to the Child Emperor, so Zhuang Bufan quickly came to a conclusion based on his own thought process. Since he didn't know how to explain it, he decided not to explain at all. By the way, has that snotty kid met the Atomic Samurai yet? I'm actually looking forward to the scene where the Atomic Samurai gets beaten up by Black Sperm. After Zhuang Bufan left, the Child Emperor quickly understood why the Infinite Knight had trouble getting along with the little brat in front of him. If possible, I really want to blow this guy's head off, the somewhat dark-minded Child Emperor thought as he listened to Wagamama's endless complaints. If given a choice, the Child Emperor would rather take on a dragon-level monster than continue escorting this troublesome brat. Unfortunately, he didn't have any choice in the matter. Both rationality and his responsibilities as a hero told him that the only thing he could do was to quickly get this troublesome kid down to safety. Then he could return to the underground battle and assist the other heroes in defeating that group of executives. I really wonder how the others are doing right now. Controlling his multifunctional backpack, the Child Emperor easily strangled a monster that attacked him while thinking about the information he obtained from the Metal Knight. Whether it was the executives within the Monster Association claiming to have dragon-level strength, or the King Orochi, who could destroy the Metal Knight's body with a single blow, both were quite concerning. As the Child Emperor analyzed the power gap between the enemy and himself, he increasingly felt that the battle plan he initially formulated was full of flaws, making him feel uneasy. At that moment, a handsome robot with a samurai appearance blocked the Child Emperor's path. Machine God G5 is here. Enemy General, surrender. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Sweet Mask, who had been corrected by Zhuang Bufan's personality beforehand, arrived just in time at the battlefield between Ki Steel and Crossbow S. For him, dealing with that woman with a fetish for exposure didn't require any complicated means. Moreover, having had his dark thoughts dispelled in advance, he did not go all out against that group of mercenaries. However, this seemingly normal support action was interpreted differently by Ki Steele and his group. Mr. Sweet Mask, what happened? Ki Steele asked as he looked at the deep-in-thought, silent Sweet Mask. In nothing, it's still dangerous underground. Let's get these people back up first. After hearing Sweet Mask's stubborn response, Ki Steele was increasingly certain of his thoughts. Although he wasn't very familiar with the A-class hero Sweet Mask, who had always been looming over him, after experiencing the city destruction incident and facing Sweet Mask's arrogant declaration before the ambush, Ki Steele felt that this A-class hero did not seem like the type to be easy to talk to. Could it be that he went through some brutal battle that caused him to become like this? What kind of powerful monster could beat such a strong Sweet Mask into this state? Ki Steele had to admit that he had a knack for reading people's hearts. He could clearly sense that Sweet Mask no longer had any intention of launching a deep assault. Naturally unaware of what had happened, he attributed it all to Sweet Mask encountering some powerful monster underground. No matter what, he would never guess that Sweet Mask had become like this because he had received several personality adjustment punches from another S-class hero, Zhuang Bufan. He also could never guess that the cause of all this was a monster. Let's shift our perspective back to Zhuang Bufan. I am the unmatched one-sword style, teaching the way of the sword without reservation. The world knows me as the Atomic Samurai, my name resounding far and wide. The swordsmanship honed through thousands of trials and tribulations. When encountering demons, it must be cut down. Must be cut down. Must be cut down. After leaving the Child Emperor, Zhuang Bufan walked along the rugged path in the core of the underground palace. Before long, he heard the raspy voice of the Atomic Samurai humming this song. TSK, TSK, the Bluetooth speaker playing traditional shamisen music as background music, combined with his self-composed song. Atomic Samurai, you really are quite flashy. No wonder you get beaten up by others. Hearing the song, Zhuang Bufan hid in the shadows and looked at the Atomic Samurai in the distance. To be honest, as an S-class swordsman, the Atomic Samurai was indeed as he sang in his song. His swordsmanship had already reached a divine level, and slaughtering the monsters around him was just a fleeting moment. But it was precisely because of this that Zhuang Bufan found it amusing. The more powerful the swordsman, the more humorous the moment he faces defeat. Black sperm against the Atomic Samurai is like fried rice against Wang Jingze, or Starbucks against Teacher Luo. Zhuang Bufan even believes that it was precisely because of the emergence of the black essence that the once formidable S-rank hero, Atomic Warrior, is no longer just a flimsy, invincible swordsman. Instead, it has allowed him to truly come back to life and become a significant figure. Although getting information from that woman, Sykes, was indeed my original purpose for this trip, preventing the Atomic Warrior from dying suddenly is also my undeniable duty. Looking at the Atomic Warrior wreaking havoc in the distance, Zhuang Bufan's smile became increasingly maniacal. Help! Suddenly, a childish cry for help came from behind Zhuang Bufan and pierced his ears. He quickly teleported to the source of the call, only to see Snotty being chased by a strange person. Zhuang Bufan directly kicked and exploded the monster that was chasing him, and then immediately covered the snotty guy's mouth with his hand, preventing him from making even the slightest sound. Zhuang Bufan's set of movements flowed seamlessly, executed in one go. Little Xiong, with a runny nose, naturally had no idea what was happening. He thought he was being caught by the strange person behind him, and that his life was about to come to an end. Should be quiet. Don't worry. You're safe now, Zhuang Bufan nervously said to Snot Boy, fearing that the child would make too much noise and alert the Atomic Samurai. Infinite Night. Upon realizing that the person covering his mouth was not the monster he had imagined, Snot Boy suddenly became excited. This was understandable, as children like him, who are often bullied, yearn for the existence of heroes much more than ordinary troublemakers. When an S-class hero appeared beside him, rescuing him from danger, the excitement was easy to imagine. Stay quiet and behave. This scene is not something everyone can witness. Snot Boy looked in the direction indicated by Zhuang Bufan's finger and was shocked to see the Atomic Samurai wielding his long sword, cutting through a group of monsters with ease. It was indeed rare to see the Atomic Samurai personally executing monsters. With Infinite Night protecting him, Snot Boy naturally felt no fear, but he could never guess that the person in front of him was not there to watch the Atomic Samurai show off, but to see him fail. Black Sperm, one of the top executives of the Monster Association. His true form is a semi-liquid monster with a unified consciousness, composed of over 10 trillion entities. Although each individual is weaker than even the smallest dog-level monster, as the individuals fuse together, Black Sperm's strength as a collective can grow explosively. According to public information, the fully fused golden black sperm even possesses power comparable to dragon-level monsters. Not to mention, as the product of countless individual fusions, black sperm has a powerful immunity to slashing attacks. Even if the atomic samurai's slashes can split tiny atomic nuclei in half, they still cannot kill black sperm. Unless all 10 trillion individuals of black sperm are killed in a short period, all attacks are meaningless. It's like throwing a sword saint who can cut through rivers into the Pacific Ocean. No matter how you swing your sword, you will ultimately be overwhelmed and killed by my countless clones. Of course, the atomic samurai himself was unaware of the opponent he was about to face and what was about to happen. What is that thing? He thought, feeling displeased at first sight of black sperm. In response to the atomic samurai's contempt, black sperm's attitude was very straightforward. "Hey, onion-head samurai, your luck ends here," he loudly declared with a cocky expression. As expected, the atomic samurai, ridiculed for his hairstyle, became furious, the veins on his head bulging. "Look at him getting mad. He's really mad." In the shadows, Zhuang Bufan quietly watched the show, excitedly pointing at the atomic samurai and telling Snot Boy. Although Snot Boy couldn't understand why this onlooker was so happy and joyful, he could read from the schadenfreude expression that the seemingly weak monster was likely not simple. "Aren't you going to help the atomic samurai, Infinite Knight?" People only have the thought of watching a show when they are in an absolutely safe position. Unlike Zhuang Bufan, Snot Boy did not realize how terrifying the strength of the onlooker beside him was. Having witnessed Metal Knight being killed by King Orochi with a single whip, Snot Boy felt that it would be better to quickly resolve the battle and return to his warm little home than to watch the show here. Compared to these terrifying monsters, his nasty classmates seemed as gentle as lambs. Zhuang Bufan caught a glimpse of the worried expression on Nosebleed Hero's face, and he quickly realized that his maniacal smile might have made this insecure little child feel uneasy. So he reached out a hand, gently patted Nosebleed Hero's little head, and spoke softly to him. "Don't worry, I won't just stand by." Hearing the words of the Infinite Knight, Nosebleed Hero felt a bit more at ease. Over there, after the atomic samurai made a slash, black sperm successfully split into two halves and then swung his blade again. 4836. Countless black sperm-like monsters simultaneously mocked the atomic samurai, followed by a righteous beating. Zhuang Bufan was quietly watching the scene before him, and after a while he slowly spoke. "Well, heroes are supposed to make their entrance at the last moment. That's just logical." Nosebleed Hero stared dumbfounded at the guy next to him, and he seemed to understand why Uncle Hungry Wolf disliked heroes. In the underground palace, on the strategist's chair, Big Bright, I was watching the hero's battle progress through her light eyes. Frankly speaking, in terms of strategy and tactical details, compared to the offensive plans set by the Child Emperor of the Hero Association, the tactics devised by Big Bright were clearly more effective and superior. Whether it was the arrangement of the ugly president and black sperm, or the backup forces set up with King Orochi and Pochi, from any angle, it should have been a complete victory for the Monster Association. Yet in reality, the Monster Association, with a host of dragon-level monsters and a dragon-level King Orochi overseeing them, hadn't even managed to take down a single hero. This was not only because Sykes had overlooked Saitama's existence, but also because she underestimated a hero. Well, of course, it wasn't Zhuang Bufan. Although at this moment, Zhuang Bufan indeed posed a threat to the entire strength of the Monster Association alone. But considering that this guy had already beaten Sweet Mask into a state of autism in his first battle after joining the Monster Association, he was now watching the atomic samurai being beaten up with a maniacal expression. Those unfamiliar with this guy's stance could easily mistake him for an undercover agent sent over by the Monster Association. Let's not digress. Sykes was underestimating the well-known irritable queen. The current face of the Hero Association, the S-Class second hero, Tornado of Terror. "Oh, so the mastermind behind the Monster Association is you? As long as I take care of you, everything will be over, right?" Little Tornado looked down at the pink meatball monster before her, feeling the strong psychic power emanating from it. Although it couldn't yet compare to her own, someone with such strength could surely lead an organization like this without issue. Tornado of Terror. To be honest, among the many heroes in the Hero Association, only 3 made me feel uncertain about which personnel to send to handle them properly. Seeing Little Tornado come knocking, Big Bright, I showed no signs of surprise. Instead, she warmly chatted with her. "Oh, then I'll indulge you. Which 3 people do you find terrifying?" Big Bright, I did not rebut Little Tornado's somewhat arrogant phrasing, but instead kindly explained to her. "The first one, of course, is King. Frankly speaking, Even if we successfully infiltrate the Hero Association's database, we still haven't been able to grasp any weaknesses of that man. King, huh? Although I'm not pleased that you didn't T-rank me first, I have to admit that man indeed possesses such strength. Little Tornado nodded, acknowledging Big Bright Eye's view. The second one is the Infinite Knight. Frankly speaking, when I first met that man, his strength wasn't that impressive. But just a few months later, he managed to take down 2 of my high-level subordinates by himself. If I get the chance, I want to capture him and personally uncover the secret of his rapid evolution. This time, Little Tornado did not respond to Big Bright Eye's assessment. Objectively, she had to admit that Zhuang Bufan might now possess strength comparable to her own. However, subjectively, admitting that man, who tried to take away her sister, always made her feel displeased. Big Bright, I naturally noticed Little Tornado's odd reaction. Frankly, she intentionally placed Zhuang Bufan a rank higher. As the moderator of the Hero Association's gossip forum, she was actually looking forward to Little Tornado's reaction. When did this crazy woman's temper become so good? Or is there some unknown secret between the two? Sykes was searching for recent gossip news about the two, while on the other side, controlling Big Bright Eye, she continued with a facade of calmness. The third is naturally you, the second-ranked hero of the Hero Association, possessing absolute power, Tornado of Terror. Because of that, I plan to personally deal with you. Before Big Bright Eye's words fell, she had already launched an attack on Tornado. The scattered rubble around her surged wildly towards Little Tornado, quickly gathering into a stone ball. Earth Explosion Star. This was a technique name that Sykes had copied from the #1 fan of the Infinite Knight on an online forum. Seeing Little Tornado sealed by the stones, Sykes felt that this name was perfectly suited to describe her technique. How annoying. You don't really think you can seal me with just this move, do you? Little Tornado said, somewhat displeased. Perhaps that monster called Big Bright Eye did have some strength. But if she thought she could take her down with a sneak attack like this, that would be too naive. Moreover, she had intended to keep the name Earth Explosion Star as the name for her ultimate move. Yes, ever since she lost to Zhuang Bufan in an online argument. Little Tornado had been closely following that guy's #1 fan's ID, hoping that one day she could win against him and assert her authority. However, she was soon captivated by the simple comics that Zhuang Bufan often showcased on the bulletin board. Even though those comics had a very crude art style, even if viewed as drafts, they were considered substandard. The storyboards and the world depicted in those comics deeply attracted Little Tornado. She even found herself posing in strange ways alone at night, loudly saying things like how many floors a bag of rice could carry. As for the hatred between her and that guy, it was unilaterally declared over when Zhuang Bufan changed his ID to the #1 fan of the Infinite Knight. Digressing again. In any case, when Sykes shouted Earth Explosion Star, Little Tornado was very displeased. For that reason, she planned to teach a good lesson to this guy who stole the name of her ultimate move. If that's the case, then it's heaven's judgment. Accompanied by a cold and arrogant voice, a massive force erupted from the stone sphere, shattering the seal that imprisoned the tornado and then shooting out towards the wall. Sykes, controlling the large-eyed puppet, deliberately displayed a surprised expression, but this feigned look quickly disappeared as she truly sensed the terrifying power of the tornado. After the small tornado broke free from the stone sphere that sealed her, a faint blue light wave emitted from the protective shield surrounding her, crashing into the surrounding hall and permeating the entire underground palace. Along with the expansion of the shield, there was also a powerful repulsion force, so strong that the dragon-level puppet named Large-Eyed, controlled by Sykes, was unable to withstand it and was violently smashed into the palace wall. This power, how is this possible? Sykes stared at the screen underground, not surprised that the tornado could suddenly unleash such powerful strength. After all, she was the older sister who overshadowed even the genius hell blowing snow. What surprised her was that when this power erupted, the trembling tornado still appeared calm and composed, as if she still had strength to spare. Just how much power did this guy use in that last strike? The battle between the tornado and Sykes was not just a simple shaking of the entire underground palace. Even the entire Monster Association began to tremble because of her power. All the heroes participating in this extermination mission felt this terrifying force to varying degrees. That is the power of the older sister, a member of the new hell blowing snow group. You all stay behind me, within the perception range of my sister. Those monsters cannot harm me. Somewhere in the underground palace, Blowing Snow said solemnly to the two elderly gentlemen behind her, in contrast to Blowing Snow's tense demeanor despite not facing any real danger. Saitama's situation was quite the opposite. What is going on? An earthquake? The entire underground palace has been shaking. Could it finally be an earthquake? Speaking of which, my house doesn't seem to have been destroyed by monsters, but it probably one survived today, right? As Saitama muttered to himself. He was floating around with the flood in the underground palace, like a doll tossed into a washing machine. The reason he was doing this was simply that after eliminating numerous monsters, he needed to wash his clothes. The location he was in was hit by the earthquake triggered by the small tornado and also affected by the underground lake destroyed during the battle between Child Emperor and Phoenix Man, resulting in a double-layered buff that caused destruction. The usually frugal Saitama, considering the expenses of public baths and laundries, jumped in without hesitation. Looking at his expression, he seemed to be enjoying the flood's mud massage services. Huh, what is that? While enjoying the flood massage, Saitama suddenly saw the heroic giant fighting Phoenix Man and curiously swam over. Just sacrificing my house can let me see something like in the comics. A super battle-type, specialized weapon? What is this? A consolation prize? Saitama, soaking in the flood, inexplicably uttered this line while looking at Child Emperor's cool mech. Well, it can be said that he truly is Saitama. On the other side of the underground palace, Pig God had just devoured a monster when the sudden shaking made his entire body start to tremble slightly. His layers of fat slapped against his body, forming waves of flesh, and a late-reacting Pig God turned his head to glance at the source of the tremor, finally saying slowly, "An earthquake?" Compared to Pig God's calm reaction, King was clearly the most agitated by the earthquake triggered by the small tornado. This was not only because King, who considered himself a mere mortal, had an innate fear of natural disasters like earthquakes, but also because he was currently in a standoff with a group of monsters when the earthquake occurred. Did they come back to life? If it weren't for a large chunk of rebar-filled concrete crashing down on those monsters' heads, I might have already been devoured by them. Seriously. So why did the four of us split up, and why did those three end up together, when I'm clearly the weakest one? King looked in horror at the monstrous remains behind him, with the closest beast claw only half a meter away. This was the result of the monsters using a strategy of frontal attraction and flanking from behind, based on King's reputation. The monsters surrounded King in a circle, but still got crushed by the ceiling. King, however, narrowly escaped this disaster because he happened to be under a load-bearing column. Frankly speaking, even if the heroes of the association knew King's true strength, they would undoubtedly recognize his power after witnessing this scene. The only difference would be changing the title of King Engine to superhero level good luck. If Saitama saw King's Versailles performance, he would probably use a term he learned from Zhuang Bufan to describe this situation. NB. Given that the number of heroes sent by the association to exterminate the monster association was too many, I want to list their reactions to the earthquake caused by the small tornado one by one. However, it is still necessary to mention Sweet Mask's current situation. Did he come back to life? I swear I will never take on missions like infiltrating underground caves again. A mercenary dressed in black combat gear ran out from the underground entrance, rolling and crawling. Although under the leadership of Sweet Mask, an S-class hero, they managed to return to the surface at the fastest speed and relatively safely, the numerous monsters attacking them along the way, combined with the frequent earthquakes in the underground palace for unknown reasons, made this group feel that their lives were always hanging by a thread. In contrast to the expressions of the mercenaries who had survived, the faces of the supporting heroes on the surface were panicked. Huh, ordinary people. Senior Kenjutsu Steel? Sweet Mask. The one who spoke up is our youthful and lovely A-class sports girl Mizuki. I have to say, although the battle plan devised by the Child Emperor did not account for the enemy's targeting of our heroes, and the ambush was set up, the plan of the S-class heroes to split up and act after infiltrating the underground palace has indeed effectively reduced the chances of monsters escaping to harm humanity. This, in turn, has indirectly alleviated the burden on the support heroes above ground. However, if you ask me why I suddenly explained this, it is naturally because the support heroes above ground have become so idle that they started a snack party with the snacks that fell from the sky. Even Mizuki, who usually loves sports, joined in. If it weren't for the occasional monsters popping up from underground and the continuous earthquakes, they would have probably already sent someone to buy things to prepare for a second or third meeting. Naturally, their behavior undoubtedly falls into the category of slacking off at work. So when they encountered members of the underground assault team, these people were filled with shame, their expressions resembling those caught playing on their phones during class. Considering the personality of Sweet Mask, who is somewhat like an inspector and his influence within the Hero Association, one could liken this to a hapless student being caught by the head of education during an inspection. Even Mizuki, who usually has a carefree attitude, showed an awkward expression and broke out in a cold sweat. Not to mention the heroes behind her. Their faces looked as if they were about to attend a relative's funeral. "Oh, you've worked hard on duty. I'll just sit here and take a break. If there's anything, I'll handle it myself." Sweet Mask spoke up, without the severe reprimand that everyone imagined, but rather with ordinary, comforting words. This only made the heroes present feel more uneasy, each wondering if disaster was about to befall them or if Sweet Mask had encountered something underground. Hey, Senior Ki Steel, what happened to Sweet Mask? Did he encounter something underground?" Mizuki quietly called to Ki Steel and curiously asked him. "In truth, I also don't know what Sweet Mask encountered down there. I just hope he won't fall into despair." As an A-class hero ranked below Sweet Mask, Ki Steel actually regarded him as a rival in his heart. Now seeing him facing setbacks, Ki Steel didn't feel too good either. "I hope he can overcome his inner demons and return to the right path. Let us turn our attention back to Atomic Samurai." About 10 minutes have passed since the confrontation between Black Sperm and Atomic Samurai. And Atomic Samurai gradually realized that this monster before him was not someone to be trifled with. "Onion Head, no. Sandbag Samurai, is your proud Atomic Slash just this week? Just this? Target Monster. Just now, I was merely warming up. Next, I will definitely cleave you in half." Atomic Samurai spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground as he glared at the constantly splitting and regrouping Black Sperm, viciously declaring his threat. If it weren't for the fact that his eye sockets were bruised and his body bore various injuries, the intimidating words he spoke as an S-class hero would still hold a considerable amount of deterrence. As for now, see, even if Atomic Samurai drank too much, he would still spit. Even if he got beaten, it would still hurt. Zhuang Bufan hid in the shadows, gleefully analyzing the duel between the Atomic Samurai and Black Sperm. His schadenfreude expression made Nose Snot begin to suspect whether this guy was actually an undercover agent placed by the Monster Association within the Hero Association. Fortunately, this stalemate did not last long, and soon Zhuang Bufan would have the opportunity to prove his innocence. Dealing with this splitting monster was indeed too troublesome. He needed to find a way to gather them together and then eliminate them. The Atomic Samurai was not just exchanging barbs with Black Sperm during their brief exchange. Black Sperm was constantly adjusting the ratio of his clones, ensuring that he had enough of them to pose a lethal threat to the Atomic Samurai. As for the Atomic Samurai, he was observing Black Sperm's splitting situation and came up with a nearly perfect battle plan. Their halftime break lasted only a few seconds, and the Atomic Samurai moved again. Atomic Slash. It was still the familiar sword technique, still the swift slash, but this time, the blade of the Atomic Slash did not strike at Black Sperm. Instead, it swung downward. He was preparing to create a battlefield, ready to gather this group of splitting monsters and then break them apart. The Atomic Samurai continuously swung his sword, carving a deep pit into the ground, while he himself kept falling into that pit. As expected, after adjusting the clone ratio, Black Sperm, who thought he had perfectly immunized himself against the Atomic Samurai's slashes, followed the path of his escape. Yes, based on the previous battle situation, Black Sperm certainly believed that the Atomic Samurai was fleeing. Soon, he realized just how fatal his mistake was. "Hey, Target Monster." Following the group of clones that fell alongside the Atomic Samurai, they finally caught a glimpse of the mocking smile on the Atomic Samurai's face. Upon hearing the words spoken by the Atomic Samurai, Black Sperm suddenly felt that something was off. "Do you know, after fighting against the aliens, I've been thinking about how to deal with a monster like you that is immune to blades. Can you guess what conclusion I reached?" Looking at the mocking smile of the Atomic Samurai, Black Sperm finally understood that the guy's earlier move to slash the platform was not an escape. Instead, it was to lead him into a dead end. Unfortunately, he realized this too late. Atomic Concentrated Slash, accompanied by the Atomic Samurai's explosive shout. A thick beam of white light covered all of Black Sperm's clones. During the time the Atomic Samurai was continuously falling, Zhuang Bufan did not blindly chase after him. Instead, he called out to Nose Snot beside him to hold on tight and said, "We're going to the second theater." Then, he activated his Elemental Dominator transformation. With the appearance of 5 elemental orbs, the brown orb representing the earth element lit up, and the concrete slab of about 2 square meters beneath Zhuang Bufan's feet turned into flowing fine sand. He, carrying Nose Snot, floated down like a feather. This is a new transformation. I haven't seen it in Hero Magazine. In Nose Snot's eyes, while witnessing the S-Class hero, the Atomic Samurai, struggle was impressive. Zhuang Bufan, who could transform, was even more popular than an uncle swordsman in their eyes. This time, even Nose Snot was not particularly concerned about the Atomic Samurai's fate. He just wanted to figure out what kind of performance this newly revealed form of Infinite Knight had. Zhuang Bufan did not respond to that snotty guy, but after landing, he made a gesture to silence him. Then, he pulled out his long-and-used camera from somewhere. At this point, the atomic samurai had already landed. He had long known that Zhuang Bufan was watching him from the shadows. Based on his understanding of that guy, he was definitely looking to see him make a fool of himself. The atomic samurai prided himself on being an unparalleled swordsman, an S-rank hero of the Hero Association. Although his battle with that target monster had not gone smoothly, as a master of the sword, he still wanted to maintain some dignity. At this moment, he believed he had dealt with that target monster, and the bruising around his eyes was beginning to subside thanks to his powerful recovery ability. Now, the atomic samurai was thinking of walking up to Zhuang Bufan and striking a cool pose to say to him, "See, such a powerful monster was still defeated by me." The atomic samurai, "I wonder what powerful monster you hunted this time, Infinite Knight?" Zhuang Bufan's ugly face, resembling pig liver, had already the mind of the atomic warrior. Unfortunately, some fated events cannot be avoided by anyone. Just as the atomic warrior sheathed his sword and struck a pose he thought was quite cool to greet Zhuang Bufan from a distance, suddenly, a strange hand reached out from behind and punched the atomic warrior into the wall, the kind that you can't even pull yourself out of. Before the atomic warrior could react, a giant arm from the black sperm grabbed his green hair braid. It forcefully yanked his hair, pulling him out from the wall, and then lifted him by the palm. The roughness of the action made Zhuang Bufan feel a headache. He actually wanted to give a hint to the black sperm that slapping someone is one thing, but there's no need to hold on to a middle-aged man's hair, as hair volume means a lot to a man entering middle age. However, he didn't say this out loud because he had more important matters to attend to. "Old man, you don't think that one blow will be enough to take me out, do you? Don't underestimate me, old man. Don't underestimate me, old man." Zhuang Bufan seized the moment and shouted that famous line together with Heijing. Immediately, a flurry of bright white flashes from the cameras illuminated the atomic warrior. As for that guy Heijing, he was different from the atomic warrior. He had not noticed Zhuang Bufan hiding in the shadows. At that moment, he was staring in surprise at Zhuang Bufan, who was continuously taking pictures from a distance. The sunlight was so blinding. This was the shared sentiment of both the atomic warrior and Heijing. After a while, Zhuang Bufan finally stopped taking pictures, while the atomic warrior continued to maintain his posture of being beaten up. With someone grabbing his hair, he couldn't turn to look at Zhuang Bufan, so the atomic warrior could only try to twist his body while helplessly glancing sideways at Zhuang Bufan and said, "How long are you going to keep taking pictures? Can't you help me deal with that target monster over there?" Although the atomic warrior still had a bit of a desire to show off, considering that the damn guy had already captured his most embarrassing moment, it was more urgent to deal with that damn target monster. "All right, after watching the show for so long, it was time for me to perform a bit too." Zhuang Bufan put away his camera and was just about to take action when the black sperm, who had been observing him, seemed to finally recognize him. "No, Infinite Knight? How did that guy end up here?" The black sperm's heart sank when he recognized that the one taking pictures was the infamous Infinite Knight from the Monster Association. Although the black sperm, as a monster, had indeed picked up various bad habits typical of monsters, at his core he was still an extremely cautious and death-fearing individual. His personality couldn't exactly be described as cowardly, but he was undeniably the type that was very afraid of dying. As for Infinite Knight, who had taken out 3 senior members of the association and 2 outstanding martial arts officials, the black sperm felt it was only natural to be extremely cautious. Although he didn't believe his strength was weaker than that of the centipede elder or the 2 other guys, being careful was always the right choice. Just as the black sperm was wavering and considering retreat, a cruel scene flashed in his mind. The moment when King Orochi hunted down the cockroach monster. He vaguely remembered that the cockroach monster had at least the combat capability of a strong demon, and in terms of speed, he might even be faster than himself. Yet, despite being such an outstanding monster, he couldn't escape the fate of being devoured by King Orochi after failing his mission. If the black sperm was merely wary of the Infinite Knight in front of him, when it came to facing King Orochi, all he felt was fear. He had once thought about leaving the Monster Association to find another sanctuary, but the monster named Big Glowing Eyes by King Orochi seemed to possess the ability to see into people's hearts. The crucial point was that King Orochi trusted her opinion greatly. It was hard to say whether he would be pursued if he tried to escape. If he faced King Orochi alone, the black sperm believed that with enough clones, he should be able to escape. But if there's also Big Glowing Eyes involved, should he run? Or should he use the sandbag samurai as a shield and attempt a surprise attack? After thinking it over, the black sperm felt he should at least try to ambush the Infinite Knight, especially since he had the sandbag samurai as a hostage. Even in the worst-case scenario, he believed he would have a chance to escape with his abilities. The black sperm made up his mind to prepare for a surprise attack on the infinite knight in front of him. However, before that, he still had one matter to handle. Bang! Another heavy punch landed on the atomic samurai. The black sperm didn't really want to finish off the sandbag samurai at this moment. After all, the atomic samurai was an S-class hero and could still pose a significant threat even if captured. So before engaging the infinite knight, he figured he should at least disarm the atomic samurai. Let go. This was the black sperm's brief warning to the atomic samurai. No, this was the atomic samurai's pride as a top swordsman. Bang! The black sperm didn't say another word. He simply responded to the sandbag samurai's pride with a fist the size of a water tank. No. This time, the atomic samurai's response carried a slight tremor, and his tone was not as resolute as before. Bang! The black sperm's fist had now grown from the size of a water tank to that of a truck's front end. Just then, crash! The atomic samurai had initially wanted to hold out a bit longer, but seeing the black sperm's arm transform from a fist into scissors, he realized that if he delayed any longer, he would have to demonstrate the one-armed sword technique himself. At this moment, the atomic samurai really wanted to interrogate Zhuang Bufan, who was still standing there watching the spectacle. He wanted to ask that guy when he planned to take action to eliminate this target monster. In fact, Zhuang Bufan wasn't just spectating, although he was indeed preparing to deal with the black sperm himself. He had to consider that there was still an ordinary elementary school student nearby. Nasal Hero was still here. So before the battle began, Zhuang Bufan, who wasn't very skilled at finally manipulating his psychic powers, was continuously trying to construct a small sanctuary for him. Unlike creating a solid stone ball from rocks or building a shelter from the wind and rain, trying to shape a protective shield that could withstand attacks stronger than a strong demon without crushing the nasal hero inside was indeed a time-consuming endeavor. Zhuang Bufan had just finished molding a protective shield about 1.5 meters in diameter when the black sperm was dragging the atomic samurai by his hair and charging towards him. Ah, it hurts! It hurts! It hurts! My hair! The black sperm was still a monster, and he knew very well that the sandbag warrior in his hands was quite easy to beat up. Naturally, he used an extremely brutal method, dragging the atomic samurai forward in a manner similar to a barbarian charging with a weapon. But for the atomic samurai, this was not a pleasant experience. The pain from his head colliding with the ground was secondary. The most crucial thing was that his meticulously maintained hair was at stake. In middle age, there are always a few things that can bring satisfaction. The atomic samurai, when not engaged in extra tasks or training plans, would return home before 8 o'clock every night, avoiding smoking and only drinking alcohol in moderation. He even adhered to the principle of going to bed before 11 at night, quietly enjoying a cup of hot milk before sleeping, determined not to carry his fatigue into the next day. Apart from his S-level hero status and being a top swordmaster, the atomic samurai was just an utterly boring middle-aged man. For such a middle-aged man, aside from his achievements in his career, the only thing he could take pride in was his thick, black hair. It is easy to imagine that at this moment, the atomic samurai, trapped in the hands of the black sperm, was not only enduring physical torment, but also suffering emotionally. My hair. Unfortunately, the atomic samurai's wails did not elicit any sympathy from the black sperm. Even Zhuang Bufan, that guy, didn't care. He was preparing to set the black sperm on fire and certainly wouldn't mind if his flames turned the atomic samurai into a bald man. At most, he would say something like wildfires can't be extinguished, spring winds will cause them to grow again, to comfort himself afterward. In fact, he did exactly that. Zhuang Bufan's gem, representing the fire element, began to glow slightly, and 2 fireballs immediately appeared in his palms. As the light from the gem behind him grew stronger, the fireballs in his hands continuously expanded, rotated, and compressed, eventually forming 2 flame spears. Simultaneously, as the temperature of the flames rose, the colors of the flame spears gradually changed, first from red to blue, then from blue to gold, until they formed 2 nearly 2-meter-long golden flame spears floating in Zhuang Bufan's hands. Without a doubt, for a monster like the black sperm, who was immune to physical attacks, magical skills were his nemesis. However, the black sperm also had countermeasures. He casually threw the atomic samurai in front of him and used his elbow to prop up the samurai's waist, treating him as a shield while continuing to charge forward. Humiliation. Undoubtedly, this action of the black sperm was a blatant mockery of the sandbag warrior. What was even more terrifying was that Zhuang Bufan had no intention of stopping. The atomic samurai was not afraid of death, nor was he afraid of getting hurt. He was just concerned about dying in an undignified manner. No one wants to imagine themselves dying looking like someone who's been burned bald, and most likely, their clothes would be burned off as well. Frankly speaking, if the black sperm hadn't landed those 2 punches on the atomic samurai, forcing him to drop his atomic slash, then perhaps this shield, named the Sandbag Warrior, would have helped him draw his sword to strike at Zhuang Bufan's flame spears. Even if they were teammates, the atomic samurai would certainly not hold back in this situation. But unfortunately, at this moment, the atomic samurai had no ability to resist. Having lost his sword, while he still had some martial arts skills, they were clearly insufficient to free him from the black sperm's grasp. At this moment, the atomic samurai looked at the 2 golden flame spears and felt that the light of the flames was somewhat green. Perhaps this was not an illusion for the atomic samurai, as his face was turning green under the illumination of the flame spears. At this time, the black sperm was less than 60 meters away from Zhuang Bufan, and the flame spears in Zhuang Bufan's hands had just reached their peak concentration. Flame spears. Unknowable fire. Zhuang Bufan shouted loudly, his arms moving forward in a throwing motion, as 2 fiery spears flew straight towards the atomic warrior. WDNMD. You really can do it. Seeing that Zhuang Bufan had no intention of holding back, the atomic warrior felt a sense of despair. At this distance, he had no chance to struggle and could only silently await the judgment of fate. Unexpectedly, at the moment the fiery spears were about to hit the atomic warrior, they quickly collapsed into a massive fireball, which then transformed into 2 fiery serpents that circled around the atomic warrior and pierced straight into the chest and abdomen of the black essence. Sighed had actually missed. This was my true attack route. I have to say, Zhuang Bufan's method of attack was indeed very clever. The flames brushed past the atomic warrior at the last moment, leaving him with almost no damage. As for why it was almost, the atomic warrior smelled the burning hair above his head. Without looking, he already knew that his beautiful hair had definitely been scorched by this guy. Zhuang Bufan's attack was very effective. The flame spear created 2 holes in the black sperm's body, and the atomic warrior could even hear the black sperms wailing. There was no doubt that Zhuang Bufan's flame spear severely injured the black sperm, but it was still not enough to free the atomic warrior from its grasp. The black sperm's charge speed slightly decreased as it completely separated the part of its body that was pierced by the flame spear, enduring Zhuang Bufan's skill at the cost of sacrificing a part of its own body. It then continued to hold the atomic warrior, using him as a shield to charge forward. The only difference was that Zhuang Bufan's flames had burned away a small portion of the atomic warrior's hair, resulting in a significant shortening of his scallion braid. This prevented the black sperm from grabbing his hair to charge forward as before, so it switched to gripping the atomic warrior's head with one hand, just like a deformed strongman carrying a chick, continuing to charge forward. Hey, is this how you do it? That's too despicable, right? Before the atomic warrior could complain, Zhuang Bufan spoke up first. Although he had concluded that magic-type skills were particularly effective against the black sperm, he was constrained by the Sandbag Warrior, which prevented him from using any large-area destructive skills. Moreover, such high-explosive, small-area magic skills could easily be disregarded by the black sperm at the cost of sacrificing part of its body. It should be noted that the black sperm's main body is a superconsciousness conglomerate composed of over 11 trillion individuals. Even the atomic warrior's previous atomic concentrated slash only managed to kill about 1 billion of its clones. Even if Zhuang Bufan's flame spear was slightly more efficient against the black sperm than the atomic warrior's atomic concentrated slash, it would still be difficult to completely resolve this troublesome opponent in a short time. More importantly, Zhuang Bufan no longer had the opportunity to unleash another flame spear, as the black sperm had already brought the Sandbag Warrior right in front of him. The black sperm tossed the atomic warrior's body behind it, and its right hand quickly expanded, forming a fist the size of Stone Lion, followed by a cannon punch aimed at Zhuang Bufan. Stone Seal. Zhuang Bufan, seeing the situation, hurriedly waved his hand. Even though he normally possessed the defensive power of a high-level dragon-class monster, he still had no intention of taking the punch from the black sperm head-on. As Zhuang Bufan gestured, 2 orbs representing the earth and metal behind him glimmered slightly. Several concrete pillars mixed with steel suddenly rose up, blocking the space between them and forming a complex stone gate. Although this stone door was a shield that Zhuang Bufan quickly created in a rush with his current mental power, it was sufficient to withstand a frontal attack from a low-level muscle-type dragon-class monster. Even heroes like Sweetheart Mask, who excelled in both strength and agility, might not be able to pierce through the stone wall Zhuang Bufan had constructed with a single strike. Unfortunately, it was just a single strike. The black sperm's fist suddenly shrank before hitting the stone wall, transforming into a chisel the size of a fist, with such a small chisel perched atop its massive arm. It perfectly concentrated all its power into a single point, like a nail being hammered into wood, instantly breaking through the stone barrier created by Zhuang Bufan. Zhuang Bufan was not surprised that the black spirit broke through his outer defenses. After all, he was a formidable figure at the Dragon Pinnacle level. And in terms of physical strength, his abilities ranked second only to King's Serpent within the Monster Association. If he couldn't even break through a stone door, he would have been able to hang the Atomic Warrior up and beat him. Not bad, but how much strength is left in a bow that's past its prime? Zhuang Bufan silently praised himself, then quickly placed his left hand in front of his chest, forming a barrier with pure water to catch the punch thrown by the black essence. Block! Zhuang Bufan let out a furious roar, startling the black sperm with his strength. As a cautious and meticulous individual, he had gathered some information about the Infinite Knights and was aware that this guy would occasionally reveal an incredible transformation. However, he never expected that even in an obviously superhuman state, this fellow could possess such powerful hand-to-hand combat skills. As for the Atomic Samurai, he had long been left dizzy by the black sperm. Yet when he heard Zhuang Bufan shout catch, he couldn't help but be taken aback, wondering what kind of trick this guy was up to. Zhuang Bufan, who caught the black sperm's powerful punch with his left palm, had to admit that as a muscle-bound monster immune to physical attacks, the black sperm's strength was indeed beyond his expectations. Even though the punch was somewhat diminished by the stone door, it still had extraordinary power. Zhuang Bufan's left hand slid back for 4 or 5 meters after catching the punch from the black essence. And only then did he manage to stop his backward momentum with the aid of his mental power. At that moment, the black essence's arm swelled again, indicating that as soon as Zhuang Bufan blocked his punch, the black essence had retracted a considerable number of its clone cells. Zhuang Bufan was also startled by the sudden increase in strength and the unexpectedly swollen arms of the black sperm. Fortunately, he quickly reacted. He stepped back slightly with his left foot, leaning his whole body forward to create space, and suddenly twisted his left arm like a car's windshield wiper, deflecting the force of the black sperm's punch. Wah! Another loud shout echoed, causing the Atomic Samurai to feel a pang of anxiety, as if something bad was about to happen. Sure enough, as the black sperm's power was redirected behind Zhuang Bufan, it stumbled forward, unable to control its body. At that moment, Zhuang Bufan pulled his right hand to his left shoulder and, using the momentum from straightening his body, prepared to deliver a knife hand strike to the black sperm. Of course, facing an entity immune to physical attacks, Zhuang Bufan couldn't rely solely on a knife hand strike. Fa! With this shout, the red orb representing the power of flames behind him lit up again. A ball of eerie blue flames enveloped Zhuang Bufan's palm, wrapping his entire right hand in fire. If the strike hit the black sperm, the spreading flames would surely deal a heavy blow, potentially even destroying this clone. The black sperm was naturally aware of this, but in its disordered state, it couldn't manage to throw the Atomic Samurai in front of it in time. So at this critical moment, it decided to quickly use its body as a human shield, turning the Atomic Samurai into its shield. You might think this was just a routine maneuver, but the nature of the black sperm was that of a teenager who had just entered puberty, still clinging to the nature of a mischievous child. What teenager would think of merging with an older man? The black sperm was even unwilling to integrate anything like bricks or folding chairs into its body to increase its lethality, let alone an older man. But now, this was the only option left. It must be said that its stubborn personality indeed tricked Zhuang Bufan. Zhuang Bufan did not expect that his fiery hand strike would be interrupted before it even hit the face of the black spirit, as an atomic warrior with slightly curled, long hair suddenly emerged from his cheek. The atomic warrior was also quite bewildered. Although he had a foreboding feeling, he never thought he would end up in such a predicament. Left with no choice, Zhuang Bufan had to extinguish the flames from his hand and try to retract the force in his right hand as much as possible, turning the original strike into a slap. Even so, with Zhuang Bufan's strength, the pressure of his 5 fingers on the atomic warrior's face was still immense, causing him to gasp. The black spirit took advantage of this force to hurriedly retreat, creating some distance between himself and Zhuang Bufan. Stop! Stop! Just as both sides had settled, before Zhuang Bufan could charge again, the atomic warrior quickly spoke up to restrain him. His reasoning was simple. After a brief exchange, Zhuang Bufan was unscathed. The black spirit was lightly injured, but he himself had had enough of a battlefield where only he got hurt. Zhuang Bufan followed the advice of the atomic warrior and stood there, trying to suppress a laugh at his carrot-shaped face marked with 5 red fingerprints. However, he held back, considering the red marks on the atomic warrior's face and the singed curls in his hair, which were all his own doing. Zhuang Bufan felt that it would be better for him to keep a low profile at this time, even though this guy had previously made some unconscious insults towards him. His current state was already quite miserable. Of course, Zhuang Bufan wasn't doing this on purpose. If the atomic warrior could hear Zhuang Bufan's inner thoughts at this moment, he would definitely shout, "You're talking nonsense," to express his dissatisfaction. Unfortunately, the atomic warrior did not have the ability to read minds, so instead of complaining like Zhuang Bufan, he nervously asked him a question. "First tell me, what method do you plan to use to deal with this target monster?" He Jing did not stop the atomic warrior's question, as it was beneficial for his subsequent action layout. Moreover, he still had the sandbag warrior in his hands, so he wasn't worried about anything extremely unfavorable happening to him. Although that Infinite Knight was clearly not foolish enough to see that he had a hostage in his grasp and give up his attack methods. From the previous round of confrontation, it was evident that the sandbag warrior in his hands had indeed affected the actions of the Infinite Knight. In that case, no matter how powerful the Infinite Knight was, he would always have a chance to defeat that guy dancing with shackles. Zhuang Bufan, after hearing the atomic warrior's question, began to doubt whether his slap had damaged the atomic warrior's brain. Otherwise, how could this guy ask such a stupid question in front of the enemy? After thinking it over, Zhuang Bufan replied half-jokingly, "Yeah, now that I think about it, it seems I really don't have a good way to deal with that target monster without hurting you. How about this? I want to take a gamble. Go all out against the enemy, and maybe the problem will be solved." Zhuang Bufan said half-jokingly, but in the eyes of the atomic warrior, Zhuang Bufan's kind smile made people feel a chill. "Hey, are you joking?" This was not said by the atomic warrior, but by the black sperm behind him. After all, it seemed somewhat unreliable for Zhuang Bufan, as a hero, to take deadly action against another hero, the atomic warrior. However, the black sperm quickly shut up, as he felt the atomic warrior's tense facial muscles twitching slightly. How should I put it? In any case, I will act with half a guilty conscience. I will promote your heroic deeds, atomic warrior, so please rest assured and go ahead. After saying this, the black sperm looked at Zhuang Bufan's kind smile, feeling bewildered. He had to admit that the other party had indeed refreshed his understanding of heroes. Immediately afterward, Zhuang Bufan proved with action that he was not joking. He saw the water and wind attribute orbs glowing behind him. Then, dozens of spinning ice spears, exuding a cold frost, appeared before them. "You're just bluffing. You can't possibly go through with it." Looking at the rows of ice spears blocking his way, the black sperm shouted somewhat nervously. Zhuang Bufan did not speak. In response to the black sperm, he launched a rapid-fire ice spear. Seeing this, the black sperm hurriedly raised the sandbag warrior to block it, and indeed, the ice spear deviated from hitting the warrior at the moment of impact, with the frost wind surrounding the ice spear covering the wounds of the sandbag warrior. As for the ice spear, it sliced off a small piece of the black sperm's body before embedding itself into the wall behind him. "Haha, as expected. Your previous declaration was just bluster." The black sperm suddenly revealed a serious face reminiscent of the style of the Hokuto Shinken, expressing that he had anticipated Zhuang Bufan's actions. "Oh, sorry, I thought you would take the sandbag warrior to dodge, so I made a little prediction in advance. The next move will definitely be ruthless." Listening to Zhuang Bufan's awkward excuse, the black sperm spoke with an air of confidence. "Are you kidding me? I don't believe you would truly disregard the sandbag warrior's life." After hearing the black sperm's provocation, the sandbag warrior felt the wound cut by the ice spear was so cold. Looking at the dense cluster of ice spears ahead, he began to doubt whether Zhuang Bufan was really an undercover agent sent by the Monster Association. Perhaps the guy was just acting in collaboration with the target monster. Just as the sandbag warrior was questioning Zhuang Bufan's identity, the group of ice spears wrapped in frost wind shot toward him in volleys. Their unhesitating posture, determined to pierce the two of them, even made the previously confident black sperm start to have doubts in his heart. Is this guy serious? Watching the overwhelming number of ice spears, the black sperm thought to himself, shocked, as he quickly shrank behind the sandbag warrior. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Just like last time, those ice spears deviated from hitting the sandbag warrior at the moment of impact, and due to their excessive numbers, Zhuang Bufan was worried he couldn't micromanage them all. Most of the ice spears veered off course early, leaving only a few that grazed the sandbag warrior, causing him some scratches. However, the frost breath covering the ice spears remained on the sandbag warrior, resulting in parts of his body being coated in frost. Only a very small number of ice spears pierced the black sperm behind him, inflicting very limited damage. As expected, you were just bluffing. Stay right there and don't run. I'm coming over to smash your big head. Looking at the arrogant expression on the black sperm's face, Zhuang Bufan shrugged helplessly and said to the sandbag warrior, "Sorry. It seems I really have to go all out now. I have no other choice. You'd better find a way to escape on your own. Escape on my own. At least give me a weapon." The sandbag warrior replied, his teeth chattering, estimating that even if he survived, he would inevitably catch a cold. The black sperm, however, politely did not interrupt their conversation. The key point was that he was expelling the ice spears that had pierced into his body, continuously freezing his cells. In his view, although the ice spears created by the Infinite Night were not highly lethal, the persistent freezing effect was indeed quite uncomfortable. Soon, after expelling the frostbitten cells, the black sperm, carrying the sandbag warrior, charged forward again. Meanwhile, Zhuang Bufan sighed, and 3 attribute beads of earth, gold, and fire lit up behind him. A gigantic rock sphere, flowing with lava inside, rolled forward, engulfed in flames, crashing toward the black sperm. "You fool, it'll just dissipate right before impact anyway. I know the weaknesses of you so-called heroes all too well." The black sperm's tone was filled with mockery, as he had already figured out the Infinite Knight's tactics. Sure enough, the lava fireball exploded just before hitting the sandbag warrior, scattering in all directions. Just as the black sperm was about to continue mocking Zhuang Bufan, hundreds of fiery slashes severed his arms and body. Atomic 100 cuts. Hearing the name of the move from behind him, the black sperm turned around and realized that the sandbag warrior, who should have been using a shield, was now gripping 2 flaming steel knives, standing behind him like a swordsman returning from hell. The sudden attack from the sandbag warrior caught the black sperm off guard, especially with the 2 flaming long knives in his hands, which caused his body, originally immune to slashing, to lose its effect. After hundreds of fiery slashes, his body was already charred, and the remaining cells were continuously burned by the flames engulfing him. In a moment of desperation, the black sperm had to detach the individual cells still remaining on his body, reforming them into small black sperm entities. That flaming blade. Damn it. How did he realize that the Infinite Knight was actually trying to equip him? The black sperm, now split into a group of tiny entities, did not immediately regroup. Faced with an atomic warrior capable of inflicting significant damage due to weapon enchantment, the previous monstrous strength form became meaningless. However, if he just ran away, the black sperm was also very reluctant. More importantly, the unshackled Infinite Knight could definitely use his ultimate move to eliminate all his current individual entities. In front of these 2 terrifying figures, attempting to manipulate the cells to escape or retrieve them was not an ideal choice. Was he really going to surrender? No. The black sperm certainly did not intend to do that. To effectively deal with the Infinite Knight, this avatar of his had fused 500 billion individuals. Even after 2 rounds of fighting and the atomic warrior's enchanted slashes, nearly 300 billion individuals still survived. If he gave up like this, it would take a considerable amount of time to cultivate these cells again. Moreover, just like his opponent, the black sperm also had an ultimate move he had not yet used. He only needed to delay for a bit of time. Just a little preparation time would suffice. Damn it. Sandbag warrior, when did you realize that sneaky guy's true intentions? Countless black sperm avatars crowded in the narrow corridor, tens of thousands of them with identical faces, uniformly voicing their questions, creating a truly shocking scene. What a fool, target monster. Finally free from restraints, the atomic warrior has returned to his original unruly and arrogant self. Although he is a strong-willed swordsman, given the events that just occurred, Zhuang Bufan can understand the atomic warrior's desire to show off at this moment. However, with such a rare opportunity to shine, how could Zhuang Bufan let that guy, the atomic warrior, take a spotlight? Need I ask? Of course. He noticed when I unleashed the ice spear. Clearly, the most lethal skills for you should be energy explosion types, like thunder and fire. Yet I released the ice spear, which has little damage apart from inflicting a cold effect, and not just once. The goal was to prevent the punching bag, no, the target, the atomic warrior, from suffering from high-temperature burns. Otherwise, why would I continuously release such an inefficient ice spear? Seeing Zhuang Bufan's smug expression, the atomic warrior's previously unruly face instantly darkened again. Just thinking about how embarrassing he looked earlier made the atomic warrior wish he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Unexpectedly, Zhuang Bufan seized on this point to mock him subtly. If it weren't for Zhuang Bufan giving him a sword during the crisis, helping him escape and somewhat restore his dignity. The atomic warrior might have been in a mood to commit seppuku right now. Yet even so, this incident has become an unspeakable scar in the atomic warrior's heart. Ahem, let's not discuss the escape anymore. Instead, let's talk about how to deal with this target monster. Saying this, the atomic warrior raised his hand to strike, but at that moment, the group of black sperm clones crawling all over the tunnel began to laugh. What a couple of big fools. Did you think I only had these few clones fighting you? As he spoke, the ceiling above Zhuang Bufan suddenly collapsed, revealing another robust black clone, only slightly smaller than the one that had previously taken the atomic warrior hostage. In an instant, a flurry of fists descended, covering all the space above Zhuang Bufan. Ola, 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 Muda, 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 Muda. Do you think that after revealing my clone ability, I wouldn't be on guard against you using this move? Zhuang Bufan seemed to be well prepared as the jewel behind him lit up, counting down as the concrete rock pillar wrapped in rebar slammed against the heavy punch coming from the black sperm. The hammering fist of the black sperm directly shattered the stone pillar that Zhuang Bufan used to block it. However, this rebar-infused stone pillar continuously emerged from around Zhuang Bufan, rising and rushing towards the black sperm. At the same time, the group of black sperm that had been confronting the atomic warrior also charged towards Zhuang Bufan. Target monster, don't run. Seeing that the black sperm showed no intention of acknowledging him, the atomic warrior became furious and chased after the black sperm with his sword. When Zhuang Bufan saw the wave of black sperm attacking him from the side, he scratched his head, and then the fire element jewel behind him lit up. Countless tongues of fire rushed towards the wave of black sperm. Everyone, combine. Faced with the large and scattered tongues of fire, the wave of black sperm simultaneously shouted and quickly gathered to form a brand new individual. Following that, it struck down, splitting apart the flame tide set by Zhuang Bufan and continuing to charge towards his position. Die, you bastard! The two black sperm roared simultaneously, and the frequency of strikes against the rock pillar above increased, while the black sperm on the side also accelerated again. How foolish! You and T think that your current attacks would actually have any effect on me, would you? Zhuang Bufan watched as two black spirits attacked him from the sides, and he was no longer planning to hold back for the atomic warrior to vent his frustration. Behind him, the earth, fire, and metal orbs lit up simultaneously, and the rock pillars around him were all replaced by fiery columns flowing with magma. At that moment, the black spirit charging at him from the side also reached his front. How foolish of you! This is my escape route. Just as the two black spirits were about to touch the fiery columns that Zhuang Bufan had condensed, the two massive black spirit monsters suddenly disintegrated, transforming into countless tiny black spirit creatures. They jumped through the gaps of the fiery columns and then ran behind him. The whole process was as natural as a flowing stream crossing over obstructing rocks. What the hell? Zhuang Bufan was a bit confused by the manipulation of the black essence. By the time he reacted, that group of black essence had already reached behind him. About half of the black essence individuals quickly burrowed into the ground and escaped, scattering like cockroaches. The remaining half charged towards Zhuang Bufan's back, aiming for the rock ball that was encasing Wagangma. So that's the plan, to kidnap little Wagangma to avoid our counterattack? But you underestimate me too much. After all, I am a mage. There's no way I would let you succeed so easily. At this point, the intentions of the black essence were quite clear. However, considering the physical condition of little Wagangma inside the stone ball, Zhuang Bufan did not dare to summon the stone ball back to his side hastily. But that didn't mean Zhuang Bufan had no way to deal with the black essence's ambush. He saw 5 jewels behind him light up, and the stone ball encasing Wagangma was covered with a thick layer of ice. Following that, countless magma and debris covered the stone ball, and a swirling hot wind barrier rose around it. Undoubtedly, if the black essence were to grab that stone ball now, it would be like holding a hot iron, and they would eventually burn themselves. Damn, looking at the fiery ball ahead that was dripping with magma and continuously emitting hot winds, the black essence couldn't help but curse. There was no doubt that after Zhuang Bufan's modifications, the cost for the black essence to execute their original plan was far heavier than they had previously estimated. But at this point, they had no other choice. The muscular avatar of the black essence showed no hesitation as it opened its arms, head down, and directly charged at the stone ball. Its strong arms, akin to those of a powerful bull, pressed against the magma-dripping stone ball, with its head and neck also exposed to the intense heat. The damage inflicted by the black essence at this moment was no lighter than Zhuang Bufan's fiery spear that had previously pierced towards him, and it might even be heavier. Yet, the black essence showed no sign of letting go. It straightened its neck, and its carbonized head pushed up against the massive stone ball. With a powerful thrust of its legs, it quickly dashed away. It was truly despicable to resort to such a hostage tactic again, but with such a massive fireball on its back, how long could it possibly hold on? Zhuang Bufan spoke while increasing the proportion of fire elements on the stone ball, causing the flames on the fireball to suddenly double in size. Haunt, 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 haunt. The black essence clung to the stone ball, continuously wailing, yet had no intention of letting go. While running, it scattered its clones in all directions. Even the atomic warrior could see that this target monster was using the hostage as a cover to escape. However, they had no way to stop it. After all, they were heroes and could not allow the black essence to do anything harmful to the public. TCH, was there really no time to deal with the fleeing small fries now? The atomic warrior glanced at the scattering black essence individuals, spat on the ground, and no longer paid them any attention as he pursued forward with his blade. The subsequent events were quite simple. When one of the black essence's clones had escaped with nearly half of its individual cells, it was finally caught up by the pursuing atomic warrior. A single atomic slash ended the life of this black essence clone. In the back and forth, the black essence sacrificed about 1 trillion individuals to recover the remaining clone cells, including the losses from the previous battle with Zhuang Bufan. 3 trillion individual cells of the black essence had been completely wiped out. This massive consumption of cells was a significant blow to the black essence, which had a total population of only 11 trillion. In summary, when the last individual that the black essence had used as a pawn turned to ashes under Zhuang Bufan's blazing flames, the stone seal wrapped in lava also dissipated all its heat. Zhuang Bufan snapped his fingers, and the hot stone ball cracked open, revealing the shivering little snotty boy inside. Trembling from the cold, it seemed that the little snotty boy would likely catch a cold, just like the atomic warrior after coming out. It must be said that this human child, who had received no harm even among the Monster Association, ended up with a severe cold under Zhuang Bufan's protection, which was indeed ironic. What should be done next? Someone had to escort this little brat back to a safe place. It was the atomic warrior who said this, and Zhuang Bufan could guess that he really wanted to go back up, have a hot pot meal, and then curl up under a thick blanket to have a good sleep and sweat it out. However, given his status as a top swordsman and an S-level hero, the atomic warrior naturally wouldn't say it outright, especially in front of the little snotty boy. So he could only hint to Zhuang Bufan, hoping the other party would give him a way out. Oh, in that case, please take the little snotty boy back to the top for me. Zhuang Bufan understood the implied meaning behind the words of the atomic warrior. He used his mind to pick up the atomic sword he had thrown on the ground in the distance, and while handing it over, he said something. The atomic warrior stared blankly at the atomic sword Zhuang Bufan was offering him, paused for a moment, and then took back his own atomic sword. Reluctantly, he set down the 2 inferior steel knives that had been enchanted by Zhuang Bufan. Zhuang Bufan noticed the lingering expression on the atomic warrior's face and instinctively asked him, "Do you want me to help you do a long-term enchantment on the atomic slash? But there's a chance it might break your treasured sword." The atomic warrior was initially tempted by Zhuang Bufan's suggestion, but upon hearing that his beloved sword might be destroyed, he quickly shook his head and refused the proposal. As a dignified swordsman, how could he rely on external objects to enhance his own strength? Zhuang Bufan found the grandiloquent words of the atomic samurai somewhat amusing. But then he thought about how tragic it was for the samurai to simply be hung up and beaten by black sperm. So he decided not to continue mocking him. Just then, the snotty kid, who had just recovered and was warming himself by the fragments of the fireball, chimed in with a jab. Isn't a samurai sword considered an external object? If one doesn't use external objects to showcase their strength, then they should belong to heroes like Super Alloy Blacklight or Silverfang, right? Mr. Infinite Knight might count too. The snotty kid was just speaking his mind, but the careless words from a child of his age can be the most hurtful. At least the atomic samurai was thrown off by what the snotty kid said. The samurai's face turned from blue to white, and then he hurriedly began to argue. The samurai sword cannot be considered an external object. Can a swordsman's accomplishments be deemed as using external objects? He then went on about the unity of man and sword, and how the sword is born from the heart, which made Zhuang Bufan and the snotty kid burst into laughter. Just as they were laughing heartily, a rumbling sound came from underground, followed by a tremor that shook the entire underground palace. Is there an earthquake? The atomic samurai, who had never witnessed a full-powered tornado, asked tentatively. Realizing that even a swordsman capable of easily slicing through a building found it hard to imagine what a battle between high-level psychics would be like. Zhuang Bufan was somewhat worried about the situation on Tornado's side, as he was unsure whether Saitama had come into contact with Orochi at this point in time. If Tornado had already engaged in battle with Sykes and Orochi before that, it was hard to say if she would fall into any danger. Even according to the original storyline, Our Lady Tornado had been knocked out several times and had suffered quite a bit. In any case, the safety of Atomic Samurai and the snot-nosed kid is up to you. I'm going to go down and see what the problem is. Zhuang Bufan didn't engage in more small talk. After giving a brief reminder to the Atomic Warrior, he hurriedly rushed down. Just as Zhuang Bufan was fighting against the Black Spirit, the originally peaceful ground forces began to experience some strange changes. As the vanguard gradually delved deeper into the underground palace, more and more anxious monsters started to flee outside, with 3 of Atomic Warrior's top disciples above. Along with the S-Class powerhouse, Sweetheart Mask, stationed there, the situation was somewhat under control. Although the monsters emerging from below far exceeded the quantity and quality of those originally appearing in the storyline, the support team found it relatively easier to deal with them. However, this momentary ease came to an end, as during Zhuang Bufan's battle with the Black Spirit, Saitama had completed the re-education of the Phoenix Man, successfully beating him down from dragon level to dog level. Naturally, the dragon level cat that had sneak attacked Saitama also quietly left the Monster Association after witnessing the ludicrous strength of that bald egghead, heading to the surface to begin its hunt. The dragon level monster, Meow Meow, was once a wild orange and white farm cat that had been domesticated by humans. Before becoming a monster, Meow Meow had experienced a brief period of happiness as a house cat, having once tasted the freedom and joy of life in the wild. Meow Meow harbored a strong aversion towards its former owner, not because she enjoyed tormenting it, but precisely because she loved it too much. She provided it with its favorite meals, bought numerous snacks, and even purchased an expensive water purifier just for it. If it weren't for the fact that every time she saw it, she would force her cream-laden, fragrant face close to it for a hearty sniff. Meow Meow wouldn't have harbored such resentment towards her. One must ask, how could any cat that had tasted the flavor of freedom willingly endure such punishment? Especially when that love-struck woman would forcibly hug it tight every time she faced heartbreak, crying and snuggling with it all night long. What was more infuriating was that this woman, who claimed to love it, would often say how nice it would be if it could turn into a prince to repay her kindness. On a sunny day, she even took it to sighed, and after that, there was no sign of remorse or any attempt to make amends. She wouldn't even allow it to hide in a corner for some peace. Poor Meow Meow had no choice. Being weak at the time, it could only transform its anger into the strength to eat. In the end, even its once proud, satisfied, and agile body had completely turned into that of an orange pig. Face to face, trampled, eating. Face to face, trampled, eating. After countless days and nights spent waking from frightful dreams, Meow Meow finally awakened to its power as a monster. The proud and agile body it once had returned. No, it even surpassed that, achieving an evolved form with the ability to easily slice through buildings, reflexes and agility unmatched, and the capability to slip through gaps as small as 3 millimeters. Most importantly, it's, well, you know what came back? By that time, Meow Meow no longer feared that woman. It was no longer afraid of hearing Meow. Where did Meow go? However, when it actually faced its former owner, even with dragon-level power, Meow Meow still felt intimidated. It would never forget the night it swore revenge after becoming a monster. That detestable woman had just gotten off work, and the moment she saw it, she recognized it immediately. In her eyes, Meow Meow could even see images of its claws slicing her throat. The wicked woman drinking blood on the spot, though it was merely a thought. Considering all the freeze-dried meat at stake, it figured that as long as this woman sincerely apologized, it could let her off the hook in the future. But when that woman, with excitement and sparkling eyes, opened her arms and ran towards it with puckered lips, Meow Meow truly felt afraid. It hurriedly used its claws to slice through a wall and quickly darted outside, having lost not to the woman's force, but to its own inner demons. As for the earlier vow to trample that woman and reclaim its once proud tiger-like dignity, Meow Meow had long since thrown that aside. After all, it was just a cat, with no need to adhere to human values. Now it felt free, and Meow Meow was quite satisfied with its life. If it weren't for the perverted actions of the sexy prisoner that reminded Meow Meow of its painful past, it probably wouldn't feel so melancholic. However, it did feel sympathy for Zhuang Bufan, as it clearly understood the feelings of being trampled upon. Thus, it comprehended just how desperate that guy was when the sexy prisoner charged at the Infinite Knight. Digressing, when Meow Meow realized that the egg-headed cat scratcher wasn't as useful as it had hoped, it made its way to the surface. Though dignity meant little to a cat, for a top-tier predator, Meow Meow still felt the need to restore its damaged self-confidence, especially after encountering the sexy prisoner and that ridiculously powerful bald egg. Meow Meow still wanted to catch a few heroes to have some fun with. It was akin to when it was still a cat. After being trampled by that woman, it would always squash a few cockroaches to vent its frustrations. Now, with its increased strength, it naturally aimed for higher-tier prey. By the time Meow Meow reached the surface, the heroes had already begun to spring into action. The ground of Z-City's Ghost Zone was continuously flooding with monsters. For the sake of combat efficiency, all the heroes began to form small groups and commenced operations. Meanwhile, the not-so-great Sweetheart Mask remained in the center, occasionally supporting heroes in trouble while continuing to rate their performances. Perhaps due to trust in the Iato Steel Trio, Sweetheart Mask didn't pay too much attention to those three, which inadvertently provided Meow Meow with the opportunity to ambush them. Cut Bunimint, the dragon-level monster cat, taking advantage of Iato Steel's moment of distraction while he was dealing with a monster, launched a surprise attack. Given its strength, it should have easily crushed an A-class hero, let alone attack in such a sneaky manner. However, this ambush was not a life-and-death struggle for Meow Meow. It felt more like a hunting game after a hearty meal. The cat's nature dictated that it would never kill Iato Steel before fully enjoying the play. Moreover, Iato Steel's sixth sense, honed through years of sword training, allowed him to sense Meow Meow's intense killing intent the moment it launched its attack. As a result, he was fortunate to escape with only a wound to his left arm. Meow, the strange creature Meow Meow, stood where Ki Steel had just been, looking slightly puzzled at the one-armed warrior facing him. He was curious about how that guy had sensed his intent to attack. What was that just now? Some kind of talent? Or a superpower? How did you dodge my attack? Meow Meow was obviously very curious about Ki Steel's ability to anticipate his attack. On one hand, this curiosity stemmed from his animal instincts, and, on the other hand, this ability to sense an enemy's attack was perfectly aligned with his aggressive style. A cat-like monster? It didn't look strong, but that last strike had such destructive power. Ki Steel didn't respond to Meow Meow's question immediately. He was still assessing the opponent's strength and disaster level. The problem was that compared to other dragon-level monsters, Meow Meow's appearance was simply too deceptive. This was neither a skill nor a talent, but rather a capability acquired through long-term training and swordsmanship, the result of his practice. As Ki Steel spoke, he tightened his muscles around his wound to stop the bleeding. Swordsmanship? Is it a type of martial arts? How strange. I've never seen that guy hero use such an ability, Meow Meow said while licking the blood off his claws, trying to recall all the knowledge about martial arts in his head. His mind was filled with images of Hero preaching, but he had never seen Hero use a similar skill. In his eyes, Hero had a very high rank as a martial artist. If there was a skill that even that guy couldn't use, then no one else would be able to use it either. In fact, Meow Meow's judgment wasn't entirely wrong. It was just that after becoming a monster, Hero had fallen into the path of evil, and all his mental training had been forced to stop. He could sense killing intent like Ki Steel, but for Hero, whose physique had drastically increased and power had surged, that skill had become meaningless, and he naturally wouldn't bother to use it. This was what led Meow Meow to be attracted to the techniques used by Ki Steel, a high-level warrior. After encountering him, well, it doesn't matter. Training is such a hassle. Now that I understand this, you should just die. Meow Meow said as he extended his sharp claws, preparing to take down Ki Steel before him. He acknowledged that the ability to sense killing intent was indeed a bit troublesome for him, but the gap in strength was not so easily bridged. As a monster specialized in agility, Meow Meow had already reached the dragon level solely based on his speed and destructive power, which was enough to demonstrate just how terrifying his speed was. Even if Ki Steel had a strong sense of killing intent, as long as he could kill him before his body could react, that would suffice. This was not a difficult task for Meow Meow. Explode. Air slash. Just as Meow Meow was about to strike down Ki Steel's two companions, the drill samurai and the demon swordsman, charged at Meow Meow, one wielding a drill and the other swinging a large sword. Meow. So, it can be done like this? Meow Meow was surprised to find that even his own killing intent could be concealed. Although Ki Steel's companions attacked quickly and timed their ambush perfectly, It was still a bit naive to think they could kill Meow Meow with just that, while Meow Meow marveled at the convenience of their skills. He twisted his body like an octopus, easily dodging the attacks of both. How is this guy so strong? I'm afraid the three of us aren't his match. Seeing Meow Meow skillfully evade the lethal moves of his companions, a sense of despair crept into the hearts of Ki Steel's trio. Unlike their previous encounters with the crossbow S and the demon long hair, where they were strong but still within the realm of sword techniques, the cat-like monster before them was a different story. Forget about sword techniques. Even touching the fur of the opponent with their blades seemed like a luxury. If their teacher hadn't often put them through adversity training, the three of them would probably have already been mentally defeated and looking to escape. However, even without losing their fighting spirit, it was still too early for Ki Steel's trio, who could only deal with ghost-level monsters, to face a dragon-level Meow Meow. Fortunately, there were other heroes present besides the three of them. There were also those with dragon-level strength on the ground. Boom! Just as Meow Meow revealed his claws and prepared to continue the hunt, Sweetheart Mask, who had been attracted by the noise from the drill samurai's powerful attack, noticed the unusual situation. With dragon-level strength, he quickly realized that the cat-like creature Ki Steel's trio was facing was not something they could handle. So he took action. Although Sweetheart Mask was in a bit of a mess due to Zhuang Bufan's personality correction fist, that didn't mean he was weak. On the contrary, Sweetheart Mask was very strong, at least stronger than the vast majority of dragon-level monsters. Unlike the sword techniques and hidden killing intent displayed by Ki Steel's trio, the agile combat-style hero Sweetheart Mask didn't know what hidden killing intent was, nor did he understand overly sophisticated combat tactics. But his nimble movements and the explosive power derived from his immense strength were enough to give him the capability to deal with the monster Meow Meow. He bent his knees slightly, the muscles in his thighs tightened, and as he straightened, the ground beneath him cracked in a dense circular pattern, as if it had been hammered by a pneumatic hammer. Such powerful explosive force naturally brought about unparalleled acceleration. Meow Meow heard a huge noise from a distance. With his super high sensitivity, he naturally understood that it was the sound of an object breaking the sound barrier. In an instant, the hairs on Meow Meow's body stood on end, and almost instinctively, he arched his body and jumped to another place, dodging Sweetheart Mask's attack. Sweetheart Mask's hand blade sliced through the ground where Meow Meow had just been as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter. No, it was more like an axe splitting a dry log, cleaving the ground in two. So dangerous, human, with his keen sense of smell. Meow Meow caught a whiff of a strange scent coming from Sweetheart Mask, a smell that seemed to emanate only from monsters, which left him puzzled. He wasn't questioning Sweetheart Mask's sudden attack. After all, mutual slaughter between monsters was far too common. He was just confused. Shouldn't that guy be a monster? Why was he standing on the side of the heroes? Sweetheart Mask ignored the monster in front of him. After the lesson from Zhuang Bufan, his mind was still a bit muddled. At this moment, Meow Meow's appearance perfectly ended his troubling thoughts. He was righteous. Meow Meow was evil. Such clear black and white was rare in the world. So all he had to do was strike. He didn't answer Meow Meow's question, but responded with a pair of iron fists. The attack of Sweetheart Mask could be described as Dark Night Thunder. Upholding the essence of a hero, Sweetheart Mask elegantly, swiftly, and safely dealt with monsters, and his punches were incredibly fierce and rapid. This was because his techniques contained no grappling or non-lethal skills. Such brutal moves, combined with his terrifying physical prowess, were truly like lightning in the night. Elegant, swift, deadly, and fatal upon contact. However, this speed was still not enough for Meow Meow. Far from it. Do you think you could defeat me with such speed? Meow Meow confidently evaded Sweetheart Mask's attacks while mercilessly mocking him. Meow Meow understood very well that with his weak defensive abilities, even a single heavy punch could leave him either dead or severely injured. But he wouldn't give his opponent that chance. Even the hero could only barely keep up with his movements. How could he be caught by this guy in front of him? So, Meow Meow not only dodged Sweetheart Mask's attacks, but even crazily jumped up to dance. It must be said that Meow Meow's dance moves were exceptional. At least for Sweetheart Mask, it made his heart race, and he even had a physiological reaction. Yes, he was aroused. His tightly clenched fist became even harder. Damn it, this is so annoying. Watching the cat-like monster dance provocatively without restraint, Sweetheart Mask's patience finally reached its limit. Since he started his hero activities, he had encountered numerous predicaments, and even after gaining monsterification powers and becoming a handsome hero, he had faced life-threatening situations. But when had he ever experienced such humiliation? The enemy not only resisted but danced a strange meow meow dance during the intervals of his attacks. Sweetheart Mask suddenly felt like a clown being played with. He couldn't help but summon his monsterification powers, and under the cover of his trendy outfit, his muscles began to show signs of mutation. Monsterification power, activate. What a heavy, killing intent. As Sweetheart Mask unleashed his monsterification power, the three members of the Ki Steel team looked at him with astonished expressions. They considered themselves well acquainted with a number of monsters, but this intense killing intent was something they had never encountered before. Especially when such ominous energy appeared in a high-ranking hero like Sweetheart Mask, it made them uneasy. Did high-ranking heroes have to bear such dark thoughts? Was this what Master meant by refining the heart? Ki Steel looked at the increasingly brutal battle scene of Sweetheart Mask, murmuring to himself. Sweetheart Mask didn't notice that Ki Steel had actually detected his abnormality. Right now, he was only thinking about how to smash the cat to complete his execution of justice. With meow meow's speed, even Sweetheart Mask's power increased to 10 couldn't do anything to him. But he didn't expect that the guy called Sweetheart Mask could suddenly explode with such powerful strength, which caught him off guard. His fur was significantly shaved away by Sweetheart Mask's punch, especially the 3 long and beautiful whiskers on his left cheek. Even though the already monsterified meow meow no longer needed whiskers to measure with and maintain balance. Having half of them destroyed like this was still enough to make anyone angry. Cut puniment. Meow Meow's sharp claws struck towards Sweetheart Mask, who realized he couldn't take this blow head-on and sidestepped to avoid Meow Meow's attack hitting his main torso. At the same time, he continued to enhance his monsterification level, raising it from 10 to 30 just to withstand Meow Meow's cat punishment. However, for Sweetheart Mask, this was not an acceptable result, because Meow Meow's claw strike hit his arm, revealing his monsterified body in an extreme moment. Fortunately, the other heroes were too far from Sweetheart Mask and couldn't see the mutation on his body. This won't work. In order to defeat this damn cat monster, I must unleash all my power. But Sweetheart Mask, who had worked hard to maintain this identity until now, could not tolerate his monsterification image being exposed to the public. However, he had no effective way to get this group of supporting heroes to retreat. These heroes who promised to come to support were different from the citizens who previously watched him fight. They came here with a resolve to be sacrificed, and he had requested these guys to be ready for that. But who could have thought he'd end up in this situation? You guys, quickly retreat. Don't disrupt Sweetheart Mask's combat operations. Just as Sweetheart Mask was troubled about what to do, Ki Steel, who had noticed Sweetheart Mask's abnormality, spoke up, wanting to help disperse the crowd. Upon hearing Ki Steel's words, Sweetheart Mask was first happy and then surprised. He didn't know if that guy had seen through his abnormality. He also didn't understand why the high disciple of the Atomic Warrior, who usually didn't get along with him, would still help him after noticing his less pure side. But he didn't have time to think about that. The terrifying speed of the monster meow meow and the frantic attack frequency had already forced him to use nearly 50 of his monsterification power. Except for his forearms, neck, and handsome face, all the places on Sweetheart Mask's body covered by clothing had already undergone mutation. Unfortunately, the group of supporting heroes did not have any intention of retreating. Just as mentioned before, perhaps they hadn't realized the difficulty of this task before coming here. But most of them had already had the awareness of being ready to die before officially becoming heroes. Not to mention that passionate girl, the Commander Mizuki, who didn't have the option of retreating when facing evil forces. A group of heroes was thinking about how to help the struggling Sweetheart Mask. How can we help Sweetheart Mask? This isn't a battlefield we can participate in, right? Said the A-rank hero acrobat Twin Tails. But that's not a reason for us to retreat. If Sweetheart Mask fails, then we're the only ones who can stop it from going to the civilian area and harming the citizens, right? B-rank hero Green Vine replied to acrobat Twin Tails. The group of heroes chattered and discussed, but they couldn't come up with any methods. And Sweetheart Mask was on the verge of giving in, forced to activate his complete monsterification power. At that moment, the previously silent C-rank hero Gourmet Connoisseur pulled out his specially made battle food pouch and took out a glass bottle colored like horse manure. Then he asked Mizuki to throw it toward the center of the battlefield. Is this all it takes? Mizuki looked at the glass bottle in her hand with a puzzled expression, curious about what was inside. However, seeing that the battle over there was really intense, it was better to use whatever tricks she had at hand first. The affirmative response from player Mizuki was brief, without hesitation. She handed her spare whistle to the Gourmet Connoisseur. With a crisp blast of the whistle, Mizuki shouted hey hey, and tossed the glass bottle, the color of horse manure, near the spot where the peculiar being Meow Meow had landed. A loud crash echoed as the silver bottle shattered, and soon after, a strong scent of fresh grass mixed with a pungent alcoholic odor spread throughout the entire block. Just when the cornered sweetheart mask decided to abandon his idle persona and confront this bizarre creature in a fully transformed state, Meow Meow, having caught a whiff of the strange grass scent, acted as if he had consumed 20 pounds of 53-degree bulk liquor. Not only did his attack frequency drop, but his aim also became wildly erratic, and even his once agile movements turned into strange, staggering steps. What on earth is going on with that guy? Seeing Meow Meow's unusual behavior, everyone was left wondering this question, especially Sweetheart Mask, who was battling Meow Meow. He watched as Meow Meow transformed from an aggressive, fearsome beast into a drunken, swaying figure in the blink of an eye. The inexplicable change left him at a loss, hesitant to attack, but fortunately, he no longer needed to escalate his own transformation. That detestable hero, how dare he conjure up 38 clones to ambush me? This cute little kitty? No sense of martial ethics. Finally, the swaying dragon-class monster Meow Meow collapsed, uttering one last phrase before falling. Sweetheart Mask turned to Mizuki, who had thrown the bottle, with a puzzled look, and the other heroes followed suit. Hey, I don't know. That was what the gourmet connoisseur asked me to throw. Suddenly, under the watchful eyes of so many people, Mizuki, dressed in only a thin tracksuit, felt immense pressure and hurriedly passed the responsibility to the gourmet connoisseur, hoping he could clarify everyone's confusion. Super concentrated catnip juice, mixed with a specially made alcohol extract. After this explanation, everyone looked enlightened and began praising him for his competence. This was given to me by Mr. Infinite Knight. He said it might come in handy. The gourmet connoisseur, slightly embarrassed by the compliments, scratched the back of his head and said, in the distance, an exhausted Sweetheart Mask took a deep breath, gazed at the sky, and finally spoke up. Is that guy Infinite Knight again? It is well known that Sweetheart Mask is the only high-ranking hero who evaluates and scores the actions and states of other heroes. Out of respect for the hero profession and other considerations, Sweetheart Mask often studies the past of individuals based on the information provided by the association. The first time he noticed Zhuang Bufan was on a rainy afternoon. At that time, Zhuang Bufan was still a C-class hero and didn't he even have a proper hero title. Logically, low-ranking heroes like Zhuang Bufan at that time shouldn't have been within Sweetheart Mask's assessment scope. However, the courage he displayed on television when rushing toward the monster truly surprised Sweetheart Mask. Moreover, based on subsequent information Sweetheart Mask received, this young man, who seemed incredibly weak at the time, was just an ordinary person struggling to kill a chicken a month ago. But for some unknown reason, within just over a month, this obscure young man had already grown into a key figure in the battle against the demon-class monster, Deep Sea King. Such a rapid growth rate genuinely frightened Sweetheart Mask. He even began to suspect that this guy, like himself, had somehow transformed into a monster to some extent. Fortunately, during his follow-up investigation, Sweetheart Mask dispelled his concerns, and a sense of joy flooded his heart. It was like how the atomic samurai trained the three musketeers, with Silver Fangs nurturing Kalanzi, benefiting from the power of monsterization. Yet troubled by it, Sweetheart Mask was also considering finding someone to replace him as the new image representative of the Hero Association. He was well aware that with the increasing frequency of monster uprisings and the growing strength of monsters, he could no longer engage in hero activities while balancing his idle career as he had before. Therefore, finding a hero to take over his idle activities became urgent. Sweetheart Mask had also considered selecting someone from the S-Class heroes for training. However, any hero who reached that level was generally a maverick who did things their own way. How could they possibly heed Sweetheart Mask's suggestions for public image management? Left with no choice, Sweetheart Mask had to seek promising candidates among lower-ranked heroes for training. In terms of character, there had been heroes like the unlicensed knight, whose conduct he admired greatly. However, as a profession that required constant battles against powerful monsters, merely relying on passion to uphold justice was far from sufficient. That's why when Zhuang Bufan appeared before him, he was overjoyed. The words future is promising were Sweetheart Mask's evaluation of Zhuang Bufan. He had seriously considered how to train this young, powerful hero with a passionate heart. Had it not been for the fact that this guy had just taken a beating from a weak monster in the underground palace, Sweetheart Mask would have definitely continued his plan to cultivate him into an idol. It wasn't because that guy had beaten him that Sweetheart Mask began to hold a grudge. It was just that he realized the concept of justice that this guy held was completely different from the absolute justice he adhered to, with opposing paths. if not for the fact that he had helped him resolve a monsterization crisis. Sweetheart Mask would have undoubtedly used his fist to engage in a righteous debate with Zhuang Bufan. In short, Sweetheart Mask's feelings were complicated, especially after discovering that the once promising junior he had hoped to cultivate now stood on a different stance from his own, but had indeed saved him from the crisis of monsterization twice. The bittersweet emotions within Sweetheart Mask's heart were evident. You mean to say that the catnip bottle that knocked this guy out was given to you by Infinite Night? Looking at the drunken monster, meow meow, lying on the ground, Sweetheart Mask felt a wave of sorrow. This was not only because Zhuang Bufan had saved him once again, but also because he, a high-ranking hero capable of independently dealing with dragon-class monsters, was actually outdone by a bottle of catnip. The sudden reality made Sweetheart Mask feel ridiculous. To be precise, it was super concentrated catnip juice mixed with a specially made alcohol extract. The food critic, who noticed Sweetheart Mask's emotional instability, was still trying to comfort him. However, these seemingly soothing words had little effect, and Sweetheart Mask was no longer that concerned, because the events of the day had been so surreal that he couldn't entertain other thoughts. All he wanted now was to quickly resolve the situation and go home to sleep. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Sweetheart Mask, having exited his monster form, walked up to the drunken meow meow lying on the ground. He raised his right arm, ready to strike, when he suddenly heard a loud bang. A manhole cover not far ahead seemed to have been blown away by a cannon, and then an incredibly ugly monster emerged from it. Sweetheart Mask, we've been waiting for you. I didn't expect you, as a hero, to flee in the face of danger. But that's all right. I'm here to settle the score. The dragon-level monster, the ugly president, said as he climbed up from the sewer. He was someone who had transformed into a monster out of jealousy for Sweetheart Mask's popularity and looks, and he was the arch-nemesis of the hero Sweetheart Mask. Besides possessing the power of a dragon-level monster, he also had special attributes that targeted Sweetheart Mask. That's right, it was that face, which was so ugly that even a perfect photography team couldn't save it. Although Sykes wasn't clear about Sweetheart Mask's actual situation, she indeed noticed that when facing this specific type of monster with a hideous human form, Sweetheart Mask would struggle to exert his strength. By the way, to confirm Sweetheart Mask's condition, Sykes had sent numerous monsters to disturb him. Even the 4 monsters that ambushed the concert were sent by her. Considering that Sweetheart Mask had faced alien monsters with dozens of eyes and a slender, disfigured acid-faced monster without triggering this taboo, she probably understood that this special attack effect against ugly monsters was an attack on Sweetheart Mask's subjective aesthetic. In simple terms, it was a psychological disorder. Given that after seeing the true form of the crossbow Sweetheart Mask still managed to activate his monster transformation powers, we have reason to wonder what kind of aesthetic standards this guy had. Of course, Sweetheart Mask and Zhuang Bufan were completely unaware of these little incidents. If encountering Zhuang Bufan was considered the start of Sweetheart Mask's unlucky day, then it was destined that he wouldn't be the only one having a bad day. In the tunnel ahead of the underground palace, the current biggest figure of the Hero Association, regarded as the pinnacle of S-rank power, King, was moving cautiously. The journey to this point had been incredibly arduous for him, even with King's strong luck attribute, facing so many monsters along the way. It was impossible for him to remain unscathed. Yes, the monsters that attacked him on this journey had splattered King with their blood, sacrificing their lives in the process. There was even a monster that, during an unfortunate collapse, successfully smashed its own head and gave King a hard knock on the head. This was the only time King had been harmed before infiltrating the center of a monster association. Where's this place? I thought I was moving upward all along. But why do I feel like I'm getting closer to the dangerous area near the final boss? King lamented as he looked down the tunnel ahead. Just then, a lazy male voice echoed in his ear. I guess you've dealt with quite a few monsters along the way. King turned towards the voice and found Zhuang Bufan standing behind him with his arms crossed. As one of the few who knew his current strength, King let down his guard upon seeing Zhuang Bufan. All the anxiety and hardship he had endured on the way transformed into tears at that moment. King looked at the guy who was teasing him and had never felt that this cheeky face was so endearing and respectable. Forget about that. Mr. Zhuang, you understand me. Although everyone calls me King, I'm just an ordinary person. No matter how you think about it, it's very dangerous for an ordinary person like me to be here. So please, hurry up and take me out, King said excitedly, raising his voice slightly as he complained to Zhuang Bufan. Meanwhile, Zhuang Bufan looked at the man in front of him with a calm expression, carefully observing the clothes stained with the blood and brain matter of the monsters. Zhuang Bufan was really curious about how many monsters this lucky king had killed along the way to get himself splattered with such a variety of blood in red, orange, yellow, green, and other colors. So Zhuang Bufan did not respond to King's request, but instead scratched his slightly itchy ear from King's shouting, and continued to ask with a calm expression, "So how many monsters did you actually kill to get yourself covered in?" Blood? Seeing that Zhuang Bufan did not intend to take him to the surface anytime soon, King felt quite disappointed. However, he believed he had no other way to protect himself. So he reluctantly answered his question. 70? 80? Something like that. But they were all killed by falling ceilings, passing laser beams, or being shredded by flying drills, and had nothing to do with me. There were a few that died from being scared by my blood, but I can't say I killed them, right? They might have had a history of heart disease. King's emotions were still quite agitated, and Zhuang Bufan was left dumbfounded. It's worth noting that before publicly declaring war on the Hero Association, there were less than 400 monsters of wolf level or above in the entire Monster Association, not counting the synthetic beasts hidden by Sykes. It seemed that King had done nothing during this trip, but had taken out nearly a third of the monsters. If we don't consider quality, in terms of quantity alone, King was undoubtedly the MVP of this battle. Indeed, King, since your performance remains as consistently stable as ever, I can rest assured. Hearing Zhuang Bufan's rather unfounded flattery, King clearly felt a bit flustered. Zhuang Bufan didn't continue to explain, whistling to signal King to follow, and then continued to stride downward. Mr. Zhuang Bufan, where are you going? This is the path downwards, right? Are you planning to rescue that child trapped here? If we find him, he will take me out of here, right? Seeing Zhuang Bufan heading down, King, unwilling to stay here alone any longer, hurriedly followed. To be honest, he was really fed up with this place. If it weren't for the maze-like tunnels that had disoriented him, he would have returned to the surface and found a safe place to hide a long time ago. Are you talking about that kid named Wagong? That child has already been protected by Saitama and the Child Emperor, right? Zhuang Bufan's unexpected response to King's question left him surprised. A sinister thought crept into King's mind, but he was reluctant to admit it. From the moment King encountered Zhuang Bufan in the underground passage, it seemed that all clues were leading him toward the worst possible outcome. Of course, I'm going to confront the mastermind behind the Monster Association. Thud, 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 thud. Hearing Zhuang Bufan's cheerful words, King felt like he was about to wet himself. And even the King engine was startled into action. King had participated in the Hero Association's strategic meetings. He knew very well how powerful the mastermind of the Monster Association, the man known as Orochi, was. The monsters he encountered along the way had been instilling this idea in him. He knew that Zhuang Bufan was strong now. But no matter how strong he was, he couldn't possibly match Mr. Saitama's level of strength, right? Yet Zhuang Bufan appeared so relaxed and confident. Perhaps Mr. Zhuang Bufan could easily take down that monster named Orochi? Holding on to this glimmer of hope, King asked with an expectant tremor in his voice, "Mr. Zhuang Bufan, may I ask how confident you are in winning?" Winning? That's hard to say, but based on my understanding of Orochi, if we really fought, it would probably be a 30 to 70 split. Only 30? Isn't that a bit risky? Hearing Zhuang Bufan's answer, King's heart grew increasingly uneasy. What am I thinking? 70 is for him, and with my strength, I can only manage 30 at most. Thud! Just as he finished speaking, King, overwhelmed by fear, felt his legs give way and he collapsed to the ground. If it's only 30, then we should avoid provoking him. King looked at the confident Zhuang Bufan and sincerely advised, "Don't worry, I have a secret weapon. When the time comes, it will be 2 against 1. And we can definitely crush that guy." After hearing Zhuang Bufan's reply, King was certain that this guy was definitely crazy. Not to mention whether his secret weapon could really deal with Orochi. Just the idea of 2 against 1 was already dangerous enough. No, if I stay next to him any longer, I will definitely die. A thought rose in King's mind, and he turned to run away without looking back. "Hey, where are you going?" Just as King lifted his leg to escape, several concrete pillars mixed with steel bars blocked his path. "Why? Don't you already have a secret weapon? Just let me go." "What are you talking about? My secret weapon is you." Looking at Zhuang Bufan's sincere expression, which seemed anything but sincere, King fell into deep despair. "Let me go. This is murder. Murder!" King screamed, and the sound was hardly better than that of a pig being slaughtered. Zhuang Bufan dragged the thrashing King on the ground, wondering if he had gone a bit too far with his joke. He didn't actually want to rely on King's strong luck attribute to defeat the monstrous Wang Dash. Well, there was indeed a tiny bit of that thought. In any case, what Zhuang Bufan valued was King's almost absolutely invincible skills in the game. As for why he needed King's Imperial-level gaming skills, let's save that discussion for later. Right now, Zhuang Bufan had a more pressing matter to deal with, which was how to calm down the rolling king on the ground. King, I was just joking with you. According to my calculations, that guy Wang Dash should have been knocked away by Saitama by now. We just need to go over and confirm whether he's really dead or not. There's no need to worry so much. Really? I don't believe it. It was rare for Zhuang Bufan to talk to King in a serious manner, but to King his assurance didn't seem very reliable. Fortunately, at that moment, the dog named Pochi, raised by Sykes to guard Wang Dash, appeared in front of the two. Zhuang, Mr. Zhuang Bufan, watch out behind you. During their conversation, Pochi had already reached them. One had to admit, its gigantic body resembling a small mountain, its shiny black fur like steel needles. And those 2 rows of spider-like compound eyes were quite intimidating, provided it didn't have that big lump on its head. It seemed that Saitama had indeed been here. Was it because he wanted to keep a pet that he held back? King looked at Pochi, which was gathering energy with its mouth wide open in fear. He couldn't understand what Zhuang Bufan was mumbling about. In his eyes, based on Saitama's rough demeanor, if he encountered such a fierce beast, there was absolutely no way he would leave it alive. However, thinking about those things was no longer important because no matter what, the energy orb in the beast's mouth was about to finish charging. If he didn't act quickly, he would definitely be obliterated by the light wave cannon. Don't worry, this dog has been trained by Saitama. As for evidence, when Zhuang Bufan said this, he intentionally elongated his tone, then turned around and loudly told Boki, "Sit down." Sure enough, after Zhuang Bufan half-jokingly said that, Boki seemed to have developed some kind of PTSD, obediently crawling to sit in front of the two, sticking out his tongue as if trying to please them. Even Wang Dash had never seen Boki so sycophantic. King was left speechless by this joking transformation. But who could blame him? Zhuang Bufan always had a half-joking demeanor, making it hard to distinguish between truth and jest. Moreover, to make such a fierce-looking beast appear like a well-behaved dog with just one sentence, if it weren't witnessed firsthand, no one would believe it. King awkwardly stood up, his expression seemingly saying, "Oh, so you were telling the truth." Then he tentatively confirmed with Zhuang Bufan, "So, Mr. Saitama really has been here, right? That means the weirdo named Wang Dash has been taken care of by Mr. Saitama, right?" Looking at the recovering king, Zhuang Bufan let out a slight sigh of relief, patting his shoulder like an old friend and saying, "When you finish all the achievements in an RPG and are just missing the final boss, would you skip the boss after defeating the guards at the door?" Upon hearing Zhuang Bufan's theory, King thought for a moment, then firmly shook his head, confidently telling Zhuang Bufan, "In my first playthrough, I wouldn't even do any achievements. I'd just rush straight to the final boss." Truly, King. Unfortunately, they overlooked an important detail. The way this trio thought about problems was quite different from most people, especially Saitama. 10 minutes earlier, Saitama was looking at the heartwarming scene of Child Emperor hugging his robotic dog with a satisfied expression. At that moment, Saitama was indeed thinking how nice it would be to have a dog of his own, perhaps influenced by Zhuang Juju's little fox. The usually solitary Saitama was growing increasingly eager to have his own guard dog. At this point, he was unaware that he was about to meet his destined 2 pets. In any case, after completing the rescue mission, Saitama naturally intended to safely escort the 2 kids back to the surface. Next was Saitama assisting the robotic dog to perform a super jump, with Boki chasing after them, as if to bite. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner, just like the comic Zhuang Bufan had seen in his previous life. However, Zhuang Bufan, this unexpected butterfly intruding into the One-Punch world, made some changes. It wasn't just that Sweet Mask was beaten up a couple of times during the operations of the Monster Association, nor was it simply about finding the snotty bear kid ahead of time, indirectly causing Atomic Samurai to catch a cold while thinking about using a green onion as a remedy. Instead, seriously, can't you behave like a good dog and just sit down? Saitama swung his iron fist, appearing like a god of destruction in Boki's eyes, with instincts stemming from beasts and wisdom from its canine ancestors reminding it that it was better to concede at this moment. However, it was a bit too late for Boki to concede. Fortunately, even though Boki was still a somewhat disobedient mad dog at this moment, as its destined owner, Saitama held back. So, with a swollen head, Boki was left whining in the corner. "Don't look at me like that. It's your fault. As a dog, you can't just bark at every stranger you see." Years of competing with supermarket aunties for half-price vegetables had given Saitama the skill of unreasonable debate. Although seeing this tearful dog made him realize that he had been a bit too rough, he still sternly scolded it. "Since there's a guard dog here, it means the boss is nearby. Should I just take care of it?" Saitama pondered for a moment, and upon thinking about needing to escort Child Emperor and the others up, he dismissed the idea of troubling Wang Dash. Forget it, let's get them up first. I heard Child Emperor say that the green-haired, curly-headed kid also came down. So, Zhuang Bufan should be coming down too, right? It should be fine to leave it to them. If it doesn't work out, I can just come down later. He decided to escort the two kids to the surface first, happily patting his shiny head as he finalized this plan. Of course, Zhuang Bufan was unaware that Saitama had changed his mind midway, but fortunately, he had King with him. At this time, King and Zhuang Bufan were still unaware that Saitama had only come to train the dog and hadn't gone looking for the big boss. Like Zhuang Bufan at that moment, believing in Saitama's strength, King shed his usual cowardly demeanor. Thinking he was safe, he even walked ahead of Zhuang Bufan, and during the distance to the central hall. No monster dared to attack the two. It could be said that King had fully utilized the phrase a fox assuming the majesty of a tiger. However, considering King's reputation within the Monster Association, it seemed more appropriate to say that Zhuang Bufan was the one riding on King's coattails. Without spending too much time, the two arrived at the very center of the Monster Association, the throne in the underground palace, an endless view of the Thousand Buddha Cave. So this is the center of the Monster Association? It seems Mr. Saitama really did take care of that weirdo named Wang Dash. But how do we confirm his death? You're not going to make me jump down, are you? By the way, how deep is this cave? Since King had previously estimated that Wang Dash had been dealt with by Saitama, he thought that aside from the final boss, no monster in the entire Monster Association would be a match for the formidable figure beside him. Thus, feeling at ease, King started rambling. It was no wonder he had so much to say. The Monster Association's headquarters was originally a product of seizing the underground dweller's palace and then remodeling it. As a group that had existed since ancient times, having been honed by billions of years, this palace itself was already a magnificent work of art. Anyone seeing this massive pit surrounded by various Buddha altars would be unable to help but admire it, and King was no exception. Just as King was babbling on, Zhuang Bufan instead began to deduce what had happened here based on the battle marks on the walls. That pit was where I transformed into armored sludge, with the marks left by the Zhongyan pressing against the wall. This should be the hole left when Wang Dash devoured that group of miscellaneous monsters. This series of marks must be the traces left by Wang Dash when he trained the Hungry Wolf. Strange. The whole Saitama made should have visible traces of the electric train, yet there aren't any signs of a battle between Saitama and Wang Dash. That shouldn't be. Just as Zhuang Bufan was deducing where the big snake had gone based on the situation at the scene, the only true deity beside him, King, perhaps out of boredom, he picked up a massive stone behind him, thinking of using the echo to gauge how deep the cave below was. Naturally, his actions went unnoticed by Zhuang Bufan. 1, 2, 3 thud. 3 seconds later, the stone thrown by King successfully hit the ground. However, the sound didn't resemble that of stone landing. Instead, it sounded like whoosh. A gust of wind rushed up from below, accompanied by an incredibly powerful upward airflow. Soon, a gigantic figure, entwined with countless mythical serpents, appeared before them, truly deserving of the Hero Association's reputation. Claimed to be the strongest man on the ground, I was initially planning to observe you, but I didn't expect you to notice me first. Pochi was also sent flying by your punch, wasn't he? As expected of King, I'm looking forward to our peak battle more and more. My name is Orochi, in the name of the leader of the Monster Association, the King of Monsters. I accept your challenge. King was almost scared to death. In fact, before Orochi sprang out, King had already activated the Emperor engine, intimidated by the overwhelming presence. Challenge. A declaration of war. If apologies worked, King would definitely tell Orochi, big brother, you've misunderstood me. I'll go home right now and never step out again. If King had the power to travel through time and space, he would definitely go back to the moment he threw down the stone and give himself a good punch. Unfortunately, King did not have such power. According to him, he was just an unlucky, ordinary person. So when facing Orochi, he could only tighten his face and crank the Emperor engine to its maximum power. This way, he could at least pretend to be powerful and hold his ground for a bit. Otherwise, he might be instantly killed. Wait. Fortunately, just as King was about to crack, Zhuang Bufan spoke up. However, before he could finish his sentence, Orochi roared angrily. Armor sludge, you should be called Infinite Knight now. Right, you damn traitor. I can't believe you have the guts to appear before me. Just wait, I will definitely kill you today. It was rare for Orochi to speak with a tone that wasn't as cold as a corpse, but rather filled with some anger. This wasn't just Orochi being petty. He couldn't forget Zhuang Bufan's infiltration into the Monster Association to cause trouble. Although he was the king of monsters and claimed to be the most powerful monster in the world, in reality, he was merely an experimental subject cultivated by Sykes, a body that Sykes intended to possess sooner or later. Naturally, he would be subjected to various restrictions by that scheming woman. To say it was like putting a leash on a dog wouldn't be an exaggeration. When Zhuang Bufan disguised himself as armor sludge to join his ranks, Orochi truly believed he was close to confronting that woman. But the result? In short, Orochi really wanted to kill Zhuang Bufan. Zhuang Bufan was not aware of how Wang Dash got along with Sykes during the time he was not in the Freaks Association. All he knew was that Wang Dash was destined to die here today. Even if he was not his opponent, there was no way for him to survive today. But before that, while Wang Dash was still able to move, he was the only dragon-level freak that Zhuang Bufan could have contact with. Zhuang Bufan is still necessary to take him as a target to test my current strength. It's ridiculous to say that I've never truly served you. So how can we talk about betrayal? Upon hearing Zhuang Bufan's philosophical words, Wang Dash laughed in anger. Indeed, you have never sincerely submitted to me, so rest assured. Infinite Knight, this time I guarantee that you won't even have a chance to surrender. But for now, cherish your few remaining lives, and pray that King can defeat me. That is your only chance of survival, Wang Dash said through gritted teeth. Although Wang Dash is now a super strong monster, according to the moral standards of monsters, he should have long been unable to contain his desire to tear Zhuang Bufan apart. However, as the only experimental subject that has grown up under Sykes, the only one who can maintain his sanity while enduring the mind-altering drugs developed by Sykes, Wang Dash is destined to be different from that group of mundane people. He can suppress the anger in his heart. He knows who his greatest enemy is and who his primary target is. If it were other heroes, such as Adam Samurai or Super Alloy Blacklight, upon hearing the enemy boss express such confidence, they might have charged forward in a fit of excitement. But King is different. He is an ordinary young man who loves life and strives to live each day well. Right now, King can only think of one thing, damn. How did this come back around again? Can't I get a break? Please. Wang Dash heart was filled with anger and fighting spirit, while Zhuang Bufan was trying hard to suppress his laughter with excitement. Only our king was so scared he was about to wet his pants, thinking about how to quickly leave this place of turmoil. Unfortunately, Wang Dash had no intention of letting him go, and neither did that guy Zhuang Bufan have any thoughts of helping him escape. At this moment, Zhuang Bufan was adding fuel to the fire, crazily provoking Wang Dash. Dash, you are too arrogant to think you have the strength to challenge King. Do you know that Mr. King can easily crush you with just a flick of his finger? King's face turned pale with fear. Fortunately, Wang Dash fell silent. He understood that guy Zhuang Bufan. During the time he disguised himself as armored sludge to join the Monster Association, he often sought to extract intelligence from others. Of course, as a long-hidden old cunning fox, he surely concealed some of his own strength. But based on the strength he has shown, it is enough to indicate that he is stronger than all current dragon-level monsters. Even if Infinite Knight's words were filled with suspicion of flattery towards King's strength, the fact that he could say such a thing indicates he also looks down on King, right? Before Wang Dash could come up with any clues, Zhuang Bufan spoke again. If you understand that with your current strength you are not qualified to be Mr. King's opponent, then retreat quickly. In that case, the merciful Mr. King might still leave you a way out. But if you insist on challenging Mr. King, then at least you must first get past me. If you can't even defeat me, don't even think about challenging Mr. King. It's better to run away with your tail between your legs. Silence. Another long period of silence. Wang Dash did not correct Zhuang Bufan. In fact, it was King who was throwing stones to provoke him over such trivial matters. This might be the second causal skill of King besides his strong luck. Fantasy reinforcement. No matter what happens, the enemies facing him will subconsciously imagine King's power in their minds, and the effect is probably proportional to the opponent's imagination ability. Even the dragon-level Wang Dash was unfortunately caught off guard when facing King, showcasing the power of this skill. To cut a long story short, after a long and awkward silence, the gradually reassured King slowly shut down the Emperor engine. At the same time, after weighing the pros and cons, Wang Dash also gave his answer through action. Suddenly, Wang Dash launched an attack, and several tentacles, tougher than steel, shot towards Zhuang Bufan at lightning speed. Fortunately, Zhuang Bufan was well prepared and had not exited the Elemental Dominator transformation state, allowing him to quickly summon a defensive spell to fend off Wang Dash's assault. Wind and fire. Fire cloud descends. The moment Zhuang Bufan sensed Wang Dash's movement, he realized that summoning a highly defensive stone pillar for protection would probably be too late. Reluctantly, he could only try to use the quickly summonable wind and fire to form swirling fire clouds for defense. To prevent Wang Dash's tentacles from scattering his fire cloud shield with their powerful impact, Zhuang Bufan adjusted the rotation speed of the whirlwind, hoping to block Wang Dash's tentacle attack. Unfortunately, the fire cloud shield was hastily summoned, although the high-temperature flames successfully burned Wang Dash's tentacles, and the strong winds reduced their terrifying kinetic energy. They were still easily broken by Wang Dash, with dozens of tentacles coated in carbon skin attacking Zhuang Bufan. Fortunately, the fire cloud shield bought Zhuang Bufan a little time, allowing him to quickly summon a thick rock barrier about half a meter around himself. Boom! The flesh whips struck against the rock wall summoned by Zhuang Bufan. The powerful force of the whips cracked the stone wall, nearly causing it to collapse under the immense force. However, the flesh whips ultimately did not break through the wall's defense. With no choice, Wang Dash could only tighten his flesh whips again, preparing for the next round of assault. It's my turn now. Take this, Flame Dragon. Zhuang Bufan naturally would not miss this precious opportunity. Even before Wang Dash launched his attack, Zhuang Bufan had already begun secretly concocting his most destructive spell at the moment, the Flame Dragon. If it weren't for Wang Dash's sneaky move being just a tad quicker than his, who was actually ambushing whom would still be uncertain. However, this worked out well. Taking advantage of the gap in Wang Dash's attack, Zhuang Bufan suddenly struck back, and this precious timing was not much worse than being the first to attack. Suddenly, 6 lava giant serpents, shaped like dragons, emerged, opening their gaping mouths, dripping with magma, and charging towards Wang Dash amidst flames. The sudden appearance of the flame dragons posed a significant threat to Wang Dash. The flame dragons refined by Zhuang Bufan are strong enough to withstand a full-force strike from high-level dragon-class monsters without disintegrating. Moreover, as a fusion of the earth, fire, and metal elemental attributes, it is difficult to find a complete counterattack against the flame dragons. With such a terrifying weapon appearing in 6 instances to simultaneously assault King Dashi, it is essentially equivalent to 6 high-level dragon-class monsters with immense destructive power launching an attack on him. It's no wonder Zhuang Bufan considers this his ultimate move to ambush King Dashi. However, it's too naive. While the destructive power as an offensive means is sufficient, the slow speed allows me at least 9 ways to deal with them. As King Dashi mocked, he unsealed the monglong that was coiled around him. 8 thick and ferocious giant pythons, gathering immense energy in their mouths, unleashed a devastating white light the moment the flame dragons were about to pounce on him. Faced with King Dashi's ultimate technique, the 6 flame dragons crafted by Zhuang Bufan were naturally no match and were all reduced to black ash, disappearing into the air. Mr. Zhuang Bufan, are you sure you can defeat this monster? King, who had initially breathed a sigh of relief at not having to participate in the battle, couldn't help but feel anxious after witnessing King Dashi's terrifying destructive power. However, his words fell on King Dashi's ears and were interpreted as infinite night. Can you handle it? If not, let me take the stage. This startled Dashi, causing one of its dragon heads to shake, directing the white light awry and shooting upwards. After all, when facing King, even King Dashi wouldn't consider fighting on 2 fronts. Rest assured, if magic isn't working, then we can go physical. I still have my ultimate move to unleash. It's hard to say whether Zhuang Bufan's words reassured King, but Wang Dash was indeed at ease. After all, he no longer had to fight King in a 2-on-1 situation. Activate Super Transformation. If we're talking about being playful, we have to look at our Lord Zhuang. In a situation where both sides are thinking about killing each other, he can still remember to play around, which shows his strong mental quality. Wang Dash naturally wouldn't pay attention to the strange things Zhuang Bufan said, but King increasingly suspected that Zhuang Bufan might have a problem with his brain. Fortunately, as Zhuang Bufan's muscles gradually exaggerated and the mercury-colored liquid enveloped his entire body to form a set of bright silver armor, King finally confirmed that Zhuang Bufan wasn't brain damaged. He was just playing around. Unmatched War Demon. Strength increased by 300. Agility increased by 300. Constitution increased by 200. Unmatched power. You can freely convert the multiplier of the bonuses gained in this form, but the converted bonus attributes cannot be less than 100. Killing intent. Burn your spirit. Prohibiting the use of all mental abilities, and in return, gain elemental immunity equivalent to your current mental force. All your attacks carry the effect of evil spirit entanglement. reducing the opponent's life recovery by 90. War Demon Body. Once activated, all reflex speed increases by 200, combat instinct 1. And gain the state of fury, effect doubled when provoked, thinking speed reduced by 50. Demonic Weapon. A weapon exclusive to the unmatched War Demon form. Based on the current form providing states like armor penetration, bleeding, impact, toughness, magic immunity, shock, fragmentation, sharpness, limb severing, recovery reduction, and stamina reduction. Due to the skill-killing intent, using this item no longer consumes the host's mental force, and accordingly, this item no longer provides extra basic attribute bonuses to the host. Sacrifice sanity, gain power. In a word, just go for it. Undoubtedly, the unmatched War Demon state is very strong, with powerful strength, an almost magic-immune body, coupled with a terrifying combat instinct that doesn't require technique coordination. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Zhuang Bufan in this state is a boss killer, even though there's an almost insurmountable gap between dragon level and above dragons. Zhuang Bufan in this state could possibly bridge that gap. If it weren't for the intelligence-reducing buff that comes with this state, there might not have been any possibility of other states emerging. Wang Dash didn't know what had happened to Zhuang Bufan, but just by seeing Zhuang Bufan's current transformation, even a fool would know that something bad was about to happen. Bad or not, considering that he would still have to face King in a peak duel soon. Our King Dash had no intention of using his full strength yet. Let me think, this will do. Wang Dash extended 3 of his brutal heads, opened his massive maw, and gathered energy again. Then, with a dazzling flash of white light, 3 light wave cannons were simultaneously fired, perfectly blocking all of Zhuang Bufan's possible evasive maneuvers. Boom! As the white light dissipated, Zhuang Bufan stood in the cave, where the stone wall that was originally a shrine had been burned into a cave by Wang Dash's light cannon. The entire cave was made of glass like fine sand, continuously emitting heat. Zhuang Bufan, on the other hand, had red eyes, and the silver armor was shimmering with signs of slightly turning red. Apart from multiple abrasions all over his body, he sustained no further damage. Elemental attack immunity. Wang Dash looked at Zhuang Bufan in shock, as he had almost perfectly withstood his light wave cannon. Each light wave cannon from his brutal heads had the power to turn a high-level dragon into ashes. Yet now, all 3 brutal heads firing together only caused this guy a few scratches. Such a level of magic immunity was enough to astonish Wang Dash. Whoosh! Just as Wang Dash was in shock, Zhuang Bufan moved. In a state of fury, after being baptized by Wang Dash's light cannon, he turned red with rage. Relying on his powerful combat instinct and suddenly enhanced agility, Zhuang Bufan swung 2 giant axes with armor penetration properties directly at Wang Dash. Slash! Due to Zhuang Bufan's sudden attack, Wang Dash, who hadn't adapted to his explosive speed increase, instinctively used his steel tentacles to block. In an instant, the 2-hand axes in Zhuang Bufan's hands cut through Wang Dash's tentacles as easily as a hot knife through butter. This made Wang Dash, who usually enjoyed using his steel tentacles to capture monsters, feel flustered. What frightened him even more was that after being severed, his tentacles lost the ability to recover quickly. No matter how he concentrated his strength to promote the activation and growth of his monster cells, he couldn't restore his tentacles to their previous state. Regeneration blockage. What material is the weapon in his hand made of? Wang Dash suddenly felt a sliver of fear towards this opponent he once looked down upon. Zhuang Bufan, who had severed Wang Dash's tentacles, did not become arrogant because of it, nor did he say any trash talk to mock the king of monsters. In a state of fury, Zhuang Bufan had an attack desire far beyond his usual self. From this perspective, this intelligence-reducing buff might not necessarily be a bad thing for him. In any case, seeing that his attack was effective, Zhuang Bufan clashed the 2-hand axes in his hands together, merging them into a massive horizontal blade. Coupled with the influence of combat instinct, it was almost instinctive. Zhuang Bufan allocated all the power bonuses from his unmatched battle demon state to agility. As mentioned earlier, perhaps the intelligence-reducing skill, Rage, is not a negative buff for Zhuang Bufan. Normally, according to Zhuang Bufan's thought process, after achieving results in battle, he would absolutely not change his combat strategy unless necessary. Although Zhuang Bufan, with his suddenly increased speed, successfully severed the tentacles of King Dashi, this does not imply that King Dashi is slow. On the contrary, King Dashi, who possesses the rank above dragon, has a speed that just barely surpasses Zhuang Bufan's at that moment. If it weren't for his underestimation and the issues with his confrontation method, Zhuang Bufan might not have been able to injure King Dashi so easily. After all, monsters above the dragon rank are still a kind of superior existence compared to others. It is impossible to easily kill them just because of a simple physical doubling buff. However, fortunately, Zhuang Bufan is not using his brain to fight King Dashi. The serpent, which had just adapted to Zhuang Bufan's terrifying speed, was soon astonished by Zhuang Bufan's sudden increase in speed. As a result, the price King Dashi had to pay for his mistake was the 3 heads that once attacked Zhuang Bufan. The blade light flashed, the heads fell to the ground, and King Dashi looked in shock at his own torso on the ground. This speed can still increase from 3 times to 5 times speed. This time, Zhuang Bufan's increase was not as exaggerated as before, but the extra 2 times speed was just enough to change Zhuang Bufan's status from slightly inferior to King Dashi's speed to now being faster than him. Simply put, the offensive and defensive dynamics have shifted. Above Dragon, this is currently the highest disaster level rated by the Hero Association. Although the Hero Association usually acts quite ineptly, the assessment of disaster levels is one of the few serious tasks they undertake. Starting from the Wolf level, each increase in disaster level brings a multiplying threat. By the time it reaches the Ghost level, it is enough to destroy a town, and the Dragon level possesses the power to destroy multiple towns. Even the city-level units in the One-Punch world are super-large cities composed of countless towns and can still be easily destroyed once a monster reaches the Dragon level. From this perspective, in the One-Punch world, which is only 26 super-large cities, there is indeed no need to further subdivide the levels between Dragon and God. After all, those who could destroy a city with a mere gesture can already be said to have reached the domain of gods, and are enemies that all of humanity must face. But who would have thought that in this perilous world, there exists a superior guardian like Saitama? Therefore, those poor monsters with destructive power far exceeding the dragon level can only be eliminated before they have shown their strength sufficient to be called gods. This is the tragedy of monsters above the dragon level, powerful beings that have reached the domain of gods but are not recognized as such. The reason for explaining all this is to clarify that the 3 known monsters above the dragon level, King Pineapple, King Dashi, and Horned Wolf, possess strengths that are not simply a few times greater than those of dragon-level monsters. More importantly, they possess certain characteristics. King Pineapple has the characteristic of an abnormally powerful vitality that allows him to quickly recover, even after being smashed into pulp, along with his combat state known as Meteor Explosion. Horned Wolf has near-death recovery combined with state upgrades, each rebirth allowing for a leap in his physical qualities, offense, defense, and techniques. The phrase "cannot be killed only makes him stronger" is certainly not an exaggeration. As for King Dashi, his characteristic is adaptation and learning. Although these 2 characteristics do not manifest as strongly in battle compared to those of King Pineapple and Horned Wolf, for those below his level, King Dashi is undoubtedly the hardest to deal with among the 3 monsters above the dragon level. Let us first explain the adaptation characteristic. It can be considered an upgraded version of Zhuang Bufan's unmatched power skill, with a broader selection range, within the limits allowed by King Dashi's body resistance. He can freely modify his own resistance values. When facing an enemy with ultra agility, he sacrifices strength to enhance agility. When facing an enemy that uses poison attacks, he sacrifices other resistances to boost his poison resistance. Unless he can achieve a swift victory with a single blow, it is absolutely impossible to defeat King Dashi using any means. Just this one skill ensures that he will never suffer a defeat against weaker enemies due to any reason. Considering his dragon-level physical qualities, who can completely defeat him before he fully updates his status? Zhuang Bufan is currently facing such a predicament. After realizing Zhuang Bufan's terrifying destructive power, King Dashi continuously employed techniques learned from the hero and Horned Wolf, using his tentacles, shoulders, and elbows to knock Zhuang Bufan away. It was much like Zhuang Bufan's battle against the hero, but this time, the scales of victory were tipped in favor of King Dashi. At first, Zhuang Bufan, wielding the magic blade, could still achieve occasional successes, occasionally severing a tentacle or delivering a blow to King Dashi's torso. Using the magic sword and his skill that enveloped him in killing intent indeed caused King Dashi some trouble. However, gradually, as King Dashi became accustomed to Zhuang Bufan's speed, it became increasingly difficult for Zhuang Bufan to inflict any damage on him. Realizing that continuing like this would undoubtedly lead to defeat, Zhuang Bufan suddenly withdrew, jumping back to King. Panting heavily as he stared intently at the King Dashi he had slashed over 100 times, having severed over a dozen tentacles and 3 heads. Leaving so many cuts, he did not expect King Dashi to have such strong vitality. Indeed, those above the dragon level are not so easily dealt with. When Zhuang Bufan said this, he had already exited the state of the Wushuang Zhanggu. Although using the magic weapon no longer consumed his energy, the physical exhaustion from attacking at full strength for over 10 minutes was still quite significant. Therefore, Zhuang Bufan tried to recover his stamina during the conversation. Above the dragon? What an interesting title. After witnessing my immense power, are you still unwilling to call me a god? Wang Dash was very dissatisfied with Zhuang Bufan's choice of words regarding his strength. On the contrary, he didn't care much about the delay tactics he employed. Wang Dash's body was gradually adapting to that guy's speed. The reason he continued to take a passive defensive strategy was not that he had no time to attack, but that he wanted to buy more time to recover from the injuries caused by this little thief. Although Wang Dash believed that those he considered weaker than himself could never defeat him, the opponent he was about to face was King. Just the information obtained from the Hero Association was enough to prove that he was a rival not weaker than himself. Facing such a tough opponent, Wang Dash thought it best to be fully prepared. King, on the other hand, didn't have so many thoughts. From his perspective, Zhuang Bufan had used up his last trump card by exiting the transformation mode. His only question was why this guy didn't run away quickly before exiting the transformation. With all his trump cards exhausted, why was he still here? Was he waiting to die? To prevent Zhuang Bufan from losing his mind and really thinking he could take out Wang Dash and save the world, King felt it was necessary to remind him. Mr. Zhuang Bufan, are you okay? King had many things he wanted to say, but they stuck in his throat. It wasn't that he didn't want to explicitly tell Zhuang Bufan to run away quickly. He was just afraid that if he showed any weakness, Wang Dash would notice. And it wouldn't be fun if he attacked him first. Yes, Mr. King, you were right. At this point, I cannot defeat this guy named Wang Dash alone. Since that's the case, it's decided. It's you. Go, King. King's words made Wang Dash feel a bit uneasy. He really didn't want to fight King in this state, and Zhuang Bufan's response deepened his doubts. Naturally, our Mr. King was even more anxious than Wang Dash. Zhuang Bufan's words successfully awakened the Emperor engine within King. This engine, which the outside world believed only sounded when King was serious, further intensified Wang Dash paranoia. In short, under Zhuang Bufan's malicious remarks, these two individuals, whose strengths were worlds apart, began to fear each other. Mr. Zhuang Bufan, what about your promise? You said you still had trump cards left, a guarantee to achieve victory. Even if your trump cards were just used, does that mean I have to take the stage? King was completely overwhelmed by Zhuang Bufan, no longer caring how Wang Dash viewed him, and nearly shouted this at Zhuang Bufan. The expression on King's face was so rich that it could rival Saitama's reaction upon discovering he was just an ordinary person. Was the joke over? Zhuang Bufan scratched his head, seeing King in such a panic. He seemed to have fallen into a state of stress response typically seen in small animals. To help him calm down and to facilitate his subsequent plans, Zhuang Bufan casually summoned a water balloon and gave King a thorough wash. Splash! The huge water balloon hit King, washing away the blood and also making him shut his mouth. It wasn't that King calmed down after being hit by the water balloon. Rather, he was thoroughly confused by Zhuang Bufan's nonsensical actions. Forget it. Let it be. Let it end. I'm tired. This was the only thought left in King's mind after being hit by the water balloon. With Zhuang Bufan's emotional intelligence, it was naturally impossible for him to see through King's thoughts. He was still pleased with the effect of his water balloon persuasion technique. Fortunately, King wasn't always this unprincipled. After secretly praising his own cleverness a few times, Zhuang Bufan cleared his throat and said in a deep voice to King the Great Snake, "In fact, besides being an S-class professional hero in the Hero Association, I am also a zoo director hidden within the city." This time, even King the Great Snake was dumbfounded. Who would have thought that the guy who had just been fighting him to the death was now introducing himself in a friendly manner? Such a level of madness was quite rare even in the Hero Association, which was filled with eccentrics. The thought of being sliced over 100 times by such a foolish person made King feel that the power he had gained after suffering so much over the years was like a joke. However, he was quite looking forward to what this guy would come up with next. After all, seeking fun is one of the innate natures of all living beings. Let's shift our perspective back to Zhuang Bufan. Just as he had been saying to King all along, the King God was indeed the source of his courage to confront King the Great Snake. Moreover, he had not relied on King God's luck attribute. To clarify this point, we need to talk about the third transformation Zhuang Bufan obtained after hunting the Centipede Elder. Zoo Director Beast Tamer can tame creatures with a favorability above friendly. Creatures tamed with beast tamer skills have a chance to trigger the creature's life evolution, determined by multiple factors such as the creature's favorability with a host, feeding conditions, etc. Beast tamer. When a host assigns a task to the tamed creature, that creature will gain an additional attribute enhancement based on its master's task status. Lucky doll. Tamed creatures with a favorability above intimate can merge and transform into a mascot doll. The attributes of the mascot doll are the sum of both parties' attributes, and the number of dolls is limited to the toy set held by the zoo. If the merged creatures meet the requirements for transforming into a doll, they're not affected by this restriction. The individual with the highest attributes before merging has the first right to the doll, while the one with lower attributes automatically gains the second right to manipulate the doll. Spare items. Automatically synthesizes powers deemed by the system as having no use value into special items and doll costumes. Current reserves include wine gourd, plush bear, firebird, cute dog, catfish kelp. Recruitment notice. Allows the director to recruit creatures with a loyalty above loyal to become zoo employees. Upon employment, they will automatically gain one of the 3 job characteristics under this status and can apply for the use of spare items. You read that right. This is a transformation form that does not provide any attribute bonuses. What? You ask why it doesn't provide attribute bonuses? Have you ever seen a boss personally working on the ground? Although Zhuang Bufan's third transformation form seems to have many flaws and doesn't look like a serious transformation form, this peculiar ability always manages to produce unexpected effects in seemingly desperate situations. As someone with an imagination that exceeds the sky, Zhuang Bufan clearly realized that in this state, he could instantly defeat the element dominator and the unparalleled battle demon. King, now that it has come to this, let's merge. What? Without any warning. After saying those strange words in front of King the Great Snake, Zhuang Bufan suddenly told King this. Without waiting for King to respond, he struck a strange pose, pointed at King with 2 fingers, and Zhuang Bufan directly twisted into a ball of white light that crashed into him. Then everything went black. And when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a space reminiscent of an animated series from the last century, like Dragon Fighter, filled with operation spaces. The difference was that there were sofas, game consoles, and a 360-degree holographic screen with no dead angles. Welcome to the large open-world soul-like RPG game, Smash King the Great Snake. Please players start immediately, complete the tutorial level, defeat the final boss King the Great Snake, and achieve victory in the game. As King stared in confusion at what was happening before him, Zhuang Bufan's mischievous voice rang out. At this moment, our king finally understood what his mischievous friend had been plotting all along. Zhuang, you must be the biggest joke developer in the world. What kind of game includes a world-class boss in the tutorial level? And without any operational hints, dying means no respawn? Now, King looked like an otaku at home, complaining about a game to a friend, with dead fish eyes and a calm expression as he gazed at the 100 realistic holographic screen in front of him. But when he picked up the complex, inhuman game controller in front of him, a different kind of authority, unlike the one under the Emperor Engine state, radiated from King. Even Zhuang Bufan, who often participated in challenge matches with King, was shocked by this aura. However, this level of game difficulty is still far from enough for me. No wonder it's King. Even with inferior conditions in strength, agility, constitution, and other attributes compared to mine, he can still be deemed by the system as the primary controller. It seems King truly is a 1-in-a-million master. Zhuang Bufan's spirit looked at the imposing and terrifying King Orochi, feeling confident inside. What's going on? King Orochi stared incredulously at the suddenly appeared black plush bear in front of him. He could sense that beneath this cute, fluffy exterior was a ferocious beast. It was as if something was spilling out from the plush bear's skin, forming a terrifying Azura-like figure in the air that was even more powerful than him. What is the situation? Is King this strong? Although he wasn't sure what kind of trick that Infinite Knight was playing, based on his performance after exiting that strange berserk state, his physical condition was only slightly better than that of a hero, which could already be considered a very strong dragon-level monster. However, when evaluating it against Orochi's own strength, it still fell far short of being qualified. If that were the case, the reason this plush bear could overpower him in terms of momentum could only be because of King, who is known as the strongest creature on ground. Just as King Orochi was astonished by King's strength, the plush bear controlled by King moved. Although Zhuang Bufan's normal speed could already rival a bunch of agile dragon-level monsters, for King Orochi, who had adapted to agility after their previous duel, the current speed of the plush bear was still not enough for him to take seriously. But therein lies the problem. Previously, His speed appeared to King Orochi as if it were a slow-motion video, and clearly, his speed was far superior to that of this fluffy plush bear. Yet, his tentacles could not hit this slow-moving bear. Every time he thought he had landed a hit, the plush bear could always evade all his attacking tentacles with extremely precise micro-movements, whether by dodging or counterattacking. What terrified King Orochi the most was that his learning ability could not decipher the techniques used by the opponent. Doesn't this mean that the moves used by the opponent have already exceeded his cognitive range? He knew that whether it was Hero's signature skill or Hungry Wolf's martial arts, King Orochi could perfectly replicate them after seeing them once during combat, and then find a way to counter them. But now he couldn't even understand what technique the opponent was using to avoid his attacks, which was an immense shock to King Orochi. Let's end the warm-up here. It's my turn to attack now. King controlled the plush bear, dodging the attacking tentacles of Orochi, and quickly ran to his front. Through the plush bear's crystal-clear eyes, King stared at the terrifying face of this king of monsters. As a top-tier gamer controlling Zhuang Bufan's body, he no longer cared about King Orochi's strength. All that remained in his mind was the belief in defeating this world boss. Take this, bear rising dragon. Perhaps due to the interference of their souls, King's words were all transformed into bear language. King Orochi could only hear the plush bear in front of him repeatedly, saying things like Kuma, Kuma, unable to understand what it was saying. However, it no longer mattered what King wanted to say to King Orochi, because the plush bear's furry paw had effectively conveyed King's will to the opponent. The pure black plush bear slapped King Orochi in the face, its elastic, soft paw leaving a cute mark on Orochi's terrifying stone-like visage. Not done yet. Big Dipper 100 cracks meatball palm. King, manipulating the plush bear, shouted loudly while rapidly swinging its paws, chanting Kuma, Kuma. Under King's relentless combo, King Orochi's tentacles finally couldn't support his body any longer and crashed heavily to the bottom of the pit. Ha 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 ha. Lying at the bottom of the pit, King Orochi felt no anger. Instead, he started to cackle. This was because after King completed that combo, he could no longer borrow power, and the plush bear was now in free fall. No matter how skilled King was, facing an environment where he couldn't leverage anything, he would not be able to evade his attack, to ensure a fatal strike and not give that strange plush bear any chance. King Orochi gathered all his energy into the few remaining reckless heads and his face, which had the paw print mark. 3, 2, 1, boom. A terrifying white light shot out, but before that, our king had already pressed a button featuring a chubby red bird image. Huh! With a cold chuckle from King, the plush bear that was a combination of him and Zhuang Bufan suddenly split apart, revealing a fiery red, pot-bellied chubby bird plush inside. Although this bird plush looked a bit clumsy, its speed was slightly faster than the previous plush bear. Just as King Orochi unleashed his world-destroying white light, King had already manipulated the chubby bird to flap its wings and fly away. However, it wouldn't be accurate to say that King Orochi completely missed. On the ground, the sweetheart mask confronting the ugly president was paralyzed by her inner fears and dared not act. Suddenly, a white light shot up, scorching half of the ugly president's face. From this perspective, it aligns with the bloody and terrifying definition of violent aesthetics. As the white light dissipated, Sweetheart Mask looked through the large hole at the other party's half-burned face and breathed a sigh of relief, saying without any sense of public morality. Meanwhile, the big bright eye, who had just ambushed Little Tornado, was facing her wrath. Big Bright, I was contemplating what means to test this lady's upper limits when a scorching white light flashed past them. Startled by the sudden energy wave, Little Tornado lost control of her power and directly tore apart Miss Big Bright Eye's vest. Is there something down there? Looking at the energy wave cannon that could destroy a town, Little Tornado was quite curious about what was happening below. Perhaps due to King Orochi's energy cannon, Little Tornado failed to notice the real Sykes, who was manipulating Big Bright Eye hidden underground in time. But this didn't mean that the behind-the-scenes female demon of the Monster Association would have a good outcome. Damn it, King Orochi, are you crazy? This building is going to collapse. Sykes said grimly that her current appearance was not much different from when she fused with King Cobra. After all, this was an energy cannon unleashed by King Cobra with all his might. It was like thousands of reverse-launching rocket boosters pushing King Cobra downwards. Such immense power could never be defended against, even by a palace built from thousands of years of underground engineering technology. If Sykes hadn't been struggling below, who knows if King Cobra would have penetrated the mantle to reach the core of this planet by now. It must be said that King Cobra's enlargement this time not only failed to hit Zhuang Bufan and King, but also severely backfired on his two teammates. With such an outstanding performance, King Cobra was definitely in the running for this year's Best Internal Saboteur Award against that guy Zhuang Bufan. Was that puppet bird Zhuang Bufan? When did his skills become so good? The recently accomplished small tornado, who had just finished tearing apart the Big Eyes, stood at a high place, looking down at the battlefield. At this moment, Zhuang Bufan was using King's godlike maneuvers to humiliate King Cobra with incredibly flashy movements. Aside from the low damage and King Cobra's super recovery ability making the whole fight feel a bit like a scratch, it could be said that Zhuang Bufan was completely suppressing King Cobra. So that must be that freak King Cobra, right? Looking at it this way, it really is a disgusting creature. The small tornado looked coldly at the situation below. As the ace of the Hero Association, the small tornado had always thought that this mission should be a solo adventure into the Monster Association, resolving the crisis with powerful and flashy means. Now, however, that guy Zhuang Bufan had gotten ahead of her, and as the top powerhouse of the Hero Association, she naturally wouldn't intervene in this one-sided suppression by Zhuang Bufan. After all, it would always carry a hint of competing for credit. But if that were the case, wouldn't it make Zhuang Bufan the main force of this battle, becoming the most dazzling star on the battlefield? The small tornado was quite unhappy. Forget it. Should I send my dear silly sister back up or go look for that hostage kid? The small tornado watched the battle situation below for a while, feeling that this duel should be a complete victory for that guy. Just as she was pondering what to do next, the voice of Atomic Samurai came through the communicator. Achoo! I rescued a kid named Snotty Hero over here. By the way, do you need my help, Sweetheart Mask? I feel like you're struggling against that half-faced monster. Who are you? A group of heroes couldn't help but mock the buzzing voice coming from the communicator. We don't need your concern, Atomic Samurai. You should hurry and take that group of low-level heroes to evacuate. Did you see that vertical white light just now? The next battle is no longer something low-level heroes can participate in. Sweetheart Mask was relatively reliable among this group of heroes and did not mock Atomic Samurai's voice change like the small tornado or Child Emperor Zombie. On the other side, Child Emperor and Saitama, who were escorting the kid Wagama and were about to reach the surface, suddenly turned their heads upon hearing Atomic Samurai's words, quietly staring at Wagama. Why lie? Saitama asked lightly, his tone neither happy nor sad, showing no sign of anger. But it was exactly this that made Wagama feel scared. He tightly clenched his fists, feelings of grievance, regret, and unwillingness surged up, and after a long pause, he finally spoke back. I am afraid you'll take me to find that child. I just want to leave here quickly. Child Emperor sighed upon hearing this. Although this genius boy had never experienced the childish times of childhood, he could understand Wagama's despair and helplessness in a desperate situation, even if this brat was indeed somewhat annoying. You can trust us a little more, Saitama said kindly after hearing Snotty Hero's response, without any intention of reproaching him. Wagama bit his lip, his whole body trembling slightly. Although the other party hadn't said a word of condemnation, he felt very aggrieved. Wagama knew that in this situation, hiding Snotty Hero's whereabouts meant something significant for him. Wagama didn't he think it was his fault. He had always believed in the strength of heroes. But Metal Knight is dead. What did you say? Child Emperor was startled by Wagama's sudden statement, not understanding what the kid was talking about at this moment. So he stood quietly, waiting for him to finish. When I was locked up with Snotty Hero, that guy told me that S-Class Metal Knight was killed by the monster King Cobra in one hit. He saw it with his own eyes. Even such a powerful hero died at the hands of a monster. You guys definitely aren't his match. I don't want to wait here to die. Wagama almost yelled this out, while Saitama and Child Emperor remained silent. About a minute later, a bright red rubber glove was placed on Wagama's head. Is it because you were afraid of the monster that you hit it? You can trust us a little more. I told you, you can't beat that monster. Even Metal Knight couldn't take his hit. How could the other heroes possibly? Just as Wagama kept complaining to Saitama, Saitama extended a finger to block his mouth. Then, with his other hand, he kept patting Wagama's head calmly and firmly saying, believe in our hearts to protect the people. As long as the heroes can still act, we won't let you suffer even a little bit. Well, after all, we are heroes. Feeling he had said something cool, Saitama stood up a bit embarrassed, scratching his bald head. Child Emperor silently ordered his robotic dog to break open the passage above, thinking that this B-class hero seemed a bit different from other adults. Now back to the situation on the ground. Atomic Samurai did not listen to Sweetheart Mask and escort Snotty Hero away. He handed this task over to his 3 disciples and other heroes present. He had 2 reasons for doing this. First, this way, it could serve as an excuse to persuade them to evacuate. Second, their mission to destroy the Monster Association's plan had not yet been completed, especially since Sweetheart Mask, with his severe pride, had refused his request to deal with the ugly president, and it was hard to tell who would win in their battle. Therefore, to prevent any unexpected events, Atomic Samurai could only stand by with his sword, boredly tugging at the whiskers of the drunken cat beside him, while contemplating whether he should first skin this monster to warm himself up. At this moment, Saitama and the others had also reached the surface. As someone who had spoken to Atomic Samurai during the Hero Association and the Hot Spring incident, Saitama naturally greeted him. "Hey, old man, what's up with the bruise on your face?" Normal people wouldn't say such a seemingly friendly, yet actually deadly phrase when they meet someone. However, considering that the only ones who often interact with Saitama are Shibufin and that guy Genos, who never speaks properly, his way of greeting is somewhat understandable. Why is there a B-class hero here? And I'm not an old man. I'm only in my 30s, just in my 30s. Being in your 30s is still being an old man. It wasn't Saitama who made the cutting remark, but that brat Wakanga. Forget it, Sai. Adam Samurai's mood wasn't too good. First, he was beaten up by someone, and then he was mocked and caught off guard by that guy Shibufin, and unfortunately caught a cold. Although he felt quite pleased that the kid, Snotty, admired him and wanted his autograph while escorting him. Facing the kid's kind assurances that he would never tell anyone about him getting beaten made Adam Samurai unable to describe his complex feelings at that moment. After he sent Snotty off, thinking everything had returned to normal, suddenly a balding guy appeared and called him old man. For the first time, Adam Samurai felt that the world was unworthy. "Do you know? The way you speak reminds me of someone." Adam Samurai sulked and complained to Saitama. "Is it Master Jui? I just borrowed his book The Art of Speaking from the library a few days ago." "No, it's that guy Shibufin." "Was what I said really that rude?" "Over here." Child Emperor continued to watch Saitama and Adam Samurai bantering, while over there, Sweet Mask was still engaged in a fierce battle with the ugly president. Child Emperor found this scene somewhat ridiculous. He could guess that it was Sweet Mask who asked Adam Samurai not to interfere in their fight. But this was a combat mission, a hero activity, and it shouldn't be based on personal feelings. Thinking back to the truths that the Phoenix Man forced into his head while they were underground, Child Emperor felt that the current operational guidelines of the Hero Association were lacking. "Forget it, even if Sweet Mask hates me. I must step in to help him deal with the ugly president." Child Emperor firmly decided to take action, but before that, he had something more important to handle. "Balding Cloak Hero, please escort Wakanga away from here." "I can do that, but why me? Wouldn't it be better for the old man to escort him? He just caught a cold and can go home to rest." Saitama remained as easygoing as ever, although he was still worried about what was happening below. That sudden big hole piqued his curiosity, but escorting the hostage home was also something heroes should do. Based on the thought that there are no high or low statuses in hero activities, only different responsibilities, Saitama didn't intend to refuse this proposal, even if this hostage was a somewhat unpleasant kid. However, he still wanted to know why this matter wasn't entrusted to Adam Samurai, as from a purely rational perspective, staying here was the optimal choice. "Why? Both Child Emperor and I are S-class heroes, although your rank has significantly increased since we last met. But the upcoming battle requires reaching the S-class level to qualify. Simply put, your training is insufficient. Among the 3 of us, your strength is the weakest, so you should just safely escort little Wakanga back." Although Adam Samurai was beaten by Black Sperm, he still didn't seem to have learned any lesson. Confident in his own strength, he imitated the iron-blooded seniors from Showa movies and explained his reasoning to Saitama. "Actually, I'm quite strong, at least stronger than you, old man." Saitama calmly stated the facts. As a young man experiencing early baldness, he could understand the old man's thought process, so he wasn't angry, but stated the facts as usual. However, his response was viewed by Adam Samurai and Child Emperor as being overly concerned about face. Thus, Adam Samurai, who believed he had ignited Saitama's competitive spirit, felt it necessary to give this young man some comfort. He reached out and grabbed Saitama's right hand, saying, okay, I admit your strength is fine. Now hurry up and escort little Wakanga away." "But old man, I'm really super strong." "Go now." Saitama still tried to argue, but was forcibly pushed away by Adam Samurai and Child Emperor. At this point, knowing that further words were pointless, Saitama could only leave with a pained expression while dragging Wakanga away. What frustrated him the most was that the brat was shouting that he wanted an S-class hero to escort him away. Saitama expressed that he felt very tired. Although Shibufin, The biggest mole in the Hero Association had caused trouble for Sweet Mask, Adam Samurai, and other S-Class heroes along the way. It couldn't be said that everything he did brought negative effects. At least the support heroes from the ground team did not suffer any casualties due to the battle. Moreover, based on this, the person suspected by the higher-ups of hiding within the Hero Association also revealed his true colors. In the ghost zone of City Z, atop a high tower, a metallic, muscular robot was observing the retreating support heroes. Can a dragon-level monster be easily taken down with catnip? Infinite Knight really is an interesting guy. However, if that's the case, the upcoming actions might be a bit troublesome. Looking at the heroes retreating in a line below, the robot calmly said from the top of the signal tower, if the heroes down there still had reconnaissance abilities, they might notice that a robot was watching their every move from a distance. If that person's reconnaissance abilities were a bit stronger, they might even see that this strange robot was the S-Class hero Drive Knight, who had not been in contact with the Hero Association. It's clear that there are moles within the Hero Association. Everyone is well aware of this. Moreover, there may be more than one mole, and everyone understands this point. Even because of the incompetence of the higher-ups, the corruption of the middle management, and the overly casual actions of the S-Class heroes, they are unable to distinguish who the real mole is. After all, those who join the Hero Association all have their own agendas. Even a group of heroes who harbor the ideals of executing justice have different understandings of justice, leading to different methods and purposes in their actions. Even Zhuang Bufan, who suddenly arrived in this world and has some godlike perspective, cannot understand what these guys are thinking. Therefore, having moles is not a problem for the Hero Association. The problem is, what exactly does this mole want to do? From the perspective of the Hero Association, the reason the recent massive riot by the Monster Association was able to occur is that someone leaked their internal information. And it is definitely not because their confidentiality work was poorly done. Zhuang Bufan has no particular thoughts on this. He has always been uninterested in the internal blame and power struggles of such organizations. What he cares about are other matters. After the Monster Association incident, the newly established strange hero organization Enio has raised concerns. If the organization merely deceives ordinary people into going to battle, collects various data, and discredits the Hero Association, it can only be considered somewhat suspicious. However, the body modifications against individuals' will, the attempt to control Hero's operational logic from a management perspective, and the sudden appearance of technical support for Enio are far more than just simple suspicions. Interestingly, there are indeed some clues regarding the source of Enio's technology. This involves an organization that appeared during the Taoyuan Group incident and has assisted the Monster Association, the Machine God G5. Even more interestingly, there is indeed a certain individual within the current Hero Association who is suspiciously connected to that organization. The S-rank hero, Drive Knight, Zhuang Bufan, having thought of using catnip juice, which is given to C-class gourmet catnip connoisseurs, to deal with Meow Meow, naturally also consider Drive Knight. The guy full of doubts who might cause some trouble during the Monster Association period. However, based on Drive Knight's consistent behavior and the fact that he has never acted against the Hero Association or the public, Zhuang Bufan was still willing to believe that he wouldn't do anything too outrageous. At least not now. At this critical moment when the Hero Association is fully attacking the Monster Association. But unfortunately, he was wrong. His lack of understanding of Drive Knight led him to make a huge mistake. Indeed, as an S-Class hero, Drive Knight would never act against the Hero Association. However, the strange organization behind him, which has been collecting information on both monsters and heroes, is free to operate. According to the original plot, Drive Knight appeared in his hero identity to deal with the monster Meow Meow, successfully clearing his name while also obtaining information about Niue City and the explosion. In the end, for some reason, he even ignored the attack from a similar type of robot on Seikengao. He did this just to test whether Explosion would come to the rescue when the upper management was threatened, although his plans were later disrupted by that Guy Genos. For Drive Knight, who had already gathered enough information, there was no longer a reason to take action. But now, with the monster Meow Meow taken down early by Zhuang Bufan's catnip juice, and more crucially, with the appearance of the three S-Class heroes, Atomic Samurai, Child Emperor, and Sweet Mask, it was impossible for any powerful monsters to burst out from underground to deal with the retreating support heroes above. Therefore, unable to gather internal information from the Hero Association, Drive Knight decided to take a risk. He planned to have the organization release an experimental model monster early. In order to gain Seikengao's trust, Zhuang Bufan naturally could not know all of this. Even if he consciously sent the Atomic Warrior back to the ground early, he could not have calculated that the suspected traitor, the driving knight, would actually cause trouble at this time. Fortunately, it was not just Zhuang Bufan's calculations that had a significant flaw. Even the driving knight's own plan overlooked an unsettling factor. At this moment, Cai Jinjia and his group were still unaware of the dangers they would face. Being driven off the battlefield under the pretext of escorting hostages was a deeply humiliating experience for any hero with ideals and aspirations. Fortunately, this group of grassroots heroes, who had been toiling for a living, had become accustomed to such humiliation. At least, in the face of this unfair fate, these grassroots heroes still had the right to complain. Just like now, escorting the snotty kid in retreat. Indeed, engaging in heroic activities requires great strength. Recently, the level of monster disasters had been increasing, and to be honest, I was considering whether to withdraw from the Hero Association and find some other job. A sea-level hero was applying ointment to his bruises while conversing with his companion beside him. Let's hold on a bit longer. After all, we are professionals who have passed the hero activity assessment, even if we cannot compare to those top-ranked geniuses. But there are still tasks that we need to complete. Even if we can't handle disasters at the ghost level, we still need to deal with wolf and tiger level monsters, as there are only a few powerful heroes. Even though new heroes are constantly being promoted to S level, that is only achievable by a very small number of talented newcomers. So, it could be said that we grassroots heroes might just be the foundation of the Hero Association. Another B-level hero comforted him, but his tone did not seem very confident. No matter how the grassroots heroes supported the operation of the association, it was always hard to be convinced when spoken by small fry like him. The voices of the two were not very loud, but they were heard clearly by everyone present. Discussions about strength, reputation, and hero rankings had always been hot topics among these heroes. Whether they fought sincerely for their beliefs or hoped to grow themselves, it was hard to escape the allure of money and fame. Thus, almost everyone participated in this topic. Even Cai Jinjia, who had participated in the hero test but was not selected, joined the conversation. After all, for those who were constrained by their talent and unable to climb higher, those like Cai Jinjia, who had never realized there was another possibility for them, seemed even more pitiful. So, talent is the most important. If the association had better training and a safety net, the heroes were chatting animatedly. And the scene was not much better than the complaints of grassroots employees about their bosses. Any university student with expectations for the future would feel worried about their dim future upon seeing this scene, considering the special nature of these people's profession. This image could indeed be described as a dream-shattering scene for a young boy who admired the hero image but was still underage. Could it really be, as my uncle said, that so-called heroes are actually? As someone who had always been bullied by his companions and harbored a certain desire for heroes, the snotty kid felt his tears were about to fall. Fortunately, not everyone was complaining about the Hero Association. At least our Mizuki player and the Ki Steel trio did not join this topic. Wow, Ki Steel senpai. The snotty kid looks like he's about to cry. What should we do? It was clear that this athletic, naturally airhead girl had no experience interacting with children, considering that others were quite agitated, as if radiating some kind of resentment. Mizuki felt it was better to seek help from Ki Steel. Although this armored figure wielding a steel blade did not seem like someone who could handle a child. Don't worry, little one. I'm great at comforting kids, said Kyu Mai Tai Dao, whom we usually refer to as the gender-bending warrior. There have been rumors that the Atomic Warrior took him as a disciple to break the public's perception of samurai and sword masters. We have no way of knowing the truth of this rumor, but he indeed shattered people's fantasies about the professional image of samurai. Getting sidetracked. When the snotty kid saw the gender-bending warrior open his arms to hug him, the originally tearful snotty kid was frightened into a full-blown cry. Ah, Kyu mete dayo. Please don't come over. The snotty kid is crying even harder because you scared him. First hurt by the snotty kid's attitude, then being attacked by the airhead girl Mizuki, Kyu Mai Taideo's mood was understandably sour. Unfortunately, there was no time for the gender-bending warrior to feel sad, because Waka Waka, Bomb Mountain Dage, has arrived. Bomb Mountain Dage. How could he be here? I remember he was already. Although those fighting hero types were not present, as the beloved disciple of the Atomic Warrior, the Ki Steel trio had one foot in the fighting circle. They naturally knew about the horrific attack at the sports arena yesterday. It was said that the Monster Association had dispatched 2 dragon-level monsters to either transform or eliminate all martial artists present. According to later reports from survivors on the scene, it was this Bomb Mountain Dage who sacrificed himself to feed the demons, maintaining the pride of a martial artist even after becoming a monster. This severely injured the 2 dragon-level monsters, giving the Infinite Knight a chance to defeat them. Unfortunately, this martial arts elder perished as a result. But now, the already confirmed dead Bomb Mountain Dage appeared before them once again, blocking their retreat route with a fierce and intimidating look. This could only mean one thing. Someone desecrated Bomb Mountain Dage's corpse. Damn the Monster Association. They even dared to defile Bomb Mountain Dage's remains. The speaker is Samurai Drill, the one who looks the most like an uncle among the trio of the Iaedo steel. As a sword master with an Edo period chivalrous character, even more old-fashioned than Atomic Samurai, Samurai Drill clearly cannot tolerate such behavior. However, all he can do now is eliminate the poor, transformed Mr. Bakayama. Mr. Bakayama is unaware of how this group of heroes views him, although he has inadvertently become a spiritual leader admired by many warriors due to his personality. He would never act out of goodwill, regardless of whether he is influenced by his transformation into a monster. After all, Mr. Bakayama is a self-important brute who craves wine, women, and power. If he were to learn that he had left behind such a glorious name after his death, he might actually consider surrendering to the human side, relying on his reputation in the martial arts world to create a facade of a hell-returning martial arts master, take on disciples, publish books, and sleep with female students. In fact, he was precisely planning to do that. Upon hearing Samurai Drill's words, Mr. Bakayama realized the inexplicable respect and indignation from the other party. Unlike the respectful gazes he received from those people under his martial power during his lifetime, this gaze resembled the one from the martial artist who looked at him when he was dying in the Grand Sports Arena. Could it be that the actions he took after his transformation into a monster are still misunderstood by the world? Mr. Bakayama is indeed an arrogant and dark-hearted bad guy, especially after his transformation, which unleashed the dark side of his heart. However, this does not mean he is stupid. On the contrary, he is very clever. After the Grand Sport Arena incident, he realized that even with the power of transformation, he was still just a little brother compared to those ridiculously powerful individuals. And he began to have other thoughts. That damned organization claims to admire my power and resurrected me hoping for cooperation. But they just want a convenient black dog for doing bad things, right? In that case, it would be better to return to the human side. After all, I am so famous, and my strength has greatly increased after the transformation. In the future, I could take on disciples, publish books, and reach the peak of my life. How delightful. It must be said that the wisdom of scum is largely the same. In just a few seconds, Mr. Bakayama had already completed his future life plan. There is only one problem in front of him: how to make that group of foolish individuals stop without hurting them. Perhaps everyone thinks that as long as Mr. Bakayama puts on a show of coming to help and kindly states that he is against the monsters, he can easily earn the trust of the heroes. However, even though Mr. Bakayama has a very high reputation among humans for various reasons, he is ultimately an aberration, a monster that has been resurrected by others after death. Although in the world of One Punch Man, there may not be a severe mindset of non-compatibility. In a world with the spirit of Bushido, it is still considered a grave sin to desecrate the dead. Out of respect for the deceased, they would not allow such a highly respected figure like Mr. Bakayama to live in this filthy image. Yes, what I mean is, rest in peace, Mr. Bakayama. I will visit your grave every Qingming festival, so please go in peace. Samurai Drill activated his continuously spinning drill sword, shouting in anger towards Mr. Bakayama, while his absurd sword swung towards Mr. Bakayama's face. It seems that Samurai Drill's respect for Mr. Bakayama did not diminish his desire to attack. The remaining two of his senior brothers, Iaedo Steel and the transgender samurai, were not much different either. They spoke words like go in peace, become a Buddha, but the force behind their attacks was fiercer than the last. Wait, there must be some misunderstanding. Although I have become a monster, I'm still on the side of humanity. Damn it. That group of monsters has brainwashed Mr. Bakayama like this. Rest in peace. Your reputation will be maintained by us. The speaker was in B-level hero guarding near Snotty Hero and Seikengal, and his words represented the attitude of all the heroes present. Even A-level player Mizuki nodded in agreement, wiping a tear from the corner of her eye, and then took out her folding javelin, ready to throw it. Ugh, these guys really don't understand human language. Their angry expressions are even more furious than if I had killed their relatives. Mr. Bakayama had no way to express his grievances. Fortunately, the organization's biotechnology was not particularly advanced, and when they resurrected him, they could only mechanize parts of his body. This forced his unique and shameful power to be upgraded, combined with Mr. Bakayama's original hellish killing techniques. This allowed him to barely withstand the righteous beating from the heroes without retaliating. In the distance, Drive Knight quietly watched everything happening on the battlefield. He originally planned to take care of the heroes present as the monster Bakayama, then make his appearance as the savior, resolving everyone's crisis while also extracting information from Seikengao. However, it seems that this hasty transformation into a monster is rather unstable, and those with independent thinking cannot execute the association's orders properly. Drive Knight observed Mr. Bakayama's performance on the field, constantly recording everything that happened and generating reports. Indeed, as an experimental subject, Mr. Bakayama could provide them with very precious experimental data. However, this uncontrollable experimental individual has already shown signs of exposing their organization. This situation is absolutely unacceptable for the organization. Although the current appearance cannot achieve the best effect I desire, considering the potential threat, it is better to take action now. After saying this to himself, Drive Knight autonomously transformed in a motorcycle form. Just as he was about to rush down to deal with Mr. Bakayama, a bald guy in a yellow tight suit appeared leisurely in his line of sight, carrying a little demon in a blue suit. B-level hero number 17. Bald Cape Hero. How could he be here? Drive Knight had been observing the activities of these heroes and could confirm that he had not received any information about Bald Cape Hero's actions before. As an extremely rational modified robot, Drive Knight possesses a level of caution that exceeds even ordinary S-level heroes. Therefore, the sudden appearance of Bald Cape Hero made him feel uneasy. However, considering that a B-level hero's strength is ultimately limited, after worrying for a while, Drive Knight continued to carry out his own actions. A lifetime of caution finally led Drive Knight to make a unilateral decision. According to the Buttercat theorem, we can imagine that this powerful S-level hero has entered the underground battlefield. Saitama saw a group of people attacking Mr. Bakayama and did not rush to help. Instead, he stood at a distance with Garu, carefully watching the movements on the battlefield. Strange, this monster. Why isn't he fighting back? Because of his absolute power, Saitama has always been restrained when using force. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that he views the issue of monsters differently from other heroes, who tend to judge simply and uniformly. Although Saitama has encountered the eccentric personality of Blast before, this half-mechanical monster in front of him also exudes an ominous aura that he finds repulsive. However, since Blast has not attacked the heroes, Saitama sees no need to dispense justice. Moreover, from Saitama's perspective, due to the continuous assault by the heroes on Blast, he has become a pitiable monster. Come on, kill him. Stab his butt, that woman with the spear, poke his gas cap. Saitama thought calmly as the situation on the field unfolded. But the annoying brat beside him, classmate Waganma, stood in the audience, chattering about something outrageous. Perhaps due to the inherent obedience of humans, the suddenly commanded Mizuki player actually lunged at Blast with a javelin. The specially made javelin easily pierced through the decorative gas cap of Blast, spilling gasoline all over Mizuki. Realizing what happened, Mizuki looked at her teammates in panic. Her face flushed. Under Waganma's chaotic command, the scene on the battlefield became unbearable to watch. Looking at the brutal battlefield, Saitama stared speechlessly at the little brat beside him. He wasn't sure if this monster in front of him was truly an irredeemable being that needed to be eliminated. But Saitama knew that if he didn't intervene, this battle devoid of justice would become exceedingly ugly. The key point was that this reckless use of violence could easily corrupt children. However, judging by Waganma's excited demeanor and Mizuki's flustered expression, it was uncertain who would corrupt whom. Hey, if you keep this up, I'm really going to fight back. Blast, with his gas cap punctured, was seething with rage. Although such damage wasn't significant for a half-mechanical monster like him. After all, Blast was once an adult male. Even a dog would curse the hospital for 3 months after being neutered, let alone Blast. Fortunately, before he could act, a hero stood in front of him. Hey, I say stop it. Don't you think it's excessive to bully someone who won't fight back? Saitama stood in front of Blast, causing all the heroes to collectively halt out of fear of injuring this bald man who had appeared from nowhere. The two sides suddenly froze in place, giving Blast a rare chance to catch his breath. Both sides were awkwardly staring at each other, separated by Saitama, the Demon King. Who the hell is this guy? The heroes looked at Saitama, who was lecturing them incessantly, filled with confusion. They felt they seemed to have done something wrong. But isn't it natural for heroes to deal with monsters? Even if the opponent was once Blast, in this situation, they felt they had to act. In stark contrast to the hero's bewilderment, Blast recognized Saitama the moment he laid eyes on him. Upon realizing that this was the man who had effortlessly defeated him, Blast, influenced by his monstrous transformation, couldn't help but want to eliminate this damn bald head. Fortunately, he did not act on that impulse. Just as he raised his arm to deal with the annoying bald head, the Drive Knight in his battle horse form charged at him at high speed, wielding a technologically advanced medieval knight's gun. Confident due to possessing all of Blast's information, the Drive Knight directly unleashed his killing move. He firmly believed that Blast, with his strength, would not be able to withstand this attack. As for the bald guy protecting Blast, surely he wouldn't block a bullet for that monster. Besides, the premise for blocking an attack is that he must have the strength to handle it. In the Drive Knight's view, a B-class hero simply couldn't do that. So, when the Drive Knight's gun spear made contact with Saitama's skin, it was extinguished instantly. Before he could react, the weapon he had, which was a knight's lance specifically designed for battle horse form and infused with organizational technology, shattered into pieces like glass under the immense kinetic energy. The once formidable Drive Knight now appeared as ridiculous as Don Quixote charging at a windmill. How is this possible? Is there something wrong with the knight's gun? The Drive Knight was bewildered, beginning to suspect that the equipment given to him by the organization was malfunctioning. This was natural, as apart from Zhuang Bufan, Genos, and King, most others would think this way. Even the later Hot Pot group only knew that Saitama was a being whose strength rivaled S-class heroes, but they did not have a full understanding of his abilities. However, the Drive Knight quickly dismissed this idea and confidently regarded the bald-caped hero before him as a formidable opponent rivaling King. Hey, I say you guy. Clearly, he has no intention of fighting, so why attack him? Saitama continued to lecture, blocking the Drive Knight's attack. Isn't it better to resolve things through negotiation? Attempting to solve everything with violence in front of children is problematic in itself. Even if you really want to punish him, there's still that stinky prison, right? The Drive Knight, after some calculations with his auxiliary computer, decided that it was more important to deal with Blast first. After all, ensuring that organizational information was not exposed was the most crucial matter. However, just as he raised his arm to fire a laser cannon, Saitama interrupted him. Yes, interrupted him. A B-class hero casually broke the mechanical arm of an S-class hero, the Drive Knight, right in front of a group of A-class heroes. This scene seemed even more absurd than when Saitama blocked the full charge of the Drive Knight. The heroes had already been shocked into silence by Saitama's interference, and now they were left speechless as they watched Saitama awkwardly standing there, scratching his head while holding the Drive Knight's mechanical arm, further solidifying the absurdity of the situation. With the monstrous rookie Zhuang Bufan rapidly leveling up, followed by the invincible new star Genos directly entering S-class. Now, there was this bald, caped hero. What on earth was happening in this world? Even if everyone is unwilling to believe that a B-class hero possesses such terrifying power under the continuous bombardment of facts, they can't help but start to doubt whether their perception is flawed. Of course, no matter how much the association or the heroes recognize Saitama's strength, it doesn't matter to him. At this moment, Saitama has more important things to deal with. What should I do? This mechanical arm looks really expensive. I wonder if I can fix it with glue from a dollar store. Saitama looked at the knight with a broken arm, sweating profusely. He was now too exhausted to care about Blast's life or death. He just wanted to escape from here quickly, just like when he ditched his tab with Zhuang Bufan back then. While Saitama was caught in an indescribable predicament, our classmate Zhuang Bufan's situation wasn't any better. Indeed, under King's godly operation, Zhuang Bufan began a scraping-style attack on the eccentric Wang Dash. This was not only a form of torture for Wang Dash, akin to a slow death, but also an extreme overload marathon for Zhuang Bufan's body. As is well known, King has nearly unbeatable gaming skills that allow him to easily squeeze out the full potential of the character he controls. For Zhuang Bufan, this was equivalent to being in a state of high-intensity anaerobic exercise. At first, he thought nothing of it, but after about 10 minutes, he began to feel something was off. Hey, did my bone just make a cracking sound? Is it the kind of noise a human bone can make? Hearing those strange sounds from his body and feeling the soreness in his muscles all over, Zhuang Bufan began to regret merging with King. Although having the physical qualities of high-level dragon makes it very satisfying to easily defeat a monster like Wang Dash, who is above dragons, the cost is just too high. If you could also give me control over those two previous transformation forms, I would be confident in resolving the battle within 10 seconds. For now, please bear with it. 10 seconds? The gap in skill is just too large, isn't it? Zhuang Bufan was somewhat surprised after hearing King's response. He had never considered that improving his skills could bring such a significant change to himself. Could he really defeat a dragon-level monster in 10 seconds, just based on his own strength? Zhuang Bufan thought to himself that, to be honest, he had basically plundered all kinds of bizarre abilities to the extreme up to this point. Excluding psychic abilities, all of his physical averages were already at a level close to the peak of the dragon class. Once his psychic talents were taken into account, he might not even be at a disadvantage against a small tornado now. However, the problem was that he had nothing left to steal. While Wang Dash's physical qualities were indeed formidable, they'd barely reached the level above dragons. If it weren't for his exceptional recovery ability and adaptability, it would be questionable whether Wang Dash could even attain the status above dragon. This meant that even if he defeated Wang Dash and successfully took his physical abilities, it would only elevate Zhuang Bufan's base attributes to that of Wang Dash. This level of growth was not even comparable to the bosses that had yet to appear in the future. He might not even be able to defeat the first above-dragon mutant, King Pineapple. As for the two talents that truly allowed Wang Dash to gain above-dragon status, learning and adaptation, Zhuang Bufan could not acquire the learning skill. The remaining adaptability also required Wang Dash's unique physical form. Thus, there was only one skill left, super recovery, that had some utility for Zhuang Bufan. However, this skill provided only a very limited enhancement to his combat power. This was why, despite having the ability to hunt Wang Dash, Zhuang Bufan was not particularly interested in dealing with him. For Zhuang Bufan, while gaining experience from Wang Dash was important, it was not as crucial as prying open the mouth of Sykes to glimpse the true identity of the hidden boss behind the mutant association. I digress. Let us continue to describe the scene of Zhuang Bufan torturing Wang Dash. The reason why Zhuang Bufan's attack felt like scraping is that Wang Dash realized that no matter how hard he tried to adapt to King's operations, it was ultimately in vain. As a result, his body instinctively began to shift towards a defensive stance. Coupled with his own super recovery ability, King Shen could still maintain a stable accumulation of injuries and continuous blood loss. This was already a remarkable feat, however. This situation was not easy for Wang Dash to accept. He originally believed that even if he fused with King's consciousness, that guy Infinite Knight could never maintain such a high level of operation consistently. Therefore, he only needed to wait quietly for that guy to show a flaw. From Wang Dash's perspective, this judgment was not wrong. However, reality is always absurd and filled with cruelty. After Zhuang Bufan scraped for a full half hour, Wang Dash finally realized how ridiculous his previous judgment was. Therefore, Wang Dash prepared to change his strategy. Since none of his attack methods, light cannon, tentacles, martial arts, could affect him, then at this stage, he had no choice but to use that move. Wang Dash cast his gaze into the abyss beneath him. There were not many sacrifices left that could trigger changes in his body after all the evolution he had undergone. The only one who could immediately improve the current situation was that woman. Although he felt some reluctance, "Sakes, become my possession. Merge with me." Wang Dash shouted loudly as the 8 remaining tentacles on his body jabbed straight into the ground. In the underground castle, Sakes, who had been monitoring the battle above, used telekinesis to resist the tentacles reaching out from Wang Dash. The two fell into a stalemate. Sakes understood that to achieve ultimate victory against the Hero Association, she must merge with Wang Dash and evolve into a higher existence. However, after the armor sludge incident, Sakes also realized that her brainwashing of Wang Dash had not been completely successful. This raised a question. After merging with Wang Dash, would she still be able to maintain her rationality? Considering this, Sakes watched Wang Dash take hits without any intention of intervening. She hoped that Infinite Knight would weaken his will before merging with him. However, she did not expect that Wang Dash, pushed to the brink, would launch an attack on her first. As a result, Sakes was naturally unwilling to merge with Wang Dash. From Zhuang Bufan's perspective, Wang Dash and Sakes were in a deadlock. This should have been an excellent opportunity for an attack. Unexpectedly, King, who was entrenched deep within his soul, raised his hands and loosened his grip, starting to do finger exercises. "Don't stop," Zhuang Bufan shouted in despair. "It's all right, I have a plan in mind." Speaking of which, have we finally reached the second phase? My hands are sore. King, lost in thought, admired Orochi's performance, completely ignoring Zhuang Bufan's intent. This is actually quite understandable. King is the god of games. According to the logic of the game, this is obviously a cutscene, and the boss in this state has invincibility protection. Even without invincibility protection, as the god of games, King wouldn't bother to take advantage of this opportunity to bully the boss. King has enough reasons not to act. And Zhuang Bufan has ample reasons to urge King to take action. Because when King stops to rest, Zhuang Bufan, who had been in a state of extreme exhaustion, finally gets a chance to recover. It's like a marathon runner. Once the body starts to rest and lose strength, it's incredibly difficult to regain momentum in a short time, especially after the kind of torment he endured at King's hands. Therefore, the host has exited the overlimit state, gained a fatigue buff, and temporarily reduced physical attributes by 30. Automatically. Boom. After a puff of smoke, Zhuang Bufan, lying on the ground and gasping for breath, looked helplessly at King, who was kneeling beside him in a daze, and said, "I told you to hurry up and take action." Zhuang Bufan lay on the ground, gasping for breath. He was completely out of action. King, who was nearby, was very anxious. As long as that guy, Orochi, wanted to, he could casually whip a tentacle over, and King would definitely die on the spot. Perhaps it was a destined coincidence, or perhaps King's strong luck was passively activated. At this moment, Orochi did not attack the two people lying on the ground. This was because when Orochi attempted to merge with Sykes earlier, King had wisely held back. This did not mean that Orochi had any gentlemanly demeanor. Rather, he viewed King as a face of the Hero Association, merely as someone to practice against, like the Infinite Knight. Otherwise, how could one explain that when he was forced to merge with Sykes, that guy stopped attacking with a masterful demeanor? As for why King was now separated from the Infinite Knight in Orochi's eyes, perhaps it was because King could no longer tolerate that guy's weak strength and was preparing to use his true power to duel with him. Just as everyone thought Saitama was weak, everyone who saw King would treat him as the strongest man in history. Therefore, not only did Orochi dare not attack King, but on the contrary, before merging with Sykes, he was also wary of whether King would launch a sneak attack on him. Especially after King activated the Emperor Engine skill due to excessive tension, Orochi's thoughts were further solidified. He began to exert all his strength to merge with Sykes to escape this embarrassing situation. Fortunately, although Zhuang Bufan was incapacitated, someone noticed the situation here and began her sneak attack without any regard for martial ethics. It started with a flash of white light that perfectly enveloped King, who was lying next to Zhuang Bufan. King heard Tornado's voice in the communicator, and he knew he was saved. Because Tornado had learned that the two children being held hostage by the Monster Association had all been rescued, she was ready to let loose and go all out. As the first step in her full display of power, she naturally needed to rescue the heroes still in the Hero Association. So not only King, but also the sexy prisoner attacked by the Hungry Wolf, the hyperalloy Black Steel who was knocked into a catatonic state, the Pig God fighting with the gums, the Bang Trio who followed Fubuki, and the zombie man who followed Zhuang Bufan's advice to insert a communicator into his brain were all enveloped by this light shield. About to take off. It's worth mentioning that perhaps because evil natural water didn't get to the Child Emperor, he acted on his own and encountered the zombie man along with the Stray Emperor. The tragic fate of that hero, served by two dragon-level monsters, was easy to imagine. If it weren't for the Stray Emperor's laser accidentally injuring evil natural water, leading to a fight between the two, even with the zombie man's near-immortal recovery ability, he would have met a bitter end. In short, King was safe, and he even kindly wanted to invite Zhuang Bufan to join him. However, Zhuang Bufan did not follow King's suggestion to leave with him. Instead, after waving his hand to signal that he was fine, he continued to lie on the ground, pretending to be dead. Was he really okay? As the light ball moved quickly, King appeared in a place far from the center of the battlefield, with Saitama, urged by a group of A-class heroes, rushing to the battlefield behind him. Perhaps having been scared by Zhuang Bufan, after a brief moment of worry for him, King hurriedly hugged Saitama's thigh, gripping his pants tightly. Fortunately, at this moment, no other characters saw this scene. Otherwise, on a day when Saitama's true power was exposed, our king might also lose his cool. In this way, Saitama felt it was necessary to perform well when urged by a group of other heroes to execute justice. At least he shouldn't be just King's personal babysitter, as he was now. After explaining the situation of the heroes, let us shift our focus back to Zhuang Bufan. Zhuang Bufan did not leave with King not because of his pride. Believe me, he is definitely not that principled of a guy, although he is currently feeling weak and sore all over and has been hit with a negative buff. As an all-around hero of the association, even if he temporarily lost the means to deal with the King of Serpents through physical means, he still has magic to use. To be precise, he still has superpowers to utilize. King's previous scraping-style attacks were quite effective. Not only did they reduce the King of Serpents, this tentacled monster, to just 8 tentacles, but it also left him with only 2 heads. Not to mention the energy loss and his numerous injuries. If Zhuang Bufan were not under the fatigue buff right now, he might really be able to kill the King of Serpents by activating his Wushuang mode again. However, he is not in bad shape now as the elemental dominator either. Moreover, the impatient little tornado has already begun to take action after relocating a group of heroes. Let's see how you handle a meteorite. Perhaps it was a habit formed when dealing with the ancient king earlier. Now, upon seeing a supersized monster, little tornado wants to throw a meteorite at him. The King of Serpents is still grappling with Sykes. He does not understand what King S' sudden departure means. But he must first deal with Sykes and complete the fusion with her, having no guts to intercept that guy in time. However, he quickly realizes the reason for King S' departure. What kind of skill is this? I have never heard of such a descending palm technique. Is this King S' true strength? The King of Serpents did not hear Little Tornado's voice. To him, it seemed that King had flown into space, picked a suitably sized meteorite, and was now pushing it straight down onto him. One cannot help but say the reasoning ability of the King of Serpents is really quite puzzling. And if Little Tornado heard this, she would definitely explode with anger. If she could directly read the King of Serpents' thoughts, she would probably be even more furious. Because after a brief moment of surprise, the King of Serpents gave a not-so-high score to this descending meteorite technique in his mind. In terms of sheer power, this meteorite is not as effective as the 8-Dragon Assault from the Infinite Knight. He really doesn't understand why King would use this move against him. However, in my current state, it is indeed very difficult to deal with this move, already in a half-damaged state. The King of Serpents now not only has to struggle to break through the layers of psychic barriers set by Sykes, but his remaining 2 heads are also too weak to break through the falling meteorite. He can only spit out energy beams, trying to push the meteorite away as much as possible. Thus, a strange scene unfolded. A giant meteorite was being held up by a thick beam of light, unable to fall. Meanwhile, Little Tornado floated beside the meteorite, desperately trying to make it crash down. The spectacle was so grand that even several nearby cities could see the spectacle of this battle with the naked eye. Mom, look! The trembling tornado is protecting us from the meteorite attack. Just like the King of Serpents misunderstood King, the scene of Little Tornado attacking from high above was also misunderstood by the citizens. They all thought the trembling tornado was summoning a beam of light to block the meteorite, preventing it from destroying their city. One really wonders what Little Tornado would think upon hearing such remarks. Regardless of what Little Tornado thinks, Zhuang Bufan is not acting kindly at all. Knowing the importance of kicking someone when they're down, he transformed into the elemental dominator form, once again summoning 8 lava dragons spewing magma to attack the King of Serpents. You don't follow the rules of combat. Logically, with the treacherous nature of the King of Serpents, he should not be qualified to say such words to Zhuang Bufan. But he did say it anyway. This shows that the King of Serpents is indeed being pushed to the brink by the combined efforts of Little Tornado, Sykes, and Zhuang Bufan. Of course, it is also possible that Zhuang Bufan's shameless sneak attack exceeded the moral bottom line of the King of Serpents. In any case, the 8 ferocious lava dragons easily penetrated the body of the King of Serpents, leaving 16 transparent holes in him. Severely injured, the King of Serpents could only use his own blood to extinguish the scorching flames on the lava dragons. Suddenly, the entire underground palace was filled with a mist of blood, which seemed to contain a special power infused with the King of Serpents' mental energy. Even Zhuang Bufan could not clearly see what condition the struggling King of Serpents was in now. Still alive? Although Zhuang Bufan could not confirm the extent of the King of Serpents' injuries from the thin white light piercing through the blood mist, it appeared that the meteorite thrown down by Little Tornado had yet to fall. For the King of Serpents, who could still struggle to stand tall despite being knocked down, Zhuang Bufan was thoroughly impressed. Admiration aside, Zhuang Bufan showed no mercy in his actions. The 8 giant dragons, now with their flames extinguished and transformed into obsidian, still possessed considerable destructive power. Zhuang Bufan raised the obsidian scales on the black dragon, causing them to spin rapidly around its body. Thus, the 8 black dragons transformed into 8 sharp drilling machines wrapped in deadly weapons. They tightly entangled the unsuspecting body of the King Big Snake, their blades continuously spinning, slicing through its flesh and blood, creating a thick mist of blood underground, accompanied by the buzzing of the cutters and the King Big Snake's agonizing wails. It finally couldn't hold on any longer. The 2 remaining reckless heads stopped shooting white light and turned to attack Zhuang Bufan's black dragon. Although the King Big Snake's massive python could easily deal with the Zhuang Bufan's obsidian drill dragon in just a few bites, it was undoubtedly in the countdown to its life, unable to resist the small tornado meteor attack. In such a situation, the King Big Snake naturally wanted to give up merging with Sykes and retract its tentacles to save itself. However, seeing the hope, Sykes would not let this great opportunity slip away. She used her telekinesis to hold onto the King Big Snake's tentacles, waiting for the meteor to fall. Boom! The sound of the meteor striking the King Big Snake spread across several cities, causing the entire Z city to feel a tremor beneath their feet. As if an earthquake had occurred, Zhuang Bufan, having completed his task, didn't have time to care about the King Big Snake situation. He noticed the white light disappear and turned to run. In his view, the heavily injured King Big Snake was already incapable of withstanding the small tornado's attack. There was no need for him to endure the aftermath of the meteor's fall. As for Sykes, having the King Big Snake block the attack for her shouldn't be a problem. He would check on her later. It must be said that Zhuang Bufan was quite accurate in his judgment of the battle situation. Unfortunately, he overlooked one thing. The heavy injuries the King Big Snake had sustained were used to extinguish the blood mist from Zhuang Bufan's lava giant dragon. As they scattered, they quietly and frantically preyed on all the mutant individuals within the Monster Association, regardless of their level or whether they lived or died. Especially those mutants who had died in battle and were revived under the influence of the Phoenix Man. They, knowing the strength of the heroes, were quietly hiding somewhere in the association, waiting for the end of the war. In fact, Zhuang Bufan should have long known about the King Big Snake's ability to drive its clones to devour mutants. However, that was merely supplementary information in the reset version of the comic, existing to complement the merger with Sykes. It's no wonder Zhuang Bufan conveniently forgot about it. After the impact, the enormous body of the King Big Snake was no longer visible. The small tornado looked down at the blood mist filled with psychic energy, feeling somewhat uneasy. Forget it. I should go down and take a look. Zhuang Bufan is still down there. I don't even know if he was hurt by the meteor's aftermath. The small tornado quickly dove down, and when she reached above the blood mist, she suddenly heard a sultry voice filled with pain, pleasure, and wailing. What's going on? Hearing this wailing voice, the small tornado felt increasingly uneasy. The blood mist enveloping the underground palace began to contract. Before this, they had already preyed upon all of Sykes' experimental subjects and the vast majority of mutants below the dragon level within the Monster Association, not even sparing the ghost level ones. Such a large number of mutants was enough for the King Big Snake to produce a significant amount of mutant cells to repair its body, although it would not restore him to his previous strength. As long as he devoured Sykes' tempting body and merged with all her powers, he would undoubtedly wipe out all the heroes, including King, except for that Infinite Knight, because the King Big Snake, suffering from prolonged torture, vowed to make that guy experience the most brutal punishment in this world. Thinking of this, the King Big Snake looked at Sykes with a gaze full of ecstasy. That woman surely knew what she was doing right now, yet she still opened her barrier, wanting to merge with him. She must be trying to seize the opportunity to invade her consciousness before his hunting bodies returned. Such a naive woman, truly foolishly cute. Sykes really should thank him for making her so powerful. But now become mine. At this moment, the main body of the big snake was reduced to a meatball the size of a person, composed of mutant cells. This cell mass, at most ghost-level strength, contained the consciousness of the King Big Snake. Ghost level against dragon level. Sykes would certainly not let such a good opportunity slip away. In her eyes, even a fool would know how to fight this fusion battle. So naturally, the woman extended her smooth and proportionate jade hand and inserted it into the meatball. As her palm penetrated, waves of psychic impact quickly eroded the King Big Snake's sea of consciousness. My dear flesh, how long can you hold on? Sykes, who had already revealed her cards, was even unwilling to call him Big Snake. Thus, soon, Sykes paid the price for her arrogance. Just 1 second after her jade hand delved into the meatball, several tentacles composed of mutant cells crawled up her entire body along Sykes' jade arm. Like droplets of water, the scattered cells seeped through Sykes' silk dress, directly adhering to her skin. Arms, toes, front, just like in the reset version of the comic. No, it was even worse than that. The King Big Snake ignored Sykes' will, indifferent to her wails, using the most brutal and terrifying punishment in the world to punish Sykes' body. Unless her consciousness completely collapsed, the King Big Snake's punishment would never cease. No, don't tickle my sensitive flesh. The small tornado, floating in the air, heard this despairing cry, and for the first time since growing up, she felt fear. Psyche's current situation could be described as terrible beyond measure. After all, this punishment was specifically developed for someone like Psyche, who specialized in psychic powers. The strange sensation of itchiness all over her body made it difficult for her to concentrate and effectively erase the King Big Snake's will. Amidst this almost joyful giggling, Psyche's consciousness continued to dissipate. It wouldn't be long before Psyche's weak will would give up resistance, and her immense psychic power would completely belong to the King Big Snake. However, someone would not allow such a situation to happen. Just as the King Big Snake was a puppet cultivated by Psyche, the one who raised Psyche to become a dragon-level mutant, the behind-the-scenes boss of the Monster Association, finally made a move. Scatter! An ancient and desolate voice resonated in the minds of Psyche and the King Big Snake. This voice was deafening, like a tolling bell. After hearing it, Psyche's consciousness immediately returned to clarity, and the strange sensation of numbness on her body lessened considerably. She could finally organize her attack once more to seize the King Big Snake's body. On the other side, the King Big Snake, who also heard this voice, felt a splitting headache, and its consciousness was on the verge of collapse. In almost an instant, the King Big Snake lost all ability to resist. What is happening? As the only experimental subject to survive the nearly torturous trials of Psyche's, Wang's willpower is evident. He even withstood the previous brutal attacks from Zhuang Bufan. However, at the mysterious man's shout, it almost shattered his consciousness. This vast disparity left Wang feeling somewhat desperate. Fortunately, he didn't have the time to despair, as his body had already been taken advantage of by Psyche. Meanwhile, his main consciousness was pushed into a small corner. If it weren't for Psyche needing to quickly form enough combat power to turn the tide of battle, Wang would probably have lost even this little bit of consciousness. While Wang was engaged in a fierce battle with Psyche, our classmate Zhuang Bufan was not idle either. Sit down. Extend your claws. Play dead. What a good dog. Zhuang Bufan casually grabbed a wriggling monster cell next to him and, without looking, fed it to his dog, Pochi, as a reward. Bulky, once a dragon-level fierce dog and now a dragon-level adorable dog, showed no concern in enjoying the meat from the body of his former master. To be honest, this dog is quite cute and obedient, only a bit fierce. It doesn't bark randomly or eat things given to it by others. Perhaps because Zhuang Bufan spends all day with Saitama, the dog seems to have caught the scent of the bald man on him and treats him as a half-master. After a simple feeding, Pochi's fondness for Zhuang Bufan increased significantly. But unfortunately, perhaps because it has determined that Saitama is its destined master. This guy cannot be relied on as a dependable fighting force for Zhuang Bufan. However, this does not prevent Zhuang Bufan from using Pochi to help him with other tasks. For example, do you see these things? I now command you to take care of all of them. Not a single one is allowed to remain. Zhuang Bufan pointed to a deformed piece of flesh beside him and said, "This is a cell conglomerate formed from the blood mist of the king serpent after hunting some low-level monsters. The blood mist kills wolf-level monsters and evolves into monster cells, which then gain the ability to hunt tiger-level monsters. It's like a game of big fish eating small fish. And only after hunting down ghost-level monsters will these cells slowly return to the king serpent's body as a conglomerate." Even though Zhuang Bufan had forgotten that the king serpent had this ability, upon seeing this scene, he suddenly understood everything. He himself was not involved in the action of hunting the king serpent's monster cells. Realizing that he had made a big mistake, Zhuang Bufan hurriedly rushed towards the center of the battlefield after teaching Boki how to handle these things. Although Tornado had always hindered the progress of Zhuang Bufan and Fubuki's relationship, it didn't mean that Zhuang Bufan would sit idly by and watch Tornado be brutally beaten by the King Serpent. At the same time, in the center of the battlefield, when Tornado concentrated her mental power to pierce the blood mist and saw Psyche fighting with the King Serpent underground, their fusion was nearing its end. Whether it was Zhuang Bufan or Tornado, both of their actions were ultimately a step too late. That feeling was big, Jiongyan. So that's how it is. You are the mastermind behind the Monster Association? The blood mist was slowly being retracted into the body of the King Serpent, and the remaining monster cells scattered within the association also stopped their predation and began to return to Psyche's body. There was no need for Tornado to uproot the entire Monster Association. The King Serpent voluntarily flew out of the ground, presenting herself in a form that merged the goddess of the feathered serpent. So big. Yes, indeed, very big. The S-class heroes who had been sent to the ground in advance couldn't help but comment on the gigantic Psyche floating in the air. In fact, when she descended to the world in this exposed form, all adult males who could see her perfect figure inevitably clasped their hands together, praising this bounteous body. For a moment, Sykes gained countless followers and believers, resulting in numerous tragic incidents of domestic violence against women. Frankly speaking, with Sykes' current image, if she fanned the flames from the sidelines, she might really have a chance to exterminate humanity. While countless people were marveling at Sykes' gigantic body, one person had a completely different thought from the others. Of course, it couldn't be Zhuang Bufan. He was regretting on the ground for missing the wonderful scene of this woman merging with the king's serpent. That was Sykes. How did she end up there? How could she have become like this? Looking at the king serpent sitting majestically above, she was one of the few close friends from her youth. Someone who had mysteriously disappeared, yet remained unforgettable. What has happened to you over these years while I was not around? Fubuki knelt on the ground, unwilling to look at the king's serpent. Her ruby lips had already been bitten by her own teeth, drawing blood. For the first time, she felt so clearly the weakness of her own power. For the first time, she felt the helplessness of being unable to do anything when a loved one was taken away. Fubuki was very angry. She was angry that she had known nothing all these years. Angry that she had neglected her training, and when her friend appeared before her, in this state, she found herself unable to do anything. Clearly, I am a hero. Do I still have to rely on others to save my friend? Now, Fubuki desperately craved power. This time, it was not to compete with her sister, nor was it to strive for any title of first place. It was to protect her loved ones. No one noticed Fubuki's situation. All the heroes present were already considering how to kill that guy Sykes in the sky. However, there was one person who noticed Fubuki's anomaly. Or rather, that guy should not be called a person. Do you crave power? An ancient, desolate voice echoed in Fubuki's mind. Who is it? Still immersed in sadness and anger, Fubuki felt both surprised and scared by this sudden voice in her mind. As a psychic with a specialty in mental abilities, she knew very well how terrifying it was for someone to forcibly break through her mental barriers and speak directly in her mind. In her 24 years of life, the only one capable of doing such a thing was her domineering and unreasonable older sister. Perhaps thinking that Fubuki had not heard what he was saying clearly, the ancient, desolate voice echoed again in Fubuki's mind, this time adding, "Do you crave power? I can grant you immense power as long as you." The unknown existence did not clarify what Fubuki had to do, but like the wandering emperor seeing his god, Fubuki instantly understood what the unknown existence wanted her to do. It was a form of communication far more efficient than words, as if she and that deity had merged into one in an instant. Slowly, that thing began to condense fantasy in Fubuki's sea of consciousness, preparing to reveal its true form. If this continued, perhaps Fubuki would also become like Sykes, still retaining reason and emotion, but completely twisted in personality. Hey! At that moment, just as the being named God was about to complete the brainwashing of Fubuki, a childish voice rang out. The silly fox wielded a katana and appeared in Fubuki's sea of consciousness. She waved the demon blade in her hand, easily severing the mental connection between Fubuki and that god. At this moment, the silly fox took a stance, looking at the god's illusion within Fubuki's sea of consciousness as if facing a great enemy. After Fubuki regained consciousness, she forgot all the knowledge she had just acquired. But she clearly understood what terrifying thing had happened to her. Zhuang Bufan once reminded her that if someone claiming to be a god wanted to grant her power, she must refuse. During her time spent with the foolish fox, she had learned, to some extent, that there seemed to be something extraordinary lurking and watching Earth. Initially, she thought it was not a big deal, especially since this was the world of One Punch Man. Her sister, Tornado, had already stealthily dealt with at least dozens of organizations or monsters that could threaten human survival. However, she never expected that what Zhuang Bufan said was true. Moreover, the situation seemed even more terrifying than what Zhuang Bufan had described. Orange, looking at the girl she was once so familiar with, Fubuki sensed something strange for the first time. Soul, severing identification technique. A descendant of the demon clan's guardians? No, it's you. The words of that unknown entity answered Fubuki's doubts instead of the foolish fox. After a brief silence, the unknown entity burst into laughter. Hey, I didn't expect you to be this weak. How many times have you used the reincarnation technique? It's a miracle you're still alive. But the seal from back then has already loosened, and it won't be long before I return to this world. This time, I want to see how you will stop my apocalyptic plan. If Zhuang Bufan were to hear this statement, he would definitely be laughing so hard while patting Satama's shoulder that he might even end up in the hospital. Unfortunately, Zhuang Bufan was not here. Facing this god was the foolish fox who had not fully awakened. So, My master Zhuang Bufan will definitely stop your apocalyptic plan. He will seal you again. No, he will completely annihilate you. From the perspective of the foolish fox, who liked to play tricks, she might really be Zhuang Bufan's long-lost biological daughter. Oh, Zhuang Bufan, is it? I remember him. Let me see if he can really live up to your expectations. After another round of strange laughter, the divine illusion in Fubuki's mind automatically disappeared. As the crisis was averted, the foolish fox also transformed into specks of starlight, leaving Fubuki's consciousness. After such a tumultuous experience, although Fubuki was safe and sound, she inevitably lost consciousness and collapsed at the edge of the battlefield. Meanwhile, in a city at Fubuki's home, the foolish fox, who had been snacking and watching magical girl anime, suddenly transformed back to her fox form with a bang. Exhausted, she collapsed onto the ground and curled up with her fluffy tail to sleep. Given her tired appearance, it seemed she wouldn't be able to transform back for at least 10 days or half a month. At the very center of the battlefield, directly below Saida, Zhuang Bufan was unaware that he had been tricked by his most trusted servant, his pet, the little friend Zhuang Juju. At this moment, Zhuang Bufan was seriously considering how to deal with Saida, she in the sky. He really wanted to test out the power of the apocalypse in the elemental dominator state. After all, he had been stalling during the Monster Association arc for so long that he felt a bit embarrassed. However, he couldn't do that. Not because he hadn't stalled enough, but because there was a hungry wolf waiting for him. Fortunately, given the current situation, getting rid of Saida, she didn't seem too difficult. It wasn't because Zhuang Bufan was hiding some incredible secret weapon, but simply because he had more manpower on his side. When a group of S-class heroes, originally fighting underground with the executives, suddenly withdrew from the battlefield and came to the surface, the ugly president, who had been battling with Sweet Mask, was caught off guard. Not everyone was as cunning as Child Emperor, nor did everyone understand the moral spirit pursued by Atomic Samurai. Therefore, the ugly president, who evolved into a monster due to the malice of humanity, was taken out of the world amidst a brutal beating from the S-class heroes who disregarded martial ethics. It is worth mentioning that the dragon-level monster Meow Meow, taken down by Zhuang Bufan's catnip, managed to escape this disaster. However, the poor Meow Meow was unfortunately discovered by the sexy prisoner. For the monster who had already given up and surrendered, the sexy prisoner, adhering to the policy of reforming prisoners with love, naturally would not kill out of personal frustration. But that didn't mean Meow Meow would have a good outcome. Upon closer inspection, this male cat was actually quite cute, because the sexy prisoner did not see the self-isolating black light. He was trying to reform the monster Meow Meow in his own way after just completing his evolution into the rough fur form. The scene was not much better than a silverback gorilla hugging an African cheetah. Hopefully, when Meow Meow wakes up, he won't be left with psychological scars. Although the battle underground was not over, it still seemed more important to deal with the guy in the sky first. The zombie man, who had been brutally beaten by the stray emperor and the evil natural water, expressed his opinion at this time. High in the sky, Tornado was struggling against Saida Shi. If analyzed purely from the perspective of psychic ability, Tornado, the top psychic user in the One-Punch Man world, was no longer a match for Saida Shi in terms of sheer power. The only reason she could hold her ground against Saida Shi was thanks to her rarely displayed advantage in psychic manipulation techniques. This was the first time Tornado, known for her reputation, found herself in such a crisis. Other heroes also shared a grim outlook and united together. This is indeed a formidable opponent. The one speaking was Sweet Mask. Rarely, this once arrogant A-class hero was not complaining about the other S-class heroes helping to take down the ugly president. Instead, he was seriously considering how to deal with the guy in the sky. Did Sweet Mask get hit on the head during the previous battle? Why does he seem so strange? A group of S-class heroes noticed Sweet Mask's unusual state and were puzzled, but this only highlighted their attitude towards Saida Shi. Who goes first? Atomic Samurai said that due to a lack of effective anti-air methods, he could only sit on the ground watching the battle in the sky. After the spaceship incident that caused the destruction of a city, Atomic Samurai had developed similar techniques. However, it seemed that for this level of battle, his swordsmanship was still insufficient to handle the current situation alone. Had he finally encountered the kind of situation that required transcending humanity to deal with? But for now, it was better to cooperate with the other heroes first and think about this issue later. Is it already time for that? The one responding to the Atomic Warrior is the Pig God. He did not directly answer the question, but instead contemplated whether to sacrifice his own life at this moment to use the ultimate move he believed could defeat a disaster-level god. Most of the heroes present shared similar views, as they previously lacked experience in cooperation and communication. Now, facing an enemy that required everyone's full cooperation to defeat, they found themselves at a loss for where to start. If they delayed any longer, the small tornado might really be in danger. As the intellectual backbone of the team, the Child Emperor naturally would not allow this situation to continue. So he cleared his throat and spoke loudly to the heroes. "I have something to say. Please listen." The small tornado was indeed struggling against the side of Snake, but her situation was far from being dangerous. If you ask why. Trembling tornado? I want to see how long you, who claim to be invincible, can hold on. The two divine spears of the side of Snake were slowly thrusting toward the small tornado's hands, easily piercing through her psychic barrier, and it looked like they were about to pierce her hands. Just at that moment, Zhuang Bufan launched a sneak attack on the floating side dash in a very unorthodox manner, causing her to scream in pain. So it turns out the tail is a sensitive spot? Although Zhuang Bufan's comment sounded quite lewd, he was serious as he wielded the magical weapon transformed into a horse-cutting sword, slicing through the tip of side dash tail like a piece of meat. Sensitive spot, haha. Zhuang Bufan, you guy, since you plan to help, do it seriously. Don't say those weird jokes that distract me. You jerk. Although Zhuang Bufan's sudden attack allowed Tornado to escape a disaster, she didn't take the chance to counterattack Orochi. Instead, she was floating in the air, laughing uncontrollably at Zhuang Bufan's inexplicable joke. It's hard to understand what kind of thought process would find that statement funny. Perhaps that is what genius is. Because of a joke that hardly qualifies as one, Tornado missed the best opportunity to seriously injure Orochi. Orochi, with a psychic blast, sent Zhuang Bufan crashing back underground. Although Zhuang Bufan was currently suffering from a 70 overall attribute reduction debuff due to fatigue, he didn't sustain serious damage thanks to the powerful magic immunity effect from the Wushuang War Demon. He merely suffered a moderate concussion. Fortunately, the opportunity Zhuang Bufan created wasn't wasted, as the S-Class heroes had formulated a battle plan during this delay and were ready to launch an attack. Tactical Fusion. Brave Dragon Wolf Beast. In the original work, to face Orochi, Genos had fused with Drive Knight, called Dragon King. At that time, Drive Knight used the pretense of running out of energy cores, which made Genos open up his energy core to him. However, among the heroes present, Drive Knight wasn't the only one capable of merging into an armored robot. The Child Emperor, who also controls giant robots in battle, has a degree of fusion technology. So, when the power-depleted Brave Giant was filled with Genos' power source, the strange battle machine Brave Dragon Wolf Beast was born after fusing with the mechanical dog. Why is the dog head on top? For this odd combination, Genos had no desire to complain. He just couldn't understand why a dog would make up the head. He himself served as the human head mole on the armor of Brave Giant's chest, and it was better not to mention what happened to the Brave Giant's original head. This final battle weapon of fusion has countless aspects that could drive one crazy with complaints, but its combat ability cannot be ignored, especially with Genos' upgraded core energy, which, after being amplified by the Child Emperor's robot, released a powerful energy cannon. Even Drive Knight, who originally didn't pay much attention to the Child Emperor, was shocked. This power. Watching the thick energy wave cannon successfully injure Orochi, the shock in Drive Knight's heart was unimaginable. Originally wanting to fuse with Genos, Drive Knight didn't expect to be preempted by the Child Emperor, but now it seemed to align with his need for intelligence gathering. Although the melee-type heroes like Atomic Samurai hadn't joined the battle against Orochi yet, the situation on the battlefield had already reversed. Orochi seemed like a 200-pound strongman facing Tornado, a seasoned fighter in her 60s. It was originally a situation that could be considered a guaranteed win. However, with Zhuang Bufan, this indestructible little monkey, joining the battlefield, providing timely harassment and constant sneak attacks, Orochi was already stuck in a quagmire. Not to mention the S-Class heroes, whom Orochi regarded as insignificant, began to join the fight. Thus, Orochi's downfall was merely a matter of time. Zhuang Bufan, is it the guy you all see as Hope? A humanoid monster composed of blood-red muscle cells was watching the battlefield of the Monster Association from an unknown space. His attention was completely focused on the bare-chested Zhuang Bufan, who was wielding a katana. From Zhuang Bufan, he sensed a familiar smell. Tens of thousands of years were enough for him to forget many things. And this wasn't the first time he had been sealed. The origin of the god was far from being born at this time in this world. Even the name of the enemy who had driven him here was long forgotten. He had to admit that although this guy, referred to as the future savior by the demon race's guardian, did not yet possess the strength to make him feel danger, the familiar sin on him made him uneasy. So, Let that woman help me deal with this guy. Orochi was originally a pawn he had carefully designed. He intended to use this disaster, whose power level was far above that of dragons, to gauge how much power would remain in this world 10,000 years later. It is worth noting that cultivating such a pawn was not an easy task for this god. Contrary to the common understanding that one could freely grant and take back others' powers, this god didn't have such terrifying power. What he did was not to grant, but to lend. According to Dr. Kinos, every person in this world will be restricted by something called a limiter after growing to a certain point. What he did was to quietly plant seeds in the beings of this world while the planet's power was recovering, helping them grow and harvesting their strength. That's why he set his sights on Sykes, using her to cultivate Orochi. Finally, under his guidance, the two would fuse and become a perfect puppet. Looking at it now, the puppet cultivated over the years couldn't meet his expectations, and he even had to invest a bit more power. It could be said that a quality stock had turned into junk debt. However, in the eyes of this god, it was all worth it, because as long as he could eliminate the unease in his heart, any investment was worthwhile. Just as the heroes were suppressing Sykes to the point of gasping for breath, blood spraying out like a sponge, Orochi suddenly let out a painful roar. Her entire body began to shrink rapidly, like a deflating balloon, evolving toward a smaller form. This scene in the eyes of the heroes held different meanings. Everyone thought she was unable to withstand the combined assault of the heroes and became excited. After all, the larger the size, the more power it can hold. When a supergiant boss starts to shrink, it signifies that her strength is diminishing, and this should be the beginning of Orochi's defeat. Especially Tornado, who even wore a victorious smile on her face. The only one in the crowd who felt something was off was Zhuang Bufan. It wasn't he because of Orochi's sudden third form, but rather, warning, target undergoing unknown mutation. Target undergoing unknown mutation. For the safety of the host's life, please evacuate the battlefield quickly. For the safety of the host's life, please evacuate the battlefield quickly. For the first time, this unknown system used language prompts, rather than textual notifications, to indicate to him that there was a dangerous anomaly. Whether it was that rainy night facing the Sea King, or any perilous situation he found himself in, this system, which Zhuang Bufan considered his greatest support, had never issued such a level of alert. Yet now, it was precisely when he possessed the strength of a dragon, and precisely when nearly all S-Class heroes of the Hero Association were mobilized. This unknown system gave him an alert he had never anticipated. How could this be possible? Or rather, how could this happen? Zhuang Bufan looked in terror at the mutated Saitama, while the attacks from Xiao Longwan, Genos, and the others never ceased. However, the damage they could inflict on this Saitama was becoming increasingly limited. Gradually, even they realized that something was not quite right. Be careful, Zhuang Bufan shouted loudly. She is rapidly getting stronger. I'm afraid none of us will be her match again. Hurry and find Saitama, that B-rank bald cape hero. Please ask the association to raise the disaster level. Hurry up. Zhuang Bufan did not call for the group of heroes to retreat, nor did he attempt to escape alone, even though the system had reminded him repeatedly. But he understood that a true hero must stand up at times like this. Although Zhuang Bufan did not know how powerful the mutated Sighed she would become, he had already made up his mind. He would never follow the system's advice to flee and survive. He wanted to hold on until Saitama arrived at the last moment. It was precisely because of his understanding of the title of hero that Zhuang Bufan did not persuade the group of S-Class heroes to leave, instead choosing to face Saidashi alone. He knew that everyone might have different ideas about justice, but they all shared the awareness of being ready to sacrifice themselves at any moment. At that moment, Zhuang Bufan's actions resembled a famous game character, shouting for help from the Archangel Qin Duanyu. As for why I inserted such a comedic scene in such a serious situation, it was because of Saitama, that bald guy. Why do you think a group of S-Class heroes can't solve the problem, but a B-Class bald guy can? The small tornado floating in the sky was quickly mocking. She was a standard queen-like figure. How could she possibly seek help from someone of such a lower rank than herself, even in the face of great trouble? Indeed, human emotions do not resonate. The child emperor on the ground also looked at Zhuang Bufan with the same question, and his attitude was similar to that of the small tornado. However, the child emperor was more concerned about the latter half of Zhuang Bufan's statement. If the disaster level had already reached dragon and continued to rise, does that mean disaster level god? The child emperor was startled by this thought. Ever since the establishment of the disaster level system by the Hero Association, which categorized disasters as wolf, tiger, ghost, dragon, and god. He had never imagined that the so-called disaster level god would ever be activated. But now, the newly recognized S-class hero, Infinite Knight, acknowledged the disaster level of the opponent. No matter how unwilling the Child Emperor was to admit it, he couldn't help but hesitate. Let's observe for now. After all, that is the disaster level god. Moreover, the heroes present should still have their killing moves in used. As the Child Emperor thought this, he glanced at Pig God, knowing that Pig God had a powerful killing move that had never been used. However, when he looked at Pig God, he was taken aback by the latter's actions. Even Zhuang Bufan was shocked by Pig God's decisiveness. This S-class hero, who had spoken to Zhuang Bufan for no more than 10 sentences, now unhesitatingly trusted his judgment. He aimed decisively at the mutated Saida, Shi, and unleashed his ultimate move that required sacrificing his life to use. Life sacrifice. As Pig God had said, his body was rapidly drained and shriveled. While a wave of terrifying energy enveloped all the heroes, a destructive white light was about to engulf Saida Shi's body. Just as Pig God's light wave cannon was about to consume Saida Shi's figure, the newly evolved Saida Shi opened her crimson lips and uttered a single word. Stop. The world-destroying light cannon halted right in front of Saida Shi. Although the veins bulging on her face indicated that she was not as easily able to block this apocalyptic strike as she appeared, even so, the fact that she could withstand Pig God's ultimate move, released at the cost of his life, was shocking enough. Everyone present understood that Pig God's move was not something that could be easily blocked. However, since they were not psychics, they could not perceive how terrifying the energy contained in the strike was. Only Zhuang Bufan and the small tornado knew how horrifying Pig God's light wave cannon was. The power it contained was several times greater than Boros's collapsing star roar cannon. Yet it was blocked by the newly evolved Saida Shi. How could this be possible? Where did you get so much psychic power? No, that's not right. This is not simply relying on psychic power to block. How did you do it? Looking at Saida Shi, who was in a stalemate with the energy sphere, the small tornado finally saw the oddity in the situation. However, the reality was even more terrifying. The gap in strength might be filled with skill, but an incomprehensible technical barrier only brings despair. I have witnessed ultimate wisdom. As if to mock the small tornado, Saida Shi seriously answered her question. We must do something. If we don't take action while she is distracted fighting against Pig God's light wave, we may never have another opportunity to defeat her. The small tornado thought this in her heart after hearing Saida Shi's response. A person who favored fair combat. She finally decided to launch a sneak attack after accepting the invitation to join forces. However, someone acted even more decisively than her. Take this. Revelation Cannon. Now was not the time to hide his strength. Realizing this, Zhuang Bufan directly activated his ultimate move in Elemental Dominator mode. What was called a cannon was actually a series of elemental upheavals. The ground beneath City Z trembled as countless condensed spears shot towards Saida Shi. The sky turned fiery red, and continuous falling fire rained down on her. Suddenly, trees that grew wildly entangled Saida Shi's body. Even the tides of the sea shot powerful water spears towards Saida Shi. Wood and fire combined to form burning wood. Earth and wood intertwined to create giant whips. Evaporation, sandstorms, floods, and magma. Once the revelation began, all elements between heaven and earth became agitated, and all attacks, following the principles of the 5 elements interactions, automatically proliferated, attempting to annihilate this godlike woman. The revelation, true to its name, while its power may not yet match Pig God's life sacrifice. This cycle of elemental interactions with infinite variations was more important. All of it was concentrated on this small piece of land in the Ghost Zone, aimed directly at Saida Shi herself. Even if she had countless abilities, under the assault of these 2 god-level moves, it would be difficult for her to escape unscathed. How does this guy hide such a powerful move? The small tornado looked in shock at everything before her, which had exceeded her understanding of power. As she was surprised by Zhuang Bufan's terrifying killing move, she also thought of question. Earlier, seeing Pig God like that, he had sacrificed his life to fight against Saida Shi. So, what did Zhuang Bufan, who launched an attack of the same level, sacrifice? Thinking of this, the small tornado nervously looked at Zhuang Bufan, only to see him crouch down, protecting his head. She hurriedly flew in front of him and asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, just exhausted all my psychic power. It will take 10 days or half a month to recover." After getting a response from Zhuang Bufan and confirming that he was indeed ignoring her, Little Tornado let out a sigh of relief. Immediately after, she kicked Zhuang Bufan hard with her delicate and soft little feet, simultaneously saying fiercely, "Injured people, stay behind. Don't pop out and distract me, you bastard." Looking at Little Tornado's figure drifting away, Zhuang Bufan couldn't understand what this woman was throwing a tantrum about. Looking at Sykes, who was stopping the pig god's life sacrifice cannon while continuously fending off the combined attacks initiated by Zhuang Bufan, she truly resembled a deity. Fortunately, even a powerful monster like Sykes, when faced with such frequent and strong attacks, had moments when she couldn't hold on. The techniques entrusted to me by the deity are still not proficiently used. If this continues, I won't be able to withstand the attacks from both of them. There's no other way. I can only do this for now. Sykes, who was struggling in the sky, finally made up her mind. She mumbled something, as if chanting a spell. Then, part of the elemental attacks triggered by the revelation fell upon Sykes. The sounds of blazing fire and the crashing of giant wood against flesh resonated like thunder, shaking the hearts of all the heroes present. Following that, the final move of the revelation, Judgment of Thunder and Fire, descended. The tide receded, and the earth returned to calm. The pig god also stopped the life sacrifice. At this moment, he was like a candle in the wind, and it wouldn't be long before he ran out of oil and perished here. It should be over now. Even as a strong S-rank hero, everyone present understood that most of them were not qualified to participate in this battle. Perhaps the previously unmythologized Great Serpent, among the heroes present, still had a chance to inflict damage. But against Sykes, who could stop the pig god's light cannon with just a few words, it was beyond what they could withstand. Even that level of combat was no longer something they could participate in. Thus, including the Atomic Samurai, the heroes could only sincerely hope that Sykes would die under the powerful attack. Unfortunately, heaven did not fulfill their wishes. After the smoke cleared, the disfigured Great Serpent ultimately survived the onslaught. Additional attacks. We must not let her catch her breath. Although they were unclear about Great Serpent's recovery ability in this state, the heroes who had deeply felt fear no longer cared about that. The driving knight even forgot to hide his power, firing his scorching annihilation cannon at the first opportunity. However, it was already too late. Stop. This was the sound emitted from the organ that could barely be recognized as Sykes' mouth. Holy healing. This was her second sentence. And immediately after, Sykes' body began to heal rapidly. That terrifying speed was even comparable to Boros in his meteor explosion state. How is this possible? Little Tornado shouted in disbelief, not because of Sykes' recovery speed, as many monsters in the One-Punch world possess such attributes. What truly shocked her was that Sykes' psychic power, consumed from the continuous battles, was also recovering. Although the speed was far behind her physical recovery, it was still an extremely terrifying thing. That's a good move. Now it's my turn. Floating in the air, Sykes regained her radiant, holy, and dazzling appearance. She was now undoubtedly a goddess in the eyes of the world, and this goddess was about to unleash her power. Kneel before me. With a powerful shout, even the earth trembled, and all the heroes were unable to move under the oppression of a tremendous force. Little Tornado even fell directly from the sky. Nevertheless, she still divided a large portion of her power, using a psychic shield to cover the barely surviving pig god, preventing him from dying directly under this blow. What a boring struggle. Sykes mocked Little Tornado upon seeing her actions. Although I really want to be the first to kill you, and then take out your sister Fubuki, right now, I have more important things to do. Sykes lightly raised her fingertip, arrogantly lifting Little Tornado's delicate face from hundreds of meters away, saying this to her before turning to look at Zhuang Bufan. Warning, the target has extreme hostility towards you. Please evacuate the area quickly. Warning, the target has extreme hostility towards you. Please evacuate the area quickly. Zhuang Bufan listened to the system's voice, feeling a bitter smile in his heart. How could he possibly retreat at such a moment? It seemed today was the day of his demise. Who would have thought that the outcome of a dungeon related to the Oddities Association would turn out like this? Warning, target, I told you to leave quickly. Why don't you listen? A strange voice came from Zhuang Bufan's mouth. By the time he realized that he had spoken those words, it was too late for him to be shocked as he fainted. Zhuang Bufan, what is wrong with you? Although he couldn't hear the voice, it was clear from the way he casually broke the seal of the Great Serpent that something was amiss. Even a fool could tell there was something suspicious about this. You, who are you? What is going on? At the same time, Sykes looked angrily at this unfamiliar man with strange attributes. She suddenly realized that the skills she had learned from the unknown deity were completely useless against him. The huge contrast made Sykes begin to doubt her life. Will this attract too much attention? Maybe I should just keep it like this for now. Saying this, the entity controlling Zhuang Bufan's body snapped his fingers. Sykes stared at him in terror, fearing that this guy would unleash some incredible skill. However, after watching for a while, she found that nothing had changed. Everything was normal. Wait, Sykes suddenly realized something. She widened her eyes and stared at the debris floating in the air. It wasn't he being lifted by telekinesis. Instead, time stopped. How is that possible? How can you do this? Sykes frantically questioned Zhuang Bufan. Unfortunately, the entity occupying Zhuang Bufan's body had no intention of answering her questions honestly. Surprised, aren't you? But mastery of the power of rules ISNT, a skill unique to your boss. As for now, saying this, the entity snapped his mouth and yawned. Come out, divine aberration. Do you no longer have the courage to meet an old friend? Looking at the smiling Zhuang Bufan, Sykes was filled with fear. The familiar ceiling. When Zhuang Bufan woke up, he found himself lying on a hospital bed. Thirsty and dry, he tried to move his long immobile body, only to find that his palm was gently held by a soft jade hand. Realizing something, he turned his head and saw that Fubuki was sitting in the chair beside his hospital bed, one hand tightly grasping his palm, the other propping up her weary face. She had fallen into a deep sleep. This was the first time he saw Fubuki like this. In his memory, he had seen Fubuki as an unattainable flower, and also witnessed her innocent, silly, and cute side. But he had never seen her looking so worried, sorrowful, and haggard. Thinking that Fubuki might be showing such a worried expression because of him, Zhuang Bufan felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. Are you worried about me? Zhuang Bufan softly and gently asked, knowing that the sleeping Shueishuo would never be able to answer. However, Zhuang Bufan already had the answer in his heart. Once he regained consciousness, Zhuang Bufan gently picked up Shueishuo and carefully placed her on the hospital bed where he had just been lying, covering her with a blanket. After looking at Shueishuo's delicate face for a moment, he prepared to step out and call the association to ask what had happened while he was unconscious. Just then, a strange voice rang out from behind him, reminiscent of the voice he had heard before he fell into a coma. No, it wasn't reminiscent. It was that very voice. Zhuang Bufan hurriedly turned around and saw a light blue ghost sitting cross-legged in midair, looking at him with boredom. Are you the system? What is happening? Zhuang Bufan currently has too many questions, and he is eager to know all the answers. Ever since he crossed over, the system has been his greatest support. Now that this thing has malfunctioned, how can he not panic? The man whom Zhuang Bufan refers to as the system, however, remains very calm. He glanced at Zhuang Bufan, casually said, "Let's talk on the rooftop," and then floated away on his own. Zhuang Bufan turned back to take a glance at Shueishuo, then clenched his fists and went up to the rooftop of the hospital. Zhuang Bufan walked step by step onto the rooftop, during which he roughly adapted to his body. His basic attributes, such as strength and psychic power, obtained through plundering, remained intact, and aside from the physical soreness caused by that battle. It seemed that Zhuang Bufan had not changed much, but he knew clearly that this was not the case, because he could no longer use his transformation ability. Even the items he had were nowhere to be found. In this world where disasters were escalating, losing the system undoubtedly meant losing the opportunity to quickly enhance his strength. Perhaps with his current power, he could disguise himself and no longer act as a hero, and he might still be able to protect himself in this world. Being a hero who protects the people, or perhaps just an ordinary bystander, might not be so bad. But what about Fubuki? He didn't know how long he had been unconscious, and facing Fubuki, who had always been worried about him, Zhuang Bufan absolutely did not want to be the man who disappointed her. Moreover, once he stepped back from hero activities, what would happen to the other heroes? The Monster Association incident was the first battle where he needed to rely on the power of a group. It was also the first time he felt the strength of his comrades. Although he still wasn't clear how he managed to escape that day, he remembered how the pig god had decisively sacrificed his life and unleashed his ultimate technique simply because of Zhuang Bufan's words. Zhuang Bufan believes he cannot simply withdraw from the Hero Association for the sake of self-preservation. Because if he did that, he wouldn't know how to face the portrait of the pig god, nor how to face that kind of self. So does he really have to rely on the danger system to get his abilities back? I truly am a despicable man. Zhuang Bufan made a self-deprecating remark and then strode onto the rooftop. The night wind on the rooftop was strong, as if announcing the impending chaos in the world, stirring people's hearts endlessly. Zhuang Bufan took a deep breath and walked towards the indigo figure. That was his support, his reliance, all his hopes, and also his benefactor. Without this system, Zhuang Bufan would never have achieved what he has today or become the person he is now. Yet now, he must take action against his benefactor, forcing it to become his system once again. He knew this was an extremely shameful thing to do, but his life was no longer just his own. So Zhuang Bufan's steps became heavy. "You're here?" The indigo ghost smiled at him, saying kindly, "Change back to my system." Zhuang Bufan's lips were bleeding from biting them, and he didn't even ask about what happened that day, because he was afraid that if he didn't say this when they met, he would lose the courage to speak again. You can do that, but I suggest you better not." "Why?" Zhuang Bufan was bewildered by his words, but the blue phantom didn't mind his attitude or unreasonable demands. The blue phantom threw out a light orb, letting it float in the air, and then said, "It's a bit complicated to explain, so you might as well take a look at this first." Faced with a system that was changing the subject, Zhuang Bufan was anxious but had no way out. He could only follow the system's lead. So, Zhuang Bufan decisively touched the light orb in front of him. After a whirlwind of sensations, Zhuang Bufan found himself in another place. Broken buildings, debris, and blood everywhere, and countless fire clouds floating in the sky. Was this the battlefield against the great snake on that day? Soon, Zhuang Bufan found evidence to support this idea. The dying pig god, the heroes on high alert, and the panicked expression of Sykes. And there was that self of his with a mocking smile. This was a retrospective image of the situation that day. Because the situation was urgent at that time, the program directly activated the backup plan, and I took over your body. Me, the program. What does this mean? Zhuang Bufan now feels like Lu Lao who has entered the Grandview Garden. Everything this thing called the system says is incomprehensible to him. However, the other party did not respond to his thoughts, but instead signaled him to focus on the battle in front of him. "Come out, divine aberration. Have you lost the courage to meet an old friend?" The system occupying Zhuang Bufan's body said in a low voice, sounding like an old friend not seen for a long time. Or perhaps it was an old enemy not seen at the negotiating table for many years. Divine aberration? What divine aberration? Sykes obviously did not understand the system's words and instinctively asked. Unfortunately, the system occupying Zhuang Bufan's body clearly had no intention of answering his question. "Still silent, huh? It's no wonder. After all, pretending to be weak, running away, and hiding are your specialties. I just didn't expect that after all these years. You would still look so pitiful and unchanged." Even the real Zhuang Bufan, who was watching the show from the side, felt that this guy's insults were quite skilled. Relying on the fact that the other party wouldn't speak, he was really tearing into him. Because of this, he also realized for the first time just how terrifying this guy he referred to as the system actually was. The divine being who could become the great serpent and wreak havoc in the ancient world was actually so scared by this guy beside him that he didn't even dare to rebut a single word. So what exactly is this system? Introduction. Survival rules in the one-punch world. 1. Never lay a hand on Mr. ING. 2. Never be the target of the bald, caped hero's justice at any time. 3. Never say words like insignificant, shorty, or unnoticeable to a certain green-haired little demon. Elder, that's this guy in front of you. Zhuang Bufan sighed and took out a notebook to write down. 4. Never attempt to poke a monkey's nest.